My parents' company went bankrupt, leaving millions in debt. My father jumped to his death, and my mother works multiple jobs to pay it off. My life was a picture of despair. Until that day, the cosmic server descended. I received a beta test qualification and a soul talent so heaven-defying it glitched the cosmic server's code, designated loot drop. As long as a monster's loot table has it, I can get it with a 100% drop rate. While others were fighting tooth and nail for a single white quality item, I, decked out in divine gear, was ready to smash open this world with money and power. Hey, Mom, I got my salary for this month. I've already transferred 5,000 to you. In a youth apartment on the outskirts of Xianhai City, Lu Chen sat by his bed, talking calmly with his mother on the phone. How many times have I told you, keep your money for yourself? This mess was left by your father and me. On the other end of the line came his mother's tired but concerned voice. Hanging up, Lu Chen lay back on his bed and let out a long breath. He was a transmigrator, born into this world. His family was originally well-off and happy, but 4 years ago, a severe infectious disease broke out. His parents' company went bankrupt, saddled with tens of millions in debt. His father, unable to bear the blow, committed suicide. His mother shouldered everything, working multiple jobs just to pay back the debt bit by bit. And he, after graduation, found a job with a monthly salary of 9,000, saving every penny he could to help. The fatigue of the past few years had left him exhausted. Just then, a majestic and grand voice echoed from the sky. Humans of planet Yuan, the cosmic server has connected with you. The first batch of public beta qualifications is now being distributed. Lu Chen was stunned, thinking it was a prank. The next moment, a sharp pain came from his left wrist. A complex ring of runes appeared, glowed with white light, and then disappeared into his skin. The first public beta has a total of 20 million slots, all of which have been distributed. Beta testers can enter the game at any time. The voice sounded again. Lu Chen no longer doubted it. With a thought, a panel appeared before him. Name, Lu Chen. Race, Milky Way humanoid. Class, not selected. Soul talent, designated loot drop. Corrupted code: you can see a monster's loot table and designate items from it to drop. Designated loot drop? Lu Chen's eyes widened. Wasn't this basically an administrator's privilege? As long as a monster's loot table had it, he could get it with a 100% drop rate. Wouldn't this break the game's balance? Oh, wait, the one breaking the balance is me. Never mind then. He was so excited he was breathing heavily. He knew this was his chance to change his destiny, to pay off the debt and let his mother live a good life. It all depended on this. He immediately clicked, Enter Game. A flash of white light, and he appeared in an ancient-looking square, surrounded by an endless starry sky. In the center of the square stood 5 statues representing the classes: warrior, archer, assassin, mage, and priest. Heaven to the left, warrior to the right. He unhesitatingly chose the warrior. Ding! You have become a warrior. Strength +2, endurance +2. Congratulations on choosing your class. Now sending the player to the Orion Novice continent. Before he could even give himself a cool, edgy name like I'm so awesome, what can you do? He was falling from the square, passing through a splendid aurora, and heading towards a massive continent. He appeared in a novice village square, surrounded by players dressed in the same gray cloth clothes and holding rusted iron swords as him. CPDD. Couple partner, message me. The smart ones are already leveling up. Lu Chen found that the NPCs in the village were all arrogant and wouldn't give out any quests. Helpless, he had to go out and kill monsters first. In the fields outside the village, there were rat-like creatures the size of dogs with crimson eyes, called demonized rats. Lu Chen rubbed his hands and eagerly opened the rat's loot table. Rusted greatsword, common, attack +5, drop rate, 0, 8%. Small white pouch, common, increases inventory space by 10 slots, drop rate, 0, 9%. Can you even play this damn game? Lu Chen couldn't help but complain at the ridiculous drop rates. But then, he smiled. He directly designated the rusted greatsword to drop and charged forward with his flimsy sword. After a fierce battle, he spent 70 HP to finally kill his first rat. A white ball of light appeared, floating above the corpse. Holy crap, a white item dropped. Such good luck? The surrounding players looked on with envy and jealousy. Lu Chen, under pressure, picked up the greatsword, and his attack power greatly increased. He ignored the others, sat down to recover his health, and then continued, designating a chainmail chestplate, chainmail gauntlets, chainmail leggings. Soon, he had a full set of white chainmail equipment, and every monster he killed was guaranteed to drop a white item. This bizarre scene finally made the surrounding players explode. Holy crap, a cheater! This game is unplayable. There's a cheater. Why do we get nothing while he gets white gear every time? Is this guy the husband of the goddess of fortune? A clever young man immediately came up to him. Bro, wanna team up? I don't need EXP, just give me some gear. Big brother, take me with you. I can even meet you in real life. Countless players swarmed him, trying to get on his lucky bandwagon. Everyone, calm down. If I have extra equipment, I'll sell it at a stall in the square later. Lu Chen managed to squeeze out of the crowd and continued to grind monsters alone. He was highly efficient. After more than 3 hours, he reached level 2. His backpack, however, was quickly filled up with the gear and materials he was constantly looting. He returned to the square and set up a stall, selling his extra white equipment and the 6 small pouches he had obtained. Equipment for 6 silver coins each, pouches for 10 silver coins each, fair prices. White gear, 10 slot bags for sale. Cheap prices, first come, first served. His shout immediately attracted the entire square's attention. What? So much white gear? That small bag adds 10 inventory slots. It's a divine artifact. Just as everyone was in shock, a man in a tattered robe, but with a powerful aura, walked over. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Chang, chairman of the Tianyue Group. Tianyue Group, one of the top 10 conglomerates in the country. Lu Chen was delighted. A big customer had arrived. Brother Lu, I'll take all of this equipment. Not only did Lu Chang want to buy everything, he even insisted on raising the price, afraid of taking advantage. Just as they were about to close the deal, a young man in a military uniform walked over. Mr. Lu, I am Wang Bing, captain of the 7th Team, 3rd Legion of the Xian Niao Army. The Xian Niao Army was a new military force established by the government specifically for the cosmic game. Mr. Lu, our 7th Team also needs to upgrade our equipment. I was wondering if you could spare some for us? Wang Bing asked sincerely. Although reluctant, Lu Chang knew the priorities. In the face of national interest, he had to give way. Lu Chen didn't hesitate either. Of course, no problem. I am also a citizen of Great Xia. I wish for Great Xia to prosper and for the soul of the Great Xia army to be immortal. For the Great Xia army, Lu Chen also had a good impression. After all, he was part of Great Xia as well. Since they were both selling equipment, Lu Chen naturally leaned more towards the Great Xia military. Wang Bing felt touched and saluted Lu Chen and Lu Chang. Thank you both. Lu Chang said, in that case, I'll take 2 sets of cloth armor and 1 set of leather armor. The rest I'll leave for Captain Wang. After saying that, he explained with a smile, my 2 daughters have also entered the game. Otherwise, 1 set of cloth armor would have been enough. For me, the people around were left dumbfounded. 3 public testers in 1 family? What kind of divine luck is this? It's one thing for Lu Chen to be a freak, but now everyone is a lucky star? No, that's not right. They clearly still had to be impressive. Even Wang Bing's mouth twitched slightly as he said, if our military had Mr. Lu and the 2 young ladies with such good luck, that would be great. In the vast Great Xia army, only 30,000 had obtained public tester qualifications. Naturally, the Xian Niao army also had only 30,000. In Wang Bing's view, 30,000 was simply not enough. It would be best to have another 300,000. After that, the 3 completed the transaction. Lu Chang had money, no need to say more. The Great Xia army certainly couldn't be poor. The transaction went smoothly, with exactly 40 pieces of white equipment totaling 240 silver coins. As for the 6 small bags, Lu Chang and Wang Bing each took 3, adding another 60 silver coins. In total, that was 300 silver coins, or 3 gold. Calculating at the current rate, that was 30,000 yuan. Lu Chen felt a bit unreal. 30,000. He had worked tirelessly for over 3 months to earn that much money. Now, he had made it in just a few hours. And this was just the beginning. Once he got better equipment, he could sell for even more. It wouldn't be long before he could pay off his parents' debts. By then, his mother wouldn't have to work so hard. Lu Chen let out a slight breath. Since his father passed away, the pressure in his heart had been immense. Now, he felt the boulder pressing on his chest starting to lift. Little by little. After completing the transaction, Wang Bing looked at Lu Chen, hesitated for a moment, and said, Brother Lu, I wonder if you would be interested in joining the military? Lu Chen was taken aback, then shook his head. Sorry, Captain Wang, I'm used to being idle. The military has too many rules. It's not suitable for me. Joining the military would mean he would have to share information with them. Even though Lu Chen respected the Great Xia army, this involved his safety, and he couldn't take that risk. Once his strength was strong enough, he would have the confidence to reveal his identity in reality. Hearing this, Wang Bing sighed. He had only invited him with a try-it-out attitude. He was not surprised at all by Lu Chen's refusal. After all, Lu Chen's abilities were evident. He could live well without joining the military. However, Lu Chen's next words made Wang Bing happy. Although I won't join the military, if there are any suitable pieces of equipment in the future, I will prioritize you. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing immediately became excited. Thank you very much. I say, Brother Lu, you can't just take care of the military. I also need equipment, Lu Chang said with a smile. In fact, Lu Chang even wanted to establish a guild, and he needed quite a bit of equipment. Don't worry, Brother Chang, I won't forget you, Lu Chen smiled. After that, the three added each other as friends and bid farewell. After Lu Chen left, private messages kept ringing. Big Shot, can you take me along? Big Shot, can you give me some equipment? You drop so much, you won't miss a few pieces, right? There were even some women sending extremely explicit messages, revealing their measurements and even asking if it was their first time. This made Lu Chen wonder if they could send photos. In the game, would these people send their private pictures directly? As a normal man, Lu Chen certainly liked beautiful women. But now, time was tight and he planned to focus on improving himself first and talk about other things once he was more stable. In the end, Lu Chen was so annoyed by the private messages that he set his account to refuse messages from strangers. The world suddenly became peaceful. In a forest, two young girls were leveling up. One of them wore tattered leather armor, her snow-white arms and thighs exposed to the air, her tall and slender figure curvaceous and striking. She held a longbow, her gaze sharp, each arrow hitting the eyes of a distant dark wild boar. The other girl wore a ragged robe and held a staff. She was serene and gentle, and as she waved her staff, a golden light arrow shot out towards the wild boar. Surprisingly, the two girls had identical faces, both exquisitely beautiful. However, the expressions between their brows were different. One was quirky, the other gentle and sweet. The girl with the bow was named Lu Yuexin, while the girl with the staff was named Lu Yuexin. At that moment, Lu Yuexin paused her staff-waving motion and looked at her private messages. Without Lu Yuexin's firepower support, Lu Yuexin, who was struggling with the enchanted wild boar, suddenly felt a lot more pressure. She shouted repeatedly, "Wow! Lu Yuexin, what are you doing? I'm going to die." Only then did Lu Yuexin come to her senses. She quickly conjured two light arrows and shot them at the enchanted wild boar. The enchanted wild boar was hit hard and fell to the ground with a howl. Lu Yuexin smiled a bit sheepishly. "Sorry, sister, it's a private message from Dad. He said he bought us a full set of equipment, including weapons." She added, "It's all white equipment, by the way." Hearing this, Lu Yuexin's eyes lit up. Wow! Did the old man go robbing? How could he buy so much white equipment? Lu Yuexin and Lu Yuexin were indeed very lucky, both having activated their soul talents. Moreover, they had ended up in the same village. They teamed up to level up, and their efficiency was very high. However, after killing so many monsters, Lu Yuexin knew how hard it was to get equipment. Now that Lu Chang said he had prepared a whole set of equipment for them, one could imagine how surprised Lu Yuexin was. Lu Yuexin understood her sister's personality and smiled gently. "Don't you know what kind of person Dad is? How could he go robbing? I heard he bought it from a young man. He also said that the young man was very lucky and all the equipment was dropped by him." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuexin looked confused. A single person got several sets of white equipment? What the hell? What kind of situation is that? Even a lucky player can't be that outrageous, right? Lu Yuexin lightly tapped Lu Yuexing's little head with her staff, scolding, "No swearing. I don't know the specifics either. But Dad has already sent the equipment to us via email, and it seems there are also two small bags that can increase storage space. We each get one." Lu Yuexin, ? Her mind was filled with question marks. Do monsters drop those kinds of things? For a moment, Lu Yuexin was extremely puzzled by her father's words about that young man's luck, while also being greatly shocked. She couldn't wait to say, "Let's go, we need to go back and get the equipment." Lu Yuexin nodded as well, and the two began to head back. After selling the equipment, Lu Chen withdrew 1 gold coin from the trading platform, which was 10,000 dasha coins. He planned to keep the remaining money in the game. Sharpening. The knife does not delay the work of cutting firewood. Next, he needed to quickly grind monsters to level up and improve efficiency, so he could obtain more equipment and earn more money. His plan was to buy healing potions and directly use them while grinding monsters. Although monsters also dropped healing potions, the price of healing potions was still different from that of equipment. Of course, Lu Chun chose to specify equipment in small bags for drops, sell them, and then go to the potion shop to buy potions. The potion shop was located on the east side of the novice village, not very large, with only one counter. Behind the counter was the shopkeeper, a mature woman with silver skin, above-average looks, and a ponytail. Around the counter, several players were gathered, trying various methods to see if they could pick up a quest. Lu Chun chuckled to himself, "These people probably just entered the game, and these natives are so aloof that they don't even bother to acknowledge you, right?" A young man approached the boss, looking pitiful, tears streaming down his face. "Boss, I noticed you look a lot like my deceased mother." Before he could finish his sentence, the boss slapped him across the face. Slap! The young man spun in the air 7.5 times before flying out of the potion shop, landing horizontally on the ground at the entrance. His body twitched a few times and then turned into white light, disappearing without a trace. Instant death. The player who had originally planned to impress the boss with 12 different skills stared at the boss, who had a blank expression and had retracted his hand, his eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? What kind of broken game is this? NPCs can kill players? They were all stunned and decided to leave the potion shop. Can't mess with that. Just then, they saw a handsome young man walking towards the boss. It was Lu Chen. A young girl nearby, who looked quite young, recognized Lu Chen and kindly warned him, "Hey, don't go over there, this boss will kill you." Lu Chen paused and smiled at the girl, "It's fine." Seeing this, the others immediately stopped and stayed to watch the show. This guy isn't afraid of death, huh? This broken game is different from regular online games. I suspect these NPCs might be real people, and even aliens, with a high degree of autonomy. I guess so, after all, their skin is all silver, completely different from us humans from Yuanqing. If this guy makes the boss angry, he's probably done for. While everyone was watching, Lu Chen had already reached the boss's front. The boss merely glanced at him before looking away. Lu Chen didn't mind, he smiled, revealing a charmingly domineering grin, and placed 2 gold coins on the counter. "Boss, I want to buy potions." The air in the entire potion shop fell silent. A few players stared at the 2 gold coins Lu Chen placed on the counter, slowly forming a question mark in their minds. The expression on the boss's face changed at a visible speed. Her originally cold and indifferent demeanor transformed into a sweet smile. "Oh, little handsome, what potions do you want? How many?" A few players, witnessing the boss's transformation, had their mouths slightly agape, their eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? It can be like this? Wait, there were other players buying potions just now. Why didn't the boss's expression change? You don't get it at all. Look at how much this big brother put down. 2 gold coins. That's a full 2 gold coins. A middle-aged man's voice nearly erupted in a shout. He looked at the 2 gold coins, his eyes turning red. 2 gold coins are worth a whopping 20,000. The girl who spoke earlier widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "Could it be that this is the legendary way to attract the rich?" They exchanged glances. The brilliance of money, can even the natives not resist it? How can these poor folks bear it? A few felt as if their hearts had been pierced by an arrow, causing immense pain. Lu Chen smiled, "I want to buy healing potions, 200 bottles. The potions sold in the novice village's potion shop are all basic potions. Healing potions are no exception. Apprentice healing potion, common, restores 80 health points immediately upon use, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. 1 bottle can nearly fully restore his health, and it can be used once every 30 seconds. With this potion, Lu Chen's sustainability is almost completely worry-free. After all, he doesn't use skills much, his basic attack damage is high, and he doesn't consume much mana. He can just keep chopping away. The only problem is that the price is quite steep, requiring a full 80 copper. Most people really can't afford it. However, Lu Chen has 2 gold coins, so money is not an issue. For efficiency, he directly bought 200 bottles. In total, it cost 1 gold and 60 silver. But these potions would last him a long time. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the potion shop owner's eyes curved into a smile, her expression even sweeter. "Alright, little handsome, you're really generous." She flipped her hand, counting out 200 healing potions and 40 silver coins, placing them on the counter. In her backpack, the same type of potion took up 1 slot for 100 bottles, so 200 bottles occupied 2 slots in total. Lu Chen put away the healing potions and silver coins, smiling as he said, "Boss, since I've bought so many things, can I ask you a few questions?" The boss raised an eyebrow, sizing up Lu Chen, and replied with a smile, "Sure, go ahead, but I might not answer." Upon hearing this, the players nearby held their breath, their eyes wide as they stared at Lu Chen. The boss's attitude was indeed different from theirs. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. As expected, it's the rich who get treated like lords. Yeah, even this aloof native seems much gentler now. But we also benefit from this big brother and can learn some game information. After all, since the Universe game was released for public testing, there had been no news, not even on the official website. They only knew that this game was connected to reality, but the specifics were a mystery to everyone on Yuanqing. Now, they could finally learn some details. Lu Chen nodded and smiled. "Boss, let me ask the first question. What are you? Data? Or real people?" Hearing this, the pharmacy owner looked at Lu Chen with a slightly strange expression, half smiling as he asked, "What do you think?" Lu Chen didn't expect the pharmacy owner to counter his question, and he was momentarily taken aback. However, after thinking for a moment, Lu Chen quickly provided his answer. "Real people? Are you other races from the universe?" "Half right. Half?" Both Lu Chen and the others showed a hint of astonishment. Not only Lu Chen, but others also thought that the natives in this village might all be aliens. It seemed that was not necessarily the case. "Then what are you?" Lu Chen asked again. "Us? We're just a wisp of wandering souls," the pharmacy owner said with a hint of self-mockery. "A wisp of wandering souls? What does that mean?" Lu Chen frowned, looking at the pharmacy owner in confusion. He hesitantly asked, "Did you natives die?" The pharmacy owner glanced at Lu Chen, then at the other players, as if lost in thought. She smiled and said, "When you entered the Universe game, you should have received a reminder from the Universe server, right? The demonic energy will invade reality." Lu Chen nodded, "Yes, that's right. The pharmacy owner smiled. We were the same way. Once the demonic energy appeared, it only increased. The monsters appearing in reality grew stronger and stronger. If those monsters couldn't be resisted, what do you think would happen? The air in the pharmacy suddenly became incredibly quiet. Whether it was Lu Chun or the other players, they all held their breath at that moment. They had already imagined that scenario. When monsters couldn't be resisted, there was only one future: destruction. It seems you understand the consequences. That's right, our planet was devoured by demonic energy. We were lucky. Although our physical bodies were destroyed, our souls were taken in by the universe server, and we ultimately became the natives here. Lu Chen didn't expect the answer from the pharmacy owner to be like this. For a moment, he was a bit dazed. However, having lived 2 lives, Lu Chen quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath. Originally, his goal was just to make money to pay off his parents' debts and let his mother live a good life. Now it seemed he had to work hard to become stronger. Only by being strong enough could he protect himself and his loved ones when the demonic energy invaded next. Lu Chen silently made up his mind and then wanted to ask a few more questions. However, he found himself completely in the dark about this world and didn't know what to ask. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Boss, we should all be humanoid, right? We can be considered the same race, so can you give me some advice? What should I do next?" The pharmacy owner looked at Lu Chen with some surprise and smiled. Not bad, little handsome guy, quite clever. She knew that the humans of Yuanqing didn't know much about the world, and they were even unclear about the demonic energy. Yet this Yuanqing human in front of her recognized his own weaknesses and directly asked for her advice, which was undoubtedly a very smart approach. The pharmacy owner chuckled. "Actually, you don't have to do much. Since I find you pleasant, I'll give you 2 pieces of advice. First, level up to 10 as soon as possible. At level 10, you can advance, and when you challenge for advancement, try to choose high difficulty challenges. That way, after you advance, your strength will surpass that of ordinary people." Lu Chen nodded, keeping the advancement matter in mind. The second piece of advice is also related to advancement. Right now, on the Hunter's Novice continent, there are a total of 4 cosmic races, and the resources of the entire continent are limited. To protect your own planet and race, you must first enhance the strength of your own race, which requires competing for resources. Once a racial player advances to the first tier, their race will issue a second public test qualification, allowing more players of that race to enter the game. This way, when the 4 races compete for resources in the future, there will be a significant advantage. The pharmacy owner thought for a moment and said seriously, "Remember, resisting the invasion of demonic energy requires the unity of everyone in a race to have hope. In my years in the game, I've seen too many races that, due to internal strife, ended up weakening and being consumed by demonic energy. I hope you Yuanqing humans do not follow this old path." Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. He certainly understood the inherent flaws of humanity. Internal conflicts were always inevitable. However, there was nothing he could do about it. For now, he would address it once he became strong enough. For now, his ability was to provide some equipment to the Daxia military and some high-ranking officials. This way, when the demonic energy invaded in the future, Daxia would have some strength to resist. Alright, that's just 2 pieces of advice, which ultimately boiled down to 1, level up first. Oh, right, let me give you one more piece of advice. Completing certain achievements in the game will yield special rewards. You should be a remarkable person. Of your race, your soul talent might not be bad, and perhaps you have a chance to complete some achievements and showcase your greatest talents. Work hard on it, and don't wait until your planet is consumed by demonic energy before you regret it. After hearing the pharmacy owner's words, Lu Chen felt a significant weight on his shoulders. He nodded solemnly. "Thank you for the reminder, boss, I will." After saying that, he smiled. "Well then, boss, I'll get back to work. I'll come by next time to support your business. Oh, by the way, do you have any tasks for me?" The pharmacy owner glanced at Lu Chen and coldly smiled. "With your strength, you wouldn't be able to complete any tasks. I give you." Lu Chen. He was still a customer. How could she be so dismissive? He smiled helplessly. "Alright, then I'll come back when I'm strong enough." With that, Lu Chen turned and left. As he passed by a few players who were dumbfounded, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "You all heard what I just said, right? Those 2 pieces of advice and 1 piece of advice, you can spread it out. This way, our Yuanqing players can have enough pressure. Only with pressure can there be motivation." A few players seemed to awaken from a dream. They looked at Lu Chen with a hint of respect in their eyes. Even the well-informed pharmacy owner said Lu Chen was a remarkable person among their Yuanqing humans. Such a person would surely be extraordinary in the future. Moreover, he even let them listen to game information for free just based on that demeanor. They felt convinced. A middle-aged player nodded seriously. "Okay, big brother, we will spread the word." Lu Chen nodded and turned to leave. On the way, Lu Chen thought for a moment and sent a private message to Wang Bing and Lu Chang with what the pharmacy owner had just said. Both of them held positions of status in reality, especially Wang Bing. If he reported this with the great talent and vision of Emperor Xia, it would surely be taken seriously. As for their reactions, Lu Chen could no longer concern himself with that. He had to continue leveling up. He set himself a small goal to reach level 10 as quickly as possible, then to complete the highest level job change. In the Great Xia Palace, in the Divine Martial Hall, Emperor Xia sat on the throne, looking down at the silent ministers below, his expression calm, yet his eyes contained an unimaginable authority. They were waiting for information about the game. At the very moment the cosmic game announced its open beta slots, Emperor Xia ordered a count of all the Great Xia army that received open beta slots, establishing the Xianbird army. The Xianbird army also entered the game at the first opportunity. Their objectives were twofold. First, to enhance their strength in the game. Second, to gather all information about the game. From the moment the Xianbird army entered the game, Emperor Xia summoned all officials to court. Everyone waited in the Divine Martial Hall, anticipating news from the game to be analyzed together with the Emperor and formulate corresponding strategies. At this moment 2 hours had passed and 4 hours had elapsed in the game. As the time approached midnight, Emperor Xia led by example. Even though the officials were exhausted, they dared not voice any complaints. Just then, a tall man burst in. "Your Majesty, the Xianbird army has sent the latest intelligence." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia's spirit surged. "Present it." The information was handed to Emperor Xia by a servant, who unfolded it and read it word by word with great care. After finishing the report, Emperor Xia clenched the document tightly, slowly furrowing his brow. The entire Divine Martial Hall fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The ministers exchanged glances at the sight of Emperor Xia frowning, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, Emperor Xia handed the report to a nearby servant. "Read it out loud." The servant cleared his throat, opened the report, and intended to read it. However, upon seeing the contents, the servant's eyes widened in shock, momentarily frozen. Emperor Xia frowned, looking at the servant. The servant then came to his senses and hurriedly began to read the report aloud. It was the information Lu Chen had previously obtained from the pharmacy owner, including the source of the pharmacy owner and the advice and warnings he provided. All the ministers listened, breathing rapidly, gasping in astonishment. When the servant finished reading, the entire Divine Martial Hall fell silent once more. Emperor Xia calmly said, "My lords, what insights do you have regarding this intelligence?" The crowd exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one answered. Emperor Xia called out, "Nangong Zhu." Nangong Zhu was the white-haired elder standing at the front. Although old, his eyes were clear and bright, as pure as a baby's. This man was the Prime Minister of Great Xia. He stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, if this news is true, the measures we have taken so far may be far from sufficient. Moving forward, both official functions and education will need corresponding reforms. However, I have a question. Is this news truly authentic? It seems too shocking to be real." Emperor Xia turned to the man who had brought the intelligence. "Wang Yi, the information was sent by you, you speak." Wang Yi stepped forward, his expression serious. "This news comes from my son Wang Bing. He encountered an extremely powerful player in the novice village who reportedly has an exceptionally high drop rate. In just a few hours, he obtained dozens of white equipment." "What? This is impossible. Dozens of white equipment in just a few hours? What kind of joke is this?" Before Wang Yi could finish, the ministers beside him had already begun to exclaim. They had been in the Divine Martial Hall for so long, although they had not entered the game, they had a certain understanding of the drop rates through the information that had been relayed. Obtaining dozens of white equipment in just a few hours was completely different from what they understood about the drop rates. Even Emperor Xia couldn't help but furrow his brow. Finding it hard to believe, however, he glanced at the other ministers and slowly said, "Silence." The many ministers fell silent. The Summer Emperor looked at Wang Yi. "You may continue." Wang Yi's expression was calm. "I know that some of my colleagues are skeptical. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first either, but I know my son well. He wouldn't make a mistake on such an important matter. That player seems to possess a soul talent that enhances luck, which is why the drop rate is so high." Upon hearing this, many ministers looked somewhat bewildered, yet they frowned. The concept of luck, so elusive, was not particularly accepted by those present. However, they were aware of the information regarding soul talents. This was something that defied logic. "My son reported that this player obtained this information through some means from the potion shop owner among the natives. In my view, the authenticity of the information should relate to the natives' attitude towards us. However, based on the intelligence we gathered earlier, this information should be true." After Wang Yi finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The air in the Divine Martial Hall became quiet once more. The Summer Emperor slowly spoke. "In all matters, we must prepare for the worst. Let us assume this information is true. In that case, Nangong Zhu, what changes do you think we should make next?" Nangong Zhu paused for a moment before speaking. "If that is the case, I propose establishing an official department to address the invasion of demonic energy, and it would be best to invite players from the common folk to join. This move would facilitate the management of players and prevent ambitious individuals among the empowered commoners from causing social unrest. Additionally, if the information is indeed accurate, the significance of this game far exceeds our imagination. We should start from education. From elementary school onwards, we should offer courses about the game, while also encouraging the common folk to understand relevant game information so that when the second public test arrives, our commoners in the Great Xia can seize the opportunity. After Nangongju finished speaking, he returned to his seat. The Summer Emperor nodded and continued, "Do any of you ministers have further opinions? Feel free to speak your mind." The many ministers immediately began to voice their thoughts, each contributing to the discussion. The Summer Emperor listened quietly, his expression as calm as water, yet the authority he unconsciously exuded was as formidable as a prison. Wu Yi immediately deployed to establish a player management bureau to collect player information, primarily adopting a conciliatory attitude towards players, inviting them to join the official ranks. Those unwilling to join only need to register. Furthermore, if any players commit crimes, they should be arrested immediately and severely punished to deter others. Understood. Wang Yi. Notify all military districts to enhance precautions. If any demonic creatures appear, they must be dealt with at once. Any demonic creatures within the city can be handled in cooperation with the players from the Player Management Bureau. Yes, the Summer Emperor issued commands in an orderly fashion. He continued to discuss various possibilities with the ministers to respond to unexpected situations. After arranging everything, the Summer Emperor slowly rubbed his forehead. He thought of something and looked at Wang Yi, asking, "Can we locate the player who obtained this information?" Wang Yi smiled wryly. "We only know his name, which is Lu Chen, but your majesty, as you know, we have made numerous attempts, and it is impossible to find player information through real-world means." They had already tried this when the game first arrived. As long as players did not reveal information in reality, they could not uncover player information even through population surveys. It was as if all traces of this person in reality had been erased. The Summer Emperor let out a slow breath and nodded, "I understand." Even he felt somewhat powerless, sighing, "Truly, this is a cosmic game. Your Majesty, you also look tired. Why not take a rest first?" The attendants and ministers looked at the weary Summer Emperor with concern. The Summer Emperor hesitated for a moment and said, "In that case, let everyone take a break for an hour. Those who need to take care of business, go take care of it." The crowd nodded. Emperor Xia stood up and left. Upon exiting the Divine Martial Hall, Emperor Xia immediately arrived at a palace. The palace was heavily guarded at this moment. Seeing Emperor Xia approach, the leading soldier quickly saluted. "Your Majesty." Emperor Xia nodded and walked inside. In one of the rooms within the palace, a stunningly beautiful girl was enveloped in white light floating in midair above the bed. A rune ring was also present on her snow-white left wrist. Beside the girl sat an equally beautiful mature woman, looking at the girl with some concern. Upon seeing Emperor Xia enter, the woman stood to greet him. "Your Majesty, how is Yenner?" After she entered that so-called game, she hasn't woken up. There is a protective membrane around her and I can't touch her. Hearing this, Emperor Xia nodded slightly. The woman expressed her worries. Yenner really shouldn't have let the soldiers try entering the game first. Wouldn't it have been better for her to go in afterward? We know nothing about this so-called game. It's too dangerous. Emperor Xia gazed deeply at Xia Yan, slowly saying, "You don't understand." He clasped his hands behind his back and turned to look out at the starry sky. Does Yenner not know the danger? It's just that the rulebook of this game indicates that our great Xia, which has a legacy of over 3,000 years, is facing its greatest calamity. Times have changed. Huar. Yenner is the only public tester of our Xia family. She is fighting for us, for the people of Great Xia. Times have changed? Yenner's mother, Hua Fei, looked somewhat bewildered. Yes, times have changed. Emperor Xia's expression was calm, but his gaze flickered slightly. However, no matter how times change, the principle of power being paramount will not change. Yenner understands this better than you. Yenner. Hua Fei looked at the stunning girl lying on the bed, her face filled with worry and a complex expression. Emperor Xia clenched his fists. As the Emperor of Great Xia, the leader of the people, he did not even have a public testing quota. In such a turbulent era, he was uncertain if he could lead Great Xia further. He did not know if he could once again shield the people of Great Xia from the storm. He let out a slight sigh, turned to look at Xia Yan, and murmured, "Yenner, when you wake up, the 30,000 Shin Bird army will be your strongest support." After replenishing supplies, Lu Chen left the village again. This time, Lu Chen's target was no longer the demonized rats in the fields. As a level 2 expert, the level 1 little black rat could no longer satisfy Lu Chen's needs. His intense desire for battle urged him to seek stronger opponents. Thus, Lu Chen headed to the forest behind the fields. Inside the forest, there were quite a few wild dogs roaming around. These wild dogs were about the size of Samoyeds, completely black, with red eyes and sharp white teeth like knives. Demonized Wild Dog Level 2 Health 120 Attack 7 Description. Originally ordinary wild dogs, they have been corrupted by demonic energy, turning into frenzied, bloodthirsty demonized wild dogs. Lu Chen saw the information about the wild dogs and couldn't help but grin. As expected of a level 2 monster, they were much stronger than the level 1 big black rat. However, for Lu Chen, they were still manageable. With his current equipment and so many health potions, if he couldn't handle them, he might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. Lu Chen didn't rush in directly but, as usual, opened the drop list. The items dropped by the demonized wild dogs were also white and gray. Lu Chen focused on the weapons in the list. Rusty Greatsword, common, attack plus 6, required level 2, drop rate 0.8% compared to the level 1 Rusty Greatsword. This one had one more attack, it was worth a swap. Let's get started. Lu Chen took a deep breath and then charged in for a fight. The demonized wild dog's attack was slightly higher than that of the demonized rat, dealing 4 points of damage to Lu Chen each time. However, Lu Chen's attack was much higher than before, and he quickly killed the demonized wild dog in just a few strikes. He only lost a little over 20 points of health in total. After defeating 3 at a time, Lu Chen would consume a potion instantly, restoring his health. After Lu Chen killed a batch of demonic wild dogs and replaced all his equipment, his defense improved again. Each time he took damage, it dropped to 2 points. This allowed Lu Chen to sustain himself longer. Holding a great sword, he resembled a war god, slaughtering through the pack of wild dogs. However, the aggro range of the demonic wild dogs was broader compared to that of the demonic rats. If he wasn't careful, he could easily attract 2 or 3 demonic wild dogs to attack him simultaneously. Once, Lu Chen accidentally drew 3 at once, which nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, the cooldown on his health potions was up. Otherwise, he would have likely lost his first blood. The penalty for death was a 1-hour gaming ban, which would severely slow down his progress. This made Lu Chen break out in a cold sweat. After that incident, Lu Chen became much steadier, carefully pulling one at a time to fight. The number of players in the demonic wild dog area was not high. Those who could farm in a level 2 monster zone were basically the stronger teams at this stage. Seeing Lu Chen soloing and at such high efficiency, they were all dumbfounded. What the hell? Who is that guy? His efficiency in fighting monsters is almost on par with our 3-man team. No kidding, look at his health potions, he's constantly using them. And he's fully equipped. 1 health potion costs 80 copper, 1 health potion costs 80 copper. A middle-aged man with a weathered face kept mumbling about the price of health potions, his expression incredulous. That's 80 coins. How could he waste so much? Is this how rich people play games? The middle-aged man was filled with envy. Wait, is that what you're focusing on? Isn't it that this guy drops white items every time? A girl couldn't help but speak up. The others also reacted. Yeah, why? Does he get drops? Why does every monster drop something, and it's all white? A young man from a nearby team seemed to ponder. I heard there's an outrageous person in our novice village who always gets drops from monsters and they're guaranteed to be white. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be him. Every time. Guaranteed? And always white? Isn't that ridiculous? It's simply absurd. It's absurd to the point of being absurd. Upon hearing this young man, everyone else was stunned. So, why is there such a huge gap between people? While everyone was in shock, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. He looked at a demonic wild wolf in front of him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Because the first item on the wolf's drop list was actually green. Wild dog leather armor, excellent, leather armor, defense plus 15. Agility plus 1, required level 2, drop rate 0.004%. A level 2 leather armor actually had 15 points of defense. It was comparable to the level 2 chainmail he was currently wearing. It was just absurd. Moreover, it added 1 point of agility, which was practically a small artifact for agility classes in the early game. As for the drop rate, others might not get it even after years of grinding, right? Lu Chen grinned and immediately designated the drop for the wild dog leather armor. Then he charged forward with his great sword, fearing someone might snatch it from him. With a few strikes, he killed the demonic wild dog, and a green orb slowly rose. The players nearby saw the green orb, and all widened their eyes in shock. The air fell silent for a moment. The next second, a young man jumped up, his eyes red. Holy crap! It's green! It's green! The others also reacted. They all rushed over. Big brother, check the stats! Check the stats! Big brother, are you selling it? Is this equipment for sale? I can pay cash right now. As high-end players, they didn't directly beg for help like other players. Instead, they wanted to see the stats first, and some even asked if it was for sale. Seeing the eager faces of the crowd, Lu Chen didn't hide anything. He posted the stats of the wild dog leather armor. After reading the stats, everyone fell silent. The next moment, a girl wearing leather armor sighed, "Why can't this damn game have a robbery feature?" Lu Chen ? He looked speechless at the girl who was speaking. Your idea is a bit dangerous. The few people beside him also smiled wryly. To be honest, I kind of want to snatch it too. This attribute is too good. My gray leather armor only adds 7 points of defense, which is even less than this, and it also adds 1 point of agility. I'm crying. Bro, just name a number. How much? We'll buy it. A middle-aged man looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen shook his head. I don't do cash transactions, only gold coins. Joking, if he used cash, he would need a bank card. That would mean leaking his information. The server wouldn't help him protect his privacy then. He wasn't very strong yet, so it was better to keep a low profile in reality. In the game, he could directly exchange gold coins for money on the trading platform, so why go through the hassle? Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked disappointed. He had also read the rulebook and knew he couldn't persuade Lu Chen. What a pity, we don't have that many gold coins. Then forget it. Lu Chen shrugged. It didn't matter to him whether they really didn't have that many gold coins or if they had ulterior motives in reality. As long as he didn't show any flaws, that was enough. One should never harbor ill intentions, but always be on guard against others. As for whether to sell this equipment, Lu Chen certainly planned to sell it. After all, Lu Chen was a warrior. Agility didn't benefit him much. As for defense, the chainmail he was currently wearing was no worse than this leather armor. It wasn't very useful to him. Selling it for money was definitely the best choice. He opened a private chat and invited Lu Chang and Wang Bing to a chat room. Lu Chang and Wang Bing almost instantly agreed. Before the two could speak, Lu Chen directly sent the information about the wild dog leather armor. Lu Chang? Wang Bing? The two simultaneously typed a series of question marks. Lu Chun grinned. This was the effect he wanted. He laughed and said, "Who wants it?" Lu Chang, little brother, give it to me. I want it. Just tell me how many gold coins. Wang Bing, brother Lu, give it to me. I want it too. Just name a number. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, I won't let you have this leather armor. My daughter needs it. Joking, his little daughter was a leather armor class. Such good leather armor equipment should be used by his precious daughter. Lu Chang was already prepared to compete with money, and what he feared the least was competing with money. Wang Bing, Director Lu, since that's the case, then we're not brothers today. Come on, make a bid. Lu Chang, 2 gold. The chat room fell silent all of a sudden. After a moment, Wang Bing slowly typed out a question mark. Wang Bing, wait, Lu Chang, what do you mean? You're offering 20,000 for a broken green equipment? What do you mean? Wang Bing, can we make a normal bid? Although this wild dog leather armor had great attributes, it was still just a level 2 equipment. In Wang Bing's view, a few thousand was enough. Lu Chang suddenly offering 20,000 left Wang Bing dumbfounded. Their Xian Niao army had sufficient funds, that was true. But they had 30,000 brothers waiting to be fed. They definitely couldn't spend money like this. Not only was Wang Bing left speechless, but even Lu Chen, who was quietly watching, was a bit stunned. In his mind, only the words "what the hell" remained. Rich people are really ridiculous. Oh, this money is earned by him? Then it's fine. Lu Chang, Captain Wang, we're opponents now, so let's not talk nonsense. 2 gold, are you in or not? Wang Bing? I'm in for a hammer. Lu Chang, anything my daughter can use, even if it's the moon in the sky, I'll buy it, let alone green equipment? Arrogant smoking.jpg, Wang Bing. He was suddenly left speechless. Lu Chen couldn't help but complain. Daughters are really terrifying. Lu Chang, brother Lu, what do you say? Lu Chen, deal, should I mail it to you when I go back, or will you come pick it up yourself? Lu Chang, mail it to me, I'll cover the postage. Lu Chen, brother Chang is generous. Brother Chang is mighty. Lu Chang, grinning.jpg, Lu Chen, then it's settled, I'll get back to work. Lu Chang, go on, go on. Wang Bing, I'm out of here. Just as Lu Chen finished the transaction, the middle-aged man beside him hesitated for a moment and spoke again. Brother, we discussed it, 40 silver. That's our highest price, what do you think? Lu Chun. His expression was somewhat strange as he replied, it's already sold. Ah, the middle-aged man and the others were taken aback, a bit disappointed. No wonder he didn't say anything earlier. Was he selling things privately? Then the middle-aged man curiously asked, didn't expect it to sell so quickly. How much did you sell it for? 2 gold. The crowd's expressions froze, a question mark slowly appearing in their minds. Ignoring the bewildered players, Lu Chen continued his monster hunting journey. As time passed, more and more players reached level 2, and the number of players in the forest increased. Although the experience required for leveling up to level 2 was higher, with a large supply of healing potions, Lu Chen's leveling efficiency was even better than before. He quickly reached level 3. During this time, Lu Chen also returned once. After all, his backpack was full. Even though he now had 60 slots, he couldn't handle every monster dropping items. Among them were 13 small bags, and the rest were all level 2 white gear. Lu Chen planned to go back and sort it out. On the way back, Lu Chen contacted Wang Bing and Lu Chang, asking if they wanted anything. Wait, what did you say? How much gear did you drop? Wang Bing was filled with question marks upon seeing Lu Chen's message. Lu Chang was just as stunned as Wang Bing. How long has it been since then? You dropped a whole backpack of items? In a grassland north of the village, several teams were hunting monsters. These people were well trained and coordinated perfectly. They didn't even communicate throughout the process. The ferocious mutated monsters were like lambs to the slaughter in their hands. Ordinary players saw them and kept their distance. This was the 7th squad of the 3rd Legion of the Xian Bird Army. Wang Bing was among them. He was a warrior, wearing chainmail, wielding a sword and shield. Suddenly, he stopped, his expression becoming quite strange. The team members beside him were momentarily stunned. Captain? What's wrong? Is there something? They knew their captain well. He wasn't the type to get distracted during battle. Why did he suddenly zone out? Wang Bing came back to his senses and waved his hand. You guys keep fighting. I have something to do. Oh. Wang Bing quickly walked aside and chose to voice chat with Lu Chen. On Lu Chen's side, besides Wang Bing, Lu Chang also initiated a voice chat. Seeing this, Lu Chen opened a small room again, and after the three entered, they began to communicate via voice. Wang Bing's eager voice rang out. Lu brother, what you said earlier is true? You really dropped over 40 pieces of gear? Lu Chen smiled. Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Lu Chang also expressed his surprise. And 13 bags? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, everything I said is true. The atmosphere in the chat room fell silent for a moment, then Wang Bing spoke. Lu brother, how about you sell all this gear to us in the Xian Bird Army? Hey! Wang Bing, don't go too far. What do you mean by selling it all? To your Xian Bird Army? What about me? Lu Chang immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Wang Bing cried out in distress. Lu old brother, you don't know, when I brought the gear back earlier, I didn't even know how to distribute it. The brothers who didn't get any have been complaining to me. I'm feeling the pressure here. Lu Chan wasn't buying it. You're feeling pressure, but I'm not? What kind of talk is that? Last time I let you have most of the gear. Don't say I'm heartless. I think asking for half this time isn't too much, right? Wang Bing frowned. No, old brother, why do you need so much gear? This is level 2 gear. It's not level 1. I need to change it for myself and my 2 daughters. Lu Chang said confidently, though he didn't mention that part. He planned to use the equipment he had replaced to form his own team. He could pay this team a salary, allowing them to distribute a small amount of experience to help him level up quickly. In fact, Lu Chang had already considered recruiting public testers into the company to establish a gaming department for Tianyue Group. Lu Chang knew that he was not the only one doing this. All major companies around the world would likely follow suit. This was the tide of the times. If they did not seize the opportunity, Tianyue Group would probably be left far behind. That was why he wanted more equipment to build a better team. For this reason, Lu Chang was very grateful to know Lu Chen. With Lu Chen around, he believed that his team would definitely not be inferior in terms of equipment. With the right gear, their game progress would surely be impressive. At that time, Tianyue Group might gain substantial benefits from this game and even move up a few spots in the global company rankings. Thinking of this, Lu Chang felt a surge of excitement. Tianyue Group was his labor of love, and he naturally hoped it would thrive. On the other side, Wang Bing frowned. He knew that Lu Chang was making a serious request. He also understood that Lu Chang would not just give away the equipment he had discarded. How could he not be clear about Lu Chang's thoughts? However, he had no reason to refuse. Wang Bing's expression changed slightly as he sighed. Since Brother Lu has said so, let's do it this way. This time, give us a bit more of the backpacks. No problem. At that moment, Lu Chen, who had been silent, smiled and said, You don't need to rush. I still have to level up later, and there will be more equipment. Captain Wang, your team's gear will be taken care of. Hearing this, Wang Bing's eyes lit up. His earlier frustration vanished instantly. Right. Lu Chen had already obtained so much equipment in such a short time. How much gear would he have by then? It was unimaginable. With equipment for their mere 7th squad of 100 people. Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Wang Bing quickly said, Brother Lu, if you think highly of me, just call me Brother Wang. From now on, your matters are my matters, and if anyone dares to mess with you in the game, I'll lead the team to back you up. Upon hearing Wang Bing's promise, Lu Chen immediately smiled. Wang Bing was no ordinary person. He was part of the Daxia army, representing the military. With this assurance, ordinary people would not dare to provoke him. This was the benefit of connections. Lu Chen smiled and said, Then I won't be polite, Brother Wang. Alright, when do we trade? I'm heading back to the village now. I'm almost at the village entrance. Lu Chen looked up at the village entrance and spoke. Wang Bing quickly said, Then I'll send someone to meet you right away. Lu Chang also chimed in, I'll send someone over too. By the way, since we're at it, let's trade the green leather armor as well. Wang Bing raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lu Chang had unknowingly gathered manpower. However, neither Lu Chen nor Wang Bing was surprised by this. Tianyue Group was very wealthy, and the power of money was something ordinary people could hardly resist. Alright, let's meet at the village entrance. Okay. The three ended the voice chat. Wang Bing looked around and soon spotted a beautiful woman with a ponytail. His eyes brightened as he waved, Su, come here. Jiang. Su ran over upon hearing this. She saluted seriously. Captain, what's the matter? You go back to the village, find Lu Chen, and trade equipment with him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Su was taken aback, her eyes lighting up. Captain, do you mean Lu Chen has equipment again? They knew that their captain had brought back a batch of equipment before. Jiang Su had received one piece and felt significantly stronger. She also knew that this equipment was bought from a player named Lu Chen. She didn't expect that Lu Chen would have equipment so soon again. That meant their team's gear would definitely be even better. Yes, he does. Wang Bing nodded with a smile. He cleared his throat and said, we need to build a good relationship with Lu Chen. We might have to rely on him for our equipment in the future. Jiang Su didn't catch on to anything and patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, I know how to handle things, I won't offend him. Then you go ahead. Jiang Su turned to leave but suddenly remembered something. I don't know what Lu Chen looks like. He's at the East Village entrance. The young handsome guy with the best equipment is him, Wang Bing described. Lu Chen's features. Oh. Jiang Su nodded and turned to leave. Watching Jiang Su's departing figure, Wang Bing muttered to himself, Brother Lu, don't blame me for using beauty tricks. After all, this equipment is just too tempting. He couldn't believe that a young man full of vigor could resist a beautiful woman sweet-talking him. This time, the advantage was with him, Wang Bing. Lu Chen returned to the village entrance, waiting. Before long, he saw a mature woman with beautiful features and long black hair walking towards him. She smiled and said, Hello, are you Mr. Lu Chen? Lu Chen was taken aback and nodded. I am. Who are you? I am Li Mu, sent by Director Lu to conduct the transaction. Wait a moment, let me confirm. After all, the transaction involved a significant amount of money and Lu Chen couldn't afford to be careless. Okay. Li Mu smiled and nodded. Lu Chen privately messaged Lu Chang and quickly confirmed that she was indeed sent by Lu Chang. He smiled and said, No problem. Then Mr. Lu, shall we proceed with the transaction now? Sure. Brother Chang is trading 2 sets of cloth armor, 1 set of leather armor, and the previously agreed green leather armor, right? Yes, Li Mu nodded. Although Lu Chang had already mentioned it to her, when she confirmed that there was indeed green equipment, Li Mu was still shaken. 20,000. A piece of green equipment actually costs 20,000. Li Mu secretly glanced at Lu Chen, who was organizing the equipment. Over 6 feet tall, handsome, and so capable, with such a good relationship with Director Lu. Li Mu couldn't help but swallow hard. This man was extraordinary. All right. Oh, okay. Li Mu's smile was sweet. Choosing to trade, Lu Chen placed the equipment one by one while Li Mu handed the prepared money to Lu Chen. Check if there are any issues. No need, you have such a good relationship with Director Lu, there won't be any problems, Li Mu said with a smile. Of course, she had already counted everything during the transaction, and there were indeed no issues. By the way, Mr. Lu, Director Lu said that I will be responsible for future transactions. Let's add each other as friends. Actually, Li Mu wanted to add Lu Chen as a friend earlier, but the system notified her that Lu Chen refused to chat with strangers and also refused to add strangers as friends. She could only say it face to face. All right. Lu Chen nodded and added Li Mu as a friend. Just then, a beautiful woman with a ponytail, looking somewhat spirited, walked over. The woman didn't look at Li Mu and asked Lu Chen, Hello, are you Mr. Lu Chen? Lu Chen nodded, I am. The woman immediately stood straight and saluted. Jian Bird Army, 3rd Legion, 7th Team Mage Jiang Su reporting. I am here to trade equipment with you. Lu Chen was taken aback. So she was a soldier, no wonder she looked so serious. Li Mu beside her couldn't help but think, this woman looks good, but she acts like a man. How can that have a woman's charm? Then she saw Lu Chen smiling brightly. Hello, Jiang Su. Li Mu? He wasn't this happy when he faced her just now. Mr. Lu actually likes this type? Li Mu secretly noted it down, planning to try to learn a bit. Lu Chen confirmed with Wang Bing as usual. After confirming there were no issues, Lu Chen traded the remaining equipment in small bag to Jiang Su. As for the transaction records, Lu Chen sent them to Lu Chang and Wang Bing separately. After all, this was a transaction, and it was better to be cautious. After the trade, Jiang Su also proposed to add each other as friends. Lu Chen naturally accepted gladly. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Lu, Jiang Su said decisively. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Alright, you go ahead. If you need anything, Mr. Lu can come find our 7th team. We will definitely do our best to help friends, Jiang Su said with a smile. Lu Chen also smiled back. Watching Jiang Su leave, Li Mu quickly said, Then I'll be going too. Goodbye, Mr. Lu. Lu Chen smiled and bid farewell to Li Mu. After the two left, Lu Chen looked at his balance. Level 2 equipment sold for 7 silver coins each, with over 40 pieces in total, adding up to more than 3 gold. There were also 13 backpacks, which brought in over 1 gold. Plus, the green leather armor sold for 2 gold. In total, he had made over 6 gold. Another 60,000 or so. This feels great. Lu Chen even felt a bit unreal, especially with the earnings from earlier. In just a few hours, he had made nearly 100,000 just from selling equipment. This was 100,000. Previously, he had to work himself to the bone for a year to earn this much. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could pay off his debts. Lu Chen was instantly filled with motivation. Just like before, he exchanged 3 gold for cash, keeping the remaining 3 gold as a reserve. After dealing with the equipment, Lu Chen continued to hunt monsters. The number of players at the edge of the forest was increasing. After reaching level 3, Lu Chen ventured deeper into the forest. The deeper area still had mutated wild dogs, but they had now reached level 3. Level 3 mutated wild dogs had an attack of 9 points and 150 health. There were significantly fewer players here compared to the outskirts. Of course, this didn't mean that there were only a few players at this level in their novice village. There were training areas in all 4 directions of the village, and level 3 monsters were not exclusive to this spot. Higher level players were simply spread out. Lu Chen continued to hunt monsters. The level 3 wild monsters dropped items that were also gray and white. Since the last wild dog leather armor, he hadn't seen any green items. It could only be said that he had been really lucky back then. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly saw 3 mutated wild dogs gathered around a large tree, and at the base of the tree, it seemed there was a chest hidden in the bushes. Lu Chen cast his detection spell. Old wooden chest, there seems to be something inside. Is it a treasure chest? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. At that moment, he discovered that this wooden chest, like the monsters, also had a drop list. This made Lu Chen even more excited, as it meant he could specify the dropped items from the chest just like when fighting monsters. He quickly opened the drop list. The first 6 items on the list were all green, with some white and gray items following. This thrilled Lu Chen immensely. 6 green items, indeed. He hurriedly began to check. Lu Chen had previously noticed that the arrangement of the drop list was based on the rarity of the items. For items of the same quality, the lower the drop rate, the more precious they were, and the higher their position. The first item was a skill book. Beginner. Regeneration, level 1 passive skill, restores 1 health point per second. Requirement, all classes. Drop rate, 0.0001%. A skill book for all classes? And it's a passive skill. Although 1 health point per second doesn't seem like much, it's passive, meaning it can restore 1 point even in combat. It's worth noting that even when out of combat, a typical player only restores 1 point per second. This is equivalent to being in a constant state of recovery. This could save Lu Chen a lot of health potions. A little divine skill. The second item was a stone. Minor attribute stone, strength, permanently increases strength by 1 point upon use. Drop rate, 0.0009%. Another good item. Lu Chen was incredibly delighted. The player attributes in this game could carry over to reality, and 1 point of strength was a tangible boost. The third item was a 2-handed sword. Training greatsword, attack plus 12, strength plus 1, required level 3, drop rate 0.06%. Still a good item. 12 points of attack, almost double the level 3 white greatsword he had, plus 1 point of strength. Very strong. The next 3 items were also equipment. A piece of chainmail bracers, a cloth robe, and a pair of cloth boots. All good items that added attributes. Lu Chen was stunned. So many good things, he wanted them all. Unfortunately, although the drop rate items from the treasure chest were more than those from ordinary monsters, he could only designate 3 at most. After some hesitation, Lu Chen ultimately chose basic regeneration, minor attribute stone, strength, and the greatsword. The first 2 needed no explanation. Skills and attributes would still provide bonuses even at higher levels. However, equipment has a time limit. Lu Chen chose the weapon that would enhance him the most. After designating, Lu Chen also specified the drops from the 3 corrupted wild dogs. Nearby, all white equipment. Then he charged forward with the greatsword. At the cost of 2 healing potions, Lu Chen narrowly defeated the 3 corrupted wild dogs. After picking up the drops, Lu Chen eagerly opened the treasure chest. 3 green orbs floated out, making Lu Chen's heart race. Even though he had designated drops, he had only received 1 green item so far. One could only say this game was too stingy. After putting all 3 items in his bag, Lu Chen immediately learned the skills. Then he used the attribute stone, raising his strength to 14 points. Finally, Lu Chen equipped the green greatsword. It must be said, green equipment truly lived up to its name. It looked much better than the rusty broken sword he had. The blade was smooth and glimmered coldly. Just by its appearance, it was clear it was extraordinary. After equipping this greatsword, Lu Chen's attack directly reached 27 points. Killing level 3 wild wolves became much easier, taking just a few strikes to finish them off. Before long, Lu Chen's backpack was full again. He felt a bit helpless, such a high drop rate was quite troublesome. He often had to clear out his backpack. He currently had 60 slots, but for his drop rate, it was completely insufficient. It filled up after defeating 60 monsters. At his current efficiency, defeating 60 monsters would take at most half an hour. If only there were larger bags to drop. Lu Chen muttered to himself and sent messages to Wang Bing and Lu Chang again. When they heard that Lu Chen had a full backpack of level 3 equipment, both Wang Bing and Lu Chang sent friendly question marks. Wang Bing, wait, brother Lu, your equipment update speed has surpassed our leveling speed, right? There are hardly any in our team who have reached level 3, and you just pulled out dozens of level 3 items? Lu Chang, brother, I just hit level 3. Your equipment came at the perfect time. Lu Chang had money and specifically paid players to team up with him, taking 80% of the experience. This was the highest experience share available in a team. Most other players were practically working for him, so his leveling speed was not slow. However, even so, his leveling speed still lagged behind Lu Chen's. Wang Bing, Lu Dong, just like last time. Don't think you can take more. Lu Chang, don't worry, am I that kind of person? Brother Lu, shall we trade like last time? Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, I'll send you a location, you let the person trading come directly to me. I still need to level up, running back would waste too much time. Wang Bing, no problem. Lu Chang, you send the address, I'll have someone come right away. Lu Chen's ability to produce so much equipment in such a short time raised his status in the eyes of the two. The conditions Lu Chen proposed, not to mention there being no difficulties, even if there were, they would find ways to meet them. Alright, I'll send you the address now, so I can still kill a few monsters. Lu Chen sent the address and then continued to grind monsters. However, because his backpack was full, Lu Chen could not pick up the drops from the monsters he killed, so he had to leave them on the ground for now. In a short time, the dropped items would not refresh. If it really respawns, then there's nothing to be done. We can't just avoid fighting monsters, right? Thus, a strange phenomenon appeared within a radius of several hundred meters deep in the forest. The ground was littered with the corpses of demonic wild dogs, each body still floating with a white light orb. After a while, a 5-person team happened to arrive in this area while hunting monsters. Upon seeing the corpses and the white light orbs on the ground, they all froze, a multitude of question marks appearing in their minds. What is this on the ground? So many white items? Holy crap, there's a white item on every corpse? Which god is hunting monsters here? And aren't they picking up the loot? At that moment, a young woman suddenly thought of something and widened her eyes. I just remembered a legend from the village. What legend? The others asked, puzzled. I heard that there's a big shot in our novice village who always drops white items when fighting monsters, just like the situation now. The young woman's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. I thought this was just a legend. I can't believe it's actually true. The others gasped, making a significant contribution to the warming of the game world. Is this for real? Is there really such a godly person? One young man exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Isn't the evidence right in front of us? The young woman pointed at the piles of white light orbs on the ground. The players in the team fell silent, looking at the white light orbs on the ground. They were on the verge of tears from envy. Let's go in and see why that legendary big shot isn't picking up the loot. Curiously, they walked further in. Before long, they heard the sounds of battle. Their hearts jolted and they hurried over. Then they saw a handsome young man clad in full chainmail and wielding a sharp greatsword fighting monsters. The young man's attacks were simply outrageous. He could kill a demonic wild dog with just 7 or 8 strikes, his speed terrifying. Moreover, after defeating a few monsters, he didn't even rest to recover health, simply using health potions instead. This made the players' eyes nearly pop out. They were already level 3, considered experienced players, but they had never seen anyone fight like this. Lu Chen also noticed someone approaching. After killing a demonic wild dog, he looked over. The players immediately ran over with smiles. Hello, big shot. Hello. The young woman speaking looked like she was about to burst with excitement. Although she had heard of this big shot's legend, she didn't know he was this handsome. Such an impressive and handsome big shot. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. The others also greeted Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled. Hello, what can I do for you? Nothing much. We just suddenly noticed there are so many corpses here, and a lot of equipment left unpicked, so we were curious and came to take a look. Yeah, big shot, aren't you going to pick up all these items? It would be such a waste if they respawn. Lu Chen smiled helplessly. My backpack is full. Players. The air fell silent for a moment. The 4 short words, my backpack is full, brought them immense shock. They thought of how they had fought desperately against hundreds of monsters, and none of them had filled their backpacks yet. And this big shot? His backpack was full, and he couldn't pick up all these white items on the ground. How heartbreaking. But thinking of the number of items on the ground, the players felt they could understand a bit. The young woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 20-slot backpack given by the system seems a bit small. The others nodded repeatedly, indicating that they often filled their backpacks and were troubled by it. This should mean they wouldn't be looked down upon by the big shot, right? Lu Chen was taken aback. My backpack is 60 slots. Players? ? What's going on? Isn't the system given backpack 20 slots? Why does he have 60 slots? They exchanged glances, realizing that several of them looked somewhat bewildered, seeing their bewildered expressions. Lu Chen chuckled. You guys didn't know that monsters drop small bags? Lu Chen posted the attributes of a small bag. Upon seeing the attributes, the players in the team were stunned. What is this? Did these little monsters drop this? The young man with yellow hair, who looked like the team leader, nearly had his eyes pop out. Little monsters can drop such artifacts? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Big shot, don't lie to us. This must have dropped from an elite monster, right? They refused to believe it. Lu Chen shrugged. It's dropped by little monsters. Each little monster has a chance to drop this thing. The players, 6, they were about to say something when two beauties who could easily score a 7 out of 10 in looks walked over. Hello, Mr. Lu. Li Mu said seriously as she jogged over to greet him. She was learning from Jiang Su's decisive manner. She had seen Lu Chen respond well to this approach before. Lu Chen looked at Li Mu with some confusion, wondering what was up with her. She seemed normal last time, but now she looked a bit awkward. Hello, Miss Li. Jiang Su, standing beside him, saluted Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, Jiang Su reporting in. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Miss Jiang, no need to be so serious. I'm not a soldier. Jiang Su shook her head. You are a distinguished person as per the captain's orders, so as a soldier, I must salute. Lu Chen helplessly went along with it. He smiled at the two of them. Let's start trading, but there's a situation. You can see the items on the ground. My backpack is full, so I can't pick them up. If you want them, you can take them back. As soon as he said this, Li Mu and Jiang Su's eyes lit up and they said in unison, Mr. Lu, I want it. The two paused and looked at each other, a spark of competition igniting in their eyes. Just as they were about to compete, Lu Chen nodded. Then let's trade a bit. First, let's finish trading what's in my backpack and then I'll pick up the others and discuss with Brother Wang and Brother Chang. Hearing this, Li Mu and Jiang Su realized there was no room for them to maneuver. Li Mu pretended to be serious and nodded. Everything will be as Mr. Lu commands. Lu Chen looked at Li Mu and couldn't help but ask, Are you okay? Are you feeling sick? Jiang Su, although she was a soldier, she was still a woman and could guess a bit of Li Mu's thoughts. Jiang Su was quite supportive of Li Mu's awkwardness. Li Mu felt a bit flustered upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly laughed. Aha, I'm fine, Mr. Lu, no need to worry. Oh, as long as you're fine, Lu Chen didn't think much of it. Then let's start trading. The few of them traded all the items in the backpack as previously discussed. Then Lu Chen picked up all the dropped items from the ground and discussed the selling plan with Wang Bing and Lu Chang. After that, Lu Chen traded with Li Mu and Jiang Su. Mr. Lu, there are a total of 2 gold and 70 silver here. Please check. Mr. Lu, here is 2 gold and 60 silver. Li Mu and Jiang Su traded the gold coins to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, feeling quite fulfilled as he now had over 5 gold coins in hand. That's over 50,000. Alright, when I need to trade again, I'll notify Brother Wang and Brother Chang. Then we'll take our leave. Li Mu and Jiang Su bid farewell to Lu Chen and turned to leave. Since Li Mu and Jiang Su arrived, the 5-player team nearby had fallen silent. They listened to the conversation, feeling as if they were dreaming. Military personnel were actually trading with a big shot, and it seemed like a long-term collaboration. This big shot is too impressive. Moreover, in such a short time, the big shot earned over 5 gold coins. That's over 50,000. A few of them had envious tears streaming down their faces. Wow, aren't you guys leaving? A few players snapped back to reality. The young woman opened her mouth and said, Big boss, I seek sponsorship. Lu Chen? Other players? The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. The young woman cleared her throat. My mistake. Big boss, I seek to be carried. Others quickly reacted. Big boss, please carry me. I can offer my flower. Big boss, please let me cling to your leg. Lu Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. I'm very busy, goodbye. He turned and left. In the young woman's eyes, Lu Chen instantly transformed into a cold and ruthless CEO, her mind already playing out a 30-episode romance drama. Next, Lu Chen continued to grind monsters. Whenever his backpack was about to be full, he would notify Wang Bing and Lu Chang to send someone to collect the equipment. This way, Lu Chen wouldn't have to run back and forth, significantly increasing his leveling efficiency. Hours passed, and Lu Chen reached level 4. The mutated wild dogs in the entire forest were at most level 3, and the monsters here could no longer meet Lu Chen's leveling needs. He chose to leave the forest. Beyond the forest lay a range of mountains. Within the mountains, there were numerous mutated wild wolves. The mutated wild wolves stood nearly 1 meter, 3 tall, completely black, baring their teeth, looking quite ferocious. They traveled in packs, with at least 3 together. Their levels ranged from 4 to 5. For an average person, even a small team of 5 would find it difficult to level up here. Even Lu Chen had to be cautious. If he accidentally attracted 4 or 5 mutated wild wolves, he would be running around in a panic. However, if it was just 3 mutated wild wolves, Lu Chen could still handle them. After all, he was fully equipped with level 3 chainmail and green gear, plus he had a basic regeneration passive that allowed him to recover some health. Although it was a bit challenging, the efficiency was not low. Because there were so many mutated wild wolves, Lu Chen didn't need to spend time searching for monsters, he just had to fight his way through. After killing the mutated wild wolves, Lu Chen designated the dropped equipment and quickly changed into a full set of level 4 gear. Even the level 4 mutated wild wolves only took away 2 or 3 drops of health with each hit. His monster killing efficiency increased even more. The only downside was that this damn game required too much experience to level up. Otherwise, at his speed, he would have leveled up long ago. However, it was a bit troublesome that due to continuous monster grinding, Lu Chen's healing potions were depleting quickly. Originally, he had 200 healing potions, but now only 30 remained. He planned to use up these healing potions before heading back. This time, besides buying healing potions, Lu Chen also intended to buy some mana potions. Lu Chen had a heavy strike skill from the beginning. While grinding monsters, he sometimes used it, and just now, he discovered that his heavy strike skill had leveled up to level 2. Heavy strike, level 2, launch a powerful attack dealing 130% damage. The damage increased by 10% compared to level 1 heavy strike. If this rate of increase continues, when the heavy strike skill reaches level 8, it will deal 200% damage. That would be a decent damage skill. So Lu Chen planned to practice the skill as well. Since skills consume mana, Lu Chen decided to buy some mana potions for emergencies. After all, using skills continuously can be quite mana consuming. Time passed, and Lu Chen had been in the game for 12 hours. His healing potions were finally running low, with only 12 left. Just as Lu Chen was about to use up these last few potions and head back, he suddenly heard a somewhat different wolf howl. He paused and looked in the direction of the howl. It came from deep within a pile of rocks. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be a boss? He felt a surge of excitement. How could one play a game without fighting a boss? Bosses represented massive experience and various good equipment. He hurriedly made his way toward the direction of the wolf howl. Arriving at the pile of rubble, Lu Chen quickly spotted a black wild wolf over 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, crouched on a piece of bluestone resting. Indeed, it was different from ordinary wild wolves. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. Bloodfang, Elite, Level, 5 Health, 400 Attack, 29 Description, originally an ordinary demonized wild wolf raised by a minor demon chief. It has transformed into an elite monster. Seeing the information about this wild wolf, Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp. A level 5 ordinary demonized wild wolf only had 180 health. But this elite monster's health had doubled. Its attack had also increased by nearly double. This was an elite. How outrageous could higher level monsters be? However, Lu Chen estimated that with his current strength and the health potions he had, he should be able to defeat this Bloodfang. What puzzled Lu Chen was the monster's description. It indicated that this Bloodfang seemed to be a pet of a minor demon chief. He just didn't know what kind of monster that minor demon chief was. So far, Lu Chen had yet to encounter any minor demons. Not wanting to think too much, Lu Chen directly began the most important step. He opened the loot list. A series of green items nearly blinded Lu Chen. He glanced through it and found that most were equipment and materials. However, the first item on the list surprised Lu Chen greatly. Unknown necklace, Elite, A. Necklace from the belly of Bloodfang. Perhaps someone in the village knows its origin. Drop rate, 0.25%, unique. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen a unique drop. This meant that this item might be related to a unique quest. Unique quests, just thinking about it made him realize how generous the rewards could be. Without a second thought, Lu Chen selected this item. The second item was a piece of green chainmail armor. Bloodfang Battle Armor, Elite, Chainmail, Defense plus 59, Strength plus 3, required level, 5 drop rate. 0.07%. The attributes of this equipment were better than all the green gear Lu Chen had seen before. It directly added 3 points to strength, and the defense was outrageous, reaching as high as 59 points. Lu Chen's current level 4 white chainmail only added 35 points to defense, although the drop rate of this equipment was higher than that of the unknown necklace. The uniqueness of the unknown necklace clearly made it much more precious. This elite monster could drop 2 items. Lu Chen looked through the other equipment and materials and found nothing better than the Bloodfang battle armor. As for the unknown necklace, it was definitely a must select. So, Lu Chen chose these 2 items. After designating them, Lu Chen charged forward with his great sword. He had to admit that Bloodfang's strength was much greater than that of an ordinary demonized wild wolf. Each hit could take away 9 points of Lu Chen's health. This was significantly higher than the damage from an ordinary demonized wild wolf. Moreover, Bloodfang was also more agile than an ordinary demonized wild wolf. Even though Lu Chen had improved his combat skills significantly since he first entered the game, he still found himself dodging some attacks. However, Lu Chen was also able to evade some attacks himself. With healing potions in hand, he could outlast it. There was a small twist Lu Chen didn't expect. That Bloodfang actually had skills. His detection spell could only reveal the most basic information and didn't uncover any skills. In that moment, Lu Chen was hit and lost 20 health points, but fortunately, he was keeping track of his health, otherwise, it would have been dangerous. In the end, it was a close call. With a howl, Bloodfang fell to the ground, and Lu Chen completed the kill. Looking at the 2 green orbs of light floating above Bloodfang's corpse, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly picked them up. After that, he glanced at the 4 remaining healing potions, didn't linger, and headed back. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he planned to first check in the village to see if the unknown necklace was related to a unique quest. Back in the village, the first native Lu Chen thought to ask was the pharmacy owner. Coincidentally, he intended to buy some healing potions and mana potions. So, Lu Chen went straight to the potion shop. Now that players had gotten into the swing of things, everyone was fighting small monsters, occasionally dropping some gray items. Gray items could be sold for money. If they dropped equipment, selling it in the square would yield even more. Many people could now afford potions. As a result, there were significantly more customers in the potion shop than before. However, most regular players were not financially well off. At most, they could buy 1 or 2 potions for survival, and they dared not hope for more. With that little money, it was hard to even get the potion owner's attention. Thus, under the expressionless face of the potion shop owner, one by one, players bought their potions and left. Lu Chen, as a law-abiding citizen, did not cut in line. Soon, it was his turn. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the potion shop owner's originally cold face did a complete 180, revealing a gentle and sweet smile. "Hey there, handsome. It's you. Here to buy potions?" Many players were left dumbfounded. They watched the potion shop owner's transformation as if he had changed faces, their eyes nearly popping out. "Wait, he clearly treats us like air, so why does he change so quickly when he sees this guy?" "Exactly. It's just like when my favorite streamer sees a rich player. That hurts, bro." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'll take 300 apprentice healing potions and 100 apprentice mana potions." "Wow, you're so straightforward, handsome." The potion shop owner's smile grew even brighter. The many players waiting to buy potions were stunned. How much did he buy? 300 apprentice healing potions, 100 apprentice mana potions, 80 copper each, totaling 3 gold and 20 silver. Some mathematicians had already started calculating. By the end, everyone swallowed hard. Over 3 gold? That's over 30,000 coins. What kind of family can afford to buy potions like that? Is he from some big guild in the village? Impossible. The game has just started and no big guilds have formed yet. Even Lu Chang, the chairman of Tianyue Group who has gathered a bunch of people, wouldn't spend so extravagantly on potions. Unless it's a procurement from the Xianbird army. The Xianbird army's procurement just left not long ago. It can't be them. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their minds filled with questions. Over 3 gold might not seem like much to a wealthy player, but even rich players wouldn't buy so many potions at once. Who was this big shot? For a moment, everyone felt Lu Chen was incredibly mysterious. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Boss, you see, I'm a regular customer. Can you give me a discount?" The potion shop owner smiled slightly. "Who are you, handsome?" "Lu Chen." He twitched his mouth and handed over 3 gold and 20 silver. "Hee, thanks, boss." Lu Chen looked curiously at the excited potion shop owner. "Boss, why do you like gold coins so much?" The potion shop owner glanced at Lu Chen and smiled. "You wouldn't understand." Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't ask further. He took out the unknown necklace that had dropped from Bloodfong. It was a necklace made of several ancient white stones tied together, looking rather unremarkable. He waved the necklace in front of the potion shop owner and asked, "Boss, do you know what this necklace is?" The potion shop owner looked up and upon seeing the necklace, his expression changed. "This is. Let me see." Seeing the potion shop owner getting a bit excited, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. This could be promising. The potion shop owner should know about this item. Other players, seeing this, were curiously looking at the counter. "What is that necklace?" "I don't know," but the potion shop owner's expression changed so quickly. "It must be something special. Can someone tell me who this big shot is? He seems really impressive, even familiar to the natives." "I know this big shot. He's apparently the husband of the goddess of luck." "What? The one who drops only common items every time he kills a monster?" "Oh, it's him, no wonder." The crowd suddenly realized, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at Lu Chen. This big shot represented a wealth of equipment and money. If they could get close to him, cling to his leg, they would surely soar. A few female players, who considered themselves quite attractive, exchanged glances, their thoughts taking a different turn. Unfortunately, when they tried to send him a private message, they found that Lu Chen had actually disabled private chats from strangers. This dashed their hopes completely. Lu Chen handed the necklace to the potion shop owner. The owner looked at the necklace, her expression shifting repeatedly, her gaze somewhat complicated. Seeing that the potion shop owner remained silent, Lu Chen asked, "Boss, do you know the origin of this item?" The potion shop owner came to her senses. She looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Where did you get this necklace?" Lu Chen replied honestly, "It dropped from an elite-level mutated wolf I killed." "Elite mutated wolf. I see, no wonder." The potion shop owner murmured something, then looked at Lu Chen with a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect you to be only level 4 and already able to kill elite wolves? Not bad, young man." Lu Chen smiled. "Boss, no need to flatter me, just tell me about this necklace." The potion shop owner returned the necklace to Lu Chen and said, "Go to the center of the village and find the village chief. He will tell you." Involving the village chief? It must be something special. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart as he took the necklace. "Thanks, boss." After bidding farewell to the owner, Lu Chen left the potion shop under the watchful eyes of many players. He headed straight for the center of the village. In the center of the village, there was a small courtyard made of stone. The door to the courtyard was open, but players who entered always came out sideways, never alive. It was practically a den of dragons and tigers. Lu Chen had seen players come out sideways a few times and had never considered going in. However, many players knew that it was the village chief's home. Outside the small courtyard, several players were lingering. They wanted to see if they could pick up any quests from the village chief. It was obvious that the village chief was the most important person in the village. Who else in the entire village would likely have quests? No need to think too hard, it had to be the village chief. They knew entering the village chief's courtyard would get them killed, so they waited outside for him to come out. When Lu Chen arrived, he stepped right in. The players lingering nearby were momentarily taken aback. After all, Lu Chen moved too quickly, without a hint of hesitation. They widened their eyes and exchanged glances. Did someone just go in? Yeah, is that guy an idiot? Doesn't he know he can't force his way into the village's courtyard? Maybe he's a newbie? He'll find out after he dies once. This was Lu Chen's first time entering the village chief's courtyard, and he found the yard overgrown with weeds, desolate. Lu Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect the village chief's courtyard to look like this. It seemed as if no one had lived here for many years. In the center of the courtyard stood a stone house. Lu Chen quickly noticed an old man slumped on the stone slab outside the house. The old man had gray hair, disheveled, and held a wine jar in his hand. His clothes were filthy, and even from a distance, Lu Chen could smell a foul odor. Lu Chen cast a detection spell and saw that the old man was indeed the village chief. His expression somewhat strange. Is this really the village chief? Anyone who didn't know would think he was a beggar. After all, he looked too shabby. The village chief seemed to sense someone had entered. He lifted his head and looked at Lu Chen. Only then did Lu Chen see the village chief's face full of wrinkles, his gaze hazy, looking quite drunk. The next moment, Lu Chen noticed the village chief stand up, anger flashing across his face. You outsiders should mind your own business. Why are you bothering me? Seeking death. Lu Chen felt an incredibly terrifying aura emanating from the village chief. His body began to tremble involuntarily. Damn, this old beggar. No, this old village chief is so impressive. As Lu Chen watched the old village chief prepare to take action, he quickly said, Wait, village chief, the potion shop owner sent me. The village chief paused, swayed slightly in place, and then spoke, Oh, it's the matchmaker. What do you need from me? Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. In his heart, he almost got beaten to death by the village chief. He took out an unknown necklace and said, Village chief, do you know what this is? Before he could finish his sentence, he realized the village chief had somehow appeared right in front of him. The necklace in his hand had unknowingly ended up in the village chief's grasp. The old village chief, who had originally appeared drunken and wrinkled, stared blankly at the necklace in his hand, tears streaming down his face. Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Seeing the old village chief staring at the necklace in a daze, Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided not to interrupt. This necklace clearly had a significant connection to the old village chief. If he disturbed him now, it probably wouldn't end well. Lu Chen stood still and waited. He waited for more than 10 minutes. Finally, the old village chief came back to his senses, wiped his face with his hand, and looked up at Lu Chen. Little guy, I made you witness something embarrassing. The village chief's voice was no longer as menacing as it had been at first, but it carried an indescribable sense of weariness, with a hint of hoarseness. Lu Chen smiled. Everyone has their moments of misfortune. He thought of how he and his mother had been in tears when his father had just passed away. Seeing the complex expression on Lu Chen's face, the old village chief chuckled, Hee hee, it seems you've had some experiences too, little guy. Lu Chen smiled. If I hadn't gone through those experiences, I would be very happy. Indeed. The village chief sighed and then asked, Do you know whose necklace this is? Lu Chen shook his head. It's my grandson's. Your grandson? Lu Chen was taken aback, somewhat astonished. Yes, my grandson. I wonder if the matchmaker has told you about the origins of us natives? The village chief looked at Lu Chen. The potion shop owner? She mentioned it to me. It seems the matchmaker thinks highly of you. The village chief smiled. We, after all, are souls who have lost our homes and even our lives. But in this game world, we are no different from ordinary people. We can breathe the same air as you players, and just like in reality, we can marry and have children. My grandson came into being this way. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that one could actually marry and have children in this world. Wait. Lu Chen thought of a question. If players married natives, could they have children then? He pondered for a long time but couldn't figure it out. The village chief continued. My son was the leader of our clan back then and the greatest player. At his peak, he even reached demigod level, capable of dominating a star domain. Unfortunately, our planet was ultimately devoured by demonic energy, and he, like us, died in battle. After coming to this world, he felt guilty for betraying our trust, for letting down our entire clan. After we were settled, he went to the central continent. You must have seen the central continent. Lu Chen recalled the enormous continent he had seen when he first entered the game, which was billions of times larger than the Orion Novice continent they were currently on. Lu Chen nodded. I saw it. He believed that this game encompasses the entire universe, that it can contain our souls, and surely it must have a way to resurrect us. So, he took my daughter-in-law to the central continent, hoping to find this method of resurrection, wanting to bring our clan back to life. Because the journey was too dangerous, my young grandson was left behind. Lu Chen looked at the necklace in the old village chief's hand, and his heart began to speculate. We were all powerful players in our lifetime, but after only our souls remain, our strength is reduced to a mere fraction. Moreover, we have tasks assigned to us by the cosmic server, making it difficult to leave the village. However, the offspring born in the game world are different, they can leave freely. Just half a year ago, a rift from the demon realm appeared outside the village, and a batch of little demons was teleported here. My grandson wanted to investigate the situation, but he never returned. I never expected to see my grandson's necklace here. The old village chief looked at the necklace in his hand, tears streaming down his face once more. In this world, we are essentially souls. To die here means the annihilation of the soul. We cannot resurrect like you players, but experience true death. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment and comforted him. Old village chief, my condolences. Once a person dies, they cannot come back to life. The old village chief let out a slight sigh and said, Thank you, little one. You have retrieved the necklace my grandson left behind, which somewhat alleviates my regret. This skill book is just right for you, so I will give it to you. The old village chief flipped his hand, revealing a skill book. Thank you, village chief. Lu Chen naturally did not refuse. He took it and, upon looking, his eyes widened in shock. Battle Intent, Level 1 Passive Skill. After entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 10%. Requirement, Warrior Class. This is a passive skill. As long as you enter combat, you will receive a 10% boost to all attributes. This is equivalent to a permanent attribute enhancement. Currently, the attributes are relatively low, so the effect may not be very noticeable, but once the attributes increase, this boost will be outrageous. Moreover, this is only a level 1 skill. As the skill level increases, the enhancement will surely be greater. Just thinking about it shows how powerful it is. This skill would still be considered a divine skill even in the later stages. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had merely picked up this necklace and received such a good reward. Wasn't that a bit too much? He mumbled to himself, but his hand moved on its own, slapping the skill to learn it. My hand has a mind of its own. After Lu Chen learned the skill, the village chief spoke up. Little one, ever since the little demons were teleported here, there has been no news of them. The village has sent out many investigators, but they have achieved little. I hope you can help investigate the little demon situation. I wonder if you would be willing? A system prompt sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Ding, mission discovered, investigate the whereabouts of the little demons, will you accept? Lu Chen was even happier. There was actually a mission. He glanced at the mission description. Mission, investigate the traces of the little demons. Description, traces of little demons have appeared in Silvermoon Village, and the village chief hopes you can investigate their whereabouts. Reward, experience points, 2 gold coins, minor skill stone. There wasn't much else, mainly that minor skill stone. Lu Chen looked and found it was a treasure that could enhance skill levels. Such a good item existed? Lu Chen originally thought skill upgrades could only be done gradually, but he didn't expect there to be a shortcut. Even if it was just for that minor skill stone, Lu Chen had to accept the mission. He nodded, no problem, it's what I should do. The old village chief smiled, then I will trouble you. Lu Chen repeatedly said it was no trouble, then bid farewell to the old village chief and turned to leave the chief's small courtyard. As Lu Chen left, the old village chief trembled as he sat back at the entrance of the stone house. He looked at the necklace in his hand, lost in thought for a long time. After a while, the old village chief sighed. Ming, I'm sorry for you. Outside the village chief's small courtyard, the players who were wandering around were starting to doubt their lives. Ever since Lu Chen entered the small courtyard, they had been waiting to see the show. They even bet on how long it would take for Lu Chen to be thrown out. However, Lu Chen had been inside for almost half an hour and still hadn't come out. This left them somewhat perplexed. One of the players couldn't help but say, did that kid die in there? Upon hearing this, the other's eyes lit up. It's very possible. Otherwise, we can't explain why he hasn't come out yet. Exactly, everyone else has died and come out. There's no reason this kid would be different. It seems he must have died in there. Before the player could finish, they saw the small courtyard door open, and Lu Chen swaggered out. A few people widened their eyes, mouths slightly agape, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, they snapped out of their daze and rushed over. Hey, no, big brother, wait a moment. Hearing the voice, Lu Chen turned to look. He saw a few players jogging over, their faces full of eagerness. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? One slightly chubby player smiled and said, Big brother, how did you manage to come out alive from in there? Lu Chen realized that these players must have seen the dead players in the village chief's courtyard, and now seeing him come out alive, they were a bit puzzled. Lu Chen chuckled. It's nothing, I just had a task. A task? The others' eyes widened, disbelief written all over their faces. They belonged to the exploration type of players who prided themselves on discovering hidden quests in the novice village and then soaring to great heights. There were quite a few players like them. After all, there were too many players fighting monsters outside, and the monsters were tough. Leveling up through fighting was really hard and exhausting. A small portion of players tried to take a different path. They were dedicated to finding hidden quests in the novice village to strike it rich. Unfortunately, up until now, no player had truly discovered a hidden quest. So now, someone was actually claiming to have a task. This certainly shocked the few players. Their eyes were almost popping out. Big brother, what kind of task are you doing? Can you tell us? The chubby player rubbed his hands together, looking eager to please. Lu Chen glanced at them and shook his head. You guys shouldn't even think about it. You can't do it. Ha? Why not? Lu Chen smiled. Can you fight a level 5 elite monster? The players were taken aback. A question mark slowly emerged in their minds. A level 5 elite monster? Ha, big brother, don't joke around. I'm not bragging, but I could die fighting a level 3 normal monster. Lu Chen replied. That's indeed not bragging. He smiled. The task item drops from a level 5 elite monster. If you can't fight it, then don't even think about it. Upon hearing this, the players exchanged glances, each looking like a deflated balloon, especially the chubby one, who looked exactly the same. Seeing their dejected expressions, Lu Chen shook his head. Instead of waiting for a task here, you might as well work hard to level up. This game is related to reality. Wasting a bit of time is irresponsible to yourself. After saying that, Lu Chen didn't care about their reactions and turned to leave. The reason he reminded them was mainly because the old village chief's words had stimulated him. Although he didn't know how strong demigods were, being able to dominate a star domain, one could imagine they were incredibly powerful figures. If such a figure couldn't protect their own race, it put a lot of pressure on Lu Chen. This kind of pressure shouldn't be borne by him alone, right? Aren't we all humans? Shouldn't we save ourselves together? Lu Chen certainly hoped that the more strong people there were, the better. This way, their Yuan star could be safe. After replenishing supplies, Lu Chen left the village again. He planned to investigate the whereabouts of the little demon. Lu Chen didn't know where the little demon was before he left. He asked the village chief, who only knew it was on the east side of the village. As for the specific location, the village chief was also unclear. The east side of the village was so vast that searching for it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Lu Chen had one clue, which was the blood fawn he had killed earlier. The description of blood fawn was that it was a demonized wild wolf raised by the little demon leader. Since it was a pet, blood fawn shouldn't be too far from its owner. Starting from the location where blood fawn was killed, the probability of finding the whereabouts of the little demon should be higher. Naturally, the place Lu Chen is heading to is Bloodfang's location. More and more players are gathering in the eastern part of the village. It's clear that most of the players who obtained the open beta slots have already entered the game. In the fields, there are even elderly people in their 60s entangled with the big black rats. There are also 15 or 16-year-old children screaming after being bitten. The number of players in the forest has also increased significantly. Even in the mountains, shadows of some high-end teams have begun to appear. Lu Chen arrived at the pile of rubble where Bloodfang used to be. Behind the pile of rubble lies a continuous mountain range. Lu Chen chose to venture deep into the mountains. Along the way, he killed the corrupted wild wolves while searching for traces of the little demon. With the Bloodfang armor equipped and having learned the battle intent, Lu Chen's combat power soared. Now, even a level 5 corrupted wild wolf only took away 2 drops of his health. He could take on 4 corrupted wild wolves at once. Mom no longer needs to worry about me attracting too many monsters. While fighting monsters, Lu Chen consciously used his skills. Active skills need to be used by himself to improve, while passive skills, being passive, are always progressing. This is good news. After half an hour of fighting, Lu Chen felt fortunate for his foresight. He had even bought some mana potions, otherwise he wouldn't have enough mana to level up his heavy strike. After passing through 2 peaks on the outermost edge of a mountain range, Lu Chen arrived at a valley. Inside the valley, many trees were growing, and the corrupted wild wolves there were already level 5 or even 6. Just as Lu Chen was about to charge in, he suddenly noticed a small path at the stone wall on the edge of the valley. This path looked different from a naturally formed one, clearly showing signs of being man-made. This surprised Lu Chen. He raised an eyebrow and walked along the path. The path wound its way, flanked by towering stone walls, leading to an unknown destination. After walking a few hundred meters, Lu Chen felt the path widen a bit. After walking a bit further, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. He saw 2 pitch-black humanoid monsters, about 1.5 meters tall, with sharp horns and fierce faces, standing on either side of the path. Lu Chen quietly cast a detection spell. Little demon, elite, level, 5 health, 400 attack, 30 description, the lowest level demon from the demon realm. Lu Chen felt both surprised and delighted. The joy was that he had finally found the trace of the little demon, and the surprise was that this little demon was actually an elite. Both of them were elites. This meant that the little demon itself was likely an elite template monster. However, although Lu Chen was a bit surprised, he quickly started to smile. For others, elite monsters might just mean more experience and a chance to drop good items. But for him, it was different. They were guaranteed to drop good items. Lu Chen hurriedly began to check the drop list of the two elite monsters. Just as Lu Chen thought, the first few items on the drop list of these elite monsters were all green items. Although the number of green items seemed to be less than that of Bloodfang, Lu Chen was still very happy. As long as they were green items, they would definitely be valuable. Lu Chen carefully looked at the descriptions of the green items. One of the little demons had green items that were equipment and a material called Little Demon's Blood. However, the green item from the other little demon surprised Lu Chen a bit. Minor attribute stone, stamina, permanently increases stamina by 1 point upon use. Drop rate 0.0001% attribute stone. Lu Chen had a bold idea. If elite monsters had a chance to drop attribute stones, wouldn't he be able to obtain many attribute stones and raise his attributes to extremely high values? It is said that one strength can break 10,000 laws. When his strength reaches hundreds or thousands, wouldn't he be able to one-shot monsters? When his stamina increases to hundreds or thousands, who could possibly kill him? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Chen felt an immense joy in his heart. Is this the correct way to specify drops? The elite monster drops 2 items. This means that Lu Chen can choose 2 items. The attribute stone goes without saying, it's a must. As for the others, Lu Chen took a look and chose equipment. Among them, 2 were usable for him. Little Demon Battle Axe, attack plus 20, strength plus 3, required level 5, drop rate 0.06%. Little Demon Gauntlets, chainmail, defense plus 25, stamina plus 2, required level 5. Little Demon Set, 2/4 reduces damage by 2 points. Little Demon Set, 4/4 increases damage by 5%. Drop rate 0.07%. What surprised Lu Chen was that the chainmail Little Demon Gauntlets were actually part of a set. The set effect was quite good too. Reducing damage by 2 points is a solid reduction. His own damage could also increase by 5%. It can be said that it was a comprehensive attack and defense. Since these were the only 2 items suitable for him among the little demon drops, Lu Chen chose the highest priced green staff as the last drop item. Little Demon Staff, magic attack plus 20, intelligence plus 3, required level 5, drop rate 0.04%. I must say, the attributes of this staff are also excellent. If given to a magic profession, they would surely be thrilled. Wang Gu and Changgu must be wanting this item. After selecting the drops, the next step was to fight these 2 elite monsters. The damage from these 2 elite monsters was higher than that of Bloodfang. Although Lu Chen's attributes had improved a bit, he didn't dare to tank both at the same time. However, Lu Chen had his own methods. He picked up a stone and threw it at one of the little demon's heads. A crisp sound echoed. The little demon was stunned. It looked in the direction the stone came from and saw Lu Chen running away. The little demon's eyes turned red, swinging its long sword and shouting, "There's an intruder!" It charged towards Lu Chen along with its companion. Lu Chen entered the narrow path he had come from. The narrow path could only accommodate 1 person, which was a great geographical advantage for Lu Chen. This meant that only one of the 2 little demons could attack him. Lu Chen ran along the path for several hundred meters and only stopped when he was about to leave the path. He turned around to look back and saw the 2 little demons, one in front and one behind, chasing him with fierce expressions. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen smiled. This was a sure win. Next came the straightforward back and forth of hitting each other. When Lu Chen fought Bloodfang before, he didn't have the Bloodfang battle armor or the battle intense skill, yet he managed to win, let alone now. Lu Chen struck at the little demon, and whenever he got hit, he would pop a potion to keep his health up. Meanwhile, the little demon's companion behind it was anxiously shouting, "Let me hit too." It pushed its companion, trying to rush forward to attack. Unfortunately, the narrow path wouldn't allow it. When the little demon facing Lu Chen had only 100 health left, it finally realized something was wrong. It screamed and turned to run. However, its companion behind wouldn't let it off easily. No matter how much it pushed, it didn't make way. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh at this scene. He had originally worried that this little demon was quite intelligent, so to prevent it from escaping, he had run a long distance down the path. He was afraid that if the little demon left the path, it would be more troublesome to deal with. Now it seemed that this little demon was just a low-level demon with low intelligence. With just over 100 health left, the little demon was quickly cut down by Lu Chen, even more easily than before. Because it had intended to run and didn't resist, by the time it realized it couldn't escape, it was too late. With a scream, the little demon fell to the ground, releasing 2 green orbs of light. The little demon behind laughed. It could finally attack. However, its smile didn't last long. When it realized it couldn't win, it turned to run. Lu Chen chased after it, striking down the little demon with a series of blows. He picked up the items dropped by the 2 little demons. Lu Chen happily used the stamina attribute stone, then equipped the little demon gauntlets and swapped his greatsword for a battle axe. Gripping the axe handle, he swung it a few times and found it a bit unwieldy compared to the greatsword. After all, he had been using the greatsword for so long that he had gotten somewhat accustomed to it. But it didn't matter, this battle axe had high damage. Even if it felt a bit awkward, it was definitely stronger than the greatsword he had. After equipping the new gear, Lu Chen felt significantly more powerful. He returned to the spot where the two little demons had been standing guard. He was curious about what lay beyond the exit where the little demons were stationed. Cautiously, Lu Chen poked his head out of the exit. When he saw the scene outside, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Outside the exit was a vast basin. Inside the basin, there were fortresses made of stone everywhere. A squad of little demons was patrolling inside. Especially in the center of the basin, Lu Chen saw a massive castle, towering over 10 meters high, and he couldn't even guess how many little demons were inside. There were at least a few hundred little demons in the entire basin. Lu Chen tried to use his detection skill and found that all these little demons were elites. There were hundreds of elite little demons. So many elite little demons. This was a treasure trove. Lu Chen was incredibly excited. Just then, he heard the system's voice in his ear. Ding, player has discovered the little demon camp, mission completed. Hearing this, Lu Chen remembered that he hadn't completed the mission after killing the two little demons. So, he needed to see the little demon camp with his own eyes to complete the mission? After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen decided to go back and turn in the mission first, then return here to farm elite monsters. After all, there were too many elite monsters here. He needed to improve his strength first. The mission would reward him with a skill stone, which was quite useful. He took one last look at the little demon camp before turning to leave. On the way back, Lu Chen sent the little demon staff to his small group with Wang Bing and Lu Chang. Wang Bing? Lu Chang? The two sent a string of friendly question marks. Lu Chen, what's the offer? Lu Chang, 8 gold. This is my daughter's staff. Arrogantly smoking. JPG, Wang Bing. 6, Lu Chen? Brother Wang, 6 is actually less than 8. This is something even elementary school students know. Wang Bing? Wang Bing. I'm not bidding. I just think Changgu is really 6. I never expected a level 5 green staff to be worth 50,000. Crying. JPG, Lu Chen. Can't you get it up? Wang Bing, I'm down. Lu Chang, hey, I may not have much, but I have a lot of money. Lu Chen, Changgu is awesome. Wang Bing, stop saying Changgu is awesome. The most awesome one is you, right? You actually managed to get 2 pieces of green equipment so far? I haven't even gotten as many white pieces as you. Lu Chang, well, I'm a bit better. I've gotten 2 white pieces. Wang Bing? Lucky bastard, go away. Lu Chang, you're calling me a lucky bastard? What about Lu Xiaoti? Wang Bing, that's probably someone playing the game with their lifespan? Lu Chen was left speechless. I'll sell the next equipment to Changgu, smiling. JPG. Wang Bing, don't, Lu Gu, I'm just joking. Lu Chang, but honestly, Lu Xiaoti's luck is really too good. To have 2 pieces of green equipment is making me envious. Lu Chen, little demon gauntlets, little demon battle axe, bloodfang battle armor, sunglasses. Smoking. JPG. The chat room fell silent all of a sudden. Lu Chen wondered if the two of them had disconnected, but then he thought, this is a cosmic server, how could it disconnect? Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, another message came through. Wang Bing, adoptive father, please look at your poor child. Lu Chang, pa, truly shameless, bringing disgrace to the great Xia army. Wang Bing, you'd better watch out for the military baton. How about I introduce you to my daughter? Both of my daughters are stunningly beautiful. Wang Bing, ? Lu Chen, ? In a forest. Wang Bing's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't even react when the nearby monsters attacked him. This frightened the Xian bird army beside him. Captain? It's over. The captain can't be possessed, right? They quickly killed the monsters and surrounded Wang Bing. Wang Bing came to his senses and was startled to see a group of people around him. What are you doing? No, Captain, this should be our question for you. What are you doing? The monsters were hitting you just now, and you didn't react. The vice captain couldn't help but complain. Wang Bing's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at the chat records in the chat room. Then he asked with a strange expression, is it normal to drop green equipment now? The atmosphere suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Everyone exchanged glances, and Jiang Su looked at Wang Bing and said, Captain, you can't really be possessed, can you? How could green equipment drop? Even with Mr. Lu's luck, he has only dropped 1 piece of green equipment so far. Wang Bing, 1 piece? He grinned and then looked at the vice captain beside him. Oldly, go report that Lu Chen has at least dropped 5 pieces of green equipment. This is a conservative estimate. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. They widened their eyes filled with disbelief. 5 pieces of green equipment? Captain, you must be joking. Yeah, how could that be possible? How could there be so much green equipment? We only get white equipment. From elite monsters. Captain, you must really be possessed. Get lost. I'm telling the truth. Oldly, go report it like that. Vice Captain. Li Ming looked at Wang Bing. Captain, are you really going to report it like this? Go ahead. Seeing that Wang Bing wasn't joking, Li Ming nodded. And then exited the game. They needed to report all the information from the game. Since the last report on Lu Chen's information, the higher-ups had already instructed them to pay special attention to Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen's drop rate was too abnormal and outrageous. If they could befriend Lu Chen, then in the future their great Xia army might lead the world in equipment. Therefore, information about Lu Chen was a very high priority. In another mountain range, Lu Chang was standing aside, looking at the chat records, his expression changing repeatedly. Beside Lu Chang, a high-level player hired with money was diligently killing monsters, but most of the experience was being absorbed by Lu Chang. Lu Chang thought for a moment and sent a message in the chat room with his 2 daughters. Lu Chang, Yuexin, I bought you a green staff, little demon staff. Lu Yuexin, thank you, Dad. Hug.jpg, Lu Chang's old face immediately broke into a gentle smile. His Yuexin was indeed a thoughtful little darling. He felt very satisfied. Lu Yuexin, old man, how come there's green equipment again? It can't be that Lu Chen dropped it again, right? Her green leather armor was dropped by Lu Chen, and over the past few hours, Lu Chang had often sent new equipment to Lu Yuexin and Lu Yuexin. All of this equipment was dropped by Lu Chen. This also left a deep impression of the name Lu Chen on Lu Yuexin. With the terrible drop rate of this broken game, how did this guy named Lu Chen manage to have such a high drop rate? Lu Yuexin couldn't figure it out at all. Lu Chang, yeah, it was dropped by Lu Chen. By the way, Yuexin, you 2 are in your 2nd year now, you can date. Have you considered Lu Chen? That kid is pretty good and handsome. Lu Yuexin, question mark. Lu Yuexin, question mark. In a forest. Lu Yuexin and Lu Yuexin stared at the messages in the chat room, their smiles frozen on their faces. Although Lu Yuexin was somewhat curious about how Lu Chen managed to acquire so much equipment, it was merely curiosity. They hadn't even met him, and their father was already trying to set them up? What a joke! Lu Yuexin scoffed. Dad is going too far, isn't he? We're only in our 2nd year of college, and he's trying to matchmake us? Lu Yuexin, rarely in agreement with her younger sister, nodded. Dad really isn't doing well this time. At the very least, we should understand our partners ourselves, right? Exactly. Lu Yuexin nodded vigorously and sent a message. How handsome is he? Lu Yuexin, question mark. She silently turned to look at Lu Yuexin. Yuexin? Lu Yuexin blinked innocently. I'm just curious, looking at handsome guys doesn't cost anything. Lu Yuexin. Lu Chang, upon seeing Lu Yuexin's message, immediately felt amused. Isn't this a good opportunity? To be honest, Lu Chang genuinely thought Lu Chen was quite good. He was neither servile nor arrogant, and from their few collaborations he hadn't shown any signs of taking advantage of the situation. He was a decent person. Moreover, based on the information Lu Chang had gathered from the game recently, it was clear that strong players in the game would also hold corresponding status in reality. With Lu Chen's talent, he would definitely not be lacking in the future in Daxia. Lu Chang truly believed that if his daughter and Lu Chen hit it off, it would be a good thing. Of course, while Lu Chang was playing matchmaker, he also wanted to consider his daughter's feelings. If his daughter didn't like him, he wouldn't force it. And if it worked out, then as her father-in-law, would he still have to worry about equipment in the future? Lu Chang happily thought to himself and quickly replied to the message. Very handsome. Handsomer than those celebrities. So, are you interested? Lu Yuexin, oh, no, I was just asking casually. Lu Chang. Lu Yuexin, Dad, please don't interfere with our feelings or I'll get angry. Lu Chang, alright, but once we leave the novice village, can I take you both to meet him? Lu Yuexin and Lu Yuexin fell silent for a moment before ultimately choosing to agree. Lu Chang smiled. I'll send you the equipment later. Meanwhile, in the chat room with Lu Chen, Lu Chang, and Wang Bing. Wang Bing, foster father, look, if you get any more green equipment, could you sell some to us? Lu Chang, good son-in-law, I want some too. Lu Chen looked at their messages, thought for a moment, and ultimately decided that if he got any green equipment, he would sell some to them. For Lu Chen at this point, the most important thing was the attribute stones. These stones were absurdly valuable, essentially a strategic resource. Lu Chen definitely wouldn't sell them, he planned to keep them for himself. As for the equipment, selling some to Lu Chang and Wang Bing would help strengthen Daxia's power, making their resistance stronger when demonic energy appeared in the future. With this in mind, Lu Chen sent a message. Sure, when I have extras, I'll sell them to you. Wang Bing, thank you, foster father. Lu Chang, I'll go back and tell my daughter that I've decided on you as my son-in-law. Lu Chen watched their antics, feeling a bit exasperated. He certainly wouldn't take their words seriously, it was just a joke after several transactions where their relationship had improved. While they were talking, Lu Chen had already returned to the novice village. He went straight to the center of the village. Before entering the village chief's small courtyard, Lu Chen glanced around and noticed that the players who had been there before were now gone. He wondered if they had gone to grind monsters and level up. Upon entering the village chief's courtyard, Lu Chen saw that the village chief had changed into a plain white robe, and his previously messy gray-white hair had been washed, now looking neat and clean. The dust and grime on his face had also disappeared, compared to the old beggar from before. The current village chief looked like a completely different person. Lu Chen greeted, "Village chief." The village chief, surprised to see Lu Chen, asked, "Why are you back so soon? Is there a problem?" Lu Chen shook his head. "I've already found the traces of those little demons." "What? So soon?" The village chief was taken aback. "Yeah." Lu Chen recounted what he had seen at the little demon camp. After listening, the village chief furrowed his brows, a look of worry appearing on his face. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" The village chief sighed and said, "Little one, the demons in the game world come from the demon realm, and I suppose you already know that." Lu Chen nodded. The village chief continued, "They open portals to the demon realm to enter our universe. Our clan was defeated by the demons, and we could only survive in the game world in the form of spirits. The demons can also enter the game world. They will destroy all the native cities and villages, making it impossible for players to receive help from the natives, leading to a loss of supplies and guidance, making leveling up and other aspects extremely difficult. If players find it hard to level up and their strength increases slowly, what do you think will happen?" Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes widened and his heart felt heavy. If players' strength increases slowly while the invasion of demonic energy remains unchanged, then players will have even less hope of resisting the invasion of demonic energy. The village chief nodded gravely. "Yes, the arrival of the little demons is likely aimed at our Silver Moon Village. If we lose Silver Moon Village, we natives will perish completely, and although you players won't die, without supplies, even leveling up will become difficult." Lu Chen frowned, not expecting the situation with the little demons to be so serious. All of Lu Chen's potions were bought from the potion shop. If the potion shop were gone, it was easy to imagine how much slower Lu Chen's leveling efficiency would be. Although he could rely on monster drops for potions, what about others? Moreover, if the equipment repair shop were gone, the durability of equipment would decrease and could not be maintained. The places where players gathered to rest would also be lost. In the wild, they could be attacked at any time, and if they died, they would be unable to log in for several hours. If this situation occurred, all players in Silver Moon Village would fall into a huge predicament. Seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, the village chief said, "Now, I can only trouble you, little one. Find a way to destroy that little demon camp. This will slow down the little demon's attack. However, although the little demons are low level, they are still elites, so it's best to find some helpers." Ding, mission discovered, destroy the little demon camp, do you accept? Lu Chen heard the system prompt and was not surprised at all. This was clearly a follow-up mission, and it was likely to be extremely difficult. Lu Chen looked at the mission description. Mission, destroy the little demon camp. Unique description, the little demons are gathering an army, preparing to invade Silver Moon Village and cut off supplies to the players. The village chief hopes you can destroy the little demon camp to slow down the little demon's attack. Note, this mission is extremely difficult. It's best to bring your companions. Rewards, experience points, 10 gold coins, 10 attribute points, minor skill stone *2, Great Martial City reputation plus 50, Silver Moon Village reputation plus 500. Lu Chen's eyes widened slightly. It was actually a unique mission? Lu Chen nodded seriously. "Don't worry, village chief, I'll take care of the little demon camp." The village chief nodded. "You've completed the previous mission, and I'll give you your reward now." He took out a light-colored stone and handed it to Lu Chen. "This is a skill stone, using it can enhance your skill level," the village chief explained. Lu Chen quickly took it, smiling. "Thank you, village chief. And this is 2 gold coins, also a reward. As for experience, the universe server will grant it," the village chief said. After he finished speaking, Lu Chen's experience bar surged, directly leveling him up to level 5. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, revealing a smile. No wonder it was a task involving elites. This experience saved him several hours of effort. Just then, the village chief reminded him, "You are already level 5, you can go to the village tavern to find the battle axe. He is the warrior mentor and will teach you skills." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately smiled. Many players had tried to find a profession trainer, but the natives wouldn't even acknowledge you, let alone teach you new skills. "So it seems you need to reach level 5 to learn skills?" Lu Chen nodded. "Alright, I'll go right away." After leaving the village chief's courtyard, Lu Chen headed to the tavern in the village. He had visited the tavern before while wandering around the village. It sold drinks and food. Eating food during breaks could speed up health recovery, but at that time, Lu Chen had no money to buy any. Later, when he had some money, he just bought healing potions. After all, healing potions restored health instantly, which was much more efficient than food. Lu Chen wasn't short on cash. Most of the patrons in the tavern were natives. As Lu Chen entered, he saw several natives sitting together drinking. The noise was quite loud. There were also some players buying food, while others seemed to be wandering around looking for quests. As soon as Lu Chen walked in, a tavern attendant approached and asked, "What would you like to eat, sir?" Lu Chen was taken aback. The last time he entered the tavern. The attendant completely ignored him, right? Why was it different this time? If he had spent money, that would be understandable, but he clearly hadn't spent anything. Then Lu Chen thought about how he had leveled up to 5, perhaps that was the reason? The players nearby were also a bit confused. Isn't this person a player? Yeah, why is the attendant greeting him? Hey, this person seems to be that lucky big shot. Which one? The one who drops white items every time he kills monsters, the legendary big shot. It's him. Wow, we saw the real person. Alive. Lu Chen also heard the players' conversation and felt a bit speechless. What do they mean by alive? Has he ever died? Lu Chen didn't say much and directly asked the attendant, I'm here to find the battle axe, is he here? Oh, you're looking for Lord Battle Axe? He's over there drinking, the attendant said with a smile, pointing to a table in the corner. A tall native was drinking, surrounded by jars of alcohol. Lu Chen thanked him and walked over. Standing in front of the battle axe, Lu Chen smiled and said, Hello, are you the battle axe mentor? The village chief sent me to learn skills from you. The battle axe looked up, slightly drunk, and Lu Chen noticed a gruesome scar running across his cheek. The battle axe burped, level 5? Pretty quick, huh, kid? You say the village chief sent you? There was surprise in the battle axe's bleary eyes. That old man has been down for months and he actually communicated with you? How strange. Lu Chen smiled, he certainly couldn't say much about the affairs among the natives, so he just replied, the village chief asked me to come. The battle axe sized up Lu Chen and said with a grin, alright, let's learn some skills. He waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in front of him, displaying the skills Lu Chen could learn at that moment. There was only one. Charge, level 1. The warrior charges at the enemy, approaching them at high speed, capable of stunning the enemy for 1 second. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, there really was a charge skill? A warrior who could charge was a true warrior. Unstoppable, killing gods and Buddhas alike. Learning skills was quite expensive, costing 30 silver coins. Many players probably wouldn't be able to learn it even at level 5. But for Lu Chen, this was pocket change. He directly chose to learn it. After learning the skill, Lu Chen smiled and said, Thank you, Battle Axe Mentor, I'll take my leave now. Wait a moment, the Battle Axe called out to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. What is it? You can make the village chief respond to you, and he glanced at Lu Chen's equipment, clicking his tongue in amazement. Level 5 and you already have green gear, you're quite something. I have a task for you, will you take it? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. A task? Of course, he would take it. What is it, mentor? It's like this, I'm currently forging a weapon and need a boss-level demonic tiger spine bone. If you can get it for me, I'll teach you my unique skill. Ding, task discovered, weapon materials, do you accept? Lu Chen glanced at the task description. Task, weapon materials. Unique, description, the battle axe requires a boss-level demonic tiger spine bone to forge the weapon, hoping the player can help him obtain it. Note, this task is extremely difficult, it's best to bring your companions. Reward, some experience points, unique skill book counterattack another unique task. The reward is actually a unique skill. Lu Chen speculated that it might be because his own strength was recognized that he received this task. Lu Chen smiled, no problem, I'll get it. The demonic tiger is a level 8 to 9 monster and the boss among them might reach level 10. You're still far from that, so practice more. Lu Chen smiled, okay, thanks for the reminder, Battle Axe Mentor. After saying that, Lu Chen bid farewell to the battle axe and turned to leave. The surrounding players watched this scene clearly. They stared at Lu Chen's departing figure, their eyes wide, completely stunned. What the hell? There's a task already? And it's a task to kill a boss? Just think about how generous the rewards for this task must be. No, the most outrageous thing is that this big shot is already level 5? That's level 5. There are probably not many players who have even reached level 4 now, right? Bullshit. The most outrageous thing is that this big shot actually has a connection with the village chief. Stop talking, it's also ridiculous. Simply outrageous. Many players realized that this encounter with Lu Chen was overwhelming. Having connections with the village chief, reaching level 5, and receiving such an impressive task. It felt like their minds were being bombarded by explosions, and for a moment they couldn't even process it. Damn, forget about hugging the thigh. A young man slapped his thigh, heartbroken. Don't think about it, I just tried to message him privately, but this big shot rejected private messages. It seems hugging the thigh is out of the question. The crowd immediately sighed in disappointment. After learning the skill, Lu Chen went to the potion shop again. He bought 200 bottles of apprentice healing potions. Because Lu Chen planned to go to the little demon camp to farm elite monsters next, he needed to prepare sufficient supplies. As for the task description saying to find companions, but that was for ordinary players. With his current strength, taking down a few elite monsters shouldn't be difficult. If he really couldn't handle it, he could always ask Wang Bing and Lu Chang for help later. Arriving again at the entrance of the little demon camp, Lu Chen prepared to farm monsters. Since there were elite monsters inside, Lu Chen didn't dare to be careless and needed to act cautiously. Outside the exit, there were 2 patrol teams of little demons crossing each other's paths. Each patrol team had 3 little demons, 1 little demon warrior and 2 little demon scouts. Their attributes were similar to regular little demons. The warrior had a bit more health, reaching 450, while the scouts had 400 health but dealt 33 points of damage. Lu Chen didn't attack directly but first used the skill stone he received as a task reward. Without thinking much, Lu Chen definitely used the skill stone on the skill Battle Intent. After using it, Battle Intent became level 2. Battle Intent, level 2 passive skill. After entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 20%. Requirement: the effect for warrior class professions directly increases by 10%. If each level increases by 10%, then when Battle Intent reaches level 10, it means Lu Chen's attributes will double in combat. One can imagine the power of this skill. Truly a divine technique. Even with just a 20% increase now, Lu Chen's strength attribute has risen by as much as 6 points. This is equivalent to the attribute boost provided by 2 or even 3 pieces of green equipment. Moreover, other attributes have also seen improvements. It can be said that the attribute boost this skill currently provides Lu Chen is roughly equivalent to half a set of green equipment. Once all his gear is green, his attributes will be even higher and the boosts will be even greater. Feeling the enhanced power within him, Lu Chen clenched his fist, his confidence soaring. Even if faced with all elite monsters, he could solo them. After that, Lu Chen began to specify drops. Among 6 little demon monsters, only one had an agility attribute stone, and the drop rate was, of course, absurdly low. It seems that the probability of encountering monsters that drop attribute stones among elite monsters is also quite small. However, having this probability is already a great thing for Lu Chen. After specifying the attribute stone, Lu Chen specified a new bag. Little Demon's Bag, excellent, increases storage space by 15 slots. Drop rate, 0.004%, much better than the small bag. Lu Chen specified that as well. For the rest, he specified all equipment. Lu Chen discovered that the Little Demon set included not only chainmail but also leather armor. Most of the drops from Little Demon Scouts were leather armor, including the Little Demon leather armor set. The Little Demon Warrior dropped a piece of chainmail Little Demon leggings, which Lu Chen also specified. Then, just like before when he fought the 2 gatekeeping little demons, Lu Chen attracted a patrolling team and ran to a narrow path to begin a true man's duel. With the significant boost in attributes and the updated equipment, Lu Chen's efficiency in defeating monsters increased dramatically. He could kill an elite little demon in less than a minute. Soon, all 3 little demons were defeated. Lu Chen equipped the new Little Demon leggings, and his attributes rose again, adding 3 points to strength. Additionally, the set bonus reduced damage by 2 points. Now, a little demon could only take away 5 points of his health. Keep in mind, this is an elite monster. Hitting him felt like a mere scratch. Meanwhile, with a single axe strike, Lu Chen could deal over 50 points of damage. Even against elite little demons, it only took him 8 or 9 hits to kill one. Lu Chen didn't even need to use the terrain to his advantage. He could charge in and forcibly take down 3 elite little demons. Lu Chen noticed that each elite monster provided 5 times the experience compared to regular monsters. Naturally, his leveling efficiency increased significantly. Lu Chen steadily advanced, gradually dealing with the little demons outside the fortress. Besides little demon warriors and little demon scouts, there were also little demon archers and little demon mages. The most troublesome were the little demon mages. Their damage was incredibly high. A single fireball could deal 20 points of damage to Lu Chen. Fortunately, little demon mages had very low defense and only 300 health, which was manageable for Lu Chen. Before he knew it, Lu Chen had killed dozens of little demons. The green equipment drops were plentiful, nearly filling his bag. This was with Lu Chen having switched to a 15-slot bag, otherwise, it would have been full long ago. Lu Chen had gathered the entire Little Demon set, including the Little Demon chest armor, Little Demon leggings, Little Demon gloves, and Little Demon boots. In addition to these 4 pieces of equipment, he also obtained some miscellaneous items. His entire set of equipment was green. Furthermore, he had dropped 7 attribute stones, including 2 agility stones, 1 strength stone, 2 endurance stones, and 2 intelligence stones. Lu Chen used them all, equivalent to a level and more of enhancement. The power boost these items provided Lu Chen was extraordinarily exaggerated. Now, a level 5 little demon warrior could only take away 2 points of his health. Even the little demon mage could only deal 12 points of damage to Lu Chen. Meanwhile, each of Lu Chen's attacks exceeded 80 points. It only took 5 hits to defeat elite monsters. He was almost entering a mode of unstoppable mowing down enemies. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open. He saw a tiny skill stone in a little demon's drop list. He was utterly shocked. An elite monster could drop a skill stone? As a player with powerful skills, Lu Chen knew how significant the increase in combat power was with each skill upgrade. It could be said that level 2 battle intent was completely different from level 1, and skill stones could enhance skills, making their value incredibly high. Without a second thought, Lu Chen directly designated the skill stone for drop. After specifying the other drops, Lu Chen charged in with a few axe swings, killing a group of little demons. After picking up the dropped items, Lu Chen chose to use them immediately. The enhanced skill was, of course, Battle Intent. Battle Intent, level 3 passive skill. After entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 30%. Requirement, Warrior. Class. Looking at the level 3 Battle Intent, Lu Chen's lips curled up, revealing a brilliant smile. Just as he thought, the attribute increase of level 3 Battle Intent reached 30%. With Lu Chen's current attributes, this boost was equivalent to adding nearly a whole set of green equipment's worth of attributes. One could imagine how powerful that was. Lu Chen tried fighting monsters. A little demon warrior swung a great sword and howled as it struck Lu Chen's chest. -1. Both Lu Chen and the little demon warrior fell silent. The little demon warrior howled, "Intruder is strong, attack together." Lu Chen grinned savagely, swinging his battle axe and killing all the little demons that charged at him with just a few swings. He didn't even use a healing potion. After picking up all the dropped items, Lu Chen realized his backpack was already full. Even if he discarded all his previous white equipment, he couldn't fit more items. He glanced deeper into the little demon camp. He had barely advanced 1/5 of the distance. Behind him were only 5 fortresses, with little demon corpses scattered everywhere along the way. Ahead, there was a larger fortress, where the monsters might be a bit stronger or more numerous. However, he planned to go back to rest first. After all, he had been fighting for so long and was quite tired. It was a good time to rest and sell the equipment he had. He wondered what Wang Gu and Chang Gu would think upon seeing so much green equipment. Lu Chen's lips curled up into a smile. Regardless of their reactions, he was definitely making a profit. On the way back, Lu Chen initiated an inquiry in the chat group. "Lu Chen, does anyone want green equipment?" "Wang Bing, I want it." "Lu Chang, I want it." Both replied instantly, making Lu Chen suspect they had been doing nothing but staring at the chat group. "Lu Chen, a total of 73 pieces, all level 5 green equipment, how should we price it?" The chat group fell silent all of a sudden. Neither of them spoke. "Lu Chen, ? Just as Lu Chen sent a ? Wang Bing and Lu Chang both sent a series of question marks in quick succession. "Wang Bing, adoptive father, is what you just said true? How many pieces of green equipment? How many?" "Lu Chang, good son-in-law, do you really have 73 pieces of green equipment? You wouldn't be lying to your old father-in-law, would you?" "Lu Chen, there really are 73 pieces, including green equipment. For all classes." Lu Chen thought of something and sent another message. "Oh, and there are sets." Lu Chen casually sent out a set of leather armor from the little demon set. "Lu Chang, I want this set. 30 gold. Wang Bing, ? "Wang Bing, no, Lu Chang, you really have to be this competitive, right?" Wang Bing, who was leveling up, had a twisted expression, looking almost like a demon. The players from the Xin bird army nearby saw this scene and all moved away from Wang Bing. Ever since the captain got possessed, things had been getting weirder. Wang Bing felt speechless. Damn it, a set of level 5 green equipment only had 4 pieces. And he wanted 30 gold, which was equivalent to 8 gold per piece. This price was something their Xian bird army simply couldn't bear. Was Lu Chang trying to monopolize it? Wang Bing had already thought about having the Daxia army check the water meter next. But he was just thinking about it. The Lu family was extremely powerful, and of course, he couldn't really let the Daxia army check the water meter. "Lu Chang, this set, these attributes, 30 gold is not too much, right?" "Wang Bing, you can't do this. Want to freeload off my son-in-law? No way." Wang Bing, 6 Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle at their conversation. He didn't expect Chang Gu to support him like this. However, he could understand Wang Bing's thoughts. After all, the Xian Niao army was official, and there were so many soldiers here. If they really wanted this price, with 30,000 Xian Niao soldiers each getting a set of little demon gear, their military expenses probably wouldn't need to be spent elsewhere. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Chang Gu, let's make it cheaper. We're all Daxia people. If the Daxia army gets stronger, won't we be safer?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bing was immediately touched, his eyes turning red. "Wang Bing, Lu Laodi, just for your words, in the future, if anyone dares to touch you, I'll twist their head off and give it to you as a ball to kick." Lu Chang, since my good son-in-law has said so, I certainly have no objections. "Lu Chen, how about this? It's all level 5 green gear, each piece of scattered gear is 50 silver, and for a set of 4 pieces, it's 3 gold. As for the weapons, we'll calculate them separately. How does that sound?" The price Lu Chen offered was quite favorable. Wang Bing, "Dad, you are my real dad." This price was 10 times lower than what Lu Chang had offered. "Lu Chen? No, I'm afraid your real dad will come to beat me." "Lu Chang, he won't. Wang Yi will at most just skin Wang Bing and then let you be his son." "Lu Chen? Then that's unacceptable. What does everyone think of this price?" "Wang Bing, I have no objections, thank you, adoptive father. Your son is willing to sacrifice everything." "Lu Chang, of course, I have no objections." "Lu Chen, then it's settled." Lu Chen wasn't against making money. He just knew that the situation in the future would likely be very serious once the demonic energy invaded. Daxia would probably also face turmoil. The entire Yuan Star would face disaster. Selling at a high price at this time had a hint of profiting from national calamity. This had already crossed Lu Chen's bottom line. Making money is fine, but profiting from national calamity, what's the difference from being a beast? Lu Chen, I'm heading back to the novice village now. Shall we trade after I return? Wang Bing, okay, I'll go to the novice village now. Lu Chang, I'll go back too. This wasn't white equipment. It was a complete set of green gear. Letting his subordinates handle it, both of them felt a bit uneasy. Because Lu Chen was now quite far from the monster hunting area to the novice village, on the way back he jogged for almost an hour. This left Lu Chen somewhat speechless. The map was so big, if he had to rely on his feet to travel, who knows how long it would take. He wondered if there was anything for quick travel. Otherwise, in the future, going out to level up would be too inefficient with a lot of time spent just running. Lu Chen complained. As he returned to the novice village, and at the village entrance he saw Wang Bing and Lu Chang waiting. Perhaps because both were big shots in the village, many players passing by were paying attention to the two. One was the chairman of Tianyue Group and the other was the captain of the Daxia Xian Niao army. The combination of these two drew a lot of attention. Just then, the originally expressionless two suddenly brightened their eyes and revealed brilliant smiles. Good son-in-law, over here. Adoptive father. I'm here. Nearby players, ? A series of question marks floated in everyone's minds. What the heck? Director Lu actually has a son-in-law? Which soft rice guy is so impressive? Yeah, that's Tianyue Group. This wave, directly saving a few thousand years of hard work. A role model for us. No, the most outrageous part isn't Captain Wang, right? He's the captain of the Xian Niao army, a Daxia soldier, and he actually calls someone adoptive father? That's just absurd. Yeah, Wang Bing represents the Daxia army. Is it really okay to call someone adoptive father? Who exactly is this divine being? The crowd buzzed with speculation as they turned to the direction where Lu Chang and Wang Bing were focused. Soon, they saw a remarkably handsome young man approaching. All the players widened their eyes in shock. They had seen handsome men before, but this one was clad in a full set of heavy armor, carrying a massive battle axe, and his gear looked extravagantly luxurious. Most players only had 2 or 3 pieces of white gear, with the rest being makeshift gray items. Compared to Lu Chen, they looked like refugees. Almost everyone's gaze was now fixed on Lu Chen. Is that the great Lu Chen? What's up with his gear? It looks incredible at first glance. Yeah, it seems like there aren't even that many styles of white gear. He can't possibly have green gear, right? You guys don't know? Didn't you hear about Lu Chen learning skills? The skill instructor already mentioned that Lu Chen had green gear. He might have several pieces of green gear now. Wow, is that true? Is there really supposed to be such a huge gap between people? I can't understand. Same here. Same here +1. The players felt extremely complicated emotions. This disparity left them unable to even feel jealousy. They were simply not on the same level. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Chang and Wang Bing approached Lu Chen. Wang Bing rubbed his hands in anticipation. Adoptive father, how about the gear? Lu Chang also looked at Lu Chen with expectation. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, we can trade now. Lu Chen posted all the gear in the chat room, and after some statistics, Wang Bing and Lu Chang engaged in intense negotiations. In the end, Lu Chang acquired 2 sets of little demon cloth armor, 1 set of little demon leather armor, along with some scattered pieces for mages, priests, and archers. The rest of the gear was given to Wang Bing. Lu Chang was also mindful of the Xianbird army's influence on the Great Xia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up so easily. For Lu Chen, selling to anyone was still selling. A total of 73 pieces of green gear, comprising 13 sets and other scattered pieces. The total price was over 60 gold, which amounted to 600,000. Adding the money Lu Chen made from selling various white gear earlier, his total income was now close to 100 gold. That's a full million. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Lu Chen could pay off his debts. Thus, all 3 were very satisfied. Meanwhile, the players nearby were left dumbfounded. They had, of course, heard the argument between Wang Bing and Lu Chang. Especially with Wang Bing's loud voice, it was hard not to. But what did they hear? Dozens of pieces of green gear? Each piece costing less than 1 gold? Their eyes turned red with envy. Jealousy made them wish they could take Wang Bing and Lu Chang's place right then and there. No wonder Captain Wang calls him adoptive father. If it were me, I'd just call him my real dad. Yeah, it makes sense. I was wondering which sugar baby could be Lu Dong's son-in-law. This is definitely not just living off someone's wealth. Bro, be bold. Given the situation in this game, Lu Dong might have to rely on the great Lu Chen to carry him in the future. Lu Chen is really over the top. How does he have so much green gear? I don't know, maybe that's the legendary power of the village? Our team was lucky enough to defeat an elite mutated rat and ended up with a pair of white shoes. Can you guess how Lu Chen fared? Everyone suddenly felt a pang in their hearts. Wang Bing put away the gear and smiled. With this gear, Our 7th team will definitely be the strongest in the 3rd Legion. At that time, won't the Legion commander have to let me take charge? Wang Bing naturally knew the importance of the Shinbird army to the Great Xia. Becoming the commander of the 3rd Legion would certainly broaden his path. Lu Chen glanced at Wang Bing and smiled. Then congratulations in advance, Brother Wang. Ah, what's there to congratulate about? If it really happens, it's all thanks to you, my adoptive father. If anything comes up, just let me know. Wang Bing laughed like a fool, a bit of an eyesore. Fortunately, their team members weren't around, otherwise they would definitely question their lives. Lu Chang beside him was also quite satisfied. However, he didn't say much more. He just asked, by the way, I heard from other players that you, son-in-law, accepted a quest to kill a boss monster? Lu Chen nodded. Yes. Boss monsters are no joke. If you need help, just say the word. Wang Bing chimed in, our 7th team can help you anytime. Whatever drops, it's all yours. We don't need the experience. Lu Chen smiled. If I really need it, I'll let you know. Both Lu Chang and Wang Bing nodded. By the way, do you know of anything that can speed up travel? The leveling area is a bit far now. Running back and forth takes too much time. Lu Chen thought of this issue. Lu Chang and Wang Bing exchanged glances and shook their heads. Lu Chang said, I don't know, I also find traveling troublesome. The place we need to grind monsters is already in the level 4 area and it takes nearly half an hour to run each time. Wang Bing nodded, same here. Level 4 is definitely high among the current players. Seeing that both of them felt the same way, Lu Chen lost his thoughts. After that, Lu Chen bid farewell to the two. He planned to go to the potion shop to ask the owner if there was anything to speed up travel. Meanwhile, Lu Chang and Wang Bing intended to distribute equipment. After the three parted ways, a group of onlookers continued to discuss excitedly. In another novice village area, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing were grinding monsters in the level 4 monster zone. At that moment, the two heard the notification sound from the chat room. After killing a monster, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing decided to take a break and looked at the chat history. Lu Chang, good daughters, guess what gift Dad has prepared for you? Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of a smile. If the old man is this excited, it can't be more green equipment, right? Lu Yueqing touched her smooth chin, a bit expectant. Lu Yuexin smiled gently. It should be. Probably dropped by Lu Chen again? Lu Yueqing nodded and sent a message in the chat room. Green equipment? Mine or my sister's? Lu Yuexin curiously looked at the chat room. Lu Chang, little demon robe, little demon cloth boots. Lu Chang sent over 10 pieces of green equipment in a row. Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing widened their beautiful eyes, staring in shock at the equipment information in the chat room. Lu Yueqing swallowed hard, her voice trembling a bit. Sister, I think I'm seeing things. I saw over 10 pieces of green equipment. Lu Yuexin blinked. I think I'm also seeing things. The two looked at each other in silence. Then Lu Yuexin pinched Lu Yueqing's pretty cheek. Lu Yueqing exclaimed, that hurts. What are you doing, sister? Is this not a dream? Not an illusion? There really are over 10 pieces of green equipment? Lu Yuexin was shocked. Lu Yueqing. She was speechless, puffing her cheeks and glaring at her bullying sister. But soon her attention was diverted to the green equipment. It seems to be real. So many, could they all be dropped by Lu Chen? Let's ask. Lu Yueqing, old man, these green equipment, they can't all be dropped by Lu Chen, right? Lu Chang. Hee, how about it? Surprised, right? My son-in-law is amazing, isn't he? Lu Yuexin, question mark. Lu Yueqing, question mark. The two girls' faces turned red. Lu Yueqing indignantly said, old man, seriously. You haven't even seen anything yet and you're already calling him son-in-law. Lu Yuexin blinked her eyes and said, if all the drops are from Lu Chen, then his soul talent must be very strong, and his future is limitless. Lu Yueqing giggled, then you should go and win him over. As your sister-in-law, I won't have to worry about equipment in the future. Lu Yuexin's pretty face flushed and she pretended to hit her. Lu Yuexin, do you believe I'll beat you up? Why don't you go and win him over? Then I, as your elder sister-in-law, won't lack equipment either. Ha ha ha, spare me. The two immediately started playfully wrestling. On the other side, Lu Chang scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. Could it be that his two obedient daughters were upset because he called Lu Chen their son-in-law? Would they ignore their old father? Lu Chang felt a bit anxious for a moment. Meanwhile, in the leveling area of Team 7, Wang Bing looked serious as he addressed the gathered players of the Xin Niao Army 7 team. Next, I have something important to tell you all. Li Ming, Jiang Su, and others exchanged puzzled glances. Captain, what's the matter? Why so serious? Wang Bing cleared his throat and said, I just went to find Lu Chen, you all know that, right? Yeah, it was about trading equipment, right? What kind of equipment has you acting all mysterious? Wang Bing took a deep breath. It's not just one piece of equipment. The crowd frowned. Li Ming, curious, asked, not one piece? Then what is it? Something else? Wang Bing coughed again. You misunderstood. It's not one piece of equipment, it's many pieces, all green equipment. Xian Niao Army players? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment as all the players of the Xian Niao army came to their senses. One by one, they excitedly rushed over and hugged Wang Bing's legs. Adoptive father. No, biological father. Biological father. Please give me a piece of green equipment. I beg you. Good captain. My best captain. I don't ask for much, just one piece is enough. Seeing the teammates rushing over, Wang Bing felt overjoyed. He had called Lu Chen adoptive father so enthusiastically just to see this scene, didn't he? Suddenly, he had gained many sons and even a daughter. Wang Bing pretended to be serious and coughed, then said, "All right, the army has its discipline. Do I need to explain the principle of the capable rising and the incompetent falling? These green equipment pieces are all level 5. Whoever reaches level 5 first can claim the equipment. Oh, I forgot to mention, there are sets as well. The first in each profession will directly receive a set." Wang Bing posted the attributes of the little demon set in the 7th team's chat group. The eyes of the 7th team players instantly turned red. One by one, they howled like livestock and rushed off to level up in teams. Wang Bing then looked at Li Ming. "Oldly, you know what to do next, right?" Li Ming was still in shock. He nodded. "I know, I'll report it right away." "All right." Wang Bing nodded. "I'll go to the mailbox and send a set of equipment to the 3rd princess." "Okay, you go ahead." In another novice village, Xia Yan, with hair like a waterfall, looked at the message, squinting her eyes, her gaze sparkling. Lu Chen? He really is an impressive character. Lu Chen went to the potion shop and asked the shopkeeper if there was anything for traveling. The shopkeeper told him that after reaching level 10 and leaving the novice village, he could learn the capturing skill, which would allow him to catch mounts. For now, the only thing available was a return scroll. However, that thing was very expensive, costing 50 silver each. Only the general store had them for sale. After thinking it over, Lu Chen decided to buy 4, spending 2 gold. After all, he wasn't short on money, efficiency was the key. After that, Lu Chen hurriedly continued towards the little demon camp, planning to grind monsters and level up. Upon arriving at the little demon camp, Lu Chen continued to fight monsters. As he delved deeper, the level of the little demons he encountered also increased. Now, the little demons were already level 6. However, even though Lu Chen was still level 5, he felt no pressure dealing with the level 6 little demons. After all, his current equipment was too good, and his skills were powerful. Enough. Soon, Lu Chen killed more than 30 little demons and obtained a tiny skill stone. Just as Lu Chen was planning to continue using this skill stone on the skill Battle Intent, the system sent a notification. Ding! The Battle Intent skill can no longer be enhanced with a tiny skill stone. Please use a higher level skill stone. Hearing this, Lu Chen understood that the enhancement of the tiny skill stone had its limits. However, he didn't have a higher level skill stone at the moment. He could only use this tiny skill stone to enhance other skills. Lu Chen currently had 3 skills left: Charge, Heavy Strike, and Basic Regeneration. After some thought, he decided to use the skill stone on Basic Regeneration. He realized that the difficulty of enhancing passive skills was greater than that of active skills, and since passive skills were permanent, they might provide a greater boost to the player. After using the skill stone, the Basic Regeneration skill upgraded to level 2. Basic Regeneration, level 2 passive skill, restores 2 health points per second. Just as Lu Chen had thought, the health restored per second increased by 1 point. Of course, one could also say it doubled. If this rate of increase continued, Basic Regeneration would restore 10 health points per second at level 10. That was still acceptable. With this passive skill, Lu Chen wouldn't even need healing potions anymore. After that, Lu Chen continued to grind monsters for experience. Soon, he arrived at a larger fortress compared to others. After killing the monsters patrolling outside the fortress, he peeked inside. He found that the interior of the fortress was a spacious hall. Inside the hall, there was a group of demonized wild wolves, and at the deepest part of the hall, a little demon with dual daggers was feeding meat to one of the demonized wild wolves. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and cast a detection spell. He discovered that all these demonized wild wolves were elites and had names, such as Big Flower, Little Tiger, Blood Fawn, and so on. The template of these demonized wild wolves was the same as the Blood Fawn he encountered earlier, with 400 health points and 29 attack. Counting carefully, there were a total of 12 elite demonized wild wolves. And the little demon at the back was actually a boss. Gunning, boss, level 6 health, 5000 attack, 90 description, the little boss of the demon camp, responsible for taming demonized wild wolves to assist the little demons in their actions. Upon seeing these attributes, Lu Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes and gasp. This guy's attributes were outrageous. Not only was his health 10 times that of a level 6 elite monster, but his attack was also double. This made Lu Chen frown. Even though his equipment was excellent and his attributes were high, with the additional 30% boost from Battle Intent, it was still a bit difficult to take on a boss monster like Gunning alone. For a moment, Lu Chen hesitated about whether to go in and fight this boss. Although he estimated he wouldn't win, at least he could test the waters, right? However, if he couldn't escape, dying would waste an hour. In his hesitation, he habitually clicked on Gunning's drop list. The next moment, a large amount of blue and green light almost blinded Lu Chen. There were so many treasures? Lu Chen gasped. He saw skill stones, attribute stones, and even skill books. Lu Chen was somewhat shocked. This boss monster was too rich, right? And the first item on the drop list left Lu Chen dumbfounded. There was even this thing? Mount, demonized wild wolf. Fine, can summon a demonized wild wolf mount. Drop rate 0.000071%. It was actually a mount. The potion shop owner had said that only after reaching level 10 and learning the capture skill could one catch a mount. But she hadn't mentioned that bosses could also drop mounts. The only problem was that the drop rate was a bit low. However, the drop rate issue was no longer a problem for Lu Chen. Without needing to say much, if he could defeat Gunning, Lu Chen would definitely specify the drop of that mount. This would improve Lu Chen's efficiency in traversing the map, which was certainly necessary. Boss monsters could drop 3 items. However, there were more than 3 blue items on the drop list. Lu Chen had to reluctantly give up some. In the end, besides the mount, Lu Chen chose 2 other items. Beginner skill stone, using it can increase skill levels. Drop rate 0.00018%. This should be a higher level skill stone than the tiny skill stone, which can be used to enhance the level of battle intent. This was very useful for Lu Chen. The third item was a skill book. Sweep, level 1, wielding a weapon, launch an attack on all enemies in front, dealing 150% damage. Learning conditions, warrior class. This was a rare area attack skill. With this skill, Lu Chen's monster farming efficiency would also significantly improve. Besides this skill book, there were actually many other good items like beginner attribute stones, fine equipment, and so on. Lu Chen could only choose 3. Compared to the skill stone, he could obtain attribute stones from other elite monsters, so they weren't as urgently needed. Unfortunately, while Lu Chen's thoughts were beautiful, he had no confidence in defeating a boss with such exaggerated attributes. Seeing so many treasures right in front of him, yet being unable to take them, was a frustrating feeling. Lu Chen's gaze wandered as he looked around the environment and then at the drop list of the demonic wild wolf, hoping to find a way to defeat Gunning. Lu Chen discovered that the only somewhat useful item was a green healing potion that many elite monsters dropped from the demonic wild wolf's drop list. Apprentice healing potion, excellent. Restores 120 health points immediately upon use, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Although this healing potion was stronger than a regular healing potion, Lu Chen felt that with just this potion, defeating such a boss would still be quite difficult. After all, this healing potion also required a 30-second cooldown. If there were no cooldown, Lu Chen would feel that having this healing potion would suffice. As it stood, it still fell a bit short. In the end, Lu Chen couldn't think of any other methods. After pondering, he felt that a more reliable approach would be to level up to level 6, switch to level 6 green equipment, and then add the attributes and drop attribute stones. Then, he would take the excellent apprentice healing potion and see if he had any hope of defeating Gunning. After all, he was already close to level 6. Although the experience bar for level 5 was long, he had been continuously fighting elite monsters. Leveling up would certainly be fast. If level 6 didn't work, he would first clear all the small monsters in the little demon camp. This should allow him to reach level 7 plus the attribute stones that would drop at that time, along with new level 7 green equipment. By then, he should be able to defeat Gunning. If that still didn't work, he would have to ask Wang Bing and Lu Chang for help. With that thought, Lu Chen took a deep look at the interior of the fortress. He directly circled around, went around to the back of the fortress, and continued to fight monsters upwards. Passing by Gunning's fortress, the little demons behind were already level 7, 2 levels higher than Lu Chen. However, their attributes were like heaven and earth compared to the boss level little demons. Lu Chen could easily take down a few. He opened the little demons drop list as usual. This time, Lu Chen no longer searched for high-price drop items but began to focus on finding any drop items that could help him defeat Gunning. Soon, Lu Chen's eyes widened slightly as he saw an interesting item. Apprentice weakness scroll, excellent, can reduce the target's movement speed by 40%. Duration 30 seconds. Note, the target's level cannot exceed 10. Drop rate 0.0011%. Although Lu Chen had seen scroll-type items in the drop list before, the slowdown scroll was actually not very useful to him. After all, even when facing a small team of elite monsters, he could charge through without needing this. Moreover, the value of this item was clearly not as high as that of the same level green equipment. Thus, Lu Chen had never designated this item for drops. Now, seeing this scroll, Lu Chen suddenly had a bold idea. If feasible, he should have a good chance of defeating Gunning. Even if he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Lu Chen immediately designated the weak scroll for drops. Besides this weak scroll, Lu Chen also designated the excellent apprentice healing potion for drops. Unless he encountered attribute stones or skill stones, everything else he designated were these 2 items. In the end, Lu Chen killed dozens of little demons, obtaining an agility attribute stone and a stamina attribute stone, as well as 1 skill stone. He continued to use the skill stone on the basic regeneration, raising his life recovery to 3 points per second. As for the apprentice, weak scroll that Lu Chen mainly designated, he obtained a total of 24. For the excellent apprentice healing potion, he got a full 30 bottles. In addition, Lu Chen leveled up, raising his level to 6. After equipping the prepared level 6 green gear, Lu Chen allocated all his attributes to strength. With that, Lu Chen was ready for the final preparation. He turned back, planning to take on Gu Ning. Arriving at Gu Ning's fortress, Lu Chen first selected all the drop items. Then he checked his backpack to ensure everything was ready. Finally, Lu Chen casually picked up a stone and threw it at the head of a demonized wild wolf that was very close to the entrance. The demonized wild wolf cried out upon being attacked, and immediately all the demonized wild wolves raised their heads to look at Lu Chen at the entrance. Even Gu Ning, who was feeding his pet, reacted the same way. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Gu Ning revealed a fierce expression, "Intruder! My little babies, tear him apart." Instantly, all the demonized wild wolves charged at Lu Chen. Gu Ning also drew his dual daggers, howling as he rushed towards Lu Chen. Surrounded by the demonized wild wolves, Lu Chen leaned against the wall to prevent attacks from behind. If the attacks came from the front, Lu Chen could block with his weapon or dodge, minimizing the damage taken. However, attacks from behind would deal significantly more damage. Soon, the claws of the first few demonized wild wolves landed on his armor. 000, no damage taken. Lu Chen was stunned, not expecting to take no damage at all. However, he wasn't too surprised. After all, he was now fully equipped with a level 6 set and, with his powerful attributes, it was normal not to take damage from the elite demonized wild wolves attacks, right? Of course, this was only true for Lu Chen. For ordinary players, they couldn't withstand even a few hits from the elite demonized wild wolves. Lu Chen swung his battle axe, striking one of the demonized wild wolves on the head. -174, a huge number floated up, indicating a critical hit. The health of this demonized wild wolf dropped to nearly half. Lu Chen continued to endure the claws of the other demonized wild wolves while wielding his battle axe. Before long, he killed one of the demonized wild wolves. "No, my little flower." Seeing the demonized wild wolf fall, Gu Ning let out a heart-wrenching scream. His gaze turned bloodthirsty as he fixed his eyes on Lu Chen. "Babies, avenge little flower." Instantly, all the demonized wild wolves howled, their claws swinging even faster. Lu Chen clearly felt that the attacks of these demonized wild wolves seemed heavier than before. Although they still didn't break his defense, Lu Chen could distinctly sense that these demonized wild wolves seemed to be stronger. He frowned and cast the detection spell on the demonized wild wolves. At this moment, Lu Chen realized that the attack power of the demonized wild wolf had actually increased by 1 point. Lu Chen was taken aback, gasping in surprise. If every time he killed a demonized wild wolf, the attack of the other demonized wild wolves increased by 1 point, then after killing about 10 of them, wouldn't these demonized wild wolves be able to break through his defenses? Oh, there are only 12 demonized wild wolves here? And he could automatically recover 3 points of health every second? Then it's fine. Lu Chen continued to kill the demonized wild wolves. Each time a demonized wild wolf was killed, Gu Ning would let out a wail. Lu Chen glanced at Gu Ning's attributes with some unease, fearing that Gu Ning would also increase in attack power like the demonized wild wolves. Fortunately, Gu Ning's attributes remained unchanged, otherwise, Lu Chen would have to consider fleeing. An attack power of 90 points was already quite strong, and with an additional 12 points, Lu Chen was afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand that damage. Although Gu Ning was furious, he was blocked by his little treasures outside and couldn't attack Lu Chen directly, only able to howl anxiously. Lu Chen had enough time to kill all the demonized wild wolves one by one. As the demonized wild wolves fell one after another, Gu Ning finally found an opportunity and squeezed in front of Lu Chen. He swung his dual blades and launched an attack on Lu Chen. The speed of the dual blades was extremely fast. Lu Chen didn't even have time to dodge and could only take 2 hits. Damage values of -12 and -13 popped up, startling Lu Chen. Such high damage. After the 2 attacks, Gu Ning raised his blades again. Soon, 2 more damage values floated out. In just a second, Lu Chen had been hit 4 times, losing about 50 points of health. This made Lu Chen feel a bit of a toothache. He simply couldn't take it. Fortunately, he hadn't recklessly attacked Gu Ning earlier. Otherwise, he would probably be dead by now. Lu Chen took out a weakness scroll and used it on Gu Ning. Instantly, a layer of gray mist enveloped Gu Ning. This was the effect of the scroll taking effect. Lu Chen turned and retreated, escaping from Gu Ning's attack range. Gu Ning's speed was reduced by 40%. Although he had high agility and was very fast, Lu Chen had been consuming attribute stones during this time, making his agility higher than that of an average level 5 player. Coupled with Gu Ning's significant speed reduction, Lu Chen barely managed to evade his pursuit. Seeing Gu Ning chasing him from behind, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. It worked. As long as Gu Ning couldn't take him down in one hit, when his health was low, he could escape from Gu Ning's attack range to recover health. Once his health was back up, he could continue attacking him. Compared to Gunning, Lu Chen, as a player, had the biggest advantage of being able to use healing potions to restore health. Naturally, Lu Chen aimed to maximize this advantage. When he saw the weakness scroll, this plan had already formed in his mind. Now it seemed that this plan was very effective. After dodging Gunning's 2 strikes, Lu Chen turned around and used the advantage of his longer battle axe to swing it at Gunning. If Gunning had been at his normal speed, Lu Chen felt that this swing might have missed. But now, Gunning was solidly hit by this axe. Over 50 points of damage floated above his head. After the strike, Lu Chen continued to retreat to avoid Gunning's attacks. Then, retracting his battle axe, Lu Chen launched another attack. This back and forth allowed Lu Chen to take advantage of the longer attack range of the battle axe compared to the dual blades, along with the speed advantage, seizing the initiative. Although Lu Chen hadn't fought much before, after about 20 hours of combat he had gained some combat experience. Despite his still somewhat immature combat experience, he would still make mistakes during actual operations. He would occasionally be hit by Gunning, causing his health to drop rapidly. But Lu Chen had room for error. His health was around 300, enough to withstand several of Gunning's attacks. As his health dropped, Lu Chen began to use potions to keep his health at full. He certainly didn't believe that Gunning had no skills. As a boss, Gunning certainly possessed powerful combat skills. If he didn't keep his health at a certain level, Lu Chen wouldn't feel safe at all. This tug-of-war lasted for more than 2 minutes, and Lu Chen managed to whittle Gunning's health down to half. Just then, Gunning let out a roar. Damn invader, die. The dual blades in his hands glowed with a dark red light. In the next moment, 2 arcs of blade light crossed and struck fiercely towards Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen dodged with all his might, he was still hit. -99 to 102. 2 exaggerated damage numbers popped up, and Lu Chen's health immediately hit rock bottom. He was startled and quickly used an excellent healing potion to restore his health. Lu Chen felt a bit of lingering fear. Fortunately, he had been cautious earlier and managed to control his health well. Otherwise, with that hit, he would have probably been done for. He never expected a level 6 boss to be so terrifying. If it were anyone else, let alone this blade light skill, even a normal attack would have killed them in a second. Lu Chen's defense was not weak, and with the attribute boosts and the attribute stones he had previously obtained, his base endurance was higher than that of a warrior who focused entirely on endurance. Coupled with his full set of green equipment, no other player at the same level could withstand his hits. Even so, he still lost over 10 health points with each hit. Other players would likely lose even more. At this stage, there were hardly any players who could endure such damage. After the blade light skill, Gunning was shocked to see that Lu Chen was still alive, his eyes widening. This is impossible. He became even angrier. The damage from each attack had actually increased to nearly 20 points. Fortunately, Lu Chen had saved quite a few excellent healing potions, and by controlling the distance, he could ensure his health remained safe. In fact, after dozens of consecutive rounds of attacks, Lu Chen's grasp of distance improved even more. He dodged Gunning's attacks more frequently, and the fluctuations in his health became less noticeable. He was also able to seize the opportunity to accurately deliver his battle axe to Gunning's head. The feeling of dancing on the blade's edge sent Lu Chen's adrenaline soaring, and his heart raced. He felt as if he craved battle, yearning for the thrill of danger and excitement. He never expected that he was actually a combative person. When Gunning's health dropped to the last 200, he used the blade light skill again. This time, the damage from the blade light skill was even higher than before. Lu Chen was left with only 20 health points. This startled him, and he quickly restored his health. After the last blade light, Gunning seemed to have exhausted his strength, even his attacks weakened. With a few axe strikes, Lu Chen emptied Gunning's health. No, this is impossible. Gunning screamed and finally fell to the ground. 3 blue orbs of light floated above his corpse. Looking at Gunning's body on the ground, Lu Chen, who had been tense for several minutes without daring to let his guard down, suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He was mentally drained. The weak scroll in his hand had only 2 left. Just a little more. If Gunning had a bit more health, it would have been him who died. In the final moments, Lu Chen didn't even dare to blink, fearing that if he missed an attack, Gunning's health wouldn't drop and he would run out of his weak scrolls, ultimately failing. Fortunately, the final outcome was good. Looking at the 3 blue orbs, Lu Chen's fatigue was swept away by the joy of his harvest. These were all excellent quality items. Just as Lu Chen stepped forward to pick up the drops, a vast and majestic voice suddenly echoed in the sky. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Chen for his first kill of a boss-level monster. Reward, 40 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, excellent treasure chest *1, Dabu City. Reputation plus 30. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Chen for his first kill of a boss-level monster. Reward, 40 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, exquisite treasure chest *1, Dawang City. Reputation plus 30. The announcement rang out 3 times in succession, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Lu Chen widened his eyes, looking up at the sky in confusion. What the hell? Just killing a boss and there's a system announcement? He touched his nose, wondering if he had become famous. Then Lu Chen suddenly recalled what the potion shop owner had said about achievements. Is this an achievement? The first to kill a boss-level monster? Indeed, there were quite a few rewards. A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. Beep beep beep. Lu Chen's chat channel was buzzing with messages. He looked and saw it was his friends Wang Bing and a few others. Wang Bing, what the hell? What the hell? Foster father, you actually killed a boss monster? You're too strong, right? Did you solo it? Lu Chang, good. Son-in-law, what did the boss monster drop? You can sell what you don't need to your old father-in-law. Jiangsu, congratulations, Mr. Lu, for killing the boss monster and becoming famous throughout the Yuan. Star. Limu, Mr. Lu is really impressive, admiration.jpg. Lu Chen smiled and first replied to Jiangsu and Limu with a thank you. Then he replied to Wang Bing, I did it alone, it was a bit tough, almost died. Finally, he replied to Lu Chang, sorry, Changgu, but I can use everything that dropped this time. Just as Lu Chen sent his reply, Wang Bing messaged in the chat room. Wang Bing, foster father, can I see the drops? Let me see the world. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, let us see what the boss monster dropped. Lu Chen chuckled and sent the drop information. Upon seeing 3 blue items, both Wang Bing and Lu Chang were stunned. Wang Bing, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? They're all blue? Lu Chang, they're all blue? We haven't even dropped green gear and the good son-in-law starts dropping. Blue already? Lu Chang, there's even a mount. With this thing, traveling will be much easier in the future. I'm so envious. Wang Bing, is the skill stone for upgrading skills? I've never seen this before. This is just too outrageous, right? I've worked my ass off until now and I've only upgraded my heavy strike to level 2. Lu Chang, and there's a group attack skill book. The good son-in-law will level up even faster now. After all, everyone was currently just fighting one monster at a time. With a group attack skill, it was like a dimensionality reduction strike. Wang Bing, this damn game is unplayable. Why is the gap between players getting bigger and bigger? Lu Chang, damn game +1. Seeing Wang Bing and Lu Chang's excited expressions, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Daily task, show off in front of others. 1/1, Lu Chen, it's just this little bit, what's there to be surprised about? Arrogant smile.jpg, Wang Bing, ? Lu Chang, ? The two felt deeply hurt, their hearts full of wounds. Wang Bing, foster father, if you keep this up, you won't have any friends. Lu Chen, so, should I sell this green gear to Changgo? Wang Bing, foster father, my good foster father, even if you have no friends, you have a son. Lu Chen, 6. While Lu Chen was chatting with Wang Bing and Lu Chang, in the entire Yuan Star player area, everyone heard the system announcement. Players in Silver Moon Village widened their eyes, looking bewildered. Is it the great Lu Chen? He's already started killing bosses? No way, is this really a beaver? I'm only level 2 right now, I haven't even seen an elite monster. The great Lu Chen is on the broadcast, amazing. I knew the great Lu Chen was no ordinary person, I'm not surprised at all. Meanwhile, in another village, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing were fighting a corrupted wild wolf. Suddenly, hearing the system announcement, both of them froze and Lu Yueqing almost got bitten to death by the corrupted wild wolf. The two hurriedly killed the corrupted wild wolf, looking at each other in shock, their mouths slightly agape. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuexin reached out to pinch Lu Yueqing's cheek. Lu Yueqing quickly stepped back, warily looking at Lu Yuexin. Sister, what are you doing? Lu Yuexin blinked and silently lowered her hand. I just wanted to see if I was dreaming. Lu Yueqing, ? Wait, you want to see if you're dreaming, so you pinch me? She was filled with black lines on her forehead, extremely angry. Lu Yuexin smiled and said, quick, ask Dad what's going on. Dad and Lu Chen have such a good relationship. Lu Yueqing rolled her eyes and complained, yeah, really good, so much so that he's calling him son-in-law. The two of them inquired about Lu Chang. Lu Chang was still immersed in the 3 pieces of blue equipment dropped by Lu Chen when he saw his 2 daughters asking. He told them about Lu Chen soloing the boss and dropping 3 pieces of blue equipment. Instantly, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing's eyes widened, both of them even more shocked. Lu Yueqing looked incredulous. Soloing a boss monster? Is that too outrageous? Even Lu Yuexin frowned, utterly astonished. We both find it a bit dangerous just to farm elite monsters. How did he manage to solo a boss? Yeah, bosses are definitely much stronger than elites. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand. However, they were equally curious about Lu Chen dropping 3 blue items. With blue equipment, Lu Chen's strength will definitely be stronger. By then, the gap with others will only widen. That guy can't be the network administrator of that cosmic server, right? Lu Yueqing felt a bit frantic. She originally thought her talent was quite impressive. Why did it feel like the gap was so large? Meanwhile, in another novice village, Xia Yan was holding a staff, leveling up. Upon hearing the system announcement, her movements suddenly stopped. The demonic wild wolf seized the opportunity to charge at Xia Yan, but she dodged the attack like a nimble butterfly, casting a spell as she moved, killing the demonic wild wolf. She paused, her face also showing an expression of disbelief. Soloing a boss. How can there be such a huge gap? She glanced at the staff in her hand and the robe on her body. Her equipment was all bought from Lu Chen. She originally thought the gap with Lu Chen would narrow. Unexpectedly, the gap was getting wider. Xia Yan fell silent for a moment and sent a message to Wang Bing. Once we leave the novice village, help me arrange a meeting with Lu Chen. I want to see him. Not just in the Daxia region. In the Barren Empire region, the Lionheart Kingdom region, the Karadusi Kingdom region, and so on, players from various Yuanqing national regions all looked up at the sky. A tall man in battle armor, holding a sword and shield, had a look of shock on his face. Killing a boss? How is that possible? Beside the man, there were many players, all equally astonished. Adams, how did that guy Lu Chen manage to do it? Yeah, we also tried to kill that boss and we were wiped out in less than a minute. How did he do it? I don't know. Adams pondered for a long time, finally shaking his head and sighing. As expected of the oldest empire, Daxia truly has a wealth of talent. But we are not weak either. So what if Lu Chen gets a head start? Adams, your talent gets stronger as time goes on. In the future, you will definitely become the strongest player in our Yuanqing. The players around looked at Adams with admiration. Adams took a deep breath, his expression calm as he nodded. For the glory of the Barren Empire. For the glory of the Barren Empire. In the Lionheart Kingdom region, Princess Alice Christian wore a pure white robe, her beautiful and holy face combined with golden long hair, resembling an angel. She looked up at the sky, equally astonished. The members of the princess's guard looked at each other in disbelief. By the Lionheart King, is Daxia about to produce another talent? To be able to kill a boss right now, that's just terrifying. Amidst the discussions of the many princess guards, Alice looked up at the sky and softly sighed. The era always stands by the great Xia. Others nodded silently, feeling envy, jealousy, reluctance, and awe. For thousands of years, the great Xia has always stood at the forefront of the times. This is something the Lionheart Kingdom can only look up to. After chatting with Wang Bing and Lu Chen used all the dropped items. He naturally used the primary skill stone on Battle Intent. As he had guessed, Battle Intent was once again enhanced, reaching level 4, with an overall attribute increase of 40%. Lu Chen immediately felt himself growing stronger. He also learned the sweeping skill. After learning it, Lu Chen discovered that this skill was different from Heavy Strike, having a cooldown time of 10 seconds. Nevertheless, it was still a very powerful combat skill that could significantly improve monster farming efficiency. As for the mount, it could be directly placed in the backpack and taken out when needed. Besides these, the system achievements also rewarded Lu Chen. 40 gold coins were equivalent to 400,000, and he received 5 free attribute points. After thinking for a moment, he allocated them to stamina. The earlier scene where Gunning almost took him out with a single skill left a deep impression on him. He felt he needed to increase his health to improve his margin for error. There was still a large area of the little demon camp that hadn't been destroyed, and there were definitely bosses inside, so Lu Chen had to be cautious. Finally, there was a fine treasure chest which he placed in his backpack. Lu Chen discovered that this treasure chest also had a drop list. This made Lu Chen happy. He opened the drop list and saw that the first item on the list was actually a purple item. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. As expected of a fine treasure chest, it even had a purple item. What surprised Lu Chen the most was that it was a great sword. Flame, legendary, attack plus 95, strength plus 9, stamina plus 7, 5% chance to deal 100 points of fire damage to the target, required level 6. After reading the attributes, Lu Chen gasped, feeling as if his lungs had turned cold. What does legendary mean? Tactical retreat.jpg. Lu Chen looked at the little demon battle axe in his hand. Little demon battle axe, excellent, attack plus 26, strength plus 4, required level 6. The difference was not just a little bit, okay? One was in the sky, the other was on the ground. Although there were still some good items behind, like the primary skill stone, primary attribute stone, and even a mage skill book, Lu Chen didn't think twice and decisively chose the flame great sword. If Lu Chen had this great sword earlier, he would have completely dominated Gunning. Although the other items were also good, they still paled in comparison to the flame great sword. Lu Chen originally thought he could choose 3 items from the fine treasure chest. However, he found that the system rewards were a bit different. From the treasure chests found in the wild, he could only choose one. That was equivalent to having no choice at all. Lu Chen chose the flame great sword and then opened the chest. A sword with a crimson blade, measuring a full 1.7 meters, appeared in Lu Chen's backpack. When Lu Chen took it out, he immediately felt a scorching aura emanating from the great sword. On the blade, tiny flames flickered. Lu Chen smacked his lips. As expected of a legendary weapon, it looked very impressive. Lu Chen decisively switched weapons and strapped the flame great sword to his back. Unfortunately, he couldn't see what he looked like with the great sword on his back, which left him a bit regretful. It should look very cool. After tallying his gains, Lu Chen checked the time. There was only 1 hour left until the 24-hour game time for today expired. Lu Chen decided to continue tomorrow. Now, he planned to go back and tidy up his backpack, selling the equipment inside. Lu Chen took out his mount, and immediately, a deep black demonized wolf appeared before him. The demonized wolf stood 1.6 meters tall, was massive, and had a strong physique. Crouching beside Lu Chen and growling repeatedly. Lu Chen mounted the beast, tugging at the reins, and the demonic wolf shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. However, Lu Chen had never learned to ride before, so he felt a bit uncomfortable, his backside bouncing painfully. The speed of the demonic wolf mount was far greater than Lu Chen's running. What would have taken him nearly an hour, he accomplished in just 20 minutes, arriving at the novice village. Outside the village, a large number of players were grinding monsters to level up. When they saw a demonic wolf charging out, they were all taken aback. But, upon noticing Lu Chen on the wolf's back, their eyes widened in surprise. What the hell? Who is this big shot? He actually has a wolf mount. So cool. This game actually has mounts. I've never seen one before. That big shot seems to be Lu Chen? Hiss, so it's Lu Chen, no wonder he has a mount. The crowd, initially shocked, calmed down a bit upon realizing it was Lu Chen. Come on, he was the first to kill a boss monster. What's the big deal about having a mount? Wait, look at the weapon on Lu Chen's back. One player with sharp eyes spotted the blazing greatsword on Lu Chen's back. After seeing the flickering flames on the sword's blade, everyone's eyes widened. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Weapons can have flames? What level of weapon is that? Is it green? What are you thinking? A green weapon can't burn flames? It must be blue. It should be blue. Lu Chen killed the boss before, so it must have dropped from that boss, right? Compared to the mount, as players, they were clearly more curious about the weapon. They all looked at Lu Chen's blazing greatsword with envy. A blue weapon? They wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Just having a green weapon would make them wake up smiling. To all the handsome guys and beautiful girls, if you think the author is doing well, please take a moment to click for a free update and send some free little gifts. The author sends a little. You to all the handsome guys and beautiful girls, */omega*. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen rode the demonic wolf into Silvermoon Village. Wang Bing and Lu Chang had also returned and were waiting for Lu Chen at the village entrance. Seeing Lu Chen approach on a demonic wolf, both of them looked enviously at him. A giant wolf mount, fully armored, Lu Chen looked like a victorious general returning home. What man wouldn't envy such a spirited figure? Lu Chen stopped the demonic wolf in front of them, dismounted, and stored the wolf back in his backpack. He smiled and said, "You guys are pretty quick. Isn't it to wait for you, adoptive father?" Wang Bing chuckled. He rubbed his hands together. Adoptive father, how many green equipment pieces do we have this time? Not many, just around 60. Since Lu Chen had designated drop scrolls and potions after killing elite monsters, there were fewer green equipment pieces this time. However, when Wang Bing and Lu Chang heard this, they were momentarily stunned. Over 60 pieces of green equipment, and he called that not many? All the green equipment they had seen so far had dropped from Lu Chen. Others hadn't even seen a single piece of green equipment. Yet here he was, pulling out over 60 pieces and complaining it was too few. Wang Bing and Lu Chang were at a loss for how to react. After a while, Lu Chang finally regained his composure and asked, "Good son-in-law, shall we trade now?" Lu Chen nodded, "Sure. The green equipment this time is level 6 and 7. Lu Chang? Wang Bing? The two fell silent again. Wang Bing was dumbfounded. Wait, we haven't even reached level 5 yet. How did you get level 6 and 7 green equipment? Lu Chen looked just as innocent. I'm fighting level 6 and 7 monsters now, I can't help it. Lu Chang and Wang Bing felt as if their hearts had been stabbed. Listen to this. Is this even human language? They struggled against level 5 monsters, and he was already fighting level 6 and 7 monsters. Is he even human? Lu Chen smiled and said, "Brother Wang, if you don't want it, I'll sell it to Brother Chang." "Don't. Adoptive father, I want it." Although he wasn't level 6 or 7 yet, having the gear stored up would definitely be useful. There were so many people in their Xian Niao army. Once their levels increased, they could just switch it out. Wouldn't that be great? So, the three quickly completed the transaction. Since this batch of equipment was all level 6 and 7, the prices were a bit higher than the level 5 green gear. Although the quantity was less than last time, they ended up selling for more gold coins. Lu Chen happily pocketed the gold coins and traded away all the equipment. At that moment, Lu Chang noticed a flicker of flame appear on the weapon on Lu Chen's back, which made him widen his eyes in surprise. "Good son-in-law, your weapon, why is it burning with flames?" Wang Bing, hearing this, was a bit taken aback. He turned to look and indeed saw it. He widened his eyes, filled with envy. "Adoptive father, you can't be saying your weapon is blue?" Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. "Of course it's not blue." Lu Chang and Wang Bing both breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Chen had gotten blue equipment right now, they would have lost it. However, the next moment, Lu Chen's voice rang out again. "Lucky me, I opened a chest and got a purple item. Doesn't it look pretty cool?" Lu Chang, Wang Bing, the two stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing, as if looking at a demon. The air suddenly fell silent. Lu Chen chuckled. "What's wrong?" Wang Bing and Lu Chang snapped back to reality. Wang Bing's eyes were red, his voice trembling as he pointed at the greatsword on Lu Chen's back. Purple? Purple? Lu Chang beside him swallowed hard. Good son-in-law, where did you open the chest? Can I open one too? He wasn't asking for a purple item, but surely a blue one would be fine. Lu Chen laughed. It was the chest that the system announced as a reward just now. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang and Wang Bing suddenly recalled the previous system announcement about the rewards. Wang Bing frowned, realizing something seemed off. Wait, the system just announced that the reward was clearly a fine chest, right? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, it was a fine chest. Lu Chang also sensed something was wrong. Then how did you get a purple item? Isn't it normal for a fine chest to yield purple items? Lu Chang, Wang Bing, the two looked at Lu Chen, who seemed to take it for granted, feeling a surge of frustration they couldn't articulate. It wasn't normal for a blue chest to yield purple items. Wang Bing and Lu Chang exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable generational gap between them and Lu Chen. Wang Bing didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer, lest it hurt him more. He looked at Lu Chen with curiosity. Adoptive father, what are the attributes of that purple equipment? Lu Chen smiled and posted the attributes in the chat room. Wang Bing? Lu Chang? The two stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. Wait, are these attributes for real? This is too exaggerated. These attributes are insane. With these attributes, wouldn't it be a one-hit kill against items of the same level? They were both immensely shocked. For the first time, they realized that this game perhaps had no concept of balance. No, it should be said that the essence of this game was more like a real world where anything was possible and fairness didn't exist. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Lu Chen thought back to his own reaction when he first saw the attributes of the flame greatsword, and it was pretty much the same. These attributes could indeed drive any player crazy. Wang Bing sighed with a complex expression. Is this what legendary items are like? So terrifying. As a warrior, he understood even more the significance of this weapon. With Lu Chen's equipment, plus this weapon and the skills he had previously acquired, he could truly mow down monsters like a whirlwind. Wang Bing's regard for Lu Chen rose once again. After returning, it seems that Old Li will have to work hard again. I wonder what the higher-ups will think when they hear that Lu Chen has obtained a legendary weapon. Wang Bing couldn't even imagine it. As for Lu Chang, after seeing this weapon, he was even more certain that Lu Chen's future was limitless. Such a young talent, his daughter must seize the opportunity. Lu Chang was very optimistic about Lu Chen's future. He quietly sent the weapon's attributes to his chat group. With his two daughters, Lu Yuexin, Lu Yueqing, both of them sent a series of question marks at the same time. Lu Yueqing, old man, don't tell me this was dropped by Lu Chen. Lu Chang, yes, jealous? Lu Yueqing, jealous? Heh, old man, you underestimate me too much. Lu Chang was a bit surprised that his daughter didn't even envy such a good weapon. However, the next moment, Lu Yueqing sent another message. I'm just jealous. Lu Chang. Lu Yuexin, Dad, my sister said she will win over Lu Chen. Lu Chang, really? Lu Yueqing, I didn't say that. Don't listen to Lu Yuexin's nonsense. She said she wants to win over Lu Chen. Seeing his two daughters say this, Lu Chang couldn't help but smile. It was clear that his daughters had developed quite an interest in Lu Chen. This was a good thing. He was just afraid they wouldn't be interested. No matter which daughter eventually liked Lu Chen, it would be fine for Lu Chang. He sighed inwardly, thinking that as an old father-in-law, he still had to be a wingman for his son-in-law. Times really had changed. Just then, Wang Bing's somewhat annoying voice rang out. Hey, director. Lu, why do you look a bit lewd while smiling? What are you up to? Lu Chang snapped back to reality and found that both Lu Chen and Wang Bing were looking at him. Even with his thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, it's nothing, just thought of something. Wang Bing looked skeptical, and Lu Chang quickly added, alright, I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing finally relented. Lu Chun also smiled and said, Brother Wang, I'm logging off now. Wang Bing was taken aback. You're logging off just like that? Isn't it still early? I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while. After fighting monsters for over 20 hours, he was indeed quite exhausted. Wang Bing nodded and said, alright, you take a good rest, I'll be off. After trading the gold coins for Dasha currency, Lu Chen logged off. A flash of white light passed before his eyes. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on his bed. He turned his head and scanned the surroundings, only to see a simple apartment of about 10 square meters and a familiar wooden bed. Lu Chen felt as if he had returned from another world. After more than 20 hours of battle, he was back in his apartment. He quickly sat up and checked his bank account on his phone. Balance, 2,102,912. Over 2 million in balance. Among that, 2.1 million was earned from selling gold coins, and the rest was his salary. After sending money to his mother and paying the rent, he was left with just over 2,000. However, the days of hardship would eventually pass. Lu Chen lay back on the bed, revealing a relieved smile. This was just the first day. In a few days, he would be able to pay off all his debts. By then, he would be free of debt and both he and his mother could finally let go of the burdens in their hearts. After smiling for a while, Lu Chen got up, looked at the time, and realized it was already past 8 in the morning the next day. 24 hours had passed in the game, but only 12 hours in reality. What a miraculous cosmic game. He thought for a moment and called his supervisor. Soon, the call connected and a middle-aged man's voice came through. Hello, Lu Chen? What's up? Supervisor, I want to resign. Lu Chen was straightforward. Upon hearing this, the supervisor sounded surprised. Resign? Why so suddenly? Are you okay? Lu Chen smiled. It's nothing, just a bit tired from work lately. I want to take a break. The supervisor, hearing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, with a smile, then remember to come and handle your resignation procedures. By the way, you're not the beta tester for that online game, are you? Lu Chen chuckled. How could that be? There are only 10 million players in total. I can't be that lucky. Alright then, sigh, suddenly there's this strange game and the world is about to change. The supervisor rambled on for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone with Lu Chen. Lu Chen originally wanted to transfer money directly to his mother, but before doing so, he hesitated and decided to call her first to explain the situation so as not to scare her. It was just past 8, and based on Lu Chen's understanding of his mother, she should have just finished her night shift and was likely sleeping. She would only get up around 11 to continue her work. There was still time, so Lu Chen planned to go to the company to handle his resignation procedures first, but before that, Lu Chen intended to try and see if what the game claimed about being able to bring items out of it was true. Lu Chen first checked his physical condition and found that his strength in various aspects seemed to have improved significantly compared to before. This was due to the enhancement of his basic strength. He then tried to open his backpack and discovered that he could take out everything inside, including mounts. Finally, Lu Chen tried on his equipment. He found that the equipment could actually be set to hidden, which meant that as long as he hid it, he wouldn't be discovered while wearing it in reality. This was good news, at least it made him feel much safer. In this world that was about to become chaotic, Lu Chen put on all his equipment and chose to hide it. This way, his attributes received a significant boost again, and when he casually threw a punch in the air, it produced a sharp whistle. It was just like a martial arts master. Lu Chen happily thought to himself, confirming that the items in the game could indeed be brought out, and he left the house contentedly. While taking the subway, Lu Chen idly checked the news on his phone. He found that most of today's news was about games. There were also some measures regarding the Great Xia Ministry of Education reform. Online game education officially included in the basic education system. Player Management Bureau established. Just how big is the impact of the cosmic game? Great Xia is mighty. Official sources reveal that the first to kill a boss-level monster is our Great Xia people. National Father, a super player, appears in a new village of Great Xia. Lu Chen was surprised to see several news items related to him. This made him feel a jolt of anxiety. His information wouldn't be discovered, would it? With a heavy heart, he opened the news about the boss monster kill. Soon, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although they knew someone had killed a boss monster in the game, they couldn't mention Lu Chen's name. Every time the name Lu Chen appeared, it turned into a strange black square. Lu Chen felt relieved. The cosmic game was indeed powerful. Then, with a strange feeling, he clicked on the news about the National Father. His intuition told him that this news was likely related to him and that guy Wang Bing. Sure enough, in a new player village called Silver Moon Village in the game, a super player favored by the goddess of luck has appeared, and his luck is exceptional. It is reported that the Xian Bird Army is collaborating with this unknown player, and the army leader, Wang, even jokingly referred to the player as National Father. According to insiders, if the big shot can sell him green equipment, he would also call him National Father. At this time, in the official Cosmic Game Forum established, many people have already referred to this player as National Father. Lu Chen looked at this news with a very strange expression. He searched for the Cosmic Game Forum, and it quickly popped up on the platform. This was an official forum that could be said to have been built overnight inside. There are numerous modules, including some information about the game itself, such as classes, races, monster types, and so on. It also includes channels for players to communicate with each other and even connects to the Player Management Bureau. Players can apply to join the bureau and become official personnel, enjoying the benefits of being an official. Lu Chen glanced through it and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of our Great Xia, the efficiency is truly high. Then Lu Chen carefully looked through the game gossip information. He was shocked when he saw it. Out of 10 posts, 5 were about Lu Chen. This included system announcements about Lu Chen defeating bosses and speculations about his drop rates, among other things. At the same time, many players were playfully referring to Lu Chen as their adoptive father. This made Lu Chen a bit embarrassed. How did he suddenly gain so many sons and daughters? He was almost having an awkward attack. Fortunately, no one knew who he was. With mixed feelings after reading his gossip post, Lu Chen looked at other posts. One pinned post titled Crossroads of an Era, Speculations and Prospects for the Gaming Age caught Lu Chen's attention. He clicked in and found that the poster had written a dense amount of content, almost like a thesis. He looked at the content and realized that this person was a player, and a high-level one at that. Their level had actually reached level 4, not weaker than Wang Bing and the others. This player summarized the game information they had gathered and then proposed their own speculations. The information provided was extremely useful. When all players first enter the game, they should have heard about the invasion of demonic energy, and when entering the novice continent, everyone must have seen the endless darkness at the southernmost tip of the largest continent. I speculate that this is the demonic energy. This demonic energy is like a virus, invading the universe's immune system, and we players are like immune cells within the universe. The universe game allows us to become players, continuously improving, and the ultimate goal may be to kill these viruses. I speculate that the virus has a high rate of spread. From the clues, it can be seen that it won't be long before our world also experiences the phenomenon of demonic energy invasion. I hope everyone can be prepared. Additionally, I call on all players, if possible, to join the Player Management Bureau. Times have changed, and we should become a whole, mutually beneficial, so that we can go further both in the game and in reality. Lu Chen? He originally thought it was an analysis post, but in the end, it turned out to be an advertisement. He seriously suspected that the poster was an official. Soon, the subway arrived at the station. Lu Chen stood up and squeezed out of the crowd. He noticed that many people were looking at their phones, checking news about the Universe Online game. Clearly, everyone was paying attention to the situation of the Universe Online game. He even heard someone whispering about the content of the Universe Online game. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. The changes were truly reflected everywhere. The company where Lu Chen worked was located in the center of Xianhai City. This is the financial and commercial center of Xianhai City, as well as the most prosperous area in the entire city. After getting off the subway, the station was bustling with people. A large number of young men and women emerged from the subway, hurriedly heading to work. Lu Chen walked leisurely, watching the passing passengers, as if he were a tourist. He used to be one of them, but now that he had resigned, he naturally didn't need to rush to the company. Stepping out of the subway station, the streets were wide and well connected. Vehicles flowed continuously, and occasionally a luxury car would speed by, drawing envious glances from others. As the center of Xianhai City, there was no shortage of wealthy people here. Just then, a red convertible sports car appeared on the street, its beastly roar of an engine causing everyone to turn their heads. Lu Chen looked over as well. Sitting in the sports car were two identical, incredibly beautiful young girls, leaving everyone in awe. Such a beautiful woman is rarely seen in reality. Beautiful cars and beautiful women always attract attention. It wasn't until the sports car sped by that people reluctantly withdrew their gazes. The Viper sports car is one of the top brands in the entire Great Xia and one of the best in the world. The Red Viper is a limited edition, costing tens of millions. Even if Lu Chen's parents hadn't gone bankrupt, this sports car would still be an unattainable dream for him. But now, for Lu Chen, it was just a few days' worth of income. He felt no significant fluctuation in his heart. He could buy one to play with in the future. While everyone was still discussing the Red Viper and the twin beauties, Lu Chen crossed the street and entered one of the tall buildings. Taking the elevator, he quickly arrived at his company's floor. Since he had already informed his supervisor, Lu Chen's resignation went smoothly. After settling his final paycheck in the finance office and receiving his resignation certificate, Lu Chen was now a free man. Before leaving, his supervisor and colleagues treated him to lunch as a farewell. This was also a company tradition. Everyone in the company was colleagues, and since they were all in technical positions, there weren't any major conflicts. The relationships were quite good. Before resigning, the supervisor would treat everyone to send off the departing employee. In the supervisor's words, this wasn't called resignation, it was called graduation. After lunch, Lu Chen took the subway back to his apartment. He took out his phone and dialed his mother's number. The phone rang twice. Before it was quickly answered. "Hello, son, what's up?" Hearing his mother's voice, Lu Chen instinctively smiled gently. He said, "Mom, I have some good news to tell you." On the other end, Du Shuefei, hearing this, looked surprised. With a hint of fatigue on her face, she laughed. "What good news? So mysterious?" Lu Chen asked, "Is there anyone around you right now?" Du Shuefei's part-time job was cleaning and doing housework. At that moment, there was no one at home, and she replied, "No one, why?" Lu Chen said, "You know that universe game from yesterday? I was selected for the public test." Upon hearing this, Du Shuefei's eyes widened in shock. "Really?" She revealed a delighted smile. "I've been following that game too. The treatment for public testers is really good now. I heard you can even become an official. This is great news." Hearing Du Shuefei's excited voice, Lu Chen coughed lightly and said, "Well, I did pretty well in the game, so I made some money to pay off debts." Du Shuefei paused, then sighed. "You should keep that money for yourself. I'll find a way on my end." Lu Chen replied, "Mom, aren't you going to ask how much I earned?" Du Shuefei seemed indifferent, not thinking Lu Chen could earn much. After all, she had also been following the news about the Universe Online game. She had heard that the game was very difficult and making money wasn't easy. However, she still asked, "How much did you earn?" 2 million. Du Shufa? Her nonchalant demeanor froze and her expression became somewhat dazed. She thought she had misheard and asked again, "How much?" 2 million. Du Shufa? She looked around, pinched her hand in disbelief, feeling a sharp pain. This wasn't a dream. She took a deep breath, glanced around to confirm. No one was nearby, and said in disbelief, "Is there really that much? Mom, how could I lie to you? But you know the situation with this game, so please don't spread the word." Du Shufa was not a woman who knew nothing. She had a bachelor's degree and, after years of struggles, was well aware of the harsh realities of society. She nodded, I understand. Du Shufa's eyes turned slightly red, her voice choked. "My son is really successful. In recent years, due to her husband's death, Du Shufa had been burdened with enormous debts, and life had nearly crushed her. It was only because she had her son to support her that she hadn't completely given up. She never expected that her son could earn so much money in such a short time. The pressure in her heart suddenly eased a lot. When Lu Chen heard the choked voice on the other end of the phone, he felt a warmth in his eyes as well. These past few years, they had struggled too much as a mother and son. He smiled and said, "Mom, I can earn this much in a day. In just a few days, I can pay off all the debts. By then, you can just enjoy life." "You little rascal. Once the debts are paid off, you should start thinking about your lifelong affairs." Lu Chen. He felt a headache coming on. It wasn't that he hadn't dated before. However, his ex-girlfriend had decisively broken up with him upon hearing that his family had gone bankrupt and was in debt. Dating didn't matter to Lu Chen anymore. But then, he suddenly remembered teacher Lu Chang calling him a good son-in-law. He twitched his mouth and shook his head, trying to shake Lu Chang's voice from his mind. "I'll work hard to find someone, but Mom, you don't need to rush, right? I'm still young. By the way, let me transfer the money to you first. Wait, keep some for yourself. Just because you can earn money today doesn't mean you can earn it tomorrow. You need to save some for emergencies. Don't worry, Mom, I can definitely earn more. You don't have to be concerned. You shouldn't work so hard anymore, just go home and rest well, okay? You must have worked the night shift again last night?" Hearing this, Du Shufa smiled, her lips curving up. Alright, I got it. You go ahead and get busy." After ending the call, Lu Chen transferred 2 million to Du Shufa through mobile banking. He still had about 100,000 left. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to change his living environment. This apartment was a partition type, with one large room divided into 5 or 6 small rooms, and the soundproofing wasn't very good. Every night, Lu Chen could hear strange noises coming from different rooms. Sometimes, he found it hard to sleep at night. Previously, he had no money and no choice but to endure it. Now that he had money, Lu Chen certainly wouldn't shortchange himself. He planned to find a better living environment. At the very least, it had to be a separate suite. As for the location, Lu Chen intended to leave the suburbs. Although rent was cheaper in the suburbs, the impending invasion of demonic energy might bring some monsters to the wild. The suburbs were definitely not as safe as the city. Moreover, if any chaos did occur, living in the suburbs would be quite inconvenient. Lu Chen chose an area relatively close to the city center, one that was well-equipped and had convenient transportation. However, when Lu Chen stood up to go house hunting, he suddenly felt frustrated and sat back down. He thought of a very serious issue. What if the agent or landlord was a player? Wouldn't that expose his information? If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter if Lu Chen's information was exposed, but if it were to a player, then his information could spread. After all, he was too famous. Following the system announcement, it was likely that all players recognized him. The moment they saw his name, they would know who he was. That was a bit deadly. So, Lu Chen could only sulk and plan to endure for a while longer. He would consider changing his living environment once his strength increased. There was nothing else to do next. Since his body rested in reality while he was in the game, Lu Chen didn't feel tired. Aside from the initial mental strain from fighting for too long, he had no other discomforts. As for the mental pressure, after a morning of rest, he had already recovered. Without needing to work, Lu Chen's days became quite leisurely. He lay in bed, doing nothing, opened his phone, and watched short videos to pass the time. Soon, Lu Chen stumbled upon a live stream. The host was an extremely beautiful young woman, and what surprised Lu Chen the most wasn't her looks but the theme of her stream. This girl's luck exploded, and she participated in the public beta of the cosmic online game, and it was even in my adoptive father's Silver Moon village. This surprised Lu Chen. He never expected there would be a public beta streamer. Lu Chen usually didn't watch live streams much. After all, there were too many beauty filters nowadays. Who knew what the person behind the stream really looked like? Although this streamer appeared sweet and cute, a definite beauty, only she knew how much technology was involved. However, since it was related to the cosmic online game, and this streamer claimed to be in Silver Moon Village, Lu Chen became interested. He stopped to watch the stream. The fans on the screen were commenting rapidly. Wow, who is this new streamer? She looks so stunning. Destined. Adopted daughter, 666. This dog streamer's name clearly shows she has ill intentions towards my adoptive father. Ha, the streamer wishes. My adoptive father is mine. Lu Chen? He then realized that the streamer's name was actually Destined adopted daughter. What the heck? Is there really someone competing to be his adopted daughter? That's a bit ridiculous, right? He didn't even know this streamer. The streamer's voice was crisp like a babbling brook, and she laughed. You guys can stop thinking about it. With my beauty, if I meet my adoptive father, I'll just slide over and hug his thigh. He won't be able to shake me off. Lu Chen? He didn't even know how to respond to that. This streamer was a bit scary, planning to directly hug a thigh? The kind of thigh hugging that was serious? Just thinking about being hugged by a woman in front of so many people sent chills down his spine. The image was simply mortifying. I'm dying of laughter. Are streamers really this funny? Now, your adoptive father is probably going to be scared to death by you. Clearly, you could be a beauty streamer, but you want to steal the funny streamer's spotlight, right? Just then, a fan asked, to be honest, streamer, are you really in Silver Moon Village? You're not a scammer, are you? Upon hearing this, Destined adopted daughter's eyes widen. Of course it's true. Streamers don't lie. And I've even seen my adoptive father from afar. 666. Didn't you say you'd slide over when you saw him? Why didn't you slide? As soon as this question was asked, Destined adopted daughter looked frustrated, banging the table in despair. Do you think I don't want to? This classmate. You have no idea what the scene was like. The fans were all excited. What scene? To be honest, I'm also a player, but unfortunately, I'm not in Silver Moon Village. I'm really curious about what my adoptive father looks like. Damn it, there are so many players. Why am I not one of them? Not me plus one. To be honest, I can't imagine that someone would be willing to recognize their adoptive father like this. It's too ridiculous. You guys don't understand anything. Do you know the value of green equipment in the Cosmic Online game? Do you know the value of hundreds of pieces of green equipment? The person above must also be a player. I'm a player too. Let me tell you, in that broken game, so far, I've only heard of my adoptive father dropping green equipment. Do you understand what that means? Hey, the thread is going off topic. Streamer, hurry up and tell us, what was the scene like? A fan forcefully brought the topic back. The streamer had a lovesick expression on her face and said, the scene back then was like this. I was still a level 3 newbie fighting mutated wild dogs, and suddenly I saw a mutated wild wolf charging out from not far away. I was so scared I froze, you know? I really froze in shock. Fans who aren't players might not know, but mutated wild wolves are level 4 and 5 monsters. With the streamer's equipment, encountering a level 4 monster could easily lead to death. Not to mention I was still fighting monsters at that time. So guess what I saw? Seeing the streamer's mysterious demeanor, the fans erupted. Wow. Dog streamer, stop keeping us in suspense. Hey, goddess, just tell the story properly. Don't mess with our feelings like this, okay? The streamer didn't continue to keep them in suspense, cleared her throat, and continued. I saw my adoptive father sitting on the back of a demonized wild wolf. That demonized wild wolf is my adoptive father's mount. Do you understand that feeling, folks? A mount. My adoptive father actually has a mount. I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. My adoptive father was wearing a full set of battle armor, and the weapon on his back was even burning with flames. The key point is, my adoptive father is incredibly handsome. Who understands, folks? It was like a dream god walking into reality. At that moment, I wanted to slide over and let out a few yelps without saying a word. The streamer spoke so much in one breath that she felt a bit parched. She took a sip of water, cleared her throat, and with a heartbroken expression said, didn't someone just ask me why I didn't slide over? The answer is, I couldn't run as fast as the demonized wild wolf. I was just about to act when the demonized wild wolf had already dashed far away, and I couldn't catch up at all. Folks, do you understand that feeling? Many fans. Lu Chen. Looking at the streamer's heartbroken expression, Lu Chen was almost certain that this streamer was indeed a player from Silver Moon Village. After all, to be honest, there probably weren't many players outside of Silver Moon Village who knew he had a demonized wild wolf mount. He let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart. This person actually wanted to slide over to him? Is there really someone so outrageous in the world? Lu Chen couldn't understand, but he felt deeply shocked. The fans were speechless because the information was overwhelming. Especially a few players in the live broadcast room. They were in an uproar. What the hell? A mount? Is this for real? My adoptive father actually has a mount, a weapon burning with flames? What level of equipment is that? It can't be blue, right? Whoa, why isn't my adoptive father in our novice village? I want to slide over too. Want to slide over +1, want to slide over +1. Regardless of whether they were players or not, human nature remains unchanged. In an instant, everyone behind was talking about wanting to slide over, making Lu Chen's scalp tingle. People nowadays are too crazy. Ha? What? I'm also human? Is it because I'm not crazy enough that I feel out of place with these people? The streamer seriously said, this girl swears here, one day, I will slide over to my adoptive father. Lu Chen? Please don't do this, my adoptive father will really be scared. Lu Chen complained in his heart. Just then, a fan's message came through. From the streamer's description, it really sounds like a player. Streamer, aren't you afraid of other players coming after you since you're so high profile? Upon hearing this, many people responded. Yeah, there are a lot of perverts in this world. What if there's a player who's a pervert? Streamer, you should be more careful. Lu Chen also had a serious expression. He felt that this streamer was indeed a bit too high profile. After all, if your player identity is discovered and if you make enemies in the game, what if they can't kill you in the game but come after you in real life? However, the streamer proudly put her hands on her hips and laughed. Huh? Do you think the clever and wise me wouldn't think of what you're thinking? I've already joined the Player Management Bureau. Now I'm an official person. Oh, by the way, I'm now the face of the Player Management Bureau, that is, an official streamer, you understand? Right? If you're a player, hurry up and register. If you register above level 3, you can apply to join the official team. Also, if you have special talents or skills, it's okay to be a bit lower level. Lu Chen. He was speechless. It was another advertisement. He originally thought that the ads and the posts were already the limit. Even the live stream had ads. One could only say, as expected. Of Daxia, even the official streamers are out. They are really keeping up with the times. No wonder Lu Chen hadn't seen many live streams while scrolling through short videos. He didn't expect to stumble upon a streamer this time. Turns out she was an official person. The fans were in an uproar. Wow, so it turns out they're official people. The streamer is actually an official from Daxia. That's impressive. No wonder the streamer is so arrogant and fearless. Daxia is your backing, I get it now. By the way, I'm also a level 3 player. Can I really join the officials? Seeing this message, the streamer nodded repeatedly. Of course you can. Don't you trust us in Daxia? Oh, right, I forgot to mention a task. The streamer tapped her forehead and playfully stuck out her tongue. Regarding the invasion of demonic energy, even if you're not a player, you need to pay attention. If you notice anything unusual, everyone must report it immediately. The Player Management Bureau has already started establishing branches in major cities, and they will be responsible for the demonic energy invasion. Those who apply to join the Player Management Bureau now will be responsible for this work in the future. She winked playfully and said with a smile, I'll let you in on a secret. They're all leaders, responsible for leading military officials and even the army, and they can collaborate with the Shinbird Army. You know the Shinbird Army, right? The designated partner of my adoptive father. Wow, I'm applying right now. I'm level 4, I'm applying too. What? A level 4 big shot has appeared. Big shot, that's amazing, you're already level 4. Next, the streamer continued to interact with the fans, mainly promoting some information about the online game. Additionally, she was also warning players and ordinary people about the dangers and precautions regarding the demonic energy invasion. Lu Chen understood that this destined adopted daughter was essentially a spokesperson for the Player Management Bureau. Of course, she wasn't an official spokesperson. Official spokespersons wouldn't be this playful, let alone do a slide. It would definitely be more formal. The Daxia officials were using the streamer to promote the changes brought by the cosmic online game in a more relatable way. Lu Chen watched for a while and eventually turned off the live stream. Speaking up was out of the question. What if he got slid on? He scrolled through short videos for a while, read a novel, and played a game. Time quickly passed, and soon it was evening. After dinner, Lu Chen took a short break. When it was around 8 o'clock, the new day's game time resumed, and Lu Chen entered the game again. A flash of white light passed. This time entering the game was different from the first time. Lu Chen didn't fall from the sky and couldn't see the central continent or the other novice continents like stars. He directly appeared in the novice village. After logging in, Lu Chen immediately looked around cautiously, feeling a bit nervous. He was afraid someone would be led astray by that dog streamer and rush over to slide him as soon as they saw him. Fortunately, although his login attracted the attention of nearby players, everyone was relatively reserved, and there was no sliding phenomenon. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and mounted his demonic wolf mount. He planned to go to the potion shop first, to buy healing potions and mana potions to complete his supplies. The demonic wolf was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at the potion shop's entrance. Upon seeing the demonic wolf, the players who were queuing all turned to look. It's Big Shot Lu Chen. What Big Shot Lu Chen? Call him adoptive father. Adoptive father really has a mount, that's impressive. Faced with the whispers of the crowd, Lu Chen thickened his skin and pretended he didn't hear. Just as he was about to queue, a player spoke up. Let adoptive father go in first. How can we let adoptive father waste time queuing? He's the number 1 in Daxia. Yeah, let adoptive father buy first. The stronger he gets, the more likely we can buy equipment in the future. Everyone made way, wanting Lu Chen to go first. Seeing this, Lu Chen hesitated. I can queue myself, your time is precious too. Don't be like that, adoptive father, you don't need to be polite with us. Yeah, adoptive father, after you get stronger, during the demonic energy invasion, you'll definitely have a greater role, right? Isn't that better than us little noobs? Adoptive father, you go in first, okay? Hearing this, Lucien fell silent for a moment. He nodded, then thank you all. After a pause, he added, since you all think so highly of me, I will keep some green equipment to sell in the square in the future. Although the strength of the great Xiao relies on the Shenbird army and powerful factions, isn't the strength of ordinary people also significant? Upon hearing this, the air became quiet. Then, a deafening cheer erupted. Long live the adoptive father. I love you, adoptive father. Ugh. I'm going to call you Daddy now, just so you know. Daddy, can I give you a grandchild? Adoptive father is invincible. From now on, I will be the most obedient child of my adoptive father. Lu Chen didn't expect such a strong reaction from everyone. Especially the things these people said made him feel a bit awkward. I mean, can everyone be a little more reserved? The title of adoptive father is somewhat embarrassing. However, the crowd didn't listen to Lu Chen at all, each one laughing like a fool. Lu Chen, feeling helpless, walked into the potion shop. He saw the shop owner looking at the cheering players outside, her expression unusually complex, as if she was reminiscing about something. Boss, I'm here to buy potions. Lu Chen's voice brought the potion shop owner back to reality. She looked at Lu Chen and smiled. It seems you are quite respected in your group. Lu Chen smiled back. It's just that everyone thinks highly of me. The potion shop owner sighed a little. Being respected and expected by others, when the demonic energy invades, your pressure will be considerable. Your group might rely on you to survive then. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and smiled. I'll try my best. The potion shop owner smiled and was about to speak when she suddenly noticed the blazing greatsword on Lu Chen's back. Her eyes widened in shock. Wait, your weapon? Is it a legendary piece? Lu Chen looked at the potion shop owner in surprise. Boss, you have a good eye. You recognized it as a legendary piece at a glance. Potion shop owner? A multitude of question marks floated in her mind, her expression bewildered. Wait, let me catch my breath. She rubbed her forehead, then looked at Lu Chen in shock. You're only level 6 now. How could you have a legendary weapon? This doesn't make sense? Lu Chen blinked innocently. I got it from opening a chest. What's unreasonable about that? Potion shop owner? You mean the fine quality chest rewarded by the system? Yes. Lu Chen nodded. The potion shop owner doubted her life. A fine quality chest can yield a legendary weapon? Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Of course, didn't I just get one? The potion shop owner fell silent, her expression extremely strange. Lu Chen scratched his head. Boss, are you okay? Okay? How could she be okay? They, the Silver Moon humans, were players before. When did their entire group get their first legendary equipment? Wasn't it around level 20? And now, this level 6 newbie in front of her actually had a legendary weapon. The potion shop owner felt that the universe server was really unfair. A level 6 with a legendary weapon, wasn't that killing gods and Buddhas? She shook her head stiffly. I'm fine, just a bit frustrated. She looked at Lu Chen. How is your luck so good? If you can maintain this luck, you might really have hope to withstand the demonic energy invasion in the future. Lu Chen smiled. Then I'll borrow your good words. Boss. No more chit-chat, just pay for the potions. The potion shop owner didn't want to say more. She felt that if she continued to think about this, her mindset would explode. Lu Chen nodded, bought 300 bottles of novice healing potions, and then 200 bottles of mana potions. After that, Lu Chen turned to leave. However, he noticed that the expressions of the players waiting in line behind him were a bit strange. They looked at Lu Chen with very peculiar eyes. Lu Chen touched his face in confusion. Was there something on his face? It didn't seem like it. Lu Chen glanced at the oddly expression player and turned to leave. After Lu Chen departed, the potion shop owner shouted, those buying potions, hurry up. Her tone was not pleasant. She had just been a bit taken in by Lu Chen. The many players finally came to their senses. They exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Did you hear that? I heard it. Legendary. It's actually legendary equipment. I thought my adoptive father's sword was just fine, but I didn't expect it to be legendary. Damn, is that for real? I only have 3 white pieces of equipment on me. I've never even seen green gear, let alone dream of fine equipment. Legendary gear? What the hell is that? The crowd buzzed with discussion, their hearts filled with shock. After replenishing his supplies, Lu Chen rode out of the novice village on his demonic wolf. As he entered the area of demonic wild dogs in the forest, Lu Chen was particularly vigilant. He was afraid of encountering that fated adopted daughter. If she was waiting ahead to slide attack, he would be a bit flustered. Fortunately, Lu Chen ultimately did not run into that fated adopted daughter. After about 20 minutes, Lu Chen arrived at the little demon camp. To his surprise, the monsters in the little demon camp had not respawned. It was known that monsters in other areas would respawn, so why weren't the little demons refreshing? Lu Chen was puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it. Delving deeper into the little demon camp, Lu Chen continued to farm monsters. The little demons ahead were all level 6 and 7. They were also in groups of 3, either patrolling, resting, or guarding the fortress. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the little demons charged over with loud howls. Holding the flame greatsword, Lu Chen casually swung his sword, dealing over 150 points of damage. If he used the sweeping skill, the damage would exceed 200 directly, and if it was a critical hit, that single blow could take away 2/3 or even more of an elite little demon's health. The most outrageous instance was when Lu Chen's sweep happened to crit and triggered the special effect of the flames, causing 100 points of fire damage. As a result, just one skill took out 3 elite little demons on the spot. If any players nearby had seen it, they would probably have been scared to death. Not to mention other players, even Lu Chen himself was taken aback. This damage was truly absurd. One hit to kill elite monsters of the same level or even one level higher, who would have thought? Meanwhile, the damage dealt to Lu Chen by the little demons was only 3 or 4 points, which was almost negligible for him. Lu Chen could be said to be slicing through them like cutting vegetables, completely different from the caution he had when he first arrived at the little demon camp. Lu Chen was now mowing down monsters with incredible efficiency. In just 1 hour, he had killed over 100 little demons. A significant amount of that time was wasted on walking, designating drops, looting corpses, and so on. These 100+ little demons contributed 13 minor attribute stones and 2 minor skill stones to Lu Chen. Additionally, considering he might still need to fight boss monsters next, he designated drops for several excellent quality apprentice healing potions. At the same time, he also designated drops for some weakening scrolls and several other types of scrolls. Apprentice Shield Scroll, excellent, grants 100 points of shield upon use, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Drop rate, 0.00122%. Apprentice Strength Scroll, excellent, increases strength by 5 points upon use, lasting 10 minutes. Drop rate, 0.0021%, and so on for similar scrolls. Unfortunately, the probability of scrolls appearing wasn't very high, but even so, Lu Chen dropped around 30 of them. Among them, the weakening scrolls were the most common, while Lu Chen designated 2 strength scrolls and 5 shield scrolls. The rest were all equipment. Even so, there were nearly 70 pieces of green equipment. Lu Chen's inventory slots were now full. Lu Chen felt a bit desperate. The efficiency of monster farming is too high, and the drop rate is too high. That's the only downside, there's simply not enough space. When will he get a higher level backpack? At the very least, he needs a backpack with a few hundred slots to barely manage, right? But with so much green equipment, it would be a shame to just throw it away. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to go back and sell it. Coincidentally, he had promised other players that he would sell some green equipment in the square. This way, ordinary players would also have a chance to obtain green equipment. As for how to get back, Lu Chen naturally used a return scroll. This could save him about 20 minutes. After using the return scroll, a flash of white light appeared before Lu Chen, and when the light faded, he found himself in the square of the novice village. All around him were players shouting their wares. Lu Chen thought for a moment, took out 10 pieces of green equipment, and set up a stall for himself. Green equipment for sale. Hurry if you want some. With this shout, the entire square fell silent. The silence was even a bit eerie. All the players in the square, whether they were setting up stalls or shopping, widened their eyes and looked at Lu Chen. Hundreds of players stared at him, their expressions somewhat zombie-like, making Lu Chen feel a bit of a chill run down his spine. The next moment, all the players rushed towards Lu Chen. The stall owners even abandoned their goods, and players came charging in like madmen. Father, it's Father. Father is selling green gear. Selling green gear. Father, give me one. Do you have any weapons? Lu Chen's stall was suddenly surrounded, with no way to get through. Just then, he heard a somewhat familiar voice. Father, I'm here to cling to your leg. Lu Chen? ? He widened his eyes and then saw a female player suddenly rush out from somewhere, directly pouncing on him and hugging his leg. Lu Chen? He looked down and saw a pair of innocent big eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was that dog streamer he had seen during the live broadcast earlier. He was dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this woman serious? Does she not have any sense of shame? He quickly kicked his leg. Let go. Let go. The dog streamer clung to Lu Chen's leg with both arms and legs, and as Lu Chen lifted his leg, she swayed along with it, creating a rather bizarre scene. The previously frantic players stood frozen in place, all staring at this scene, dumbfounded. What the hell is this? However, when they saw how good-looking the female player hugging Lu Chen was, many male players turned green with envy. To be honest, they also wanted to be hugged like that. Meanwhile, the female players exploded with anger. Where did this little slut come from? This is sexual harassment. Why is this little slut clinging to my godfather? Let go. As more and more female players with green eyes slowly approached, Lu Chen felt that things were getting out of hand. This is going to cause a riot, isn't it? He was sweating bullets, glaring at the dog streamer. Let go, or I won't be polite. The dog streamer blinked innocently, then reluctantly released her grip, mumbling, seriously, why are there so many shameless women calling my godfather daddy? Ugh. Lu Chen? ? When it comes to shamelessness, who can compare to you? He was completely taken aback by the dog streamer's bold behavior. Lu Chen's face turned cold as he glared at her. You can't cling to my leg without my permission. Do you believe I can get the system to punish you? The system does have penalties for such behavior. Lu Chen had just received a system notification, but he felt a bit soft-hearted. During the live broadcast earlier, it was clear that the dog streamer seemed to respect him quite a bit. Although her behavior was exaggerated, Lu Chen still couldn't bring himself to be harsh. He could only say that his heart was too soft. Hee father, don't. I just couldn't help myself. Next time, I will definitely ask for your permission first. The dog streamer blinked her innocent big eyes, trying to charm her way through. Lu Chen, does this guy still think there will be a next time? He was a bit dumbfounded. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he changed the subject and said, do you want to buy green equipment? Yes. Then queue up properly. I'm so close to you, my adoptive father, I must be first, right? The dog streamer blinked her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was infuriated. I just remembered, you sexually harassed me, so I'm not selling you this green equipment. The dog streamer? She widened her eyes, as if struck by lightning. This was a path she had never imagined. She thought that with her invincible cuteness, her adoptive father would surely be a bit gentler with her, right? If she tried a little harder, maybe her adoptive father would treat her better? But what's the situation now? No green equipment for me? Adoptive father. No! The dog streamer immediately wailed. Other players cheered, especially the female players. It should be like this. This little B*TCH actually dared to hug my adoptive father? Deserved it. Lu Chen waved his hand at the dog streamer. Go away. Don't interfere with my equipment sales. It would be best to drive this dog streamer away. Lu Chen really wasn't good at dealing with this type of woman. Especially after breaking up with his ex-girlfriend, he had an instinctive wariness towards thick-skinned women. The dog streamer pouted, her cute face showing a look of grievance. The male players nearby softened at the sight. The second player to speak up was a young man, who quickly said, miss, don't cry. How about I give you my chance? Several other male players nodded in agreement. Beautiful lady, I'll give you my chance too. Can we be friends? Beautiful lady, mine too. The dog streamer glanced at the male player who spoke, and her look of grievance instantly disappeared. She put her hands on her hips. Who are you? You're not my adoptive father. Don't come near me. The crowd of players ? The onlookers couldn't help but smirk. But I think I just saw several dogs. Wow, what a desperate display. Are they really willing to give up their chance to buy green equipment? They probably didn't expect this woman to refuse, right? The male players who had just spoken felt extremely awkward, especially when they noticed the gazes of the players around them. They became even more furious. But as newbies, they couldn't attack, they could only glare at the dog streamer. No one dared to make a move. After being rejected, the dog streamer squatted in front of Lu Chen, staring at him with wide eyes. Lu Chen? He was exasperated. Why aren't you leaving? I won't take back what I just said. This time, the equipment is not for you. The dog streamer blinked innocently. I wasn't planning to buy it. I just wanted to watch my adoptive father sell equipment. Lu Chen felt a bit helpless. Suit yourself. Start selling equipment. The second young player hurriedly stepped forward, beaming, adoptive father, I want to buy a piece of chainmail armor. 70 silver. The young man was taken aback. Huh? So expensive? Lu Chen? He stared blankly at the young man. This is level 7 green equipment. Is this price expensive? The young man wore a flattering smile and said, can you make it cheaper, adoptive father? I only have 20 silver. You don't really need this little money, right? Lu Chen? The players nearby? The dog streamer looked speechless. Are you trying to scam here? Adoptive father could clearly sell it to the Xian Bird Army and the Tianyue Guild, and he kindly takes it out to sell to you, and you still want a discount? Yeah, you should have some conscience, right? To be honest, this price is really not expensive. If you can't afford it, don't come here to make a fuss. But you can't say that. 70 silver is 7,000 bucks. How many players have that much money now? Wow, are you kidding? This game is closely related to reality, allowing you to acquire huge green equipment for just 7,000 bucks, and you still think it's expensive? Where did this idiot come from? If you think it's too expensive, hurry up and get lost. Don't interfere with my adoptive father selling equipment. Exactly. The trading platform is so convenient now, you can directly buy gold and have money. Ultimately, you just want to morally blackmail my adoptive father into giving you a discount, right? The people I despise the most in my life are those who engage in moral blackmail. Ugh. It's really disgusting. The facts show that the vast majority of people are normal. Although there are a few outrageous players mixed in, most players are on Lu Chen's side. The young man planning to buy equipment turned red in the face under the barrage of criticism and was pushed out. Besides him, a few others who intended to ask Lu Chen for a lower price also found it hard to speak up. The remaining players, of course, wanted to buy equipment. After all, this was level 7 green equipment. Even if they couldn't use it right now, when the time came, they would become powerful. In an instant, the attributes of the equipment at the stall were visible. Which player wouldn't be envious upon seeing these attributes? Thus, the equipment was quickly sold out. Although there was some competition, with Lu Chen around, everyone could only line up to buy. After selling 10 pieces of equipment, Lu Chen packed up the stall. That's it for now. There will be more equipment sold at irregular times today, also in the square, so players who didn't get any can look forward to it. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. Wow! Long live my adoptive father. Damn, but we need to go grind monsters and level up. What should we do? Should we find someone to keep watch? How is that possible? Who would keep watch for green equipment at this price? Wouldn't they rather buy it themselves? The crowd whispered among themselves. However, Lu Chen couldn't do anything about it. After all, he didn't know when he would come back. It all depended on how his monster grinding went. Ultimately, everyone had to leave. Some continued to set up stalls while others went to grind monsters. There were also players who contacted those who had previously bought green equipment intending to purchase it at a higher price. Lu Chen had no opinion on this. For him, he just hoped to spread these green equipment so that ordinary players could level up faster. As for who these equipment would be resold to and for how much, that was not something Lu Chen needed to care about. Lu Chen glanced at the dog streamer squatting at the side, feeling a headache. Aren't you leaving? The dog streamer stood up with a grin. Hee hee, I just wanted to see my adoptive father more. You're really handsome. Lu Chen. This woman really has thick skin. Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. The dog streamer continued, adoptive father, can we add each other as friends? Lu Chen replied expressionlessly. I refuse. Who are you? I don't even know you. My name is Lin Yingying, just call me Yingying. Lu Chen? Is that what she meant? Come on, adoptive father, just add me, okay? I'm very obedient. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to catch dogs, I won't chase chickens. Wow, that rhymes pretty well. Lin Yingying puffed out her chest proudly. Of course, I'm the clever Lin Yingying. Lu Chen then realized that this dog streamer actually looked like this in the game. It's worth noting that this game has no beauty filters. So, this person really is a disaster for the country. But her personality is indeed a bit outrageous. Lu Chen coldly smiled, isn't that just thick-skinned? Lin Yingying laughed a bit. Shyly, adoptive father, don't praise me like that, or I'll get shy. Lu Chen? He felt that chatting with this person required some stress relief medication. Otherwise, who knows when his blood pressure might spike. Lin Yingying looked at Lu Chen with curiosity. Adoptive father, didn't you already sell out the equipment? Why aren't you leaving? I'm waiting for someone, Lu Chen replied calmly. Just then, two beautiful women jogged over to it was Jiangsu and Li Mu. When Lu Chen returned, he had already informed Wang Bing and Lu Chang that the remaining equipment was intended to be sold to them. Wang Bing and Lu Chang then asked Jiangsu and Li Mu to come over for the transaction. Perhaps because they had seen too many green items, both Wang Bing and Lu Chang had become somewhat numb. Thinking back to when Lu Chen first took out the green equipment, those two were so excited that they had to rush over to trade. After a few times, however, they relaxed and let Jiangsu and Li Mu come over to trade. When the two of them jogged up to Lu Chen, they still had smiles on their faces. But upon seeing Lin Yingying next to Lu Chen, their smiles gradually faded. A woman, and a super beautiful one at that. Both Jiangsu and Li Mu were women and confident in their looks. However, after seeing Lin Yingying, they felt a bit inferior. How could this woman be so good-looking? Jiangsu merely felt a bit of admiration, but Li Mu sensed a significant crisis. She had originally thought that due to their trading relationship, she could frequently interact with Lu Chen, and perhaps over time, develop feelings for him and become his lover. Even if she wasn't a formal girlfriend, Li Mu thought it would still be a great deal. But now, seeing Lin Yingying beside Lu Chen, she felt immense pressure. How long had it been? Mr. Lu already had such a beautiful woman by his side. At this rate, would she have any chance left? For a moment, Li Mu felt a bit downcast. Jiangsu's thoughts were much simpler. She indeed thought Lu Chen was a nice person and had a good impression of him. However, in comparison, her heart was still with the Xian bird army. Seeing such a beautiful woman next to Lu Chen, who also looked obedient and gentle, Jiangsu felt a bit of fondness for her as well. She smiled and said, Mr. Lu, Jiangsu reporting in. Your girlfriend is really beautiful, she looks very obedient. At first glance, Lu Chen? He was taken aback by Jiangsu's words. What? Girlfriend? This dog streamer? You haven't seen how shameless this tiger is, and you call her obedient? Lu Chen's expression was flat. Jiangsu, you misunderstood. This girl is not my girlfriend. Li Mu's eyes lit up, instantly revitalized. Lin Yingying then smiled and said, Sister Jiang, you are also very beautiful. My name is Lin Yingying, and I am the destined adopted daughter of my adoptive father. Li Mu? She looked at Lin Yingying in shock. Are today's girls this flamboyant? She had just revived, and in the next second, she was down again. Lu Chen knocked on Lin Yingying's forehead with a thud. The sound was crisp and loud, clearly a good head. His expression was emotionless. Don't talk nonsense. Oh. Lin Yingying covered her forehead with a wronged expression. Seeing their performance, Li Mu felt a wave of sadness. With such behavior, how could they not have a relationship? Did she really have no chance? Lu Chen saw Lin Yingying's pitiful look and sneered inwardly. This woman was a master of acting. Her pitiful demeanor was all an act. He felt no fluctuation in his heart, cold and unfeeling. He was too lazy to deal with Lin Yingying and said to Jiang Su and Li Mu, "Let's trade." Okay. Soon, the transaction was completed and Lu Chen gained nearly 100 gold. After trading the equipment, Jiang Su smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, I'll take my leave now." Li Mu also listlessly bid farewell to Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu, goodbye." Her gaze towards Lu Chen even carried a hint of resentment. Lu Chen nodded, "You may go." As the two left, Lin Yingying had a gossiping expression and said, "Adoptive father, let me tell you, that girl with the big chest definitely likes you. Her eyes practically wanted to pounce on you." Lu Chen? Big chest? Must be Li Mu, right? He was filled with black lines. "She didn't pounce on me. Instead, it was you who did." Lin Yingying, he adoptive father, you flatter me too much. Lu Chen, 6. Goodbye. I'm going to level up. Hey, adoptive father, let's add each other as friends? No. Why not add me? Please, I beg you. Who are you? I don't know you. I'm Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying said seriously. Lu Chen, 6. Lu Chen mounted the demonic wolf and charged out directly. Lin Yingying stood there, even unable to react. What the? My adoptive father just ran off like that? 20 minutes later, Lu Chen returned to the little demon camp to continue grinding monsters. Not long after, Lu Chen arrived at an even larger fortress. The last time he saw such a massive fortress, it housed the boss-level little demon, Jining. Clearly, there should be a boss monster inside as well. Lu Chen peeked in quietly, looking towards the interior of the fortress. Inside the fortress was also a hall. In the center of the hall, there was a magic circle surrounded by blue magical stones glowing with light. A little demon mage dressed in a blue robe stood in the center of the magic circle holding a staff, eyes closed, seemingly meditating. The little demon mage was only 1 meter 40 tall, entirely pitch black, looking rather shabby, and paired with the luxurious blue robe, it appeared quite ugly. It was somewhat hard on the eyes. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. Looking at this setup, it was indeed a boss monster. He quietly cast a detection spell. Ice Hand, boss, level 6 health, 4000 attack, 110 description, the little boss of the little demon camp, responsible for commanding the little demon mages. Seeing these attributes, Lu Chen couldn't help but grin. These stats were a bit outrageous. Although its health was a bit lower than Jining's, the attack was way too high. This Ice Hand was clearly a mage, and for a physical armor class like Lu Chen, magic damage was inherently higher than physical damage. With such high attack, Lu Chen felt a bit uneasy. He wondered if he could withstand it. He glanced at his backpack. He had nearly 40 weak scrolls, along with some shield scrolls, strength scrolls, and endurance scrolls. Plus, he had over 40 bottles of excellent level apprentice healing potions in hand. This was all the preparation he could muster. While grinding monsters, he had gone through the entire drop list, and the only items he could use against a boss monster were these. If he couldn't beat it with this, he would have to give up on this boss for now. Continue grinding to level up and come back to fight when he reached level 7 with new equipment. As for now, Lu Chen planned to give it a try. He knew that although magic-type monsters had high damage, they also had a rather fatal weakness. This weakness might be the key for Lu Chen to defeat this monster. With a plan in mind, Lu Chen opened the drop list for Ice Hand and began selecting drop items. Just like Jining, the first item on Ice Hand's drop list was also a blue excellent level item. The first item was surprisingly a skill book. Cold Wind Impact. Level 1 unleashes a cold wind that strikes all enemies in front, dealing 120% ice attribute damage and slowing down enemies. Learning conditions, mage drop rate, 0.00012% another. Area attack skill. I have to say, this skill is very strong. Not only does it deal high damage, but it also has a slowing effect. For a mage, it's a kite god skill. Unfortunately, warriors cannot learn it. Lu Chen hesitated about whether to choose this skill. He knew how expensive this skill book could be. Selling it for a few hundred gold should be no problem. In the end, Lu Chen couldn't make up his mind and decided to look at the others first. The second item turned out to be a recipe. This surprised Lu Chen. Potion recipe, Apprentice Frost. Resistance potion, excellent. Learn the crafting method for the Apprentice Frost resistance potion after use. Learning conditions, alchemist. Drop rate, 0.00013%. Although he didn't know what effect this Apprentice Frost resistance potion had, Lu Chen had played enough online games. He knew that potions, especially rare ones, were definitely a lucrative item in games. Some bosses couldn't even be defeated without potions. So, the value of this item was also extremely high. If we really have to say, the value of this item is even higher than that of the Cold Wind Strike skill book. No matter how strong the Cold Wind Strike is, it only makes one person strong. But potions can be used by all players. As for the alchemist, Lu Chen had seen it before in the official posts of the Great Xia in the Cosmic Online game. This is a secondary profession that can be learned from the potion shop owner. As long as he completes the tasks given by the potion shop owner, he can learn it. Lu Chen could actually learn the alchemist's secondary profession. However, he hesitated a bit. After all, learning a secondary profession takes a considerable amount of time. If he learns a secondary profession, leveling up by grinding monsters would definitely slow down. For Lu Chen, learning a secondary profession would not allow him to utilize his soul talent. And the soul talent is the foundation of his strength. So he was more inclined not to learn it. With that time, couldn't he just grind monsters and get some good drops? Although Lu Chen himself was not an alchemist, he found himself hesitating as he looked at the potion recipe. What if the effect of this potion is really good, even serving as a strategic item? Such a strategic item would be of little use in the hands of a solo player, but what if he traded it to the Great Xia? The overall strength of all Great Xia players could potentially increase because of a simple recipe. In the end, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and decided to choose this recipe. He was also a citizen of Great Xia. The invasion of demonic energy was a calamity for Great Xia and for humanity as a whole. He couldn't just look out for himself. When poor, one should cultivate oneself. When rich, one should benefit the world. After making up his mind, Lu Chen felt a bit more at ease. He continued to look down. The third item was another primary skill stone. This one was a no-brainer. He had to choose it. This way, his combat skill could be upgraded again, effectively enhancing his combat power. Following that were some high-quality equipment. What left Lu Chen speechless was that these pieces of equipment were almost all magic-based. Staves, robes, mage boots, and so on. Just looking at them gave him a headache. Couldn't this guy get some chain mail? Oh, this little demon is a mage? Fine then. Lu Chen searched around and found that only one ring was suitable for him. However, the ring added stamina and intelligence attributes. Intelligence was not very useful for him, but stamina was decent. It was just that if he chose this item, the cost-effectiveness would be too low. In the end, Lu Chen still chose the first 3, Cold Wind Strike, the potion recipe, and the primary skill stone. After selecting the dropped items, Lu Chen used the Strength Scroll and Stamina Scroll, increasing both strength and stamina by 5 points. In fact, monsters also dropped Intelligence and Agility Scrolls, but Lu Chen discovered that the scrolls for Intelligence, Agility, and Strength could not coexist, only one could be active at a time. Of course, Lu Chen chose Strength. After preparing, Lu Chen arrived at the fortress entrance. The little demon leader had a large area of vigilance. As soon as Lu Chen appeared at the door, the demon opened his eyes wide, a blue halo flashing in them. Lu Chen grinned and waved at the ice hand. Come on, hit me. Seeing Lu Chen daring to be so arrogant, the ice hand was instantly furious. Intruder, your time of death has come. He waved his staff, condensing it into an ice arrow aimed at Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen sidestepped and moved directly to the side of the door. The ice hand lost sight of Lu Chen, his eyes widening in anger. Cowardly intruder. Lord Ice Hand will come find you soon. He ran towards the door. Since the ice hand was a mage, he wasn't very fast. At this moment, Lu Chen leaned out and casually threw a weakness scroll at the ice hand. As a result, the ice hand's speed decreased even further. Ice hand? He felt insulted and became even angrier. He howled and finally rushed to just a short distance from the door. At that moment, Lu Chen charged out from the side of the door. He swung his great sword with both hands, flames swirling in the air. Normal attack. Heavy strike. Sweep. 3 strikes in 1 second, 3 damage. Numbers floated up. -81. -199. -122. A critical hit came from the heavy strike. This is the benefit of having high agility. During this time, Lu Chen had been farming attribute stones, and he had gathered some agility stones as well. Coupled with the enhancements from his equipment and battle intent, Lu Chen's agility attribute was significantly higher than that of archers and assassins of the same level. In just 1 second, Lu Chen dealt around 400 damage. Such exaggerated damage left even Ice Hand a bit dazed. He was the boss. Losing 1/10 of his health in a second? What kind of monster was this invader? Regaining his senses, Ice Hand roared in anger. Damn invader, you hurt me. However, Lu Chen paid no attention to Ice Hand's furious shouts. After completing a combo, he turned and continued to hide behind the cover outside the door. Just as Ice Hand was gathering an ice arrow, he lost sight of Lu Chen again and could only angrily throw it against the wall. With a loud thud, the fortress wall echoed, frost spreading everywhere. He shouted in rage, "Despicable invader! You can't escape!" He took small, hurried steps, finally charging out the main door. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Ice Hand laughed maniacally. Your time of death has come." However, before Ice Hand could finish conjuring his ice arrow, Lu Chen turned and slipped inside the fortress, hiding by the inner door, causing Ice Hand to lose sight of him once more. Ice Hand. Just as he finished conjuring the ice arrow, it couldn't be maintained for long, and he could only angrily throw it against the wall again. Just as Ice Hand was howling and preparing to rush into the fortress, Lu Chen peeked out again. Heavy strike plus a basic attack. After getting 2 free hits, Lu Chen was not greedy and continued to stay behind cover. This was the most fatal weakness of the little demon mage. Unless they had instant cast skills, mages were like ordinary people with guns. As long as you hid behind cover, the gun couldn't hit you, right? Ice Hand was the same. His ice arrow was not instant cast and required chanting time, and Lu Chen was exploiting that time. Furious, Ice Hand charged through the main door again. However, Lu Chen also rushed out, sidestepping past Ice Hand, followed by another basic attack and heavy strike. Ice Hand trembled with rage. He roared, "Enough!" The next moment, frost spread outwards from Ice Hand, radiating in all directions. Lu Chen realized that his feet were frozen in ice. His expression changed. This was bad. But then he saw Ice Hand grinning as he conjured another ice arrow. The ice arrow sliced through the air, whistling towards Lu Chen. With his legs frozen, he couldn't dodge and could only take the hit. The ice arrow struck Lu Chen, and a massive damage number floated up. -175. Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp. On one hand, he was frozen by the ice arrow, and on the other, he was a bit frightened. Although he had considered that Ice Hand's damage might be high, he never expected it to be this high. Even with his stamina attribute boosted, along with his equipment, scroll enhancements, and battle intent boosts, his health was still barely under 500. This health could only withstand 3 ice arrows. Moreover, this ice arrow was just Ice Hand's most basic attack. If it were Ice Hand's skills, Lu Chen was truly uncertain if he could endure it. This made Lu Chen feel a bit uneasy. However, since the battle had already begun, there was no turning back. The arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Lu Chen forcefully broke free from the ice on his feet, taking advantage of Ice Hand conjuring a second ice arrow to once again sidestep into cover. He casually took out a bottle of excellent grade apprentice healing potion and drank it, recovering 120 health points. Although it wasn't enough to fully heal, it was already the highest grade healing potion Lu Chen had at the moment. Fortunately, Lu Chen had previously obtained 2 skill stones, which he had used on the basic regeneration skill. Now, his basic regeneration had reached level 5, allowing him to recover 5 health points per second. If calculated by time, 30 seconds can restore 150 points, and this recovery efficiency even surpasses that of an excellent level apprentice healing potion. This is also a major reason why Lu Chen dared to target the Ice Hand. After using the skill, the Ice Hand once again turned into a state of chasing Lu Chen. Lu Chen was not greedy for damage. As long as the Ice Hand appeared within his line of sight, he would at most strike once with a normal attack followed by a heavy strike. These were all instant attacks. If time was running short, Lu Chen wouldn't even attack. He preferred to keep his health intact. After all, the damage from the Ice Hand was too high. Being hit even once brought Lu Chen one step closer to death. The danger of fighting the Ice Hand was even greater than that of fighting Guning's damage wasn't as exaggerated, and there was a higher margin for error. Lu Chen felt a bit relieved that he had obtained the Flame Greatsword, significantly enhancing his output capability. Even relying solely on normal attacks and heavy strikes, Lu Chen could deal nearly 200 points of damage in one hit. If he added a sweeping attack every 10 seconds, the damage would be even higher. In less than 20 hits, he could completely deplete the Ice Hand's health. In just 1 minute, Lu Chen had already reduced the Ice Hand's health by half. At that moment, the Ice Hand became even angrier and shouted, "Come forth, my servant!" The next moment, frost appeared around the Ice Hand, which then transformed into a 2-meter-tall giant made of ice blocks. Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock. There was such a skill? Lu Chen didn't have time to think. The giant roared and charged at him. The Ice Hand followed closely behind the frost giant, attacking Lu Chen once more. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. He discovered that this frost giant was also an elite template, with health reaching 1000. It roared and landed a punch on Lu Chen. -3. Lu Chen, huh? Seeing the damage floating above his head, Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. The next moment, the damage he received was fully restored by the automatic recovery effect of his basic regeneration. Lu Chen silently glanced at the frost giant. It really startled him. He thought this guy was incredibly strong. Is that all? Lu Chen ignored the frost giant and dodged behind cover to evade the Ice Hand's attack. However, the frost giant relentlessly pursued him. Before the Ice Hand could catch up, it was already charging at him. Lu Chen casually slashed the frost giant a few times, then waited for the Ice Hand to approach, executing a normal attack followed by a heavy strike. He continued to stay behind cover. The frost giant chased Lu Chen, repeatedly hammering him with its fist the size of a sandbag. Unfortunately, the damage it dealt was still lower than what Lu Chen could automatically recover. Its angry roars sounded somewhat helpless. However, after just a few attacks, the frost giant's health was completely depleted. It let out a wail and turned into ice blocks, falling to the ground, ending its futile rage-filled life. Ah, damn invader, your death is imminent. Revive, my servant. Seeing his beloved servant defeated, the Ice Hand roared and resurrected the frost giant once more. Roar! The frost giant continued to roar, charging in to hammer Lu Chen with its fists. -3. Lu Chen glanced at the shouting frost giant and silently ignored it. Everything proceeded as planned. Lu Chen focused on attacking the Ice Hand, taking the time to strike the frost giant a couple of times. However, he noticed that as soon as the frost giant was killed, it would be immediately revived by the ice hand. He simply became too lazy to attack it. What a waste of his feelings. The super high damage brought by the flame greatsword became evident. After several dozen seconds, the ice hand's health was nearly depleted, leaving only the last 400. Feeling the flow of life slipping away, the ice hand's face twisted and its eyes turned red. Enough! It once again gathered frost. Lu Chen was frozen in place. Just when Lu Chen thought the ice hand would shoot him with an ice arrow, he suddenly realized something was off. The ice hand slowly formed a sharp ice spear over a meter long. Lu Chen's expression changed. This was clearly a powerful attack skill. Lu Chen quickly used the apprentice shield scroll. A shield with 100 health points appeared around him. The next moment, an ice spear whistled and struck Lu Chen. A massive damage value of -524 floated above his head. Lu Chen felt a sharp pain throughout his body, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. His body was pierced by the ice spear, leaving a large hole in his chainmail. As for the 100 health point shield, it shattered instantly. Lu Chen looked at his health, now in double digits, and felt a pang of fear. Fortunately, he hadn't been careless and had used the shield scroll right away. Without that 100 health point shield, that hit would have taken him out in an instant. The damage from that ice spear skill was too high. He didn't have time to think further and quickly used a bottle of excellent grade apprentice healing potion. The powerful impact of the ice spear shattered the frost on his feet. Lu Chen regained his ability to move and immediately hid behind cover. However, he noticed that after casting the ice spear, the ice hand seemed to have lost its ability to cast spells. The little demon mage, standing at 1.4 meters, was panting heavily, waving his staff and shouting as he charged at Lu Chen. He swung his staff heavily towards Lu Chen. -4 Lu Chen. Ice hand. The air fell into an awkward silence. Lu Chen grinned at the ice hand, swinging his flame greatsword. Normal attack. Heavy strike. Sweep. -85. -101. -250. High damage numbers popped up above the ice hand's head. The final sweeping strike dealt a critical hit, inflicting a whopping 250 damage. The ice hand's remaining health was instantly depleted. His robe was torn apart, revealing a frail body, and he fell to the ground with a scream. So, it turns out, the one who is destined to die is me. With the ice hand's last words, 3 blue orbs floated away from his corpse. Lu Chen sat down on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. That was too thrilling. Luckily, he had prepared well, not just with the weakness scroll but also with some other types of scrolls. Coupled with the legendary weapon, the flame greatsword, and the attributes and skill levels he had been improving during this time, Lu Chen barely managed to take down the ice hand. If it were someone else, it would probably take hundreds of players working together to defeat this thing. No, even hundreds might not be enough. With the ice hand's damage, a single ice arrow could easily take out a player. Moreover, the ice hand's defense was quite strong. Lu Chen was wielding a legendary weapon and was fully equipped with a complete set of level 6 green gear. On top of that, he had such a powerful enhancement skill. Lu Chen's normal attacks could only deal a little over 80 damage. Average players might not even be able to break through its defenses. This kind of boss could only be defeated by overwhelming numbers. Lu Chen shook his head. Nowadays, there probably weren't even a few players at level 5. By the time they wanted to tackle such bosses, it would likely take a while. Lu Chen took a moment to rest, then got up to collect the dropped items. Unfortunately, there were system rewards only for the first kill of a boss monster. Otherwise, he could have easily gained attribute points and treasure chests. Lu Chen clicked his tongue, feeling a bit disappointed. He used the primary skill stone to enhance his battle intent again. Battle intent, level 5 passive skill. After entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 50%. A 50% boost. Combined with Lu Chen's already powerful attributes, he felt invincible. Lu Chen felt even stronger. As for the skill book and potion recipe, he sent the information about these 2 items to the small group chat with Wang Bing and Lu Chang. Wang Bing? Lu Chang? Almost instantly, just as Lu Chen had anticipated, Wang Bing and Lu Chang sent a flurry of question marks in response. Lu Chen could imagine their expressions upon seeing the information about these 2 items. He grinned. Daily quest, show off in front of others. January 1st, Wang Bing, foster father. No, biological father. This skill book and the recipe, sell it to me, you must sell it to me. At this moment, Wang Bing, who was leveling up in the mountains, was so excited that his face turned red and his body trembled slightly. A mage. Group attack skill. Damn it, I have to get this. The third princess is a mage. As the only public tester from the great Xia royal family to enter the game, one can imagine that in the future, the third princess might even ascend to the throne. If this skill book could be used by the third princess, wouldn't Wang Bing become a favored person in front of her? Moreover, as the princess of Great Xia, when the future gaming era arrives, she will definitely stand before the people of Great Xia, leading them to resist the invasion of demonic energy. This means that the third princess must always possess powerful combat strength. This skill book is the best proof of that power. Wang Bing's eyes were already bloodshot. If that old bastard Lu Chang dared to compete with him this time, he would directly report him. Let's see how His Majesty deals with that old bastard. As he thought about this, a sinister smile appeared on Wang Bing's face. The players from the Xianbird army nearby saw the bloodshot eyes and the sinister grin on Wang Bing's face, looking like a demon, and their minds were filled with question marks. They exchanged glances, looking at each other. It's over. The captain is possessed even more seriously. Could it be that the pressure is too much? They said that after level 10, the 3rd Legion will select a Legion leader, and our captain wants to compete. But it shouldn't be that much pressure. With our current equipment, which other team would dare to compete with us? We are definitely the core team of the 3rd Legion, no need to think about it. Then why is that? I don't know, why don't you go ask? Get lost. Why don't you go ask? Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chang was grinding experience with his leveling team. Since he had also bought quite a few green equipment from Lu Chen, the equipment of his leveling team was also not bad, basically achieving almost a full set of green gear. Plus, the players in the leveling team were all experts, making monster farming extremely efficient. Even if he didn't lift a finger, his experience was steadily increasing. It wouldn't be long before he felt he was almost at level 6. At this moment, Lu Chang was also looking at the 2 items in the chat room with a shocked expression. As the chairman of Tianyue Group, one of the top 30 conglomerates in the world, Lu Chang was well experienced and composed. But even he felt his heart racing intensely upon seeing these 2 items. The cold wind skill could create a godly mage player in a short time, and he was a mage. With this skill book, his monster farming efficiency would increase significantly. And as for the potion recipe, there was no need to say more. As a businessman, Lu Chang had a keen business sense, and he could naturally see how valuable this recipe was. Lu Chang took a deep breath, also filled with a determination to obtain it. This item could not be given to that brat Wang Bing. No, should he privately message his good son-in-law? Why can't this damn game send photos? Otherwise, if he showed his good son-in-law the beauty of his 2 precious daughters, would that son-in-law still run away? If there was something good, he could just let his good son-in-law honor him directly. Lu Chang was heartbroken. Just as Lu Chang was about to take the initiative, a message in the chat room made his pupils constrict. Wang Bing, Director Lu, let's not compete for this skill book, okay? That person is a mage. Seeing this message, Lu Chang fell silent. If this skill book were for a priest or an archer, even if Wang Bing said that, he would still want to compete. After all, it was for his precious daughter. In normal competition, even if His Majesty found out, he would be a bit angry at most, but wouldn't say much. Lu Chang still believed in His Majesty's demeanor. However, if it were for himself, Lu Chang hesitated. For his precious daughter, even if it angered His Majesty, Lu Chang would not hesitate. But for himself, Lu Chang felt it wasn't worth it. He sighed and then said, "Alright, I won't fight over the skill book, but you must give my son-in-law the price he deserves. You can't shortchange my son-in-law." Wang Bing felt a wave of relief wash over him when he saw Lu Chang's message. He knew Lu Chang was a mage and was worried he would want to haggle. Seeing Lu Chang's message, Wang Bing's head was filled with black lines as he muttered, "Damn it, that's my adoptive father. How could I possibly shortchange my adoptive father? This old guy is trying to pull a fast one on me in front of my adoptive father, isn't he?" Wang Bing, Director Lu, you are so righteous. I would never shortchange my adoptive father. Just name your price, and I won't argue. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at the messages between the 2, feeling somewhat puzzled. Who was this that person they were referring to? Why were they playing a guessing game? However, given their statuses, that person must be someone significant. As for who it was, Lu Chen wasn't particularly interested in finding out. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen spoke up. How about 500 gold? Wang Bing, ? Wang Bing, adoptive father, isn't that price a bit low? How about asking for a bit more? Otherwise, I won't feel secure holding on to this skill book. This was a rare group attack skill for mages in the early stages. One can imagine how precious it was. Moreover, this skill could be used for a long time, far surpassing the value of equipment. To be honest, 500 gold seemed a bit low to both Wang Bing and Lu Chang. Lu Chen felt a bit speechless. What was up with Wang Bing? Why was he always trying to push the price higher? Lu Chen thought for a moment, then, let's make it 600. Wang Bing, alright. Adoptive father, you're so straightforward. Lu Chen, and what about the formula? What do you both say? Lu Chang, Wang Bing, I won't be giving you this formula. Wang Bing, Director Lu, you know the potion formula is a strategic resource, aren't you denying it to our military? Lu Chang, bah, don't give me that nonsense. My Lu family has connections in the military too. If I get it, you can rest assured that the price for the Xianbird army will definitely be at cost, but I won't be giving it away. Seeing Lu Chang was so adamant, Wang Bing understood he couldn't pressure Lu Chang this time. However, the potion formula was too precious and Wang Bing wanted to fight for it. He took a deep breath and called out to Li Ming, who was busy grinding monsters. "Old Li, come here." Li Ming was taken aback and stepped back. "Captain, what's Wang Bing didn't say much and directly sent him the information about the potion formula. Li Ming's eyes nearly popped out when he saw it. What the hell? What is this? His loud voice immediately attracted the attention of nearby Shinbird army players. Wang Bing shot them a glare. What are you looking at? Go back to fighting your monsters. He turned to Li Ming. This is from my adoptive father, you understand what I mean, right? Li Ming swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fervor. This formula must be a treasure. We have to get it. This could be the foundation for our 7th team. The problem is Lu Chang. He has a cooperative relationship with my adoptive father. Li Ming's eyes widened in anger. That old scoundrel Lu is going too far. I'm going to take people and smash his Tianyue group. Wang Bing glanced at Li Ming. Alright, you can go now. Li Ming? The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Li Ming chuckled dryly. Captain, I was just joking. Can we not be so serious? He wasn't stupid. The Lu family was one of the top families in the Great Xia, and Tianyue Group was a major taxpayer in the Great Xia. How could he really take people to smash Tianyue Group? Was he looking for death? Wang Bing rolled his eyes. I thought you really had the guts to do that. Li Ming grinned. Well, my guts are definitely bigger than yours, Captain. Wang Bing felt something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He decided not to think too much about it. Let's get back to business. You go contact the other leaders of the Shinbird army and inform the higher-ups to ask for a bit more gold. I think we don't have enough. Li Ming? He looked confused. Wait, Captain, don't we still have a quota of 1,000 gold? That should be enough, right? Wang Bing posted the skill book information for Cold Wind Impact again. Li Ming's eyes widened once more. Damn, godly skill. The nearby Xianyao army players looked over. With a glare from Wang Bing, they all shrank back. However, they exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Why do I feel like the vice captain is also trending towards being possessed? Yeah, it's really bizarre. Amid their low murmurs, Li Ming turned to Wang Bing, his breath quickening. How much is this thing? Wang Bing held up 6 fingers. 600 gold. Originally, my adoptive father said 500 gold, but I just couldn't bear to let him sell it so cheap, so I had him raise the price a bit. Li Ming was almost moved to tears. Damn, my adoptive father is truly my god. This godly skill is only 600 gold? I can't believe it. I'm crying. Wang Bing nodded. Right? My adoptive father is really too good. Li Ming, Captain, you're also great for buying me such a godly skill. Li Ming was just a mage. Wang Bing? Hearing Li Ming's words, Wang Bing looked at him as if he were an idiot. Li Ming, did you leave your brain at home today? What are you thinking? This godly skill is for you? Do you even deserve it? Wang Bing couldn't hold back and immediately snapped. Li Ming? He looked incredulous. Isn't it for me? Wang Bing sneered. Want it? Li Ming nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Go talk to the 3rd princess and have her give it to you. Li Ming. It suddenly dawned on him that the 3rd princess was also a mage, right? Wait a minute. Li Ming's eyes widened. He thought of something very serious. The 3rd princess is a mage, and so is he. So in the future, if there are any amazing items from his adoptive father, won't they all be out of his reach? Li Ming felt numb. This game doesn't have a delete account option. There's only this one account, and you either play or you don't. Of course, Li Ming didn't dare to stop playing. But how the hell was he supposed to play like this? He couldn't possibly compete with the 3rd princess for items, right? Li Ming's eyes turned red. Wang Bing saw that Li Ming was actually crying and was a bit dumbfounded. Oldly, you can't be serious? Don't cry, it's embarrassing. Li Ming rubbed his eyes, filled with sorrow. Captain, do you think I'll be able to use good stuff in the future? Wang Bing thought for a moment and sincerely shook his head. No, just cry if you want. Li Ming. He took a deep breath and said, I'm going to talk to the person in charge and communicate the situation. The greatest sorrow is when one's heart dies. At that moment, Li Ming's heart felt dead. Go ahead, if it feels uncomfortable, just cry it out. It's fine, we won't be embarrassed. Wang Bing patted Li Ming's shoulder, comforting him. Thank you. On the other side, Lu Chang also knew this was going to be a tough battle. He also said in the chat room, good son-in-law, I need to rotate some funds on my end. Lu Chang raised an eyebrow when he saw the two speaking so seriously. He originally just planned to sell some gold casually. Did it really need to be such a big deal? Lu Chen, no need to be so dramatic, just give a price I can accept, and you can accept too. Wang Bing. Adoptive father, how can that be? This is a high-quality potion formula. Just think about how precious this thing is. How can it be sold casually? I absolutely disagree. Lu Chang, Wang Bing is right. We can't let our own people suffer, right, good son-in-law? Wang Bing. 6. Director Lu, you really have thick skin. Our adoptive father hasn't even said you're his son-in-law, and you say it every day. Don't you feel embarrassed? Lu Chang, I'm not talking to my grandson. Wang Bing? He suddenly realized that since he called Lu Chen adoptive father and Lu Chang called Lu Chen son-in-law, that made him a grandson, right? This made Wang Bing furious. This old guy is actually taking advantage of me. I'm so mad. This time, I have to get that formula. Otherwise, I'm a dog. Lu Chen watched the two argue and didn't bother to think too much about it. Then you all figure it out. I'm going to continue grinding monsters. After resting, Lu Chen planned to keep leveling up by defeating monsters. The experience from boss monsters was nearly 100 times that of ordinary monsters. After killing 2 boss monsters, along with a large number of elite monsters, Lu Chen was very close to reaching level 7. At this rate, if he cleared the entire little demon camp, he should be able to approach level 8. This way, leveling up to 10 would be quick. Lu Chen's goal for today was to destroy the entire little demon camp and complete the old village chief's task. So, Lu Chen picked up his flame greatsword and continued to grind monsters. Now, Lu Chen could even pull 2 teams of little demons at once. With his sweeping skill, the grinding speed was extremely fast. Plus, with his level 5 basic regeneration skill and healing potions, Lu Chen's health remained very healthy. Before long, Lu Chen had defeated nearly 100 little demons. The nearly 100 little demons brought Lu Chen 2 tiny skill stones, 10 attribute stones, along with various green equipment and scrolls. Lu Chen used the tiny skill stones to upgrade his basic regeneration to level 6, but the next upgrade would require higher level skill stones. Lu Chen, feeling helpless, began to use the tiny skill stones on his sweeping skill, raising it to level 2. Sweeping, level 2, wielding the weapon, launch an attack on all enemies in front, dealing 170% damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. It must be said that the strength of the sweeping skill was significantly higher than that of the heavy strike. Upgrading by 1 level actually increased the damage by 20%. The only downside was the cooldown time. Even so, since it could be used for group grinding, Lu Chen still planned to focus on upgrading sweeping next. Lu Chen used up all the skill stones and attribute stones and was about to continue fighting monsters to fill the remaining slots, after which he could go back to sell some equipment. Just then, Wang Bing and Lu Chang sent messages one after another. Lu Chen looked and found that they were already prepared. Lu Chen, I was just about to head back. You guys can bid while walking back. Wang Bing, got it. My adoptive father has the final say. I bid 500 gold coins. Lu Chang, is that it? 700. Wang Bing, 800. Lu Chang, 900. Watching the two bid against each other, Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. The price of this formula was even higher than Lu Chen had imagined, reaching 900 so quickly. To be fair, the cold wind impact only sold for 600. Of course, this was partly because Lu Chen himself had no intention of raising the price. The bidding was not over yet. Before long, Lu Chang shouted a bid of 1,200 gold coins. Seeing this price, Wang Bing's eyes turned red. The amount Li Ming had fought for above was only 1,000 gold coins. Plus, with the remaining 400 gold coins they had, they could bid a maximum of 1,400. Looking at Lu Chang's momentum, even 1,400 might not be enough. Wang Bing was a bit dumbfounded. Not only Wang Bing, but Li Ming, who had been keeping an eye on the situation, was also stunned. Damn it! Tianyue Group is too rich. We can't compete with them. Wang Bing gritted his teeth. No way. Let's try again. He continued to bid 1,300. Lu Chang, unfazed, 1,400. Wang Bing. Damn. Lu Chang, kid, are you starting to curse because you can't match the money? Wang Bing. Lu Chen, brother Wang, why don't we just let it go? After all, brother Chang is one of the richest people in Daxia. To be honest, he hadn't even thought about selling for this much. It wasn't that Lu Chen thought it wasn't worth that much money. It was just that his purpose in specifying the formula was merely to strengthen Daxia's strategic reserves. As for how much it could actually sell for, Lu Chen hadn't thought too much about it before. Wang Bing fell silent, a bit hesitant. At that moment, Lu Chang continued, by the way, besides the 1,400 gold coins, there will be a 10% profit from the potion sales for you, good son-in-law. Lu Chen, ? Lu Chen, brother Chang, there's really no need, this price is just too high. To be honest, I never thought the price could be this high. At the beginning. Lu Chang, no way, it's settled like this. We are still not sure about the effects of this potion. If it has a significant effect, selling it for 1,400 gold coins might actually be a loss. How could your father-in-law let you suffer such a loss? Lu Chen fell silent. Although he didn't take Lu Chang's constant reference to himself as father-in-law too seriously, he had to admit that Lu Chang was genuinely considerate of him. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen finally nodded. Since brother Chang has said so, I won't refuse. It's enough to keep the kindness of others in mind. Wang Bing didn't expect Lu Chang to be so bold. He sighed and shook his head at Li Ming. It's no use. Upon hearing Lu Chang's price, Li Ming couldn't help but exclaim, it's no wonder that Director Lu can manage such a large group. He's really generous. Indeed. Lu Chen said, just right, you two can each take one item, which makes it complete. I'll head back now, and you can trade when you return. Oh, and there are some green equipment as well, let's trade those together. Lu Chang and Wang Bing both responded positively. Lu Chen used a return scroll. With a flash of white light, he suddenly appeared in the square of the novice village. The next moment, a large head appeared in front of Lu Chen. He was startled and stepped back, only to find it was Lin Yingying. Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. Why are you still here? Lin Yingying smiled proudly, waiting for my adoptive father. Lu Chen? He was a bit dumbfounded. You've been waiting here since just now? He had been out hunting monsters for about 2 hours, hadn't he? This girl had been waiting here the whole time? Lin Yingying nodded. Yes, I won't give up until I add my adoptive father as a friend. Lu Chen was speechless. This little tiger was not only thick-skinned, but also like a sticky candy, refusing to let go once attached, right? However, Lu Chen was still a bit curious. How did you know I would appear here? Lin Yingying puffed out her chest and smiled proudly. I am the clever Lin Yingying. Last time, I saw a flash of white light appear in the square and then my adoptive father came out. I thought you must have used some kind of item. And you said you would come back to sell equipment, right? So I figured you would definitely use an item to return, and I just waited here. Lu Chen couldn't help but look at Lin Yingying in surprise. You are indeed quite clever. Hee, right? Such a clever and irresistibly cute adoptive daughter. Don't you really consider getting one? As she spoke, Lin Yingying blinked her innocent big eyes at Lu Chen. The focus was all on being adorable. Lin Yingying gave herself a score of 99 for this performance, taking off 1 point just to avoid being too proud. Surely, her adoptive father couldn't resist now, right? However, Lu Chen remained expressionless. If your eyes are dry, log off and put in some eye drops. Lin Yingying? Her expression froze, filled with question marks. Could it be that her adoptive father couldn't find a girlfriend? How could he not see how cute she was? Lin Yingying suddenly thought of a serious question. Could it be that her adoptive father had the legendary face blindness? If that were the case, wouldn't her irresistibly cute appearance have no advantage? Lin Yingying seemed to have taken a critical hit. Seeing Lin Yingying's listless appearance, Lu Chen was puzzled. What's wrong with you now? Lin Yingying glanced at Lu Chen. Do you have a problem, adoptive father? Lu Chen? He was exasperated. You're the one with a problem. Lin Yingying was taken aback, looking at Lu Chen with anticipation. You don't have face blindness? Lu Chen was speechless. I'm just an ordinary, normal person. How could I have such ridiculous problems? Lin Yingying seemed a bit skeptical and asked, am I pretty? As she spoke, Lin Yingying leaned closer, wanting Lu Chen to see her more clearly. Lu Chen. Looking at Lin Yingying's face coming closer, Lu Chen was startled and pressed her head down with one hand, pushing her back. How bold and mischievous, trying to disrupt my resolve? Looking at Lin Yingying's innocent eyes, Lu Chen's mouth twitched and then he adopted a cold expression. Why should I answer such a boring question? Lin Yingying's eyes immediately brightened. She touched her chin, looking thoughtful. Usually, such an answer implies a default meaning. I understand. Now, you really aren't sick, adoptive father. Moreover, the adoptive father must think his adoptive daughter is very pretty. Lin Yingying thought to herself, feeling a bit smug. You're the one who's sick. Lu Chen said, his forehead covered in black lines, then added, this time I'm selling equipment, and since you insulted me, you won't get any this time. Lin Yingying? The smile on her face gradually faded. No, adoptive father. Her tragic voice echoed throughout the square, drawing the attention of all the players. When these players saw it was Lu Chen, their eyes lit up one by one. The news of Lu Chen selling green equipment in the square had already spread. Now, there were significantly more people in the square than before, all hoping to try their luck here. They didn't expect to actually run into Lu Chen. Players crowded together, surrounding Lu Chen in the center. Adoptive father, are you selling equipment? Lu Chen nodded. Yes. Selling equipment, line up one at a time. Immediately, a group of players intending to buy began to line up. Lu Chen, as before, took out 10 pieces of green equipment and started selling. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying watched in agony as others bought the equipment piece by piece, her heart nearly breaking. Woo, my equipment. The adoptive father is so mean. She was on the verge of tears. Soon, all the green equipment was sold out. Lu Chen glanced at the dejected Lin Yingying beside him and smiled. How about it? If you don't squat by me next time and just buy the equipment, wouldn't you have gotten it? Lin Yingying came to her senses, hands on her hips, and immediately retorted, impossible. Lin Yingying, keep my word, I must add you as a friend. I am the destined adoptive daughter. Lu Chen was speechless. Where did this destiny come from? Lin Yingying cheerfully replied, I self-appointed it. Lu Chen, 6. When it comes to thick skin, it's definitely you, Lin Yingying. Hee, am I really that outstanding? Lin Yingying's expression became even more cheerful. Lu Chen? His mouth twitched. I wasn't praising you. Lin Yingying didn't listen, her face was just thick-skinned. Just then, Lu Chang and Wang Bing walked over. Adoptive father. You came so quickly. Wang Bing waved his hand and jogged closer. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. I used to return scroll. There were some for sale in the village. Awesome, I know that thing, it's super expensive. Seems like it costs dozens of silver, right? I couldn't bear to buy it. Wang Bing grinned. Lu Chang also nodded. It's indeed quite expensive. To be honest, you could buy a piece of green equipment with that. In reality, dozens of silver would only be equivalent to several thousand yuan. To save a few dozen minutes, Lu Chang would definitely spend it without blinking. But this was in the game. Although the trading platform allowed for the exchange of gold coins were sold by players and were limited in quantity. Just having money didn't guarantee you could buy them. Even Lu Chang had to be frugal. Spending dozens of silver to save 20 minutes seemed too unworthy to him. At this moment, Wang Bing noticed the well-behaved Lin Yingying beside him and showed a hint of surprise. Wow, adoptive father, is this your adoptive mother? She's really pretty. Lu Chang also noticed Lin Yingying next to Lu Chen. His heart sank. Oh no, his good son-in-law actually had another woman? Was he about to lose his position as the old father-in-law? Precious daughter, you've been poached. Lu Chang felt heavy-hearted as he scrutinized Lin Yingying. He had to admit, even Lu Chang thought this girl was beautiful, only slightly less than his two precious daughters. Especially with that obedient and sensible demeanor, Lu Chang felt Lu Chen would definitely like her. This made Lu Chang's heart sink even further. Hadn't I just started making a support character for my precious daughter and now someone has already intercepted it? Lu Chang couldn't smile. When Lu Chen heard Wang Bing's words, he replied speechlessly, Brother Wang, stop joking, I'm not that familiar with her. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's eyes lit up. It felt as if the originally dim sky was suddenly filled with light. Not familiar? That's great. However, Lin Yingying's words made Lu Chang's heart drop from the sky to the ground again. Adoptive father, I'm your destined adopted daughter. Wang Bing. Wang Bing looked at Lu Chen in shock, not expecting that such a handsome adoptive father would be so skilled at playing games. He then thought of Jiang Su and his own team. He didn't expect that the beauty strategy would falter just the second day after it was initiated. However, Wang Bing suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Chang beside him, feeling instantly happy. Look at this old guy, how can he still call himself an old father-in-law? Who would have thought, both of your daughters haven't even started yet and they've already been snatched away. Wang Bing almost wanted to jump up and celebrate. Lu Chen blared at Lin Yingying, you won't get any of the next equipment. Lin Yingying? She looked incredulous, So soon? So soon? Is that what surprised you? Did this guy think that he wouldn't have a chance next time? Lu Chen was also shocked. Not expecting that this guy had such a clear understanding of his own position. Lin Yingying had a defiant look, even so, I'm still the destined adopted daughter. Green equipment won't make me yield. Lu Chen, should I still say you're noble and full of integrity? Lin Yingying smiled proudly, if you say it like that, I guess it works. Lu Chen, 6, Lu Chang, who had seen too many people, looked at Lin Yingying and Lu Chen, feeling that their relationship was a bit off. The gloomy heart of his gradually saw some sunlight. This girl doesn't seem to be Lu Chen's girlfriend? Lu Chang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, he also felt a bit of crisis. With the looks and strength of a good son-in-law, he was too attractive to these young girls. If this continues, it could be a bit dangerous. But now, both of his daughters were not in Silver Moon Village, and he couldn't facilitate more communication between them and Lu Chen. This made Lu Chang a bit frustrated. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chang sent a message in the family chat group. Dear daughters, your man is about to be snatched away. Replies quickly filled the chat room. Lu Yuqing, what? Which vixen dares to steal my sister's man? Just watch me tear her apart. Lu Yuqing? Lu Yuqing, are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Yuqing, sister, this isn't the time for infighting. Brother-in-law is about to be taken. Lu Yuqing, it's supposed to be sister-in-law. Dad, does Lu Chen have a girlfriend now? On the other side, Lu Yuqing and Lu Yuqing both looked at the chat room. Although they hadn't met Lu Chen, Lu Chang often spoke highly of him, plus Lu Chen's exaggerated performances. Both of them were a bit curious about Lu Chen. They had already planned that after leaving the novice village, they would listen to Lu Chang and meet Lu Chen to make a friend. But unexpectedly, they heard such news today. The two exchanged glances and, as twin sisters, they both sensed the other's unhappiness. Lu Yuqing, sister, you still say you have no feelings for Lu Chen? I can see you're not happy. Lu Yuqing smiled slightly, because Lu Chen is my brother-in-law, of course, I don't want him to be taken away. Lu Yuqing pouted at Lu Yuqing, woman, your name should be saying one thing and meaning another. Lu Yuqing? A question mark slowly emerged in her mind. Where did you learn such nonsense? I heard it in a drama before. Lu Yuqing said, sister, let's not argue about this for now, let's see what the old man has to say. Lu Yuqing nodded. The two of them looked at the chat group. However, Lu Yuqing and Lu Yuqing were dumbfounded when Lu Chang surprisingly didn't say anything next. Lu Yuqing widened her eyes. What does this old man mean? Is he trying to tease us? Lu Yuqing thought for a moment, maybe he's busy? Lu Chang was indeed busy. Lu Chen had already lost his temper with Lin Yingying's shamelessness. He couldn't be bothered with this annoying woman and directly traded with Wang Bing and Lu Chang. The skill book Cold Wind Impact was traded for 600 gold, while the recipe was 1,400 gold plus a 10% profit. Not to mention the profit sharing, just the gold from the trade amounted to over 2,000 gold. That's a whopping 20 million. Adding yesterday's earnings, it was Only the second day of the game, and Lu Chen had already made over 20 million. With such a speed of making money, Lu Chen felt like he was dreaming. However, he also understood that the main reason he could earn this money was due to his sole talent. The drop rate for green equipment was so low that an average person would be thrilled to get even one after defeating hundreds or even thousands of elite monsters. But for Lu Chen, it was guaranteed to drop. As for the bosses, Lu Chen had accumulated his strength bit by bit, soloing them in a way that ordinary players could hardly imagine. The items dropped by the bosses also had an extremely low drop rate, making them very precious. Although it seemed like Lu Chen made over 20 million in just a little over a day, it was actually quite reasonable. Lu Chen was in a very good mood now. With this money, he could pay off his parents' debts. After that, his mother would be able to relax. Besides these two pieces of blue equipment, Lu Chen also traded the remaining green equipment to Lu Chang and Wang Bing, gaining several dozen gold. However, now that he had just received 2,000 gold, seeing several dozen gold left him completely unfazed. Lu Chang and Wang Bing hurriedly said goodbye to Lu Chen as they needed to handle the skill book and recipe they obtained. Lu Chen smiled as he watched them leave. Since his parents' company went bankrupt, the heavy burden that had been weighing on Lu Chen's heart was finally lifted. Lin Yingying, who was nearby, noticed Lu Chen's relaxed smile and blinked. Father, you seem very happy? Lu Chen was taken aback and looked at Lin Yingying. You haven't left yet? Feeling cheerful, Lu Chen didn't find Lin Yingying's presence as annoying anymore. Lin Yingying crossed her arms and smiled proudly. Of course, I'm waiting for my foster father to add me as a friend. Lu Chen. Alright, his head was still throbbing. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Then you can keep waiting. Don't, foster father. You're so happy today, shouldn't we celebrate? Lu Chen glanced sideways at Lin Yingying. Is the way to celebrate adding friends? Lin Yingying gave Lu Chen a thumbs up, as expected of my foster father. You're even smarter than me. Go away. I'm going to grind monsters. Lu Chen summoned a demonic wild wolf and rode on it. Oh. Lin Yingying lowered her head pitifully, responding in disappointment. She dragged her feet and slowly squatted down beside him. Then I'll wait for my foster father to come next time. Lu Chen. Seeing Lin Yingying's aggrieved expression made his head ache. Damn it, this girl was really like a sticky candy. Well, perhaps it was because the debt that had troubled him for years had disappeared. Lu Chen was indeed in a good mood. Seeing Lin Yingying's pitiful look, he felt a bit soft-hearted. Lu Chen clicked his tongue. Alright, I'll add you as a friend. Lin Yingying looked up, her innocent big eyes gazing at Lu Chen pitifully. Foster father, is it true? You're not lying to me? Lu Chen was speechless. What do I have to gain from lying to you? Lin Yingying thought for a moment and tentatively said, Beauty? Lu Chen? Forget it, let's not add each other. Foster father, I was wrong. I'm more interested in my foster father's beauty. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. Stop being infatuated, I'm a man you can't have. Hey, in the end, Lu Chen still chose to add Lin Yingying. As soon as the result was added, Lin Yingying jumped up happily. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I am the destined righteous daughter. Seeing Lin Yingying's joyful expression, Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't she just very sad a moment ago? He paused and asked. Were you just pretending? Lin Yingying was taken aback, her eyes wide open. She had gotten too proud too quickly. She exclaimed, No, I was really sad just now. But once I added my adoptive father's contact information, my sadness disappeared immediately. Lu Chen scrutinized Lin Yingying, unsure if what she said was true or not. However, given this thick-skinned person's character, it was highly likely she was just acting. It didn't matter, he was happy today, and adding the contact was a good thing. I'm going to level up, Lu Chen said, no longer saying much, and waved his hand. Goodbye, adoptive father. Adoptive father is invincible. Adoptive father is awesome. Lin Yingying showered Lu Chen with flattery, waving her hands repeatedly. Next, Lu Chen continued to grind monsters in the little demon camp. Since the little demons wouldn't respawn, Lu Chen had much less trouble. He had now delved deep into the central area of the little demon camp. In this area, there were fortresses everywhere, all surrounding the core castle. Lu Chen figured that the biggest boss of the little demon camp must be inside that castle. In this area, the number of little demons had also increased significantly. Originally, the little demons formed teams of 3, but here, they had grown to 7 in a team. Moreover, each team consisted of little demon warriors, little demon archers, little demon assassins, little demon mages, and little demon shamans. It could be said that this was a versatile team composed entirely of elite monsters. The coordination of such teams was certainly not comparable to the original teams of 3 little demons. The little demon shamans also had healing skills, making the fights even more troublesome. Fortunately, Lu Chen's strength was now far beyond what it was when he first entered the little demon camp. Even when facing 7 elite little demons at once, Lu Chen could still easily defeat them. As he continued to slay little demons, it wasn't long before Lu Chen reached level 7. His attributes were once again enhanced, and he received 2 free attribute points, which he allocated entirely to stamina. As a player, his health was too low, and the final boss would likely be quite formidable. Lu Chen was a bit afraid of being one-shot. During this time, Lu Chen killed over 300 little demons, obtaining a large number of excellent healing potions, various scrolls, and various green equipment. He even found a list of drop rates from a little demon that included blue equipment of fine quality. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen blue items appear in the drop list of elite monsters. He had already defeated nearly 1,000 elite little demons. One can imagine how low that probability was. And this blue fine equipment was just right for Lu Chen to use now. It was a very rare ring. Each player could equip 2 rings, 1 necklace, and 2 accessories. Aside from seeing a ring in the drop list from the ice hand before, Lu Chen hadn't seen anything else. He didn't expect to find it on a little monster, and it was blue. Little demon bone ring, fine, strength +6, stamina +6, required level 7, drop rate 0.000022%. A fine ring adds a total of 12 attributes, almost equivalent to the attributes gained from leveling up twice. It was nearly on par with Lu Chen's legendary great sword, just without the special effects of legendary equipment. Even so, it was still very strong. Naturally, Lu Chen chose to take the drop and had already equipped it. Besides the equipment, Lu Chen obtained 22 tiny attribute stones and 4 tiny skill stones. He had used all the attribute stones, which was equivalent to gaining an additional 22 attributes. Coupled with Lu Chen's battle-intense skill, which could enhance his combat state by 50%, that was another 11 points of attributes. It was as if Lu Chen had gained 33 attributes out of thin air. He felt quite pleased. Players below level 10, even if equipped, probably have few attributes that can compare to his base stats. As for the skill stones, Lu Chen has used them all. He originally intended to use them all on the sweep skill, but after upgrading sweep to level 4, he had to use basic skill stones for further enhancement. Lu Chen could only allocate the remaining ones to heavy strike, bringing it up to level 4 as well. Now, Lu Chen's skill damage increase was significantly stronger than before. This was a real boost in combat power. After several hours of monster grinding, Lu Chen finally arrived at the final castle. He took a glance at the massive castle, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. The castle had 3 floors. The first floor was a hall. On either side of the hall were 2 staircases leading to the second floor. In the center of the hall stood 5 little demons. The tallest among them, standing in the middle, was about 1.70 meters tall, clad in black battle armor, with a black battle axe slung over his back. Flanking this little demon were 4 little demon shamans. Lu Chen immediately cast his detection skill. Guga, boss, level 7 health, 6,000 attack, 95 description, captain of the little demon camp's guard. Lu Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This castle had 3 floors, and he didn't expect to encounter a boss on the first floor. Surely there wouldn't be a boss on every floor, right? Just thinking about it made Lu Chen excited. A boss meant quality equipment and items. It represented power and wealth. Lu Chen opened Guga's drop list. At the top was a black and blue battle axe. Unfortunately, the weapon in Lu Chen's hand was far superior to any quality level weapon. If it weren't for the flame greatsword, he would definitely choose it. The second item was a basic skill stone. No need to think twice, that was a must-have. Following that were basic attribute stones, quality equipment, quality level healing potions, and other items. Among them, the quality equipment surprised Lu Chen greatly. Little demon fine chainmail, quality, chainmail, defense plus 177, strength plus 6, stamina plus 6, required level, 7 little demon set, 2/4. Reduces damage taken by 8 points. Little demon set 4/4 increases damage drop rate by 12%. Drop rate 0.087%. A quality level chainmail set. An upgraded version of the little demon set. Besides the greatsword in his hand, Lu Chen currently had a quality level ring, while everything else was green equipment. In fact, the previous Guning and Ice Hand also had suitable quality equipment for him, but the value of other items was too high. Lu Chen had no choice but to choose items of higher value. But what about this Guga? If you called him poor, he didn't have any particularly precious recipe blueprints or skill books. Yet he had the most suitable set of chainmail for Lu Chen. Lu Chen was certainly pleased. He directly chose 2 pieces of the little demon fine set. Including the previous chainmail, he also selected a pair of little demon fine leggings. There were other chainmail pieces in the drop list, but Lu Chen could only choose 3. The basic skill stone was a must, so he could only select 2. However, these 2 pieces would complete one of the set effects, which was already quite good. Lu Chen was still satisfied. After that, Lu Chen selected the drops from the little demon shamans and then charged forward. Compared to Ice Hand, Guga was actually easier to fight. After all, Guga was a melee warrior class. Although Guga's defense was much stronger than Ice Hand's, Lu Chen could only deal about 60 points of damage per hit. Moreover, Guga's attack was also quite high, with health exceeding Ice Hand's by 2,000. However, with a weakness scroll, dealing with him was no different from walking a dog. The only trouble was the 4 shamans healing him. But this little trouble was certainly no match for Lu Chen. He pulled Guga a bit further away and then directly ran to take down the little demon shamans first. Although the 4 Little demon shamans healing together was indeed quite fierce. However, Lu Chen, wielding the blazing greatsword, was even fiercer. Even with 4 little demon shamans healing together, it was not enough. When Lu Chen killed all 4 little demon shamans, the remaining Guga, though furious, became meat on the chopping block. He was kited to death by Lu Chen using a weakness scroll. During this time, Guga had a whirlwind slash skill, but it was too slow to catch up with Lu Chen. The whirlwind slash ended up being a lonely attack, which was quite amusing. As Lu Chen delivered his final sweeping blow, Guga let out a tragic scream before crashing heavily to the ground. 3 blue orbs of light floated out from his corpse. The entire boss battle lasted less than 2 minutes, and Lu Chen didn't even break a sweat. After picking up the items, Lu Chen equipped them directly. His attributes surged significantly. Moreover, the set effect reduced damage taken by a full 8 points, making it so that elite monsters barely scratched his health. As for the skill stone, Lu Chen naturally used it to enhance his battle intent, raising it to level 6. The increase brought by level 6 battle intent was not beyond Lu Chen's expectations. 60%. Another significant boost, and Lu Chen felt quite pleased. After tidying up, Lu Chen followed the side stairs to the 2nd floor. At the end of the stairs was a corridor. On both sides of the corridor were rooms, and at the end stood a black iron door. Lu Chen walked down the corridor. He noticed that each room contained 6 or 7 little demons. Lu Chen certainly wouldn't let them go, charging in to attack. He found that the level 7 little demon elites could only deal a maximum of 2 points of damage to him. In fact, there were many times they couldn't even break his defense. This was the charm of a refined level set. Of course, Lu Chen's own exceptionally high attributes and the boost from his battle intent played a crucial role as well. Other players didn't have attributes as strong as Lu Chen's. Even with the same equipment, they couldn't make elite monsters fail to break their defenses. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, wondering if the boss below had the same exquisite armor. If he could gather the effects of another set, increasing damage by 12%, he would truly be invincible. After clearing the rooms on both sides, Lu Chen finally arrived at the black iron door at the end of the corridor. He placed his hand on the black iron door but quickly withdrew it. The Universe Online game was different from regular games. In a normal game, the monster's alert range was very close. Even if there was a powerful boss behind this black iron door, pushing it open would likely not attract the boss's attention. But in a Universe game, opening the door would definitely make noise and attract attention. This meant that combat would begin immediately. And Lu Chen still didn't know what monsters were inside. He definitely had to fight. But first he needed to prepare. Lu Chen used strength and endurance scrolls to fully restore his health, then took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The sound of creaking echoed. As the black iron door opened, Lu Chen saw the situation inside the room. It was a room of about 100 square feet, with numerous animal skulls hanging on the walls as decoration. At the end of the room was a wooden table covered with several documents made of parchment. Behind the wooden table, a little demon was staring intently at Lu Chen, holding a longbow with an arrow already nocked. Whoosh! The longbow whistled, accompanied by a piercing sound as it shot towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen barely had time to dodge and was struck in the chest by an arrow. -81. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at the damage. Acceptable, right? Since it was a ranged profession, without further thought, he took cover. Lu Chen directly hid behind the not fully opened black iron door. This was a ready-made cover. Then Lu Chen heard footsteps. As the footsteps approached, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips, and he charged out for a normal attack, followed by a heavy strike and a sweeping blow in quick succession. Just as Lu Chen was about to continue using the cover, he noticed that this little demon was wielding 2 short swords, slashing at Lu Chen. -34, -32. Lu Chen? He widened his eyes, a look of astonishment on his face. Both ranged and melee? Lu Chen was momentarily bewildered. The 3 bosses he had fought before were either melee, which he kited while healing, or ranged, which he killed by controlling the line of sight. Now, facing one that could do both, how was he supposed to fight? Lu Chen didn't have time to think too much. He quickly used a weakness scroll to slow it down. While dodging attacks, he cast a detection spell. Akelin, boss, level 7 health 5000. Attack, 95 description. The deputy commander of the little demon camp and also the scout captain. This guy's attack strength was the same as that of the previous Guga. Fortunately, he had just obtained 2 pieces of the little demon engineering set. Otherwise, that attack damage would probably be even higher. But even so, Lu Chen was still under immense pressure. He could use a high-quality healing potion once every 30 seconds, restoring 120 health. Plus, with basic regeneration, he could recover 180 health in 30 seconds. In total, Lu Chen could recover 300 health within 30 seconds. However, if he couldn't dodge Akelin's attacks, the damage he received would far exceed 300 points, making it impossible to recover. The only thing Lu Chen could do now was to block or dodge some of Akelin's attacks. This way, he could last a little longer. Previously, Lu Chen had relied on his attributes and equipment to withstand attacks, and by exploiting weaknesses he had managed to defeat the boss. Now he could only rely on his raw strength. He took a deep breath, becoming very focused, prioritizing dodging Akalin's attacks over counterattacking. Fortunately, Akalin was affected by the slow effect. Although his attack speed didn't decrease, his offensive momentum was still impacted. This gave Lu Chen a better chance to dodge and block. However, as soon as Lu Chen moved a bit farther away, Akalin would sheath his longsword and draw his longbow to shoot. This forced Lu Chen to dodge at close range. Akalin's attributes were clearly higher than his, and his movements were extremely fast. Even though he was doing his best to evade, he still couldn't dodge all the attacks. Watching his health slowly dwindle, Lu Chen felt increasingly heavy-hearted. Was his first death going to happen here? He scanned his surroundings, looking for a way out. As he glanced over the rooms lining the corridor, a bold idea suddenly struck him. While fending off Akalin's attacks, Lu Chen moved towards the room on the left. Once both he and Akalin entered the room, Lu Chen suddenly dashed out, sprinting towards the small room on the far right. The corridor wasn't long, and Lu Chen quickly reached the doorway. At that moment, he saw Akalin stepping out of the room. He drew his longbow and shot an arrow at Lu Chen. Lu Chen dodged into the room just in time, the arrow whistling past and embedding itself in the wall, the fletching still vibrating. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Now he had a few seconds to catch his breath. During this time, Lu Chen could use basic regeneration to recover health while waiting for the cooldown of the healing potion to finish. He glanced up at the door. Then Lu Chen saw Akalin jogging over. However, due to the lingering slow effect from the weakness scroll, he was much slower than Lu Chen. 3 seconds. It would take about 3 seconds to run from the innermost room to here. In those 3 seconds, Lu Chen could recover 18 health, and the cooldown for the healing potion would also pass by 3 seconds. Wait! Lu Chen suddenly recalled his earlier mistake. There were a total of 12 rooms in this corridor. If Lu Chen had found another room to hide in before Akalin had exited, would Akalin have to search each room one by one for him? As long as he didn't find Lu Chen, it would be all recovery time for Lu Chen. With this thought, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. He already knew how to defeat this boss. At that moment, Akalin had already rushed into the room. His expression was furious. Little mouse, the game is over. Since the small room was not large, Akalin couldn't use his bow and arrow and could only wield his twin swords as he charged forward. Lu Chen countered with a basic attack, a heavy strike, and a sweeping attack in quick succession. -101, -149, -201. The 3 attacks dealt a total of 450 damage. With Akalin's health, it would only take 13 hits to defeat him. However, the sweeping attack had a 10-second cooldown, so it would definitely take a bit longer. Even so, the total time would be at most 2 minutes. As long as Lu Chen could hold out for that long, he would win. After the attack, Lu Chen dodged again. When he lured Akalin deeper into the room, Lu Chen suddenly ran towards the exit. This time, Lu Chen wasn't solely focused on distance. He only ran out 3 room lengths before entering one of the side rooms. Before going in, Lu Chen glanced back at the doorway of the room where Akalin was and found that he hadn't come out yet. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. After a breath, Akalin's angry voice rang out, "Little mouse, where are you?" Then Lu Chen heard Akalin's footsteps as he entered one room after another. He grinned and glanced at his health, which was slowly recovering. During this time, he had been using attribute stones, many of which were stamina stones. Lu Chen's base stamina had now reached 26 points, plus the attribute bonuses from his equipment. His total attributes were as high as 53 points. With a 60% increase from his battle intent, Lu Chen's health had already reached over 800. In the previous battle, Lu Chen had lost more than half of his health, and now he had over 300 left. He planned to take it slow to avoid triggering Akalin's skills too quickly. If Akalin's skills were extremely powerful, this amount of health would not be enough. After about 10 seconds, Lu Chen saw Akalin arrive at the doorway of his room and spot him hiding behind the door. Akalin immediately revealed a sinister grin. Hee, little mouse, I found you." He charged at Lu Chen with his longsword. Lu Chen quickly used a shield scroll on himself, then delivered a normal attack followed by a heavy strike. After that, Lu Chen dashed out of the room, continuing the game of hide and seek. Soon, Lu Chen heard Akalin's furious roar again. After finding a way, the next steps became simple. Lu Chen's previously heavy heart also lightened. It was then he remembered that he hadn't had a chance to select his loot yet. So, when Akalin found Lu Chen once more, Lu Chen opened his loot list. Then his face fell. This guy was really poor. The best item was just a basic skill stone, followed by some fine equipment and items. This included a longbow, a short sword, and a small demon craftsmanship set, but the craftsmanship set was leather armor, which made Lu Chen quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Chen discovered a ring. Malicious ring, fine, stamina +6, attacks have a certain chance to poison the target, dealing 30 points of poison damage. Required level, 7 drop rate, 0.085%. This ring that increased stamina and damage was quite practical for him. Lu Chen thought for a moment and ultimately chose a fine level longbow, along with the basic skill stone and the malicious ring. After making his selections, Lu Chen continued to play hide-and-seek with Akarin. His health was gradually recovering due to the shield he had put on. In contrast, Akarin's health was rapidly declining. When Akarin's health was down to half, he finally used a skill. A layer of green light appeared on his twin swords, and when it struck Lu Chen, it actually poisoned him. Moreover, the poison was quite strong, causing 30 points of damage per second for 10 seconds. That was a total of 300 points of health. Fortunately, Lu Chen's health was now quite high, so he could still hold on. When Akarin was down to his last 500 health points, he went completely insane, his attack speed drastically increasing. In just 1 second, he dealt damage 6 times, startling Lu Chen. Fortunately, Lu Chen wasn't trying to take him on directly, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to withstand such an assault. He just needed to keep playing hide and seek. Finally, with a regular attack landing, Lu Chen killed Akarin. He exhaled a breath of relief and revealed a smile. At first he thought he was going to die. Luckily, the environment here was quite suitable for fighting this boss, otherwise he really felt he might not have been able to win. After picking up the loot, Lu Chen equipped the malicious ring, giving him 2 rings now. Then he used a basic skill stone to increase his battle intent level. With his battle intent reaching level 7, his attribute boost hit 70%. Coupled with the new equipment, Lu Chen's health exceeded 900 points. It shouldn't be long before he broke 1,000. He was only level 7 and his health was about to surpass 1,000. How could others even play? It was completely unbalanced. Oh, was it him who was unbalanced? Then it was no problem. As for the exquisite longbow, Lu Chen planned to sell it next, so he stored it away for now. After resting for a while, Lu Chen walked into Akarin's room. He discovered that there was a path leading upstairs behind the wooden table. As he passed the table, Lu Chen curiously glanced at the parchment. That glance made his eyes widen. These parchments contained information about Silver Moon Village. Lu Chen walked over and picked up the parchments. One by one, they included maps of the area around Silver Moon Village and information about the distribution of nearby monsters, among other things. Lu Chen frowned. He recalled what the old village chief had said when he first accepted this mission. The old village chief mentioned that the little demon was plotting to destroy Silver Moon Village. Previously, Lu Chen hadn't felt much about it, but now, seeing these detailed pieces of information about Silver Moon Village, his mood became urgent. The little demon camp seemed to know so much about Silver Moon Village. If they really launched an attack, it might actually succeed. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to keep these parchments. Although he didn't know if there were backups, the ones he had absolutely couldn't be left for the little demons. Lu Chen looked around the room to see if there was anything new and useful. Soon, his eyes lit up. He actually spotted a wooden treasure chest in the corner. Treasure chests were clearly not common in the game. Up until now, Lu Chen had only encountered 2. This chest looked more luxurious than the last one he had found. When Lu Chen opened the drop rate list, he discovered that the highest level item inside was actually of exquisite quality. He was instantly delighted. There were many items inside, but Lu Chen could only choose 3. In the end, he selected a basic skill stone and a pair of lock armor boots. Demon iron shoes, exquisite, strength +5, stamina +6. Required level, 7, drop rate, 0.003%. The last item was a little demon's exquisite robe, which he couldn't use. These 3 items had the highest value. Lu Chen immediately equipped the demon iron shoes and planned to use the skill stone on his battle intent. However, what Lu Chen didn't expect was that after raising his battle intent to level 7, he would need a higher level skill stone to continue upgrading. With no other choice, he used the basic skill stone on basic regeneration, raising it to level 7, restoring 7 health points per second. That was still pretty good. In 30 seconds, he could recover 210 health points, which was much stronger than an excellent quality apprentice healing potion. After tidying up, Lu Chen stepped towards the stairs. When he reached the stairway, he peeked in and saw that the 3rd floor was a huge room. The interior was somewhat dim, with a bonfire burning in the center, casting flickering shadows. In the deepest part of the room, a burly figure clad in black armor sat on a stone chair. Clearly, this was the final boss. Lu Chen quietly cast a detection spell. Maglin, high-level boss, level 7 health, 10,000 attack, 130 introduction, the commander of the little demon camp, responsible for gathering intelligence about Silver Moon Village. Hiss. Lu Chen gasped, almost sucking the surrounding air dry. 10,000 health, 130 attack. What kind of god is this? Lu Chen was stunned. This was way stronger than the previous bosses. Moreover, this guy's rank wasn't just a boss, but a high-level boss. This should be a monster level stronger than a boss, but not yet exceeding that rank? Lu Chen felt a bit uneasy. He wondered if he could defeat this thing. But looking at Maglin, fully armored with a great sword beside him, he figured it must be a melee class, right? He glanced at his own 995 health points, plus his high armor, and thought maybe there was hope. Trying was necessary. Even if he died, it would only cost him an hour. One word, go for it. Lu Chen refreshed his stamina and strength scrolls, then opened Maglin's drop list. The purple glow at the top nearly blinded Lu Chen. Another legendary item. Bloodthirsty necklace, legendary, strength plus 12. Stamina plus 8, 10% physical lifesteal, required level, 7 drop rate, 0.000012%. Well, Lu Chen almost couldn't contain himself and jumped up. It was actually a lifesteal item. With Lu Chen's strong attack, if he had this equipment he could almost face weaker boss monsters head-on. Plus, this item added a total of 20 attributes, and with his battle intent boost, that made 34 points. One can imagine how significant this equipment would be for Lu Chen. Truly a legendary item. Lu Chen's heart raced, his eyes nearly turning red. He had to get this equipment. Lu Chen then looked at the list below. Soon, he got excited again. Greatsword Mastery, Level 1. After learning, you can use the greatsword more proficiently, and when using the greatsword as a weapon, damage dealt increases by 10%. Learning requirement, Warrior Class. A skill. And a skill that suits him perfectly. Without a second thought, he had to choose this one too. The third item was a letter. Maglan's letter. This is a letter received by Maglan, containing news of the little demons attacking Silver Moon Village. Drop rate 30.4%. The drop rate for this item was quite high. However, Lu Chen still planned to choose it. This item clearly involved a quest. It would be absurd not to select it. After choosing the drops, Lu Chen confirmed his status again. Once he was sure everything was fine, he charged into the room. Maglan, who had been dozing in a stone chair, woke up upon hearing the noise. Seeing Lu Chen rushing at him with a great sword, he immediately flew into a rage. Intruder! How did you get here? Where are my loyal subordinates? Hearing this, Lu Chen revealed a sinister smile, like an evil villain. Your subordinates are already dead. I'll send you to meet them soon. Maglan's face turned even angrier. You're seeking death. He lifted the great sword leaning against the stone chair and charged at Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was about to rush forward, he saw flames igniting on Maglan's greatsword. It was as if he was wielding a ball of fire. Lu Chen's eyes widened. What kind of skill was this? Fortunately, this skill didn't seem to be ranged. Maglan was still charging at Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly used a weakness scroll. Ding! Target's rank is too high. Scroll duration reduced to 20 seconds. Movement speed reduction effect decreased by 30%. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, his expression slightly changing. It seemed the high-level boss's rank was about to exceed the effect range of the weakness scroll. Lu Chen felt a bit relieved. Thankfully, it hadn't completely exceeded. He had always relied on the weakness scroll to defeat boss monsters. If it were to fail now, he would have no chance against Maglan and could only wait for death. Although the effect was slightly diminished now, it was not entirely ineffective. Lu Chen could feel that Maglan's speed had noticeably slowed after being weakened. Such a speed could not catch up to Lu Chen. He stepped forward, delivering a heavy strike, a normal attack followed by a sweeping combo. -72, -47, -99. Seeing this damage, Lu Chen felt a bit of a toothache. No wonder it was a high-level boss, and a warrior class wearing chainmail at that. Wasn't this just too tanky? He had never dealt such low damage with his combo before. At that moment, Maglan swung his blazing greatsword towards Lu Chen. The flames danced in the air, moving at incredible speed, creating a brilliant stream of fire. Lu Chen only felt a flash of red light. He didn't even have time to react before a sharp pain shot through him. -180, -120. Two high damage numbers floated above Lu Chen's head, making his scalp tingle. One was the physical damage from the greatsword, and the other was the burning damage from the flames. Combined, these two damages took away a third of Lu Chen's health in an instant. Was this comparable to other bosses? Skill damage? Was it really that outrageous? Lu Chen quickly thought that the flaming effect on the greatsword was probably a skill as well. However, it might be a continuous skill. Did that mean every attack from Maglan was skill damage? Who could withstand that? Lu Chen felt a chill in his heart but did not stop moving, quickly retreating. Maglan's attack speed was extremely fast, even wielding a heavy weapon like a greatsword. The second strike was already coming at Lu Chen. The flames brushed against Lu Chen's nose, and he could still feel the stinging burn. -30. Damn. Lu Chen took a deep breath and quickly used a healing potion. Then, relying on his level 7 basic regeneration, he began to recover health. 20 seconds later, Lu Chen used the weakness scroll again to prevent its effect from wearing off. At this point, Lu Chen had not yet launched a second attack. After about 30 seconds, when his health was restored, he moved in again for another 3-hit combo. After finishing the combo, Lu Chen immediately retreated. Even so, he still suffered one attack, taking around 300 damage. Lu Chen roughly calculated. He attacked once every 30 seconds, dealing about 220 damage. To kill Maglan, he would need nearly 50 attacks. This meant he would have to consume 75 scrolls. Lu Chen glanced at his backpack and felt a bit relieved. He was someone who liked to prepare for the worst, always getting ready in advance. On the way to storm the castle, he had collected various scrolls whenever he encountered them. especially the weakness scroll. He still had over 100 of them in hand. The shield scroll was also quite useful, potentially saving his life at a critical moment, and he had collected more than 50 of those. He had about 20 remaining strength and endurance scrolls as well. With these scrolls, he had enough for a prolonged battle. In fact, since he still had some shield scrolls that could absorb 100 points of damage, the actual number of weakness scrolls he needed to consume would be even less. Unfortunately, the shield scroll could only be used once a minute. If it could be used every half minute, that would be even better. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful, but for the next attack, he decisively used a shield scroll to absorb 100 points of damage. This would allow him to kill Maglon faster. This was a war of attrition. When Lu Chen calculated earlier, he hadn't accounted for critical damage, nor had he considered the fire damage effect from the flaming greatsword and the poison damage effect from the malicious ring. During actual combat, Lu Chen found that Maglon's health was dropping faster than he had anticipated. 7 minutes later, Lu Chen had brought Maglon's health down to about half. At that moment, Maglon threw his head back and roared, "Cowardly wretches, why do you not dare to face me?" He stepped on the ground, and instantly, the entire room trembled. A violent wave of energy surged from Maglon, crashing heavily into Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if he had been hit by a truck. His body was sent flying, crashing into the wall. -799. Lu Chen looked at the damage displayed above his head. His heart couldn't help but shudder. What kind of ridiculous damage is this? He had no time to think further. Enduring the pain, he got up and ran, because Maglon was already charging at him. His movement speed had actually recovered. That previous skill could even remove negative effects. Lu Chen quickly cast a weakness scroll on Maglon and barely escaped the range of his attack. He was drenched in cold sweat from fear. Just now, his health was only a little over 100. If Maglon touched him even once, he would be done for. Fortunately, he managed to escape in the end. Next, Lu Chen didn't rush to attack. He used basic regeneration along with healing potions, taking over a minute to fully restore his health. After his health was back to full, Lu Chen resumed his attacks methodically. This time, to prevent being taken out in one hit, he didn't even use a shield scroll, preferring to waste a bit more time. Moreover, before each attack, he would first restore his health to full before making a move. Thankfully, there were no further dangers. During the battle, Maglon did not use that previous skill again. When Maglon's health dropped to just the last 1,000, his expression turned extremely ferocious. "Flames, protect me!" He raised his hands, and the bonfire in the center of the room blazed with a fierce fire, seemingly gaining its own consciousness. All the flames surged forward, rushing towards Maglon. The flames clung to Maglon as if he had donned a suit of fiery armor. Lu Chen's eyes widened at this scene. Damn, such a cool skill, why isn't it his? However, this skill didn't seem to be an attack skill, which eased Lu Chen's mind a bit. What he feared most was Maglon's final wave of skills. If it was too exaggerated, he might be taken out in one hit. Now he felt relieved. Lu Chen continued to attack, and soon he discovered the effect of this skill. When Lu Chen attacked Maglon, in addition to receiving damage from Maglon's greatsword and burning attacks, the fiery armor actually dealt damage to him as well. And each time, it dealt 100 points of health. This meant that Lu Chen would lose 400 health with every attack. It was simply terrifying. Lu Chen felt numb. If it were someone else, could anyone really defeat this boss? Even if they were level 10 with better equipment, they might not necessarily win, right? Of course, for Lu Chen, although the damage was higher, there was no burst damage. At most, it just made him spend a bit more time. In the end, Lu Chen struck down Maglon, emptying his last bit of health. Ah, damn it, invader. The Lord will avenge me. Maglon let out a reluctant scream, his robust body, about 6 feet tall, crashing heavily to the ground. And from his corpse, 3 light orbs floated up. They were the dropped items. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That was so thrilling. But thankfully, he had successfully killed this guy. In the end. Just then, a grand and magnificent voice echoed from the sky. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding, congratulations to player Lu Chen for his first kill of a high-level boss monster. Reward, 100 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, excellent treasure chest *1, great martial city reputation +50. The system announcement repeated 3 times, and all the novice villages in the Yuanqing region fell silent once again. Soon, various exclamations erupted from each novice village. Discussions about Lu Chen surged one after another. In the Barren Empire, Lionheart Kingdom, Kalados Kingdom, Snowfire Kingdom, and so on, high-end players in each kingdom stopped fighting monsters at this moment. Although they were not together, the expressions of all the high-end players were almost identical. It was simply unbelievable. Adams and his team had just defeated a level 4 boss with the help of hundreds of players. They had barely celebrated when the system notification announced that Lu Chen had killed a high-level boss. Hey, is this guy from Daxia for real? This is outrageous, right? Yeah. We had so many people and only managed to take down one boss using a swarm tactic, and he alone can kill a high-level boss? How did he do it? Adams's expression grew serious as he tightened his grip on his staff, his palm turning somewhat pale. He couldn't understand how Lu Chun had accomplished that. To support him, the entire Baron Empire had poured almost all its quality resources into him. He already had more than half of his gear as green equipment, and with level suppression, the damage he dealt to bosses was barely over 30 points. If he were to face a boss alone, he couldn't even imagine the possibility of winning. But that guy from Daxia had done it. Even though Adams was extremely confident, he felt a bit defeated at this moment. In the Lionheart Kingdom region, Princess Alice Christian squinted her eyes, lost in thought. The princess's maid beside her asked curiously, "Your Highness, what are you thinking about?" Alice smiled slightly. "I was wondering if we could discuss a partnership with that Lu Chen after we leave the novice village. You are the esteemed princess of the kingdom. Of course, you can discuss a partnership with Lu Chen," the maid replied respectfully. Alice chuckled, "I thought so too. But tell me, if I wanted him to become a prince of the Lionheart Kingdom, would he agree?" The maid's eyes widened in shock. A kingdom prince is a title given only to the husband of the princess. This meant that the princess wanted to marry that guy from Daxia? The maid found it hard to imagine. "Why, Your Highness? Are you joking?" Alice narrowed her eyes and shook her head. Times have changed. Although there isn't much danger now. When the demonic energy invades, the Lionheart Kingdom will surely be caught in turmoil. As a royal princess, if I can sacrifice myself to protect the Lionheart Kingdom, I am willing to do so. The maid stammered, but she didn't know what to say. And Alice seemed to be explaining to the maid, or perhaps to herself, as she spoke softly, "The game has only just started. For 2 days, and Lu Chen can already kill high-level bosses. You've seen the power of the bosses. High-level bosses must be even stronger. His ability to kill them alone shows that his strength is on a completely different level from ours. With him around, the Lionheart Kingdom should be safe." The maid's eyes turned slightly red. "But this will only make things difficult for you, Your Highness." Alice smiled. "Although I am the eldest princess, I am also a woman and I admire strong individuals. But you don't even know what that guy from Daxia looks like or what his personality is like." Alice flicked her golden hair, which shimmered like sand, and chuckled. "I was just saying that. Look at how nervous you are. I was joking." The maid was taken aback, blinked, and then nodded in realization. "Oh, you startled me, Your Highness." Alice squinted at the azure sky, then exhaled. "Let's go." "Where are you going, Your Highness?" "Of course, to level up and grow stronger. If we don't want to rely on others to protect the Lionheart Kingdom, we can only rely on our own efforts." The maid's eyes widened, and she clenched her small fists. "No matter what, I will always be by your side until death. Dilia, your loyalty is beyond doubt." In the novice village area of Daxia, a pack of demonic wild wolves was roaring and charging at Xia Yan. Her expression remained unchanged as she waved her staff, unleashing an endless stream of pale white cold wind that swept over the demonic wild wolves. Instantly, hundreds of damage points floated above the demonic wild wolves, and their speed significantly slowed down. Xia Yan took a few steps back, waiting for the cooldown to end before continuing to use Frost Impact. After several attempts, all the corrupted wild wolves howled and fell to the ground. Xia Yan took a breath and found a clean stone to sit on. Around her lay the bodies of the corrupted wild wolves. She looked up at the sky, her expression somewhat complicated. "It's you again, Lu Chen." The Frost Impact skill in her hand was sold by Lu Chen at a very low price. All her equipment was also sold by Lu Chen, and the prices were similarly low. Not just her, many players in the Xian Bird Army had green equipment obtained from Lu Chen. It was precisely because of these green items that the players of the Xian Bird Army were stronger than ordinary players, with higher leveling efficiency, and their current levels were among the top tiers. All of this was brought by Lu Chen. "Having you here is a blessing for the great Xia." Xia Yan's mood was somewhat complex. She could already foresee that when everyone passed the beginner phase and stepped out of the novice village, all the forces in the Yuan Star would likely extend an olive branch to Lu Chen. And by then, would Lu Chen still stay in the Great Xia? How could they keep him in the Great Xia? Xia Yan's thoughts were racing, like a stunning statue sitting in the wilderness littered with wolf corpses, forming a wild and bizarrely beautiful picture. After the system announcement, Lu Chen's private messages kept ringing. He didn't look at the private messages directly. First, he picked up everything and then equipped the bloodthirsty necklace. The necklace slot that was originally empty was now filled. His attributes had increased significantly again. After that, Lu Chen learned Greatsword Mastery. Once he learned it, he immediately felt a wealth of information merging into his mind. It contained some techniques for using the Greatsword, as well as segments of combat experience. This knowledge seemed to be etched into Lu Chen's genes. He was already accustomed to this. He always had such experiences when learning skills. What surprised Lu Chen was that when he swung the greatsword, he could clearly feel that he was much more adept at using it. This feeling was not like that of a novice who had just held a greatsword for less than 2 days, but rather like an experienced player who had practiced with a greatsword for 1 or 2 years. In the future, the chances of monsters dodging or blocking his attacks should also decrease. A smile crept onto his lips. Truly a powerful passive skill. Lu Chen could clearly feel that his combat ability had improved again. Finally, there was Maglin's letter. Lu Chen opened it and found that the text inside was made up of symbols he couldn't understand at all. He couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He would hand it over to the old village chief when he got back. He should know something. After that, Lu Chen sat down to rest and opened the chat to check his private messages. Lu Chen didn't have many friends. Apart from Wang Bing and Lu Chang, there were only Li Mu, Jiang Su, and Lin Yingying, whom he had just added today. He glanced through the messages. Li Mu and Jiang Su had sent relatively few, just some normal congratulations. Li Mu had a few more messages like, Mr. Lu is really amazing, and Mr. Lu is both handsome and powerful. I wonder who will benefit from him in the future. Lu Chen simply replied to the two of them. Then he looked at the messages from others. Lin Yingying's messages were much more numerous. Foster father, you are my god. Foster father, what level of monster is a high-level boss? Foster father, is a high-level boss much stronger than a regular boss? Foster father, how did you manage to solo kill a boss and a high-level boss? Foster father, you are so handsome. I admire you so much. I have to give you summing sounds, ing. Foster father, what good things can a high-level boss drop? Lu Chen was left speechless. This girl was simply a walking Y machine, asking about everything. Lu Chen replied, stop with the ing, it's giving me a headache. There are indeed many good things. He casually sent over a bloodthirsty necklace. Lin Yingying? As soon as Lu Chen sent the message, Lin Yingying replied with a series of question marks. Lu Chen ignored it, exited the chat with Lin Yingying, and looked at the conversation between Wang Bing and Lu Chang. Their chat was similar. They first congratulated Lu Chen, then expressed various forms of envy, and finally asked if Lu Chen had any good items for sale. The skill books and recipes Lu Chen sold last time left a deep impression on both of them. So, in the group chat with the three of them, Lu Chen posted the two blue items he had previously dropped, Little Demon Engineering Longbow and Little Demon Engineering Robe. As soon as these two items were posted, Lu Chang jumped up. His breathing quickened. A bow and a cloth robe. All of them were exquisite. Wasn't this just perfect for his two precious daughters? If he could get his hands on these two items, wouldn't his daughters be thrilled? Maybe they would even give him a shoulder rub or something. Thinking of this, a blazing fire ignited in Lu Chang's eyes. He wanted those two items. God blocks, kill God. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Lu Chang, longbow 120 gold, robe 100 gold. On the other side, Wang Bing also gasped when he saw the two blue items. This was the first time they encountered blue items they could actually buy. The attributes of the equipment were simply drool-worthy. With such equipment, their strength would definitely increase significantly. Moreover, after delivering the skill book to the third princess last time, it was clear that she regarded him as one of her own. If he sent the blue cloth robe this time, the third princess would surely support him. The longbow was fine, but he absolutely had to get that cloth robe. Just as Wang Bing was about to bid, he saw Lu Chang's price and nearly spat out blood. Wang Bing? Lu Dong, can you play fair? This is just a level 7 blue item and you're offering 100 gold? Equipment, skill books, and recipes were not the same. This had a time limit. A level 7 blue item, even if it was stronger than a level 10 green item, wouldn't be much better. This equipment would only be useful up to level 12 or 13 at most. That was Wang Bing's most optimistic estimate. To sell it for 1 million in such a short time? Lu Chang must be crazy, right? According to Wang Bing's estimate, the cloth robe was worth at most 50 gold. He really couldn't accept that price. Even if he was willing, he had to consider the cost-effectiveness. After all, the Xianbird army wasn't just him. Buying a blue item for 100 gold was worse than buying 100 green items, which could equip many brothers. Lu Chang, normal bidding, if you want it, take it, if not, don't make a fuss. The corner of Wang Bing's mouth twitched, but he ultimately didn't place a bid. The price was too high. Wang Bing, fine. You win. Lu Chang, good son-in-law. When are we trading? Lu Chen, I'm about to return to the city now. If it's convenient for you, come back now too. Lu Chang, okay, I'll be back right away. Wang Bing, foster father, do you have any other green items? Lu Chen, yes, I have dozens of green items. Wang Bing, alright, I'll send Jiang Su over. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, besides these two blue items, do you have anything else? Didn't you say there were high-level bosses? Didn't anything good drop that you can't use? Lu Chen, bloodthirsty necklace, greatsword mastery, both of which I can use, so I'm keeping them for myself. Lu Chang, Wang Bing. Seeing the purple equipment and the exquisite passive skills, both of them fell silent. Lu Chen grinned, he just wanted to see their shocked expressions, which was why he showed them. Are you envious? You should be. Lu Chen pretended to be innocent, why aren't you talking? Lu Chang, I shouldn't have asked that question. Wang Bing, my heart hurts so much, damn. How much of an improvement can these two items bring? I want them too. Wang Bing was also a warrior. At that moment, Wang Bing suddenly trembled, realizing something extremely serious. Earlier, Old Lee had mentioned that the third princess was a mage, and he wondered if he would no longer have access to good items. Now he remembered that his adoptive father was a warrior. Could he still use good items? The good items would definitely be used by his adoptive father. Damn! Am I worse off than Old Lee? Wang Bing's eyes turned red. He finally understood why Old Lee had wanted to cry before. He wanted to cry too. Li Ming, who was nearby, was startled by Wang Bing's expression. Captain, what's wrong? You look like you're about to cry. Wang Bing turned his head and glared at Li Ming. Get lost. Go fight your monsters. Li Ming? He looked completely confused. He was just concerned about this guy, and yet this guy was so fierce? A player from the Shinbird army murmured, Vice Captain, I told you, right? The captain is getting more and more possessed. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Looking at this situation, it does seem a bit like he's possessed. Lu Chen looked at the chat screen and could already imagine the two of them pounding their chests in frustration. He smiled and contentedly exited the chat room. It was then that he noticed Lin Yingying had sent a lot of messages. Lu Chen opened them to take a look. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, is this for real? Purple equipment? It's actually purple equipment? This is the first time I've seen equipment of this level in my life. Adoptive father is so amazing. Being able to see purple equipment has made this girl's life complete. Adoptive father, where have you been? Why aren't you responding to your clever and invincible lovely daughter? Is adoptive father still ignoring me? Should I make some cute sounds for you? Ing. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh at Lin Yingying's messages. Your life is too cheap. You're satisfied just by seeing purple equipment? Lin Yingying, adoptive father, are you done with your work? Hee, but that's purple equipment. Up until now, ordinary players haven't even gotten green equipment. I haven't either. I originally planned to buy green equipment from you, but I couldn't get any. Lu Chen, I'm in a good mood now, and I'm about to head back, so I'll let you buy one. Lin Yingying, respectful father? Long live adoptive father. Adoptive father is invincible. How can there be such a good adoptive father in the world? Lu Chen realized this girl really had the potential to be a sycophant. Flattery came easily to her. Lu Chen was also human, and it felt nice to hear. Lu Chen, I'll be back in a bit. You can go to the square first. After sending the message, he stopped looking at the chat. He first allocated the 10 free attribute points awarded by the system to stamina. Almost being one shot had already become a psychological shadow for Lu Chen. His attack wasn't lacking, but he was afraid of being killed instantly. After that, Lu Chen rubbed his hands together, planning to open the treasure chest gifted by the system. Lu Chen clicked on the drop rate list for the treasure chest. As he expected, the first item was still shining purple. Another legendary item. Lu Chen checked the equipment details, his eyes widening. Song of Life, legendary, accessory, stamina plus 14, when receiving fatal damage. Immunity to this damage, and restores 2000 health points. Cooldown time, 24 hours, required level, 7. What a powerful legendary item. Adding 14 points to stamina goes without saying. The most important thing is the special effect. Immunity to one fatal attack, and it even restores health. 2000 health points, which is almost double Lu Chen's total health now. Ordinary players might only have around 200 to 300 health points, which means this could allow an ordinary player to recover 10 times. Although the cooldown time is a bit long, this is a great life-saving effect. And this is just an accessory. Lu Chen happened to have no accessories at the moment, so he equipped it decisively. Now, with the boost from battle intent, Lu Chen's health had already exceeded 1300. This is the charm of high-level equipment and high-level skills. Lu Chen felt a bit emotional. After everything was done, Lu Chen took out the return scroll. After using it, a flash of white light appeared, and Lu Chen returned to the square. Father, you're back. Lu Chen turned his head and saw Lin Yingying standing beside him. Lu Chen was taken aback. You weren't still waiting here, were you? No, I went to level up, but when I heard you were coming back, I hurried back, Lin Yingying said with a grin. Lu Chen realized, then you can wait in line. I need to start selling equipment. Lu Chen set up a stall and placed 10 pieces of equipment on it. Buying green equipment. Lu Chen shouted, and all the players nearby rushed over, their eyes gleaming. Seeing the green equipment on the stall, they all swallowed hard, some in disbelief. Father is too amazing, right? It's only been a few hours, and he's already sold green equipment 3 times in the square. And each time it was 10 pieces. Yeah, and this is just what he sold to us. He must have sold even more to the Shinbird army and the Tianyue guild. What kind of luck does father have to get so much green equipment? This might be related to that system announcement from earlier, right? With bosses and high-level bosses, father might have discovered a place where elite monsters gather? That's possible. I wonder where it is. You guys shouldn't think about it, even if there are elite monsters. Can you handle them? Last time, my 5-man team tried to take down an elite mutated wild dog and 3 people died. How many lives do you have? Hearing this, the players who were curious about where Lu Chen was farming elite monsters calmed down. Indeed, ordinary players currently didn't even have the ability to fight elite monsters. I guess only those big shots who reach level 5 and learn their first class skill can go fight elite monsters, right? The Shinbird army seems to have found a Wolf Valley. I've heard there are quite a few elite monsters in there. So awesome, they're leveling up so fast with father's equipment. Everyone was envious. If they could get as much green equipment as father, they could also fight elite monsters. Unfortunately, they were part of the military of the Great Xia, so there was nothing they could do. Amidst the discussions, Lu Chen had already started selling equipment. The first was naturally Lin Yingying. She looked at the equipment and chuckled. Father, I want this green staff. Lu Chen glanced at her. You're a mage? Lin Yingying nodded repeatedly. Yes. Lu Chen handed her the green staff. Weapons are a bit pricey, 1 gold. Do you have the money? Lu Chen looked at Lin Yingying with some suspicion. Lin Yingying struck a proud pose, hands on her hips. Father, you really underestimate me, don't you? I'm a big shot. In the player management bureau now, and I can even stream. I'm not short on money. Saying this, she leaned closer to Lu Chen. How about I support you, father? Lu Chen was left speechless and pushed Lin Yingying's head away. Don't forget, the equipment you buy is all sold by me. Lin Yingying was taken aback, then realized that Lu Chen seemed to be making more money than her, and she immediately felt a bit dejected. The plan to support father had failed. Once you're done buying, go aside. After collecting 1 gold from Lin Yingying, Lu Chen began selling equipment to others. One by one, players happily paid for the equipment, respectfully thanking Lu Chen. Father, you've worked hard. Thank you, father, for selling us green equipment. My girlfriend will be so envious when I go back. Soon, all 10 pieces of equipment were sold out. Most players didn't manage to buy any. They wailed and cried out, hoping Lu Chen would sell a bit more. Lu Chen shrugged. This is all there is for now. I might have more later. Mainly, his backpack was too small. Each piece of equipment took up a slot, and he could only carry so many. He definitely had to reserve equipment for Wang Bing and Lu Chang. Being able to take out 10 pieces was already the limit. Hearing Lu Chen say this, the other players could only leave in disappointment. Waiting beside Lu Chen, Lin Yingying giggled. You're really nice, adoptive father. You don't even have to care about them. Lu Chen packed up the stall and replied calmly, I was just bored waiting for someone, so I found something to do. Lin Yingying pouted. This adoptive father, so critical. Yet so upright. He clearly wants ordinary people to become stronger, yet he says such things. Lin Yingying looked at Lu Chen, her eyes sparkling, feeling he was more and more charming. Lu Chang and Jiang Su hadn't arrived yet, and Lu Chen glanced at Lin Yingying beside him. Aren't you leaving? I want to keep you company, adoptive father. Lin Yingying said matter-of-factly. How could the adoptive daughter let her adoptive father be all alone here? That's just too pitiful. Lu Chen, ? Don't tell me you're saying I'm like a discarded puppy? He felt a headache coming on, then thought of something and asked, by the way, you said it's the Player Management Bureau? Yes. I'm the publicity minister. I'm the external representative. Lin Yingying tilted her head back, smiling proudly, mainly because I'm incredibly cute. They think my live streaming will definitely be effective. Ah, right, you're amazing, you're cute. Lu Chen casually brushed off Lin Yingying. He then asked again, so what do you think of the Player Management Bureau? Are there any restrictions on players? Including Lin Yingying, although part of the reason was that this girl was indeed clingy, another reason was that Lin Yingying was from the Player Management Bureau. He was actually quite curious about the current attitude of the Great Xia towards players. Lu Chen wasn't someone who liked constraints. Now that he had such powerful talents and a bright future, he certainly wouldn't join the Player Management Bureau. But he also wanted to understand the official stance on players. This could help Lu Chen plan how he should develop in the future. Hearing this, Lin Yingying was taken aback, then said, restrictions on players from the Player Management Bureau? There aren't any restrictions, as long as you register your information. Usually just having a level is enough. If your level is high, you can even join the Player Management Bureau, and the salary is quite high, several tens of thousands. Nothing else? Lin Yingying thought for a moment. Nothing else. As long as you register, no one will manage you afterward. You can join the Player Management Bureau if you want, or not. Overall, I think it's quite lenient. It feels like His Majesty's attitude towards players should be very friendly. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Lin Yingying thought of something. Oh, right, if you have talent, the higher-ups will give special care. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. What kind of special care? Like equipment and stuff, they try to supply them first, and you can request resources as well, and the salary is even higher. I heard there's an uncle with a talent that increases the success rate of equipment forging, and he's almost being treated like a living Buddha. They give him whatever he wants. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. The treatment is indeed good. Lin Yingying chuckled, right? As she spoke, Lin Yingying became a bit animated. Actually, I have talent too. Otherwise, I wouldn't be responsible for such important matters in the Player Management Bureau. Lu Chen looked at Lin Yingying in surprise. You also have talent? Is that true? Lin Yingying immediately puffed up her cheeks, annoyed. Wow, why are you looking at me like that, adoptive father? My talent is actually very strong. It's just that I can't use it right now. Lu Chen thought carefully and felt there was indeed a possibility. After all, live streaming aimed at ordinary netizens could be considered one of the Player Management Bureau's fronts. Public opinion is extremely important in the internet age. For Lin Yingying to be doing this, either she had a very deep background, or she had considerable talent. With that thought, Lu Chen felt relieved and curiously asked, "What's your talent?" Lin Yingying looked around, leaned in, and whispered, "I can't tell just anyone. Not many people even know in the Player Management Bureau," Lu Chen said, pressing Lin Yingying's head in exasperation. "Why do you always get so close? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Lin Yingying immediately retorted angrily, "How could that be? I'm such a well-behaved and cute girl. I'm not that kind of lewd woman." She changed the subject. "Let's talk about talents. Shall we, adoptive father?" "Go ahead." Lin Yingying sent Lu Chen a private message displaying her talent attributes. Lu Chen glanced at it, revealing a look of surprise. This talent was indeed quite impressive. Summoning enhancement, your summoned creature's attributes are increased by 100% and the number of summons is increased by 300%. Wow, the attributes of the summoned creatures are boosted so much and the number of summons is increased as well. If Lin Yingying really has summoned creatures, it would be equivalent to each one being at the level of a high-end player. If the summoned creatures themselves are strong enough, that would be even more incredible. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen someone else's soul talent. He didn't expect such a powerful soul talent to exist. Lu Chen pondered, realizing he had underestimated other players a bit. With such a powerful talent, many players' strengths should not be underestimated. However, Lu Chen was different from other players. His talent meant he could acquire various rare and unique resources, along with a large number of attribute stones and skill stones. His talent would only grow stronger as time went on, although he was already quite strong now. "So, adoptive father? Isn't it pretty strong?" Lin Yingying asked with a grin. Lu Chen nodded, "It really is." Then Lin Yingying looked a bit dejected. "It's a pity this broken game has no guides or official website. How can I summon? I still have no clue. Maybe I need to leave the novice village to figure it out. Without summoned creatures, my talent is completely useless." Lu Chen nodded and speculated, "Maybe in the future you can change your class to a summoner or something. By then, you'll be powerful." Hearing this, Lin Yingying chuckled and nodded. "That's what I was thinking too." She widened her eyes and looked at Lu Chen. "How about I help you fight when that time comes? You tell me to attack the east and I won't attack the west. I'll just send my little dogs to charge in and bite." Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. He didn't expect this girl to have such a violent tendency. He said expressionlessly, "Forget it, I'm a good person, I don't fight." Lin Yingying looked disappointed. "Well, okay then." Then she seemed to think of something and looked at Lu Chen with anticipation. "Adoptive father, since you asked me about the Player Management Bureau, do you want to join? If you join, I think the king will definitely meet you personally and maybe even make you the head of the bureau." Lu Chen shook his head. "I was just asking casually. I don't want to join the Player Management Bureau." Lin Yingying looked even more dejected. "Oh." Just then, Lu Chang and Jiang Su walked over. Lu Chang's expression was somewhat anxious. Those were the blue equipment for his two precious daughters. How could he not be anxious? Upon seeing Lu Chang's eyes lit up, and he smiled. But when he saw Lin Yingying next to Lu Chen, his smile could only go halfway. "So it's a vixen, huh?" Lu Chang silently reported the enemy situation to Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing. "Good son-in-law, I'm here. Let's trade. Mr. Lu." Lu Chen nodded at Lu Chang and Jiang Su, then began the trade. 2 pieces of blue equipment for 220 gold plus other assorted green equipment totaling over 300 gold, which meant over 3 million in hand. Lu Chen felt quite pleased. He had already saved up the money to pay off his debts, and this was pure profit. Unfortunately, the little demons in the little demon camp wouldn't respawn, otherwise he could go there every day to farm and the money would just roll in, right? Not just money, but equipment too. He still needed 2 more pieces to complete his little demon engineering set. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful. After trading with Lu Chang and Jiang Su, Lu Chen bid farewell to Lin Yingying and then rode the demonized wild wolf to the old village chief's courtyard. The courtyard gate was still wide open, but now there was no one wandering outside. Lu Chen dismounted the demonized wild wolf and walked into the courtyard. The village chief, dressed in clean cloth clothes, brightened up upon seeing Lu Chen and smiled. "Little guy, I heard the system announcement. Did you kill the little demon?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, I killed the commander in the little demon camp." The old village chief looked at Lu Chen with a complex gaze, a hint of emotion in his eyes. Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Chief, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" The old village chief sighed. "I'm just a bit emotional. This is the 2nd day of your race's public test, right? On the 2nd day, you managed to kill a high-level boss. It's truly unimaginable." Lu Chen was astonished. "Is it really that hard to kill a high-level boss in 2 days?" the old village chief replied. Seeing Lu Chen's innocent and bewildered expression, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed. His mouth twitched slightly and he said gloomily, "It's not about whether it's hard or not. As far as I know, no race has achieved this." Lu Chen was a bit surprised. "Am I really that impressive?" the old village chief. He felt a bit reluctant to talk to Lu Chen anymore, fearing he might die from frustration. He said irritably, "Impressive, you're very impressive." Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed from the praise. At the same time, he was curious. By the way, Chief, how long did it take your race to kill the first high-level boss? The village chief. He forced a smile and said, "Can we change the topic?" Seeing the village chief's expression seemed a bit off, Lu Chen thought it would be better to switch topics. He asked, "Chief, I killed all the little demons in the little demon camp. Does that mean I completed the quest?" "Yes, of course, that counts as completed." As soon as the old village chief finished speaking, Lu Chen's experience points surged again, bringing him closer to level 8. In addition, he received 10 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, plus 2 minor skill stones and various reputation points. Silver Moon Village goes without saying. Dawu City should be the main city. After leaving the novice village, Lu Chen felt these rewards were quite good. He happily allocated all his attributes to stamina. With the battle intent boost, Lu Chen's health exceeded 1500. As for the 2 minor skill stones, Lu Chen used them all on the newly acquired Greatsword Mastery. Greatsword Mastery, level 3. After learning, you can use the Greatsword more proficiently, and when you use the Greatsword as a weapon, the damage dealt is increased by 30%. If using the Greatsword, its damage is permanently increased by 30%. With Lu Chen's current attack power, the increase is enormous. Just after completing the quest, the system suddenly announced again. Yuanqing Region Announcement. Ding, player Lu Chen has completed the unique main quest, and the Silver Moon Village instance, Little Demon Camp, is officially opened. Yuanqing Region Announcement. Ding, player Lu Chen has completed the unique main quest, and the Silver Moon Village instance, Little Demon Camp, is officially opened. Hunter Continent Announcement. Ding, congratulations to Yuanqing player Lu Chen for being the first to complete the unique main quest. Reward, 30 free attribute points, class skill chest *1, Dawu City reputation plus 200, Xinghe City reputation plus 20. Hunter Continent Announcement. Ding, congratulations to Yuanqing player Lu Chen for being the first to complete the unique main quest. Reward, 30 free attribute points, class skill chest *1, Dawu City reputation plus 200, Xinghe City reputation plus 20. 2 system announcements rang out in succession, almost exploding the entire Yuanqing region. All players were stunned. The previous system announcement had just passed, and now there were 2 more? Is this still a game? In the Barren Empire region, Adams, along with hundreds of others, once again defeated a boss, and the dropped items were 2 pieces of green equipment and 1 piece of white equipment. Adams and the players all smiled. Another 2 pieces of green equipment. Not bad, not bad. As long as we have equipment, the gap between us and Lu Chen will definitely keep narrowing. At that point, surpassing him will just be a matter of time. Hooray, the Barren Empire will surely lead humanity's evolution in the new era. They were cheering and celebrating with great excitement. Just then, a series of system announcements froze them in place. The air became very quiet. After a moment of silence, one player couldn't believe it and shouted, "Wow, can this game even be played? What's up with that Dasha person? The last system announcement hasn't even been an hour, right? How come there are 2 so quickly? Yeah, this game is so unfair. Why is it that so far, only that Dasha person has system announcements? Did he buy a house in the system? Is that the important part? It's a dungeon. The first dungeon in the game. The players from Silver Moon Village are so lucky they're in the same novice village as Lu Chen, and they actually have a dungeon to play. Exactly, if they farm the dungeon, whether for leveling up or getting equipment, it's definitely more efficient than outside. The players from Silver Moon Village are really reaping the benefits from Lu Chen. After this wave, they might be the strongest novice village in our Yuans. Yeah, I'm so envious. Envy +1. Adams and his few partners with strong talents had stiff expressions at this moment. They exchanged glances, and a blonde beauty beside Adams swallowed hard and looked at him. Adams, do you still have confidence in surpassing him? Adams. What could he say? For a moment he didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, another tall and thin young man's eyes widened slightly. Something's off. Look at the second announcement. It's actually an announcement for the entire Orion continent. Adams and the others widened their eyes and carefully looked at the system announcement. Then they discovered that the second one was indeed an announcement for the entire Orion continent. Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat complicated. Adams exhaled a breath of frustration, his expression serious. No matter what, we must keep chasing. Only by admitting defeat is the true failure. If we keep striving, we'll always be on the path. The others exchanged glances and nodded. Another young man weakly said, looking on the bright side, with Lu Chen being so strong, when the demonic invasion comes in the future, having a tall guy to rely on will make things easier for us. That's not a bad thing. This remark made the corners of the others' mouths twitch. With their pride, they shouldn't have such thoughts, but now they actually felt that what the speaking young man said made a lot of sense. In the Lionheart Kingdom area, Alice and her Princess Guard team had been fighting monsters for a short while when a system announcement made them all stop. The players stared at each other in disbelief. Delia looked at the silent Alice beside her and muttered, "Your Highness, I suddenly feel that if Lu Chen could become a prince, it wouldn't be such a bad thing." Alice? She looked at Delia with a face full of black lines. "Delia, what happened to your loyalty? Delia stuck out her tongue. I will always be loyal to you, your highness, but this Lu Chen is so strong. It would really be a good thing for you if he became a prince. Ha! Who was it that just said they hadn't even seen the person and didn't know what kind of character he had? Alice sneered repeatedly. Delia slightly averted her gaze. I was too young just now. Lu Chen is so strong. I think he definitely won't be ugly. Alice rolled her eyes at Delia. Stop saying such silly things. Focus on leveling up and fighting monsters. How can our Lionheart Kingdom rely on others? Being strong ourselves is the true strength. Delia blinked her eyes and said, that's true, but your highness, it seems like you're blushing. Alice, shut up. While Xia Yan was grinding in a group, she heard the system notification and momentarily spaced out, almost getting killed by a monster. She quickly retreated and used Frost Shock a few times to finish off the monster. After that, she didn't have time to sit down and recover but directly chose to log off. She needed to tell her father about this. She no longer knew how to deal with Lu Chen. With her father's wisdom, he would surely have the answer. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen. How could such a remarkable person appear in the Great Xia? Given his performance, would the entire Great Xia be able to accommodate him in the future? Perhaps in the future, the whole universe would be his stage? Ever since the universe server appeared, Xia Yan had no doubts about whether humanity could enter the universe in the new era. By then, when facing other races, perhaps that would be the time for Lu Chen to truly shine. So what role would they, the Great Xia, play in all of this? In the mountains, Lu Chang was discussing the girl next to Lu Chen with Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing. Lu Yuexin said, Dad, it's their freedom to interact with whoever they want. Why are you so nervous? Lu Chang replied, that won't do. Lu Chen is my designated good son-in-law. Lu Yueqing exclaimed, wow, old man, are you saying this in front of us? We haven't agreed yet. Lu Yuexin added, exactly. Dad says this every day, and we're both unmarried young ladies. Aren't you afraid of ruining our reputation? Lu Chang declared, who dares to say anything about my daughters? I'll take care of them all. Lu Yueqing cheered, father is mighty. Thumbs up. JPG. At that moment, the system announcement rang out repeatedly. Lu Chang was stunned. What the hell? The usually calm Lu Chang couldn't help but curse. He typed furiously in the chat room, look, a continent announcement. Such great rewards. A dungeon has been opened. I told you my son-in-law would definitely be successful in the future. He's already quite successful now. What else do you have to say? Lu Chang was so proud. When had his judgment ever been wrong? He had thought Lu Chen was extraordinary from the start. He never expected him to be this impressive. Opening a dungeon. This meant that the players from Silver Moon Village could now grind dungeons. What are dungeons? Elite monsters, bosses, all elite and equipped. Lu Chang's face turned red with excitement. On the other side, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing fell silent. They exchanged glances. Lu Yueqing blinked, sister, it seems like Lu Chen really is a bit impressive. Lu Yuexin nodded slightly, yeah. A strange light flashed in her eyes, and then she smiled and asked, are you intrigued? Lu Yueqing crossed her arms, not at all. Lu Yuexin nodded, me too. The two stared at each other in silence. Then Lu Yueqing said, but since Dad said so, we should meet him after leaving the novice village to get to know him, right? Lu Yuexin nodded, yeah, Dad said that, so we should take it seriously. Sister is right. By the way, who is that Lin Yingying? I think she might just be a passerby. I think so too. Lu Chen also didn't expect that just completing a quest would cause such a stir. He was well aware of the little demon camp, but he never thought a dungeon would be opened. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This meant he could obtain more green and blue equipment. These were all money. Moreover, he could finally complete the little demon engineering set he hadn't gathered yet. Lu Chen discovered that there was a new introduction for the little demon camp dungeon in the system. He opened it to take a look. This dungeon was a 25-person dungeon that could only be cleared once a day. Lu Chen hadn't used his attempt for today yet. This meant he could go grind it today. He couldn't wait to go right now, just in time to level up and farm for equipment. Then Lu Chen's gaze fell on something else. System rewards. A full 30 free attribute points. No need to say much about this. Lu Chen allocated all of them to stamina. Now, Lu Chen's base stamina had reached an astonishing 68 points. To put it into perspective, every time you level up, even if you allocate the 2 free attribute points gained entirely to stamina, plus the 1 point from leveling up itself, that's only 3 points. To reach 68 points, you would need to be around level 20. Lu Chen was only at level 7, yet he had such exaggerated base attributes. It was ridiculous to think about. With these attributes, combined with equipment stats and battle intent boosts, Lu Chen's health directly exceeded 2,000. With his current strength, he could even take on a few bosses in front of the little demon camp. Besides the 30 free attribute points, there was also a class skill treasure chest. Lu Chen discovered that there was also a drop rate list. With anticipation, he opened it. The first one was actually golden. Lu Chen's eyes nearly popped out. An epic level treasure. There was actually an epic level skill book in the Skill treasure chest? Lu Chen quickly examined the skill. Heart of the Warrior, Level 1, Passive Skill, you have comprehended. The essence of the warrior's path, increasing all attributes by 10%, damage dealt by 10%, movement speed by 5%, and reducing damage taken by 3%. Learning requirements, warrior class, battle intent level 5. What a powerful skill. All attributes increased, boosting attack, reducing damage taken, enhancing movement speed. It's incredibly comprehensive. But the learning requirements surprised Lu Chen a bit. He didn't expect that besides being a warrior class, there were other requirements. Battle intent. It had to be Level 5 battle intent. Lu Chen then realized that not all skills could be learned directly. Some skills had prerequisites. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had learned battle intent and it was already at level 7. Otherwise, even if he had the heart of the warrior skill, he wouldn't be able to learn it. Lu Chen thought of other players. They used skill stones to enhance their battle intent, and he had used several beginner skill stones. Others didn't have such treasures, even if they had the battle intent skill, it would probably take them a long time to reach level 5 or above. Learning the heart of the warrior would likely be difficult. Lu Chen estimated that without skill stones, an average warrior player would probably need to be at least several dozen levels to raise their battle intent to level 5. Truly, the learning conditions for an epic level skill were high. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, and then decisively chose the heart of the warrior skill. There was no need to think about it. He opened the treasure chest, and the skill book appeared in Lu Chen's backpack. Lu Chen promptly chose to use it. Lu Chen felt a moment of daze. It was as if he had appeared on an ancient battlefield, desolate and barren. The howling wind swept across the battlefield, littered with corpses and broken weapons. In the center of the battlefield stood a tall man, wielding a broken sword and wearing tattered armor, gazing at the rolling endless black mist in the sky, roaring upwards. Fight to the death. Lu Chen felt a flame ignite in his chest. He seemed to transform into that lonely warrior, roaring at the endless black mist. His mind was momentarily hazy, and then he found himself still standing in the village chief's small courtyard. The village chief looked at Lu Chen, his aged face bearing a ghostly expression. Lu Chen took a few deep breaths to recover from the earlier state. He looked at the village chief with some confusion. "Chief, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" The village chief stared at Lu Chen for a long time, then slowly said, "You're a monster, right, Lu Chen?" "No, chief, how can you insult me?" The village chief, looking as if he had seen a ghost, exclaimed, "Insult you? I want to curse my mother too. You've comprehended the heart of the warrior before even reaching level 1. What else could you be but a monster?" "Ah, I see." Lu Chen finally understood. He smiled modestly. "I just got lucky. I opened a treasure chest and got a skill book." The village chief replied irritably, "Of course I know you got a skill book. I'm not deaf, I can hear the system announcement. What I can't accept is why you were able to get the most precious item from the professional skill treasure chest? And your battle intent is already above level 5? As a high-end player of a destroyed race, the village chief clearly had some understanding of the warrior's path. He knew that to master the heart of a warrior, the prerequisite was a battle intent of level 5. He had just given this little guy the battle intent skill book yesterday. In just one day, he reached level 5? Is he even human? Could this guy be a descendant of some cosmic divine race? The village chief was filled with questions. What happened today somewhat overturned his understanding of the cosmic game over the years. Hearing the village chief's words, Lu Chen smiled modestly. "Maybe it's just good luck? This isn't just a matter of good luck anymore, is it?" He scrutinized Lu Chen, as if trying to see through him, then shook his head. "You must possess an extremely powerful soul talent, even one that I cannot comprehend. This is good for you and your race. I hope you can make good use of it." Soul talent is the most core secret for any player, and although the village chief was already a specter in the cosmic game, not involved in reality, he had no intention of asking further. Lu Chen nodded seriously. "I will, thank you, village chief." The village chief sighed with a very complex expression. "I really envy you humans from Yuanqing. It's only the second day, and you've already unlocked a dungeon. With this dungeon, the player growth rate in Silver Moon Village will greatly increase. Little guy, this is all your credit." Lu Chen smiled. "The village chief is overpraising me. I just completed a task. By the way, village chief, why didn't the little demon camp spawn monsters before, but now it has turned into a dungeon?" Lu Chen recalled that when he was grinding at the little demon camp, the little demons wouldn't respawn after dying. He didn't expect it to have become a dungeon now, which puzzled him. Regarding this issue, actually, as a novice player, you don't need to know, but since you asked, I'll explain. The little demons in the camp before were real demons invading from the demon realm. After they died, they would disappear from the game world and naturally wouldn't respawn. The dungeon that has appeared now is reconstructed by the cosmic server based on the dead little demons. Although the monsters inside are still little demons, they are actually monsters created by the cosmic server, and there is an essential difference between the two. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly understood. No wonder those little demons disappeared after dying. They were real demons. In fact, there are quite a few such dungeons in the entire game world. Once you leave the Orion continent and head to the central continent, you'll find many such dungeons. The village chief smiled. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Then, Lu Chen thought of the letter and the parchment recording information about Silvermoon Village that he had found from the little demon commander. He took out the letter and parchment and handed them to the village chief. By the way, village chief, I found these in the little demon camp. You can take a look. The village chief took the parchment, and after seeing the information on it, his expression changed slightly. He then opened the letter to take a look. When he saw the contents of the letter, the village chief's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Seeing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Village chief, what's wrong? The village chief slowly put down the letter in his hand, exhaled a breath of foul air. His expression extremely grim. We have a big problem. Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned, but he had already had a premonition when he saw the letter, so he wasn't too surprised. What big problem? The little demons that invaded near Silvermoon Village have established a small demon nest, and the camp you destroyed earlier was just a forward outpost. The letter you gave me was written by the demon lord in the nest to that little demon commander. They will launch a full-scale attack on Silvermoon Village in 5 days. Lu Chen was taken aback. Although he had anticipated big trouble, he never expected it to be this severe. He quickly asked, Village chief, is the little demon nest powerful? Can they take down our Silvermoon Village? If Silvermoon Village were to fall, it would be difficult for the players in this village to level up in the future. The village chief glanced at Lu Chen. If we are all still alive, then these little demons are certainly no match for us. The problem is, we are already dead, and now we are left with only a wisp of soul. Our strength is far from what it was in life. Resisting the invasion of the little demon nest will not be easy, especially with the little demon lord, who is at least a level 10 lord level demon, very powerful. A level 10 lord, that should be higher than a high tier chief, right? Maglon was only a level 7 high tier chief and was already so strong. How powerful could a level 10 lord be? Even though Lu Chen had become much stronger, he still felt a bit uneasy. He looked at the village chief. What level are you? I am also a level 10 lord now. Seeing Lu Chen's eyes light up, the village chief helplessly rolled his eyes. Don't count on me, I'm so old, I might not even be a match for the little demon lord, and a little demon nest might not have just one lord, you understand? Lu Chen? What the hell? There are several lords in one nest? How is this game supposed to be played? The village chief tightened his grip on the letter and said, we need your help, players, to defend Silvermoon Village together. We can't hold it with just the people of Silvermoon Village. But if you players can join in, there is still hope. Lu Chen nodded. The players will definitely help defend Silvermoon Village. Not to mention, if Silvermoon Village fell, players would have no place to resupply, and that alone would drive everyone crazy. The village chief nodded. However, with your letter, we at least know that the little demon nest is about to launch an attack on us, and we still have time to prepare. By the way, little guy, I need you to help me with something. If you can find the location of the little demon nest, we can prepare our defenses more effectively. The chances of surviving this attack will be higher. Can you help me look for the location of the little demon nest? Ding, mission discovered, find the little demon nest. Do you accept? The system's prompt sounded, and Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Another mission. He quickly looked at the mission description. Mission, find the little demon nest, unique. Description, the little demons will launch a full-scale attack on Silvermoon Village in 5 days, and the village chief hopes that players can find the location of the little demon nest so that defenses can be arranged accordingly. Note, this mission is extremely difficult. It's best to bring your partners. Rewards, experience points, 30 gold, 15 free attribute points, beginner skill stone, *1, Great Martial City reputation plus 60, Silvermoon Village reputation plus 600. Another unique mission. Lu Chen realized that all tasks related to the little demons seemed to have uniqueness. Perhaps it was because Lu Chen obtained the unique necklace from the very beginning, so everything afterward has been unique missions. He accepted the mission and nodded. No problem, I will find the little demon nest. The old village chief nodded. After chatting with the old village chief for a few more moments, Lu Chen left the village chief's small courtyard. He thought for a moment and felt that the news of the little demons attacking Silvermoon Village should be communicated to other players. It would be more prudent if everyone was prepared. As soon as Lu Chen opened the chat interface, he saw quite a few messages. Lu Chen knew that it was his 2 previous system announcements that had alerted them all. Lu Chen glanced at the messages, each one lacking substance. Messages like, isn't your adoptive father amazing? You didn't buy a house in the system, did you? Why are all the announcements yours? Mr. Lu, you're so awesome. Adoptive father is invincible, adoptive father is mighty. Among them, Lin Yingying had sent the most messages, completely dominating the chat. Lu Chen replied briefly and then informed Lu Chang and Wang Bing about the potential invasion by the little demon. Their influence in Silvermoon Village was quite extensive, making it easier for them to notify all players. It was said that there would even be monsters attacking the city, and if Silvermoon Village fell, even the novice village would be lost. This left a few of them dumbfounded. Wang Bing and Lu Chang patted their chests, assuring that they would definitely inform everyone. When the time came, Wang Bing would gather all players under the name of the Great Xia military, urging them to log in together. Lu Chen was, of course, satisfied with this. By the way, adoptive father, we've discovered a boss here. Can you come and fight with us? All the drops will belong to you, and if you don't need them, you can sell them to us privately. Wang Bing sent this message. Seeing it, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Wang Bing and the others to have found a boss. But thinking about it, it made sense. Players' levels were gradually rising, and they had mostly entered the mountains. With a larger exploration area, the probability of finding a boss naturally increased. He just didn't expect Wang Bing to be so generous. All the dropped items would go to him, as long as he sold them to Wang Bing? This condition was too outrageous. Little did Lu Chen know that the Emperor of Xia had recently been focusing on matters in the game world. The two system announcements Lu Chen had just made were naturally known to the Emperor as well. The third princess, Xia Yan, had spent over 10 minutes in the Emperor's study. When Xia Yan left, she had already brought back the Emperor's orders. The supreme commander of the Xian bird army had become Xia Yan, and all resources were to be centered around her. Everyone had to show enough respect to Lu Chen, and conflicts with him were strictly prohibited. Even if there were conflicting interests, Lu Chen had to come first. Wang Bing received this news as well. He understood how much of a stir such an order from the Emperor would cause in the Xian bird army. But he also knew that Lu Chen truly deserved such treatment. As a player from Silver Moon Village, Wang Bing was one of the first to know Lu Chen. He was aware of Lu Chen's strength and knew he had created many miracles. Therefore, he would definitely carry out the Emperor's orders without fail. Thus, such favorable conditions arose. Lu Chen sent a message. You don't need to give me all the drops. How about this? If it's suitable for me, give it to me. If not, you can keep it. Wang Bing replied. No way. Adoptive father, aren't you looking down on me like this? Without you, we'd probably just get a green item from the boss, and it would be better to buy it from you. If you come, blue items are guaranteed. If Lu Chang doesn't snatch them from us, they will be our blue items. In fact, we're the ones profiting. Wang Bing continued, adoptive father, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you're being too good to me. This won't do, you need to be a bit stricter. Based on the Emperor's orders, Wang Bing was willing to sacrifice his pride. Lu Chen looked at the messages, feeling a bit exasperated. He was clearly considering Wang Bing, so why was this guy reacting so strongly? He just felt that without Wang Bing, he wouldn't have discovered this boss. To him, the dropped items felt like a freebie. But since Wang Bing had said so, Lu Chen decided not to refuse. Alright, send me the location, I'm coming over now. Sure thing. Wang Bing sent his location through private chat. Lu Chen found that Wang Bing was deep in the mountains to the west of the village. He mounted his demonic wolf steed and headed towards Wang Bing's location. The distance from where Wang Bing was to Lu Chen's location at the little demon's camp was about the same, maybe even a bit closer. In about 20 minutes, Lu Chen arrived at the area where Wang Bing was located. It was a vast canyon, littered with the corpses of many corrupted wild wolves. Wang Bing, Jiang Su, and several members of the Xian bird army were already waiting outside the canyon for Lu Chen. Upon seeing Lu Chen approach, Wang Bing and the others came forward to greet him. Wang Bing cast an envious glance at the corrupted wild wolf mount and said, adoptive father, you're so lucky. Having a mount makes you so much faster. It takes us an hour to get here every time. Lu Chen smiled. After reaching level 10, you can catch your own mount. Just hang in there. Wang Bing sighed. That's still a long way off. The experience needed to level up in this broken game is just too much. By the time we reach level 10, it'll probably take several more days. He then said, since you're here, I'll have someone make room for you. With that, he scanned the area and looked at a tall, slender young man. Wang Ku, step back. Wang Ku's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, yes, Captain. He was actually a bit reluctant. It was a rare opportunity to team up with his adoptive father. And just like that, it was gone. The captain was too ruthless. Wang Bing chuckled. Captain, let me introduce you. This is Li Ming, the vice-captain of the 7 team. You already know Jiang Su, and this is Fengqi, Song Xiujie. Wang Bing introduced each player, all of whom looked at Lu Chen with eager eyes, calling him adoptive father in unison, nearly making Lu Chen lose himself. It felt quite strange to suddenly have so many adopted sons and daughters. Lu Chen nodded at everyone and then asked Wang Bing, where's the boss? Right inside. This place is called Wolf Valley, a den for the corrupted wild wolves. The boss is a wolf king, and when we saw it, we thought of you. In fact, with the strength of their 7th team and so many players equipped with abundant green gear, defeating a boss was not a problem at all. However, as Wang Bing said, fighting the boss with Lu Chen was completely different from fighting it with them. If Lu Chen fought, the drops would obviously be much better. As Wang Bing introduced everyone, they entered Wolf Valley. Soon, they reached the deepest part, and desolate clearing where a massive black corrupted wild wolf lay coiled. It was the Wolf King. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. Corrupted Wild Wolf King, Boss, Level 6 Health 4500 Attack 90 Description, the King of Wolf Valley. This attribute is even lower than that of a little demon boss. Lu Chen opened the drop list. The items listed were still mostly blue. He looked over and found that there weren't many good items. He picked and chose, ultimately selecting 3 items. Beginner Skill Stone, Fine Dagger Bloodthirsty Wolf Fong, Fine Chainmail Bracers Demon Wolf Bracers. Lu Chen could use the first and third items, but the second one was not for him. Adoptive father, how do we fight this? It's up to you. Wang Bing and the others looked at Lu Chen, eager to try. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Is there anyone who can heal?" Wang Bing nodded, "Yes. The priest learns the healing spell at level 5. Lu Chen smiled, "Alright, I'll go in, just have the healer keep me topped up, and the rest of you can handle it as you see fit." Ha! Wang Bing and the others were momentarily stunned. Wait, aren't we fighting a boss? Shouldn't we at least discuss a strategy? What's this, just charging in? Before Wang Bing and the others could react, Lu Chen charged forward. As a basic warrior skill, charge wasn't of high quality, and its stun effect on the boss monster lasted only a moment. In that instant, Lu Chen had already struck. He raised his hand for a basic attack, followed by a heavy strike and a sweeping attack in a 3-hit combo. -310, -461, -1313. The sweeping attack even landed a critical hit, dealing over 1,000 damage. In total, it was more than 2,000 damage. The corrupted Wild Wolf King's health dropped by nearly half in an instant. This damage left Wang Bing and the others dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out as they stared at the floating numbers. What the hell? What just happened? Am I seeing things? Why did the boss's health suddenly drop by half? There's something dirty. I just saw over 1,000 damage numbers. The players of the Xianbird army exclaimed in shock. They rubbed their eyes repeatedly, and after confirming they weren't mistaken, everyone looked at Lu Chen's back as if they were gazing at a deity. A level 7 player, dealing over 2,000 damage in an instant? We're all human, why are you evolving secretly without us? Wang Bing and the others finally understood why Lu Chen told them to just watch. With this kind of damage, why would they need to intervene? What was the difference between Lu Chen fighting the boss and chopping vegetables? Is this the power of my adoptive father? Wang Bing murmured to himself. As a warrior himself, he felt like a fool with a sword, while his adoptive father resembled a war god. Not only Wang Bing and the others, but even Lu Chen was taken aback by his own damage. Then he remembered that he had acquired the Greatsword Mastery skill, which provided a 30% damage boost. He also learned the Heart of a Warrior, which not only enhanced all attributes but also added another 10% damage increase. Adding it all up, it wasn't surprising to have this kind of damage. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, not expecting that a trip back to the novice village would make him so powerful. The Wolf King howled in pain from Lu Chen's damage, letting out a frenzied scream. Its eyes turned blood red, and then a red light flickered on its claws. It wildly swung its front claws at Lu Chen, leaving a series of red claw marks in the air. Having learned the level 3 Greatsword Mastery and after continuous battles, Lu Chen's combat experience was no longer that of a novice. Instinctively, he took a step back and blocked with his great sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Numbers floated above Lu Chen's head. -6, -4, -5. A total of 6 numbers appeared, adding up to less than 40 points of damage. Seeing Lu Chen get hurt, the group of priests had already planned to heal him. But when they saw that Lu Chen's health had only dropped slightly, they were dumbfounded. Wow, is this for real? Look at my adoptive father's health. A delicate-looking priestess gasped, her mouth agape. The others also turned their attention to Lu Chen's health bar. Ha, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Over 2,000 health? No, why? Why does my adoptive father's health exceed 2,000? This is outrageous. Are we really playing the same game? The players of the Xianbird army began to doubt their lives. One level 5 warrior murmured in disbelief. I maxed out my stamina and have a full set of green gear, and I still have less than 500 health. Why is my adoptive father's health so much higher than mine? It's not just a matter of health, okay? Didn't you see the damage that Wolf King dealt to my adoptive father? Damn, it was single digits. Single digits. Is this Wolf King really a boss monster? How can its damage be like a little kitten's? Everyone snapped back to reality. Indeed, a boss monster could only deal single-digit damage? How exaggerated must my adoptive father's defense be? They exchanged glances, unable to imagine it. Meanwhile, the priests were invigorated, starting to cast healing spells, intending to heal him. Even if they didn't heal, it wouldn't be a problem for Lu Chen. But this was healing for their adoptive father. Such an opportunity was rare, and they had to do their best to heal him to full. At least they, the priests, were still useful, unlike others who could only watch. However, before their healing spells were finished, Lu Chen launched another attack. Heavy strike plus normal attack. -624, -445, -100. Then the priest saw 3 healing values float above Lu Chen's head. +62, +45, +10. Then they realized Lu Chen's health was already full. The group of priests ? They were all confused, as their healing spells showed +0. Others naturally saw this scene as well. Everyone was filled with questions. The air was eerily quiet for a moment. Then, Wang Bing's voice broke the silence. Wait, who is the boss here? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. In fact, the real boss wasn't the Wolf King at all, but Lu Chen, right? The Wolf King's attacks dealt single-digit damage, while Lu Chen consistently dealt triple-digit damage, and even healed himself. How the hell was this supposed to be played? Listening to the Wolf King's somewhat mournful cries, they all felt a bit sorry for him. Lu Chen also realized that the damage he was inflicting, along with the healing effect, was more than enough to recover from the damage he had taken. It seemed he had become a perpetual motion machine. Lu Chen felt a bit surprised. The blood-sucking effect of the bloodthirsty necklace was indeed impressive. He had truly managed to tank the boss and kill it. Lu Chen's agility was also quite high. Not only was his critical hit rate impressive, but his attack speed was also very fast. Even now, with a heavy weapon like a great sword in hand, he could strike twice in a second. Plus, he could use a heavy strike once every second. In less than 10 seconds, before the cooldown for the second sweeping attack was even up, and before the Wolf King could use its skill at 10% health, Lu Chen had forcibly killed it. With the final heavy strike landing, the Wolf King let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. 3 blue orbs floated out from the Wolf King's body. Normally, the appearance of 3 fine items would have made Wang Bing and the others extremely happy. However, now, looking at the boss-level Wolf King that had fallen in less than 10 seconds, everyone fell silent. They all realized that Lu Chen's strength was on a completely different level from the other players. He had surpassed the players by far too much. Wang Bing and the others, holding their green equipment, could already show off in front of their fellow Shinbird soldiers. In fact, they had indeed shown off quite a bit. They had originally thought their strength was among the top in the entire Yuan Star, and thus felt a bit smug, even somewhat complacent. Now, seeing Lu Chen's strength, they felt their previous behavior was utterly childish. The gap between them and their adoptive father felt like a chasm, one that seemed endless. How could they be so self-satisfied with such little strength? It was truly ironic. After Lu Chen killed the Wolf King, he noticed that there was no movement behind him, which made him a bit puzzled. He turned around and saw Wang Bing and the others looking bewildered. He raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused. What's wrong? Only then did Wang Bing and the others come back to their senses. Wang Bing hurried over. He grinned and said, as expected of our adoptive father, this strength, even the boss-level Wolf King couldn't last 10 seconds. You're just too strong. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Don't you get tired of praising me every day? How could I get tired? I could praise you for a lifetime. Lu Chen? Wait, that sounded a bit off? No, you're not a beauty. I don't want to hear you praise me for a lifetime. Wang Bing was taken aback, then his mouth twitched as he realized that this comment was a bit inappropriate. He quickly glanced at the 3 blue orbs to change the subject, as expected of our adoptive father. When you make a move, it really is fine items. Please take a look and see what they are. Lu Chen nodded, picked up the 3 items, and then privately sent them to Wang Bing. The skill stone, which Wang Bing had seen Lu Chen use before, was no surprise. But upon seeing the 2 fine pieces of equipment, Wang Bing's eyes lit up. One of them was a fine-level chainmail wrist guard. Wang Bing looked touched. You're like my real dad. You actually dropped a fine wrist guard for me. I love you. Lu Chen was speechless. What are you thinking? I want that wrist guard. You only get the dagger. Wang Bing? His expression froze. Wang Bing once again thought about Lu Chen's profession as a warrior. Clearly, there were fine items right in front of him, yet he couldn't obtain them, and the sadness in Wang Bing's heart surged like a river, but he had no choice. After all, the adoptive father was the most important. Wang Bing hung his head in disappointment. All right then. By the way, adoptive father, how much are you selling this dagger for? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, since you found this boss, I wouldn't have gotten anything else otherwise. As for the money, I'll just take a symbolic amount. 40 gold will do. The smile on Wang Bing's face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Adoptive father is so nice. Although 40 gold still amounted to 400,000 dasha coins, this was high-quality equipment and the additional attributes were on a completely different level compared to green gear. Moreover, this was the most precious type of weapon. In Wang Bing's eyes, this price was definitely a bargain. Then let's make the trade. Sure. Wang Bing and Lu Chen completed the transaction, and Lu Chen smiled. If you encounter any bosses in the future, you can come to me, and I'll help you fight them. For Lu Chen, this time he had directly scored a blue piece of equipment and a beginner skill stone from the boss, which made him quite happy. He was currently in need of skill stones, as he had too many skills, many of which were not fully leveled yet. Suddenly, Lu Chen thought of a question. Once he left the novice village, he could discuss with some high-end players about helping them fight bosses. This way, their drop rates would increase, and he could also get some good items like skill stones. A win-win situation. No problem. If there's a boss, I'll definitely let you know first, adoptive father. Wang Bing nodded repeatedly, which was also what he wanted. If they had to fight on their own, who knows how many bosses they would need to defeat to get a blue piece of equipment. Later, Wang Bing wanted to invite Lu Chen to join him in fighting the small demon camp, but Lu Chen declined. He planned to solo it, gaining more experience and not having to share equipment with others. Lu Chen bid farewell to Wang Bing and left Wolf Valley. He planned to first clear the small demon camp today, level up and obtain more skill stones and attribute stones to enhance his strength. After all, he still had 2 unique quests in hand. One was the task given to him by the warrior mentor to defeat the level 10 demonized tiger boss. The other was the quest to find the small demon nest. Both of these tasks were quite challenging, and Lu Chen felt he needed to improve his strength first. Before that, Lu Chen returned to Silver Moon Village to buy some mana potions from the pharmacy. The mana potions he had purchased earlier were almost used up. At the entrance of the pharmacy, a large number of players were queuing up. When they saw the demonized wild wolf, the iconic mount, approaching, they immediately knew Lu Chen had arrived. After all, he was the only one in the novice village with a mount. Instantly, the players enthusiastically made way. Adoptive father is here. Adoptive father is here, let him through. Yeah, the small demons will attack the city in 5 days, and we still need to rely on adoptive father to hold them off. Don't waste his time. Hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised by Lu Cheng and Wang Bing's efficiency. He didn't expect they would know about the small demons attacking the city so quickly. He nodded in thanks to the many friendly players and then entered the pharmacy. The pharmacy owner, Hong Yang, was as leisurely as ever, sitting behind the counter. Upon seeing Lu Chen, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. TSK, this busy person actually has time to come to my little shop? Lu Chen felt a bit speechless. Boss, you're being a bit sarcastic here. I'm still one of your big clients. Just joking, Hong Yang laughed, sizing up Lu Chen with sparkling eyes. I didn't expect that in just 2 days, you've made so many system announcements. You're truly extraordinary. Lu Chen smiled. Just lucky, that's all. Although this luck was somewhat controllable. Hong Yang said with a smile, I have a task here, do you want to take it? Lu Chen was taken aback. Is it a pharmacist's task? I'll pass, I don't plan to become a pharmacist. Hong Yang rolled her eyes. With your strength, isn't doing such a simple task a waste? How could I possibly let you take on such an unchallenging task? Lu Chen nodded as he listened, but felt something was off. Why did it feel like he was being exploited for labor? However, it seemed that the matchmaker had a good task in mind, which meant there would be good rewards, and Lu Chen was certainly willing. What task? Lu Chen asked. I need to concoct a potion, and for that, I require a herb called bone corrosion grass. This herb only grows in areas rich in death energy. Deep in the mountains north of our village, there is a long abandoned land of the dead. Could you go there and help me find it? The matchmaker said with a smile. Ding, task discovered, bone corrosion grass, do you accept? Lu Chen glanced at the task. Description. Task, bone corrosion grass, unique. Description. In preparation for the impending siege by the little demons, the elderly village chief has entrusted the potion maker, the matchmaker, to concoct a potion called Soul Bloom for emergencies. The matchmaker hopes you can go to the land of the dead north of the village and help her find the main ingredient, bone corrosion grass. Note, this task is extremely difficult. It's best to bring your companions. Reward, some experience points, spirit fruit, green snake fruit. Soul Bloom? The name of this potion sounds a bit ominous. The old village chief isn't planning to go out in a blaze of glory with the little demon lord if things go south, is he? Lu Chen frowned. His mood was somewhat heavy. To Lu Chen, the old village chief was a pitiful old man whose race was on the brink of extinction, whose soul was barely hanging on, whose son and daughter-in-law were missing, and whose grandson had died. If it came down to using this poor old man's life to ensure the survival of Silver Moon Village, that would be too tragic. Of course, this was just Lu Chen's speculation. Perhaps it was merely a potion for the old village chief to enhance his strength. He decided to accept the task. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. No problem, I'll help you find it. The matchmaker smiled back. Thank you, busy person. Do you need to buy anything? 300 bottles of mana potions. After leaving the potion shop, Lu Chen hurried straight to the little demon camp dungeon. In the dungeon's description, the location of the little demon camp was the same one Lu Chen had discovered earlier. On the way, Lu Chen used the beginner skill stone dropped by the Wolf King. As for which skill to enhance, that was a no-brainer. Although Lu Chen had several skills that needed leveling up, the most important one was definitely the newly acquired warrior's heart. After all, this skill was incredibly comprehensive and provided a significant boost. Fortunately, the beginner skill stone could enhance the level of warrior's heart. Warrior's Heart, Level 2, Passive Skill. You have grasped the essence of the warrior's path. Increasing all attributes by 20%, damage dealt by 20%, movement speed by 10%, and reducing damage taken by 6%. A substantial overall enhancement. How delightful. Lu Chen felt quite satisfied. Soon, Lu Chen arrived outside the little demon camp. On the small path outside the canyon, he found quite a few other players, most of whom were level 5. Little demon camp needs healers. Must have enough healing power. Little demon camp needs a warrior, at least one green piece of equipment. Don't tell me you don't have it. My adoptive father sold 30 pieces today. Little demon camp needs. What the hell, adoptive father? A high-end player who was shouting suddenly spotted Lu Chen, his eyes widening in surprise. Instantly, the players who were forming teams outside the little demon camp all turned to look. Upon seeing Lu Chen, their eyes lit up. It's really adoptive father. I didn't expect adoptive father to come to the dungeon too. Isn't that obvious? Don't you think about who discovered this dungeon? Without adoptive father, we wouldn't even have a dungeon to run. Is adoptive father just one person? Can adoptive father take me along? I'm willing to do anything. Some female players, who considered themselves attractive, even openly expressed their interest. Who didn't know about Lu Chen's formidable strength? This dungeon was discovered by Lu Chen. Adding to that was Lu Chen's terrifying drop rate. If Lu Chen was willing to take them along, they might even get their hands on blue equipment. Most importantly, being close to Lu Chen meant a bright future ahead. For that, what did it matter if they lost their dignity? Lu Chen glanced at the group speaking and noticed that a few of the female players who were willing to do anything were indeed quite good-looking. However, Lu Chen wasn't a lecher. There was no need to bring along a few pretty faces just for that. He simply smiled and said, "Everyone, do your best. There are 5 bosses in the dungeon, and if you can defeat them, the equipment will see a significant upgrade." Upon hearing this, many players' eyes lit up. A clever young man quickly chimed in, "Father, it's me. We met before." Lu Chen looked over and found him somewhat familiar, probably a high-level player he had encountered while fighting monsters before. "What's up, father? Could you tell us what skills the bosses have? If it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't ask." Lu Chen was taken aback by this. He could indeed share this information with them. Knowing the boss's skills would certainly make the battles much easier. If these players could become stronger, it would be beneficial for Silvermoon Village in the battle 5 days later. Lu Chen smiled, "No problem, I'll tell you about the boss's skills." The crowd was surprised that Lu Chen would actually share. Knowing the boss's skills was crucial during battles. Lu Chen could have easily sold this information to the wealthy players. Yet, he chose to share it for free. Everyone was momentarily stunned. If it were them, they certainly couldn't do the same. The young man who had spoken earlier had tears in his eyes from gratitude. "Thank you, father." The others quickly followed suit, expressing their thanks. Lu Chen smiled, "In the future, if any players ask, I hope you can tell them directly so everyone can grow quickly." Many players nodded seriously. "Don't worry, father, I'll definitely post on the official website. I'll tell the newcomers too." Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and then shared the skills and information of the 5 bosses with the players. When they heard that the final high-level boss had 10,000 health and 130 attack and could deal fire damage with every hit while reflecting damage, everyone was stunned. How on earth were they supposed to fight that? Not to mention that this dungeon only allowed 25 people in, even 250 wouldn't be able to take it down. The way everyone looked at Lu Chen changed. How did father manage to kill such a powerful, high-level boss? This wasn't just father, he was practically a deity. After finishing, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Alright, now it's up to you." With the current equipment of most players, it might be a bit difficult to take on the bosses, but there are plenty of elite monsters inside. You can farm the smaller monsters first to upgrade your gear, and then you might have a chance. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After sharing all the information he knew, Lu Chen entered the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was at the previous Little Demon Camp's exit. That spot had now turned into a mirror-like vortex leading into the world of the dungeon. After seeing Lu Chen enter, many players exchanged glances and began to discuss. Father can't be a deity, right? He can actually defeat such strong high-level bosses? The teams that have already gone in are in trouble. These bosses are practically unbeatable. Yeah, right now, it seems only the Tianhua team and the Suanio army have a chance against the first 2 bosses. The later ones will probably be tough even for them. How long do you think father will take to clear the dungeon this time? I don't know, isn't there a record for dungeon clear times? We'll know when we check later. Beside the dungeon, a stone tablet stood tall, displaying the records of dungeon clear times. The shorter the clear time, the higher the ranking. This served as both an incentive and a promotional method for the players. Even the players who cleared the first 3 dungeons received corresponding rewards. For regular players, even if they themselves are high-end players, such rewards are still something they do not dare to hope for. The top 3 teams wouldn't even think about using them. Surely one belongs to the adoptive father, and the other 2 must be from the Tianhua Guild and the Shinbird Army. I plan to join the Tianhua group once they officially establish their guild. Maybe then I can get a piece of the adoptive father's equipment. That would be amazing. I plan to join the Shinbird Army then. After all, they have the backing of the Great Xia military, which is probably stronger than the Tianhua Guild. The Shinbird Army is indeed strong, but since it's military, the discipline requirements are probably very high. I prefer a bit more freedom, so I'll join the Tianhua Guild too. The group of high-end players had already begun discussing their future paths. At that moment, the young man who had previously spoken to Lu Chen timidly said, "It would be great if the adoptive father could create a guild. I would definitely be the first to join." The surrounding voices suddenly fell silent. The young man was startled. He looked around and found everyone staring at him with strange expressions. He felt a chill run down his spine. What? Did I say something wrong? No, you didn't say anything wrong. How come we didn't think of that? What if the adoptive father creates a guild later? Why don't we ask the adoptive father when we run into him next time? That sounds good. If the adoptive father creates a guild, we would definitely join his guild. The high-end players buzzed with excitement, their enthusiasm palpable. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already entered the dungeon and started farming monsters. Compared to the hardships he faced the first time he tackled this dungeon, Lu Chen was now completely unstoppable. The small elite demons in front couldn't break through Lu Chen's defenses, dealing 0 damage. Lu Chen attracted the small demons without them even retaliating, allowing their attacks to land on him as he began selecting dropped items. He prioritized skill stones and attribute stones. If those weren't available, he picked a few scrolls, and everything else was green equipment. After attracting a large group with at least 20 small demons, Lu Chen swept through them, and a flurry of high damage numbers appeared. The lowest damage was over 700, and if a critical hit occurred, the damage soared to 1500. These elite small demons only had 400 to 500 health, and with one strike, all the small demons fell. Lu Chen began happily picking up equipment. Then he repeated the same tactic: attract small demons, select drops, sweep, and pick up equipment. Lu Chen continued this cycle of farming monsters, quickly killing 200 to 300 small demons and arriving in front of Gunning's fortress. And this only took less than 10 minutes. Most of that time was spent selecting drops, running around, and picking things up. Standing outside Gunning's fortress, Lu Chen didn't rush in to fight the boss. He counted his spoils. His green equipment was almost full, and the rest were various scrolls, excellent grade, healing potions, 2 tiny skill stones, and 12 tiny attribute stones. Lu Chen noticed a problem. This time, the drop list from the monsters wasn't as good as before. The probability of tiny skill stones and attribute stones appearing was significantly lower than before. However, even so, these rewards were still quite good for Lu Chen. He used all the attribute stones and then used the tiny skill stones. Lu Chen's current skills included basic regeneration, heavy strike, battle intent, sweep, charge, greatsword mastery, and warrior's heart. A total of 7 skills. That was many more than an average player. He had used all the tiny skill stones he had obtained before, and now basic regeneration, battle intent, and sweep could not be enhanced with tiny skill stones. Lu Chen tried using the warrior's heart, and as he expected, being an epic skill, warrior's heart also could not be enhanced with tiny skill stones. He also tried mastering the greatsword. Previously, he had used 2 small skill stones from quest rewards to raise his greatsword mastery to level 3. Now, he could no longer improve it with those stones and could only use basic skill stones for enhancement. So, Lu Chen's options were limited. He could only choose between heavy strike and charge. The charge skill did not deal damage, so Lu Chen planned to enhance it later when he had surplus small skill stones. For now, he would focus on upgrading heavy strike. Previously, Lu Chen had already used small skill stones to raise heavy strike to level 5. Now, using 2 skill stones, heavy strike instantly upgraded to level 7. Heavy strike, level 7, unleashes a powerful attack, dealing 190% damage. The damage increase is now 20%. However, since heavy strike only deals single target damage, its enhancement is not as significant as sweeping strike. It can only be said to be better than nothing. It provides a slight boost against single targets. As for the equipment, it certainly wasn't as good as what Lu Chen had, so he planned to sell it all later. After defeating Gunning, he would take a trip out of the dungeon. Lu Chen looked at Gunning again and chose the drops. In the drop list, the first items were still blue equipment. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything good. Lu Chen picked a few items and ultimately chose basic skill stone, the one-handed sword dog training stick, and the chainmail belt malicious waistband. Then, Lu Chen selected the drops from Gunning's little pets and charged in. Gunning, who was feeding the little pets, saw Lu Chen enter and immediately shouted in anger, "Intruder! Little pets, tear him apart!" Instantly, a pack of corrupted wild wolves howled and charged at Lu Chen. Lu Chen revealed a sinister smile and charged at Gunning. When he was surrounded by Gunning and the corrupted wild wolves, he swung his blazing sword. The fiery sword light unleashed a massive amount of high damage values. In an instant, all the corrupted wild wolves fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Gunning was momentarily stunned. He looked at the corpses on the ground and let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, my little pets, you died so tragically." Lu Chen felt like a wicked bastard listening to him. "Damn intruder, I will kill you." Gunning swung 2 long swords and charged at Lu Chen. The last time he fought Gunning, Lu Chen had to rely on a weakness scroll to keep up with him. But this time, Lu Chen took the damage head-on. Each of Gunning's attacks only dealt single-digit damage to Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen could strike at his major arteries each time, dealing damage in the hundreds, with critical hits even reaching 4 digits. The damage Gu Ning dealt was not even as much as Lu Chen's lifesteal. In less than 10 seconds, Gunning's health was completely drained and he fell to the ground with a scream. Compared to the difficulty last time, this was as easy as cheating. Well, Lu Chen thought to himself that he indeed seemed to have some cheat-like abilities. His sole talent was not much different from a cheat. After picking up the items on the ground, Lu Chen first equipped the malicious waistband, and then used the basic skill stone. As for the enhancement, Lu Chen originally wanted to use it on Warrior's Heart. However, the system prompted that a higher level skill stone was needed. This meant that even the basic skill stone could not enhance Warrior's Heart. Lu Chen felt a bit frustrated. High-level skills were great, but the enhancement process was too troublesome. Ultimately, Lu Chen used the skill stone on Greatsword Mastery. Greatsword Mastery was raised to level 4 with a damage increase of 40%. Lu Chen's damage was once again boosted. After that, Lu Chen began to collect the items dropped by the corrupted wild wolves, and as he continued, he found that his backpack was full. He felt a bit helpless and ultimately had to abandon some lower value scrolls. The backpack is still a bit small, Lu Chen muttered helplessly. However, he had no way to obtain a larger backpack at the moment. Given the current situation, high-level elite monsters might drop larger backpacks. The little demon monsters in the subsequent demon lair might also drop them. And that land of the undead, maybe there are monsters that drop items too? Lu Chen planned to finish the dungeon first and then go take a look. As for now, Lu Chen intended to go out and sell some equipment. He posted the newly dropped fine one-handed sword, dog training stick in the chat room with Wang Bing and Lu Chang. The next moment, both Lu Chang and Wang Bing were blown away. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, did you encounter a boss again? Wang Bing, damn, what a strong one-handed sword. I love it, I want it so badly. Lu Chen, I'm currently grinding the little demon camp dungeon, this is the first boss. Drop. Lu Chang, I'm in the dungeon too. This damn dungeon is so hard. The small monsters are manageable, with 25 of us, we can handle them, but that Gunning is simply unsolvable. Every time we kill a corrupted wolf, the other corrupted wolves go berserk. With so many corrupted wolves, the warriors can't hold up. Not to mention Gunning's damage is so high. We've wiped several times. Luckily, dying in the dungeon doesn't count as a normal death, so we don't have to wait an hour to respawn, otherwise it would be impossible. Watching Lu Chang vent his frustrations with a barrage of messages, Lu Chen scratched his head. He found it hard to empathize. After all, for him, Gunning was just a few sword strikes. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of people cannot be understood by others. Wang Bing, wait, foster father, didn't you just go to the little demon camp? I heard you just entered when I arrived. You already defeated the first boss? Lu Chang? Lu Chang, good son-in-law, how long have you been in the dungeon? Lu Chen looked at the system time. Almost 11 minutes. Lu Chang, question mark. Wang Bing, question mark. The two slowly typed out a question mark. Especially Lu Chang, who at that moment began to doubt life. What a joke. He was here struggling for almost an hour and he still hadn't defeated the first boss. Yet Lu Chen finished it in 10 minutes? Can it not be this ridiculous? Lu Chang, good son-in-law, are you soloing? Lu Chen, yeah. Lu Chang, sighing and smoking.jpg, he just wanted to be quiet now. Wang Bing, sighing and smoking.jpg, compared to Lu Chang, who was having a meltdown, Wang Bing was slightly better off. He had already exploded when he saw Lu Chen take down the Wolf King. Although he had anticipated Lu Chen's strength, he still didn't expect Lu Chen to be this outrageous. Defeating the first boss in 10 minutes? Is there any hope left for others? Lu Chen, wait, you guys have strayed from the topic. Do you want this one-handed sword? Lu Chang, 120 gold. Wang Bing? Lu Chang, Wang Bing, will not stand for this. Although he figured he had no chance with two-handed weapons since his foster father needed one, as a warrior he could still use a one-handed sword. But before he could even place a bid, Lu Chang snatched it up? How is this game played? Tell me how this broken game works. Lu Chang, heck, if you can't afford to bid, then don't talk. Wang Bing, he was so angry his stomach hurt. This old guy, being so disrespectful, actually used money to pressure a junior? Is this even human? Lu Chen, by the way, I have some green equipment. Are there any of you at the dungeon entrance now? I'm going out to trade. Lu Chang, we just came out, we'll grab the equipment and then go back in. Although Lu Chang had bought quite a bit of green equipment from Lu Chen, it was still a bit difficult to equip all 25 people. Now was just the right time to update their gear. Of course, the most important thing was blue equipment to set up for their assassins or warriors. Maybe they could take down the small monsters before the tank couldn't hold up anymore. Then defeating one boss would be simpler. Wang Bing, we just entered the dungeon, foster father. Wait for us, we'll come out too. Lu Chen, alright. Lu Chen chatted with Wang Bing and Lu Chang while walking towards the dungeon exit. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly saw a message from Lin Yingying. He clicked it open and raised an eyebrow. Lin Yingying, foster father, can you get quite a bit of equipment from the dungeons? Our player management bureau wants to collaborate with you to purchase some green equipment. Price is not an issue. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. Isn't the Player Management Bureau also an official organization? You have the Xianbird army collaborating with me. Why? Do you want to join in the fun? Lin Yingying, there's no choice. Although we are both official, the equipment from the Xianbird army is prioritized for them, and we can't get our hands on it at all. We still don't have much green equipment, so we can only turn to you, foster father. Luckily, this clever daughter of yours added you as a friend earlier, otherwise, it would be hard for us to reach out for collaboration. Lu Chen could already imagine Lin Yingying's smug expression. He smirked. Indeed, there was competition between different systems. Although both the Xianbird army and the Player Management Bureau were official organizations, it was clear that they were also in competition. For Lu Chen, selling to the Xianbird army or the Player Management Bureau didn't make much difference. However, since he had been collaborating with Wang Bing for so long, he thought for a moment and said, "For now, I can only provide you with 10 pieces of green equipment. The rest will still have to be traded with Wang Bing and the others, and we can gradually increase the amount later." He understood from reading posts in reality that the Player Management Bureau was similar to a police station handling daily affairs related to the invasion of demonic energy. If their strength was too weak, it might affect the lives of ordinary people, so selling some equipment to them could help. At the very least, if the Player Management Bureau was stronger, society could be more stable. Lin Yingying, 10 pieces is already great. Thank you, foster father. Muah. Lu Chen, I suspect you're taking advantage of me. Lin Yingying, hee, not at all. Foster father, I'm currently grinding in a dungeon. Let me know when you come out, and I'll come right away. Lu Chen, I'm just about to head out. Lin Yingying, I'm on my way. In another dungeon world of a small demon camp, a group of players was staring at Lin Yingying, not daring to make a sound. After entering the dungeon, they realized how difficult it was to fight. Forget about fighting the boss, even taking on small monsters with their gray and white gear could lead to death with a single misstep. Fighting the boss was out of the question. They were also envious of Lu Chen's equipment. However, Lu Chen had always been collaborating with Wang Bing and Lu Chang, occasionally distributing equipment to ordinary players, so they had no chance of getting any. With so many eager players watching, when they heard that Lin Yingying had actually added Lu Chen as a friend, everyone's eyes lit up, hoping she could negotiate a collaboration with him. Lin Yingying thought for a moment and felt it was worth a try. After all, everyone was collaborating, and there was no loss for her foster father, plus it would provide another option for cooperation. However, Lin Yingying didn't make any guarantees. If her foster father was unwilling, she would definitely stand by his side. She didn't expect her foster father to actually be willing to sell 10 pieces of green equipment to the Player Management Bureau. Indeed, did her foster father still think of her, this clever and adorable daughter? Seeing the change in Lin Yingying's expression, everyone's eyes brightened. Minister Lin, how is it? Did foster father agree? Minister Lin, our Player Management Bureau is counting on you. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight the boss at all. Lin Yingying raised the corners of her mouth, hands on her hips. Foster father agreed. We will have a share in the future, but only 10 pieces each time. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Then, everyone cheered. 10 pieces is already great. This is a stable source of green gear. If we accumulate slowly, we can definitely become stronger. Yeah. Minister Lin is mighty. She even managed to persuade foster father. Lu Chen was famously impervious to charm. Countless beautiful women had offered themselves to him, yet he didn't even spare them a glance. Lin Yingying chuckled, feeling quite pleased with herself. Just then, a middle-aged man beside her said with a smile, Minister Lin, we owe you a lot this time. I never expected our Player Management Bureau could establish a cooperative relationship with the adoptive father. I heard that Tianyue and Suanio army have obtained quite a few rare items through him, which can't be compared to regular equipment. It would be great if we could also have the chance to acquire some in the future. It sounded strange to hear a middle-aged man refer to a young man like Lu Chen as adoptive father, but everyone found it quite normal. After all, most players in Daxia called Lu Chen their adoptive father. He was just too formidable. Others' eyes lit up, and a pretty young girl suddenly thought of something. Right, I heard that Tianyue obtained a potion formula which they got from the adoptive father. It seems their alchemists have already started brewing that potion. Isn't Uncle Wan gifted in forging? If the adoptive father could get the blueprints for equipment forging and we could buy them, that would be fantastic. Upon hearing this, everyone began to chatter excitedly. Even Lin Yingying's eyes sparkled. But then she thought, if Uncle Wang forged some equipment, would it affect the adoptive father's business? That wouldn't be good for him. Lin Yingying glanced at her colleagues and quietly sent a message to Lu Chen. Seeing the message from Lin Yingying, Lu Chen was filled with question marks. What the hell? Would someone else's forging affect his business? What a joke. No matter how many monsters he defeated, he couldn't supply all the players, so how could it possibly affect him? Moreover, the quality of the items he dropped was probably beyond what a normal forger could create. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, would this have any impact on you? If it does, then we won't sell it. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It's fine, it won't have any impact. However, he hadn't expected that. Lin Yingying was actually considering him. Although this dog streamer was a bit thick-skinned and clingy, Lu Chen didn't dislike this aspect. That's good. If you have any good items in the future, can I compete alongside Wang Bing and the others? Lu Chen thought for a moment and felt that having more competitors would definitely be a good thing for him. Plus, he was quite curious about the player who had mastered the forging talent. If he could really forge standard equipment, it would be significant for all players in Daxia and even the entire Yuanqing. Relying solely on the equipment he dropped would definitely not be enough to arm all Yuanqing players. So, Lu Chen didn't refuse. No problem, who is your person in charge? I'll add him to the trading group. Lin Yingying, I can take care of this. This was a great opportunity to get close to the adoptive father, and Lin Yingying wouldn't let such a chance slip away to someone else. Not even the director. Lu Chen didn't expect Lin Yingying to be able to take charge. Was this guy really capable? Lu Chen didn't think too much about it and added Lin Yingying to the trading group with Wang Bing and Lu Chang. When they saw someone enter the group, Wang Bing and Lu Chang were both startled. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, how did Lin Yingying get into the group? Wang Bing, what the hell? Lin Yingying? You're not here to compete with us for equipment, are you? Wang Bing felt a bit nervous when he saw Lin Yingying enter the group. After all, the Player Management Bureau had previously communicated with him, hoping to get some equipment from him. But the Suanio army didn't have enough for themselves, so how could he share with the Player Management Bureau? Wang Bing was certainly going to refuse. But unexpectedly, Lin Yingying had directly approached the adoptive father and even got added to the trading group. Wang Bing immediately turned to Lu Chen, looking miserable. Adoptive father, please don't take away our equipment quota, sob. We don't have enough for ourselves. Lu Chen said, don't worry, it's just 10 items. I brought her in because there are players with special talents from the Player Management Bureau and they might have something useful later. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing and Lu Chang both sighed in relief. Just 10 pieces of equipment, they could still accept that. They had received more than double what the Player Management Bureau had. However, upon hearing the latter part, Wang Bing and Lu Chang felt a bit numb. With Lu Chen's good items, the two of them wouldn't have enough to share, and now there was an extra person to divide it with. Wouldn't the competition become even fiercer then? Even if Lu Chang had money, it couldn't completely be converted into gold coins. After all, the production of gold coins wasn't that high. When it really came down to it, he couldn't guarantee that he would win against both sides. Lu Chang was walking towards the outside of the dungeon, gritting his teeth. This Lin Yingying was truly a vixen. He never expected that his good son-in-law would be swayed by her. Of course, Lu Chang was just letting his emotions get the better of him. He knew that as Lu Chen's strength and fame grew, the forces seeking to collaborate with him would likely increase. It was unrealistic for him and Wang Bing to want to monopolize Lu Chen's resources. This also put a considerable amount of pressure on Lu Chang. He frowned in thought, then turned to the middle-aged man beside him and asked, which materials drop more frequently? In the novice village, or where are the gold coin drops more abundant? This was Lu Chang's assistant, Nangong Li, who was originally a senior executive in a large corporation. He had been lured to Tianyue Group by Lu Chang with a hefty sum as he was also a public tester. At this moment, Nangong Li was assisting Lu Chang in managing the Tianyue Guild. Nangong Li replied, I've already compiled statistics on the areas where players are leveling up. Non-humanoid monsters drop materials, but no gold coins. However, materials can be sold at the village's grocery store, while humanoid monsters drop both gold coins and materials. Generally speaking, for farming gold, humanoid monsters are more cost-effective. The nearby areas with humanoid monsters include the Goblin Mine and the Merman Lake, where copper coins will drop. Boss, what's wrong? Are the gold coins running low? Lu Chang nodded and frowned. Now that more and more people know about the items my good son-in-law has, if we don't have some money later, we might not be able to grab anything. Nangong Li. He twitched his mouth. The new boss had quite a thick skin. Lu Chen hadn't even met his daughter yet. He kept calling him a good son-in-law without any shame. However, since he was the boss, Nangong Li didn't say much. He nodded and said, I understand. I will organize a dedicated gold farming team. Good. On the other side, Wang Bing and Li Ming were also discussing. The arrival of Lin Yingying made them equally anxious. It seems that in the future, more and more people will collaborate with my adoptive father. We need to prepare more money. Wang Bing said with some concern. Li Ming nodded and said, I'll apply for a quota from above. Alright, just apply when you get back today. When Lu Chen walked out of the dungeon, the three teams of Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying were already waiting. Sparks flew between the three teams, especially Lin Yingying's team. Being newcomers, was stared at by Lu Chang and Wang Bing's teams. Who would want to share green equipment with others? Each of them wore a stern face, clearly unhappy. Although Lin Yingying's team consisted of members from the Player Management Bureau, the Bureau was originally a grassroots organization, mostly made up of ordinary people. Under the oppressive gaze of military and corporate bigwigs, they trembled in fear. A delicate young girl murmured, Minister Lin, looking at their eyes, it feels like they want to kill us? Lin Yingying also shrank her neck. She didn't expect these people to be so fierce. To be honest, she was a bit scared. She had a thick skin, but she wasn't afraid of death. How would I know? You all told me to talk to my adoptive father. I don't care, you stand in front. Just as Lin Yingying was about to slip back, she saw Lu Chen walking out, her eyes lit up, her steps halted, and a sweet smile appeared on her face that none of the previous team players had ever seen. Foster father. The many players from the Player Management Bureau were left confused. There's something dirty, and it can change faces too? Then they noticed that Lu Chang and Wang Bing also had smiles plastered on their faces, as if they had transformed. The previous sparks seemed like mere illusions. Everyone? Each of them had mastered the art of changing faces. Lu Chen walked over and smiled. You guys are quick. Lu Chang replied helplessly, there's no choice, without equipment, we can't defeat the first boss. Wang Bing added, we just entered. Who knew you would finish the first boss so quickly, foster father? Lu Chen chuckled, let's trade. Thus, Lu Chen began the trade. When Lin Yingying and the others from the Player Management Bureau heard that a blue one-handed sword was up for trade, their eyes nearly popped out. Wow! As expected of foster father, starting to trade exquisite equipment already? I don't even have any green equipment on me. Lin Yingying was also eager to try exquisite equipment. If she could get her hands on it, it would definitely be powerful. She quickly asked foster father, how much for the exquisite equipment? While saying this, she acted cute, blinking her eyes. Lu Chen pretended not to see and calmly replied, 120 gold. Lin Yingying and the others? A question mark slowly appeared in their minds. How much? 120 gold? Isn't that 1.2 million? Although the Player Management Bureau also had official funds to use, they couldn't afford such exorbitant equipment. Lu Chen glanced at Lin Yingying and the others, smiling, do you want it? Lin Yingying chuckled awkwardly, we can't afford it, let's just buy some green equipment to make do. Wang Bing sneered repeatedly, their Xian Bird army had a higher quota than the Player Management Bureau, and even he couldn't afford it, let alone Lin Yingying. Lu Chen didn't mind, besides the blue equipment, he traded some green equipment as well. Altogether, he gained around 200 gold. Lu Chen now had nearly 3,000 gold coins in hand, which was a whopping 30 million. During the trading process, other players who were forming teams looked on with envy and jealousy, wishing they could get green equipment too. Lu Chen couldn't stand the pitiful looks from these players and left 10 pieces of equipment for ordinary players, which were quickly snatched up. After that, Lu Chen bid farewell to a few people and re-entered the dungeon. Following the same formula as before, Lu Chen made his way to the second boss, Ice Hand, with ease. Along the way, he obtained various green equipment and items again. This time, luck was on his side, and Lu Chen actually acquired 3 minor skill stones. He originally planned to use them all on Heavy Strike. However, after using 2 Heavy Strike leveled up to level 9, and the system prompted that higher level skill stones were needed. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Heavy Strike was a basic skill, and he didn't expect it to require beginner skill stones for upgrades. How ridiculous. There were still plenty of skills that beginner skill stones could enhance. Lu Chen certainly wouldn't waste beginner skill stones on Heavy Strike, he would have to deal with that later. He used the remaining minor skill stone on Charge. The level 2 charge had a slightly longer distance, and the cooldown time was reduced by 1 second. Originally, the cooldown time for charge was 20 seconds, so with this enhancement, it would likely be 10 seconds at max level. That was pretty good, as it could enhance the warriors' mobility. Fighting monsters might not be an issue now, but once they left the novice village, what if there were battles between players? That would be crucial. Upon seeing Ice Hand, Lu Chen was initially excited to get another Frost Strike and a potion recipe. However, when he opened the list, he was shocked to find that both items were gone. Lu Chen then realized that indeed, the dropped items in dungeons were not as good as those in the wild. Of course, it's also possible that these demons are real demons and the drop rate is higher after killing them. Fortunately, the basic skill stones are still available, which is a must for Lu Chen. As for the others, Lu Chen chose a blue staff and a blue cloth robe. There was no equipment for Lu Chen. The Ice Hand's defense and health were not as good as Guning's. Lu Chen charged forward, dealing 2,500 damage to this guy with a 3-hit combo. He almost knocked the Ice Hand out cold. Then, with a few more strikes, he finished off the Ice Hand. Lu Chen casually posted the 2 pieces of mage equipment in the trading group. Wang Bing, Lu Chang, Lin Yingying, Stun.jpg, the 3 of them were blown away. As per usual, after sending a question mark, Wang Bing couldn't help but speak up. Wait, adoptive father, hasn't it only been about 10 minutes since just now? You've already finished the second boss? Lin Yingying, adoptive father is amazing. Admiration.jpg, Lu Chang gritted his teeth. Which man could withstand such admiration from a little girl? Ha, this little girl is really a vixen. Precious daughter, father is about to collapse under the pressure. Lu Chen, does anyone want it? Lu Chang, staff 4. 120 gold. Robe for 100 gold. Lu Chang felt that this round was already secure, but unexpectedly, Wang Bing didn't think so. Wang Bing, staff for 130 gold, robe for 110. Lin Yingying looked at the bids, trembling. Over 1,000,000 gold. How are these people so rich? Isn't that too exaggerated? She was also a mage, and of course, she wanted the blue mage equipment. But with so much money, they could sell her and still not have enough. Although the player handling bureau had corresponding limits, it was clear that this limit couldn't be used solely for her. Lin Yingying, I can't afford it. Lu Chang was a bit surprised to see Wang Bing actually bidding. Wang Bing, have you got money this time? Wang Bing sneered repeatedly. This time I'm buying for that lady. I've already reported to her. She wants all the magic system equipment. Xia Yan had given him a strict order not long ago. That was, if any suitable equipment and items appeared in Lu Chen's hands, he should compete with all his might. As for the limits, as the third princess, Xia Yan had her own little treasury. She didn't need to use the funds of the Xian bird army at all. With Xia Yan's order, Wang Bing was naturally full of confidence and planned to compete with Lu Chang. Lu Chang frowned and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, the competition was getting fiercer. Staff for 140, robe for 120. Wang Bing continued to raise the price, and the equipment prices soared. In the end, Lu Chang actually shouted out a price of 2 million for the staff, and 180,000 for the robe. This made Wang Bing frown. Although he had the third princess's order, that price was just too high. He felt he couldn't make the decision himself. Wait, let me consult. After saying that, Wang Bing privately messaged the price to Xia Yan. Xia Yan was fighting monsters, and upon hearing this price, she couldn't help but frown. Humph. Lu Chang. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied, the two were in legitimate competition, so she couldn't say much. Give up the staff, compete for the robe, anything within 250,000 is acceptable. Xia Yan issued the order. Wang Bing immediately complied. No staff, robe for 200 gold. Lu Chen saw the two shouting and couldn't help but grin. One could only say that rich people are truly crazy. Although the fine equipment was indeed good, Lu Chen often obtained it, so he didn't find it too precious. Selling for 2 million at a high price was just a matter of defeating a boss for him. Hearing Wang Bing's words, Lu Chang understood that the third princess had made a concession. He thought for a moment and then sighed. The staff could be given to his precious daughter Yuexin, and she had already bought a cloth robe last time. As for himself, even if he used green equipment, he could manage. He couldn't give the third princess any less face. Lu Chang, no robe then. Thus, the deal was settled, with both pieces of equipment sold for the sky-high price of 200 gold. Lin Yingying, who had been watching the whole process, was dumbfounded. Is her adoptive father really that good at making money? Just defeating a boss earned 4 million. She had originally thought about supporting her adoptive father. How infuriating. That's definitely not possible now. Lu Chen, I'm coming out now. Those trading green gear, hurry up. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, I'm out too. Wang Bing, we're on our way. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, I'm coming over myself. Lu Chen walked towards the dungeon exit again, as he had already reached the area of the second boss. The way back would take several minutes. Lu Chen felt a bit helpless. Every time he ran the dungeon, he had to go back and forth multiple times, which was so time-consuming. But there was nothing he could do. After all, his drop rate was high, right? Should he let Wang Bing and the others send someone into the dungeon to get the gear? Lu Chen considered this possibility. However, if he teamed up with others, the experience would definitely have to be shared. Although it was said that according to the team contract, he could take up to 80% finishing it all at once would still be faster than going back and forth several times, right? Each round of selling gear took quite a bit of time. With that time, he could have already finished the dungeon. Thinking of this, Lu Chen suddenly had a plan. He sent a message in the trading group. I have an idea, let me know what you think. Lin Yingying, adoptive father's idea is my idea. I support it unconditionally. Lu Chang was speechless. She really was a vixen. With Lin Yingying being so proactive, were his two daughters rivals? What idea does my good son-in-law have? Speak up. Wang Bing, adoptive father isn't planning something big again, is he? Lu Chen shared his thoughts with them. You can send someone over to run the dungeon with me, responsible for trading. Lin Yingying, me. I'll come myself. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, let me take the lead on this tough task. Wang Bing, I can't bear to see my comrades picking up gear. If I don't go, to hell, who will? The three of them were excited. What a joke. Even though they could only take 20% of the experience, with Lu Chen's efficiency in monster farming, the experience gained would be much faster than other teams. Such a good thing, of course, they wanted to enjoy it themselves. Lu Chen didn't expect Lin Yingying and the others to be so enthusiastic. He smiled. In that case, after the trade, I'll team up with you. Lin Yingying, that's great. I can team up with adoptive father. My life is complete. Lu Chen couldn't help but retort. Your life is a bit too cheap, isn't it? Lu Chang felt uncomfortable watching and simply closed the chat group, preferring not to see After exiting the dungeon, Lu Chen completed the trade as before. After that, Wang Bing, Lu Chang, and Lin Yingying all left the team. Lin Yingying and Lu Chang were fine, they had already informed their team members. Lu Chang, being the boss, naturally had the final say. As for Lin Yingying, she was the only one familiar with Lu Chen in the entire player management bureau, so she was the most suitable for this kind of thing. Moreover, Lin Yingying couldn't possibly give up such an opportunity. For her, it was a great chance to get close to Lu Chen. Who dared to compete with her? She would fight for it. Although the players from both teams were enviously red-eyed, there was nothing they could do. However, Wang Bing hadn't informed his team members. Wang Bing's sudden exit from the team left Li Ming and the others stunned. Wait, Captain, why did you suddenly leave the team? Wang Bing cleared his throat and said seriously, I have to go do something very tough next, brothers. I hope I can come back safely. Lu Chen? Lu Chang? Lin Yingying? The three looked at Wang Bing with strange expressions. Is splitting experience really that tough? That sounds way too hard. But Li Ming and the others didn't know that. Upon hearing Wang Bing was going to do something very tough, they all protested. Captain, how can you do such a thing? There are so many of us, we can handle it. Exactly. Captain, you are the soul of our 7th team. What would we do without you? Li Ming looked at Wang Bing with a moved expression. Captain, what is it? Let's discuss it together, brothers. Wang Bing replied, well. He felt awkward. Lu Chang couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. It's nothing serious, just teaming up with my good son-in-law to pick up some gear and trade a bit in the dungeon. Li Ming and the others. The look of emotion on their faces gradually faded, and all of them looked at Wang Bing with murderous intent. Damn, is this really that tough? Li Ming and the others stared at Wang Bing with red eyes. Li Ming said, Captain, this kind of tough task isn't suitable for you. Let me handle it. Jiang Su argued even more fiercely, Captain, trading with Mr. Lu has always been my responsibility. How can you take this on? Seeing that his comrades were unwilling, Wang Bing cast a resentful glance at the cheerful Lu Chang, then straightened his face and said, Am I the captain or are you the captain? This is an order. It's settled. He directly used his authority as captain to suppress them. Li Ming and the others rolled their eyes at Wang Bing, but they had no choice. In the end, Lu Chen grouped all 3 of them in. Alright, let's enter the dungeon. Lu Chen took the lead, bringing Wang Bing and the others into the dungeon. This time, they finally saw how Lu Chen cleared the dungeon. He pulled all the little demon elites along the way, and after finishing one wave, he swept through, taking down 20 or 30 little demon elites at once. The damage of 700 or 800, even over 1,000, was truly shocking. Nowadays, players dealing 20 points of damage to elite monsters were already considered impressive, and Lu Chen's damage was something they had only dared to dream of before. Lin Yingying's eyes sparkled with stars. He truly was my adoptive father. So impressive. Lu Chang was even more convinced of Lu Chen's abilities. Just 2 days into the game, Lu Chen already possessed such powerful strength, and his future potential was undeniable. He even worried that his 2 daughters might not be worthy of Lu Chen. The emergence of the cosmic online gaming era meant that strength in the game represented strength in reality. Such a character, if nothing unexpected happened, would surely soar to great heights in the future. Only Wang Bing, having witnessed Lu Chen's strength when they fought the Wolf King earlier, was not too surprised. The 3 of them were numb as they saw Lu Chen kill each elite monster, each dropping 2 green orbs. Wang Bing muttered, Now I understand why my adoptive father has to trade for gear every time he defeats a boss. With this drop rate, he can't be the server's administrator, can he? Lu Chang and Lin Yingying nodded in agreement. This drop rate was simply beyond their comprehension. Lin Yingying blinked. By the way, are we just here to watch? It feels a bit bad to let my adoptive father do all the work alone. Lu Chang rolled his eyes. Is this woman pretending? With my good son-in-law sweeping through, the monsters are all dead. What do we need to do? Lin Yingying thought about it and stopped saying more. Soon, Lu Chen had killed over 100 monsters. Aside from the attribute stones, skill stones, and scrolls he could use, Lu Chen traded all the other gear on the spot. Since Lin Yingying and the others had all purchased the little demon backpacks dropped by Lu Chen, their backpack space was now the same size as his. Together, the 3 of them could hold a lot of items. Lu Chen didn't have to worry about backpack issues and could focus on farming monsters. He smiled. Indeed, this method of his was quite good. Before long, Lu Chen led Lu Chang and the others to the central castle. Lu Chang's eyes widened as he looked at the 3-story castle and asked, Good son-in-law, is this the final area of the little demon camp? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, there are 3 levels inside, each with a boss, and the highest level has a high-tier boss. Wang Bing was a bit curious, just in time to see what the boss is like. It will be easier for us to fight later. Lin Yingying and Lu Chang nodded repeatedly. Soon, the 3 entered the first floor. Upon seeing the little demon guard Captain Gugu and 4 little demon shamans, their eyes widened. What the hell? 4 healers and a warrior? This boss actually has 6,000 health and 95 attack? How the hell are we supposed to fight this? They were all dumbfounded. Just Gugu alone was already tough to beat, and he had 4 healers to back him up. He could easily take down all the players one by one, right? Lu Chen smiled and said, the first two bosses are relatively easy. We can farm them for a while. Once we have better gear, we can challenge this boss. Hearing this, the other three nodded slightly. If they could get a few decent pieces of equipment, the main tank could still withstand the damage. Plus, with the priest healing, there was still some hope of defeating Gugu. Of course, that was later, not now. As for Lu Chen, he had already chosen his drops, a beginner skill stone and the other two pieces of the Little Demon Engineering set. This way, Lu Chen could complete the Little Demon Engineering set. Lin Yingying was eager to try. Adoptive father, how do we fight? Lu Chen smiled and said, you just watch from the side. After saying that, Lu Chen charged directly at Gugu, raising his hand for a 3-hit combo. With a sweeping strike, the sword light cut through all the little demons, including Gugu. The 4 little demon shamans fell dead on the spot, leaving only Gugu. Then, Lu Chen just needed to use heavy strikes and normal attacks continuously. Gu Ji's damage was still quite high, dealing dozens of points of damage to Lu Chen. But unfortunately, it still wasn't as much as Lu Chen's own lifesteal. Just waiting for the cooldown of the second sweeping strike to end, Lu Chen unleashed another 3-hit combo, and Gugu fell to the ground. The whole process was easy and enjoyable. Wang Bing was mentally prepared, while Lu Chang and Lin Yingying were stunned. The atmosphere was quiet, and Lu Chang murmured, wait, isn't this the boss? Is he dead already? He even doubted whether he was dreaming. Lu Chen hadn't even lost health. How did the boss die? Wasn't this easier than fighting regular monsters? Wang Bing glanced sideways at Lu Chang. What did you expect? Lin Yingying was even more excited. Adoptive father is amazing. Truly worthy of being an adoptive father. Even if she had talent and summon creatures in the future, she would probably still fall short compared to him. This biological daughter had to work hard to keep up with her adoptive father's footsteps and strive to improve. Lin Yingying made a grand vow in her heart. After Gu Ji's death, 3 blue orbs floated out, catching the attention of the 3. Adoptive father, quickly see what it is. Is there anything we can use? Wang Bing rubbed his little hands filled with anticipation. Lu Chen naturally knew what the drops were, but he couldn't just say it in advance. After picking up the items, Lu Chen posted the 3 items in the trading group. After looking, Lin Yingying and Lu Chang felt a bit disappointed. There was nothing they could use. Wang Bing, however, was envious. What the hell? A fine quality armor set. Such strong attributes. Are these attributes too strong or what? Wang Bing looked at Lu Chen with a pitiful expression. Adoptive father, do you have this set? If you do, can you let me have it? Lu Chen smiled and said, just so happens I don't. I need all 3 of these. Wang Bing. At that moment, Wang Bing heard the sound of his heart breaking. After equipping the remaining 2 pieces of the little demon armor set, most of Lu Chen's gear was already fine quality. He even had 3 legendary pieces. It was only the second day, and with such equipment he was probably in a league of his own across the entire Orion continent. Moreover, the 4-piece set effect of the little demon engineering set could increase damage by 12%, which meant Lu Chen's damage would become even more terrifying. As for the beginner skill stone, the one dropped by the Ice Hand, Lu Chen originally intended to use it on Greatsword Mastery. Unfortunately, the system prompted that the Greatsword Mastery now required a higher level skill stone. So, Lu Chen used the primary skill stone on the Sweeping Strike, and this one was no exception. The Sweeping Strike skill leveled up to level 6, increasing damage by 250%. Lu Chen became even stronger. He went up to the second floor and cleared out the little demons in the small rooms. After that, the group arrived in front of the Black Iron Gate. Lu Chen instructed Wang Bing and the others to stand back to avoid being hit by the boss. Lu Chen stepped forward and pushed open the door, and immediately an arrow shot towards him. At this moment, Lu Chen's agility was incomparable to before. He took a step back, blocked with his great sword, and barely managed to deflect the arrow. Clang! -13. The damage from the block was extremely limited. This made Lu Chen smile. Indeed, he had become much stronger, not only in attributes but also in combat skills. He didn't rush in but first opened the loot list. However, upon seeing the items on the list, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He had thought that the dungeon boss wouldn't drop good items anymore, but now he realized he was wrong. The first item on the list was actually a high-quality skill book. Green Poison Arrow, Level 1, shoot an arrow infused with green poison at the target, causing 50% damage per second for 6 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Learning requirement. Archer. This is a very strong single-target skill, equivalent to dealing 300% damage at once, though the cooldown is a bit long, only usable once every 20 seconds. Even so, it was still very powerful. Unfortunately, it was an archer's skill, otherwise, Lu Chen would have gained another strong attack skill. Without further thought, Lu Chen naturally chose the skill book. Its value was very high. Besides the skill book, Lu Chen also selected a primary skill stone and a pair of green leather gloves. After making his selections, Lu Chen charged forward. With a flurry of strikes, he defeated Akarin. Compared to the time when he had to chase it around and navigate through the visibility of various rooms to kill it, this time was simply effortless. Although Akarin's damage was still considerable, Lu Chen could recover. Health through life steal. Given enough time to output damage, he only needed 10 seconds to deplete a boss's health. Lu Chen picked up the 3 items. The primary skill stone was self-explanatory. Lu Chen used it himself. He upgraded the sweeping strike to level 7, increasing the damage boost to 270%. As for the green poison arrow skill book and the leather gloves, Lu Chen naturally shared them in the trading group. Upon seeing these 2 items, Lu Cheng's eyes turned red. Lu Yueqing was an archer. If he could buy this skill and give it to Lu Yueqing, his precious daughter would be overjoyed. Good. Son-in-law, I'll offer 1,000 gold for the green poison arrow. Lu Chen was taken aback. The last frost strike had only sold for 600 gold. To Lu Chen, the value of frost strike was actually higher than that of green poison arrow. After all, it was an area attack skill and also had a slowing effect. Although the green poison arrow had much higher damage, it was only a single target attack and had a longer cooldown. Lu Chen thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, Brother Chang, let's stick to 600 gold, the same price as frost strike. We've had a pleasant cooperation during this time, so there's no need to raise the price too high. Lu Chen had earned nearly 3,000 gold today, not counting the green poison arrow, the leather gloves, or the high-tier boss drops at the end. If he finished this dungeon, Lu Chen felt he could earn 4,000 gold. A full 40 million. So much money made Lu Chen feel a bit numb. This was only the second day. As long as he wanted, with the treasures dropped in the game, Lu Chen could easily become the world's richest man. He suddenly realized that money seemed to him just a number. Therefore, Lu Chen didn't place too much importance on the price of the skill book. Instead, he found the cooperation with Lu Chang very comfortable. Every time, Lu Chang always considered him as much as possible. Even when it came to the formula for the apprentice frost resistance potion, Lu Chang not only offered a large sum of gold coins but also worried that Lu Chen might suffer a loss, giving him a 10% profit share. Lu Chen actually kept this in mind. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Chang was momentarily stunned, then shook his head in disagreement, saying, How can that be? We 3 should compete fairly. There's no need for my good son-in-law to favor me. Lin Yingying shook her head. Director Lu, I can't afford it. Although the green poison arrow was strong, 600 gold coins was already quite a lot. She preferred to buy equipment formulas with the money. That was what she wanted the most. Wang Bing wanted to buy it, but considering that his adoptive father had said that, if he made an offer now, wouldn't that be slapping his adoptive father's face? Wang Bing definitely wouldn't do such a thing. He smiled and said, Last time, Brother Chang, you let me have it. This time, I'll let you have it too. We're even now, okay? Lu Chen laughed. Brother Chang, since they don't want it, let's settle for 600. Lu Chang was momentarily confused. He had been in business for so many years and had never encountered someone like Lu Chen in trade. While others complained about low profits, Lu Chen was actually worried about profits being too high. He looked at Lu Chen with a hint of grievance. I say, good son-in-law, if you do business like this, you'll be left with nothing but your pants out there. Lu Chen was speechless. Brother Chang, I'm not in the business world. To me, skill books and such aren't that rare. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying, they were all stunned. This was too real. It hit them hard. Thinking about it, Lu Chang calculated a bit. In just under 2 days of game time, Lu Chen had already earned nearly 40 million. And this was just the early stage of the game. At this rate of making money, once the novice village was out, Lu Chen's earning efficiency would surpass even Tianyue Group. Lu Chang felt relieved. Indeed, the gaming era was changing everywhere. Even the way of making money was no longer the model Lu Chang recognized. He happily nodded in agreement. Alright then, I won't be polite. I'll take it as my good son-in-law. Honoring his old father-in-law. Lin Yingying? What father-in-law? This old guy has no shame. Lin Yingying thought to herself. Lu Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. Lu Chang was great in many ways, but his penchant for such jokes was a bit much. However, he didn't say much more. This leather armor, are you bidding? Lu Chang, 200 gold. Wang Bing, damn, Lu Chang, I shouldn't have let you have it. You're at 200 gold again? He was still thinking that buying a blue piece of equipment wouldn't be bad, but Lu Chang started to dominate the bidding again. This wasn't a mage's equipment. The third princess definitely wouldn't want it, so they would have to buy it themselves for Team 7. Wang Bing thought it was crazy to have Team 7 spend 200 gold on a blue piece of equipment. Lu Chang laughed. No matter what, I have to get the equipment my precious daughter can use. Hearing this, Wang Bing was completely speechless. A daughter slave is just ridiculous. Lin Yingying was stunned. She didn't know Lu Chang was such a daughter slave. She realized this was too indulgent. Moreover, from Lu Chang's words, it seemed he wanted to set up a connection between his daughter and his adoptive father. Lin Yingying's mouth twitched. She almost wanted to ask Lu Chang if he needed another daughter. It wasn't about the money, it was mainly that the connection with the adoptive father seemed quite appealing. In the end, Lu Chang spent 800 gold to buy 2 pieces of archer equipment. After the transaction, Lu Chen smiled. It's the last boss now, just upstairs, let's go. Alright. The 3 followed Lu Chen upstairs. On the way, Lu Chang happily posted the things he had just bought in the family group chat. Lu Yuqing immediately jumped out. Wow, dear dad, I love you. Lu Chang couldn't stop smiling. How long had it been since he heard his precious daughter say she loved him? The old father was suddenly moved to tears. Lu Yuqing, so envious, my sister is about to rise. Lu Yuqing, hee. Of course, with such a powerful skill, I'm definitely going to take off. Old man, did this drop from Lu Chen too? Lu Chang asked. Yes, we were grinding dungeons with Lu Chen, and he got the equipment from the boss drop, Lu Yuqing replied. That's great. Why doesn't our novice village have any dungeons? Both Lu Yuqing and Lu Yuqing were quite envious. Lu Chang continued, speaking of this skill. Book, Yuqing, let me tell you, Dad originally planned to bid 1,000. Guess what Lu Chen said? Lu Yuqing asked, what did he say? Lu Chang replied, when Lu Chen heard it was for Dad to give to his precious daughter, he voluntarily lowered the price to 600 gold. You understand what that means, right? I had been talking to him about you too, and it's clear he has some feelings for you. You both need to keep it up. Lu Chang sighed to himself, thinking about how he had to work hard to play both sides. If it really worked out later, as an old father and father-in-law, he would definitely have to drink a few more cups. It was exhausting, you know. Meanwhile, Lu Yuqing and Lu Yuqing, upon seeing the news, widened their eyes. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Lu Yuqing reminded, sister, your face is a bit red. Lu Yuqing replied, oh, maybe it's just a bit warm. Lu Yuqing thought. She glanced at the leather armor Lu Yuqing was wearing, thinking how could she be hot in such cool armor? Whatever you say. At that moment, Lu Chen and his group had already reached the top floor. At the stairway, Lu Chen peeked into the room and saw Maglan still sleeping on the stone chair. He turned to the three behind him. This boss has area attack skills, so you guys shouldn't go over. I'll handle it myself. Upon hearing this, the three widened their eyes. There are area attack skills? Wouldn't that make it quite difficult? Wang Bing rubbed his hands, eager to try to foster father. Can we see this boss's attributes? Lu Chen shrugged. You can check for yourselves. The three immediately cast a detection spell. After seeing Maglan's exaggerated attributes, they all gasped. Wang Bing bluntly exclaimed, that's terrifying. Meanwhile, Lu Chen opened the drop list. Seeing a string of blue items on the drop list, Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed. TSK, as expected, there were no legendary equipment items. The last time there were legendary items, it was entirely because it was a real little demon, right? However, as expected of the final boss, the items dropped by Maglan were still quite good. The first item was actually another potion recipe. Potion recipe, apprentice. Fire resistance potion, fine. After use, you can learn the crafting method for the apprentice fire resistance potion. Learning requirement, alchemist. Drop rate, 0.00000193%. Upon seeing this potion, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. The fire resistance potion should reduce fire damage. Most of Maglan's skills deal fire damage, so having this potion would make it seem a bit hopeful for regular players when fighting Maglan. Not only that, Lu Chen also recalled the previous Ice Hand. The potion dropped by Ice Hand was the Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion. If they had that potion, wouldn't it be much easier to fight Ice Hand? Lu Chen pondered, but now wasn't the time to think about that. He continued to make his selections. After that, there wasn't anything particularly good left. Lu Chen chose a fine level shield, Little Demon Shield. For the third item, Lu Chen naturally chose a beginner skill stone. After making his selections, Lu Chen stepped out of the stairway and charged straight at Maglan's face. Maglan's damage was still extremely high. Even though Lu Chen's equipment was excellent now and his stamina was nearly 100 points, which boosted his defense significantly, Maglan's single attack still knocked off over 130 of Lu Chen's health. Although it was much less than before, it was still quite strong. Of course, that was all there was to it. Lu Chen didn't even need to use the weakness scroll. With his current combat skills, he easily stabilized his health by blocking or dodging with his great sword, combined with his lifesteal, healing potions, and the recovery effect of basic regeneration. The clang of the great sword echoed in the room, and flames flickered in the dim light. Both Lu Chen and Maglan had attributes far exceeding those of ordinary people, and their speed was significantly faster as well, making their battle extremely intense. However, in terms of health, Lu Chen's remained above 90%, while Maglan's health was plummeting like an avalanche, unable to stop its descent. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying had been closely watching the two fight, and seeing Maglan's health drop rapidly, Wang Bing muttered, seeing my adoptive father fight so easily, I thought I could do it too. Lu Chang glanced at Wang Bing, if you think you can, then go ahead. Wang Bing sneered, you think I'm afraid? Although his adoptive father mentioned having area attack skills, just going in for a hit and coming back should be manageable enough to make Lu Chang shut up, right? However, before he could step forward, he heard Maglan roar in anger. Then, a violent shockwave surged, causing Lu Chen to stagger back repeatedly. The three at the staircase felt a terrifying whirlwind sweep past them, nearly lifting them off the ground. Over 300 damage values floated above their heads. Simultaneously, Among the three, Wang Bing had the highest health, yet it didn't exceed 500. In an instant, their health was nearly depleted. Their faces turned pale. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? Wang Bing quickly pulled out a healing potion and gulped it down. Lin Yingying and Lu Chang also immediately used their healing potions. Wang Bing looked terrified. Thank goodness I didn't rush out, or I would have been done for. My adoptive father would have laughed himself to death. Lin Yingying trembled slightly. Is this boss too strong? Just a brush against me, and I'm almost dead. How high would the damage be if I were in front of him? Lu Chang pointed at the damage floating above Lu Chan's head, expressionless. Look, 298 points of damage. Lin Yingying? Wang Bing? They were both dumbfounded. The three of them, from such a distance, only received over 300 damage from a mere brush, while Lu Chen, right in front of the boss, only took less than 300 damage? Wang Bing's mouth twitched. That's my adoptive father, a god, not an ordinary person. He can't be used as a reference. Lu Chang, if you want to know how much damage an ordinary person takes, why don't you try it yourself? Wang Bing, get lost, I'm not going. If anyone's going, it's you. This old man is so devious. After Maglin's roar, Lu Chen was also pushed back a few steps. However, compared to being knocked away before, he was much stronger now. Lu Chen charged back in and continued to attack. After more than 10 seconds, Maglin used flame armor, but unfortunately, it couldn't withstand Lu Chen's damage and was killed by a few of Lu Chen's strikes. However, the burning effect of the flame armor was still quite strong, and by the end, Lu Chen was left with only 70% of his health. Truly a high-level boss, a formidable opponent. Lu Chen picked up the 3 glowing orbs that dropped. Just then, the system notification sounded. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding, congratulations to players Lu Chen, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying for clearing the dungeon for the first time. Reward 50 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, Dabu City reputation plus 30, Silvermoon Village reputation plus 300. Silvermoon Village announcement. Ding, congratulations to players Lu Chen, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying's team for being the first to clear the Little Demon Camp dungeon. Reward 20 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, find treasure chest *1, Silvermoon Village reputation plus 100. 2 system announcements rang out in succession. The players in Silvermoon Village were shocked. What the hell? Another system announcement? Ha? Is it my adoptive father? Then it's fine, just a normal occurrence. Wait, why are there other people here too? Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying. Lu Chang is Lu Dong, right? Wang Bing is the captain of the Xianbird army, and Lin Yingying seems to be that dog streamer? I heard she's from the player management bureau? Damn, someone actually managed to cling to the adoptive father's leg and got taken to the dungeon? I'm so envious. Why isn't it me who's clinging to the adoptive father's leg? A group of players were discussing animatedly, especially the high-end players at the dungeon entrance. Their eyes were all red. At this moment, there's even a system announcement, and such great rewards? They had just watched Lu Chen and the others enter together. Now seeing Wang Bing and the others with such good rewards, they were all consumed by jealousy. If I had known, I would have shamelessly cried and begged the adoptive father to team up with me. Maybe I would have been on the announcement too. Come on, even if you cling to the adoptive father's leg, he wouldn't take you along. Meanwhile, the members of Wang Bing's team had fallen silent. They regretted it deeply. Why didn't they insist a little longer just now? If they had held on a bit more, maybe the adoptive father would have taken them along? Especially the Xianbird army. The atmosphere was dead silent. Li Ming said softly, after we log off, let's form a team to hunt Wang Bing and report back. 1-2. Thus, the entire 7th team of the Xianbird army formed a team to hunt Wang Bing. In another area of the Yuan Star, they couldn't hear the announcement for the first place in the Novice Village dungeon, but they could hear the first announcement. At this moment, various factions reacted extremely strongly. They had become numb to Lu Chen appearing on the announcement again. But this time was different. This time, besides Lu Chen himself, there were actually 3 others on the announcement. Does this mean that Lu Chen can take others onto the announcement? The rewards for each announcement are quite good, not to mention the free attribute points. That's definitely free gain. If they could get Lu Chen to take them onto the announcement too, how great would that be? At this moment, whether it was Xia Yan, the Lu sisters, Alice, or high-end players from other kingdoms, they were all contemplating this matter. Once they left the Novice Village, they might consider collaborating with Lu Chen. At the very least, they should befriend Lu Chen. Who knows when they might get taken along to the announcement? Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Wang Bing and the others also heard the system announcement. They looked at the extra 13 free attribute points, gold coins, and exquisite treasure chests, feeling incredibly excited. Wang Bing's voice was trembling. Damn, adoptive father, you're amazing. I, Wang Bing, actually have a day to appear on the system announcement? And the rewards are so generous? This is incredible. Lu Chang also looked surprised. Good son-in-law, thanks to you this time, I didn't expect such great rewards. Lin Yingying. looked at Lu Chen with stars in her eyes. Adoptive father, you helped me get so many good things, I don't know how to repay you. Just tell me what you want. I'll do anything. Lu Chang? He shot a glare at Lin Yingying. Ha! Shameless vixen. This isn't repayment, she's thinking of something else. Lu Chen glanced at Lin Yingying. No need to repay, after all, teaming up with you is part of the deal, so consider it a benefit. Lin Yingying drooped her head. Oh. Lu Chang was amused. His good son-in-law is quite upright. Wonderful. He was a bit worried that Lu Chen would agree to something earlier, but now he felt relieved. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't think too much about it. Although Lin Yingying was pretty, how long had he known her? Not even 2 days, and they met in the game. Who knows what schemes she might have in her mind? Besides, even if Lin Yingying really had no ulterior motives, Lu Chen couldn't meet her in real life. Right now, it's not safe. Lu Chen had no plans to expose himself in reality in the short term. Everything must prioritize his own safety. When his strength was strong enough, Lu Chen would reveal himself in reality. According to his rate of improvement, it shouldn't take long. Lu Chen smiled and said, let's use the system rewards first. Upon hearing this, the three of them seemed to awaken from a dream. They quickly began to allocate their attribute points. Lu Chen originally wanted to put all his points into stamina. However, when his stamina reached 100 points, the system sent a notification. Ding, due to the influence of the essence of life of the Yuanqing humans, your stamina has reached the current tier's limit. To continue improving, please level up to tier 1 as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. Influenced by the essence of life of the Yuanqing humans? Is it true that humans can only reach a maximum of 100 stamina at this stage? Lu Chen felt a bit of a headache. He had thought he could keep improving indefinitely. He didn't expect there to be this limitation of life essence. However, Lu Chen's other 3 basic attributes were only in the 30s, far from reaching their limits. He didn't need to rush in the short term. By the time he reached level 10 and was about to advance to tier 1, perhaps his 4 attributes wouldn't have hit their limits yet. Lu Chen allocated the remaining 4 free attribute points to strength. As for Lu Chang and the others, they didn't have the worry of hitting limits. Their base attributes, aside from their main attribute, probably didn't even reach 20 points. The 3 quickly finished allocating their attributes and then began discussing the exquisite treasure chests. Wang Bing had originally thought about trading the exquisite treasure chest to Lu Chen, letting his adoptive father help him draw a prize. After all, his adoptive father's luck was well known. He would surely draw something good. But who would have thought that the exquisite treasure chest awarded by the system was bound, and only he could use it? That was awkward. Wang Bing looked at Lu Chang and Lin Yingying, grinning. The draw is happening. Let's see what we can get. Want to compete a bit? Lu Chang remained calm. My luck has always been good. Lin Yingying seemed a bit anxious. My luck seems pretty average. Lu Chen also looked at the 3 with curiosity. He hadn't seen anyone else draw prizes before. Then I'll take a look too. Let's see what you guys get from the chests. The 3 of them opened their chests one after another. Lu Chang's lips curled up, revealing a slight smile. Not bad luck. I got blue equipment. He posted the item in the group. Soul boots, exquisite, cloth armor, defense plus 41, intelligence plus 5, stamina plus 4, required level 6. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to draw a blue item. Brother Chang's luck is pretty good. Lu Chang smiled broadly. Just then, Lin Yingying exclaimed, I actually got this item. She posted the item in the group. Lu Chen and Lu Chang were both taken aback, showing expressions of shock. It was actually a skill book. Brutal Strike, Level 1, unleash a brutal strike dealing 180% damage with a 10% chance to stun the target for 1 second, cooldown time 15 seconds. Learning conditions, Warrior. Lu Chen didn't expect Lin Yingying's luck to be even better, drawing such a powerful skill book. It had damage and a stun effect. Although the 10% chance was only at level 1, it should increase with higher levels. Lu Chen was somewhat tempted to buy it from Lin Yingying. This skill was just right for him, while Lin Yingying, being a mage, wouldn't be able to use it. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, Lin Yingying directly initiated a trade with him. She chuckled, adoptive father, this skill book is suitable for you, I'll give it to you. Lu Chen, huh? He was momentarily stunned, not quite processing. It's for you to use, you're a warrior, this skill book is perfect for you. Lin Yingying blinked, looking at Lu Chen with some confusion. Could it be that? Adoptive father, you have this skill? Lu Chen shook his head, surprised. You're giving it to me? Lin Yingying nodded. Yes. Lu Chen? He was a bit dumbfounded. I can buy it for 1,000 gold. Lin Yingying immediately became dissatisfied. That won't do. I'm the destined adopted daughter. How can I take your money, adoptive father? What you can use, of course, I want to give to you. Lu Chang, who was nearby, felt something was off. Damn. This girl has some schemes, using small gains to achieve big ones, trying to win over a good son-in-law's favor through this method? He spoke up. Isn't this making the good son-in-law owe a favor? Lin Yingying, that's not good. Lin Yingying glanced at him and blinked, saying, I don't need my adoptive father to owe me a favor. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, how about this? If I get skills suitable for you in the future, I'll give them to you. Lu Chen knew that Lin Yingying's talent leaned towards summoning, so if he got suitable skills for her later, he could just give her a book. He really wanted that brutal strike, it was clearly a very strong skill. Lin Yingying chuckled, then that counts as a gift from my adoptive father. Lu Chen's expression darkened. No, it's a trade, an exchange of goods. Lin Yingying didn't argue. As long as it was a gift in her heart, that was enough. Lu Chang felt quite uncomfortable watching from the side. Damn. This little girl is going too far, trying to dig a hole in front of him? Seeing the situation, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Wang Bing, what did you get? Why aren't you speaking? At that moment, others noticed that Wang Bing was standing still, looking like a statue. Lu Chen was a bit puzzled, wondering what was wrong with him. Brother Wang? Are you okay? Wang Bing had a face full of despair. Impossible, this absolutely can't be. It must be an illusion. Lu Chen and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Lu Chang, seeing the situation, suddenly had a guess. He said with a hint of schadenfreude, what did you get? Show us. Wang Bing silently glanced at him, despairing as he revealed the item. Apprentice healing potion, excellent. Looking at a bottle of green healing potion, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. In such silence, Wang Bing felt greatly insulted. Can you say something? What does your silence mean? Lu Chang couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Lin Yingying turned around, her shoulders shaking. Lu Chen's mouth twitched as he quietly opened the drop from the exquisite treasure chest. Just like before, the top was a legendary item. Previously, Lu Chen had only chosen the legendary item and hadn't looked further. This time, he roughly scanned the drop list. He finally understood why both Lu Chang and Lin Yingying had exquisite level items. It's turned out that the exquisite treasure chest rewarded by the system had more than half of its items as exquisite, with over a 50% chance of obtaining exquisite items. The rest were all green items. One could only say that the system's reward chests were indeed quite generous. As for the apprentice healing potion that Wang Bing drew, it was at the very bottom of the drop rate list with a drop rate of 0.12%. Lu Chen's mouth twitched again, silently saying, it's okay, you're already very impressive. Statistically speaking, drawing an apprentice healing potion was even harder than drawing an exquisite item. Wang Bing had reached a certain height, a different level of impressiveness. Hearing Lu Chen's consolation, Wang Bing seemed to turn into a gray-white statue, drifting away in the wind. He was completely despondent, squatting on the ground without saying a word. Lin Yingying, however, looked curiously at Lu Chen. Adoptive father, open the chest and see what you can get. Lu Chen smiled and said, alright. He casually selected the top legendary equipment. Berserker's Cloak. Legendary, cloak, strength plus 13, stamina plus 10, attack has a certain chance to increase attack speed by 20%, required level 8. Drop rate, 0.000089%. The cloak was exactly the equipment piece that Lu Chen didn't have. He casually posted the equipment in the trading group. Lin Yingying, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, the three of them were dumbfounded. Wow, another legendary equipment. Your luck is just too good, adoptive father, Lin Yingying exclaimed. Repeatedly, Lu Chang also agreed with Lin Yingying's viewpoint, nodding repeatedly. He was extremely shocked. Good son-in-law, how many legendary items do you have? Now, Lu Chen glanced at his items, the Flame Greatsword, Bloodthirsty Necklace, Song of Life, plus the newly acquired Berserker Cloak. 4. The three of them gasped in unison. Wang Bing was almost in tears. Why is my luck so bad? I'm the only one with green items. Lu Chen comforted him. Maybe there are fewer green items in the chests, so your luck is actually pretty good for getting such a low probability item? Wang Bing, he wore a mournful expression. Foster father, please stop comforting me. If you keep it up, I might just jump off a building. Alright then. Lu Chen complied. Lu Chang then changed the subject. By the way, good son-in-law, what items did this boss drop? This question brought Wang Bing and Lin Yingying back to their senses. They looked at Lu Chen with eager anticipation. That was the final boss. The drop shouldn't be too shabby, right? Lu Chen smiled. I won't post the basic skill stones, but the rest are these two. Lu Chen displayed the little demon shield and the fire resistance potion recipe. After reading it, the three of them widened their eyes, breathing a bit faster. The shield was essential equipment for a defensive warrior, the core of their defense. Not to mention just the little demon shield alone provided armor that rivaled nearly a quarter of Lu Chen's own armor. One must know what kind of equipment Lu Chen had. It was easy to imagine how strong this shield's defense was. With this shield, their team's main tank would definitely find it much easier to withstand monsters. The three of them understood this, and their eyes glinted with greed. As for the fire resistance potion, there was even less to say. Wang Bing and the others had witnessed the boss's fire damage firsthand. With this potion, their success rate against the boss would greatly increase. Moreover, it wasn't just them who needed to fight the boss, other players needed to as well. The market for selling this potion would be huge. Lu Chen said with a smile. By the way, Changgu, the second boss is an ice-type mage little demon. Your ice resistance potion might come in handy. You can have someone make some and lead a team to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's eyes widened with joy. I'll arrange it right away. If they could really defeat it, they would have a stable source of equipment from the boss. This was clearly great news. Wang Bing beside him was turning green with envy, and he flattered, Changgu, you already said before that the ice resistance potions would only be sold to us at cost price. Lu Chang shot a glance at Wang Bing, annoyed. The current production isn't high, and the herbs for making it are in high-level areas. We might not even have enough for ourselves, so we'll sell to you once we have enough. Lin Yingying, hearing about the ice resistance potion, couldn't hold back and quickly asked, Director Lu, can you sell some of that potion to us players for handling the situation? We'll buy it at market price. Lu Chang immediately brightened up. This little girl was competing with his precious daughters for men and wanted him to sell potions too? He forced a smile. Oh, Shaolin, you heard it too. The potion production isn't enough right now, so I can't provide it to you players for handling the situation. Lin Yingying huffed inwardly. She realized that Director Lu clearly thought she had a good relationship with her foster father. If he wouldn't sell, then he wouldn't. I'll just stick to my foster father and drive you crazy. Lu Chen then spoke up. For these two items, what are your offers? Instantly, sparks flashed in the eyes of the three. These two items would greatly enhance the team, and they clearly wouldn't let them go easily. The wealthiest among them, Lu Chang, immediately stated, shield for 200 gold, recipe for 1,300 gold plus 10% profit. Wang Bing grinned, cursing under his breath at how rich this guy was. However, he had to go along with it. These two items were too important. Either one would significantly boost the team. Wang Bing gritted his teeth and said, the shield is 210 gold, the recipe is 1,400 gold plus a 10% profit. Lin Yingying was extremely decisive. I don't want the shield, the recipe is 1,800 gold plus a 20% profit. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lu Chen looked at Lin Yingying in surprise. They never expected her to offer such a high price. Seeing Lu Chen's astonished expression, Lin Yingying flashed him a sweet smile. Hee, earning for my adoptive father is also earning for our own people. Lu Chang was exasperated. Little girl, you can't just say anything. Who's your own person? The recipe is 2,000 gold plus a 25% profit share. The shield is 230 gold. Although Lu Chang had been collecting gold coins, he had spent quite a bit recently on various items, leaving him with just over 2,800 gold coins. He couldn't afford to bid too high, which made him extremely uncomfortable. It seemed he needed to arrange for the gold farming team quickly. Otherwise, if there were good items, he would be at a disadvantage in the competition. Meanwhile, Wang Bing was dumbfounded. Were these two people out of their minds? Collecting gold coins was hard work. Why? Did they act like gold coins were just lying around? He muttered, forget it, you two can fight over the potion recipe. The shield is 250. That's my highest offer. If you want to go higher, strong brother, I'll concede. Hearing this, Lu Chang hesitated. His gold coins were limited, and acquiring more would take time. If the good son-in-law had any more good items, he would be in trouble without gold coins to buy them. He also wanted to save some gold coins for emergencies. Because of this, Lu Chang was unsure whether to continue bidding. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, forget it, I don't want the shield. Lin Yingying had never wanted the shield. Her focus was solely on the recipe. In their player management bureau, there were all kinds of players, especially those focused on life professions, outnumbering the Xianbird army and the Tianyue guild. The potion recipe would definitely be digestible. Lin Yingying had no doubt about that. As for the price being too high, it was money earned by her adoptive father, so earning it was fine. The only problem was that she didn't have many gold coins on hand. The player management bureau, after all, was not like the Xianbird army. As a newly established official organization, although it had received attention and support from Emperor Xia, it still lacked the foundation compared to the Xianbird army. After collaborating with Lu Chen, Lin Yingying had applied for subsidies, but it only amounted to 3,000 gold. The main issue was that the production of gold coins was indeed limited, while the quota for real currency was actually higher. Unfortunately, real currency couldn't be exchanged for gold coins, so it was useless. Lin Yingying's plan was to spend money to buy the recipe now. Buying it would definitely not be a loss, and she intended to use the remaining money to buy forging blueprints. That was the item she needed the most? If the price of this recipe was too high and affected her ability to purchase forging blueprints later, she would have no choice. When Lu Chang offered 2,000 gold coins, Lin Yingying bit her lip. In the end, she calmed down and shook her head. Forget it, I don't want it. Although she really wanted to buy something from her adoptive father, she was also the minister of the Player Management Bureau and couldn't go overboard. As an adult, Lin Yingying had her own sense of moderation. Hearing that Lin Yingying didn't want it, Lu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. If she had offered a higher price, he would have felt a bit pressured. Lu Chen was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect the price of the recipe to be so high. Together, they had over 2 million not counting the profit share. The speed at which money was being made shocked Lu Chen himself. He nodded. In that case, let's make the trade. Deal. After completing the transaction, Lu Chen immediately had 6,000 gold coins in hand. To say he had never had this much money in his life, even combined with his previous life, would be an understatement. Lu Chen spoke up. Alright, the dungeon is cleared, let's head out. The three nodded and followed Lu Chen outside. Lu Chen planned to first tackle the task involving the bone-eating grass as he knew its location. However, he was still unaware of where to find the demonized tiger boss for the warrior mentor's quest. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at the three, asking, by the way, do you know where I can find a demonized tiger? Upon hearing this, the three were taken aback. Demonized tiger? We haven't encountered one yet, Wang Bing slowly replied. Lin Yingying and Lu Chang also shook their heads, indicating they hadn't come across it either. Lin Yingying smiled and said, I'll notify the players' handling department. If anyone has seen a demonized tiger, I'll let you know, adoptive father. Lu Chang and Wang Bing also expressed their desire to keep an eye out. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Alright, I appreciate it. This is the benefit of having connections. If he were to search alone, with the vast area around Silvermoon Village, even riding a demonized wild wolf, he wouldn't know how long it would take. With others helping to look, it would be much easier. By the way, I plan to take on a quest next. I might need someone to trade equipment, so you can send someone over for the handover. Lin Yingying's eyes lit up. Can we go ourselves? Lu Chang and Wang Bing also looked at Lu Chen eagerly. This dungeon had only been going for a little over 10 minutes. The experience they gained was significantly higher than before. If they could farm monsters with Lu Chen, their leveling speed would definitely be faster. Lu Chen was exasperated. What are you thinking? You can't do that in the dungeon. It takes me a long time to run out each time, and you can only enter the dungeon as a team. Outside, you can run freely without a team. Lin Yingying and the others drooped their heads, feeling quite disappointed. They had thought they could tag along with Lu Chen to gain experience. Wang Bing spoke up. Alright, I'll arrange for Jiangsu to continue trading with you later, adoptive father. Lu Chang also said he would still arrange for Li Mu to join. As for Lin Yingying, she blinked and looked at Lu Chen expectantly. Adoptive father, where are you going to do the quest? I'll go farm monsters nearby and then come over to get the equipment. Lu Chen sighed. Aren't you going to level up yourself? With such great talent, it would be a waste not to level up properly. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing and Lu Chang looked at Lin Yingying in surprise. Being called very talented by Lu Chen meant that Lin Yingying's talent was indeed exceptional. Lu Chang felt even more pressure. This little girl was proactive and talented. Wouldn't a good son-in-law feel overwhelmed? Lu Chang hoped Lu Chen would quickly reach level 10 and leave the novice village. That way, they could part ways. And when his two precious daughters left the novice village and faced off against each other, Lu Chang was quite confident in his daughters. Hearing this, Lin Yingying felt a bit downcast. Oh, then I'll just level up nearby and have someone trade for me later. Lu Chen shrugged. Suit yourself. I'm heading to the undead land in the north of the village for a quest. The three looked puzzled at the mention of the undead land, completely unfamiliar with it. However, they did know the direction of the north of the village. Lin Yingying nodded, beaming, indicating she would go north to farm monsters and level up. As for Lu Chang and Wang Bing, they naturally had their own matters to attend to. The four chatted casually and soon exited the dungeon. As soon as they stepped out, Wang Bing and the others felt a wave of envious gazes directed at them. The three were startled. When they realized it was the looks of high-end players outside the dungeon, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Bing puffed out his chest, grinning. These people are just jealous. Jealous that I get to hang out with my adoptive father and earn rewards. Lu Chang said expressionlessly, don't say that. Healing potions? Wang Bing? ? He was instantly pierced to the heart and fell silent. Lu Chen chuckled. Well, I'll be on my way. Goodbye, adoptive father. Lin Yingying waved at Lu Chen with a smile. Wang Bing and Lu Chang also bid farewell to Lu Chen. Lu Chen mounted the demonic wild wolf and ran towards the north of the village. Riding the tall demonic wild wolf dressed in a heavy and fierce little demon outfit, with a scarlet cloak billowing behind him, Lu Chen looked like a general on the battlefield. Lin Yingying gazed at him with starry eyes, as expected of my adoptive father, so handsome. Lu Chang shot a glare at Lin Yingying and turned to leave. As for Wang Bing, he remained silent. The environment in the north of the village was different from that in the east. Not far from the village entrance, there was a river. A wide wooden bridge spanned the river. Beyond the bridge lay vast wasteland, and further away were hills formed by small mounds. Most of the hills were covered in rubble and wild grass, looking far less vibrant than the east of the village, instead appearing quite desolate. There were still quite a few low-level players grinding monsters in the wasteland. However, once they entered the hills, they would find themselves in an area populated by level 5 and above monsters, where players were relatively scarce. Lu Chen understood that most level 5 players had gone to the little demon camp to grind dungeons. This was a normal phenomenon. After all, dungeons were filled with elite monsters, and white items were guaranteed to drop. If luck was on their side, they might even get a green item and strike it rich. Most importantly, since the bosses in the little demon camp were in the fortress, players could avoid aggroing them and just farm the small monsters outside, where there were plenty of elite monsters and good experience. Of course, farming elite monsters was much more profitable. If it weren't for the fact that players could only grind the little demon camp once a day, Lu Chen suspected many would probably just stay in the dungeon all day. The demonic wild wolf was fast, and Lu Chen took advantage of the wild monsters not reacting yet to run past them. Soon, he delved deep into the hills. After running for nearly half an hour, he encountered monsters that were already level 7. The ground in the hills became increasingly barren, even showing signs of decayed gray soil. Before long, Lu Chen saw a large expanse of gray land ahead. Numerous tombstones stood upon this land, and a multitude of undead wandered about. Seeing these undead nearly made Lu Chen vomit. This game was just too realistic. The five senses were not dulled at all, and the smell in this place was incredibly pungent. Moreover, the undead were nothing but skeletons and zombies, still covered in flesh, with maggots wriggling inside the flesh. Lu Chen saw one zombie with an eye hanging out, swaying as it moved. Lu Chen felt numb. A timid person fighting monsters here would probably be scared to death. Horror movies weren't even this terrifying, right? Fortunately, Lu Chen had a decent amount of courage, and with his attributes, even if ghosts did appear, they would have to take a few slaps from him before leaving. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. Silver Moon Skeleton, Elite, Level, 7 Health, 580 Attack, 40 Description, originally a deceased Silver Moon human, corrupted by the power of the undead, transformed into a skeleton. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, revealing a smile. Another elite monster. This meant good loot. He felt delighted. Lu Chen immediately began, as before, to open the drop list, selecting equipment, skill stones, attribute stones, and so on. Although monsters like the Silver Moon Skeleton and Silver Moon Zombie had reached level 7, even level 8, they still couldn't break through Lu Chen's defenses. He easily lured over a dozen monsters and then swept through them, killing them all. After that, it was time to loot and continue selecting drops. The experience from level 7 and 8 elite monsters was considerable. Just earlier, while grinding in the dungeon, Lu Chen had finally leveled up to level 8. However, even now, fighting level 8 elite monsters in groups, his experience bar still moved at a snail's pace. Even leveling up was so difficult. How long would it take an average player to reach level 10 days or half a month? This game was really hard to play. But then he thought, this game was, after all, linked to real life. Attributes. It was already absurd for an ordinary person to become extraordinary in 10 days or half a month. Lu Chen continued grinding, and before long, his backpack was nearly full. Fortunately, Jiang Su, Li Mu, and Lin Yingying's companions had already arrived following the map. The trouble was that the monsters on the map were a bit high in level. However, they were all dressed in green gear, so taking down ordinary monsters that were 1 or 2 levels higher was not a problem. As for the elites in the land of the undead, Lu Chen had already cleared them out, so they didn't need to worry. Time passed, and Lu Chen pushed forward, killing all the elite undead he could see. He didn't forget his task of searching for bone-eating grass. Unfortunately, in the land of the undead, there wasn't even a single weed, let alone bone-eating grass. It was completely lifeless. Lu Chen had no idea where to find this bone-eating grass. Just then, he saw a grayish-white stone tomb ahead, with its large door wide open, and standing beside the door were 2 armored skeleton warriors. He widened his eyes in surprise. It seemed these skeletons were a bit different. Silver Moon Skeleton Warrior, Elite, Level, 8 Health, 640 Attack, 45 Description. Once the guards of General Silvermoon, they transformed into skeleton warriors after being corrupted by the power of the undead. Seeing this description, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Even more. General Silvermoon, just the name sounded like a boss. A boss meant various treasures, and Lu Chen certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. With a sweep, he took down the 2 skeleton warriors and stepped into the tomb's entrance. Inside the tomb, there were stairs leading underground, with torches hanging on both sides of the stairway. The dim yellow light flickered on the torches, creating an interplay of light and shadow in the stairway, as if ghosts were parading. The sound of Lu Chen's armored boots echoed crisply on the stairs as he descended. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, Lu Chen discovered a massive burial chamber. Inside the chamber were numerous coffins, all of which had been opened, with elite undead wandering aimlessly within. These elite undead included skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, skeleton archers, and so on, all level 8 elite monsters. This was quite a good grinding area. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. The monsters were densely packed, and they were all elites. For ordinary players, it would probably be quite difficult to handle. But with Lu Chen's strong attributes and area attack skills, grinding here for a few waves would level him up quickly. The little demon camp could only be cleared once a day. And the monsters there ranged from level 5 to 7, which was somewhat lagging behind Lu Chen's level. He was in urgent need of a new grinding spot, and this place was just perfect. Thus, Lu Chen began his enjoyable monster grinding journey. The burial chamber was roughly 30 to 40 meters in diameter, with 20 to 30 elite undead wandering inside. Lu Chen pulled them all in one wave, then swept through, killing them all. At the end of the chamber was the door to the next burial chamber. Some chambers had several doors leading to different burial chambers. Lu Chen fought his way through, grinding through 5 or 6 chambers in a row, and entered a massive burial chamber. The chamber was filled with rotting corpses and nauseating gray soil. At the end of the chamber stood a particularly tall figure, fat and covered in stitching marks, seemingly sewn together from several corpses. The bloated corpses oozed putrid fluids, and maggots crawled over the gaping, grotesque wounds. Lu Chen nearly vomited at the sight. Ordinary undead were already disgusting, but this creature was even worse. He cast a detection spell. A die, boss, level, 8 health, 7400 attack, 110 description. The favorite pet of the undead mage Mudu Lu Chen, ? What the heck? A pet? This grotesque thing? Lu Chen looked at the pile of rotting flesh before him, unable to comprehend, yet deeply shocked. He had never imagined that someone's aesthetic could be so peculiar as to consider such a thing a pet. And the name was oddly cute? He silently complained in his heart and opened the loot list. The next moment, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The items dropped by this boss include several that are quite suitable for him. Undead warrior armor, fine, chainmail. Defense plus 202, strength plus 7, stamina plus 8, required level 8 undead warrior set, 2/6 health plus 10% undead warrior set, 4/6 health regeneration plus 6 per second. Undead warrior set, 6/6 damage taken reduced by 10 points. A new fine level chainmail set. The little demon engineering set that Lu Chen is currently using is at level 5 to 7, while Lu Chen himself is already at level 8, making his equipment slightly outdated. Now that he has an 8-level set, Lu Chen is, of course, satisfied. In addition to the armor, there are also leg pieces. In fact, this boss drops not only chainmail set pieces but also leather and cloth set pieces, but since Lu Chen can't use those, he naturally chooses chainmail. Besides the chest and leg pieces, Lu Chen opted for a basic skill stone. After that, Lu Chen charged forward. As he got closer to A Dai, the disgusting stench made Lu Chen's face turn pale. But this is a boss, and Lu Chen had no choice but to endure the smell, swinging his flame greatsword repeatedly. Previously, the basic skill stone dropped by Maglon was not used on the Savage Strike. According to Lu Chen's experience, the first few levels of fine level skills can be enhanced with minor skill stones, and using a basic skill stone would be too wasteful. The only skills he can still enhance with a basic skill stone, besides the strike, are the basic regeneration. The basic regeneration is not very useful for Lu Chen. Now, after all, he has lifesteal. So, Lu Chen used the basic skill stone on the strike. Strike max level unleashes a powerful attack dealing 220% damage, with a 30% increase in critical hit chance for the strike. The level 10 strike has reached max level with a damage increase of 220%, which was all expected by Lu Chen. However, what Lu Chen did not anticipate was that the skill actually gained an additional special effect. It increased the critical hit chance of the strike skill by 30%. Lu Chen speculated that skills reaching max level might have special effects. Moreover, this special effect is likely quite strong. It's worth noting that the strike is merely a basic skill, yet it has such a powerful special effect. Other skills should not be weak either, right? This made Lu Chen more cautious, and if possible, he planned to level up his skills to max level first to gain special effects. This way, the skills would be sublimated. As for the Savage Strike, Lu Chen had previously used the minor skill stones obtained from farming skeleton elites to level this skill up to level 4. Savage Strike, level 4, unleashes a savage blow, dealing 210% damage, with a 40% chance to stun the target for 1 second, cooldown time 15 seconds. Compared to the strike, the Savage Strike truly lives up to its fine level skill status, being much stronger. The level 4 damage is almost comparable to the max level strike. Unfortunately, it will require basic skill stones to level up next. At this moment, Lu Chen's flame greatsword, glowing with sword light, struck A Dai. Normal. Attack, strike, savage blow, sweep. The 3-hit combo turned into a 4-hit combo. 302, 1224, 649, 1733. 4 high damage numbers popped up. Among them, the strike and sweep both landed critical hits. The total damage reached 4,000. This exaggerated damage caused A Dai's health to drop by more than half. Instantly. This is the effect of having high skill levels. Each of Lu Chen's attack skills has a high damage increase, and combined with his own strong attributes, the damage dealt is simply terrifying. This is still because A Dai is an 8-level boss with decent defense. If it were a weaker boss, Lu Chen's damage would likely be even higher. If this continues, by the time he raises his basic strength to the maximum of 100 points, equips even more powerful gear, and adds effects like Battle Intent and Warrior's Heart, wouldn't he be able to one-shot a boss of the same level in a single round? Wouldn't that be a bit ridiculous? Of course, after all, it's him who's ridiculous. Even if it gets a little more absurd, Lu Chen feels it's actually fine. But soon, Lu Chen couldn't smile. anymore. His terrifying attack power, accompanied by the sword light, tore through Adai's swollen flesh and the corpse fluid gushed out along with maggots. Lu Chen, ugh, damn it. He immediately vomited. Damn it, can't beat him, so resorting to this mental attack tactic, huh? Lu Chen's armor was splattered with corpse fluid, and his face turned pale. He had never felt this nauseous in his life. Adai, hurt, howled, you hurt Adai. Adai will chop you to death. He swung the small kitchen knife in his hand, attacking Lu Chen with his wound still gushing out exaggeratedly disgusting liquid. Lu Chen's expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge the spurting liquid while continuing to attack. It must be said that the 30% critical hit chance from heavy strikes was really too strong. Coupled with the critical hit chance provided by Lu Chen's current agility, he could land a critical hit once every 2 or 3 attacks. In just a few seconds, he had turned Adai into a pile of mush. Looking at the fallen Adai, Lu Chen couldn't even care about the light orb on the corpse and bent over, retching repeatedly. Why does this damn game have to be so realistic? Fortunately, after a while, the liquid on his battle armor, like the monster's blood, was refreshed. Lu Chen finally felt a bit better. He walked over with some disdain and picked up the light orb on the ground. After equipping the 2 pieces of the Undead Warrior set, Lu Chen's Little Demon set attributes were dismantled. Although he lost the damage boost from the 4-piece Little Demon set, he gained an additional 10% health. However, the attributes of the Undead Warrior set were stronger than those of the Little Demon set, so overall, it was still a significant improvement. Lu Chen casually posted the 2 pieces of the Little Demon Artisan set in the trading group. Instantly, it drew exclamations from Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying. Even Wang Bing, who was also a warrior, was almost going crazy with excitement. With these 2 pieces of equipment, he would take off on the spot. Of course, Lu Chang and Lin Yingying were equally envious. After all, the 2-piece set of the Little Demon set reducing 8 points of damage was really practical, and combined with its strong attributes, equipping it to the main tank would undoubtedly make them much tougher. Lu Chang wanted to buy it, but unfortunately he had just spent a fortune on a recipe and now his gold coins were tight. In the end, Wang Bing bought the 2-piece set. Wang Bing was extremely excited. With the 2-piece Little Demon Artisan set plus the Little Demon Shield, the main tank can definitely hold up. We can also take on the 2 bosses ahead. Lu Chang felt a bit envious. If only I had a bit more gold, I would let you gloat a bit. While sending messages, Lu Chang turned to Nan Gongli. Has the gold farming team been arranged? Nan Gongli nodded. It's already arranged. Ah, I didn't expect my good son-in-law to come up with such a fine set of gear. I can't believe I don't have the money to buy it. Lu Chang lamented. At this moment, Lin Yingying curiously asked, by the way, adoptive father, if you sell this equipment, what will you use yourself? Lu Chen posted the 2-piece Undead Warrior set in the group. Instantly, the trading group fell silent and then the 3 sent a series of question marks. Lu Chen was overjoyed, showing off +1. Closing the chat group, Lu Chen used the basic skill Stone on the Savage Strike. The stun chance of Savage Strike reached 50%. There was a half chance to stun the target, which was already very useful in battle. Lu Chen happily continued to grind monsters. After clearing a few more tombs, Lu Chen encountered a room with a boss. It was a skeleton warrior clad in black armor, wielding a blazing greatsword. Heck, boss, level 8 health, 7600 attack, 110 introduction, a warrior among the Silvermoon humans, corrupted by the breath of death after his demise, transformed into a bewildered soul. The necromancer Mudu came to this place and tamed him. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. It's that necromancer Mudu again. Who exactly is this guy? It seems he is also in this tomb? This was originally supposed to be the burial ground of the Silvermoon humans. It was bad enough that it was corrupted by the breath of the undead, but it even attracted a necromancer to enslave the souls. Looking at the pale soul, fire burning in hex eye sockets, Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder if his soul was still within the skeletal body, enduring endless torment. Lu Chen shook his head and didn't think too much about it. He opened the loot list. Lu Chen noticed a pattern. The bosses in this tomb seemed to all drop the Undead Warrior set. The previous DUI dropped a chest piece and leggings, while this heck dropped a helmet and shoulder pads. Lu Chen still didn't have a helmet and shoulder pads, so he decisively selected them. As for the last slot, he reserved it for a basic skill stone. Hex strength was similar to DUI's, with slightly stronger defense, but it made no difference to Lu Chen. In his view, heck was actually easier to deal with than DUI. After all, at least this heck wasn't as disgusting. Hex skill was to summon skeleton warriors, but unfortunately for Lu Chen, with one sweep, everything was gone. As for Hex skill, when his health dropped to 10%, Lu Chen didn't get to see it. Because with one heavy critical hit plus a normal attack, he directly took away more than 15% of Hex health. He didn't even have time to use his final ultimate move before he collapsed. Lu Chen felt regret and guilt about this. Picking up the dropped equipment, Lu Chen immediately equipped it. As for the basic skill stone, Lu Chen continued to use it on the Savage Strike, leveling it up to level 6, increasing both damage and stun duration. After killing Heck, Lu Chen continued to clear the tomb. As he delved deeper, the level of the undead had already reached level 9. This was one level higher than Lu Chen's level. Of course, it didn't matter to Lu Chen. He continued to use his invincible mowing technique, sweeping through effortlessly. There were too many drops from the elite monsters, forcing Lu Chen to call over Li Mu and the others to trade. When Li Mu, Jiang Su, and a young player named Fang Qi, who was called over by Lin Yingying, arrived at the tomb, they were all a bit surprised. After all, this place was too eerie. Jiang Su was fine, being a female soldier, her psychological resilience was decent. But Li Mu's face turned a bit pale from fear and she had to stick closely to Jiang Su to feel a little better. Fang Qi wasn't too brave either, his face also a bit white. As they walked, they saw numerous level 8 and even level 9 elite undead corpses on the ground, and their feelings gradually shifted from tension and fear to numbness, mixed with shock. So many elite undead, and Lu Chen had managed to kill them all in such a short time. Just how strong is he? Soon they would find out just how strong Lu Chen really was. As they approached Lu Chen, they happened to see him sweep through and instantly kill about 20 undead. Looking at the neatly fallen level 9 elite undead, the three of them were momentarily stunned. Especially Li Mu, her eyes nearly filled with tears. Mr. Lu. She ran over, her eyes fixed on Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. Are beauties nowadays this bold? Jiang Su and Fang Qi followed behind. Jiang Su saluted Lu Chen, her expression as serious as ever. Mr. Lu. Fang Qi, who was just an ordinary person and could be considered a high-level player in the game, had just joined the Player Management Bureau. His eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Lu Chen. Fang Qi had played many online games before, and as a high-level player and a paying player, he knew just how difficult this game was. It was precisely because of this that he understood just how powerful Lu Chen truly was. The gap between heaven and earth left Fang Qi with nothing but admiration. Envy was out of the question. In fact, it wasn't just Fang Qi who among the Player Management Bureau didn't admire Lu Chen. Some were genuinely impressed by Lu Chen, while others were influenced by Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying could be said to be Lu Chen's #1 fan, never failing to mention her adoptive father in every third sentence. She had even started thinking about forming a support group for her adoptive father and had already inquired internally for their opinions. Every time they came to trade with Lu Chen, it was always the people from the Player Management Bureau who rushed over. Fang Qi had only gotten this opportunity because her skills were decent. Of course, every time she came over, the long run wasted some leveling time, but there was compensation for that. That was, green equipment would be prioritized. This was one of the reasons. Adoptive father, we're here. Lu Chen nodded. Let's trade. After the three finished trading, Lu Chen's backpack emptied again. At that moment, Jiang Su looked around, a bit curious, and asked, Mr. Lu, where is this place? Lu Chen shook his head. I'm not quite sure either. It should be a problem area left behind after the invasion of the undead aura in Silver Moon Village. Jiang Su pondered for a moment, then spoke up. Mr. Lu, I have an idea, not sure if it's right. Lu Chen smiled. Go ahead. Jiang Su's eyes sparkled. Mr. Lu, when you found the little demon camp back then, you fought your way through like this too, right? Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback, then slightly widened his eyes. Wait a minute, when he destroyed the little demon camp, it seemed that after clearing the camp, a dungeon appeared? This place, could it be the same? Lu Chen's expression became a bit strange. If that were the case, then perhaps Silver Moon Village would have another dungeon. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful. What a pity. Li Mu finally found an opportunity to interject. What does Mr. Lu regret? Lu Chen smiled. I regret that discovering the dungeon doesn't come with system rewards, otherwise, I could have brought you along and given you some rewards. These three had been running around, working hard. Lu Chen certainly didn't think it was a big deal to help out. Unfortunately, the last time they discovered the little demon camp dungeon, there were no rewards, and even if this really was a dungeon, it probably wouldn't have any rewards either. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Mu and the others stiffened. They felt a pang in their chests. It felt like they had missed out on millions. It was too heartbreaking. The three left, disheartened, while Lu Chen shook his head and continued to grind monsters. As one tomb after another was cleared, Lu Chen delved deeper, finding that there was only one path left. He made his way inside, arriving at the deepest tomb. It was a hall about 100 meters square. At the innermost part of the hall was a tall platform, on which sat a metallic chair. On the chair sat a skeletal figure clad in pitch-black armor, wielding a great sword. On either side of the hall stood 8 elite undead. These elite undead included warriors, mages, archers, and other professions. They stood there, silent as statues. Lu Chen cast a detection spell, and Luo, high-level boss, level 9 health, 15,000 attack, 160 description. In life, he was a general among the humans of Silver Moon, buried here. The undead mage Mu Du came here and transformed him into his most prized bodyguard, another high-level boss. And to be honest, these stats are a bit exaggerated. A full 15,000 health and 160 damage. Even Lu Chen couldn't help but frown, unsure if he could withstand the hits. Anyway, he would try it first. If he couldn't withstand it, he could always fall back on his old tricks and use a weakening scroll. After all, he still had some weakening scrolls on hand. Lu Chen opened the loot list. Soon, his eyes lit up, revealing a smile. Just as he thought, the first time fighting a high-level boss, the dropped items were excellent. The first item was still a purple legendary item, however. What disappointed Lu Chen a bit was that it was not equipment, but a skill stone. A mid-level skill stone. Although Lu Chen felt somewhat let down that it wasn't equipment, the mid-level skill stone was still very useful for him at this stage. Many of his powerful skills required mid-level skill stones to upgrade. Without hesitation, Lu Chen decisively chose the mid-level skill stone. After that, he looked down and his eyes lit up, discovering another very useful item. Equipment blueprint, glimmering greatsword. Fine. After use, it allows the user to learn the forging method of the glimmering greatsword. Learning requirement: blacksmith. Drop rate 0.000021%. It was actually an equipment blueprint. Just like potion recipes, equipment blueprints are also extremely precious treasures for crafting professions. One can imagine that this item could sell for quite a bit. Lu Chen thought of the uncle from the Player Management Bureau, who had the talent to increase forging success rates. If that uncle got this blueprint, he could probably forge quite a few glimmering greatswords, right? That would be a good thing for the entire Great Xia. Lu Chen selected this blueprint, and there was one more item left, so he made his choice. Basement key. Unique, can be used to open the basement door. Another unique type of item. Moreover, it was a key that could open the basement. Lu Chen recalled the introduction of the 3 bosses he encountered earlier, which all mentioned that necromancer, Mudu, perhaps that guy was in the basement? Unique items are very precious, so Lu Chen certainly had no reason to hesitate. After making his selections, Lu Chen also finished choosing the drops from the nearby undead guards. Then, he stepped into the hall. The undead's alert range was not large, and the hall was quite spacious. The undead guards on both sides and the boss on the platform were surprisingly not disturbed. Lu Chen took the initiative to attack. He killed all the undead guards on both sides, and after collecting the drops, he charged towards Enluo on the platform. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the burning soulfire in Enluo's eyes suddenly intensified. He stood up, his towering figure, over 2 meters tall, appeared majestic, and he raised his greatsword. Enluo roared, "Bold thief, do not act recklessly." He leaped down from the platform, raising his greatsword to deliver a downward slash at Lu Chen. A wisp of gray-black mist surrounded the greatsword, and the overwhelming pressure made Lu Chen's heart race. Skills. As expected of a high-level boss, he started with a skill right away. Lu Chen had no time to dodge and could only raise his flame greatsword to block Enluo's strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Lu Chen felt a tremendous force hit him, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the stone floor beneath his feet. He staggered back repeatedly, finally dissipating the force. Even so, Lu Chen's hands still felt a bit sore and numb. -394. A high amount of damage floated above Lu Chen's head. He was somewhat surprised. After all, he had blocked it. Even so, he took such high damage. If he had taken the hit directly, the damage would have been even higher. Truly, a level 9 high-level boss. With a level higher than his, this damage was simply outrageous. After blocking, Lu Chen charged forward, swinging the flame greatsword at Enluo. However, to Lu Chen's astonishment, even though the Silver Moon General was dead, his combat experience was extremely rich. The greatsword in his hand swung continuously, managing to block Lu Chen's attacks one after another. The sounds of clashing swords echoed incessantly. -120, -227, -245, -521. Due to the blocks, the damage Lu Chen dealt was significantly reduced. The 4 consecutive hits that could deal 4,000 damage against other bosses only dealt 1,000 damage here. This was due to both the blocks and Enluo's own formidable defense. With over 1,000 damage, Lu Chen's lifesteal only recovered a little over 100, barely enough to restore the health he had lost to Enluo. Earlier. Lu Chen frowned, drank a bottle of healing potion, and his health was nearly full again. Lu Chen and Enluo exchanged attacks, both of them striking and dodging. The battle was incredibly intense. Enluo's skill damage was extremely high, but his normal attacks were still bearable for Lu Chen. After being blocked by Lu Chen, the damage dealt was just over 100. After such a long fight, combined with the continuous increase in his agility attribute, Lu Chen was able to dodge some attacks. This made the damage he received acceptable. Even though Lu Chen used healing potions, along with his basic regeneration and the 4-piece set effect of the undead warrior that provided 6 health points per second, his health was still slowly declining. However, the rate of decline was still manageable. The cooldown for the sweeping attack was 10 seconds, while the cooldown for the brutal strike was 15 seconds. During the cooldown of these 2 skills, Lu Chen could only deal damage through normal attacks and heavy strikes. Therefore, Enluo's health was also declining slowly. After nearly 30 seconds, Lu Chen's health dropped below half, while Enluo still had 60% health remaining. Lu Chen took out a weakness scroll and used it on Luo. Then he began his old routine, kiting. At this moment, Lu Chen's health had exceeded 3,000, but with his basic regeneration and the effect of the undead warrior, 4-piece set, he could recover 13 health points per second. Coupled with a high-quality apprentice healing potion, it wasn't long before Lu Chen's health was fully restored. Then he charged towards Luo again. When Luo's health dropped below 50%, the soul fire in his eyes burned fiercely, filled with rage. I am immortal. He raised his great sword, and in the next moment fragments of bones appeared around him. The bone fragments seemed to have a consciousness of their own, blocking Lu Chen's attacks. Each of Lu Chen's strikes was intercepted by a bone fragment, causing the damage to drop to over 20 points. This made Lu Chen's eyes widen. What a powerful defensive skill. Fortunately, Luo's bone fragments were limited, only 10 in total. After blocking 10 attacks, the bone fragments disappeared. This did not have a decisive impact on the battle. However, as Luo's health dropped below half, he began to use that initial attack skill more frequently. The pressure on Lu Chen's health increased significantly. Fortunately, with the weakness scroll, this was not a major problem for Lu Chen. At worst, it would just take a bit more time. After a minute, Luo's health dropped to 10%. The soul fire in Luo's eyes burned even more fiercely. A gray-green mist swirled around his great sword. My soldiers, fight for me. Fight for the silver moon. Kill the evil before us. The gray-green mist thickened. The sound of footsteps echoed, and one after another, skeletal elites emerged from the mist. They responded to Luo's call. Lu Chen was left speechless. The Silver Moon humans have long perished. By the way, aren't you the evil now? Still moving around even after dying? The words of evil cannot shake my will. Lu Chen's words seemed to infuriate Luo. He became even angrier and, along with the skeletal elites, roared and charged at Lu Chen. And Luo's attack power seemed to have increased, forcing Lu Chen to retreat repeatedly. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that for Lu Chen, summoning minions was actually a way to heal himself. The minions could hardly deal any damage to Lu Chen, and with a sweeping attack, all the minions were killed. Instead, the massive damage from the sweeping attack filled his health completely. This saved him a lot of kiting time. From the gray-green mist, minions kept rushing out, seemingly without stopping. Although they didn't come out quickly, for an average player team, dealing with minions while also facing a raging boss would be quite troublesome. But for Lu Chen, it was even easier. When he ran out of health, Lu Chen attacked the minions to heal, and in just over 10 seconds, he managed to withstand the onslaught and kill Luo. Luo let out a scream, his bones shattering into pieces and falling to the ground. The gray-green mist also gradually dissipated. With Luo's death, Lu Chen exhaled, stepped forward to pick up the 3 dropped items, but as soon as he picked them up, the pale soul fire suddenly ignited. Lu Chen was taken aback, gripping the blazing greatsword tightly, watching the soul fire warily. The soul fire surged, transforming into the figure of a middle-aged silver moon human. Lu Chen frowned, keeping a cautious eye on this middle-aged human. The human looked at Lu Chen with a gentle expression and a smile. He bowed to Lu Chen and slowly said, I am Luo. Thank you, my friend, for rescuing my soul from endless torment. Lu Chen was stunned, examining the middle-aged human ghost before him. He didn't expect this to be Luo, the bones on the ground. He smiled and said, it was just a coincidence, no need to thank me. And Luo shook his head, looking at Lu Chen, and slowly said, I fought and died as a silver moon human in 100 battles in this life, but I never expected that after death I would tarnish the souls and bodies of the warriors. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to return to myself. Lu Chen smiled, since your soul has been freed, then dissipate. And Luo's expression turned serious. There is still one thing I cannot let go. Lu Chen was taken aback. What is it? And Luo's face showed resentment. The reason I have suffered such torment is because of the necromancer's doing. He is in the basement of the tomb, and I hope you can kill that necromancer and avenge me. I will teach you one of my strongest skills. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. A quest. Lu Chen nodded repeatedly. No problem, I was going to kill that necromancer anyway. And Luo smiled. However, I hope you can complete the task quickly. My soul has lost its physical support and lacks the stability of necromantic spells and is about to dissipate. If you cannot return within half an hour, I fear I won't be able to reward you. Ding, quest discovered, kill the mastermind. Do you accept? Quest, kill the mastermind, unique description, Silver Moon General. And Luo hopes you can kill the mastermind, the necromancer Mudu, to honor the tortured souls of him and the Silver Moon warriors. Note 1, this quest has a time limit of half an hour. Note 2, this quest is extremely difficult. It is best to bring your companions. Reward, experience points, skill copper skin iron, bones. Lu Chen grinned. Another unique quest. The reward was actually a high-quality skill book. Not bad at all. However, the only trouble was that the quest had a time limit of only half an hour. Lu Chen didn't waste any more time. He nodded seriously. I understand. Which way to the basement? And Luo pointed to the metal chair on the high platform and said, the entrance is under the chair. You have the key. The keyhole is on the left armrest of the chair. As long as you open the entrance, you can enter the basement. Lu Chen was taken aback by this. He pondered for a moment. So that's how it is. This quest requires him to obtain the key to the basement to activate it, right? Otherwise, even if Enluo's soul came out, if Lu Chen didn't have the key, he wouldn't be able to open the basement door. If he couldn't open the basement door, he certainly wouldn't be able to kill that necromancer Mudu. In that case, there would definitely be no quest. Lu Chen felt pleased. Indeed, it was fortunate that he chose a unique item. This was equivalent to indirectly obtaining a high-quality skill, along with a large amount of experience. A great deal. Lu Chen nodded. I understand. He looked at his backpack. The key was a long hexagonal cylinder. He went up to the high platform and saw a hexagonal recess on the left armrest of the metal chair. Lu Chen placed the cylinder into the recess, and it fit perfectly. He turned the cylinder, and suddenly, a clicking sound was heard. Then, the ground beneath the chair began to rotate, moving the chair aside and revealing a passageway. Beneath it, the passageway had a staircase leading down, with torches placed on either side. The flames burning on these torches were not red, but a pale color, giving off an extremely cold atmosphere. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and stepped toward the basement. The staircase descended, and before long, he reached the end. At the end was a massive cavern. Stalactites hung down from above, while the floor was covered with stalagmites. In the center of the cavern, there was a platform engraved with a sickly green magic circle. Surrounding the magic circle were various skulls inscribed with runes. Sitting cross-legged in the center was a young man dressed in a black robe, his face deathly pale. This young man emitted a gray-green glow, appearing incredibly sinister. Lu Chen quietly hid behind a stalactite and cast a detection spell. Mudu, high-level boss/lord, status, evolving level, 10 health, 75,000 attack, 250 description, an apprentice. Necromancer from the Pale Cult, a wanted criminal in Dahu City, hiding in this land of the undead, hoping to evolve to the next tier. Lu Chen? Seeing Mudu's attributes, a question mark slowly formed in his mind. What the hell? A mage with 75,000 health? And what's with the 250 attack? This game must be a joke. It's so unfair. How can there be a quest that throws such an exaggerated boss at him? How is he supposed to fight this? Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. His gaze flickered as he looked at Mudu, feeling somewhat hesitant. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen didn't think he could defeat the monster before him. Even if he could position himself, it wouldn't work. But now, seeing Mudu's status, a tiny thought sparked in his mind. Evolving. If he interrupted Mudu's evolution, it should affect his status, right? Normally, a boss monster at level 10 wouldn't have such high health. The monster's tier also indicated this. It showed that Mudu was indeed a boss, and if he evolved to the next tier, he would become a lord. Now he was just one step away, which explained the exaggerated health and attack. But what if Lu Chen interrupted his evolution? His gaze flickered. If the impact wasn't significant, Lu Chen was basically doomed. He might as well wait to die. The weakness scroll had already weakened its effect on high-level bosses, and it was likely ineffective against Mudu. He wouldn't even be able to escape. But if it was effective, a boss of such high level should drop some good items, right? With that thought, Lu Chen opened Mudu's drop list. At the very top, a bright golden glow made Lu Chen's eyes widen. He made up his mind. He was going all in. Wailing Soul, Epic, Accessory, each attack will ensnare the target with Wailing Souls, dealing 50 points of death damage per second, lasting for 1 minute, stacking up to 20 layers. Required level 10. This equipment left Lu Chen dumbfounded. With 50 damage per layer, stacking 20 layers meant 1000 damage per second, and it lasts for a minute. As long as he stacked it to 20 layers, even if Lu Chen didn't attack, he could still deal 60,000 damage within a minute. Even if some damage was mitigated by defense, it was still incredibly powerful. No wonder it was epic level equipment. Although it had just this one effect, it was simple and brutal. Even after seeing so many good items, Lu Chen was now very eager for this equipment. Besides this epic item, there were several other purple items, as well as unique items. There were so many good things that Lu Chen was almost drooling. Pale Cult Insignia, Legendary, proof of membership in the Pale Cult, grants rewards to the guards of Dahu City. Mudu's emblem, unique. Mudu is a wanted criminal in Dahu City. If you can obtain his emblem, you can claim rewards in Dahu City. Although he didn't know what the rewards were, unique items definitely wouldn't be bad. The Pale Cult's mark, related to the factions in the game, and even needing to go to Great Martial City to claim rewards, should be quite good. Lu Chen thought for a moment and selected both of these options. After making his selections, Lu Chen initially thought that was the end. However, to his surprise, he could select one more item. Lu Chen was a bit taken aback, but then he understood. Since Mu was already in the process of advancing to a lord, it was likely that Mu was considered a lord monster, and the drops were calculated according to the 4 items of a lord monster. This was, of course, good news for Lu Chen. He looked at the other legendary items. Most were legendary equipment, and to his dismay, these Legendary pieces were all mage gear, including items like skulls that could only be used by the necromancer class. Completely useless to Lu Chen. In the end, he chose a mid-level skill stone. With all 4 drop items selected, Lu Chen planned to prepare for the next steps. Previously, An Luo had dropped a mid-level skill stone, which Lu Chen had not yet used. He directly applied it to the Heart of the Warrior. As an epic level skill, the Heart of the Warrior was the most comprehensive and powerful. After upgrading to level 3, its effects were even stronger. Heart of the Warrior, level 3, passive skill, you have comprehended the essence of the warrior's path, increasing all attributes by 30%, damage dealt by 30%, movement speed by 15%, and reducing damage taken by 9%. With these attributes, Lu Chen's health successfully broke through 4,000 in combat. The damage reduction and increased movement speed were very beneficial for Lu Chen during combat maneuvers. It might even become the key to victory. Lu Chen thought for a moment and also used the apprentice scrolls for strength and endurance, and then he used a shield scroll. Although it only added 100 points to his shield, it was better than nothing. He used all available means. After using these, Lu Chen still felt a bit anxious. After all, if he died, it would waste an hour of game time. But upon careful consideration, if he succeeded, there would be not only these treasures but also a skill book. Although the risk was high, it was worth a shot. If one were to hesitate in everything, then even when opportunities presented themselves, they would be unable to seize them. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Gritting his teeth, he charged directly at Mu within the magic circle. However, just as he charged to the edge of Mu's magic circle, it suddenly shimmered with a green glow, and the wails of vengeful spirits echoed. Green apparitions lunged toward Lu Chen. The vengeful spirits passed through Lu Chen's chainmail and body, a bone-chilling cold rising from his heart. A high damage number floated above Lu Chen's head. -1022. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Before the fight even began, he had already lost a quarter of his health. However, his expression quickly turned steely. The arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. With a charge, Lu Chen slammed into Mu. Within the magic circle, Mu had just opened his eyes and hadn't had time to react when Lu Chen's blazing greatsword came crashing down. Normal attack, heavy strike, barbaric blow, sweep. Perhaps because Mu was in the process of advancing, in the basement, and under the protection of the magic circle, he was completely unprepared. Each strike was a blood-red critical hit. -822, -1690, -1883, -1876. In less than a second, the blazing greatsword left a trail of afterimages, and Mu directly lost 6,000 health. This made Lu Chen breathe a sigh of relief. At the very least, Mu's defense didn't seem very high. However, this amount of health was not fatal for Mu, who had over 70,000 health. But the next moment, Mu's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, veins appearing. "Damn bastard! Look at what you've done! Ah!" he roared, the gray green mist swirling, coughing up blood repeatedly, and a few grotesque cracks appeared on his body. "Ding, the undead mage Mudu was ambushed by you, suffering a backlash, severely injured, with all attributes reduced by 50%, and unable to act for 30 seconds. Lu Chen's eyes immediately lit up. What the hell? 30 seconds of inability to act? Is this a blessing? Lu Chen swung his greatsword vigorously, repeatedly striking Mudu, who looked like he was about to explode with rage. At the same time, Lu Chen cast a detection spell on Mudu. Mudu, high-level boss/lord. Status, severely injured from backlash, unable to act, level 10 health, 37,500 attack, 125 description, an apprentice undead mage from the Pale Church. A wanted criminal in Dawes City, hiding in this land of the undead hoping to advance to the first rank. Lu Chen's mouth nearly stretched to the back of his head. Forget about the 30 seconds of inability to act. Even without that time, with Mudu's current attack attributes, even with over 30,000 health, he was still easy prey for Lu Chen. Of course, Mudu had no chance left. Lu Chen discovered that against Mudu, who was unable to act, he could deal critical hits with every strike. His health wasn't just decreasing, it was completely collapsing. In just about 20 seconds, Mudu's health was drained to zero. He looked at Lu Chen with deep resentment. I, damn you. In a furious growl, Mudu lost his life. Lu Chen looked at the corpse on the ground, feeling quite angry. This guy, dying is one thing, but why is he still cursing? How rude. However, when he saw the 4 glowing orbs, 1 gold and 3 purple, floating out from Mudu's body, Lu Chen's anger dissipated. Although this guy was quite impolite, he was indeed wealthy. Considering the many treasures he dropped for Lu Chen, he decided to let it slide and not hold a grudge. Lu Chen happily thought about equipping the soul morning accessory. Ding, player level insufficient. To equip this item, Lu Chen's smile froze? Oh, he forgot, he was only level 8. How could he possibly use a level 10 accessory? He felt foolish. He, an 8-level player, had just defeated a level 10 lord, but what good was that? He couldn't even equip the loot? Just then, a grand system announcement echoed again. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding, congratulations to player Lu Chen for his first kill of a lord-level monster. Reward, 200 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, legendary chest *1, Dota City reputation plus 150. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding, congratulations to player Lu Chen for his first kill of a lord-level monster. Reward, 200 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, legendary chest *1, Dota City reputation plus 150. The system announcements resounded throughout the Yuanqing region. All Yuanqing human players, regardless of their location, reacted in unison. One by one, they were all stunned. Ha! What was that? Did I hear wrong? A lord? Lu Chen actually managed to kill a lord already? How is that possible? In the Barren Empire region, Adams and a group of high-level players looked utterly shocked. They had been searching for bosses during this time, hoping to obtain good equipment. Of course, they had indeed gathered a lot of green gear. However, they couldn't even defeat high-level bosses. If high-level bosses were this strong, one could only imagine how powerful lords were. How did Lu Chen manage to do it? They couldn't comprehend at all. He's too strong, we can't compete. A tall, slender blonde youth beside Adams said bitterly. The others fell silent, exchanging glances without answering. When Lu Chen first made the system announcement, they thought he was impressive, but they didn't feel like he was out of their reach. At that time, they were all very confident, believing they were no worse than anyone else. But with each successive system announcement, their confidence gradually crumbled. The strength Lu Chen displayed far exceeded their imagination. Even Adams wore a somber expression. He fell silent for a moment, unable to help but mutter to himself, what kind of soul talent does he possess? How can it be so powerful? Not only in the Barren Empire, but also in the Lionheart Kingdom, the Karadusi Kingdom, and other star nations, all the strong were buzzing with discussion. Even within the Great Xia Kingdom, players from various families and major groups were all thinking about how to befriend Lu Chen. To have killed a lord just the second day in, it was truly outrageous. Besides the players, locals from various novice villages and main cities were also looking up at the sky. In the Lord's Mansion of Great Wu City, a stunning woman with a silver horn on her forehead and long silver hair stood with her hands clasped behind her back at the window. She was the Lord of Great Wu City, silver-horned human, Inuehan. Looking out at the azure sky, her golden vertical pupils flickered. Lu Chen, it's only the second day of the novice public test on the Hunter continent and already a player capable of killing a lord has appeared? The Yuanqing humans. I've never heard of anyone from this region before, yet such a monster has emerged. If this can be sustained, the future is extraordinary. She murmured to herself, lost in thought. Many local powerhouses shared the same sentiment as Inuehan. Lu Chen's name had officially entered the sights of the local forces in the game. Lu Chen himself hadn't expected to receive a system announcement again. He had thought that this didn't count as a proper lord. If it were a true lord, then a system announcement after the kill would certainly be normal. But this guy was clearly still in the process of advancing, right? Did this still count? Lu Chen hadn't anticipated such good luck. He felt delighted. Killing this Mudo hadn't taken much effort at all. It was almost like a free reward. At that moment, Lu Chen's communication system beeped. It was easy to guess that Wang Bing and the others were probably going crazy. Lu Chen chuckled to himself and ignored them. First, he needed to turn in the quest. After all, it had a time limit. Lu Chen jogged out of the basement. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Enluo waiting, looking anxious. When Enluo saw Lu Chen come out, he was momentarily stunned, a bit shocked. Friend, how did you come out so quickly? Could it be that the necromancer has already advanced? Enluo had some memory of the past, knowing that the necromancer had come here to break through to the first tier. Lu Chen was also a bit taken aback. He looked at Enluo and asked, didn't you hear the system announcement? It shouldn't be, right? The old village chief and the others could all hear the system announcements, right? Why couldn't Enluo hear it? Could it be because he had died in this world too, leaving only a wisp of his remaining soul so he couldn't hear it? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Enluo froze for a moment, then he understood something. His eyes widened in disbelief. System announcement? You've already killed that necromancer? Lu Chen nodded. Yeah. Lu Chen took out the Mudu's emblem, a white metal plate with Mudu's likeness on. This should be something generated by the system. Upon seeing the emblem, Enluo immediately believed Lu Chen's words. He was somewhat shocked. In such a short time, you've actually killed a high-tier boss? I didn't expect you to be so powerful, friend. Lu Chen smiled but didn't mention that Mudu was already in the process of advancing. He had only killed Mudu due to a stroke of luck. He said, the quest is complete, you can go in peace now. Enluo nodded, then spoke, yes, I can go in peace now. Silver Moonstar has been swallowed by the ravages of demonic energy and I couldn't protect Silver Moonstar. Friend, I hope you can protect your own tribe well. This skill might help you a bit. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a skill book appeared in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the skill book and nodded earnestly. Thank you. The system prompts that his task has been completed, and the experience bar has surged significantly. Perhaps it was because this was the only task and it involved a lord in the process of advancement, so the experience gained was higher than that of the previous unique tasks. This also brought Lu Chen one step closer to level 9. I'm leaving now, and Luo smiled slightly, her expression relieved. At that moment, Lu Chen thought of something and hurriedly said, by the way, General and Luo, do you know where I can find bone-corroding grass? He hadn't forgotten that he had come to this cursed place to search for bone-corroding grass. In the end, he had almost turned the entire undead land upside down but still hadn't found it. He was feeling a bit dazed, and Luo was taken aback and pointed to a dark corner of the hall. Isn't that bone-corroding grass over there? Lu Chen? ? He followed in Luo's and looked over. The corner of the hall was very dim, and there was a small grass only 10 centimeters tall, entirely black, growing against the corner. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Growing in such a cursed place and looking so ordinary, who could find it? Lu Chen smiled at Luo and gratefully said, thank you very much. And Luo chuckled lightly, her already ethereal form becoming even fainter, her body starting to dissolve into tiny specks of light, drifting in all directions. And Luo's expression was relieved as she looked up at the top of the tomb, seemingly able to see the sky outside. In her eyes, there appeared to be a patch of blue sky and white clouds. In Silver Moonstar, in her own garden, she sat leaning against her husband, basking in the sun. Not far away, their young and adorable daughter was swinging, her laughter floating in the spring breeze. That was the most beautiful scene in her memory. Now, she was going to meet the person she wanted to see the most. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding. Player Lu Chen has opened the Silver Moon Village instance. Tomb of the Silver Moon. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding. Player Lu Chen has opened the Silver Moon Village instance. Tomb of the Silver Moon. Yuanqing players? Wait, is this ever going to end? The announcement of just defeating the Lord has barely finished and here comes another one? What are the strong players of our barren empire doing? Why is there still no system announcement? Why wasn't I born in Silver Moon Village? 2 instances. There are actually 2 instances, damn it. All players in the Yuanqing region had red eyes. Not to mention players from other countries, even players from the Great Xia Empire were filled with envy and jealousy at this moment. Why wasn't Lu Chen in their novice village? Silver Moon Village actually had 2 instances. Those bastards in Silver Moon Village had so many places to farm monsters and gear, and they didn't even have a single instance. Why is the gap between people so huge? The private message notifications for Lu Chen had just calmed down a bit but suddenly became even more intense. Lu Chen had originally suspected this was an instance, but after defeating the final boss, it hadn't opened. He thought he might have guessed wrong. It seemed that the instance could only be opened after completing the task. Lu Chen was, of course, happy about this. After all, instances meant that the bosses here could be farmed repeatedly, and he hadn't even gathered the full undead warrior set yet. Moreover, the final undead mage Mudu was a lord, and a relatively easy one to defeat. This was equivalent to high-level equipment. Just thinking about it made him excited. Lu Chen planned to handle his gains first before replying to Wang Bing and the others' private messages. This time, the rewards were indeed substantial. Excluding the system rewards, the most precious item was undoubtedly the epic accessory, Wailing Soul. Unfortunately, he didn't have a high enough level to equip it yet. The Pale Churchmark, legendary, and Mudu's emblem, unique, were obviously good items as well. However, these required going to the Great Martial City to use, which was also temporarily unavailable to Lu Chen. The only item dropped by the final boss that he could use was the intermediate skill stone. Lu Chen wanted to use it on the heart of the warrior, but the system prompted that the skill stone level was insufficient. This left Lu Chen feeling a bit frustrated. Intermediate skill stones are not enough, what can he say? Truly an epic ability. Since the heart of the warrior cannot be upgraded for now, Lu Chen can only invest in other skills. In the end, Lu Chen chose Battle Intent, raising it to level 8. Battle Intent, level 8 passive skill. After entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 80%. Although this boost is not as good as the Heart of the Warrior, an 80% increase in all attributes is still quite impressive. Lu Chen expressed his satisfaction. The remaining reward is in Luo's Harvest, the equipment blueprint for the Glimmering Greatsword, which should sell for a good amount. He would consider that later. Then there's the skill book obtained from Luo's quest. Copperskin Iron Bones, level 1, passive skill, stamina plus 5, strength plus 5, damage taken reduced by 5 points. Learning condition. All classes. Lu Chen didn't expect it to be a skill book for all classes. However, Copperskin Iron Bones is indeed quite good. Both strength and stamina increased by 5 points, which is very practical, especially the reduction in damage taken. A full 5 points less, and if he gathers the Undead Warrior set, the 6-piece set can further reduce it by 10 points. That's a total of 15 points. Now, even the level 10 elite monsters can deal damage to Lu Chen. This made Lu Chen feel a bit insecure. He still needs to level up this skill. When he was farming elite monsters before, he obtained quite a few minor skill stones, all of which were used to upgrade his charge skill. His charge has now been raised to level 9. Minor skill Stone Charge, level 9. The warrior charges at the enemy, approaching them at high speed, stunning the enemy for 1 second, cooldown time 11 seconds. After this, the charge skill, like Heavy Strike, will require primary skill stones to upgrade. Of course, Lu Chen doesn't have any primary skill stones to use on this skill. He still has 3 minor skill stones in hand. Lu Chen used all of them to upgrade Copper Skin Iron Bones. However, he only used 2, and once Copper Skin Iron Bones reached level 3, it would require primary skill stones to upgrade. Copper Skin Iron Bones, level 3, passive skill, stamina plus 15, strength plus 15, damage taken reduced by 15 points. Learning condition, all classes. I have to say, level 3 Copper Skin Iron Bones is really strong. The reduction of 15 points in damage is what Lu Chen is most satisfied with. Next, it's the rewards from the system. With 20 free attribute points, Lu Chen allocated all of them to strength. Coupled with the attribute stones obtained from farming elites, Lu Chen's base strength has now exceeded 60 points, not far from the limit. What surprised Lu Chen the most was the legendary treasure chest. The treasure chest rewarded by the system usually contains good items. Even Lu Chang and Lin Yingying opened high-quality items, of course, excluding Wang Bing. Lu Chen eagerly clicked on the drop list of the treasure chest. As expected, the first item was a golden epic item. When he saw the item description, Lu Chen's eyes widened slightly, his expression one of shock. There's even this thing? Secret. Notes of the Ice Spirit Mage Epic contains the path of advancement for the Ice Spirit Mage. Usage condition, Mage class. Lu Chen's eyes turned red. It's actually a class change item. Ice Spirit Mage, this is clearly a hidden class. But the problem is, he is a warrior and he can't use this at all. What a scam. Clearly, there's an opportunity to change to a hidden class right in front of him, but he can't seize it. Beneath this epic item, there are numerous legendary items, including equipment, skill, stones, attribute stones, scrolls, potions, and so on. There are many excellent items inside that Lu Chen wants. However, Lu Chen discovered that no matter the level of the system-rewarded treasure chest, it seems he can only choose one item. He hesitated and struggled. He was thinking whether to exchange for something useful for himself or this epic class change item. After thinking it over, Lu Chen ultimately decided to exchange for the epic class change item. Although he can't use it, he can sell it for money. Most importantly, the previous encounter with An Luo reminded Lu Chen once again of the brutality of the demonic invasion. Although Lu Chen was very strong, after the demonic invasion, the entire Yuan Star would likely be thrown into turmoil. Just by himself, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't split into many parts. If a few more strong individuals could emerge, Lu Chen would be more than happy. He recalled the trading group discussions when Wang Bing was particularly concerned about the items belonging to mages. It was also mentioned that there was a very esteemed person who was a mage. Wang Bing was affiliated with the Daxia military, and for him, a very esteemed figure clearly meant someone high up in the Daxia military, or possibly even a member of the royal family. Compared to selling to others, selling to the Daxia high-ups would allow Daxia to have more powerful figures stationed. In the future turmoil, Daxia would also be safer. After making up his mind, Lu Chen chose the secret notes of the Ice Spirit Mage. Once he finished processing his gains, Lu Chen walked over to collect the bone-corroding grass. However, to his dismay, collecting the bone-corroding grass actually required a specialized herbalism skill. Only then could the medicinal properties of the grass be preserved. Lu Chen felt a bit helpless. How could he have learned such a thing? With no other options, he could only see if Lu Chang and the others had any herbalism talents. He opened his private messages. As expected, several people sent him a flurry of messages. The content, of course, was about how Lu Chen had actually killed a lord-level monster and similar things. They were praising Lu Chen's strength. He was tired of hearing it. Why couldn't these guys come up with some other compliments? He replied briefly a few times, then posted the blueprint for the glimmering heavy sword in the trading group. Instantly, Wang Bing, Lu Chang, and Lin Yingying were blown away. Wang Bing, what the hell? Lu Chang, Lin Yingying, equipment blueprint, drooling.jpg, the three were stunned. It should be known that equipment had always been a pain point for all players. After all, the drop rate from monsters was too low. Even elite monsters only dropped some white equipment, and green equipment was rare. How many players were still wearing a mix of white and gray equipment? Anyone with a piece of green equipment would be called a big shot outside. One can imagine how difficult it was to obtain such equipment. And now, having an equipment blueprint meant they could mass-produce gear. Moreover, this was a blueprint for high-quality equipment, capable of crafting the best weapons. The market was enormous. The three of them had red eyes filled with excitement. Especially Lin Yingying, who clenched her fists, staring intently at the blueprint, her breathing quickening. In their player organization, there was a player with a talent that increased the success rate of equipment upgrades. If they had this blueprint, his talent would finally have a place to shine. And their player organization wouldn't be so short on money anymore. They could make a fortune with this glimmering heavy sword. Then she could buy a lot of good things from her adoptive father. being a little rich girl, wouldn't her adoptive father pay more attention to her? Thinking of this, Lin Yingying couldn't help but chuckle. The players nearby looked at Lin Yingying's expression, exchanging glances. Why is the minister laughing like that? What is she thinking? What else could she be thinking? Of course, she's thinking about her adoptive father. Don't you know our minister? She probably wishes she could pounce on him right now. The crowd murmured. Lin Yingying heard them and immediately widened her eyes, retorting, "What nonsense are you talking about? I would never do such a thing. I'm not that kind of woman." Right. Everyone nodded vigorously, thinking, "Don't we know you? Minister, have you contacted your adoptive father?" "What on earth did he do? 2 system announcements in a row, and he even killed a lord-level boss." "Yeah, your adoptive father is simply a god. Our group hasn't even defeated Gunning yet. The leader is so hard to beat, let alone a lord." "How did your adoptive father manage that?" As soon as Lu Chen's system announcements were mentioned, everyone's eyes lit up. Their levels were slightly low. Even the little demon elites could only handle level 5, and level 6 elites were difficult to defeat. The little demon camp dungeon had been open for a while, and they had already cleared all the elite monsters they could farm. As for the boss, they had tried it once and died like dogs, so they gave up. Since the dungeon could only be cleared once a day and the monsters wouldn't respawn after being killed, they could only continue to farm monsters to level up. Only the group with the best equipment among the players was still in the dungeon, continuing to tackle Gunning. As for Lin Yingying, she had already used up her attempts today after finishing the dungeon with Lu Chen. Even though she hadn't fought the first 2 bosses, they counted as Lu Chen's attempts, so she couldn't continue. She could only follow other players out to farm monsters and level up. Not just Lin Yingying, but Lu Chang and Wang Bing were in the same situation now. Lin Yingying smiled and nodded. "Yes, I contacted my adoptive father, and I have something good to show you." Lin Yingying sent out the equipment blueprint for the glimmering greatsword. Instantly, all the players widened their eyes and breathed heavily. Holy crap! Equipment blueprint! Uncle Zhang's talent is going to come in handy. Minister, we must get this blueprint. Lin Yingying's expression turned serious as she nodded. "Don't worry, I'll definitely get it. By the way, Xiao, go talk to the director about this blueprint and ask him to approve a bit more funding for us. This is our chance for the Player Management Bureau to rise. We must secure this blueprint." Lin Yingying looked at Qin Xiao, a girl with a delicate appearance, looking around 20 years old. Qin Xiao nodded. "Okay, Yingying. Sister, I'll go right now." Just then, Lin Yingying suddenly widened her eyes and grabbed Qin Xiao, who was about to log off. "Wait, never mind." "Ha?" Qin Xiao stared wide-eyed, looking at Lin Yingying in confusion. Everyone noticed Lin Yingying biting her lip, her cute face showing excitement and shyness. Everyone? They exchanged glances, filled with questions. What was their minister up to this time? In the trading group, Wang Bing, Changgu, "You shouldn't have much gold left, right?" "Ha, I want that." Lu Chang, smile.jpg, "I'm buying gold at a premium, don't worry, I definitely have more money." Wang Bing, "Holy crap, you want every blueprint, can you handle it? Aren't you afraid of overindulging?" Lu Chang, "I have a big stomach, I can eat a lot, it's fine." Lu Chen watched the 2 argue and rubbed his forehead. He thought for a moment and sent a message. "By the way, Wanggood, Changgood, do you have any players with forging equipment talents?" Lu Chang, "Soul talent? No players. In that area, why?" Wang Bing, "I don't have any either. Soul talents are rare, most are combat types, and the improvements aren't significant. Life type talents are very rare. What's up with your adoptive father?" Lu Chen, "Then don't argue, I plan to sell this blueprint to Lin Yingying." Lu Chang? Lu Chang, who was farming monsters, sent a series of question marks. His heart sank. Wait, they weren't even allowed to compete and he directly favored Lin Yingying? His good son-in-law wouldn't really be taken by that vixen, would he? "Oh, precious daughter, it's not that your father isn't trying hard, it's just that she has the advantage of being close." Lu Chang felt dejected. A good son-in-law like Lu Chen would probably be hard to find again. He didn't expect to miss out like this. He gritted his teeth. No, they weren't really together yet. There was still a chance. Wang Bing, however, didn't think that much. "Ha? Adoptive father, why?" Lu Chen, "I heard from Lin Yingying that there's a player with forging talent in the Player Management Bureau. This blueprint is best suited for him. Although if the 3 of them bid, the price would definitely be higher." But Lu Chen wasn't short on money right now. There was no need to go through all this for a few extra million. This is the first equipment blueprint, and it's best to give it to that uncle from the Player Management Bureau. The cost effectiveness is the highest. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's previously disappointed mood instantly dissipated. His eyes lit up. It turns out it wasn't because of Lin Yingying, but because of the talented players from the Player Management Bureau. He breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but exclaim, "Good son-in-law, you're just too kind. This blueprint can sell for quite a bit. Everyone is in urgent need of equipment." Lu Chen replied, "Blueprints aren't hard to obtain. If you all compete for it, I would just make a bit more money. There's no need for that. It's best to use it on someone suitable." Lu Chang? Wang Bing? Both felt that Lu Chen was like a sharp sword, stabbing at their hearts with each word. Lu Chang said, Wang Bing, look at my good son-in-law, then look at yourself with your healing potions. Ha ha. Wang Bing retorted, Lu Chang, I'm going to fight you. Lu Chen ignored the argument between Lu Chang and Wang Bing. Lin Yingying, are you watching? How about this, you give a price, and if it's suitable, I'll sell it to you. Lin Yingying naturally saw this message. She bit her lip, her eyes almost brimming with tears. Boo-hoo, my adoptive father is too good to me. He even reserved the blueprint just for me. Sure enough, my adoptive father still cares about me. Minister? Minister? The crowd's shouts brought Lin Yingying back to her senses. She noticed the strange looks from everyone and felt a bit embarrassed. What's wrong? No, Minister, you aren't daydreaming, are you? Shouldn't we send Xiao Xiao to find the director? Lin Yingying quickly replied, no rush, no rush. I'm discussing this with my adoptive father. You all wait a moment. After thinking for a bit, she realized that equipment is a necessity. And this glimmering heavy sword might be even more profitable than potions. Since her adoptive father was so good to her, she certainly couldn't let him suffer a loss. Lin Yingying said, adoptive father, how about this? I only have 3,000 gold right now, I'll give you all of it plus a 50% profit share. Lu Chen? Lin Yingying, does my adoptive father think that's not enough? Then I'll go ask the director for more funding. For a higher profit share, I need to consult the director, otherwise he probably won't agree. Lu Chen was left speechless. Is this person crazy? 50% profit? He only had a blueprint. Collecting materials is already a hassle, and on top of that, the equipment. Blacksmith has to learn to improve their proficiency, which carries a risk of failure, leading to high material costs. Additionally, time costs must be factored in. Saying it's a 50% profit means that if Lin Yingying buys this blueprint, most of the profit would likely go to Lu Chen. After all, the glimmering heavy sword is equipment with a time limit. Once players level up, it will no longer be useful. Its popularity will only last for a short while. After a while, even if the success rate is high, if the equipment can't be sold, it won't matter. Lu Chen couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Isn't this person afraid of being killed by the higher-ups of the Player Management Bureau? Not just Lu Chen, but both Lu Chang and Wang Bing were equally bewildered. They could certainly do the math. With the conditions Lin Yingying offered, there would hardly be any profit left from this equipment blueprint. The Player Management Bureau would have to waste a lot of time crafting the glimmering heavy sword just to break even. Lu Chang looked on with a frown, muttering to himself, why doesn't this vixen just hand the Player Management Bureau over to Lu Chen? Later, Lin Yingying sent 2 more messages that left Lu Chang and Wang Bing dumbfounded. How could she dare to propose such conditions to the director? She must have never been hit before. Lu Chen said, no, let me propose the terms. Just like when Brother Chang bought the fire pit potion formula, 2,000 gold and a 25% profit share, that's more reasonable. Lin Yingying replied, isn't that a bit too little? Lu Chen? Lu Chang? Wang Bing? Alright, Lu Chen admitted he was a bit moved, but is this guy really not afraid of getting hit? He had a black line on his forehead. This is the price, and I have the final say. Lin Yingying said, since my adoptive father said so, then fine. Lin Yingying chose to agree. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Clearly, he was the one selling things, so why did it feel more exhausting than haggling while buying? What kind of selling is this? Wang Bing, adoptive father, do you have any good stuff? Didn't you get a lord? Is there anything we can use? Doghead.jpg, Lu Chang, yeah, good son-in-law. Let us see what else you have. If it's too precious, we can collect gold coins first and trade later. Lin Yingying, however, was out of money. She was just curious. Adoptive father, what did the lord drop? Seeing the curious expressions of the 3, Lu Chen smiled. He casually posted the soul whale sticker. Suddenly, the entire trading group fell silent. Lu Chen chuckled, what's wrong? Wang Bing, I just remembered I have something to do. I'll leave first. Lu Chang, I can't afford it, really can't afford it. Lin Yingying, woo-woo, epic equipment. And it's an accessory. I can actually see such a treasure? My life is worth it. Lu Chen, your life is too cheap. It's just epic equipment. What's there to be surprised about? Sunglasses smoking.jpg, Lu Chen, I got lucky this time, obtained 2 epic items. I'm keeping this accessory for myself and I plan to sell the other one. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them widened their eyes, their expressions stunned. Lu Chen's news felt like a nuclear bomb exploding in their hearts, shaking them to the core. Epic items. He actually plans to sell them? Lu Chang, good son-in-law, what epic items are they? Wang Bing, yeah, adoptive father, what are they? The 3 of them looked eagerly at the trading group. Lu Chen smiled and posted the Ice Spirit Mage's secret notes in the trading group. Instantly, the entire group fell silent. Lu Chang and the others stared blankly at the message about the notes, their minds momentarily blank. Class change. Items. You see, all players start with the most basic professions when they create their characters. And who wouldn't want to change to a more powerful profession? This item represents such an opportunity. It can be said that obtaining the Ice Spirit Mage's secret notes means gaining the chance to become strong. And now that the era of gaming has arrived, with the invasion of demonic energy imminent, the world is about to become chaotic. Becoming strong means being able to live more securely in the waves of this era, even becoming a leader of the times. Such a treasure, and Lu Chen actually put it up for sale. For a moment, the three of them didn't know what to say. Lu Chen had long anticipated the silence in the trading group. After all, this item was indeed very precious. He raised the corner of his mouth and cheerfully said, "What's wrong? Why is everyone silent?" Lu Chang, good son-in-law, the value of this item is too high. I don't even know what to say. Lu Chang himself was a mage, and of course, he wanted this item. But he also knew that this was not a potion recipe, not an equipment blueprint, not those kinds of gear. It was a career choice that could span the entire game. The value of it far exceeded the items Lu Chen had sold before. Even the epic accessory Lu Chen just posted was worth far less than this class change item. In a forest, Wang Bing stopped fighting monsters. He looked at the messages in the trading group, his eyes turning red. The third princess is a mage. If he could get this item for the third princess, she would definitely reward him handsomely. Wang Bing immediately posted the Ice Spirit Mage's secret notes in a private message and sent it to Xia Yan. Almost instantly, Xia Yan replied, "At all costs, we must get it. I will find a way for the gold coins. Please ask Lu Chen to wait a moment." Wang Bing exhaled a breath of frustration. "All right, Your Highness." In another area, Xia Yan looked at the private message, clenched her fists, and her usually calm expression was now slightly flushed with excitement. She gritted her teeth, feeling for the first time that her luck was somewhat lacking. If she had been born in Silvermoon Village, she could have communicated face-to-face with Lu Chen. But now, that opportunity was gone. She had never wanted to reach level 10 as much as she did now. Once she left the novice village, she would contact Lu Chen immediately to establish a partnership. Xia Yan narrowed her eyes and then opened the private message, sending a series of commands. The most important thing now is gold coins. No, besides gold coins, there should be other things that can be used as bargaining chips. After pondering for a moment, Xia Yan sent another private message to Wang Bing. In the trading group, Wang Bing, foster father. We've already gone to collect gold coins, can we trade a little later? At the same time, Wang Bing sent a private message to Lu Chang. Brother Chang, the prince asked me to get it at all costs, so why don't you just give up competing with me? Lu Chang had originally planned to collect gold coins. Seeing this private message, he frowned slightly. If it really came to a competition, he could certainly fight for it. After all, this was a legitimate competition, just buying items. Even if the third princess was unwilling, she couldn't say much. However, the third princess was the only descendant of the Xia family to gain public testing qualifications. If it really came to a fight, the emperor would probably be displeased as well. But this was a mage's class change item. He certainly wanted it too. Lu Chang hesitated for a moment. After thinking for a while, he spoke up. "Wang Bing, you should know that my good son-in-law is selling this to give everyone a fair chance to compete. The third princess can't possibly be unwilling to give others even this opportunity, right?" Wang Bing, brother Chang, I understand your point. I can discuss with the prince to provide you and the Lu family with compensation. How about that? Wang Bing, brother Chang, you also know that the prince is the only public tester of the royal family, and the emperor will definitely support the prince wholeheartedly. If you are willing to let this go, the emperor will surely remember this favor to the Lu family. Lu Chang narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of a smile. This was a win-win solution for him. It would not only avoid angering the emperor but also secure some benefits for the Lu family and himself. Lu Chang, of course, I am also considering the emperor and the prince. I basically let go of everything the prince wanted before, right? Wang Bing, I understand that you are a person with loyalty to the royal family, brother Chang. If you let go of this deal, I will definitely speak well of you to the prince. He will not treat you unfairly. Lu Chang, sigh, since the prince wants it. Then fine, I won't compete anymore, but don't let my good son-in-law suffer, or I will still have to fight for it. Wang Bing was speechless. What are you talking about? How could I dare? Haven't you received the news? The emperor has already spoken. From now on, the foster father will be a distinguished guest of the Shinbird army. If the Shinbird army has a conflict with the foster father, they must first consider the foster father's situation. Lu Chang? He widened his eyes in shock. He never expected that just the next day, even the emperor had made such a decision. Lu Chang was utterly astonished. Times have truly changed. Although he thought this way, Lu Chang could actually understand. After all, Lu Chen's performance was simply extraordinary. The next day, he even managed to obtain epic-level equipment. He even brought out such a precious item as a class change item for sale. One can only imagine how brilliant Lu Chen's future would be. Lu Chang, in that case, I can rest easy. My good son-in-law is indeed remarkable. Wang Bing, 6. He was also speechless. This old guy really had thick skin. However, Lu Chang at least made a concession this time. He certainly wouldn't directly mock him. Just then, Wang Bing saw Xia Yan's private message. After reading the private message, Wang Bing's pupils slightly dilated. He fell silent for a moment, then exhaled a breath of stale air and spoke in the trading group. Wang Bing, adoptive father, how about I make an offer first and you see if you're satisfied? If not, I can add more. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Lu Chen wasn't going to make an offer. It appeared that the person behind Wang Bing was indeed from the royal family. As for whether Lin Yingying would buy it, Lu Chen had already actively excluded her. After all, the Player Management Bureau definitely couldn't afford this item, and Lin Yingying's sole talent destined her to follow the path of a summoner, so she certainly wouldn't use this item herself. Lu Chen, alright, make your offer. Wang Bing, how about this, let's sign a contract. I'll offer 100,000 gold coins plus a request from the Great Xia. No matter what you want to do, as long as it doesn't harm the Great Xia, we will help you fulfill it. Upon seeing this message, Lu Chen could almost be certain that the person behind Wang Bing was indeed someone from the Great Xia royal family. Moreover, they were probably a significant figure within the royal family. It shouldn't be His Majesty, right? If His Majesty were truly a public tester, he wouldn't be so secretive. For Lu Chen, this price was simply unexpected. Not to mention gold coins. 100,000 gold coins equated to 1 billion Great Xia coins. With that much money, Lu Chen would never run out in his lifetime. The most important thing was the request from the Great Xia. This was a promise from the royal family, so one can imagine how precious it was. Lu Chen smiled. Alright, if that's the case, then let's go with this price. Seeing Lu Chen agree, Wang Bing immediately revealed a look of surprise and joy. He was incredibly moved. Adoptive father, you are simply too good. You're just like my real dad. This was a job transfer item. Even if Lu Chen asked for a higher price, Wang Bing would have to accept it. But Wang Bing only mentioned a price and Lu Chen directly agreed. This completely caught Wang Bing off guard. Lu Chen, no, I don't want another son your age. To be honest, you were the one who spread the term adoptive father. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Hearing this, Wang Bing chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject. In that case, shall we sign a contract? In the game, there are specific contract terms that are notarized by the cosmic server, and if violated, the consequences are certainly severe. However, even without this contract, Lu Chen wouldn't worry that Wang Bing would breach it just like that. Unless Wang Bing no longer wanted to continue trading and cooperating with him. No problem. Wang Bing, I will repay the 100,000 gold coins within a month. Is that alright with you, adoptive father? After all, the amount of gold coins players can produce is limited, and gathering 100,000 gold coins is no small feat. Lu Chen agreed. After signing the contract, Lu Chen spoke again. Alright, the most precious item is this one, I bought it. Wang Bing, so, adoptive father, do you want to come back now? Shall we trade now? Lu Chen saw this message and thought of the bone erosion grass. By the way, do you have any players who have learned herbalism? I have a herb I need your help to gather. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, I have some here. Wang Bing, adoptive father, I have some here too. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, let me bring some people over. I'm leveling up not far from the undead land and I have players in my team who have practiced herbalism. Lu Chen. Alright, Lin Yingying, you come over. Lin Yingying, hee, adoptive father, can you just call me Yingying? Calling me by my full name feels so distant. Lu Chen, who are you? I don't know you. Lin Yingying, crying.jpg, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. He mainly felt that calling her Yingying was somewhat awkward. Those who didn't know would think he was trying to be cute, calling her Yingying repeatedly. Lin Yingying had already brought people over, and Lu Chen was waiting here. Since all the elite monsters here had been cleared, Lu Chen found himself with nothing to do. He simply sat down on a chair on the high platform and waited. After a while, Lin Yingying sent a private message. Adoptive father, are you in the dungeon right now? Lu Chen, ? He looked completely bewildered. In the dungeon? Wait. Lu Chen's expression changed suddenly as he thought of something. The tomb had turned into a dungeon? Did that mean the outside had become the dungeon entrance? How did Lin Yingying and the others get in? Was it because he hadn't gone out yet, so the environment seemed unchanged? Once he stepped out, would this place also turn into a dungeon? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. If Lin Yingying and the others couldn't come over, how was he supposed to collect the bone-eating grass? After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen sent a private message. Is Feng Qi with you? He knows the way. The tomb entrance has turned into a dungeon entrance? Lin Yingying, yeah. Lu Chen grimaced. This was troublesome. If Lin Yingying and the others couldn't come over, then he definitely couldn't collect the bone-eating grass. He certainly didn't have the skills to gather herbs. It seemed he still had to go out. But he wondered, was this herb available in the dungeon? It should be, right? After all, the things that were originally in the little demon camp dungeon were still there. He sent a message in the trading group. By the way, isn't there a new dungeon now? I'm Planning to run a dungeon and need people to trade equipment. Who's in? Wang Bing, dad. Real dad. Take me with you. Dode face selling. Cute.jpg, Lu Chang, pa. What a character. The others are busy. Good son-in-law, let me go this time. Lin Yingying, hee, I'm going. The. Three of them replied almost instantly. No kidding, the benefits from today's little demon camp were still fresh in their minds. There was an announcement for rewards. Now that there was a new dungeon, how could they not come over? Just then, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Wait, if he only brought 3 people, wouldn't that be a bit wasteful? After all, the first clear of a dungeon came with system rewards, including treasure chests and attribute points. Why not bring a few more people? If he filled the team, the rewards could be maximized, right? This would be a good thing for the players of Daxia. With this in mind, Lu Chen sent another message. The first clear should have system rewards. So here's the plan, I'll fill the team. This is a 25-person dungeon, and besides me, there are 24 spots. Each of you brings 7 people over. As soon as Lu Chen's words came out, the trading group fell silent again. Seeing the silence, Lu Chen felt a bit confused. He hadn't shown off in front of them this time, nor had he hurt their feelings, so why was no one speaking? Lu Chen, what's wrong? Is it not okay? Wang Bing, no, it's just that I didn't expect that my adoptive father would be so magnanimous, willing to bring other players along to earn rewards. Such righteousness. Lu Chang, no wonder you're my good son-in-law. With such a heart, you're a true hero of Daxia. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, I don't know what to say. Should I give you a few yings? Lu Chen, no thanks. After agreeing, Lu Chen left the tomb. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying and the others began to call people to form a team. When Lu Chen walked outside the tomb, Lin Yingying was already waiting. Lu Chen turned around and saw that the place he had come out from had indeed transformed into a dungeon entrance. Adoptive father, you're out. Lin Yingying cheerfully approached. Lu Chen pressed down on Lin Yingying's head to keep her from getting too close. He noticed that only Fang Qi had followed him. He was a bit puzzled. Didn't I say to bring 7 people? Why is it just 1? Lin Yingying laughed. This opportunity is so rare. Of course, the players from the first team should come first. They're on their way over. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt a bit enlightened. It made sense, after all, the first team usually consisted of the strongest players from a faction. Now that there was a dungeon, if the first team could gain more attributes and equipment, then clearing the dungeon would be much easier. That wasn't wrong at all. Lu Chen glanced at Fang Qi. Is Fang Qi also from the first team? Lin Yingying shook her head. After all, he's the one who's coordinating with you, so I thought it would be fine to bring him along. Fang Qi smiled and nodded repeatedly. It's all thanks to my adoptive father that Minister Lin brought me along. Minister Lin, you and my adoptive father are simply a perfect match. A talented man and a beautiful woman. As he spoke, Fang Qi gave a thumbs up. Lu Chen was left speechless. What nonsense was this person talking? Was he really swayed by a little sweet talk from Lin Yingying? How disappointing. Lin Yingying, on the other hand, was quite pleased and very happy. Lu Chen asked Wang Bing and Lu Chang in the group chat and found out that they were bringing people over as well. After asking Lu Chen, he discovered that they also planned to bring a group of players. Moreover, they intended to bring tanks and healers. When it came to dungeons, as long as the tanks were sturdy enough and the healers had enough healing power, even if the damage output was a bit lacking, they could still defeat the boss. However, if the tanks couldn't hold their ground and the healers couldn't keep up with the healing, then no matter how good the damage output gear was, it wouldn't matter. It wasn't just Wang Bing and Lu Chang who thought this way. Lin Yingying had the same idea. After more than half an hour, a group of people hurriedly ran over. It was Lu Chang and the others. Adoptive father, we're here. Adoptive father, you're my real dad. You're actually willing to take us to clear dungeons. I love you. Each player's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Chen, and they shouted excitedly. Lu Chen was left with a headache. Be quiet. The crowd immediately fell silent. Wang Bing and Lu Chang looked on with exasperation. Damn it, they were the leaders of the team, okay? Why was it that their words were less effective than Lu Chen's? The two decided they would have to train their team properly when they got back. Lu Chen smiled and said, I'll group you. He started forming the party. A total of 25 people, and the group was full. Lu Chen also checked and confirmed that the herb gathering players had arrived. Only then did he feel at ease to lead everyone into the dungeon. Inside the tomb, there were skeletons and corpses everywhere. The disgusting smell made people pale and a bit nauseous. The dimly lit tomb was filled with shadowy figures that sent chills down their spines. These players had never seen such a scene before. The female players' legs went weak, and even the male players were swallowing hard. The warriors from the Suanio army, like Wang Bing, were a bit better off, especially Jiang Su, who had been here before. However, Lu Chang and the players in Lin Yingying's team were quite frightened. Lu Chang's face turned a bit pale. Good son-in-law, this ghostly place is too disgusting. Right? Lin Yingying nodded vigorously, leaning closer to Lu Chen. Adoptive father, I'm a bit scared. Lu Chang was left speechless. This Girl really didn't miss any opportunity, did she? Lu Chen's mouth twitched. This is nothing yet. Just wait, it'll get worse. He still remembered. That idiot. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, some unable to comprehend. Lu Chen didn't elaborate further. He said, "All right, you all stand back. These monsters are at a higher level, and with your low levels, their alert range will be wider." Everyone nodded obediently. The players here were mostly level 5 or 6, while the monsters were all above level 8, so the level difference was quite significant. Seeing them standing still at the entrance, Lu Chen began to enter the tomb and started farming monsters. Aside from Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying, and Jiang Su, the others were seeing Lu Chen fight monsters for the first time. They watched as Lu Chen gathered around 20 monsters from a tomb together, then swept through them, dealing over 2,000 damage, causing all the monsters to die. This left the players wide-eyed, their eyeballs nearly popping out. Is that damage for real? Over 2,000 damage? We barely deal 50 damage. To small elite demons, the difference is just too huge, right? Many players then realized that people really couldn't be compared. The damage Lu Chen dealt exceeded theirs by dozens of times. In fact, even Lu Chang and the others who had previously experienced fighting alongside Lu Chen were taken aback. Last time, Lu Chen's sweeping damage crit was only around 13 or 1400. In a short time, Lu Chen had surprisingly become so much stronger. When the monster died, a bunch of green orbs floated up, making the players' eyes turn red with excitement. This haul was better than what they had collected over several days. Lu Chen went up to pick everything up, keeping the skill stones and attribute stones that he could use for himself. The rest he traded entirely with Lu Chang and the other three, conveniently clearing out his backpack. He had been a bit rushed when entering the dungeon, and he hadn't even traded the items from the last drop, especially Wang Bing, who looked at the secret notes of the ice spirit mage that he had traded for, his face flushed with excitement. He had never gotten such a treasure in his life. After that, Lu Chen continued to grind monsters. Each tomb was a sweeping affair, though choosing the drops took a bit of time. However, Lu Chen had been selecting drops for so long that he was already quite skilled at it. He only needed to glance to know which items were more valuable, and it didn't take long to make his selections. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at A Dai's tomb. Upon seeing A Dai's appearance, many players couldn't help but bend over and gag. What the hell? This little thing looks really damn peculiar. Li Ming couldn't help but curse. Seriously, what kind of idiot would keep this thing as a pet? I've really opened my eyes. Wang Bing was also full of questions. Lu Chang's mouth twitched as he looked at A Dai, who was covered in maggots. Good son-in-law, you're not really going to fight this boss, are you? Lu Chen shrugged. I already fought it once. Lu Chang and Wang Bing were both in shock. Wang Bing exclaimed, adoptive father is truly a hero. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Then you guys don't want the fine equipment later? No way, Dad. Wang Bing is a bit slow. Don't take it out on him. Li Ming pushed Wang Bing aside. Lu Chang nodded repeatedly. No wonder you're my good son-in-law, you won't be constrained by the environment. Lu Chen just smiled and charged forward. Then came the 4 hits. Minus 477. Minus 1023. Minus 1500. Minus 1933. This high damage left Wang Bing and the others dumbfounded. I'm going to kneel and watch. This is simply divine, right? Yeah, 5000 damage. And this is against an 8th level boss with strong defense. If it were the boss from the little demon camp, this hit would have taken it out in one go, right? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, this wave of attacks could directly take out the boss from the little demon camp. And what about them? They had fought tooth and nail for so long, struggling to survive, yet they still couldn't defeat the boss. Thinking of this, many players felt a wave of sadness. This damn game is unplayable. After this round, A Dai was left with just over 2000 health. Lu Chen's agility attribute was already quite high, and even wielding a great sword, he could attack 3 to 4 times in a second. As he swung the flame great sword, flames flickered. Although some of his attacks were dodged or blocked by A Dai, they still dealt considerable damage. Coupled with the heavy strike skill damage, in just 3 seconds, A Dai let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. This time, Lu Chen was not inexperienced like the first time. He deliberately avoided the liquid that A Dai spewed, keeping himself relatively clean. As for the drops, aside from a basic skill stone, Lu Chen chose 2 pieces of the Undead Warrior's armor set. The set was more expensive than the individual pieces. Looking at the 3 blue orbs, the players were now numb. Having just entered the dungeon for a short while, they felt that no matter what Lu Chen did, they wouldn't be surprised anymore. Lu Chen directly used the basic skill stone on Copper Skin Iron Bone, upgrading it to level 4. Copper Skin Iron Bone, level 4, passive skill, stamina plus 20, strength plus 20, damage taken reduced by 20 points. As for the equipment, Lu Chen directly posted it in the trading group. Lin Yingying had already spent all her money on the blueprint for the glimmering greatsword and directly withdrew from the competition. Wang Bing and Lu Chang, however, were in fierce contention. In the end, Wang Bing secured the items for 600 gold coins each. After that, Lu Chen continued to grind monsters. Heiken and Luo contributed 2 primary skill stones and 4 pieces of the Undead Warrior set to Lu Chen. The Undead Warrior set dropped by and Luo was something Lu Chen didn't have before. After all, during their first encounter, and Luo's drop list had better items. But this time, there were no intermediate skill stones, no blueprints, and no unique basement key. Lu Chen's choice was obvious, it had to be the set pieces. With that, Lu Chen completed his 6-piece Undead Warrior set. He also used both primary skill stones on Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Copper Skin and Iron Bones, level 6, passive. Skill, stamina plus 30, strength plus 30, damage taken reduced by 30 points. The level 6 Copper Skin and Iron Bones boosted his attributes by a full 60 points, not counting Lu Chen's own battle intent and warrior heart enhancements. When the enhancements were calculated, it amounted to over 120 additional attributes. An ordinary player only gains a mere 6 points of attributes per level. This was equivalent to the attributes gained from leveling up 20 times. This was just one skill. Additionally, with a damage reduction of 30 points plus the 10 points from the Undead Warrior set, it meant Lu Chen could reduce 40 points of damage from each attack. This was also quite powerful, making Lu Chen much tougher. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that after defeating and Luo's soul did not appear. Instead, the door to the basement opened directly. Lu Chen speculated that this was probably because the dungeon was a small world constructed by the server, and Luo's soul was no longer present, and the cosmic server had not constructed and Luo's soul. Fortunately, the bone-corroding grass was still in its original position. A player gathering herbs stepped forward to collect the bone-corroding grass and traded it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's task was thus completed. After that, Lu Chen led everyone into the underground cave. Upon seeing Mudu within the magic circle, everyone was left dumbfounded. What the hell is this thing? Damn, 75,000 health? Can we even beat this? This dog coin is a boss between the chief and the lord. This health, this attack, is just ridiculous. Of course, everyone also checked Mudu's attributes. It was precisely because of this that they were terrified. Lin Yingying thought of something and looked at Lu Chen. Foster father, the lord you defeated before, it wouldn't be this one, right? Wang Bing and Lu Chang also realized it. They all turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. It's this one. Everyone? Wang Bing was somewhat dumbfounded. No way, this is a boss with over 70,000 health. Foster father, you can kill this? You're not cheating, are you? Lu Chen thought to himself, your little clever guess is spot on. He replied, actually, this boss is not that hard to beat. Everyone was even more confused. A boss with over 70,000 health not hard to beat? Lu Chen was too lazy to explain. You'll see in a bit. Everyone exchanged glances, still discussing among themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Chen opened the drop list. However, Lu Chen was somewhat stunned to find that this time there was only one legendary item, the rest were all fine quality. Although Lu Chen had anticipated this, given the special circumstances at the time and that it was their first time fighting a boss, better drops were normal. But after entering the dungeon, Mudu's drops were still too lacking, right? There was only one legendary item. Sure enough, was it still because he hadn't fully broken through to the Lord level? Lu Chen felt a deep sense of disappointment. However, this legendary item was still useful to Lu Chen. It was indeed an intermediate skill stone. Lu Chen chose to take the drop. The next item surprised Lu Chen a bit. The second item was a potion recipe, apprentice soul resistance potion. Fine, after use, you can learn the crafting method for the apprentice soul resistance potion. Learning requirement: alchemist. Drop rate 0.00021113%. This is, of course, a must-have. The rest are mostly magic-type equipment and items, and Lu Chen casually selected a level 10 fine staff. Just as Lu Chen was about to choose the fourth item, he realized that this time he could only select 3. Sure enough, after entering the dungeon, not only had this guy's drops worsened, but the quantity of drops had also decreased. Last time must have been a coincidence, just happening to encounter Mudu during its advancement. Lu Chen didn't want to think too much and charged straight at Mudu as before. After enduring the backlash from the magic array, Lu Chen rushed to Mudu's side, unleashing a 4-hit combo that resulted in a massive damage burst. Then, Mudu was severely injured by the backlash and unable to move. Lu Chen gleefully attacked, and in less than 20 seconds, he had killed Mudu as Mudu fell unwillingly. Everyone finally reacted. They exchanged glances, falling into silence. A boss close to the Lord level had just died like this? And it died so pathetically? Now I understand why my adoptive father said this boss was easy. How could it not be easy? The boss hadn't moved at all, only cursing once before dying. Everyone's eyes lit up with eagerness. So in the future, fighting this boss won't be that simple? They sighed inwardly, pitying themselves. This broken game's dungeon was rare, and now it was finally their turn to easily defeat a boss? However, Lu Chang said expressionlessly, don't be foolish, we can't defeat this boss at all. Everyone was taken aback. Why? My good son-in-law's defense is strong enough, right? Those elite monsters couldn't break through it, and just now, the magic array's backlash took over 1,000 health from me. Who among you can get close to the magic array? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They were all on the verge of tears. I thought this boss was really easy. My adoptive father lied. This easy is basically hell difficulty for us, right? We can't even withstand the magic array's backlash, and my adoptive father calls this easy? Damn! Look at the boss. At that moment, Li Ming suddenly shouted. Everyone looked at the boss. Then they widened their eyes in shock because they saw a purple light orb floating above the boss's corpse. Everyone's breathing quickened. Legendary item. It's actually a legendary item. In my lifetime, I can finally see a boss drop a legendary item? Not to mention other players, even Lin Yingying and the others, although they had seen Lu Chen post legendary items in the trading group and even epic items. This was their first time witnessing a boss drop a legendary item with their own eyes. Seeing everyone so excited, Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's just a legendary item, why are you so excited?" Everyone. They looked at Lu Chen with resentment, indicating they didn't want to speak. Forget legendary items, even fine items, they had only seen drops in this dungeon. Just then, the system's notification sounded. Silver Moon Village Area Announcement. Ding, congratulations to players Lu Chen, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying, for being the first team to clear the Tomb of the Silver Moon dungeon, rewarded with 20 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, fine treasure chest *1, Silver Moon Village reputation plus 100. Silver Moon Village Area Announcement. Ding, congratulations to players Lu Chen, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying for being the first team to clear the Tomb of the Silver Moon dungeon, rewarded with 20 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, fine treasure chest *1, Silver Moon Village reputation plus 100. Everyone in the team fell silent. Then, an uproar erupted. Damn, I made the announcement? And there's a system reward. There are treasure chests and attribute point rewards. Isn't that awesome? Thanks to my adoptive father. Adoptive father, I'm going to give you a monkey. Lu Chen glanced at the player who said this, and to his surprise, it was a burly man. He was filled with black lines on his forehead, wishing he could just knock him out. If you were a cute girl, that would be fine, but a guy saying this, how disgusting. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful that this time there was only one system announcement, and it was for the Silver Moon Village area. But thinking about it, the last time there was an announcement, it was for clearing the dungeon for the first time. That should have been an achievement announcement, and now that achievement was gone, of course, there wouldn't be a second one. Lu Chang and the others had experienced it before, and while they were excited, they weren't bouncing around like the others. Wang Bing glanced seriously at the players from the Xian Niao army beside him and said, "Aren't you going to thank your adoptive father?" The Xian Niao army players all had serious expressions and saluted Lu Chen. "Thank you, adoptive father." The other players also came back to their senses, one after another, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, adoptive father. Adoptive father is righteous." In fact, Lu Chen didn't need to bring them along to tackle this dungeon at all. He could have easily sold the team position. With the chance to be announced and receive system rewards, there would definitely be many players willing to buy it. But Lu Chen didn't do that. Instead, he brought them along without any conditions. This was entirely a reflection of Lu Chen's broad-mindedness. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be polite. I hope you all can work hard and clear the little demon camp as soon as possible. Train well, so that when the demonic energy invades in the future, you can help out." Everyone nodded seriously. They clearly took Lu Chen's words to heart. Lin Yingying spoke up. "Open the chest. Let's see if there's anything good." Only then did everyone realize. This time, they had also received a treasure chest. They immediately looked at their backpacks in anticipation, ready to open the chest. Li Ming also planned to open the chest, but then he thought of something and looked at Wang Bing. "By the way, Captain, didn't you also have a reward from the last announcement? You never told us what you got from the chest." Jiang Su and the others also looked at Wang Bing. Yes, the captain had clearly received a reward last time. And there was a treasure chest, why didn't he mention it? Lu Chang and Lin Yingying's team looked at Wang Bing with curiosity. As the boss, Lu Chang didn't need to tell his subordinates what he got from the chest. As for Lin Yingying, she had opened a warrior skill book, and anyone from the player management bureau could guess she must have given it to her adoptive father. Wang Bing hadn't told the Xian Niao army players, and the others hadn't thought of it either. Hearing Li Ming's words, Wang Bing's face darkened. His expression stiffened as he said, "What's there to say?" "Ha!" Lu Chang laughed from the side. Lin Yingying also covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Seeing Lu Chang and Lin Yingying's reactions, Li Ming and the others were even more confused. "Wait, Director Lu, Minister Lin, what are you laughing about?" Li Ming was a bit dazed. Lu Chang grinned and said, "It's nothing, just thinking about Captain Wang last time." "Brother Chang, are we still brothers?" Wang Bing was flustered and quickly interrupted. But Li Ming and the others were not so easily dismissed, each one firing questions. Even the other players looked on with curiosity. Wang Bing couldn't take it anymore. He was filled with black lines and said, "What's there to say? I just opened a healing potion." Li Ming and the others? Everyone was filled with question marks. Li Ming was a bit worried. Is the drop rate for this chest really that low? Lu Chang couldn't hold back anymore and laughed. "Don't worry, the drop rate is fine. Both Minister Lin and I got excellent items." The players from the Xian Niao army fell silent. They looked at Wang Bing with very complex expressions. Wang Bing couldn't stand it. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Last time was a mistake. I'm telling you, this time I'm definitely going to get something good." Saying this, Wang Bing gritted his teeth and opened his treasure chest. This time, he was determined to redeem himself. However, in the next moment, Wang Bing's expression froze. Seeing Wang Bing's face, Lu Chen's mouth twitched. "Brother Wang, you didn't open a healing potion again, did you? How is that possible?" "No." Wang Bing jumped up, hurriedly denying it. Li Ming and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Sudao asked, "Captain, then what did you open?" Wang Bing, his mouth twitched, and with a stiff expression, he said, "Nothing worth seeing." Lu Chang saw Wang Bing's little expression and immediately laughed. "You didn't open some green item again, did you?" Wang Bing's eyes turned red. He glared at Lu Chang, wishing he could eat him alive. "Director Lu, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute." Lin Yingying was also shocked. "Is it really a green item?" Lu Chen looked at Wang Bing with a very complex gaze. This guy, could it be that he really is a non-lucky player? Last time he thought it was just a fluke. Wang Bing had already given up on himself. He posted the item in the team chat channel, which was a novice shield scroll. Everyone fell silent. Even Lu Chen didn't expect this. Could it be that this guy didn't wash his hands? Seeing that Wang Bing was starting to doubt life, he changed the subject. "Alright, you guys open yours too." Everyone snapped back to reality and opened their treasure chests one after another. Suddenly, exclamations filled the air. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Excellent breastplate! I'm powerful now! Holy crap! Excellent gloves! I'm taking off!" One by one, players opened their treasure chests and posted their items. Most were blue items, mostly equipment, along with blue attribute stones and the like. A small number of people got green items, but even those were equipment for their own class, and some players even opened tiny skill stones. This surprised Lu Chen. The drop rate for these things is quite low. Lu Chang opened another blue piece of equipment, a cloth robe, just right for him. He was quite pleased. The luckiest one turned out to be Lin Yingying again. Although the item she opened was green, it was actually an equipment blueprint. Equipment blueprint, black iron. Breastplate, excellent. After use, you can learn the forging method for the black iron breastplate. Learning requirement, blacksmith. This was perfect for the uncle with the blacksmithing talent in the player management bureau. In Lu Chen's view, this thing was even better than the components of the excellent set. Lin Yingying happily posted the item in the team channel. "I didn't expect my luck to be this good." This made Wang Bing's eyes turn red. After calculating, it seemed like the item he opened was the worst. Why is that? Especially Lin Yingying, this guy, actually opened something good again? Could it be that his luck is really this bad? Lu Chen looked at Wang Bing and Lin Yingying. The gap between this lucky player and the non-lucky player was really too big. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful that no one opened a skill book he could use this time. What a pity. Lu Chen also looked at the treasure chest in his backpack and clicked on the drop list. Sure enough, it was still the same as before. The first item was a legendary item, and it was equipment that suited him very well. Crystal stone wrist guards, legendary, chainmail, defense plus 298, strength plus 16, stamina plus 16, each time damages received, a layer of crystal shield will be gained, reducing 10 points of damage, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Required. Level 8. The basic attributes go without saying. Legendary and higher level equipment focus on special effects. This special effect is quite good. If the crystal shield is fully stacked, it can reduce 100 points of damage. Coupled with Lu Chen's own toughness and the damage reduction from the undead warrior set, even against a boss of the same level, the damage he would take would probably be very little. Even when facing a lord, Lu Chen's survivability would increase significantly. For a warrior, toughness is very important. Especially since Lu Chen also has a lifesteal effect. As long as he can hold his ground, he can recover lost health through lifesteal. Lu Chen happily equipped this gear, becoming even stronger. "By the way, adoptive father, what did you get?" Lin Yingying asked curiously. At that moment, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He was just wondering how to put on a show, and Lin Yingying had given him the perfect opportunity. Wang Bing's expression changed. To be honest, he didn't really want to know. He was afraid it would hurt even more. However, before he could speak, Lu Chen sighed. "It's just barely acceptable." As he spoke, he revealed the crystal wristband. Wang Bing. He felt like his heart was already full of wounds. Everyone. Seeing the doubtful expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Chen felt quite pleased. Showing off in front of others +1, what a delight. After that, Lu Chen traded the equipment he had dropped this time. He also used the newly acquired intermediate skill stone. He applied it to battle intent, raising it to level 9. After handling all his gains, Lu Chen smiled. Alright, the dungeon is over, everyone can go back now. Everyone bid farewell to Lu Chen, and he took out a return scroll, heading straight back to Silvermoon Village. He had now obtained the bone-corroding grass and could go turn in the quest. As soon as Lu Chen returned to the square, he heard nearby players discussing how he had led a team to clear the dungeon again. When they saw Lu Chen, their eyes turned red one by one. Adoptive father, can you take me to the dungeon next time? Godfather, take me along. I'm willing to do anything. Lu Chen was startled by their enthusiasm and quickly mounted his demonic wolf, charging out of the square. It was too frightening, especially those female players. Their gazes seemed like they wanted to devour him. On the road in the village, all the players looked at Lu Chen with envy. Lu Chen soon arrived at the pharmacy. The players in line naturally made way for him, allowing him to go first. Lu Chen smiled at everyone and then entered the pharmacy. The matchmaker was finishing a transaction and, upon seeing Lu Chen, looked him up and down with a strange expression. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. He touched his face. Boss, what's wrong? The matchmaker came back to her senses. I underestimated you along with the old village chief. You actually managed to defeat a lord? How did you do it? The matchmaker couldn't understand. Logically, a lord should be at least level 10. Lu Chen was only level 8. Even with good equipment and strong skills, it shouldn't be possible to defeat a lord. However, the previous system announcement had confirmed that Lu Chen had indeed done it. The natives of Silvermoon Village certainly couldn't comprehend. Lu Chen then understood why the matchmaker was looking at him that way. He smiled. It was just good luck. I happened to interrupt a necromancer's advancement, which allowed me to kill him. Lu Chen was self-aware. He understood that with his current strength, if the lord were in normal condition, he definitely wouldn't be able to win. To solo a lord, he still needed to grow stronger. Necromancer? The matchmaker's expression changed slightly, her brows furrowing. Is it from the Pale Cult? Lu Chen was taken aback. Boss, you know about the Pale Cult? The matchmaker exhaled a breath of frustration and nodded. Of course, it's a notoriously evil cult in the central continent. What we have here is just a small branch. In the Great Marshall City area, there are quite a few cultists from the Pale Cult roaming around. When you go to Great Marshall City, you might even have dealings with them. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. After that, he took out the bone-corroding grass and handed it to the matchmaker. Bone-corroding grass, I found it. Upon seeing the bone-corroding grass, the matchmaker's expression became somewhat complex. She fell silent for a moment, sighed, and took the herb. If possible, I somewhat wish you hadn't found this herb. Lu Chen was taken aback, thinking of something. What is this herb used for? The matchmaker glanced at Lu Chen and said, the old village chief needs this. You don't have to worry about it. Just focus on leveling up and improving yourself. When the little demon's lair attacks, we will need your strength. Seeing that the matchmaker was unwilling to say more, Lu Chen could only nod and refrain from asking further. The matchmaker smiled and said, your task is complete. Here's your reward. As soon as her words fell, his experience surged significantly. Just a step away from level 9, the matchmaker handed him a green fruit. This fruit was about the size of an apple, looking crystal clear and exuding a fragrant aroma. Lu Chen took the fruit and checked its information. Green snake fruit, spirit fruit, increases poison resistance by 30% when consumed. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at the attribute. It actually increases resistance? Although he hadn't encountered any poison-type monsters yet, having increased resistance would definitely be useful. Lu Chen smiled at the matchmaker. Thank you, boss. He took a bite and found the fruit quite tasty, sweet and sour. After finishing a few bites, Lu Chen noticed that his poison resistance had increased by 30%. Not bad. After confirming there were no other tasks, Lu Chen bid farewell to the matchmaker. He only had 2 tasks left. One was the material quest from the warrior mentor, and the other was to find the little demon's lair. Lu Chen asked Lu Chang and the others if they had spotted the magic tiger. Unfortunately, they had not seen anything. With no other choice, Lu Chen decided to search for it himself. Coincidentally, he also needed to find the location of the little demon's lair, so he would do both at once. He mounted the magic wolf and charged out of the village. He planned to head east from the village since the little demon camp was in that direction. Riding the magic wolf, Lu Chen quickly surpassed the area of the little demon camp and continued deeper into the mountains. As he ventured further, the levels of the monsters he encountered increased. Magic monkeys, magic mountain lions, and so on. The monster levels ranged from 7 to 8, then to 9. These monsters were all ordinary creatures with nothing of value. Even green items were rare. Lu Chen simply became too lazy to pick up drops. Each time, he utilized the speed of the magic wolf to circle around, gathering all the monsters together. Then he swept through them, killing them all. After not picking up any drops, Lu Chen finally revealed the true drop rate of this game. After defeating about 100 monsters, he only obtained a few gray items. What a ripoff! Lu Chen realized. He seemed to be quite unlucky. Thankfully, he had talent and didn't rely on luck to get by. Lu Chen felt a bit apprehensive. After spending several hours, Lu Chen had farmed several hundred monsters, nearly exploring the entire mountainous area. His level finally reached level 9. Unfortunately, he still hadn't encountered the magic tiger. Clearly, the magic tiger was not in the east of the village. He hadn't even come across any trace of the little demons. Just as Lu Chen was about to search elsewhere, Lin Yingying sent a message. Foster father, I found the area where the magic tiger spawns. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Where? Lin Yingying sent a location, which was to the west of the village. One of our assassins likes to look for treasure chests. He learned an invisibility skill and found the magic tiger in the level 8 monster area to the west of the village. It's right here. Okay, I got it. I'm on my way. Lu Chen immediately used a return scroll, then mounted the magic wolf and ran towards the west of the village. The west of the village, like the east, was filled with endless mountains. The location Lin Yingying sent was in the level 8 monster area, quite far from the village entrance. After running for nearly an hour, Lu Chen finally arrived at the designated spot. It was a vast forest, and a slender young man was crouched behind a tree. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he quickly ran out. Foster father. Over here. Lu Chen ran over. Are you the player who found the magic tiger? The young man nodded cheerfully. Yes, that's me. My name is Jiang Ming. I aspire to be a treasure hunter. While searching for treasure chests, I happened to see the demonized fierce tiger, and then I remembered what Minister Lin said, so I notified her. Lu Chen smiled and traded 1 gold to Jiang Ming. This is a token of appreciation. Ah, Jiang Ming was a bit stunned. Then he quickly shook his head. No, adoptive father, you are the pride of our great Xiao players. This little thing is nothing, no need for thanks. Lu Chen chuckled. You should take it. I've been searching for a long time and couldn't find the demonized fierce tiger. You saved me quite a bit of time. It's a pity I don't have any assassin gear on me, otherwise I would have equipped you directly. This. Jiang Ming hesitated a bit. His family was ordinary, and he was opening treasure chests just to make some money by finding good things, right? 1 gold is worth 10,000. Jiang Ming felt tempted but also felt embarrassed to take it. He thought he really hadn't done much, just casually reported a location. Just take it, Lu Chen said, seeing Jiang Ming still hesitating. Jiang Ming came to his senses and smiled shyly. Adoptive father, how about this? I won't take the 1 gold, just give me a friend slot. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and said, giving you a friend slot is fine, but you still have to take this gold. After all, he had helped out, and Lu Chen felt a bit guilty if he didn't show any appreciation. Seeing Lu Chen so insistent, Jiang Ming had no choice but to agree to the trade. Then, Lu Chen sent a friend request to Jiang Ming. He had already turned off the friend request option, so Jiang Ming couldn't apply to add him. After adding Jiang Ming as a friend, Lu Chen smiled. Alright, you go back to your own business, I'll head in. Jiang Ming nodded repeatedly, gratefully saying, thank you, adoptive father. Goodbye, adoptive father. Lu Chen nodded, mounted his demonized wild wolf, and entered the forest where the demonized fierce tiger was located. Watching the demonized fierce tigers chase after Lu Chen into the depths of the forest, Jiang Ming finally withdrew his gaze. He felt a bit emotional. His adoptive father was really nice. Moreover, he was strong. His gear looked impressive. He needed to work harder and strive to become an amazing player like his adoptive father. Lu Chen ventured deeper into the forest where the demonized fierce tigers were, and there were quite a few of them, with levels continuously rising from level 8. As he went deeper into the forest, the level of the demonized fierce tigers even reached level 10. When he arrived at the deepest part of the forest, he saw a giant tree that could only be embraced by 10 people. The crown of the giant tree resembled a dome, blocking out the sunlight. At the base of the giant tree, there lay a nearly 10-meter-long, completely black giant tiger resting. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and cast a detection spell. Demonized Fierce Tiger King, Boss, Level, 10 Health, 12,000 Attack, 130 Description, the King of the Demonized Fierce Tigers, the Overlord of the Forest. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This was the one. He opened the drop list. To Lu Chen's surprise, the first item was actually a purple legendary item. It was a mid-level skill stone. No need to say more, Lu Chen decisively selected it. The second item was a quest item. Demonized Fierce Tiger Spine, unique, excellent forging material drop rate, 100% perhaps because Lu Chen had accepted the quest. This item had a guaranteed drop rate. The rest were some normal quality items. Since the item levels were all level 10, Lu Chen thought for a moment and selected a level 10 chainmail belt. If he didn't find better gear by level 10, he would use this belt. Tiger King Belt, fine, chainmail, defense 233, strength plus 9, stamina plus 10, required level 10. After selecting the drops, Lu Chen charged towards the demonized Fierce Tiger King. The demonized Fierce Tiger King was sleeping and didn't expect a sudden attack. Before it could get up, Lu Chen's blazing greatsword had already swung 4 times in succession. Normal attack -450, heavy strike -1822, savage strike -998. Sweep minus 1021. It was probably because the level of the demonized Tiger King was relatively high. Aside from the heavy strike landing a critical hit, the other 3 attacks did not. However, even so, the damage dealt still exceeded 4,000. This was a level 10 boss, and just at the start, it had lost a third of its health. That explosive power was already quite strong. After taking such massive damage, the demonized Tiger King let out a wretched scream. It jumped up, its massive body towering over 2 meters, even taller than Lu Chen. Its enormous tiger claws shimmered with strands of black demonic energy as they swung towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised his great sword to block. Clang! The immense force made Lu Chen take 2 steps back. Damage floated above Lu Chen's head. Minus 57. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and revealed a smile. As expected, his current stamina attribute had exceeded 400 points in battle, combined with the defense of his chainmail and the damage reduction effect. Plus, with the damage mitigation from blocking, even a level 10 boss dealt extremely limited damage to him. And with each attack he received, the crystal shield had stacked another layer. Next, the damage he took would be reduced by another 10 points. At this rate, with the crystal shield stacked to 6 layers, as long as Lu Chen could block the attacks, even the level 10 demonized Tiger King wouldn't be able to harm him. It was worth noting that this was a boss with a higher level than Lu Chen. It couldn't break through his defenses. One could imagine how strong Lu Chen's defense was now. He could completely withstand the demonized Tiger King and kill it forcefully. He swung his great sword, dodging the demonized Tiger King's claw attacks while counterattacking. The great sword occasionally struck the demonized Tiger King, with high damage numbers popping up repeatedly, causing its health to drop at an astonishing speed. When the demonized Tiger King's health fell below 50%, it let out an angry roar. The sound wave spread out, crashing heavily into Lu Chen. Minus 9. Seeing this damage, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. If even skills could only deal this little damage, what would the demonized Tiger King be feeling if it had intelligence? Unfortunately, although the demonized Tiger King was a boss, it was still of a low level, driven by beastly instincts without any intelligence. It continued to roar in anger, trying to attack Lu Chen again. Before long, with Lu Chen's repeated attacks, its health dropped below 10%. Unfortunately, after Lu Chen's 4 consecutive strikes, it didn't even have time to use a skill with 10% health left before it let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. The massive corpse on the ground emitted 3 light orbs, 2 blue and 1 purple. Lu Chen felt quite satisfied. This was the first time he had fought a boss-level monster and witnessed a legendary drop. He used the intermediate skill stone. As he had guessed, after reaching level 9 in battle intent, he needed a high-level skill stone to level up. Although there were still many skills he could enhance with intermediate skill stones, some could also be upgraded with basic skill stones, so Lu Chen certainly wouldn't waste intermediate skill stones on those. Only the sweep and greatsword mastery could only be enhanced with intermediate skill stones. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen decided to use the intermediate skill stone on greatsword mastery. The level of greatsword mastery increased to level 5, and the damage increase from using the greatsword rose to 50%. Lu Chen's damage had once again increased. He had also picked up the dropped quest items. It was time to return and turn in the quest. Lu Chen used a return scroll and arrived back at Silver Moon Village. Upon reaching the tavern, Lu Chen quickly found his drunken warrior mentor, Battle Axe, sitting in a corner. "Mentor, I'm here." Battle Axe looked up, the scar that crossed his entire cheek still looking fierce. He burped, "It's you, kid? You finished the quest faster than I expected. But then again, if you can kill a lord, taking down a boss should be a piece of cake, right? Unfortunately, there are no lord-level demonized tigers near Silver Moon Village, otherwise, I would have sent you to get that material for me." The Battle Axe muttered, and Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. If he really had to fight a lord-level demonized tiger, it would be better to just kill him outright. He couldn't handle a boss of that level right now. It was all just a fluke. Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly and said, "Battle Axe mentor, this is the spine of a demonized tiger, take a look." He took out the bloody white spine and placed it in front of the Battle Axe. The Battle Axe nodded, "No problem, you've completed the task." As soon as the Battle Axe finished speaking, the weapon material task was completed, and Lu Chen's experience increased significantly once again. Then, the Battle Axe took out a skill book and handed it to Lu Chen. "Here, this is the skill book I promised you earlier, it's my unique skill." Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the skill book. "Thank you, mentor." He learned the skill and began to check it out. Counterattack Level 1, when taking damage, you can counterattack the target, dealing high damage to the target. When receiving 1000 points of damage, it reaches its maximum, causing 500% damage with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This skill, Lu Chen gasped, "What a powerful skill. No wonder it's a unique skill. This is only level 1 and it can deal a whopping 500% skill damage. It's simply outrageous. Even legendary skills aren't that exaggerated, right?" However, the downside of this skill is also very obvious. It requires losing health. The more health you lose, the higher the damage will be. 1000 points of health is quite rare, even for a level 10 warrior player. Only a few can truly reach the maximum damage. Only players like Lu Chen, with nearly 5000 health, can afford to unleash the highest counterattack burst. If you calculate it carefully, for every 200 health lost, you can gain 100% damage, which is manageable. Lu Chen suddenly realized, for an average player, this skill might only be considered a decent attack method, but for Lu Chen, when fighting Lord-level monsters, losing 1000 health would be a piece of cake. This is equivalent to frequently obtaining a 500% burst skill. Moreover, this skill has only a 10-second cooldown. Coupled with Lu Chen's lifesteal, he could regain some health, making it a godly skill for fighting bosses. Additionally, the growth potential of this skill in the later stages is extremely high. After all, players have more health as they progress, and losing 1000 health will be a trivial matter by then. Even ordinary players can achieve a maximum counterattack damage of 500%. It is in the later stages that this skill truly shines. However, because Lu Chen's attributes are simply too strong, even in the early stages, it is an extremely powerful attack skill for him. He felt delighted. With this skill, it seemed like he had a bit more chance against Lord monsters. He smiled and said, "Thank you, mentor, I really like this skill." The battle axe looked at Lu Chen and smiled. "It seems you understand the power of this skill. Only those with enough health can unleash its full potential. By the way, how much health do you have now?" Lu Chen smiled, "Over 4000, almost 5000. His base stamina is already 100 points, and his equipment is quite luxurious, adding over 100 stamina. Plus, with the boosts from Battle Intent and Warrior's Heart, 5000 health is just around the corner." The battle axe? Upon hearing this, he was a bit stunned, even sobering up from the alcohol. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Chen. "How much health?" Lu Chen was taken aback. "Almost 5000. What's wrong?" 5000. The battle axe jumped up from his chair, his voice attracting the attention of many locals and players in the tavern. The locals didn't pay much attention and quickly turned back to their own conversations. However, when players saw Lu Chen next to the battle axe, they immediately began to whisper among themselves, "Isn't that your adoptive father? What did he say to surprise the warrior mentor so much? It seems he mentioned something about 5000? What 5000? I don't know." A group of players was buzzing with discussion, curiously watching the situation unfold. The battle axe also realized his lapse in composure. He cleared his throat and sat back down in his chair. However, the way he looked at Lu Chen was as if he were gazing at a monster. "You actually have 5000 health? How did you manage that?" His voice was low, but it trembled slightly. Clearly, he was taken aback. The battle axe muttered to himself, "Even with a full set of excellent equipment, it shouldn't be possible to have this much health at this level, right? No, even with a full set of legendary gear, it shouldn't reach that. Your base endurance needs to be high too. By the way, what is your base endurance?" The battle axe thought of this question and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen replied, 100. He then added with some regret, "Unfortunately, the limit for us ancient humans is only 100. There's no way to improve further." The battle axe exclaimed, "Huh?" His mouth hung open, his expression dazed, and his originally fierce face looked somewhat comical. "What's wrong?" The battle axe swallowed hard, and his gaze at Lu Chen was now like that of someone looking at a deity. "Your base endurance has reached its limit?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yeah, is there a problem?" The battle axe nodded and then shook his head, "And no problem." His expression twisted as he spoke, "You're simply a monster." He then took several deep breaths to calm his inner shock, looking at Lu Chen and slowly saying, "Now I finally understand why you can kill the Lord." His gaze towards Lu Chen gradually became complex. "Perhaps you will become a powerful being traversing the starry skies in the future." Lu Chen didn't expect the battle axe to say this. He was somewhat curious. What is a top-tier powerhouse traversing the starry skies like? The battle axe fell into reminiscence. Sighing, back in the day, our Silver Moon human leader, Lord Ming, had already reached demigod level, enough to traverse a star domain and even survive for a short time within a star without dying, but he still wasn't considered a top-tier powerhouse. I've heard that true top-tier powerhouses can extinguish stars with their breath, destroy star systems with a wave of their hand, and even fight on neutron stars, easily escaping the gravitational pull of black holes. That is the realm of the divine. Lu Chen was taken aback, listening to the battle axe's words made his scalp tingle. What the heck? Extinguishing stars with breath, destroying star systems with a wave? Isn't that superhuman? Fighting on a neutron star? How strong must the gravity of a neutron star be? That's 200 billion times that of Earth. Any matter on it would be crushed into neutrons. To be able to fight in such an environment, and even escape the pull of a black hole? No wonder they call it divine. What ordinary being could achieve such a level? With such power, the entire universe couldn't bind oneself, right? Could it be that I actually have a chance to become such an existence? Lu Chen felt a bit dazed. Inside him, a special flame began to burn. Understanding beings of this level, Lu Chen felt a surge of ambition. Perhaps he could really try to become such a being? To become such a powerhouse? Seeing the fervor in Lu Chen's eyes, the battle axe chuckled lightly. Lu Chen, although you have the potential to become such a powerhouse, the likelihood is not high. Lu Chen was taken aback, somewhat astonished. Why do you say that? The battle axe replied, you said yourself that your endurance limit is 100 points, right? Lu Chen's heart sank as he nodded. Yeah, the system prompt said that's the essence of you inching humans. The battle axe chuckled lightly. Indeed, that's the essence of the race. This is the potential of a race. Our Silver Moon humans have a property limit of 120 points during the apprenticeship stage, which is stronger than your you-inching humans. Some races have limits of only a few dozen points, even less than you-inching humans. This is the most basic potential of a race. The stronger the potential, the easier the future path, and the higher the ceiling. Our Silver Moon humans have slightly stronger potential than your Yuan Star humans, but even the strongest among us is merely a demigod. As for your Yuan Star humans, the road ahead is likely to be even more difficult. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt even heavier in his heart. Seeing Lu Chen frown, the battle axe chuckled lightly. Do you know what the attribute ceiling is for the most powerful races during their apprenticeship stage? Lu Chen came to his senses and shook his head. I don't know. A hint of bitterness appeared on the battle axe's face as he slowly spoke. Those are races that possess deities, and their attribute ceiling during the apprenticeship stage is 5,000 points. 5,000, Lu Chen's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with shock. He had originally thought that the basic attribute ceilings of all races were roughly similar, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. If the apprenticeship stage is not even level 10 and there is already a basic attribute ceiling of 5,000 points, how much stronger is that compared to ordinary races? Lu Chen could hardly imagine it. Seeing Lu Chen's shocked expression, the battle axe smiled. The universe is far larger than you can imagine. Some races are born in stars, growing under the embrace of stellar flares. Some races survive in temperatures hundreds of degrees below zero, naturally dancing with ice and snow. Some beings are even composed of matter directly in the vacuum of space, born to survive in the cosmic void, where cosmic rays feel like a gentle breeze to them, and planets are merely their food and toys. Listening to the battle axe's words, Lu Chen's expression grew increasingly astonished. This world was much larger than he had imagined. Noticing Lu Chen's solemn expression, the battle axe grinned, the scars on his face appearing even more menacing. But you don't need to be too pessimistic. Such races are just a tiny minority. Most races, like you and me, are born and grow on an ordinary planet with not much difference in potential. For example, among the 4 races on this Orion Novice continent, the potential of the star humans, half-splendid star stone people, and Blackwood star tiger people is quite similar to that of your Yuan star humans. If the potential gap were too great, they wouldn't be assigned to the same novice continent. The cosmic server is quite fair in this regard. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt somewhat relieved. If a monster born in the sun appeared in their novice continent, what would they even play? Lu Chen thought of something and looked at the battle axe with some anticipation. By the way, mentor, you just said I have hope of becoming strong? Since the potential gap is so large, where is the hope? The battle axe smiled. There are many ways to enhance racial potential. For instance, the simplest way is to fuse with the bloodline of other races, transforming from a pure Yuan star human into another race. This way, your potential ceiling will increase accordingly. Lu Chen, humans have limits, so should I stop being human? If possible, he still hoped to remain a person. Are there any other methods? The battle axe chuckled lightly. Of course, for example, there are advancement challenge tasks. Every being will unlock challenge tasks when they advance. The difficulty of the challenge tasks can be chosen. The higher the difficulty of the completed tasks, the greater the increase in potential ceiling. Moreover, each time you level up afterward, the attributes gained will also increase significantly, along with some other rewards, etc. This made Lu Chen's eyes light up. If he could complete the highest difficulty challenge tasks each time, then his potential ceiling would gradually increase. Perhaps there was hope to catch up with those terrifying god-level races? Seeing Lu Chen's delighted expression, the battle axe became somewhat serious. However, there is something I must tell you. Seeing the battle axe so serious, Lu Chen was taken aback. Mentor, what is it? Each player's challenge task can only be attempted 3 times. If you fail all 3 times, you will never be able to continue advancing for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, instantly understanding the seriousness of the issue. If he wanted to achieve greater potential, he had no choice but to select high-difficulty advancement tasks. However, high-difficulty advancement tasks were clearly not something that could be completed easily. If he failed 3 times, he would be unable to continue advancing. This effectively blocked the player's path of continuous attempts. Lu Chen felt a bit heavy-hearted. Even though his current strength was formidable, he couldn't confidently say he would definitely complete a high-difficulty advancement task. Noticing Lu Chen's contemplative expression, the battle axe continued. There's one more thing. Every time you fail an advancement task, you must wait a period of time before you can attempt to advance again. The higher the level, the longer the waiting time will be. There are even other penalties for failure, such as losing equipment, reduced attributes, and there's even a possibility of skill levels decreasing. Lu Chen grimaced. This damn game was really tough. It was bad enough that you could only fail 3 times, but there were penalties for each failure? How could that allow anyone to challenge their limits? The battle axe chuckled. So, when advancing, you must be fully prepared and have self-awareness, choosing the advancement task you are most confident in. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Then he thought of something, his expression changing, and he spoke up. Aren't there those beings that are incredibly powerful from birth? Do they also undertake the same advancement tasks as us? If that's the case, wouldn't they be able to complete the highest level advancement every time? The thought of a player with 5,000 attributes doing the same task as him left him stunned. The battle axe laughed. You don't need to worry about that. The difficulty of advancement tasks is determined by race. Players of different races have different task difficulties, and even the content of each player's advancement task is different. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is, I can accept that. He decided that even if it meant risking failure, he would definitely choose the highest difficulty for his first attempt. If he succeeded, he would gain greater potential. If he failed, he would at least know what he lacked and have a clearer understanding of himself. The battle axe looked at Lu Chen, his expression serious. To be honest, after all these years and having seen many players, among those with around 100 potential, I have never encountered someone like you. This is also why I believe you might have a chance to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Lu Chen grinned. Then it seems I must strive to become that powerhouse who traverses the universe so that it shows you have good vision, mentor. The battle axe laughed heartily. Then you go for it. His expression turned somewhat solemn. The path to becoming such a powerhouse is not easy. Right now, there's the first trouble waiting for you. If Silvermoon Village is destroyed, it will surely affect you, right? Lu Chen nodded, his expression serious. Don't worry, mentor, I will help defend Silvermoon Village. I hope so. After bidding farewell to the battle axe, the gaming time for today was almost over. Lu Chen had accomplished quite a bit today, having run dungeons 3 times, one of which was the initial exploration of the Silvermoon tomb. Compared to yesterday, when he couldn't even finish the small demon camp in a whole day, there had been a qualitative leap. Mainly, his equipment had been continuously strengthening, his skill levels were rising, and his power had increased significantly. He hoped to find the small demon lair tomorrow. After all, there were only 5 days left to prepare for Silvermoon Village, and time was running short. Lu Chen began to handle today's gold coins. He now had nearly 7,000 gold coins. He thought for a moment and decided to sell 5,000 gold coins for $50 million. After using part of it to pay off his debts, he planned to enjoy life with the remaining money. As for the leftover gold coins, Lu Chen intended to keep them in the game. After all, even though he didn't need much money now, the future was uncertain. It's good to be prepared for unexpected situations. Because this game involves the reality of the entire Yuan Star, money is too important for the average player. All the wealthy players are eyeing the trading platform. Even if Lu Chen offered 5,000 gold coins, they would be sold out in just a few seconds. Lu Chen's account increased by 50 million. After handling the gold coins and confirming there was nothing urgent, Lu Chen logged out of the game. In reality, on the bed of his single apartment, Lu Chen opened his eyes. He sat up and immediately took out his phone to check his online banking information. Sure enough, the balance of over 50 million lay quietly in his account. A smile of excitement appeared on Lu Chen's face. This was not a dream. The debt was finally going to be repaid. The pressure that had been weighing on him since he fell into debt had vanished without a trace. Only those who have truly owed money and struggled to repay it know the pain of being in debt. However, from now on, his life would no longer be the same. Money had become the least important aspect for him. Lu Chen quickly dialed his mother Du Shuefei's number. After a few rings, the call connected and a somewhat tired voice came through. Hello, son, what's wrong? Lu Chen was taken aback and frowned. Mom, are you still working the night shift? I told you I would make money to pay off the debts. Du Shuefei chuckled lightly. Of course I know your abilities. Earning a few million in the game is impressive. But we have to be cautious. What if you can't earn more later? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you really can't earn it, at least we'll have paid off part of it and life will gradually get better. Hearing Du Shuefei's gentle voice, Lu Chen felt warmth in his heart. He then smiled and said, Mom, you don't need to work the night shift anymore. I earned 50 million today. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Du Shuefei seemed momentarily stunned, and after a moment her shocked voice finally came through. How much? 50 million. I earned 50 million in just one day, and there will be more to come. We don't need to worry about money anymore. Lu Chen could clearly sense the heavy breathing on the other end of the line. He smiled brightly. After enduring so much pressure for so long, his mother could finally let go of her burdens. Du Shuefei's voice trembled. Is what you're saying true? Lu Chen nodded. Absolutely. I'll transfer 30 million to you right away. After you pay off the debts, you can use the remaining money. No need. That's too much. I can't possibly use that much money. You should save it well. Once the debts are cleared, we should start thinking about your lifelong matters. Lu Chen Hearing this, he thought about how there were still company executives in the game calling him their son-in-law. He wondered how many women were lining up to warm his bed. However, Lu Chen thought better of mentioning it. He felt that if he did, knowing his mother's personality, she would probably start urging him to find someone suitable the very next day. Lu Chen laughed. I still have 20 million here. I won't need much for myself. Before our family went bankrupt, didn't you also use money? You've worked hard all these years, go. Pamper yourself, do some yoga, and as for traveling, let's hold off for now. Monsters from the game could appear outside at any moment, and it wouldn't be safe if you ran into one. Lu Chen suddenly stopped as he heard a faint sobbing sound on the other end of the line. He paused for a moment, then smiled. Mom, you're not crying from being moved, are you? The sobbing stopped abruptly. How could that be? Your mom is not the type to cry. I don't even remember the last time I cried. Lu Chen thought to himself that when Dad passed away, she had hidden in her room and cried her heart out. She probably thought he couldn't hear her, but he was right outside the door at that time. However, he didn't say this to avoid making his mother sad. Lu Chen smiled and said, I thought you were crying, so you can keep the money then. Alright, I'll help you save it for now. Really unnecessary, it's only the second day and I've already made 50 million. Tomorrow I'll make even more. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, what exactly did you do in the game? How are you making so much money? Du Shuefei's surprised voice rang out. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, then smiled and said, you don't need to worry about that for now. I can't disclose any information about the game at the moment. If he told his mother about his identity now, who knows if that would count as him giving up his privacy agreement? If it was really considered a waiver, then it would be too easy for others to find him later. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Du Shuefei fell silent for a moment, then said, alright then, it seems the world will change in the future. It's a good thing that you're doing well in the game. Yeah, Mom, please don't tell anyone about my game matters. Don't worry, after all these years of ups and downs, do you think I wouldn't understand this? I won't tell anyone. That's good. I'll transfer the money to you now. You can go pay off your debts. Lu Chen paused for a moment and continued, by the way, after you pay off the debts, why don't you come to Xinhai City and live with me? No one knows how the monsters in the game will appear, and if you come over, I can protect you. This made Du Shuefei fall silent. She thought for a moment and smiled, well, after I pay off the debts, I'll come to Xinhai City to take a look first. Whether I stay or not can be discussed later. Alright. Lu Chen smiled. His experiences in the game over the past 2 days told him that the real world would become increasingly dangerous. He was genuinely worried about leaving his mother to live alone. What if she encountered a monster? What would she do? Moreover, he had to hide his identity, now making many things inconvenient. But Du Shuefei didn't have that concern. She could do things on Lu Chen's behalf. For example, if Lu Chen wanted to rent a better place, since he couldn't register under his own name, he could completely use Du Shuefei's name to rent. With his current funds, he could even buy a house. Although the housing prices in Xinhai were very high, in bustling areas, a square meter could cost 300,000 to 400,000. However, with Lu Chen's earning ability, he could make enough for $1 billion mansion in just a few days. He would consider that after his mother arrived. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen directly transferred the money to Du Shuefei. Then, he ordered breakfast delivery and started browsing on his phone. What Lu Chen was most concerned about was, of course, player information. He logged onto the Universe Game Forum and began browsing the official posts. A pinned post quickly caught Lu Chen's attention. Demonic energy invasion occurs. 3 dead, 3 injured. The demonic energy invasion happened? He quickly clicked on the post. Inside was a short news article. At 3:40 a.m. today, black demonic energy appeared in the suburbs of Unta City, Donglin Province. Eyewitnesses reported that demons emerged from the demonic energy, resulting in the tragic deaths of 3 civilians and injuries to 3 others. The demons were subsequently dealt with by members of the Player Management Bureau who arrived on the scene. We urge all civilians to immediately notify the Player Management Bureau if they encounter a demonic energy invasion. The news was accompanied by photos and short videos. Due to the dim light and the suburban location of the invasion, the video and photos were not very clear. However, they were still somewhat discernible. The photo showed a small, grotesque, dark figure. Lu Chen was all too familiar with this creature. It was a little demon, and it was a little demon warrior. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the first demonic energy invasion to feature an elite monster. The little demon in the photo was outside a damaged small building, surrounded by several equipped players. Clearly, this was the situation after the Player Management Bureau had arrived, and that damaged small building next to the little demon was probably the site of the incident. Lu Chen clicked on the video again. In the video, players worked together with the sheriff, using firearms and teamwork to take down the little demon. He noticed that the little demon's defenses seemed quite strong. The handgun barely inflicted any damage, only causing minor flesh wounds. Ultimately, it was through the players distracting the little demon and then using a sniper rifle to deliver a headshot that they managed to kill it. Lu Chen also realized that perhaps because this little demon had come into the real world, it was not the same as in the game. This little demon did not have a health bar after being shot in the head, it simply died without the health bar disappearing. Perhaps this little demon still had data but was affected by the rules of reality, making it somewhat different from the game? Of course, it could also be that the sniper rifle's damage was too high, instantly killing the little demon with one shot. The video did not show the health bar. Only by seeing it with his own eyes could one see the health bar. Lu Chen's mind was racing with thoughts. Just then, he heard a roar from outside the window. Lu Chen's expression changed, and he quickly rushed to the window to look outside. The area where Lu Chen lived was in the suburbs of Xianhai City, and outside the apartment was a large square with shopping malls, hospitals, schools, and other facilities nearby, making it a residential area. The view from Lu Chen's window faced directly onto the square. At that moment, a massive black dog, about 1 meter 30 or 40 in size, emerged in the square, emanating black mist. The dog's eyes were blood red as it charged towards a woman. The woman looked pale. Facing such a fierce beast, she couldn't even stand, let alone run. Her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground, her scream capable of shattering glass. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's expression changed, and he wanted to jump out of the window to save her. Although Lu Chen was on a floor more than 10 meters high, his attributes were now almost like a little superhero. With equipment bonuses, his stamina exceeded 200 points, so a 10-meter drop wouldn't affect him. Not to mention, even a normal high-level warrior could jump down from that height. However, he was still a bit far from the square, and Lu Chen wasn't sure if he could save her. Just then, a man clad in heavy chainmail suddenly approached at high speed from a distance, crashing heavily into the black dog. The black dog staggered a few steps and came to a halt. Lu Chen was very familiar with this skill. It was the warrior's charge. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief and lowered his hand that was pressed against the window. The man's equipment didn't look very good. It seemed to be a mix of ordinary white and gray styles. In fact, apart from the Silver Moon village where Lu Chen was, players in other novice villages were living in dire straits. Lu Chen would often drop a lot of green equipment daily, and even ordinary players could snag 1 or 2 pieces if they were lucky. Not to mention, Lu Chen had opened 2 dungeons. While the level of the Silver Moon tomb was too high, many players could now farm the little monsters at the little demon camp. The drop rate for elite little demons was certainly decent. White items were basically guaranteed to drop, and if luck was on their side, they might even get green equipment. What kind of treatment did players in other novice villages have? The equipment they wore was mostly a mix of gray and white. Only top-tier teams had the qualifications to target bosses, and perhaps with a stroke of luck, they could drop a piece of green equipment. But that was a rarity. The warrior in front of him was just an ordinary player. Fortunately, this black dog wasn't very strong, otherwise, his charge wouldn't have been able to stagger it. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. To his surprise, data appeared. Demonized pet dog, apprentice level 2, originally an ordinary pet dog, it was completely transformed into a demon after being corrupted by demonic energy. This data left Lu Chen somewhat astonished. There was no level, no health or attack stats, just a simple description. What caught Lu Chen's attention was that this demonized pet dog was at apprentice level 2. This is somewhat different from the players and the wild monsters in the game. Lu Chen speculated that the reason for the datafication within the Universe Online game was due to the immense power of the cosmic server. The game world is equivalent to another independent realm, with rules that differ somewhat from those of the real universe. The monsters that emerged after the invasion of demonic energy fall within the realm of real-world rules. Therefore, there are no detailed classifications of levels, life, and attack. There is only a simple hierarchy. Lu Chen pondered, this apprentice level 2 probably has no difference from an ordinary level 2 monster? It's just that, without life and attack, it doesn't completely adhere to game data. In the game, while attacking the head, heart, and other vital areas can trigger critical hits, they are not fatal. In reality, attacking the head and heart, if defenses are breached, would likely be deadly. Lu Chen contemplated as he watched the battle in the square. That warrior player clearly wasn't very skilled in combat, but at least he had gone through the process of fighting monsters. Although he was somewhat flustered and was once pushed back by a demonic pet dog, he quickly steadied himself, leveraging his strength advantage and the convenience of having a weapon to take the initiative. As this warrior player gradually found his rhythm in fighting monsters, coupled with his cautious nature, the level 2 monster posed no threat to him. Before long, he struck the demonic pet dog in the neck with his sword. Black-red blood gushed out, and the demonic pet dog howled and fell to the ground. Wisps of black mist gradually dissipated from its corpse. Nothing dropped. Lu Chen looked at the corpse of the demonic pet dog, deep in thought. It seemed that the invasion of demonic energy was indeed different. The monsters had no specific data and wouldn't drop items. Lu Chen had just instinctively wanted to check for drops and found no drop list. This situation confirmed Lu Chen's speculation. Only if items wouldn't drop would there be no drop list. In the square, a crowd of onlookers cheered and rushed forward to speak with the man. The male player wore a broad smile, looking quite pleased with himself. This was normal. Any ordinary person suddenly becoming extraordinary and wielding great power, coupled with the praise of so many, would likely feel self-satisfied. Lu Chen also noticed several attractive women exchanging contact information with the man, who accepted each one without refusal. Lu Chen suddenly thought of himself. If his identity were exposed, would he be cornered by a horde of terrifying female players, unable to leave his house? The mere thought of this possibility sent shivers down his spine. How terrifying! After a while, a few officials in black uniforms arrived. Lu Chen recognized this uniform. They were from the Player Management Bureau. The officials exchanged a few words with the player, but Lu Chen couldn't hear the specifics. Although Lu Chen's attributes had significantly improved and his hearing was better than before, he still couldn't catch their conversation from such a distance. After their exchange, the Player Management Bureau personnel took away the corpse of the demonic pet dog, cleaning up even the blood. Lu Chen speculated that the blood of the demonic creatures might also contain demonic energy, which could be harmful if ordinary people came into contact with it. As the Player Management Bureau personnel left, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Lu Chen saw that the male player had already put away his equipment, with two attractive women following him as they left. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and sat back down on the bed. Witnessing a demonic energy invasion event firsthand gave Lu Chen a certain understanding of the phenomenon. This was just the beginning. If there were a large-scale invasion of demonic energy, resulting in many pets being transformed, there would likely be a significant number of demonic creatures appearing. Not to mention the elite monsters that might emerge from the demonic energy. He just wondered if the demonic energy would directly invade human bodies. Would humans also be corroded and transformed by the demonic energy? The thought of this possibility sent a chill down Lu Chen's spine. Hopefully, it wouldn't happen. He shook his head, no longer thinking too much, and took out his phone to continue checking the official posts of the Cosmic Online game. Besides the pinned post about the demonic invasion, there were several other posts detailing players who had broken the law after gaining power. Some players, relying on their high agility, had sneaked into others' homes to steal. Most of them were assassin players. There were also those who chose to shop for free, with most of the stores being luxury shops or gold shops. What surprised Lu Chen the most was that there were actually about 10 players who had teamed up to rob a bank. Lu Chen was stunned. Even more surprising to Lu Chen was that 3 of those players had escaped and were now wanted. The Player Management Bureau would surely not let them off the hook. The official stance on law-breaking players was to deal with them severely, showing no leniency. Whether it was free shopping or burglary, they would end up serving long sentences. The cells for detaining players were not ordinary cells, but specifically designed for players guarded by the players of the Xianbird Army. The Xianbird Army was one of the top-tier players in the Great Xia, especially since Wang Bing and his group had given all their eliminated green gear to their allies. One could imagine how strong the Xianbird Army was now. With them guarding, it was basically impossible to get out for the rest of their lives. However, it was said that if they performed well, there was still a possibility of sentence reduction or even release. Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. How could these players be so foolish? Did they really think that with just a bit of power they could go against the entire Great Xia? The Great Xia had stood at the pinnacle of the world for so many years. How could it be so easy to deal with? In fact, not only within the borders of Great Xia, Lu Chen also saw posts from foreign netizens. Foreign players were equally restless. In more powerful countries, it was better. Like Great Xia, they had also established player management bureaus. Even if ambitious individuals emerged, they would be suppressed by the authorities. But in some smaller countries, the situation was different. The number of players was already limited, and with years of turmoil, the government's ability to manage the country was constrained. Now, with the emergence of players surpassing ordinary people, the authorities were completely powerless to stop them. If this situation continued, after some time, as player levels increased, those players from smaller countries might very well overthrow the regime, leading to even more chaos in those nations. This made Lu Chen realize once again that with the advent of the Cosmic Online game, the era had undergone a tremendous change. Today's posts were largely filled with player crimes. Besides these, Lu Chen was also mentioned multiple times. After all, he had appeared several times in the system announcements today. What caught the attention of all players was that Lu Chen had opened 2 dungeons, which provided excellent benefits for the players of Silver Moon Village. As previously mentioned, players from other villages mostly wore a mix of white and gray gear. In contrast, some players from Silver Moon Village already had green gear. The posts about Lu Chen opening dungeons were filled with discussions from other novice village players expressing their envy and jealousy towards the players of Silver Moon Village. Damn it, the players from Silver Moon Village must have ancestors smiling down on them. They actually got to share the same novice village as the adoptive father. The person above is wrong. This isn't just ancestors smiling, it's clearly on fire. 2 dungeons. Even the small monsters are all elites. How much good gear can they farm? The players in our village are all dressed like beggars in gray and white. My colleague is from Silver Moon Village. He went to the dungeon with Minister Lin and appeared on TV. Damn it, he opened a treasure chest and got a blue gear. He leveled up right away. I'm so envious. Wow. A big shot from the player management bureau has appeared. Big shot? I'm just a small fry. They already have blue gear, and those attributes make me want to snatch it. The discussions among many players then shifted to the high-end players who had gone with Lu Chen to the dungeon. Upon hearing that those players could actually get blue gear from treasure chests, their eyes turned red. With envy, they wished they could run to Silver Moon Village right now, hugging Lu Chen's thigh and asking him to play with them. Lu Chen looked quite amused. Soon, Lu Chen became even more amused. It was unclear whether it was someone from the Shen Bird Army, Tianyue Group, or the Player Management Bureau who released the items Wang Bing had obtained from opening treasure chests twice. As a result, Wang Bing's bad luck became widely known. Lu Chen could already imagine the expression on Wang Bing's face when he saw those comments. Additionally, the news about the little demon lair attacking the novice village in Silver Moon Village was also posted. Upon learning that demons could actually massacre villages, players from other villages panicked one by one, expressing that they would check the game to see if there were any similar demon lairs near their villages. If they accidentally encountered a demon massacre, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. However, Lu Chen speculated that such demon massacre events shouldn't be too frequent, but it was likely that Silver Moon Village wouldn't be the only one. After all, the reason demons smuggled into the game world was to hinder players' growth. Lu Chen didn't believe there was only one little demon lair in Silver Moon Village. There must be others in other novice villages. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided that after entering the game again, he would inform Wang Bing, Lu Chang, and Lin Yingying about the origins of the little demon lairs. They could spread the news, which would alert other novice villages. Lu Chen was also contemplating that if other novice villages experienced demon massacres, he might be able to sell some high-level equipment to those novice villages through Wang Bing and the others. This way, they would have some strength and might be able to help the original residents of the novice villages fend off the demon massacres. He couldn't do anything about players from other countries, but for players from Daxia, Lu Chen still hoped they could have some supplies in their novice villages during their beginner phase. Otherwise, their journey ahead would likely be very difficult and their progress would fall far behind other players. There were also some posts about other novice villages. Lu Chen glanced at them and found nothing particularly interesting, so he exited the official forum of the Cosmic Online game. At that moment, breakfast delivery arrived. While eating the takeout, Lu Chen started scrolling through short videos. One after another, the legs of the young ladies were white, long, and straight, but the items beside them looked a bit distorted, making it seem like they were haunted. Lu Chen quickly liked the video to avoid not being recommended similar videos in the future. He didn't care whether the people behind the videos were human or ghost. As long as they looked good in the videos, that was enough for him. Besides these young ladies' videos, there were also videos about player news, Cosmic Online Game, and various other updates. As Cosmic Online Game officially entered everyone's sight, everyone knew this would be a game that changed the world. Thus, there were quite a few people riding on this wave of popularity. Additionally, there were many videos following the official educational reforms, Player Management Bureau construction, and so on. As Lu Chen scrolled, he suddenly came across a familiar head. Today, let's talk about the heroic deeds of my adoptive father. That familiar voice made Lu Chen's hand tremble, almost dropping his phone. Goodness, he stumbled upon Lin Yingying again. But thinking about it, she was the official publicity minister, and since it was a daytime live broadcast for promotion, it was definitely pushed by the platform. It wasn't surprising for Lu Chen to come across her. Probably everyone would see this person's video. My adoptive father was super fierce today. This destined adoptive daughter was lucky to be taken by my adoptive father to clear 2 dungeons. Do you know how long it took my adoptive father to clear these 2 dungeons? Not more than an hour each. Isn't that fierce? I ask you, isn't that fierce? Everyone stand up and praise my adoptive father. Watching Lin Yingying's excited, flushed face and her animated gestures, she looked just like a cult leader. And unfortunately for him, he was the damned god of that cult. Lu Chen's face turned red. He inexplicably glanced at the number of viewers. Over 136 million. Lu Chen? Damn, do these people not have jobs? They're all just idly watching the livestream? No wonder your salaries aren't increasing. It's a miracle your boss hasn't docked your pay. The thought of over 100 million people watching this scene made Lu Chen's embarrassed toes feel like they could dig out a mansion. He silently closed the livestream, out of sight, out of mind. When he entered the game this time, he had to have a serious talk with Lin Yingying. Just from that brief moment. Earlier, Lin Yingying praised him as if he were capable of anything under the sun. Anyone who didn't know would think he was some kind of deity. Can you not exaggerate so much? After scrolling for a while and finishing breakfast, Lu Chen happily started playing the game. No work, debts cleared, and with tens of millions in pocket money, Lu Chen could play as he pleased, living the good life. He spent the day lounging around, playing games, reading novels, and watching videos. Then, in the evening, he entered the game again. Once. Back in the game, Lu Chen had a clear goal for the day. First, to clear both dungeons, and then to find the little demon lair. He estimated that he should be able to level up to 10 today, and he could equip that epic accessory, Soul Whale. Just thinking about it filled Lu Chen with motivation. Since it wasn't his first time tackling the dungeons, he didn't need to consider giving other players system rewards. He simply posted in the trading group, "Daily dungeon, anyone coming? Wang Bing, father, take me with you. Lu Chang, I'm in. Lin Ying, father, I'm coming. Lu Chen, then let's gather outside the little demon camp." After saying that, Lu Chen went to the pharmacy to restock on mana potions. For Lu Chen, there was no longer a need to buy healing potions. After all, the apprentice healing potion only restored 100 health points, and Lu Chen could easily regain that with a single skill. However, he still needed mana potions for skill usage. After buying 2 sets of 200 mana potions, Lu Chen mounted his beloved demonized wolf and headed to the little demon camp. When Lu Chen arrived at the dungeon entrance, players nearby were already looking to form teams. With players' levels continuously rising, there were more and more level 5 players. Everyone would first come to the little demon camp to farm some elite monsters. Even if they couldn't defeat the boss, elite monsters could still yield rewards, and with a bit of luck they might drop green gear. Upon seeing Lu Chen, all the players immediately greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, father. Father, you're here to farm too." The 2 dungeons in Silvermoon Village were both opened by Lu Chen, providing real benefits to the players there. Additionally, the news about the little demon slaughtering the village also came from Lu Chen. He occasionally released some green gear for trade, which earned him genuine respect from many players. This respect wasn't just because of Lu Chen's strength, but also because he brought them tangible benefits. Lu Chen smiled and greeted the players in return. Before long, Lu Chang, Lin Ying, and Wang Bing arrived one after another. Along with them were players from their 3 factions, all gathered together, some of whom were familiar faces from yesterday when Lu Chen led them to Silvermoon 2. They all greeted Lu Chen. These players wouldn't be joining him in the dungeon. Instead, they were going to explore the little demon lair on their own. After all, some of them had opened blue gear from treasure chests yesterday, significantly boosting their strength. It seemed that Guning had a good chance of making progress. As for Ice Hand, Lu Chen had high hopes for the Tianyue Guild. After all, Lu Chang had the formula for the apprentice frost resistance potion he bought from Lu Chen, which could be used to make frost resistance potions. As far as Lu Chen knew, Lu Chang hadn't sold the frost resistance potions to Wang Bing and Lin Ying yet. Clearly, he wanted to secure Ice Hand first. Of course, it could also be that the players' levels weren't high enough yet, and the herb yield might not be that plentiful. For what specific reason, Lu Chen did not ask. Further, after forming a team, Lu Chen led the 3 into the little demon camp. Now, Lu Chen was already level 9, while the little demon elites were only level 5. To be honest, the experience gained was not that much anymore. However, Lu Chen was not just grinding dungeons for experience, he was also after skill stones and attribute stones. In less than an hour, Lu Chen had led the 3 to clear the dungeon. For bosses like Guning and Ice Hand, Lu Chen charged in and took them down in one combo. No joke, it was a true one-hit kill. With his current attributes, fighting such low-level bosses was a complete domination. Even the high-level boss Maglon, with his 10,000 health points, could not last 3 seconds in Lu Chen's hands. After finishing the little demon camp, Lu Chen sold all the green equipment and items to Lu Chang and the others, while he kept the skill stones and attribute stones for himself. Having defeated so many elite monsters, Lu Chen had already collected over 100 attribute stones. He could not use the stamina attribute stones anymore due to reaching the stamina cap, so he planned to save them for later use after his advancement. He used up all the other attributes. His strength had already exceeded 80 points, very close to the cap. His agility and spirit were also nearing 50 points. At this rate, in another 2 days, Lu Chen would be able to max out all 4 attributes. Then he would find a way to get better equipment and level up his skills, and he could consider advancing. As for the skill stones, there were 5 bosses in the little demon camp, each reliably providing a primary skill stone. Lu Chen took all of those. The ordinary elite drops were minor skill stones, which Lu Chen used to enhance his counterattack. Minor skill stones could upgrade the counterattack to level 3. Counterattack, level 3, when taking damage, you can counterattack the target, dealing high damage to them. When receiving 3,000 points of damage, it reaches its maximum, causing 1,500% damage, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. The damage increase from the level 3 counterattack left Lu Chen somewhat stunned. A full 1,500%. That was equivalent to 15 times. Although in reality, it still deducted 200 health points to increase damage by 100%. This increase in the cap meant an enhancement in burst potential. For an average player, reaching 3,000 health points would likely take a long time, so even with a level 3 counterattack, an average player probably wouldn't be able to use it until they were at least level 20 or 30. But Lu Chen was different. He currently had 5,000 health points, so even with 3,000 health, he could still take it. This meant Lu Chen could deal the highest burst damage. When fighting small monsters, he didn't need to use the counterattack skill, but when facing the Lord, Lu Chen felt that this skill was simply divine. After reaching level 3, the counterattack skill would require primary skill stones to upgrade. Lu Chen already had quite a few skills that could be enhanced with primary skill stones: primary regeneration, charge, brutal strike, copper skin, iron bones, and counterattack. He had 5 primary skill stones in hand and thought for a moment. He decided to upgrade the counterattack first. He used one on the counterattack. Sure enough, the counterattack was upgraded to level 4, allowing him to deal 2000% high damage when receiving 4000 points of damage. It should have a very good effect when fighting the Lord. Lu Chen did not continue to upgrade the counterattack, as he would likely have to take 5000 health points of damage next. Even Lu Chen could not withstand such high damage. Although it could accumulate over time, the cooldown for the counterattack skill was only 10 seconds, so it wasn't worth wasting time stacking damage. For the remaining 4 primary skill stones, Lu Chen used them on copper skin, iron bones. He used 3, upgrading copper skin, iron bones to level 9. Copper skin, iron bones, level 9, passive skill, stamina plus 45. Strength plus 45, damage taken reduced by 45 points, directly increasing the base attributes by 90 points and even reducing damage by 45 points. It can be considered a quite powerful skill. Unfortunately, reaching the maximum level requires a mid-level skill stone for enhancement. With the remaining basic skill stone, Lu Chen used it on the Savage Strike, raising it to level 7. Savage Strike, level 7, unleashes a brutal blow, dealing 260% damage with a 70% chance to stun the target for 1 second, cooldown time of 15 seconds. Although the damage increase is average, the 70% chance to stun the target for 1 second is quite appealing. Based on this increase, at maximum level, it would guarantee a 100% stun on the target. According to Lu Chen's previous experience, Savage Strike is effective against bosses. Even high-level bosses will be stunned for a second. As for the Lord, Lu Chen wasn't very sure. Anyway, when he fought against Mudo, he couldn't act at all. If it works on the Lord as well, that would be truly powerful. This time, the green equipment dropped from the little demon camp amounted to over 400 pieces, and this level of equipment is exactly what players need. Plus there are sets among them, totaling nearly 400 gold. The blue equipment dropped from the bosses sold for about 700 gold in total. When fighting the Ice Hand, luck was on his side, as he unexpectedly dropped a recipe for the apprentice ice resistance potion. Lin Yingying, having spent money on equipment blueprints yesterday, didn't have much left, so the blueprint was contested between Wang Bing and Lu Chang. However, since Lu Chang already had one, he didn't compete with Wang Bing in the end. Ultimately, Wang Bing closed the deal for 1,800 gold and a 25% share. This price was significantly higher than when Lu Chang purchased the ice resistance potion recipe initially. Back then, no one knew the value of the ice resistance potion, but now that they do, they are naturally willing to pay that price. In the end, Lu Chen sold the items and equipment dropped by several bosses for about 2,500 gold. After completing a dungeon, Lu Chen received around 3,000 gold. Earning 30 million in an hour, even Lu Chang couldn't help but exclaim, "Looks like a good son-in-law will probably become the world's richest man." Wang Bing was somewhat dismissive. Times have changed. What good is money? It's about having strength in this world. With your adoptive father's strength, wealth is just an external matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. In the Age of Order, currency has always been one of the representations of strength. How many things have you not snatched from me? You still don't understand this point? Hearing this, Wang Bing was taken aback. After thinking about it, it seemed to be true. Wang Bing felt frustrated. Lin Yingying, however, didn't have such thoughts. She wasn't particularly interested in money, just enough to get by. Now that she had joined the Player Management Bureau at a ministerial level, her monthly salary exceeded 100,000, which was sufficient for her. Although she was a bit surprised by the 30 million, she didn't particularly envy it. In comparison, she even hoped her adoptive father wouldn't earn so much money, giving her a chance to be spoiled. Lu Chen actually felt that Lu Chang was right. Even in an era where strength is paramount, as long as there is order, there will always be a currency system. To some extent, currency represents resources and is indeed part of strength. He didn't voice his opinion, just smiled. Alright, let's head to the Silver Moon Tomb next. The three of them brightened their eyes and nodded repeatedly. Following Lu Chen into the dungeon, although they could only share 20% of the experience, this was experience gained within an hour. The efficiency was much higher than if they fought monsters on their own. The group left the little demon camp and used a return scroll to go back to town. Afterward, Lu Chen rode the demonized wolf to the undead land, waiting for the three. After about half an hour, the three finally arrived. Wang Bing looked at Lu Chen's demonized wolf with envy. Having a mount is so nice. When can we get a mount? Lu Chen smiled and said, "My demonized wolf mount dropped from Guning. Who knows, if I'm lucky, I might get another one in a few days?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three brightened. Although Lu Chang and Lin Yingying didn't speak, they were equally envious of Lu Chen's demonized wolf mount. It was much faster than taking the bus number 11. If there was a chance to obtain a mount, they would certainly be more than willing. Can it really drop? Lu Chen shrugged. That depends on luck, and after reaching level 10, you can catch mounts yourself, it won't take long. Wang Bing had a black line on his forehead. Who knows how long it will take to reach level 10. As they chatted, the group began to advance into the land of the undead. Outside the Silver Moon Tomb, there were also elite undead wandering around. Lu Chen took the opportunity to kill them and obtain some green items. After entering the Silver Moon Tomb, Lu Chen activated his mowing mode again. He killed all the undead along the way, and after gaining the counterattack ability, even against the high-level boss in Luo, Lu Chen didn't need to use the weakness scroll. He just needed to continuously use skills and then counterattack after taking damage. Unfortunately, Lu Chen's attributes were very strong now, and in Luo's damage was limited, so the counterattack damage couldn't stack to the maximum value. Even so, the damage was still considerable, and killing in Luo was very easy. After defeating in Luo, Lu Chen and his group entered the underground cave again and encountered Mudu this time. Unlike last time, Mudu's drop list surprisingly included 2 legendary items. In addition to a mid-level skill stone, there was also a staff. Staff of the Undead, legendary, spell attack plus 133, intelligence plus 22, stamina plus 20. Your death spell damage is additionally increased by 20%. Required level 10 drop rate 0.000081%. It must be said that this is an extremely powerful magic weapon. The high spell attack and attribute boosts are an irresistible temptation for any mage. The only regret is the special effect of the equipment. This effect is godly for magic professions with death spells, but for ordinary mages, it is somewhat useless. However, in any case, a legendary staff is definitely much stronger than a refined staff of the same level. Lu Chen felt a bit envious. Damn it, why isn't the final boss a physical type boss? Most of the drops are magic items, and there are pitifully few physical items. As a warrior, how could he use these things? But regardless, this equipment was indeed good, and Lu Chen ultimately chose this item. After that, Lu Chen looked below and found another interesting item. Weakness Curse Scroll, refined, reduces the target's all attributes by 20%, lasting 10 minutes. Note, the target level cannot exceed 20, and the effect on the Lord is halved. Drop rate, 0.0029%. This was also an interesting item for Lu Chen. The effect of the Apprentice Weakness Scroll was reduced against high-level bosses, and it likely had no effect on lords. But this was a refined level scroll, and it would still be effective even against lords. Even if the effect was halved, it could still reduce the lord's all attributes by 10%. That was already a quite powerful negative effect. With the upcoming Little Demon Siege, there would likely be quite a few lords, and this item might come in handy. Thinking of this, Lu Chen chose the Weakness Curse Scroll. After selecting the 3 items, Lu Chen charged forward. The defensive counterattack from the magic array floated above Lu Chen, dealing just over 1,000 damage. Lu Chen's counterattack could be used immediately, and the damage increase exceeded 500%. Lu Chen unleashed a 5-hit combo: normal attack, heavy strike, barbaric blow, sweeping strike, and then counterattack. A series of high damage numbers floated up: -1024, -2299, -2519, -2777. 5001. At this moment, with his attributes, equipment, and skill bonuses, Lu Chen's damage output was already quite impressive. Moreover, with Mu Du unable to resist, all the damage Lu Chen dealt was a critical hit. The damage from the counterattack even exceeded 5,000. Not only were Wang Bing and the others stunned, but even Lu Chen himself was taken aback. Just this one skill's damage was nearly enough to one-shot a low-level boss. This was still the case without the maximum amplification of the counterattack skill. In just this wave, Lu Chen had taken away over 10,000 health points from Mu Du. The subsequent process was the same as before. Lu Chen easily drained the remaining health of the severely injured Mu Du. 2 purple and 1 blue light orbs floated out from Mu Du's corpse. Lu Chen picked them up. Of course, he would keep the intermediate skill stone and the weakness curse scroll for himself. He posted the Staff of Kings in the trading group, and immediately, Lu Chang and the others' breaths became much heavier. Damn, what a powerful piece of equipment. This is simply a mage's artifact, Wang Bing exclaimed. Lu Chang and Lin Yingying's eyes turned green with envy. Both of them were mages, and to them, this staff was like a dream item. Now that a dream item had appeared in reality, they certainly felt a sense of unreality. Lu Chang quickly asked, "Good son-in-law, are you selling this legendary weapon?" Not only could he use the staff, but his precious daughter Lu Yuexin was a priest who also used a staff. It would be somewhat wasteful for him to use it himself, but buying it for his precious daughter would be worth any price. At this moment, flames of desire burned in Lu Chang's eyes. That was the flame of a doting father. Lin Yingying, standing beside him, also reacted, but her face was filled with despair. There was no other reason. Although her salary was decent, she definitely couldn't afford this equipment. Just thinking about it, this was the only piece of purple equipment in the entire Yuan Star besides what her adoptive father had, and its price would surely be astronomical. If she were to buy it with the funds from the Player Management Bureau, it would definitely be unrealistic. Lin Yingying couldn't use her power for personal gain to buy legendary equipment for herself with the Player Management Bureau's funds. Of course, even if she wanted to, such things couldn't be hidden, the higher-ups would definitely take notice. Thinking of this, Lin Yingying felt tears welling up. The equipment of her dreams was right in front of her, yet she couldn't buy it. Wang Bing was amazed by the power of this equipment, but he wasn't a mage after all, and the Xian Bird Army was similar to the Player Management Bureau. Spending a large sum on a piece of purple equipment would only make one person stronger. In comparison, with the same amount of money, they could equip more players, which was more cost-effective. However, just because he and the Xian Bird Army couldn't use it didn't mean that Her Highness the Third Princess couldn't. Wang Bing decisively private messaged Xia Yan, sending over the attributes of the staff of the dead. Soon, Xia Yan replied, bid. Wang Bing knew what to do. Lu Chen smiled and said, of course I'm selling it, you can make your offers. Wang Bing immediately spoke. Up, 1,000. Lu Chang understood that Wang Bing represented Her Highness the Third Princess, but he certainly wouldn't let this equipment go. 1,002. Lin Yingying was dumbfounded on the spot. Starting at 1,002 gold coins was equivalent to 12 million dasha coins. She couldn't even afford to buy it if she sold everything. She had originally thought about seeing if she could join in the fund, but now she directly gave up. Wang Bing, 1,005. Lu Chang, 1,008. Wang Bing frowned, feeling very heavy-hearted, and reported the price to Xia Yan. For just a piece of equipment, this was different from a recipe. Recipes could still be used later, but equipment had a time limit and it was still asking for 1,800 gold. This price was really high. The next moment, Xia Yan sent another message, just shout 2,005. If Lu Chang raises it again, then forget it. Wang Bing's eyes widened, and he gasped in shock. A level 10 legendary equipment was actually going for 2,500 gold. It was simply outrageous. However, Wang Bing would certainly follow Her Highness the Third Princess's words directly. 2005. Lu Chang raised an eyebrow, glanced at Wang Bing, and smiled. What great courage. Is that the one calling the shots? You, my boy, certainly lack that kind of boldness. Wang Bing? He was filled with black lines on his forehead. This old man was still mocking him. Unwilling to back down, he retorted, I represent the entire Xian Niao army. Of course, I have to consider the cost-effectiveness of spending gold. Lu Chang smiled slightly. 2006. I'm determined to get this equipment today. Wang Bing fell silent for a moment, then sighed, forget it. Lu Chang immediately beamed with joy and turned to Lu Chen, good son-in-law, shall we trade? Lu Chen himself hadn't expected that a mere level 10 legendary piece of equipment could sell for such a high price. Lu Chang's words snapped him back to reality and he nodded, alright. After trading with Lu Chang, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. The information about the advancement tasks that he had discussed with the Battle Axe mentor might be worth sharing with Wang Bing and the others. After all, knowing this information would help all players plan their future advancements more clearly. Lu Chen then shared the intelligence about the advancement tasks with the three of them. The three fell silent immediately. Advancement tasks have varying difficulties. The higher the difficulty, the greater the potential after advancement. Moreover, the most frustrating part is that you can only attempt it 3 times. Wang Bing's eyes turned red. Adoptive father, why didn't you say this earlier? If you had mentioned it, I would have definitely offered a higher price. What a joke. This meant that during advancement, the better the equipment, the greater the advantage. The adoptive father was already close to level 10, who knows how many legendary pieces he could sell before advancing. Every piece is one less to grab now. Lu Chen looked innocent. I just forgot. It suddenly came to mind. Wang Bing. He didn't know what to say. Lu Chang's mouth curled up in a wild grin, laughing. Wang Bing, what do you mean? My good son-in-law kindly shared this information with us, and you're not happy? He felt he got a great deal on this staff of the dead. Wang Bing was filled with black lines. What do you mean I'm not happy? This old man was quite the trickster, throwing him under the bus. As for Lin Yingying, she had no particular thoughts. After all, even if she had known this information in advance, she wouldn't have the money to compete for this equipment. Wang Bing sent the information about the advancement tasks to Xia Yan. After seeing the message, Xia Yan also fell silent for a long time. Biting her lower lip, she couldn't help but let out a soft hum. That Lu Chen guy. I should have raised the price a bit more. Although Xia Yan still had quite a bit of gold, she considered that Lu Chen might have other more valuable items to sell in the future. So she didn't want to spend too much on the staff of the dead, thinking about competing for something better later. But if she had known about the advancement tasks in advance, she would have definitely fought for it. Level 10. Legendary equipment could only be used after continuing to level up post-advancement, which would be meaningless. Only the legendary equipment that was exactly level 10 was the most precious. And Xia Yan knew that such opportunities were not many. Unfortunately, she missed this one. Meanwhile, Lu Chang was also chatting with Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing. Lu Chang posted the Staff of the Dead in the group, and both Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing were blown away. Lu Chang, precious Yuexin, how's this equipment? Dad bought it for you, do you like it? Lu Yuexin, Dad, is this equipment for me? You're a mage too, you could use it yourself. Lu Chang, I have no talent, you have talent, so it's most suitable for you. Lu Yueqing, wow, it's actually legendary equipment. Sister is going to be invincible this time. Lu Yueqing, wait, did this drop from Lu Chen? He can actually drop legendary equipment already? Lu Chang, hee, you guys don't understand, my good son-in-law even has epic equipment on him. I just followed him to clear a dungeon and I saw him take down a boss that was about to become a lord. Lu Yuexin? Lu Yueqing? The two of them sent a series of question marks. Lu Chang, by the way, speaking of this, the equipment today could actually be sold for a higher price. My good son-in-law told me about the advancement quest at level 10, there will be an advancement quest? Lu Chang, now you all know how precious this equipment is, right? This is what my good son-in-law said after selling it. If he had mentioned it before selling, the third princess would have definitely fought harder to snatch it. He clearly knows that I'm buying this equipment for my precious daughter, so he didn't say anything in advance. What does this indicate? It shows that my good son-in-law is biased towards my precious daughter. Lu Chang happily kept boosting Lu Chen. God-level wingman, applying for battle again. Seeing Lu Chang's message, Lu Yuexin's face instantly turned red. Lu Yueqing, who was beside her, noticed Lu Yuexin's expression and smirked. Sister, why is your face so red? Last time, this guy said she was blushing. Her own face seemed even redder, right? Heh, women. Wait, something seems off? Lu Yueqing suddenly thought of something and her expression became a bit strange. Sister, last time Lu Chen sold a skill book, Dad said it was for me, and this time selling legendary equipment, Dad said it was for you, so who is it really for? He can't possibly be doing it for both of us at the same time, right? Lu Yuexin was also taken aback, her eyes wide. She and Lu Yueqing exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. In the group, Lu Chang was still talking about how great Lu Chen was, and Lu Yueqing couldn't hold back. Old man, didn't you say last time that selling the skill book was for me? Why is it now for my sister? Lu Chang, ? He fell silent upon seeing the message. Wait, something seems a bit off? He has 2 daughters. How can he be a wingman and say it's for both daughters at the same time? Speaking of which, if both daughters end up liking the good son-in-law, wouldn't that be a disaster? Although the Great Xia has ruled for over 3,000 years, some customs have continued from the past and haven't adopted a monogamous system like some countries. But in modern society, who would want a man with several wives? Especially his daughters. How could both daughters marry the same person? Isn't that ridiculous? Lu Chang fell silent for a moment. How should he respond to this? Whether he said it was for Lu Yueqing or Lu Yuexin, it was just nonsense. With the intelligence of his 2 daughters, they would definitely figure out that he was being a wingman. Wouldn't that ruin his reputation as a father in an instant? Lu Chang thought and thought but couldn't come up with a solution. He could only dodge for now and consider the issue later, leaving Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing staring at each other. Lu Yueqing, sister, the old man hasn't replied. He wouldn't have gone to throw a tantrum at Lu Chen, would he? Lu Yuexin, I don't think so. I see. Dad really likes Lu Chen. What's wrong? Are you nervous? Lu Yueqing shook her head vigorously. How could that be? I see that Lu Chen is saying it's for you and then for me. He's definitely a scumbag. We can't be fooled by him. Lu Yuexin nodded slightly. Then, when we leave the novice village and meet, how about I go meet him? I can just handle it casually. You're so gentle, you wouldn't know how to refuse others. Lu Yueqing chuckled. Lu Yuexin shook her head. That won't do. We promised Dad before, how can we go back on our word? If you don't want to go, just tell Dad. And I'll go. Then let's go together. It would be good to look out for each other. Alright then. After selling the Staff of the Dead, Lu Chen sold the other equipment as well. This time, from the Silver Moon Tomb, he also obtained over 400 pieces of equipment. Since these green equipment pieces were all level 8 to 10, they weren't useful yet and their prices weren't much higher than those dropped in the Little Demon Camp, averaging about 1 gold each, totaling around 400 gold. As for the excellent equipment of the bosses, it is a bit more expensive. The combined sales of the equipment from the first 3 bosses totaled over 1100 gold. Adding the final 2600 gold, the total income reached over 4100 gold. This is even higher than the income from the Little Demon Camp. Just from these 2 dungeons, Lu Chen earned over 70 million. The speed of making money is simply outrageous. Earning over 100 million a day is no problem. As for other items, the minor skill stones, Lu Chen currently has no new skills to use. However, he plans to keep them. After all, he is not done learning new skills, and they will come in handy once he learns new ones. The 3 bosses contributed 3 basic skill stones. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen decided not to invest in counterattack but instead put points into Savage Strike, using 2 stones to upgrade it to level 9. Savage Strike, level 9, unleashes a savage blow, dealing 280% damage with a 90% chance to stun the target for 1 second. Cooldown time 15 seconds. To upgrade to level 10, intermediate skill stones are required. With the remaining basic skill stone, Lu Chen could only use it on either basic regeneration or charge. After some thought, Lu Chen realized that the healing from basic regeneration was no longer very useful and charge was already at level 9, so he decided to use it on charge, upgrading it to level 10. Charge, max level. The warrior charges at the enemy, closing the distance at high speed, stunning the enemy for 1 second, and increasing the damage of the next 3 attacks by 20%. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Upon seeing the description of max level charge, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, after reaching max level, charge also has a max level skill effect, increasing the damage of the next 3 attacks by 20%. This is quite a nice effect. This means that Lu Chen's burst damage after charging is even stronger. After using up all the skill stones, Lu Chen also used all the attribute stones. His strength attribute increased to 90 points, while agility and intelligence also exceeded 50 points, nearing 60 points. He was one step closer to his small goal of maxing out all attributes. After using up all his gains, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Alright, that's it for today's dungeon, everyone can head back now." Everyone used their return scrolls and returned to Silver Moon Village. Lu, Chang and the others bid farewell to Lu Chen, then each went off to attend to their own matters. Lu Chen mounted his beloved demonized wolf and planned to search for the traces of the little demon lair. Yesterday, Lu Chen searched the east of the village but found no signs of the little demons. Later, when he went to fight the demonized Tiger King, he also explored the west of the village, but still found no traces of the little demons. Now, only the north and south directions of the village remained to be searched. Lu Chen decided to head north first. Leaving the novice village, Lu Chen made his way to the northern area. The northern region was also a mountainous area, but unlike the mountains in the east and west of the village, this area had many mines. It produced a good amount of copper ore, iron ore, and other metal ores that could be used to forge equipment. In the mines, besides the ores, there were, of course, respawning monsters. The monsters here were humanoid, dog-headed creatures. These were semi-intelligent beings, hunched over, no taller than 1.5 meters, with dog heads and human bodies. The intelligence of the dog-headed creatures is significantly higher than that of beasts. They can use simple weapons and armor, and there are even shaman-like magic classes among them. Moreover, when they encounter life-threatening situations, they will flee and call for help from their kin. This means that while dog-headed monsters drop coins and have a higher drop rate for weapons and armor than wild monsters, they are also more dangerous. Solo players fighting monsters here can easily get overwhelmed. Dying once means an hour of resurrection time. Only team players are more suited to fight monsters here. Even so, one must be extremely cautious to avoid attracting too many dog-headed creatures and getting overwhelmed. Liu Chen had seen quite a few posts on the Cosmic Game Forum complaining about the dog-headed and fish-like humanoid monsters. Individually, they weren't particularly strong, but their tendency to run away and call for help was outrageous. Many players had been ambushed and killed by these humanoid monsters, naturally harboring a lot of resentment. For Lu Chen, it didn't matter how the dog-headed creatures called for friends, they couldn't break through his defenses, so it had no effect on him. He quickly delved deeper into the mountain range of the mines. The dog-headed creatures here had already reached level 9, and the level 10 area was not far off. However, Lu Chen still hadn't found any trace of the little demons. Just as he entered a mine, killing dog-headed creatures while investigating further, he suddenly spotted one of the dog-headed monsters, its body emanating a faint black mist, with eyes that were an unusual blood red. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of delight. Demonic energy. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. Demonized dog-headed creature level, 9 health, 350 attack, 19. Description: a dog-headed creature corroded by demonic energy. It has become even more bloodthirsty and cruel than before. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. It was indeed corroded by demonic energy. The presence of demonic energy nearby naturally indicated the potential existence of demons. Lu Chen smiled with excitement. He should be getting close. He continued deeper into the mine. Lu Chen had already entered several mines before. There was a certain pattern to the mines. The higher-level dog-headed creatures occupied larger and deeper mines. However, even the deepest dog-headed mines were not like this one, which twisted downward, almost leading to the abyss below, with no end in sight. As he went deeper, the number of demonized dog-headed creatures increased. These dog-headed creatures had a wider alert range compared to ordinary ones. Even from 100 or 80 meters away, they charged over, shouting and screaming. Of course, in the end, they were all instantly killed by Lu Chen's sword, unable to escape. As he continued deeper, Lu Chen arrived at an enormous underground mine. This mine was several hundred meters in size. Many dog-headed miners were digging at the edges of the mine. All these dog-headed creatures were corroded by demonic energy. Inside the mine, besides these dog-headed miners, there were also little demons wielding spiked whips. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and cast a few detection spells. The dog-headed miners were still ordinary monsters. But the little demons were different. They were all elites. Little Demon Supervisor, Elite, Level, 10 Health. 920 Attack, 55 Description. Supervisors sent from the Little Demon Lair to oversee the dog-headed miners. They are extremely cruel, demanding that the dog-headed creatures mine for a full 8 hours a day or they won't be fed. Lu Chen gasped at this information. How incredibly cruel. The dog-headed miners didn't resist? This was outrageous. Filled with righteous indignation, Lu Chen decided he had to take down these cruel dog-headed supervisors for the greater good. He casually selected a few drops from the Little Demon Supervisors and charged in. With a single charge, he rushed in front of one of the supervisors who had a twisted expression and was wielding a small whip. He raised his hand for a basic attack and instantly killed the Little Demon Supervisor. The supervisor's dying scream attracted the attention of half the dog-headed miners and Little Demon Supervisors in the mine. Before the Little Demon Supervisors could say anything, the dog-headed miners charged at Lu Chen. As if they had encountered a sworn enemy, their eyes bloodshot, howling as they came to kill him. Lu Chen was taken aback. Something was off. The dog-headed miners were supposed to be bullies against the weak. Why weren't they running away from someone they couldn't defeat? Instead, they were trying to fight him to the death? Lu Chen couldn't understand, but the little miners' small pickaxes hit him, dealing 0 damage. Lu Chen remained expressionless, his heart showing no signs of fluctuation. With a sweeping attack, he killed the surrounding dog-headed miners, then proceeded to eliminate all the Little Demon Supervisors and dog-headed miners he encountered. Soon, the entire mine fell silent. Lu Chen finished picking up the loot and looked around. Soon, he found a huge passage on the other side of the mine. The passage was about 5 or 6 meters high and it was pitch black inside. Lu Chen stepped forward and entered the passage. The environment in the passage was much darker than outside, and Lu Chen could barely see the path. Fortunately, the passage wasn't long and he quickly saw the light at the exit. Stepping out of the exit, the scene before him made Lu Chen's eyes widen. It was a massive underground cavern. Lu Chen couldn't see the whole picture. The area he was in was a rectangular rock room. On the other side of the room was a large black iron door. On either side of the door stood a giant little demon, each about 3 meters tall. On both sides of the room, there were 2 formations made up of dozens of little demons. At the front of this formation stood 2 tall little demons. The temperature inside the cavern was much higher than outside, and from the cracks of the black iron door, it seemed that dark red flames flickered. Ding! Player has discovered the Little Demon Lair. Mission completed. The system's prompt brought Lu Chen back to his senses. So, this is indeed the Little Demon's Lair? Lu Chen took a deep breath and didn't rush to return to complete the mission. He planned to assess the situation first. Lu Chen cast several detection spells. The little demons in the formation were all level 10 elites. Black Tooth Little Demon Warrior. Elite, level, 10 health, 980 attack, 58 description. A little demon warrior from the Black Tooth tribe, following the Black Tooth chief to destroy Silver Moon Village. Black Tooth Little Demon Mage. Elite, level, 10 health, 850 attack, 65 description. Slightly Black Tooth Little Demon Archer. Elite, slightly Black Tooth Little Demon Shaman. Elite, slightly. What surprised Lu Chen the most was that at the front of the formation, there were actually bosses. Black Tooth Little Demon Instructor, Boss, level, 10 health, 11,000 attack, 130 description, a battle-hardened veteran among the Black Tooth Little Demons, sent by the chief to be a new recruit's instructor. Not only were these 2 instructors bosses, but even the 2 large little demons at the entrance were also bosses. Black Tooth Guardian, Boss, level, 10 health, 12500 attack, 125 description, a guard responsible for protecting the entrance of the Black Tooth Little Demon Lair, seemingly modified, possessing an unreasonably large physique. Lu Chen was stunned. He hadn't even entered the Little Demon Lair yet. Just outside, there were 4 bosses and over 100 level 10 elites. How could ordinary players handle this? Is this the power of the Little Demon Lair? Even Lu Chen, seeing the attributes of the level 10 bosses, couldn't help but frown. If he hadn't fought at the Tomb of Silver Moon yet, he would find it somewhat difficult to take on these bosses. What weighed heavily on Lu Chen's mind was that if the outside was this powerful, how strong would it be inside? Lu Chen found it hard to imagine. No wonder the old village chief was so worried about the little demons slaughtering the village. If all these little demons charged out, all players would basically be crushed. They could only rely on the native residents of Silver Moon Village to defend. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown in contemplation. No, he needed to find a way to weaken some of the Little Demon Lair's power first to prevent the little demons from slaughtering the village when the time came, leaving Silver Moon Village unable to hold on. But before that, Lu Chen still had to turn in the mission. He didn't want to miss any follow-up tasks later. Lu Chen took a deep look at the black iron door of the Little Demon Lair, then used a return scroll. After returning to Silver Moon Village, Lu Chen mounted his demonic wolf and headed straight for the old village chief's yard. Entering the village chief's small courtyard, Lu Chen saw the chief at the door of the house. He was as usual, lying on a recliner, basking in the sun, looking like a lazy ordinary old man. Seeing Lu Chen come in, the village chief smiled. "Little one, you're back? How was it?" did you find the little demon lair? Lu Chen smiled and nodded. I have fulfilled my mission. I found it deep in the goblin mine to the north of the village. Upon hearing this, the village chief's eyes sparkled, revealing a hint of a smile. Good. Now that we have a direction, we can make targeted defenses. Well done, little one. Lu Chen also smiled. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, Lu Chen's task was marked as complete. His experience surged significantly, leaving only a tiny bit to reach level 10. Besides the experience, the task reward included 30 gold coins, which was just pocket change for Lu Chen. However, the 15 free attribute points were quite valuable. Lu Chen thought for a moment. His strength attribute was nearly at its limit. He still had plenty in agility and intelligence, so he allocated 8 points to agility and the remaining 7 to intelligence, bringing both attributes to exactly 60 points. He also received a basic skill stone. The only skills Lu Chen could currently use the basic skill stone: onward counterattack and basic regeneration. Upgrading counterattack was not useful at the moment, so he applied it to basic regeneration, raising it to level 8, which restored 8 health points per second. One could only say that basic regeneration had accompanied him through the toughest times. Without basic regeneration, he wouldn't even be able to defeat the leader of the little demon camp. What remained were the reputations of Great Martial City and Silver Moon Village. Lu Chen was unsure what these reputations were for, but he figured they couldn't be harmful. After using up the task rewards, Lu Chen spoke. Village chief, I found that the strength of the little demon lair seems quite formidable. I encountered 4 leaders at the entrance, along with over 100 elites. Does Silver Moon Village have any countermeasures? Hearing this, the village chief chuckled. What countermeasures could we have? Although the people of Silver Moon Village are living a peaceful and prosperous life now, in their past lives, everyone was an elite player. This little scene is definitely something we can handle. Lu Chen fell silent. He felt that the old village chief was lying. If it were really as easy as he said, the matchmaker wouldn't have told him to look for the bone-eating grass in the first place. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen smiled and said, how about this? I'm a player, and I can respawn if I die. Why not let me weaken the strength of the little demon lair first? That way, it will be easier for Silver Moon Village to defend itself. Upon hearing this, the village chief paused and replied, I know you mean well, little one, but if we can't deal with those little demon lords, it won't significantly affect the situation. Those little demon lords are the real trouble. Lu Chen smiled. Village chief, don't underestimate me just because I'm only level 9. I've already killed a lord. The village chief rolled his eyes and said irritably, don't give me that. Battle Axe and the matchmaker have already told me. The one you killed was a quasi-lord in the process of advancing, and you took him down while he was backfiring during his advancement. A true lord is much stronger than that quasi-lord. But I heard from Battle Axe that your base stamina has already reached the 100-point limit? Impressive. My son didn't even reach the limit back then. Your future is immeasurable. Hearing this, Lu Chen recalled that the old village chief's son seemed to be the strongest among the humans of Silvermoon. The village chief's feelings must be quite complex when he said this, right? He humbly smiled. Old village chief, you flatter me. Regardless, even if I can only weaken it a little, it's still a good thing. Who knows, I might even have the chance to kill the lord by coincidence? The old village chief glanced at Lu Chen and sighed helplessly. Since you insist, then go ahead. I'll give you another task. Go weaken the strength of the little demon lair. If you manage to kill the lord, I'll give you a legendary item that my son left here. It was originally meant for my grandson, but unfortunately, I no longer have a grandson. Legendary. Lu Chen's eyes widened, and his heart raced. That was a quality even higher than epic items. If there are legendary items, Lu Chen's chances of completing the highest difficulty advancement would increase significantly. Ding, mission discovered. Weaken the living forces of the little demon nest. Do you accept? Accept. Mission, weaken the living forces of the little demon nest. Unique. Description, the old village chief knows your strength is formidable and hopes you can help weaken the living forces of the little demon nest, making the final siege battle more favorable. Note, this mission is extremely difficult. It's best to bring your companions. Reward, the reward depends on the mission completion level. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he encountered a mission where the rewards were not visible. Is it only determined by completion? If he could clear the entire little demon nest, he wondered how many rewards there would be. Lu Chen couldn't even imagine. However, he was just thinking. He also knew that there were likely many lords in the little demon nest. With his current strength, he might not be able to defeat a lord. If there were high-level lords inside, they could easily kill him. His mind was racing, but he wore a smile. In that case, village chief, it's settled. The old village chief smiled back. It's settled. Lu Chen walked out of the old village chief's small courtyard, feeling quite satisfied. Fortunately, he thought to return first. If he had gone straight to the little demon nest, he might not have been able to accept this mission. Lu Chen sold the green equipment he had on him in the square, then mounted his demonic wolf mount, replenished his mana potions, and set off again towards the little demon nest. There were many mines and even more mine tunnels. Luckily, Lu Chen had carefully noted their locations before, otherwise, he might not have found where the little demon nest was hidden. This shows that the little demons were quite cautious, choosing such a place to hide. Lu Chen skillfully arrived outside the little demon nest. He saw the 4 leaders again, along with a large number of little demon elites. Even though Lu Chen's attributes were strong now, these were all level 10 leaders, and facing 4 at once made him feel a bit uneasy. His plan was to fight them separately. He decided to first kill a group of little demon soldiers, including one of the instructors. Lu Chen chose the left side and opened the drop list for the Black-Tooth Demon instructor. The items inside made Lu Chen's eyes light up. Although there were no blueprints or recipes, he discovered a new set. Black-Tooth Armor, Fine, Chainmail, Defense plus 242, Strength plus 10, Stamina plus 10, Required Level, 10 Black-Tooth Set, 2/6 damage taken. Reduced by 15 points Black-Tooth Set, 4/6 5% Lifesteal Black-Tooth Set, 6/6 Armor Penetration increased by 30 points Drop Rate, 0.000022% to Lu Chen's delight. This Black-Tooth Set actually had 5% lifesteal. He knew how powerful the lifesteal attribute was. For many bosses, he originally needed to kite them, but now why could he tank them? Wasn't it because of the 10% lifesteal provided by the Bloodthirsty Necklace? If he gained this new lifesteal, that would be a total of 15%. Lu Chen's sustained combat ability would become even stronger. His eyes turned red with excitement as he decisively chose the Black-Tooth Armor. Besides the Black-Tooth Armor, Lu Chen also selected a basic skill stone and a fine ring. Demon Warrior Ring, Fine, Strength plus 10, Stamina plus 9. Required level, 10 drop rate, 0.000192%. The 2 rings Lu Chen had were still level 7, especially that vicious ring. Besides adding 6 points of stamina, it had a special effect that gave a certain chance to deal 30 points of poison damage, which was quite lackluster. Lu Chen planned to replace it. After selecting the drops, Lu Chen charged forward. Although the little demon instructor was quite strong, he was facing Lu Chen with Lu Chen's current attributes, even when facing a level 10 boss, even without dealing critical damage. His normal attacks, heavy strikes, brutal strikes, and sweeping strikes could still inflict 3,000 to 4,000 health points. Moreover, Lu Chen's agility was already quite high, and his critical hit rate was also not low. Naturally, the damage was even higher. In just under 5 seconds, he had emptied the health of the little demon instructor. As for the ordinary little demons, the first wave of sweeping strikes had already taken out half of them. The remaining ones couldn't be hit due to the limited range of the sweeping attack. Lu Chen dispatched the rest of the little demon soldiers one by one with his sword. The ground was littered with green and blue orbs. Lu Chen picked them all up, tidied up, and then continued to replicate the process, killing the little demon instructor and little demon soldiers on the other side. This resulted in 2 pieces of the Black-Tooth Set, a chest piece and leg guards. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was still not level 10, otherwise he would have equipped them right away. For the remaining 2 gatekeeper bosses, Lu Chen charged straight in. His copper skin and iron bones had already reached level 9, with a damage reduction of 45 plus the damage reduction from the Undead Warrior set and a full set of excellent and even legendary equipment. His defense was already extremely strong. Moreover, Lu Chen's combat skills had improved significantly compared to before, allowing him to dodge and block the vast majority of attacks. After blocking, the damage dealt to Lu Chen by the gatekeeper didn't even exceed 100 points. Furthermore, as Lu Chen took damage, the layers of damage reduction from the crystal shield continued to increase. Later on, if Lu Chen blocked an attack, the gatekeeper wouldn't even be able to break through his defenses. Naturally, Lu Chen's damage output was extremely high. With various high-level skill damages, Lu Chen took only about 10 seconds to kill both bosses. After the fight, thanks to his lifesteal, his health was still full. It must be said that Lu Chen's strength was indeed quite impressive now. Unfortunately, his opponents were not just bosses, but also Lord-level little demons. Looking further ahead, there were players from the other 3 races on the Orion Novice continent, as well as those terrifying god-level races. Such strength was still far from enough. Lu Chen discovered that each of these little demon bosses dropped a piece of the Black-Tooth Set. Moreover, they basically included 3 types of armor: chainmail, leather, and cloth. After killing 4 little demon bosses, he had already obtained 6 pieces of the little demon set. In addition, there was a ring that Lu Chen could use. It wasn't that there were no other pieces of chainmail equipment here, it was just that many of Lu Chen's equipment slots were filled with legendary gear. Even a level 7 legendary item was not inferior to a level 10 excellent item in terms of attributes, not to mention it had a special effect. So, Lu Chen certainly didn't need to swap it out. The 4 little demon bosses also dropped 4 beginner skill stones. Lu Chen used one to upgrade his beginner regeneration to level 9. With 3 left, the only skill he could use was counterattack. Since he was going to keep them anyway, Lu Chen decided to use them on counterattack. However, the counterattack skill could only use 2 stones, reaching level 6, after which higher level skill stones would be needed. Counterattack level 6. When taking damage, you can counterattack the target. dealing high damage. When receiving 6,000 points of damage, it reaches its maximum, capable of inflicting 3,000% damage, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. The increase in this skill was not much different from what Lu Chen had thought before. The upper limit was higher, but it still increased damage by 100% for every 200 points of damage taken. Lu Chen decided to keep the remaining beginner skill stone, planning to use it later when he acquired a new skill. Lu Chen felt a bit helpless. It had been a long time since he had obtained a new skill, hadn't it? Counting carefully, it had almost been a day. Recently, his luck seemed to have taken a turn for the worse, as no skill books had dropped from the loot list. Lu Chen complained in his heart while pushing open the black iron gate behind the gatekeeper. After the door swung open, a vast underground cavern revealed itself, nearly 2 kilometers in diameter. At the center of the cavern lay a massive lake of lava from which the intense heat radiated. Lu Chen, clad in his armor, felt somewhat stifled. Fortunately, his stamina was exceptionally high, allowing him to endure the heat better than most. If an ordinary person were to stand here in armor, they would likely suffocate from the oppressive warmth. Surrounding the lava lake, numerous little demon soldiers patrolled the ground. In addition to the patrols, there were also combinations of little demon soldiers and little demon instructors, just like outside. Along the stone walls by the lava lake, there were 3 caves, seemingly leading in 3 different directions. Directly across the lava lake from the black iron gate was one of the caves. Standing outside the cave was a tall little demon, clad in pitch-black battle armor and wielding a massive battle blade. This little demon's appearance clearly marked it as a boss. In a place like the little demon lair, this boss was likely at least a high-tier leader. Ordinary leaders would hardly be worthy. Unfortunately, the boss was too far away for Lu Chen's detection skill to assess its situation. But it didn't matter, they would meet soon enough. As before, Lu Chen charged forward, dispatching all the little demon soldiers and instructors he encountered in no time. There were 6 little demon formations on the left, which meant 6 little demon instructors. The loot was certainly plentiful, including 6 beginner skill stones and a total of 12 pieces of fine equipment. Lu Chen discovered that he had gathered the entire black tooth set, which included a helmet, chest armor, shoulder pads, leg guards, gloves, and battle boots, 6 components in total. Once he reached level 10, he could equip it perfectly, replacing the undead warrior set. After clearing the little demon formations and patrols on the left, Lu Chen did not rush to confront the boss. Instead, he moved to the right and eliminated the little demon formations and patrols there as well. He wanted to avoid any interruptions from other little demons when he started fighting the boss. While he had no concerns about the ordinary little demon soldiers, the leaders could still break through defenses. Even if Lu Chen stacked his crystal shields, he would still need to block attacks to avoid being breached. If he was to fully focus on defeating the boss, he wouldn't have the energy to dodge the little demon instructor's attacks. Thus, Lu Chen chose the safest method. After clearing all the little demons in the cavern, only the final boss remained. Lu Chen cautiously approached and cast a detection spell. Flame Furnace Black Tooth. High tier leader, level 10 health, 18,000 attack, 180 description. Flame Furnace Black Tooth is a warrior of the Black Tooth clan, appointed by the clan leader to guard the perimeter of the little demon lair. In return for the leader's trust, he will tear apart intruders in the most brutal manner. Lu Chen sighed in relief. Just a high tier leader, not a lord. Although this creature had strong health and attack, it was still within an acceptable range for Lu Chen. As usual, he opened the loot list. Upon seeing the items inside, Lu Chen broke into a delighted smile. As he had suspected, the drops from monsters during the initial exploration were much better than those in dungeons. The first item dropped by Flame Furnace Black Tooth was purple. Flame Furnaces. Tight waist, legendary, armor, defense 299, strength plus 20, stamina plus 16, a certain chance to gain strength plus 30 when dealing damage, lasting 20 seconds. Required level 10 drop rate 0.00000046%. How should I put it? Although it was a legendary piece of equipment, it could only be considered average. The attributes were commendable, adding a total of 36 points, which justified its legendary quality. However, in Lu Chen's view, the strength of legendary equipment depended on its special effects. Take Lu Chen's Bloodthirsty Necklace, for example. Although it doesn't add many attributes, that 10% physical lifesteal is incredibly tempting. Lu Chen felt that unless he encountered a new lifesteal necklace, he could use this one until level 20 or 30. As for the special effect of this spell, it only adds 30 points of strength, which is actually quite decent considering it's equivalent to a typical player leveling up 10 levels with full strength points. But for Lu Chen, it could only be considered barely acceptable. Not to mention that it also has a chance to activate. Lu Chen's Berserker Cloak also triggers based on chance. According to Lu Chen's tests, the chance is only 20%, and once triggered, it cannot activate again for a period of time. It can only trigger roughly once every 2 minutes. This belt is likely the same. He might as well make do with it. He couldn't ask for too much. Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Thinking of other players, how many of them still don't even have green equipment? He was doing all right. After choosing this equipment, Lu Chen continued to look further. What came next were more conventional items. However, one item caught Lu Chen's eye. Lava Armor Scroll, fine, armor plus 1000 points, each time you are attacked it will deal 80 points of fire damage to the target, lasting for 10 minutes. Drop rate, 0.00033%. Although this is a consumable item, in terms of value, it certainly doesn't compare to fine equipment. However, Lu Chen considered that he might be fighting a boss soon, and he needed to enhance his strength as much as possible. Just like the weakness curse scroll, it would be better to grab it if he could. This way, when facing the boss, he would have more cards up his sleeve. For the final item, Lu Chen naturally chose the beginner skill stone. You can never have too many skill stones. If he had skills but no skill stones, that would be truly frustrating. After making his selections, Lu Chen charged directly towards the flame furnace. A full level charge can still have a certain impact even on high level bosses. Plus, with the 20% damage increase from the 3 attacks after the charge, Lu Chen swung his Flame Greatsword, landing a heavy strike, a brutal strike, and a sweeping attack, all benefiting from this damage boost, and then followed up with a normal attack to maximize the damage. He scored 2 critical hits, dealing over 5000 damage. The brutal strike also triggered a 1-second stun. This allowed Lu Chen to happily land 4 more strikes. By the time the flame furnace awakened, its health was down to just 10,000. The intense pain made the flame furnace roar, "Intruder, I will tear you apart." It swung its battle blade towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen thought for a moment, deliberately not blocking or dodging. -302. It must be said, as expected of a high-level boss, this damage was still considerable. The greatsword swung repeatedly, and Lu Chen's greatsword also swung continuously, not avoiding the attacks. 2 seconds later, the flame furnace's health dropped below half. It roared, and lava surged on its battle blade, striking down fiercely at Lu Chen. -1001. The damage Lu Chen had accumulated suddenly spiked, exceeding 3000. His counterattack skill could achieve a whopping 1500% damage increase. Lu Chen grinned and immediately used the counterattack. -12,266. A damage number that exceeded Lu Chen's expectations appeared. The flame furnace, with half its health remaining, was instantly cleared. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He actually scored a critical hit, dealing over 10,000 damage. Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This terrifying damage could instantly kill even a level 10 boss. It was simply outrageous. Fortunately, the outrageous one was him, dealing over 10,000 damage at just level 9. Even Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, as if he were floating. But thinking of those races with a 5,000 attribute cap at the apprentice level, he immediately felt grounded again. He still had a long way to go. Lu Chen shook his head and picked up the items on the ground. After that, Lu Chen looked towards the 3 different passages. According to the previous introduction by Yen Lu, the passage behind him should lead directly to the Black Tooth Clan leader. That should be the biggest boss in the entire little demon lair. Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry to go over. With his current strength, he was unlikely to win. He planned to start from the 2 side passages. In the end, Lu Chen chose the left passage. Although it was called a passage, in fact, it was at least 200 to 300 meters wide, incredibly vast. The passage was also filled with little demon formations and patrols, all of which Lu Chen defeated one by one. Just after he killed another little demon instructor, a golden light flashed across Lu Chen's body. His level had risen to level 10. Lu Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a surprised smile. It wasn't easy. Finally reached level 10. This damn game made leveling up really hard. Without a second thought, Lu Chen directly equipped the Black Tooth set he had accumulated earlier. Then he also put on the Wailing Soul and the newly acquired Flame Furnace belt that had been in his backpack for a long time. Instantly, Lu Chen's equipment underwent a complete transformation. At that moment, a grand voice echoed. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for becoming the first player to reach level 10. His legend will be passed down in the Orion Continent. Legend degree +1. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for becoming the first player to reach level 10. For 7 days, Yuanqing players will receive +50% experience, a 300% increase in drop rates, and +10% to all attributes. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for becoming the first player to reach level 10. In 12 hours of real time, the Cosmic server will open the second batch of public test slots. The number of slots is 50 million. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for becoming the first player to reach level 10. The potential limit for the Yuanqing human race increases by +20. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for becoming the first player to reach level 10. Reward title, Orion's first new star. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for becoming the first player to reach level 10. Reward 50 free attribute points, 1 epic treasure chest, 1 class advancement treasure chest plus 500 reputation in Dota City plus 50 reputation in Xinghe City. A total of more than 10 announcements rang out in succession, leaving Lu Chen frozen in place. Although Lu Chen knew there would be a system announcement and rewards at level 10, he never expected the rewards to be so generous. There were 6 system announcements, each played 3 times, totaling 18 times. Lu Chen carefully looked at the system announcements. Besides the boosts for himself, there were also enhancements for the entire Yuanqing. A 50% increase in experience means players can level up faster, and with higher levels, they can equip stronger gear and have better attributes, which certainly counts as an increase in strength. Moreover, there was even a drop rate increase, a full 3-fold increase. For Lu Chen, this didn't matter much, as he could drop whatever he wanted. But for regular players, the significance of this was enormous. The drop rate in this damn game was too low. If it increased 3-fold, many players might have hope of dropping white equipment. Defeating an elite would greatly increase the chance of dropping green equipment. This was the most beneficial for the players in Silver Moon Village. After all, it seemed that other novice villages still hadn't seen any dungeons appear. But Silver Moon Village had too. 7 days was enough time for high-end players to level up to level 8 or above and start exploring the Silver Moon Tomb. And both dungeons contained elite monsters, all bosses. This increase in drop rates meant that these players had a higher chance of obtaining equipment. Other novice villages do not have dungeons, so there aren't as many elites and bosses to farm, and the results are naturally not as good. As for the final all-attribute boost, there's nothing more to say. It's a solid enhancement. Lu Chen glanced at his panel and found that his attributes had also increased by 10%, which meant that this reward was equally effective for him. What surprised Lu Chen the most were the 2 system announcements that followed. The number of open beta slots has increased, a full increase of 50 million. The significance of this is immense. It's important to note that there are only 20 million open beta slots for the entire Yuanqing right now. If the open beta slots increase, there will be more players in Yuanqing, which means more combat power when the demonic invasion occurs. Yuanqing will be safer. This might not have much impact on Lu Chen personally, but it is of great significance to the current situation of Yuanqing. Lu Chen hoped that his mother could also obtain an open beta slot so she would have the strength to protect herself, allowing him to feel more at ease. If the increase in open beta slots has a huge impact on the situation in Yuanqing, then raising the potential limit of humanity in Yuanqing is practically an evolution for humankind. The higher the potential limit, the stronger the future will be. Lu Chen's talent is good enough, right? Yet now, due to his Yuanqing human bloodline, he is stuck at the basic attribute limit of 100 points. If the attribute limit is raised, Lu Chen's strength during the apprenticeship phase will certainly be stronger. Each attribute increasing by 20 points means that the total attributes would be equivalent to 80 points, which is comparable to 2 or 3 pieces of level 10 legendary equipment. One can imagine how significant this increase is. Besides these 3 benefits for all of Yuanqing's humanity, the rest are Lu Chen's personal rewards. Legendary degree, something Lu Chen had never heard of before. He looked at the attribute panel, which did not provide specific details. However, it certainly wouldn't be harmful. Lu Chen didn't pay it much mind. Title reward, Orion's First Nova. Lu Chen looked at the system description and then broke into a grin. Orion's First Nova. 1. You have gained initial prestige in Orion, your initial favorability plus 20 in front of any Orion native. 2. Your all attributes plus 10%, damage plus 10%, damage reduction plus 5%, speed plus 5%, critical hit chance plus 5%. The entire title has 2 effects. The natives in this game world are originally players from the real universe. Their favorability must be beneficial. Just think of the old village chief and the battle axe mentor, and you'll understand. They can casually issue tasks, and Lu Chen can receive great rewards. If the favorability is high, it will surely be easier to accept tasks in the future. Perhaps other aspects will also become easier? The second effect is a tangible enhancement. Moreover, this enhancement is comprehensive and powerful. Lu Chen expressed his approval of this. As for the final reward, it's the kind of reward that general system announcements have. However, the items rewarded are excellent. 50 free attribute points go without saying. It's equivalent to the attribute boost from 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Lu Chen's current basic attribute limit has been raised to 120. This means that Lu Chen's stamina attribute can continue to increase. He still has some stamina attribute stones in hand. He used them all, maxing out his stamina, and there's still more to gain. As for the 50 free attribute points, Lu Chen thought for a moment his strength attribute was already close to 100 points, while agility and intelligence were relatively low. He allocated 25 points to each attribute. This way, Lu Chen's agility and intelligence attributes also exceeded 90 points, bringing him one step closer to the limit. The remaining part is the main event, the epic treasure chest and the profession advancement treasure chest. Lu Chen rubbed his little hands, planning to open the epic treasure chest first. He checked the drop list. Just as Lu Chen thought, the first item in the treasure chest was an item of higher quality than his own. The first item is an orange legendary grade weapon. Moreover, it's a weapon that Lu Chen desperately needs right now. Glock's Novice Battle Sword, Legendary, Attack plus 447, Strength plus 88, Stamina plus 92, Critical Hit Rate plus 20%, Strength plus 85. Equipment Requirement, Level 10, Battle Intent Level 4. Note, this legendary weapon was used by the Galactic Berserker Glock when he was a novice, and only the most devout warriors can earn the sword's recognition. Drop rate, 0.00000000001%. These attributes made Lu Chen swallow hard. An attack power exceeding a terrifying 400 points. Compared to the flame greatsword he currently held, it was nearly 5 times higher, and the enhanced attributes were even more impressive. Strength was increased twice, totaling over 170 points. This already surpassed Lu Chen's own base attribute limit. Even if Lu Chen added up all the attributes from his equipment, it wouldn't match the boost from this battle sword. It was simply terrifying. Stamina was also boosted by a full 92 points. In total, there was an increase of over 280 points in attributes. Coupled with Lu Chen's own battle intent enhancement, the warrior's heart boost, and the newly acquired enhancement from Orion's first new star, his attributes could increase by over 600. Lu Chen's current 4-dimensional attributes didn't even add up to that much. Typically, a human player gains 1 point in all attributes per level, plus 2 points in free attribute points, totaling 6 points in attributes. This means an average player would need to level up 100 times to gain that many attributes. Terrifying indeed. And of course, the battle sword's special effect was straightforward and brutal, boosting critical hit rate by a full 20%. With Lu Chen's current agility attribute, combined with this critical hit rate increase, his critical hit chance was already quite considerable. If he faced monsters of the same level, he might achieve a critical hit with just 2 strikes. The introduction of this equipment made Lu Chen's eyes widen. A weapon used by the war god of the galaxy. That was a true god-level powerhouse. Even the old village chief's son was merely a demigod. Is this the prestige of legendary equipment? Lu Chen was very satisfied and decisively chose this equipment. After opening the treasure chest, Glock's Novice Battle Sword appeared in Lu Chen's backpack. He couldn't wait to equip it. It was a massive sword, nearly 2 meters tall, pitch black with blood-red patterns running along the blade as if blood were flowing. The equipment requirements for this battle sword were also extremely strict. It required an understanding of battle intent, and it had to be at level 4. If Lu Chen hadn't obtained the battle intent skill book from the old village chief, he wouldn't have been able to equip it even if he had it in hand. This made Lu Chen sigh. Indeed, legendary grade equipment was not something just anyone could use. One needed the equipment's own recognition to wield it. However, this equipment was undeniably powerful. After equipping this weapon, Lu Chen's health skyrocketed to around 8,000. Even his attack power approached 1,000. Lu Chen was incredibly excited. At this moment, previously he had little confidence in defeating the Lord, but now, with the legendary equipment in hand, he felt a surge of confidence that he could defeat the Lord. And it wasn't over yet. Lu Chen still had another treasure chest to open. A class advancement profession treasure chest. Lu Chen had previously opened a profession skill chest and obtained the warrior's heart skill book from it. This treasure chest also made Lu Chen look forward to it. He clicked on the treasure chest drop list. In the next moment, a large amount of purple light filled Lu Chen's vision, and at the very top was a golden glow. Epic. Upon seeing this quality, Lu Chen felt no excitement, even a bit disappointed. Why wasn't there a legendary or even higher grade? But upon reflection, the last time he opened a profession skill chest, the highest quality was only epic. It seemed that it might be related to the warrior's own quality. After all, the warrior was just a basic profession. Lu Chen didn't think too much about it and looked at the description inside. The epic tier advancement item at the top is called Crimson Envoy's Shattered Armor. Crimson Envoy's Shattered Armor. This is the shattered armor left behind after the death of a Crimson Envoy. The crimson red is the red of blood, the red of war. The Crimson Envoy is the messenger of war, the master of blood. He was born for battle and died for battle. The shattered armor is his resting place. It contains the path of advancement for the Crimson Envoy. Usage requirement, warrior class. Crimson Envoy, that name sounds quite powerful, doesn't it? Lu Chen looked at the others, such as Thunder Warrior, Frost Swordsman, and Holy Hall Martial Artist, all legendary classes. They also seemed quite impressive. However, Lu Chen didn't need to get tangled up. The strongest would definitely be the epic quality. He decisively chose the Crimson Envoy's Shattered Armor. After opening the treasure chest, a piece of shattered armor appeared in Lu Chen's backpack. It was indeed the Crimson Envoy's Shattered Armor. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Although his strength was considerable, he was still facing a lord, so he needed to add some insurance. Advance first and then challenge the lord. With that in mind, Lu Chen chose to use the Shattered Armor. Ding, player Lu Chen uses Crimson Envoy's Shattered Armor. Do you wish to start? The Crimson Envoy Advancement Quest? Of course, Lu Chun chose yes. For a moment, Lu Chen's consciousness seemed to scatter, his thoughts drifted, transcending time and space, arriving at an ancient battlefield. On the battlefield, thousands of troops were engaged in a fierce battle. One side of the battlefield was a coalition formed by many races. Some of these races were over 10 meters tall, made entirely of rock, some had 6 arms, and others were engulfed in flames. On the other side was a demonic army exuding dark magic. The demons had all sorts of bizarre appearances, but the only one Lu Chen recognized was the swarm of imps at the forefront. In such a battlefield, the imps seemed like dust. A casual attack could wipe out a large number of them. Clearly, they were the lowest tier on the battlefield. In one area, a red glow shone brightly. A towering figure over 3 meters tall, clad in dark red armor and draped in a crimson cloak, wielded a double-handed battle axe, his roar echoing through the heavens and the earth. Kill! With a swing of his axe, it was as if he was splitting the heavens apart, sending a blood-red axe light thousands of meters long, cleaving a massive demon over 100 meters tall in half. The other warriors of the coalition seemed inspired, immediately roaring in unison. Born for battle, died for battle, born for battle, died for battle. The thunderous roars sent a chill from Lu Chen's feet all the way to the crown of his head. Born for battle, died for battle. He couldn't help but shout along. In the next moment, the illusion shattered and Lu Chen returned to the imp's lair. He gasped for breath. The brutal battlefield he had just experienced was too intense. Even though he hadn't lived it firsthand, Lu Chen still felt an immense shock. This shock was no less than when he first grasped the heart of a warrior. Truly an epic tier profession. Ding! Player Lu Chen has started the Crimson Envoy Advancement Quest. Crimson Envoy Introduction. You have embarked on the path of advancement for the Crimson Envoy. The Crimson Envoy is born for battle. You need to comprehend the will to fight and raise it to level 8. Additionally, you must independently kill a lord. Note, this quest can only be completed before level 30. Exceeding level 30 will result in quest failure. Reward, class change to Crimson Envoy. Gain exclusive skills of the Crimson Envoy. Lu Chen, he stared blankly at the quest introduction. He had originally thought of completing the class change first and then going to kill the lord. Goodness! He didn't expect the class change quest would be to kill a lord? Not only that, but he also needed to raise the will to fight to level 8. For Lu Chen, this was certainly not a problem. His will to fight was already at level 9. But for an average player, they wouldn't even know where to learn the will to fight skill, let alone raise it to level 8. This is a challenge, and defeating the lord alone is another challenge altogether. Even with Lu Chen's current skills and equipment, he wouldn't dare guarantee that he could definitely kill the lord, let alone others. And this task even has a restriction. It can only be completed before reaching level 30. One can imagine how difficult it is. For an average player, completing an epic advancement task would be as hard as climbing to the sky. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. However, for him, it wasn't impossible. He had already completed one part of it. As long as he could kill a lord alone, he would have completed the job change task. And conveniently, there was a lord in this little demon lair. Lu Chen took a deep breath. It seemed he would have to solo the lord after all. Lu Chen gripped the Glock battle sword and stepped deeper into the lair. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen continued deeper into the little demon lair, the outside world was already in an uproar. The Gunna Star humans, as a humanoid race, naturally resembled the Yuan Star humans greatly. They had fiery red hair, as if flames were burning. Their skin, however, was snow white, and their figures were slender and tall. In one of the novice villages, a male Gunna Star human wielding a staff and dressed in a robe waved his staff, causing streams of flames to appear in the sky, enveloping all monsters within a radius of several dozen meters, each taking over 500 points of damage. All the monsters were instantly killed. After the system announcement rang out, the Gunna Star man's pupils dilated and he froze in place. It's that Lu Chen again. Who on earth is he? The half-illuminated Starstone people are a silicon-based life form. Their bodies are entirely made of rock, incredibly hard, and their physical strength leans more towards warrior traits. They are also attuned to the earth, with many possessing earth-type mage talents. At this moment, in a novice village within the half-illuminated star territory, in a wild area, a pitch-black stone player wielding a great sword was engaged in a bloody battle. Surrounding him were dense packs of wild wolves. These wild wolves were all level 8 or even 9, with powerful attacks, but their strikes could not break through the defense of the pitch-black stone man. With each swing of the stone man's heavy sword, the air would tremble, directly shattering several wild wolves. Just then, the system announcement sounded. The stone man stood frozen like a statue. He looked up at the sky, his gem-like black eyes shimmering with light. It's him. Always a bit slower. What a powerful opponent. Meanwhile, the wild wolves continued to attack the stone man, but their efforts seemed futile. The Blackwood Star Tiger people are also a humanoid intelligent race. However, they have the heads of fierce tigers and still bear remnants of tiger fur on their bodies. They are agile, tall, and possess immense physical strength, exuding a wild aura. One slender female tiger person, clad in leather armor, moved like a spirit. cat, appearing like a phantom in the forest. Each time she appeared, it was accompanied by the death of a beast, all of which were killed with a single cut to the throat, the wounds barely noticeable. With the system announcement, the phantom in the forest came to a halt. She looked up at the sky, murmuring softly, "Luchen. This will be a good prey, right?" And in the Yuan Star region, in the novice village of the Baron Empire, Adams and other high-end players were currently strategizing in an area filled with numerous elite monsters. As the strongest batch of players in the Baron Empire, they possessed green equipment collected from various places and had powerful soul talents. Coupled with their large numbers, totaling several hundred, they faced the elite monsters with little pressure. Even against the leaders among them, they could rely on their sheer numbers to defeat them. The leading Adam smiled. "This area might be a dungeon zone. Luchen has already opened 2 dungeons in Silvermoon Village, and we are finally about to open one too." The others also revealed smiles. "At that time, we will have dedicated dungeon resources for farming equipment. This way, the gap between us and Silvermoon Village will narrow significantly." "Yeah, Silvermoon Village can farm the little demon camp once a day. I heard they already have quite a few green equipment now. It's fine. This is just the early stage. We have plenty of opportunities to catch up." Just as Adams and the others were once again filled with hope for the future, a series of system announcement sounds rang out. The smiles on Adams and the others' faces froze. The air suddenly became very quiet. After a moment of silence, everyone came back to their senses. "What the hell? Lu Chen is already level 10? How on earth did he level up so fast?" "Yeah, we are in a party getting most of the experience, and we're only at level 8, still far from level 9. How could he possibly reach level 10 so quickly? Is there a cheat in this game? How is this even possible?" The hopes they had just ignited instantly vanished. However, after hearing the system announcement, they discovered that there were actually rewards for the Yuanqing players. Everyone looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to say. One voluptuous and stunning woman spoke up. "Luchen has brought great benefits to all of us Yuanqing players this time." The others nodded in silence. Although they were reluctant to admit it, the rewards this time were too good. Experience gain, attribute boosts, and drop rates would all increase for 7 days. During these 7 days, Yuanqing players would have a significant advantage over players from the other 3 races. Not only that, but the open beta slots were not just given to Daxia, but to all Yuanqing humans. This meant they would also benefit from it. The increase in potential limits left them somewhat puzzled. "What does potential limit plus 20 mean?" Adams frowned in thought. The others shook their heads. "I don't know, but increasing potential must be beneficial." "That's true." Just like the Baron Empire, in the Lionheart Kingdom region, Princess Alice and her guard team were also discussing the system announcement. As the princess's personal maid, Delia looked at Alice, excitedly saying, "Your Highness, you must work hard to win over Lu Chen. You have to make him a prince of our Lionheart Kingdom. I can accompany you as a dowry. If that doesn't work, our entire princess guard team can accompany you." As the princess of the Lionheart Kingdom, her guard team was entirely composed of women. This was a tradition of the Lionheart Kingdom. As members of the princess's guard, they needed to excel in all aspects, not just in knowledge and skills, but also in appearance and figure. The other guards looked at Alice with eager expressions, making her face flush red, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. She punched Delia hard on the head. Delia crouched down, holding her head in pain, shouting, "Your Highness, if you keep hitting my head like this, I'll get shorter." She was already not tall, only about 1.50 meters, and if this continued, what if she ended up at 1.50 meters? The captain of the guard team was a tall, voluptuous female warrior with golden wavy long hair, named Adela Grems. She was a member of the Grems Duke family. She was both Alice's guard captain and her close friend. Adela smiled and said, "Your Highness, such behavior is very unladylike." Alice retorted, "Is Delia's speech very ladylike? Delia is a maid, and you are a princess. Your standards of behavior are not on the same level, you know?" Adela chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Alice felt even more frustrated. She said, "All right, let's continue. Leveling up. The rewards this time are so good, and they even increase experience by 50%. We need to level up to level 10 quickly." Adela nodded in agreement. "Indeed, after level 10, once we leave the novice village, we can get in touch with Lu Chen ahead of other factions." Alice slightly nodded. "Yes, no matter what, we need to contact Lu Chen first and then discuss. We must find a way to establish a cooperative relationship with him. Your Highness's wisdom is as always." Adela smiled in acknowledgement. At this point, Adela paused for a moment and chuckled. "However, the matter of marriage can actually be considered by your Highness. Delia is not wrong." "Alice?" Her face turned red again. "What nonsense is this? Let's level up quickly." In the Great Xia territory, Xia Yan had obtained quite a few good equipment from Lu Chen, plus she had a powerful group attack skill like Cold Wind Impact. As a mage, her leveling speed was naturally not slow, and she was already at level 8. At this moment, she was leveling deep in the mountains. After hearing the system announcement, she fell silent for a long time and softly said, "Lu Chen, Who exactly are you? After today, you will probably become the focus of all factions in Great Xia, right? After leaving the game, Xia Yan had a long conversation with the Emperor of Xia throughout the night. The topic of discussion was undoubtedly Lu Chen. As the Emperor of Great Xia, the Emperor had a very high strategic vision and foresight. His evaluation of Lu Chen left Xia Yan somewhat shocked. This young man may become a pioneer for humanity in the Yuan Star. Not just a pioneer for Great Xia, but for all humanity. Although the Emperor only mentioned it briefly, Xia Yan still remembered it vividly. Now, seeing these system announcements, Xia Yan felt that the Emperor might be right. Besides his evaluation of Lu Chen, the Emperor actually said one more thing. Xia Yan did not respond at that time. Yener, your father thinks he would make a good son-in-law. You might want to consider it. Even now, Xia Yan didn't know how to respond. In another novice village of Great Xia, the Lu sisters also heard a series of system announcements. They widened their eyes and looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuexin smiled and said, I didn't expect Lu Chen to reach level 10 so quickly. So many system announcements and rewards for all humanity in the Yuan Star, that's great. Lu Yuexin crossed her arms and nodded seriously. He is indeed quite impressive. Then she thought of something and became somewhat indignant. It's a pity that guy is a scumbag. Dad said before that Lu Chen didn't think that much, that excuse is too weak. I think he's just greedy, wanting to have both sisters. Lu Yuexin snorted lightly. When we meet him, we'll expose his lies ourselves. Lu Yuexin smiled slightly. In that case, won't it be difficult for Dad? After all, Dad has a good relationship with Lu Chen. Lu Yuexin was taken aback, then became somewhat dejected. That's true. What should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? If you don't like him, then just don't see him again in the future, Lu Yuexin said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Yuexin nodded. In realization, that's true, out of sight, out of mind. Just see him once. We sisters are united and we won't let the scumbag succeed. Lu Yuexin smiled slightly. You're right, sister. Meanwhile, in Silver Moon Village, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying sent a series of messages to Lu Chen. Seeing that Lu Chen did not respond, they understood that he was probably busy, so they didn't continue to disturb him. After dispersing those who wanted to inquire about the situation, the three of them went off to attend to their own matters. In the little demon lair, Lu Chen continued to delve deeper into the passage. Soon, he saw a half-open iron door at the side of the passage. From inside the iron door, cheers and roars occasionally erupted. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, curious, and walked over. Peering through the half-open iron door, Lu Chen discovered that it seemed to be a martial arts arena inside. In the center of the arena was an open space of about 100 meters in diameter, surrounded by tiered seating where many little demon soldiers sat. In the open area, a giant tiger over 3 meters tall was roaring with its head raised. Surrounding the tiger were numerous corpses of little demons, with traces of blood visible everywhere. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to find such a beast-fighting arena in the little demon's lair. This tiger looked incredibly strong. He cast a detection spell. Black fur, high rank leader, level 10 health, 19,000 attack, 185 description, and unusually demonized. Tiger, its size far exceeds that of an ordinary demonized tiger, seemingly modified in a special way. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. This demonized tiger, like the previous giant little demon, seemed to have undergone special modifications as well. He wondered what exactly was responsible for their transformation. Perhaps it was a lord-level boss? But now wasn't the time to think about that. Since there was a boss, it definitely had to be fought. Lu Chen looked around. There were stairs on both sides of the iron gate leading to tiered stands in all directions. He planned to first eliminate the little demon soldiers on the stands to prevent them from causing trouble during the boss fight. He climbed the stairs and began to clear them out. He attracted a large group of little demon soldiers and swung his battle sword. Minus 8,211. Critical hit. A sweeping critical hit dealt over 8,000 damage. After switching to the battle sword, Lu Chen's output capability increased significantly. Among them was a little demon instructor. With a charge followed by a 4-hit combo, the little demon instructor, with a health of 11,000, was instantly killed. One-shot kill. Lu Chen was a bit shocked himself. This was a level 10 leader. Generally, players would need dozens of people to defeat such a leader, even if it was level 10, right? Yet Lu Chen had killed it in one shot. This damage was definitely on a whole new level compared to before. However, Lu Chen's monster farming speed hadn't increased much. After all, the previous sweeping attack could also one-shot the little monsters. The time spent was still on choosing drops, but fighting the leader was indeed faster. He couldn't one-shot before. After finishing off the little demons on the stands, Lu Chen finally arrived at the arena. He opened the drop list for Black Fur. To Lu Chen's surprise, the first item was actually a purple legendary item. Moreover, it was a skill book. Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he looked closely. Then the smile on his face froze. Damn it, it wasn't for him. Summon Demonized Tiger, Legendary, summon a Demonized Tiger to fight for you. Learning conditions, summoning class or high-level summoning talent drop. Rate 0.00000023%. It was actually a summoning skill, and a legendary level summoning skill at that. Unfortunately, only players with a summoning class or summoning talent could use it. Lu Chen felt numb. He had finally come across a skill book, and he couldn't use it. He quickly thought of Lin Yingying. That guy had a very strong summoning talent. If this skill were given to her, it would probably make her one of the top experts right away. Speaking of which, he seemed to owe her a skill book. After all, she had given him a skill book for Barbaric Strike before. But Barbaric Strike was only a fine level skill, while this was a legendary level skill. The exchange would be a huge loss. Lu Chen was filled with black lines on his forehead. Then he shook his head. Forget it, he wasn't short on money right now, and Lin Yingying had indeed been quite good to him all along. He still vividly remembered the price she offered when he bought that equipment blueprint. When she gave him the Barbaric Strike skill book, she didn't ask for anything in return. Although she was a bit fierce and shameless, she had indeed treated him well. It was fine to take a loss. Lu Chen didn't want to think too much about it. After making his choice, he looked at the subsequent drops. The primary skill stone was a must, and there was one more item. Lu Chen chose a scroll. Wild Roar Scroll, excellent, increases the target's damage by 10%. Duration, half an hour. Note, the target's level cannot exceed 20. Drop rate, 0.00031%. This would come in handy when fighting the boss, so Lu Chen decisively selected it. Now, defeating the boss was not just for the safety of Silvermoon Village, but also for his own chance to change class to Crimson Envoy. No matter what, he had to solo a boss. After making his selections, Lu Chen charged forward. Then, he swung his battle sword, unleashing a black swordlight. Minus 6,311. Critical hit, minus 3,823. Brutal strike, minus 7,252. Sweep critical, minus 3,007. Normal attack critical, damage exceeding 20,000 popped up. The black-haired creature hadn't even realized what had happened before it let out a shriek and collapsed, dying on the spot. Its massive body fell to the ground, releasing one purple and two blue light orbs. Lu Chen? Ha? Is that it? A bit weak. Lu Chen picked up the items, planning to continue farming monsters. Just then, he noticed his backpack was almost full again. For a while, Lu Chen had been farming monsters with someone to help, so he hadn't faced any issues with backpack space. If he were in a dungeon, he would have had Lu Chang and the others to help carry items. But now, there was no one around. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to have someone come over to trade first. So, he opened the chat interface. Each friend had a lot of unread messages. Lu Chen glanced through them. They were all words of surprise and praise. There were also thanks for the benefits they received after Lu Chen leveled up. Among them, Lin Yingying had the most unread messages, calling him foster father with great enthusiasm, her messages exceeding those of others by more than double. Li Mu seemed to have added, "Mr. Lu, let me tell you something interesting. Today when I was doing errands in the village, I found out there are actually special services in the village. I didn't expect that kind of thing could be done in the game." Lu Chen? Special services? He was filled with shock. This game can be played like this? Upon further thought, the game's realism was just like reality. Although there were harassment prevention measures, if both parties consented, it seemed like there was nothing wrong. These players were really something. By the way, does doing this kind of thing in the game count as illegal? It was really a bargain for them that the game was free during open beta. Lu Chen silently replied with a 6. As for the others, he replied a few times and then sent a message. In the trading group. My backpack is full, filled with level 10 green and blue gear. If you want it, send someone quickly. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, send your location. I'll have someone come right away. Wang Bing, foster father. I'll have Jiang Su come over. Lin Yingying, foster father, I'll come myself. Seeing Lin Yingying's message, Lu Chen thought of that skill book. He silently sent the skill book for summoning the demonized fierce tiger in the group. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying, the three of them were blown away. Lin Yingying, foster father, I'll sell myself to you, you must sell me that skill book. Lu Chang was not having it. Heck, Lin Yingying, are you trying to get my good son-in-law to give you the skill book and sell yourself too? What a beautiful dream you have. Lu Chang clenched his fists, wishing he could beat Lin Yingying to death. This woman really knew how to climb the ladder. He knew Lin Yingying had summoning talent, and it seemed quite strong. But not to mention anything else, she actually wanted to sell herself to his good son-in-law? This was clearly wanting to have both money and a person. Where does such a good thing exist? Last time, because he had been too excessive in being a wingman, he was suspected by his two precious daughters, and he could only find a reason to muddle through. At this moment, he didn't even dare to mention Lu Chen in front of his two precious daughters. If this Lin Yingying got ahead of him, it would be a huge loss. This woman really knows how to seize opportunities. Wang Bing, legendary skill book. Damn, my adoptive father is amazing. It's a pity I don't have a summoner here, nor any summoning talent. Wang Bing didn't think too much, he just felt a bit regretful that their Xin Niao army couldn't use this skill book. Lu Chen, you don't have to sell yourself to me, just consider it a trade for that barbaric strike skill book you gave me last time. Lu Chang breathed a sigh of relief, but soon he felt frustrated again. Although he didn't make Lin Yingying sell herself to him, wasn't this equivalent to giving a big gift to Lin Yingying as a good son-in-law? Wouldn't that elevate Lin Yingying to the heavens? Lin Yingying, huh? How can that be? We can't take advantage of you, adoptive father. I don't have much money on me. How about I just sell myself to you instead? Winks cutely.jpg. Lu Chang? Now even Wang Bing couldn't stand it. Pa, Lin Yingying, are you trying to repay your adoptive father? You're just lusting after him, you shameless girl. His thoughts were different from Lu Chang's. He was thinking that if Lin Yingying really got close to her adoptive father, wouldn't they have to share more equipment with the Player Management Bureau in the future? What would happen to their Xian Niao army then? As an official organization, their competition was fierce, especially since the Xian Niao army was born from the Great Xia military. They already looked down on the Player Management Bureau, which was made up of a bunch of undisciplined civilian players. If they ended up being suppressed by the Player Management Bureau, wouldn't they be utterly frustrated? No way. Absolutely not. Lu Chen looked at Lin Yingying's message, feeling a headache coming on. What was wrong with her? Why was she so eager to offer herself? However, Lu Chen didn't dare to accept. Mainly, it had only been a little over 2 days in the game, and how long had he known Lin Yingying? In such a short time, how could he truly understand a person? Although Lin Yingying had indeed been considerate of him during this time, who knew if that was her true intention? What if she had some other motive? After all, he had too many interests at stake. If it was just for fun, that would be fine. He could play for a while and then discard it any time. But Lu Chen had always been serious about relationships. Meeting, knowing, falling in love, and being together. If they were together, they had to be together properly. This view on relationships was somewhat out of sync with the current era, where everyone was just playing around, and being serious could easily lead to hurt. Because of this, his ex-girlfriend broke up with him due to a dramatic change in his family, leaving Lu Chen feeling gloomy for a long time. This made him even more cautious about relationships. Naturally, he couldn't just accept someone after less than 2 days of contact. Even if Lin Yingying was indeed extremely beautiful, pure, and cute, clearly a type that was very popular in men's eyes, to Lu Chen, she was no different from anyone else. He was willing to trade a legendary skill book for a fine skill book simply because of the kindness Lin Yingying had shown him in the past 2 days, nothing more. Lu Chen, what do I want with you? Go away. If you don't want it, I'll auction it off. Lin Yingying, ha? No, adoptive father. I won't sell myself. At this moment, Lin Yingying looked frustrated. What was going on with her adoptive father? He didn't want such a clever and charming beauty like her. Lin Yingying suddenly thought of something and was startled. Could it be that her adoptive father liked men? No, that couldn't be, right? A determined look gradually appeared in Lin Yingying's eyes. That wouldn't do. As his adopted daughter, she had the duty to pull her adoptive father out of such a twisted mindset. But this wasn't the time to discuss that. The legendary skill book her adoptive father gave her was too precious. She really couldn't just accept such a valuable gift like that. Although she had given her adoptive father a barbaric strike skill book, the value difference between the two was too great. But she really needed this skill book. With this skill book, she could summon a demonic tiger, unleash the power of her talents, and become stronger herself. Lin Yingying didn't know what to do. After hesitating for a moment, she tentatively spoke up. Foster father, how about I consider this skill book as a debt I owe you? What do you think? 10,000 gold coins. Let's sign a contract. Lu Chen, ? Is this person out of her mind? He had already said it was a gift. Moreover, a legendary skill book wasn't worth that much. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen helplessly said, how about this, 2,000 gold coins, I'll give you a friend price. Whether Lin Yingying could pay him back didn't matter. To Lu Chen, after all, he really didn't lack that little money. By now, he had already earned over 70 million today. Did he really need this little bit? Lin Yingying, huh? Isn't that too cheap? Lu Chen, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, I'll auction it off. Lin Yingying, no, foster father. I want it. So, after some haggling, they settled on Lu Chen's price. Lin Yingying took on a debt of 2,000 gold coins. That's 20 million in reality. Lu Chen felt a sense of déjà vu, as if history was repeating itself. Hadn't he also owed that much debt before? Now it was Lin Yingying's turn? He couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Chang watched the exchange between the two, his heart sinking. The situation didn't seem too good. If these two continued to interact, their feelings might deepen. What would happen to my two precious daughters then? But thankfully, my good son-in-law was already level 10 and would soon leave the novice village. By then, my precious daughters would have their chance. Lu Chang felt a bit relieved. No matter how strong this ally was, it couldn't replace the absence of his precious daughters. Allies were useless without them around. Wang Bing was quite pleased. This woman, Lin Yingying, actually thought she could become the foster father's woman? Ha! Dream on. Did they think the Player Management Bureau could suppress the Xianbird army? What a joke! Wang Bing nodded in satisfaction. Lu Chen, alright, hurry up and send someone over, I still have things to do. The location is here. There are level 10 monsters nearby, and they're kobolds, so be careful. Lu Chen sent the location. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying all acknowledged it. Lin Yingying was coming in person. After all, she needed to trade the skill book. This was the summoning skill she had been longing for. Lu Chang and Wang Bing sent Li Mu and Jiang Su respectively to handle the trade. The fastest to arrive was Li Mu. It seemed Lu Chang's team was farming kobolds. She would probably take about 10 minutes to get here. Lin Yingying wouldn't be far behind her, as the Player Management Bureau seemed to be farming kobolds as well. The slowest was Jiang Su, who would take nearly an hour to arrive. She seemed to be farming mermen over by Merman Lake. Lu Chun thought for a moment and decided not to delve deeper, but instead headed out. After all, Li Mu's level was still relatively low, even though the level 10 kobolds were just ordinary monsters. She probably wouldn't be able to handle them alone. Besides, they couldn't pick up any drops from the monsters right now anyway. As he walked out of the mine, Lu Chen saw Li Mu jogging towards him. Upon seeing Lu Chen, her eyes lit up and she waved at him, "Mr. Lu." She ran up to him, her cheeks flushed, and her bright eyes were filled with admiration. "Mr. Lu, you're amazing. You're the first player in the entire continent to reach level 10. You're simply the pride of our daxia." Lu Chen smiled helplessly. "Alright, stop flattering me. I've heard enough of the same compliments from everyone." Li Mu covered her mouth and chuckled, then she seemed to remember something and said with sparkling eyes, "By the way, Mr. Lu, about that special service in the game." Before she could finish her sentence, an excited voice came from a distance. Foster father, your daughter is here." Li Mu's expression froze and she turned to look behind her, only to see Lin Yingying rushing over, her eyes filled with excitement. How could she not be excited? The legendary skill book was right in front of her. Liu Chen noticed that Lin Yingying's actions seemed a bit familiar and he immediately felt something was off. "Wasn't this the move of someone rushing over to hug a thigh?" he said with a frown. "Stop. If you dare to come over and hug, the skill book will be gone." Lin Yingying? She froze in place, looking dejected. "Oh," he said irritably, "aren't you a high-ranking member of the Player Management Bureau? Can't you have a bit of self-respect? Isn't this embarrassing?" Lin Yingying chuckled, "Hugging the thigh of a righteous father, how many people would want that?" She showed no signs of embarrassment or shame. Lu Chen fell silent. He didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer and said sternly, "Alright, let's trade." Just like the previous trade, Li Mu and Lin Yingying each received their share of equipment. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Okay, I'll be fighting monsters under this mine. From now on, I'll need to come back to trade every so often, so it'll be hard work for you, too." Li Mu forced a smile and said, "Mr. Lu, it's not hard at all." She cast a resentful glance at Lin Yingying, then said, "Well, Mr. Lu, Minister Lin, I'll take my leave now." Lu Chun nodded, "Alright." Watching Li Mu leave, Lin Yingying looked puzzled. "Why do I feel like she looks at me as if I've done something unforgivable?" Lu Chen was taken aback and asked, "How could that be? You must be mistaken?" Lin Yingying didn't think much of it anymore, crossing her arms and huffing. "I think that woman looks at you, righteous father, in a strange way. She definitely wants to eat you up. You, as a boy, need to protect yourself out there and not let these bad women take advantage." Lu Chen was exasperated and shot a glance at Lin Yingying, saying, "You, wanting to sell yourself off, really don't need to say such things. If you say that, righteous father, I'll feel embarrassed." Even someone as thick-skinned as Lin Yingying felt her cheeks flush slightly at that moment. Talking about it in the trading group and being brought up face-to-face by Lu Chen were completely different concepts. Lu Chen was shocked. "You actually feel embarrassed? Righteous father, don't praise me like that." Lin Yingying became even more bashful. "I'm not praising you. By the way, I need to learn the skill." Lin Yingying suddenly remembered something and quickly took out the skill book for summoning a demonic tiger to learn. Sure enough, just as Lu Chen had guessed, Lin Yingying's talent was high-level summoning talent, perhaps even higher. After all, the amplification was indeed very strong. After Lin Yingying learned the skill, she waved her staff. In the next moment, a magic circle appeared in front of her. A black, demonic tiger, standing 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, emerged. The demonic tiger roared with its head held high, exuding an imposing presence, standing beside Lin Yingying, creating a strong Beauty and the Beast vibe. Lin Yingying happily stroked the demonic tiger's fluffy fur. While petting it, she laughed, "So comfortable, this fur looks top-notch." "Righteous father, you should come and touch it too." Lu Chen actually liked small animals. He had petted cats and dogs, but he had never petted a tiger. Seeing Lin Yingying so happy, he felt a bit tempted. He said with a stern face, "This is a tiger, not a cat. How can you pet it like that?" "Righteous father, come on, try it." Lin Yingying pulled Lu Chen's hand and pressed it against the demonic tiger's fur. Lu Chen was shocked. His hand uncontrollably started to pet it. "My hand has a mind of its own." But he had to admit, the texture was indeed nice. As he continued to pet, Lu Chen felt something was off. "Wait, am I really focusing on the texture right now? This is a skill. Shouldn't I be looking at the skill effects first?" Lu Chen felt like he had been led astray by Lin Ying Ying, he said sternly. Quick, check the skill effects. Only then did Lin Ying Ying react. Oh, right. She opened her panel and, upon seeing it, her eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, so strong. Before Lu Chen could say anything, Lin Ying Ying had already sent the data panel of the demonic tiger to Lu Chen. Blackie, Lin Ying Ying's summon beast, level 7 health 6000. Attack 100 skills, wild roar, heavy claw. Sweep these attributes. Lu Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. The attributes of a level 7 creature were surprisingly strong, even stronger than those of the same level bosses. However, it was slightly weaker than high-level bosses. But this was just a level 1 skill. If the level increased, these attributes would probably become even more outrageous. No wonder it was a combination of high-level summoning talent and legendary summoning skills. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. Lin Ying Ying's talent, which boosts summoned creature attributes by 100%, was indeed ridiculous. Just one skill made her one of the top players. Lu Chen pondered, with this summoned beast, you can lead a team to break through the little demon camp. If that were the case, then the Player Management Bureau would also take off with Lin Ying Ying. Lin Ying Ying was very excited, her face flushed. She waved her hand and said, I'm powerful now. From now on, wherever you tell me to fight, I'll go. If you tell me to fight dogs, I won't chase chickens. Lu Chen was speechless. This girl was quite violent. Come on, just focus on leveling up. Stop thinking about fighting every day. Oh, Lin Ying Ying looked a bit dejected, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Right, foster father, now that I'm powerful, how about I join you in fighting monsters? I only need 20% of the experience. Can you handle level 10 bosses and high-level bosses? Lin Ying Ying glanced at her Blackie and shook her head. No, Blackie can't handle it. Then what are you talking about? Go play by yourself, level up properly, and talk about reaching level 10 later. Lin Ying Ying let out a disappointed oh, alright. Then after that, Lin Ying Ying said goodbye to Lu Chen and left with her Blackie. Lu Chen also returned to the little demon's lair. After passing through the arena, he continued deeper into the passage. Soon, Lu Chen encountered another high-level boss. This one was also in a room by a stone wall. Chief of Staff Anthony Blacktooth, high-level boss, level 10 health, 16,000 attack. 195 Introduction. Anthony Blacktooth is one of the few wise men of the Blacktooth tribe, cunning and cruel, a capable assistant to General Blacktooth. This is a little demon mage boss. The first item on the drop list was a purple intermediate skill stone, which Lu Chen decisively chose. After that, Lu Chen selected 2 pieces of the Blacktooth set. Once he finished selecting, Lu Chen charged forward. Even high-level bosses like Black Fur, with their high health, were instantly killed by Lu Chen. Not to mention this fragile mage. Before he could even finish casting a full set of skills, Anthony fell to the ground with a scream. As for his skills, Lu Chen didn't even know what they were. After picking up the drops, Lu Chen planned to use the intermediate skill stone. He had quite a few skills that could be upgraded with the intermediate skill stone. At that moment, he realized he still had the beginner skill stone that Black Fur had dropped earlier in his backpack. He used this beginner skill stone on beginner regeneration. He upgraded beginner regeneration to the maximum level. Beginner regeneration, max level, passive skill, restores 0.5% of maximum health per second. The effect of max level beginner regeneration made Lu Chen's eyes light up. It actually restored health based on a percentage rather than a fixed amount as before. This way, the upper limit of beginner regeneration was higher. Even if Lu Chen had a lot of health, he could fully recover in just 200 seconds. With Lu Chen's current health of 8,000, he could restore a full 40 health points per second. Such a health recovery speed was already quite exaggerated. No wonder it was a max level skill. The effect was indeed good. Then Lu Chen thought, since there was beginner regeneration, could there also be intermediate regeneration, advanced regeneration, and similar skills? If beginner regeneration was this strong, how powerful would the max level effects of intermediate and advanced regeneration be? It would be great if he had the chance to obtain these skills. Lu Chen sighed in his heart and then used the intermediate skill stone. The skills that can now be upgraded with intermediate skill stones include Sweeping Strike, Greatsword Mastery, Counterattack, Copper Skin Iron Bones, and Savage Heavy Strike. Among them, the enhancement brought by Greatsword Mastery is undoubtedly the greatest. Lu Chen decisively used it on this skill. As a result, Greatsword Mastery was upgraded to level 6, increasing damage by 60%. This also further enhanced Lu Chen's damage capability. After using it, Lu Chen continued to delve deeper. Before long, he reached the end of the passage. The end was a massive cavern, spanning several kilometers in size. Inside, there were numerous small demon soldier formations, resembling a training ground. At the very front of the formation, at the end of the cavern, stood a small demon, about 1.8 meters tall, clad in pitch-black armor and wielding a battle axe. This small demon was not as tall as the giant small demons, but the dark aura it exuded was twisted and menacing, sending a chill down Lu Chen's spine. It was clear that this was a formidable character. Lu Chen understood in his heart that this small demon was likely a lord. However, due to the distance, he couldn't probe its attributes. Lu Chen planned to eliminate all the small demon soldiers here first and then have a true duel with the small demon lord. There were thousands of small demon soldiers here. Lu Chen cleared the formations one by one, and his speed was not too slow. During this time, Lin Yingying and the others came in once to trade for new equipment. Upon seeing the Lord Small Demon, Lin Yingying's eyes widened. That's the Lord? It looks really terrifying. Li Mu exclaimed softly as if afraid that a loud voice would disturb the small demon lord. Jiang Su's expression was serious. The black mist surrounding that small demon lord is demonic energy, right? It's exactly like the demonic energy from the invasion in reality, evoking a deep-seated disgust. Lin Yingying asked, Foster Father, can you handle it alone? Should I call someone from the Player Management Bureau to help? Hearing this, Lu Chen replied, you probably won't be able to break the Lord's defenses. After all, this was a level 10 Lord. There were probably very few players capable of breaking through its defenses. Anyone who could break the Lord's defenses would definitely be considered top tier. Lin Yingying blinked, thought for a moment, and said, although we can't break the defenses, I can call some priests to heal you, Foster Father, so you won't have to worry. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. Was there some truth to what Lin Yingying said? His current defense and attack should be fine against the Lord. His only concern was his health. The damage the Lord dealt to him would definitely be high, and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to stand. If someone could heal him, then he could indeed endure and fight. With this thought, Lu Chen's eyes gradually brightened. However, soon, his expression dimmed again. If it were any other time, Lu Chen would definitely choose to let others help. But he still had a job transfer task to complete. It required him to solo kill a lord. After thinking it over, Lu Chen decided to try it himself first. If it didn't work, he would let others help defeat the lord, and after obtaining new equipment, he could consider soloing later. He smiled and said, I'll try it myself first. If it doesn't work, I'll trouble the Player Management Bureau. Jiang Su quickly added, Mr. Lu, our Xianbird army also has many priests who can come to help. Li Mu also said, I can ask Director Lu. I'm sure he would be willing to help. This was the reward for the good relations built earlier. Tianyue Group, Xianbird Army, and the Player Management Bureau were the three strongest forces in Silver Moon Village, and most players were already equipped with full green gear, with some even having blue gear. Their priests would definitely not be lacking in skill. With the priests from these three forces together, could he really not handle just one lord? Even if soloing isn't possible and the job change quest can't be completed right now, it seems that the little demon's village slaughter isn't too much of a threat anymore? With this thought, Lu Chen's mood relaxed a bit. After trading the equipment, Lin Yingying and the others left, and Lu Chen continued to grind monsters. After spending several hours, Lu Chen finally killed all the little demon soldiers. Among so many little demons, there were elites and leaders, so the rewards were undoubtedly immense. Just the green equipment alone amounted to over 2,000 pieces, selling for nearly 3,000 gold. The fine equipment, due to the number of little demon leaders, didn't fetch too high a price, but even so, it sold for over 5,000 gold. Just from this, he had accumulated over 8,000 gold. Adding to the earnings from the 2 dungeons Lu Chen had cleared earlier, he had made a total of over 16,000 gold. That's over 160 million in real currency. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim that money is really just a number. These gold coins were only part of the harvest. The numerous leaders and elites also dropped a significant amount of attribute stones. Lu Chen finally raised all 4 basic attributes to the 120-point limit. He even had some extra attribute stones, which he planned to use after his advancement. As for skill stones, minor skill stones, and basic skill stones, Lu Chen had a decent stockpile, so he didn't have to worry about not having skill stones to upgrade new skills in the short term. This time, not only was Lu Chen happy, but Lu Chang and the others were equally thrilled. Acquiring thousands of pieces of green equipment meant that once they reached level 10, the players under them would have brand new gear. After dealing with the little demon soldiers, only the last little demon lord remained. Lu Chen took a deep breath and cast a detection spell. General Blacktooth Slaughter, Low Tier Lord, Level 10 Health, 125,000 Attack, 550 Description, a general from the Little Demon Blacktooth clan, known for his title of Slaughter. He is a true executioner. Lu Chen? What the hell? How much health is that? Over 12,000? The attack is also over 500. Although Lu Chen was mentally prepared, seeing such exaggerated attributes made him shudder a bit. It was too outrageous. Compared to the previous Mudu, this slaughter was like heaven and earth apart. Clearly, Mudu hadn't fully advanced at that time and could only be considered a half-baked version. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Such attributes left Lu Chen feeling uncertain and he didn't know if he could win. However, he had to at least give it a try. Lu Chen checked his backpack. He had made quite a few preparations to kill the Lord. He had fine level scrolls, such as the Weakness Curse Scroll, Lava Armor Scroll, and Wild Roar Scroll, as well as basic Stamina and Strength Scrolls. In addition, he also had fine quality Apprentice Potions. Apprentice Healing Potion, fine, restores 800 health immediately upon use, cooldown time of 30 seconds. This was also dropped from a leader. To kill the Lord, Lu Chen had given up quite a few opportunities to obtain fine equipment. Now, it was time to test his skills. Lu Chen first opened the drop list. A dense array of purple glows flickered, with 2 golden glows at the very top, nearly blinding Lu Chen's eyes. Epic items. 2 of them. Truly a rewarding experience for a raid. He quickly checked them out. The first was a skill stone, and it was a high-level skill stone. Lu Chen was delighted. Whether for battle intent or warrior's heart, both now required high-level skill stones for upgrades. Lu Chen was in dire need of this item. He decisively selected it. The second item was a piece of equipment, and it was a ring. Ring of Slaughter, Epic, Strength plus 45, Stamina plus 45, Critical Damage plus 15%, Attack plus 150. Required level 10 drop rate 0.0000000006%. Such powerful attributes. Not only did it add a significant amount of base attributes, but the special effects, whether it was critical damage or increased attack power, were also very practical. This equipment was far superior to the little demon bone ring he was wearing. Lu Chen made his choice decisively. The only thing left was the legendary equipment. Lu Chen took a glance and was pleasantly surprised to find a set. Black Tooth Elite Chestplate, Legendary, Chainmail, Defense plus 437, Strength plus 22, Stamina plus 23. Defense plus 500, required level, 10 Black Tooth Elite Set, 2/6 damage taken reduced by 50 Black Tooth Elite Set, 4/6 10% Lifesteal Black Tooth Elite Set, 6/6 armor penetration increased by 55. This Black Tooth Elite Set was clearly an upgraded version of the Black Tooth Set. Not only had the quality risen to legendary level, but the attributes had also significantly improved, and even the set effects had been greatly enhanced. Lu Chen's favorite lifesteal attribute had increased from the original 5% to a direct 10%. Lu Chen's eyes turned red. He couldn't wait to get his hands on this equipment. The drop list only had the chest plate and leggings, so Lu Chen decisively chose these 2 items. After selecting all the drops, Lu Chen took a deep breath and began using various scrolls. Lava Armor Scroll, used on himself. Wild Roar Scroll, used on himself. Stamina Scroll, Strength Scroll, all used on himself as well. After using all the scrolls, Lu Chen's health increased by 9,000. Then, Lu Chen took a deep breath and used the Weakness Curse Scroll on the Butcher. Since the target was a boss, the effect was halved, only reducing the Butcher's overall attributes by 10%. But even so, it was still good news for Lu Chen. Bold Ant. After being cursed with weakness, the Butcher reacted, wielding his battle axe, Dark Energy. Swirling, his crimson eyes fixed on Lu Chen as he let out a low growl. In the next moment, Lu Chen charged directly at his face. He raised his hand for a 4-hit combo. Lu Chen's great sword swung like lightning. However, the Butcher's expression showed no change. He raised his battle axe to block and evade. Clang, 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 clang. Minus 1022. Sweep. Minus 1689. Heavy Strike Critical. Minus 1018. Brutal Strike. Minus 391. Normal Attack. Every attack from Lu Chen was blocked by the Butcher. After the block, the damage was significantly reduced, and the numbers that floated up were naturally disappointing. Together, they only amounted to a mere 4,000 health. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. It had to be said, as expected of a boss, the intelligence and combat ability were completely different from lower-level bosses. Lu Chen's attributes were already quite strong, and his attack speed was as fast as lightning. Even so, his attacks were still blocked. However, to Lu Chen's surprise, the stun effect of the brutal strike actually carried over. Although the Butcher wasn't stunned and unable to act, his reaction speed seemed to have significantly decreased. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen didn't give the Butcher time to counterattack and continued to swing his sword, striking at the Butcher. A total of 5 attacks were made, 2 were blocked, and the remaining 3 struck solidly against his armor. Unfortunately, this time the damage was only from normal and heavy attacks, resulting in limited damage, also just over 4,000. After a round of attacks, Lu Chen hadn't even taken away 1,000 health from the Butcher. As Lu Chen attacked, wisps of vengeful spirits seemed to suddenly appear around the Butcher, wrapping around him. This was the effect of the Wailing Souls. Each attack would cause the target to be entangled by the souls, taking 50 points of death damage per second, lasting for 1 minute. Since Lu Chen had attacked 9 times, it meant the soul entanglement had stacked 9 layers. The Butcher's immunity to death damage seemed low, and soon a damage of 400 popped up. Once per second, it was equivalent to Lu Chen attacking an additional time each second. Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless. The Soul of Sorrow, as an epic level accessory, was undoubtedly extremely powerful, but Lu Chen's own attributes and equipment were too luxurious. This meant that even such a strong effect was not very noticeable. Although Lu Chen was somewhat dissatisfied that a single round of attack could only take away 10,000 health points from the slaughter. After all, this was the 10,000 health points of a boss. A level 10 player who had such strength to instantly chop off 10,000 health points from a boss? Being suppressed at the start made the slaughter furious, and he roared, "Ants, be audacious. Amidst the roar, Lu Chen felt a bit dizzy, his ears ringing, and even his vision blurred. He could see the slaughter raising his battle axe, and he quickly retreated, instinctively raising his sword to block due to his mastery of the great sword. Clang! The immense force made Lu Chen's arm ache, and his body involuntarily staggered back a few steps. -821. A high damage value floated above Lu Chen's head. With one strike, the slaughter pressed on relentlessly, continuing to swing the battle axe down. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 consecutive strikes, Lu Chen was knocked back a full 10 meters, the heavy footsteps even cracking the ground. It was only then that Lu Chen recovered from his dizzy state. Seeing the slaughter swing his axe again, he quickly dodged to the side and then swung his great sword. Counter-attack. The previous 4 attacks had cost Lu Chen over 3,000 health points. Such a high health loss meant that the counterattack's amplification was terrifying. A full 1,500%. The scorching sword wind howled past, and the battle sword struck fiercely at the slaughter. The slaughter seemed to sense the terrifying threat, his expression slightly changing. Originally, he had planned to strike again, but now he had to withdraw his offensive and begin to defend. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The slaughter was knocked back over 20 meters by the immense force before coming to a stop. Above the slaughter's head, a high damage value floated up. -7,233. Critical hit. Just this one hit was almost equivalent to Lu Chen's burst from his charge. However, although the damage from the counterattack restored some health, Lu Chen's health still remained at just over 6,000. He used a bottle of high-quality healing potion, and then charged towards the slaughter again. This health could still support him in a fierce battle. The warrior's heart provided a 15% speed boost, plus the Orion's first Nova added another 5%, and Lu Chen's agility had already reached the 120-point limit. At this moment, Lu Chen's movement speed was extremely fast. The slaughter was clearly a warrior-type class like Lu Chen, not a nimble little demon. Additionally, he was weakened by a curse that reduced all attributes by 10%, making his speed even slower than Lu Chen's. Lu Chen took advantage of his agile speed to maneuver around the slaughter, swinging his great sword and attacking continuously. Although the slaughter's movement speed was not too fast, his combat experience was extremely rich, and his defense was impenetrable. He would block at times and dodge at others. Lu Chen attacked continuously for over 20 seconds, but he had only managed to take away less than 20,000 of the slaughter's health. The slaughter's counterattacks were equally deadly. Although the damage he dealt was not as high as Lu Chen's health was far less than the slaughter's. If they exchanged blows, it would definitely be more beneficial for the slaughter. Fortunately, Lu Chen, with his speed advantage, took the initiative, able to attack or defend as needed. He could recover health in various ways. As the attacks continued, the effect of the Soul of Sorrow had also stacked up. With 20 layers of Soul of Sorrow, it would deal 1,000 points of death damage per second. However, due to the slaughter's defense, it could only deal over 800. Even so, this was still good. This was equivalent to a stable 800 plus damage per second, lasting for a minute. In 1 minute, that would amount to over 40,000 damage. As long as Lu Chen maintained the layers of Soul of Sorrow, in just 3 minutes, the slaughter would be tortured to death by the Soul of Sorrow. The situation was entirely favorable for Lu Chen. Just then, a glint of red light flashed in the slaughter's eyes. The battle axe in his hand ignited. With a blazing flame, Liu Chen saw this scene, and his hair stood on end, instinctively retreating. However, it was already a bit too late. The battle axe in the hands of the butcher swung horizontally. At an incredible speed, the axe light sweeping towards Lu Chen's waist. With no way to retreat, Lu Chen could only raise his sword to block. Clang! The battle sword trembled under such immense force, and Lu Chen's arm felt exceptionally sore and numb, almost slipping from his grip. Fortunately, the weapon in his hand was a legendary piece of equipment. If it had been a green-grade item, Lu Chen suspected that blow would have caused his weapon's durability to vanish instantly, rendering it useless on the spot. The tremendous force lifted Lu Chen off the ground, sending him flying over 10 meters. Above Lu Chen's head, a high number floated up. -4,221. Lu Chen's health dropped by nearly half. He couldn't help but grimace. Thankfully, this skill didn't crit. Otherwise, with over 8,000 damage, he would have surely been finished. Because Lu Chen was faster, he utilized his speed advantage to recover health through basic regeneration, lifesteal, and superior potions, keeping his health in relatively good condition. However, even so, his health didn't exceed 8,005. If that had crit, Lu Chen's health would have been completely drained. Could he not feel relieved? It had to be said, as expected of a lord, the damage was too high. Lu Chen's attributes and equipment were absolutely top tier among level 10 players. Even so, this butcher's skill could still deal over 4,000 damage. If it hit other players, the damage might even double. Seeing that Lu Chen had not died, the butcher became even angrier. I didn't expect you to have some fight left. He charged at Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt as if he had been hit by a truck, his body staggering backward. The butcher, seizing the opportunity, swung his battle axe again. Lu Chen was forced to retreat repeatedly, struggling to stabilize himself. His health dropped once more. Fortunately, he quickly recovered from this state. Relying on his speed advantage, he once again escaped the butcher's attack range. At this moment, the damage Lu Chen had received had already exceeded 6,000. He had reached the maximum damage amplification for counterattacks, 3,000%. Leveraging his speed advantage, Lu Chen positioned himself behind the butcher, his battle sword slicing through the air towards the butcher's neck. However, the butcher, being a lord, sensed the threat and quickly turned, using his battle axe to block. Boom! The butcher's body flew out like a cannonball. Minus 28,456. Counterattack. Crit. A terrifying damage of over 28,000 floated above the butcher's head. This damage left Lu Chen somewhat dazed. This was a level 10 lord. The defense was incredibly formidable. Even with Lu Chen's current attack power, a normal hit would only deal around 300 to 400 damage. Now, with the counterattack skill, he had dealt nearly 30,000 in terrifying damage. Although it was a crit effect, it was still absurd. The nearly 30,000 damage allowed Lu Chen to recover 3,000 health. He had originally been left with just over 1,000 health, and now he had regained half. He felt a sigh of relief. It had indeed been dangerous. When his stance was unsteady and he couldn't dodge, if he had failed to block the butcher's attack even once, he would have been in serious trouble. Fortunately, this danger had passed. Lu Chen drank a bottle of superior potion, raising his health to over 5,000, feeling a bit more secure. Then, he continued to attack the butcher, relying on his high speed. Nearly 30,000 health had been taken away, and now the butcher's health was just over 40,000. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Lu Chen could slay the butcher. However, the closer he got, the more cautious Lu Chen became. He even made sure that each attack was a hit and run, not giving the butcher a chance to counterattack. Especially regarding positioning, Lu Chen maintained at least 3 meters of distance to avoid being hit by that previous move without any reaction time. Under Lu Chen's cautious and relentless blood grinding, the health of the slaughter continued to steadily decline. Due to his caution, the damage Lu Chen dealt was quite limited. But fortunately, the effect of the Wailing Souls was indeed very strong, causing automatic health loss every second, which reduced a lot of danger for Lu Chen. The slaughter roared repeatedly. "Damn rat! Don't let me catch you! I will chop you to death!" Unfortunately, his speed could not keep up with Lu Chen, and he could only watch helplessly as his health dwindled bit by bit. When the slaughter's health reached 25,000, a crimson light flashed in his eyes. Then, a surge of demonic energy enveloped him, as if he had transformed into a twisted black flame. In this state, the slaughter resembled a malevolent spirit. His speed suddenly surged. Lu Chen's pupils widened. He didn't even have time to react before the slaughter was right in front of him. In the next moment, his battle axe was raised and struck down repeatedly. Clang, clang, clang. Not only had the slaughter's movement speed increased, but even his attack speed had risen dramatically. Even his strength had improved. Lu Chen's heart raced. What the hell is this? Has he gone berserk? He had no time to think further and could only block the attacks with all his might. Under such a torrential assault, Lu Chen had very little room to counterattack. His health was dropping at an alarming rate. Soon, it fell to just 3,000, and that was thanks to the excellent potion he had consumed. This couldn't go on. If he didn't counterattack, he would definitely be worn down to death. A fierce look appeared on Lu Chen's face. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned his defense and used a counterattack skill. Minus 14,875. Counterattack. The high damage brought Lu Chen's health back up by 1,500. The slaughter's health was down to the last 10,000. However, the slaughter had completely descended into madness. He roared, and the battle axe continued to swing at Lu Chen. Minus 1923. Without blocking to reduce damage, the damage Lu Chen received more than doubled. By this time, Lu Chen had also gone completely mad. With the cooldown just finished, he unleashed a sweeping strike, a heavy strike, and a brutal strike. In quick succession, damage numbers popped up one after another. Minus 2022. Sweep critical hit, minus 3,189. Heavy strike critical hit, minus 2,118. Brutal strike, minus 891. Normal attack, the slaughter, now in a frenzy, had also significantly reduced his blocking. Aside from the sweep which he managed to block, all of Lu Chen's other attacks landed solidly on him. The damage increased, and the slaughter's health was down to about 2,000. His health also recovered a bit due to the damage dealt. But the slaughter's battle axe did not stop. In his berserk state, the slaughter was incredibly fast, instantly swinging out another strike. Minus 1823. Lu Chen's health was even below 1,000, and the slaughter's next strike was already upon him. Lu Chen's sword also swung towards the slaughter. Minus 3,192. Heavy strike critical hit. The slaughter's health was completely depleted. At the same time, a high damage number floated above Lu Chen's head. Minus 1823. Just when Lu Chen thought he was about to meet his demise, another number appeared above his head, plus 2,000. Lu Chen was stunned, realizing that his health had not been completely drained. He was a bit dazed. What just happened? Soon, Lu Chen remembered something and looked at his equipment. Song of Life, Legendary, Accessory, Stamina plus 14, restores 2000 health when receiving fatal damage, cooldown. Time 24 hours, required level, 7 Song of Life. Restores 2000 health when receiving fatal damage. At this moment, the Song of Life had entered its cooldown. Clearly, it was the Song of Life that had saved his life just now. No, this is impossible. I don't believe it. No, I don't believe it. Seeing Lu Chen still standing, the Slaughter's crimson eyes were filled with unwillingness as he let out a low growl. However, his body could no longer support him, swaying as he fell to the ground. Lu Chen looked at the Slaughter's corpse, revealing a surprised smile. I really did it. I actually defeated the boss? And it's a solo clear. A lord with such strong attributes was actually soloed by me? Am I really that strong? Looking at the 2 gold and 2 purple orbs floating above the corpse, Lu Chen quickly picked them up, then sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. The battle had left Lu Chen physically and mentally exhausted. The feeling of life and death hanging by a thread was truly uncomfortable. But fortunately, in the end, he was the one who won. With a beaming smile, Lu Chen sat on the ground to process his loot. The slaughter ring goes without saying, he equipped it immediately. He replaced the little demon's bone ring, the high-level skill stone. It could be used for both battle intent and warriors' heart. Battle intent was already at level 9. If it leveled up one more time, it would reach max level and gain an additional max level effect, which should lead to a qualitative change. However, the enhancement brought by Warrior's Heart was more comprehensive and powerful, providing boosts to all attributes, damage, movement speed, and damage reduction, all of which were very practical effects. For a moment, Lu Chen was uncertain about what to choose. High-level skill stones were likely to drop only from lords, and even among the epic items dropped by lords, there was no guarantee that it would be a high-level skill stone. If he missed this opportunity, who knows how long he would have to wait to obtain another high-level skill stone. This choice was crucial. After hesitating for half a day, Lu Chen ultimately decided to take a gamble. He would bet on the powerful effect after maxing out battle intent. After all, battle intent was a high-quality skill, and surely the max-level effect wouldn't be bad, right? Having made up his mind, Lu Chen no longer hesitated and directly upgraded battle intent with the high-level skill stone. Battle Intent, max level passive skill. Your all attributes increase by 100%, damage increases by 20%, critical hit chance increases by 20%, movement speed increases by 10%. Seeing this effect, Lu Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He had indeed made the right bet. Truly the core skill of a warrior. The effect after reaching max level was incredibly strong. Damage increase, critical hit chance increase, movement speed increase, and all of them were substantial. It could be said that max-level battle intent had increased Lu Chen's damage capability by more than twofold. Soon, Lu Chen discovered something even more astonishing. Originally, the effect of battle intent needed to be triggered in combat. However, after reaching max level, there was no longer this prerequisite. This meant that Lu Chen was receiving boosts all the time? He quickly looked at his attribute panel and found that his attributes were similar to those in combat status. Now, Lu Chen was in a non-combat state. Indeed, he was constantly under enhancement. This could be considered a form of strengthening, right? Overall, Lu Chen was very satisfied. It was definitely a greater boost compared to the increase from leveling up Warrior's Heart by 1 level. Next, there were 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Lu Chen decisively replaced the original Black Tooth set pieces. Just like that, Lu Chen's Black Tooth Elite set was completed with 2 pieces, gaining the 2-piece set effect, which reduced damage taken by 50 points. The Black Tooth set was left with only 4 pieces. However, the core 5% lifesteal effect was retained, only missing 30 points of armor penetration. Overall, it was definitely an enhancement. After all, legendary equipment had much stronger attributes compared to refined equipment. After the slaughter, Lu Chen's combat power had increased by at least 50%. Lu Chen was very pleased. Then he thought of something else. Had the job change quest been completed? He quickly looked at the quest panel. Quest, Crimson Envoy, completed. Description: you have unlocked the advancement path of the Crimson Envoy. The Crimson Envoy is born for battle. You need to comprehend battle intent and raise it to level 5. Additionally, you need to independently kill a lord. Note, this quest can only be completed before level 30. Exceeding level 30 will result in quest failure. Reward, change job to Crimson Envoy. Gain exclusive skills of the Crimson Envoy. Have you completed the quest? Yes/no? Was there even a choice? Of course, it was yes. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Chen for completing the job change quest and successfully changing to Crimson Envoy. Ding! Congratulations to player Lu Chen for obtaining the skills Crimson Envoy, Bloodthirst, Intermediate Stamina Enhancement, Bloodthirsty Strike, Vitality Enhancement. Lu Chen? What the hell? 4 skills at once? Lu Chen was instantly overjoyed. He felt that he had too few skills. He was already level 10 and only had a measly 10 skills. Now he finally had a few more. How delightful. He began to check the new skills. Bloodthirst, level 1, passive skill, grants a 2% lifesteal effect, increases damage dealt by 5%. The first skill made Lu Chen's eyes widen. A skill that grants lifesteal. Just this skill alone made Lu Chen feel that the Crimson Envoy class was worth it. Intermediate stamina enhancement, level 1, passive skill, increases stamina by 20 points. Nothing much to say here, it boosts stamina attributes, which is quite decent overall. Stamina can enhance health and defense, making it harder to be taken down in one hit. Bloodthirsty Strike. Level 1, launch a bloody attack dealing 150% damage, with 10% of the damage dealt converted into health. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. A lifesteal skill. Lu Chen was bubbling with joy. He definitely didn't make the wrong choice with this class. With Bloodthirst and Bloodthirsty Strike, his lifesteal ability became even stronger. Would he still need to worry about not being able to stand his ground? He could just stand there and take down the boss. Vitality Enhancement, level 1, temporarily enhances health by 5% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. How should I put this? After all, the boss's damage is still significant. For instance, if he had used Vitality Enhancement earlier, he might not have needed to use the Song of Life. With the increased health from Vitality Enhancement, he could perhaps withstand an attack. Overall, it's a life-saving skill. Quite decent, really. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this class change, gaining 4 new skills. There were both passive and active skills, defensive and offensive skills. The best part was that the Crimson Envoy class seemed to love lifesteal. What a coincidence, he loved it too. Next, Lu Chen directly used the remaining skill stones to upgrade all his skills. Fortunately, he had saved quite a few skill stones. He had plenty of minor skill stones and basic skill stones, but unfortunately, he had run out of intermediate skill stones. Lu Chen upgraded all 4 skills to level 5. Bloodthirst, level 5, passive skill, grants a 10% lifesteal effect, increases damage dealt by 25%. Intermediate stamina enhancement, level 5, passive skill, increases stamina by 100 points. Bloodthirsty Strike, level 5, launch a bloody attack, dealing 250% damage, with 50% of the damage dealt converted into health. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Vitality Enhancement, level 5, temporarily enhances health by 25% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 7 minutes and 30 seconds. After upgrading the skills, Lu Chen could only say that he was ready to take off. After finishing up his gains, Lu Chen stood up and retraced his steps back to the previous lava cave. There were 3 passages in total, and he had already cleared 1. There were still 2 left. Lu Chen thought for a moment. The passage behind the flame furnace should lead to the Black-Toothed Chieftain. It was clear that the Black-Toothed Chieftain was the strongest boss, and he might not be able to defeat it yet. Lu Chen decided to go to the other passage first. One important reason he was able to kill the Slaughter was due to the high-quality disposable items he had accumulated earlier, including various scrolls and potions. These were his trump cards. Now that these trump cards were nearly used up, Lu Chen needed to find a way to continue collecting some. Although his strength had increased significantly, having these trump cards clearly provided extra assurance. However, before proceeding, Lu Chen planned to clear out his backpack first. After all, he had defeated so many demon soldiers before. Although he had cleared out a lot, there were still quite a few green and blue items in his backpack. Then Lu Chen thought of something else. He hadn't sold the flame greatsword he had used earlier. The flame greatsword was a level 6 legendary weapon, perfectly suited for the current player's level. With this in mind, Lu Chen placed the flame greatsword in the trading group. Lu Chen, I got a new weapon, anyone want it? Wang Bing, adoptive father. I want it. Seeing the flame greatsword, Wang Bing's eyes turned green with envy. He was a warrior. This equipment was just perfect for him. Although it was discarded by his adoptive father, it was still a legendary weapon. The only legendary weapon Lu Chen had on hand was the Staff of the Dead. This was the second one. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, 1007. This was a level 6 legendary weapon, and it couldn't compare to the level 10 Staff of the Dead. However, since it was more suitable for the current level, Lu Chang still offered a very high price. Wang Bing? Director Lu, you're not a warrior, and your 2 precious daughters don't have warrior classes either. What are you trying to compete with me for? Lu Chang. I have warriors in my team. With this weapon, taking down the first few bosses in the little demon camp will definitely be no problem. Can't I compete for it? Wang Bing, damn. He was left speechless. Lin Yingying, on the other hand, showed no interest. She had Heizi with her. Wasn't that better than this thing? To clear the little demon camp, all you needed was hands. Wang Bing, 1008. Lu Chang, 1009. Wang Bing gritted his teeth, 2000. This was already the highest price he could offer. Although the Xian Niao army had been farming murlocs for gold and had been buying gold, their budget was still limited. Moreover, during this time, they had bought quite a few green and blue items from Lu Chen, all of which required money. The gold in the Xian Niao army's hands was quite tight. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Bing. Lu Chang was in the same situation. He was even more strapped for gold than the Xian Niao army. After all, he had previously bought the Staff of the Dead, the Green Poison Arrow skill book, and various equipment and items suitable for his precious daughters. These were all extra expenses. Their Tianyue group had been farming dog-headed people, but gold really didn't last long. Hearing Wang Bing shout out 2,000 gold, Lu Chang frowned. He hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. After all, neither he nor his two precious daughters were warriors. Buying equipment for outsiders might bring some profit to Tianyue group, but if the price was too high, the cost-effectiveness would be low. Lu Chen calmly chose to give up. Lu Chen, alright, it's a deal. I also have a batch of green and blue equipment here, you can come trade. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, I'm coming over now. Lu Chang, I'll have Li Mu come over. Wang Bing, I'll have Jiang Su come over. Lin Yingying suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, adoptive father, did you defeat that lord? Do you need help? Lu Chen smiled, a hint of amusement on his face. I soloed it. Lu Chang. Wang Bing? Upon hearing this, both of them looked bewildered. They had heard from Li Mu and Jiang Su that Lu Chen seemed to be going to fight the lord, but they didn't expect that Lu Chen had already defeated it so quickly. They thought he hadn't even started yet. Wang Bing looked at the previously posted flame greatsword and suddenly thought of something. His mouth twitched, and he asked, trembling slightly, adoptive father, you said you got a new weapon? What weapon is it? It can't be one dropped by the lord, right? Lu Chen, not really, it was a reward from level 10. Lu Chen smiled and sent out Glock's novice sword. Wang Bing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lu Chen's words, only to see the orange equipment notification. A legendary weapon? Wang Bing? Lu Chang? Lin Yingying? Three people silently typed a series of question marks. The trading group suddenly fell silent. Lu Chen saw the string of question marks and smiled. It felt good. In front of others, he was showing off 1/1. Lu Chen was still not satisfied and somewhat pretentiously said, it's nothing much, just a level 10 legendary equipment. This sword is a bit large, not very handy to use. Wang Bing was already so envious he was about to fall apart. Seeing Lu Chen's message, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turning green with jealousy. Not handy to use? Let me use it. I wouldn't mind. Seeing that there were no more messages in the trading group, Lu Chen smiled even more happily. Why aren't you guys talking? Are you naturally quiet? Lu Chang. Good son-in-law, I'm about to have a heart attack. Wang Bing, adoptive father, please be a person. I'm about to die of envy. A legendary weapon. It's only level 10 and I can actually see a weapon of this quality. What have I done to deserve this? Lin Yingying, adoptive father is amazing. Admiration.jpg, Lin Yingying, since adoptive father is showing off, I won't hide it either. Let me show you all my black pet. Saying this, Lin Yingying posted the attributes of her black pet in the trading group. Lu Chang? Wang Bing? Both of them turned red with anger. Lu Chen was strong, although they were envious, they were somewhat used to it. But Lin Yingying, because of a legendary skill book given by Lu Chen, actually obtained such a powerful summon? Is there no justice left? Wang Bing was even more furious. Lin Yingying, this isn't your own ability. It's the skill book given to you by adoptive father. Lin Yingying, hee, since adoptive father gave it to me, isn't it mine? You're just jealous. Lu Chang, Lin Yingying, don't forget you still owe me, good son-in-law, 2,000 gold coins. Lin Yingying, at worst, I'll just compensate adoptive father with myself. The support ship was sunk. Lin Yingying was secretly delighted. This old guy just wanted to prevent her from getting close to adoptive father. It drove him crazy. Lu Chen smiled as he watched the argument. He didn't expect Lin Yingying to be so arrogant, but to be honest, at this stage, the black pet's attributes were indeed overwhelming. The trading group was filled with constant bickering, but Lin Yingying quickly appeared in front of Lu Chen in real life. After a while, Jiang Su and Li Mu also arrived. They had been grinding monsters nearby for the trade. Lin Yingying needed no further explanation. With the black pet, grinding monsters was incredibly easy. The black pet also had a sweeping area attack skill, and now Lin Yingying's leveling speed was incredibly fast. Jiang Su and Li Mu both had a full set of green gear plus a piece of blue equipment, so taking down ordinary monsters was no problem. After the trade, the three of them left and Lu Chen entered another passage. The situation inside the second passage was somewhat different from the first. The first passage was filled with little demon soldiers. However, the second passage had far fewer little demon soldiers. Inside were only giant little demons, along with giant corrupted wolves, corrupted tigers, corrupted rats, and various other wild monsters commonly seen outside. But the wild monsters here were extremely strong, all level 10 elites. There were even quite a few giant little demons and giant corrupted beasts at the boss level. These giant monsters were all specially modified. Lu Chen guessed that at the very end of this passage, there should be the lord responsible for modifying these monsters. There were no iron doors or rooms on either side of this passage. However, there were branching passages around, and after Lu Chen walked over, he discovered special cultivation pools among them. In the cultivation pools, there were high-level bosses. One of them was a corrupted dog-headed man over 4 meters tall. Corrupted dog-headed. Man with sharp fangs, high-level boss, as a high-level boss, and also a raid boss. The first two pieces of equipment were both purple legendary items. One was a mid-level skill stone and the other was a special item. Fanged Miner's Pickaxe, legendary, mining efficiency increased by 50%, with a certain chance to obtain higher quality ores. This is not equipment, nor is it a scroll or anything like that. Instead, it is a special item exclusively for miners. Although it is not equipment, a considerable amount of ore is still needed for forging. The value of this item surpasses that of ordinary legendary equipment. Lu Chen decisively made his choice. Next, Lu Chen selected a piece of the Black Tooth set. Then, Lu Chen charged forward, swiftly slashing twice to take down the fanged creature. The intermediate skill stone was used on Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst, level 6, passive skill, grants 12% lifesteal effect, damage dealt increased by 30%. Besides the fanged creature, there was another high-level boss. It was a demonized wolf with 3 heads. Demonized, 3-headed wolf core, high-level boss. It also dropped an intermediate skill stone. Aside from this item, there were no legendary items. Lu Chen chose a wild roar scroll and another piece of the Black Tooth set. Just like with the fanged creature, Lu Chen charged in again, swiftly slashing twice to defeat Quark. Lu Chen didn't even know what skills these high-level bosses had. After all, they couldn't survive even a second in front of him, let alone use any skills. The dropped intermediate skill stone was once again used on Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst, level 7, passive skill, grants 14% lifesteal effect, damage dealt increased by 35%. With 14% lifesteal from Bloodthirst plus 10% from the Bloodthirsty necklace and an additional 5% from the Black Tooth set, it adds up to nearly 30%. With such lifesteal effects, Lu Chen felt very confident about defeating the next lord. Soon, Lu Chen reached the end of the passage. At the end of the passage, just like the previous one, there was still a huge hollow. However, this hollow was different from the previous one. It was not filled with numerous demon soldiers. Instead, there were many cultivation devices and various experimental apparatuses. The ground and the equipment were littered with the corpses of various imps, goblins, fishmen, and all kinds of wild monsters. Blood stained the various devices, making the place look like a scene from a horror movie. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. What kind of evil scientists' laboratory is this? He was stunned. So this is how the modifications were done? In the center of these devices, a small, frail imp was hunched over, dissecting something. Lu Chen looked at the various intestines and organs it dragged out and nearly vomited. Is this game sick? So grotesque? The good news was that there were no other monsters here, only one lord. Lu Chen walked over and cast a detection spell. Black Tooth Shaman. Kairoman, low-level lord, level 10 health, 105,000 attack, 630 description. Kairoman is the shaman of the Black Tooth clan, dedicated to researching bloodline sorcery, attempting to change the inferior bloodline status of imps and elevate them to high-level demons. Seeing this description, Lu Chen silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. This Kairoman is actually an imp with aspirations? Having experienced the battlefield of the Crimson Messenger, Lu Chen knew that imps were likely just cannon fodder on the demon side. This Kairoman actually wants to change the imp's bloodline. Without a doubt, this is a very ambitious act. If placed among the imp community, this guy would probably be considered a great man. But for Lu Chen, who is human, this guy is just a devil. Setting aside the issue of stance, Kairoman's health is slightly lower compared to the slaughter, but his attack power is much stronger. With such strong attack power, it is clear that this Kairoman is not as weak as he appears. However, Lu Chen's attributes are much stronger than before. He is confident that he can defeat the Lord before him. Before, Lu Chen chose to check the drops first. Opening the drop list, the first 2 items caught his eye. The first was surprisingly of fine quality, and the second was a golden epic quality. This arrangement was quite strange, suggesting that the fine quality item was worth more than the epic quality item. How could that be? Lu Chen was somewhat astonished as he examined it, and then his eyes widened. It was actually a bloodline. Inferior dragon blood of the Knoll. Fine. Through experimental research, Kairoman has extracted a very rare strand of dragon blood from the Knoll's bloodline. Upon use, it will grant you the bloodline of the dragon blood Knoll. However, this product has a slight side effect. It will turn you into a complete Knoll. Drop rate, 0.000000002%. Lu Chen was initially thrilled. It was a bloodline item. But as he read the item description, the smile on his face gradually faded. A slight side effect? Turning you into a completely different species is just a small issue? Although the dragon blood Knoll sounds impressive, after all, it contains dragon blood. Dragon-type life forms are inherently strong. But seriously, changing species is beyond ridiculous, right? Lu Chen thought it over and ultimately decided against choosing this drop. It was too much to handle. He certainly wouldn't use it. He didn't want to become an ugly Knoll. Even if he could sell it, Lu Chen was reluctant to put it on the market. Better to choose something else. The second epic item was another high-level skill stone. No need to think twice, he had to choose it. There were still 3 drop options left. Lu Chen looked around and found something good. Potion. Recipe: Apprentice Beast Vitality Potion, Legendary. Using it will allow you to learn the crafting method for the Apprentice Beast Vitality Potion. Learning requirements: Alchemist, Level 3 Pharmacology Research. Drop rate: 0.000023%. A legendary level potion recipe should be quite good. Although he didn't know the potion's effects, it couldn't be too weak, right? The learning requirements included being an alchemist and having Level 3 Pharmacology Research. Lu Chen wasn't an alchemist and didn't know much about it, but that didn't affect his choice. Besides this, Lu Chen also selected 2 pieces of the legendary level Black Tooth Elite set. This was a must-pick. After all, Lu Chen wasn't sure if this place would turn into a dungeon. If it didn't, he might not have another chance to obtain a legendary set. He had to choose. Accumulating equipment now. Was preparing for the upcoming advancement tasks. After making his selections, it was time for the exciting boss battle. Lu Chen used the Strength Scroll, Stamina Scroll, and Wild Roar Scroll. Since the Weakness Curse Scroll had dropped from Mudu earlier, Lu Chen no longer had it. He couldn't use it anymore. In the end, after using various enhancement items, Lu Chen charged forward towards Kairoman. Kairoman stumbled from the charge, and Lu Chen's battle sword began to slash down repeatedly. Kairoman lost his balance from the impact and couldn't even block. Lu Chen initially thought he would take all the damage. However, as Lu Chen's sword approached Kairoman, a faint red force field unexpectedly appeared around his body. This force field slowed Lu Chen's sword significantly, even better than a block. But even so, the damage Lu Chen dealt was still greatly increased compared to before. Minus 3022. Sweep crit, minus 2489. Heavy crit, minus 2912. Brutal heavy crit, minus 871. Normal attack crit, thanks to the increased critical hit chance from his battle intent combined with Lu Chen's own agility and the critical hit chance from his sword. All 4 of Lu Chen's attacks were critical hits. Just from this one round, Lu Chen dealt nearly 10,000 damage. Not only had the critical hits increased, but even the normal damage had risen significantly. This was the strength Lu Chen gained after defeating a boss with the battle intent at its peak. The new level 5 and even level 7 skills of the Crimson Messenger brought an immense boost. Lu Chen did not use Bloodthirsty Strike immediately. He planned to keep this skill as a trump card, waiting until his health was low to use it. After a 4-hit combo, Kairoman had stabilized his stance. Only then did Lu Chen get a good look at Kairoman's appearance. He was a little demon elder with a face full of grotesque wrinkles. This was Lu Chen's first time seeing an elderly little demon. At that moment, the old little demon looked at Lu Chen as if he were an object, a new experimental material. He excitedly took out a vial of potion and threw it at Lu Chen. The potion exploded in mid-air, releasing a green mist. Lu Chen immediately felt a sharp pain in his breathing, stars dancing before his eyes, and his head spinning. His condition had weakened significantly compared to before, and he started losing health. Minus 540. A drop every second, 540 for each drop. This exaggerated effect made Lu Chen's heart skip a beat. Although he knew from Kairoman's introduction that it might be difficult to fight him, he never expected such a terrifying skill. A debuff and health loss from a single skill? Lu Chen retreated repeatedly, escaping the range of the green mist, and he found his breathing became a bit easier, but the overall weakness still lingered. He glanced at his status panel. Kairoman's gift, all attributes reduced by 20%, taking 1000 damage per second. Lu Chen? Previously, he had been inflicting negative effects on the boss, but now it was his turn to be debuffed? However, the damage he received was slightly less than what was displayed on the panel. Lu Chen recalled that he had eaten a green snake fruit earlier, which granted him poison immunity combined with his own defensive capabilities, so the damage he took was significantly reduced. By this logic, his all attribute reduction shouldn't be as much as 20%. Lu Chen felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, he had obtained the green snake fruit earlier, otherwise he might not have been able to defeat the boss in front of him. The poison was simply from an old coin. After retreating, Kairoman cackled coldly, "My little babies, capture him." In the next moment, all the cultivation pools shattered, and giant modified bodies rushed out, roaring towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's gaze swept over, and he realized that they were all high-level bosses. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but almost laugh. All these high-level bosses had drops. How wonderful! Sending so many bosses at once, Kairoman turned out to be a good person. No, a good demon. The damage from the high-level bosses was high, and with Lu Chen's all-attribute reduction, his defense naturally decreased as well, but relying on his combat skills, he dodged the attacks of the high-level bosses with ease, effortlessly slipping away from their strikes. There were 4 high-level bosses in total, each dropping intermediate skill stones. Lu Chen selected all of them, and for the rest he chose all the components of the Black Tooth set. While dodging the attacks of the high-level bosses, Kairoman kept throwing poison vials from the side, forcing Lu Chen to constantly change positions. He noticed that the damage taken within the poison mist was much higher than outside of it. The entire cave was filled with green mist. During this time, Lu Chen would intentionally let the high-level bosses hit him a few times to stack the damage reduction from the crystal shield. Once fully stacked, the 100 damage reduction could further lower the damage he took, which was quite a good defensive measure. As for his health dropping, Lu Chen swung his battle sword, dealing 5 to 6,000 damage, or even more, with each hit on the high-level bosses. With Lu Chen's current 29% lifesteal, maintaining his health was naturally not difficult. Before long, Lu Chen had killed all 4 high-level bosses. After defeating the high-level bosses, Kairoman immediately screamed in anger, "No! You destroyed my hard work!" Suddenly, a staff adorned with skulls appeared in his hand, though he couldn't recall when it had materialized. As he waved the staff, dark magic surged around Kairoman. He unleashed a barrage of black magic arrows towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression changed as he relied on his speed to dodge repeatedly. The magic arrows flew at an incredible speed, comparable to bullets. However, with Lu Chen's current attributes, he could evade even bullets. The sheer number of magic arrows was overwhelming, and coupled with the reduction in his attributes, he was still hit by several of them. -1,238, -1,177, -2,334. Critical hit, -1,198. The continuous high damage caused Lu Chen's health to plummet rapidly, leaving him with just over 2,000 health points. Lu Chen felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, he had previously acquired the intermediate stamina enhancement skill, which boosted his stamina by 100 points. Along with various buffs like Battle Intent and Warrior's Heart, his health had now exceeded 10,000. Even after being weakened, he still had over 8,000 health points. Otherwise, just this wave of magic arrows would have completely drained his health. What a powerful boss! The attack intensity of this magic-type boss was incomparably higher than the previous slaughter. Thankfully, the rain of magic arrows ceased, and the skill ended. Lu Chen charged directly at Kairoman's face. Then, with the furious power of the counterattack skill, his battle sword struck fiercely at Kairoman -15,833. Although his attributes had been weakened, the counterattack skill remained formidable. The damage he had previously taken had already stacked the counterattack skill to a 3,000% increase. This strike dealt a terrifying damage of 15,000. The lifesteal effect from this hit was around 5,000. This nearly filled Lu Chen's health back to full. But it wasn't over yet. A scarlet glow flashed across Lu Chen's battle sword. Bloodthirsty Strike. -3,012. Critical hit on Bloodthirsty Strike. The Bloodthirsty Strike itself carried a 50% lifesteal effect plus Lu Chen's own 29% lifesteal effect. This time, Lu Chen directly regained over 2,000 health points. His health was completely restored, even with excess healing. He couldn't help but laugh. This was the power of the lifesteal attribute. Of course, only a player like Lu Chen, with an exaggerated attack intensity, could truly appreciate the strength of the lifesteal attribute. For ordinary players, a regular attack might only deal a few dozen points of damage, and a skill dealing over 100 damage was already considered strong. Even with a 29% lifesteal, how much could they recover? They wouldn't be able to regain much even if they risked their lives. And when fighting a boss, even among the current high-end players, there were probably very few who could break through defenses. Giving them a lifesteal attribute would be useless. This attribute was the perfect match for Lu Chen. The terrifying high damage, combined with the lifesteal attribute, granted Lu Chen an extraordinarily exaggerated endurance in battle. After the Bloodthirsty Strike, Lu Chen took advantage of the damage boost from his charge and continued to attack. Sweeping, Brutal Strike, Heavy Strike, regular attacks. With a series of attacks, Kairoman's health dropped by another 10,000. Kairoman's total health was just over 100,000. After just a few rounds, Lu Chen had reduced it to over 60,000. Although Kairoman's attack intensity was higher than that of the slaughter, his defensive capabilities were significantly lacking. Lu Chen continued to swing his battle sword. As his skills entered cooldown, he relied on regular attacks and heavy strikes for damage output. Kairoman's magic arrow rain had a certain cooldown, but he still swung his staff, attacking Lu Chen repeatedly. There were magic arrows, corrosive curses, shadow spears, and more. Lu Chen was constantly taking damage. Weaker hits dealt hundreds, while stronger ones even exceeded 1,000. Even though Lu Chen's lifesteal effect was incredibly strong, under the circumstances of only using regular attacks and heavy strikes, he still couldn't fully recover his health. Even with the use of excellent potions, his health continued to slowly but steadily decline. Fortunately, there are quite a few large pieces of equipment in the entire experimental cave. Although Lu Chen's current movement speed is not as fast as before, he can still hide behind the equipment and take a moment to catch his breath. As a lord, Karaman has many instant cast attack skills. Lu Chen cannot interrupt Karaman's spell attacks by using line of sight. Once discovered, he will definitely be hit. However, by using line of sight, Lu Chen can play hide and seek with Karaman, delaying for a few seconds. The cooldowns for counterattack, Bloodthirsty Strike, and Sweep are only 10 seconds, and even the cooldown for Savage Strike is just 15 seconds. As long as Lu Chen can wait for his skills to cool down, he can launch a counterattack, especially the counterattack skill. After taking continuous hits, Lu Chen's counterattack skill had already stacked its effects, meaning the 10-second cooldown hadn't even expired yet. Otherwise, he would have struck back long ago. A few seconds later, as Lu Chen's skills cooled down, he began his counterattack. Using counterattack and sweep, Lu Chen's health was instantly restored from 3,000 to full. He didn't use Bloodthirsty Strike, instead planning to hold back a bit to give himself some margin for error. To Lu Chen's surprise, the counterattack skill actually dealt a critical hit. Coupled with sweep and normal attacks, just this one wave caused Lu Chen to deal nearly 40,000 damage to Karaman. His health dropped to less than 30,000. After receiving such severe damage, Karaman's eyes widened and he let out a roar filled with both fear and anger. Damn human! You forced my hand. In the next moment, Karaman pulled out a syringe from somewhere. He jabbed it directly into his neck. A deep blue potion flowed into Karaman's body. Then, it was as if he had been injected with a growth serum. His originally hunched and small frame of about 1.45 m began to grow larger. His muscles bulged, and his height shot up to 5 meters, his skin turning a grayish blue, transforming him into a terrifying giant. Lu Chen looked up at the now enormous Karaman, his eyes nearly popping out. What the hell is this? The transformed Karaman grinned menacingly. Damn human, die. His massive palm came crashing down like swatting a fly, moving at lightning speed. The fierce gust of wind made Lu Chen's hair fly, and he could barely keep his eyes open. His pupils dilated as he hurriedly dove to the side. Boom! The ground shook violently. The giant Karaman seemed to have become a monster, his strength capable of shaking the heavens. Where his enormous palm struck, all the experimental facilities were destroyed and a deep dent appeared in the ground, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading out in all directions. Lu Chen broke out in a cold sweat. At this point, even with his current attributes, if he got hit, he wouldn't just be injured, he would be severely wounded. Just then, another gust of wind rushed in, and Lu Chen saw Karaman's other hand coming at him from the side. The speed was so fast that Lu Chen had no time to dodge. His body hair stood on end as he quickly raised his sword to block. Boom! Lu Chen felt as if he had been hit by a train, every bone and muscle in his body screaming in agony. His body flew out like a cannonball. Minus 5,281. Over 5,000 damage floated above Lu Chen's head. After hitting the ground, the intense pain nearly prevented him from standing up. But hearing the giant's approaching footsteps, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to rise. Then Lu Chen saw the shadow drawing near, the giant lifting its foot to stomp on him. Lu Chen quickly dodged, and, in a swift motion, landed a bloodthirsty strike on the giant's thigh. The bloodthirsty strike dealt a critical hit, restoring over 2,000 of Lu Chen's health. Even so, Lu Chen still felt a bit anxious. With this amount of health, it would be difficult to withstand even one of this guy's attacks head-on. He couldn't help but mutter, is this monster really something a level 10 player can contend with? This is definitely something that should be dealt with by local strong players during a siege battle, right? Even if players reach level 10, they would still be far from a match. Fortunately, Lu Chen is not an ordinary player. Although the giantized Cairo man possesses immense strength, capable of shaking the air with his attacks, even the residual shockwaves can inflict 200 to 300 damage on Lu Chen. Taking a direct hit would result in even more catastrophic damage. However, he is not without weaknesses. While the giantized Cairo man is fast, his massive size means his movements are quite obvious, making it easier for Lu Chen to evade compared to smaller opponents. Lu Chen uses his own speed to circle around Cairo man, narrowly dodging his repeated attacks. Although the residual damage still affects him, it is manageable. The only issue is that Lu Chen can only focus on evasion right now, unable to counterattack. Fortunately, the effective Soul Whale has stacked up completely. Even if Lu Chen stops attacking, the continuous damage from Soul Whale within a minute would be enough to kill him. But does Lu Chen need to evade for a whole minute? Absolutely not. After 10 seconds, all of Lu Chen's skills are off cooldown. He immediately retaliates with a counterattack followed by a sweeping strike, a brutal smash, a heavy hit, and then a normal attack. Even though the counterattack didn't land a critical hit, the consecutive high damage still causes Cairo man to lose over 20,000 health. His health is now below 10,000. The terrifying damage makes Cairo man roar in anger. He stomps the ground with force. Boom! Cracks appear on the ground, shockwaves spreading out in all directions. Lu Chen's pupils dilate, and he quickly uses his blood enhancement skill. His health increases by 25%, surpassing 10,000 again. Minus 8,232. Over 8,000 in damage appears. Lu Chen's body is thrown back once more. He feels relieved that he used the blood enhancement, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand that hit. After this strike, Cairo man seems to enter a brief state of exhaustion. His speed has decreased significantly compared to before, and he can't even catch up to Lu Chen. Lu Chen easily waits out the 10 seconds. As his skills cool down, he charges forward again. Counterattack. Nearly 20,000 in. Damage flies out, emptying Cairo man's remaining health. Cairo man lets out a reluctant roar. No, my goal hasn't been achieved. I can't die? However, Cairo man ultimately dies. his massive body crashes to the ground, shaking the entire cave. With his death, Chiroman's body shrinks again, transforming into a hunchbacked form of a little demon. 3 light orbs, 1 gold and 3 purple, float out from Chiroman's body. Lu Chen collects Chiroman's drops, along with the drops from the other 4 high-level modified bosses. Then he sits down on the ground, still feeling a bit shaken. This Chiroman was much stronger than a massacre. If it weren't for completing the job change quest, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat him at all. After calming himself down, Lu Chen begins to process his gains. He originally intended to use the 4 intermediate skill stones on Bloodthirst, but it turns out that Bloodthirst now requires advanced skill stones for further enhancement. Lu Chen can only use 2 on Bloodstrike. Bloodstrike, level 7, launch a bloody attack, dealing 290% damage, with 70% of the damage converted into health. The cooldown time is 10 seconds, and not only does the damage increase, but the lifesteal effect also significantly improves. This enhances Lu Chen's survivability. The remaining levels, like Bloodthirst, also require advanced skill stones for enhancement. Lu Chen thinks for a moment. The remaining 2 intermediate skill stones are not used on intermediate stamina enhancement and blood enhancement. Copper Skin, Iron Bones and Brutal Smash are already at level 9, so using these 2 intermediate skill stones will perfectly upgrade both skills to max level. Max level skills undergo a transformation, and Lu Chen ultimately decides to invest in these 2 skills. Brutal Strike, max level, unleash a brutal strike that deals 300% damage with a 100% chance to stun the target for 1 second. If it's a critical hit, the damage increases by 100% with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Copper Skin, Iron Bones, max level, passive skill, stamina plus 100, strength plus 100, damage taken reduced by 100 points. I must say, the effects after reaching max level have left Lu Chen quite satisfied. The stun effect of Brutal Strike cannot even be resisted by lords. Even if the skill is blocked and the stun effect cannot be perfectly executed, it will still cause negative repercussions. This has certain advantages during lord battles. After all, with Lu Chen's current agility, a second is enough time to accomplish many things. Perhaps the outcome could change within that second. Not to mention, there's also the effect of doubling the damage if it's a critical hit. This means that Brutal Strike has also become an extremely powerful damage skill. Don't be fooled by the surface level 300% damage increase. If it's a critical hit, it doubles and then doubles again, directly turning into 1200% damage. Although it's not as good as counterattack requires losing health, while Brutal Strike does not. Overall, the enhancement of Brutal Strike at max level is significant. The enhancement from Copper Skin, Iron Bones is equally immense. Normally, the max level effect of Copper Skin, Iron Bones should provide an increase of 50 points in both stamina and strength, with a damage reduction of 50 points as well. But now, it has directly doubled. Not to mention just the increase of 100 points in both attributes, combined with Lu Chen's battle intent and various attribute enhancements like Warrior's Heart, has raised Lu Chen's attributes by over 500 points. It can be said to be incredibly exaggerated. Lu Chen's health has skyrocketed to around 13,000. He is only level 10. Having 13,000 health is enough to scare someone to death. The enhancement from damage reduction is also substantial. Copper Skin, Iron Bones provides 100 points, Crystal Shield stacks up to 100 points, and the Black Tooth Elite set adds 50 points. Just from fixed damage reduction alone, it has decreased by a whopping 250 points. You must know that with his current attributes, even high-level bosses cannot inflict such high damage on him. Now, even if Lu Chen stands there and lets a level 10 high-level boss hit him, it wouldn't break his defense. Just with these 2 skills at max level, Lu Chen has gained tremendous enhancements. Lu Chen then used a high-level skill stone. Without a second thought, he directly applied it to Warrior's Heart. There's no skill with a better cost-performance ratio than this. Warrior's Heart, level 4, passive skill. You have comprehended the essence of the warrior's path, increasing all attributes by 40%, damage dealt by 40%, movement speed by 20%, and reducing damage taken by 12%. The enhancement of level 4 Warrior's Heart goes without saying. Those who understand, understand. Then Lu Chen equipped 2 new pieces of the Black Tooth Elite set, completing the 4-piece set. The life steal amount directly increased from 5% to 10%. Lu Chen's total lifesteal effect has now become 34%. With Lu Chen's exaggerated damage attributes, this lifesteal effect is better than having a dozen current stage priest players healing together. This perfectly validates the saying that the best defense is offense. As long as his attacks are powerful enough, the health lost can be regained, making him immortal. After handling his gains, Lu Chen left this area. He planned to engage in the final Lord battle. The opponent, needless to say, is the final Black Tooth Chieftain. Leaving this passage, Lu Chen took the opportunity to sell some items. The most precious item, needless to say, is the Apprentice Beast Vitality recipe. Being a legendary recipe, it sold for a whopping 3,500 gold plus a high price from the 20% profit share. This item was bought by Lu Chang. Previously, Wang Bing had spent money on the blazing greatsword, so in terms of financial resources he was still at a disadvantage compared to Liu Chang. Lin Yingying also made a grab, but unfortunately, the financial resources of the Player Management Bureau couldn't compare to Tianyue Group. However, Lin Yingying was now powerful enough to lead the Player Management Bureau to conquer the entire Little Demon Camp, something that neither Tianyue Group nor the Xianbird Army could achieve. Therefore, Lin Yingying wasn't in a hurry to purchase these items. The benefits of conquering the Little Demon Camp go without saying. There were plenty of opportunities to make money. After selling his items, Lu Chen headed towards the central passage. This passage was completely different from the other two. The interior of the passage was relatively dark, with faint magical energy swirling everywhere, and the black magical energy surged, making one feel irritable. This startled Lu Chen. The magical energy could actually interfere with players' thoughts, and this was still in the game. If there were such effects in the game, wouldn't the impact be even greater in reality? With this thought, Lu Chen's mood became somewhat heavy. The number of monsters in the passage seemed to be quite low. After walking for a while, he encountered two little demons on either side of the passage, both wearing black heavy armor and standing about 1.8 meters tall. Black Tooth Guardian, high-level boss, level 10 health, 17,000 attack, 190 description. The Black Tooth Guardians are the elite team beside the Black Tooth Chief, each one the most powerful warrior of the Black Tooth tribe. Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. Both were high-level bosses. No wonder this was the passage of the Black Tooth Chief. The quality was different from the other passages. Even the ordinary monsters were high-level bosses. It was ridiculous. However, this was certainly good news for Lu Chen. After all, each high-level boss represented various valuable items. High-level bosses in the wilderness had at least one legendary item. Lu Chen opened the loot, and as he expected, the first item was legendary. Moreover, they were all intermediate skill stones. For Lu Chen at this moment, intermediate skill stones were definitely something he wanted as many as possible. The more, the better. He had too many skills, and many of them needed intermediate skill stones to level up. Besides the intermediate skill stones, there were also normal refined items. Lu Chen chose the most valuable Black Tooth set. After making his choice, Lu Chen charged forward and quickly killed both Black Tooth Guardians. The two dropped intermediate skill stones, which Lu Chen originally planned to use for counterattack. After all, Lu Chen's health was a whopping 13,000, and counterattack was enough to reach max level. However, after reaching level 7, counterattack would require advanced skill stones. Lu Chen only used one on this. Counterattack level 7. When taking damage, you can counterattack the target, dealing high damage to the target. When taking 7,000 points of damage, it reaches its maximum, capable of dealing 3,500% damage. Cooldown time 10 seconds. The damage was outrageous, directly reaching 3,500%. With the remaining intermediate skill stone, Lu Chen used it on Greatsword Mastery, increasing his damage by 70% when using a greatsword. Lu Chen gained a significant boost. After that, Lu Chen delved deeper into the passage. At intervals, there would be two Black Tooth Guardians guarding the way. Each Black Tooth Guardian dropped an intermediate skill stone. Lu Chen happily collected them all. When Lu Chen reached the deepest part, he obtained a total of 6 intermediate skill stones. This meant that there were actually 8 high-level bosses deep within a single passage. Of course, Lu Chen used the remaining 6 intermediate skill stones as well. Greatsword Mastery also required advanced skill stones after reaching level 7 and could not be further upgraded, so Lu Chen used them on other skills. Sweep, level 9. Swing your weapon to attack all enemies in front, dealing 330% damage. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Intermediate Stamina Enhancement, level 7, passive skill, increases stamina by 140 points. Vitality Enhancement. Level 7, temporarily enhances life through Vitality Enhancement, increasing life by 35%, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown time 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Just from this wave, Lu Chen's improvements were extremely significant. Lu Chen's health had directly approached 15,000, and after the enhancement of his vitality, it exceeded 20,000. The sweeping skill was one of Lu Chen's main attack skills, and its damage increase had also seen a tremendous boost. In fact, Lu Chen had originally thought about leveling the sweeping skill to its maximum. However, the level 10 sweeping skill required a high-level skill stone for enhancement, so Lu Chen had to give up for now. High-level skill stones were too precious, there were too many skills he needed to use, and sweeping wasn't a priority. Overall, Lu Chen's current strength had multiplied several times compared to when he first entered the little demon's lair. At the deepest part of the passage, just like before, there was a huge void. Inside the void was a throne made of black rock, adorned with numerous skulls. Sitting on it was a little demon clad in black armor, wielding a long-handled warhammer. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. Black Tooth Clan leader Man Liao, intermediate lord, level 10 health 235,000. Attack 900 description. The leader of the Black Tooth tribe, the most powerful warrior of the Black Tooth little demons. Lu Chen ? What the hell is this? 23,000 health 900 attack? Is this a boss? Lu Chen gasped in shock. This guy was an intermediate lord, but he was way stronger than a low-level lord, right? The gap in strength was so vast despite just one tier difference? Lu Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. He had been full of confidence, but now, seeing the attributes of the Black Tooth Clan leader, he felt a bit uneasy. With these attributes, could he really defeat it? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to give it a try. If he really couldn't win, he would consider bringing 3 priests from the factions to help. However, after experiencing the Cairo Man, Lu Chen felt that even with priests, it might not be enough. These lords had massive area attacks, and with the health of other priests, just a single hit would likely take them out, leaving no room for error. He would assess the situation then. If it really came to it, he could wait for the siege battle and team up with the old village chief to take this guy down. The old village chief was also a lord, so his strength couldn't be weak. 2 against 1, could they really lose? After making up his mind, Lu Chen decided to test the waters himself first. Before attacking, he opened Man Liao's drop list. To Lu Chen's surprise, this Man Liao, perhaps due to being an intermediate lord, had much better drops than a low-level lord. There were a full 4 epic items. This meant Lu Chen could directly choose 4 epic items to drop. Lu Chen looked at the 4 items. To his delight, the first item was actually a skill book, and it was an epic skill book. Thunder Fury, epic, unleash a furious strike like thunder, dealing 500% damage, and paralyzing the target for 5 seconds, reducing their movement speed by 50% with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Learning requirements, warrior class, max level heavy strike, level 3 battle intent. Drop rate, 0.0000000001%. Lu Chen gasped. This skill couldn't be described as just strong, it was extremely powerful. Not only did it have a 500% damage bonus at level 1, but it also had a slowing effect. It was crucial to know that reducing movement speed by 50% could be vital at certain times. However, the learning requirements for this skill were also outrageous. Besides the basic class requirements, it also required max level heavy strike. Although heavy strike was a fundamental skill for warriors without skill stones, for enhancement, reaching max level was generally impossible for an average player without being at least level 30. Not to mention needing level 3 battle intent as well. With such skill conditions, even if an ordinary person obtained the skill book, they wouldn't be able to learn it. Fortunately, for Lu Chen, he could easily learn this skill. He decisively made his choice. The second item was a high-level skill stone, which needed no further explanation, it was a must-have. The third item was a piece of equipment. Heart of Frenzy, epic, accessory, strength plus 40, stamina plus 40, attack plus 100, attack speed plus 20%, equipment requirement, level 10, drop rate, 0.00000007%. An extremely powerful accessory. The accessories currently on Lu Chen are one Soul Whale, also epic level, and the other is Song of Life, which is legendary. Previously, Song of Life saved Lu Chen's life during special times. It still has quite a strong effect. However, the attributes added by Song of Life are quite limited. Relatively speaking, this Heart of Frenzy is stronger. Lu Chen also made his choice. The fourth item surprised Lu Chen as well. Demon Whisper Scroll, epic, reduces target's attributes by 40%, duration 30 minutes. Note, target level cannot exceed 20, effect halved against king level monsters. Drop rate, 0.0000000009%. This is clearly an extremely powerful trump card. With this scroll, fighting Man Liao would be like a father beating his son. Unfortunately, he currently doesn't have such a powerful skill. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. Just for the Thunder Fury skill, he has to take down this lord. Although he might not necessarily win, fortune favors the bold, so he went for it. At worst, he would just die once, and that would only mean an hour of not being able to log in. Lu Chen first used the Stamina Scroll and Strength Scroll on himself. All other scrolls were used up. The main reason is that the chances of various scrolls appearing in the drop list are actually quite low. Otherwise, he would definitely have chosen them. After finishing his preparations, Lu Chen charged directly towards Man Liao. It must be said, Man Liao truly deserves to be a mid-tier lord. Lu Chen's charge even knocked the low-tier lord, Kairuman, off balance. However, as a mid-tier lord, Man Liao remained unfazed. Facing the lightning-fast charge, he quickly rose from his throne, warhammer in hand. He swung the hammer directly at Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen sidestepped to avoid the attack, then swung his battle sword, using the speed of his charge to strike repeatedly. -1001. Sweep. -4092. Critical hit, Savage Strike. -1588. Critical hit, -333. Normal attack. It must be said, he truly is a mid-tier lord. Lu Chen's strength now is much greater than when he faced the Slaughter, but the damage he dealt was even less than when facing Slaughter. One can imagine how strong this guy's defense is. While he was complaining, Man Liao had already begun his counterattack. The war hammer in his hand looked extremely heavy, but in his hands, it was very agile. The hammer transitioned from a blocking state to an attacking state, flowing like water. Man Liao twisted his waist and swung the hammer towards Lu Chen. Even if Lu Chen successfully blocked, he still felt as if a mountain had collapsed upon him. Minus 1347. High damage floated above Lu Chen's head, causing his mood to sink. This was just the most ordinary attack. It actually dealt over 1,000 damage. One must know, Lu Chen is now not only at full level for Copper Skin Iron Bones but also has an upgrade in Warrior's Heart, with stamina significantly increased compared to before, and he has equipped 4 pieces of legendary gear. His current defensive capability is like heaven and earth compared to when he fought Slaughter. Even so, the damage he is currently taking still far exceeds what he received when facing Slaughter. Lu Chen understood that this would be an extremely difficult battle. After one strike, Man Liao's hammer swung continuously, the assault relentless like mercury spilling. Facing the hammer's attacks, Lu Chen could only keep retreating. In just 3 seconds, Lu Chen's health dropped by nearly half. His current health has exceeded 15,000, and half of that is already over 7,000. One must know, this has only been a short 3 seconds, and this is under the condition that Lu Chen almost blocked all attacks. It is easy to imagine how powerful the offensive of Man Liao is. Truly, he is the strongest warrior of the Black-Tooth tribe, with combat experience far surpassing that of Lu Chen. Even though Lu Chen has mastered level 7 greatsword proficiency and wields the greatsword with great skill, he is still no match for Man Liao. However, it is now time for Lu Chen to counterattack. Lu Chen sidesteps to avoid a blow from the warhammer and slashes out with his battle sword. Counterattack. Minus 16,023. Although the damage from the counterattack has reached a 3,500% increase, Man Liao's defense is much stronger than that of the previous Slaughter and Chiroman. The damage Lu Chen dealt is not much higher than when he faced those 2 low-tier lords. Lu Chen had already anticipated this. The high damage also brought excellent lifesteal effects to Lu Chen. He directly regained about 5,500 health points. Then, Lu Chen used the Bloodthirsty Strike skill that he had not used before. Minus 1,022. The 70% lifesteal from Bloodthirsty Strike combined with Lu Chen's own 34% lifesteal effect allowed him to regain over 1,000 health points in one go. Lu Chen's health was nearly fully restored. However, only a little over 3 seconds had passed. Lu Chen had already used his counterattack and Bloodthirsty Strike. Next, he would have no efficient means of healing for the next 10 seconds. He could only rely on a superior potion to hold on. But the superior potion could only restore 800 health points at a time, and its cooldown was longer than that of the counterattack and Bloodthirsty Strike. This amount of healing was simply insufficient. Lu Chen felt an immense weight in his heart. Receiving nearly 20,000 damage at once made Man Liao's expression turn ferocious. "Aunt, you have some strength. It seems I need to use my true power." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression changed. "No, you don't need to use your true power, just push yourself a little." Without true power, he was already unable to win. If he used his true power, how would Lu Chen survive? In the next moment, Man Liao let out a loud roar, and the warhammer in his hand was enveloped in black magic energy. The entire warhammer grew significantly under the influence of the magic energy. Then Man Liao's attack speed increased even further. In just 2 seconds, Lu Chen's health was reduced by nearly half again. This was already under the premise that Lu Chen was desperately dodging and defending. If Lu Chen had no ability to evade or dodge, he would have likely been completely drained of health by now. Even so, Lu Chen was still drenched in cold sweat. So strong. Truly, a mid-tier lord is a completely different creature compared to a low-tier lord. Lu Chen looked around at his surroundings. The vast cave had no terrain he could utilize. He couldn't use the terrain to position himself or delay the cooldown of his skills. This meant he could only fight head-on. Continuing like this, he would be no match. He had to find a way to retreat. Lu Chen still had a trump card left. Windwalker Scroll, Superior. When used, it increases the target's movement speed by 50% for 10 seconds. This scroll had dropped when Lu Chen fought a high-tier boss before. This was also one of the reasons Lu Chen dared to take on a mid-tier lord. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen used the Windwalker Scroll. Instantly, he felt his body become much lighter. Lu Chen floated backward, intending to leave directly. However, what Lu Chen did not expect was that just as he had distanced himself from Man Liao by more than 20 meters, a cold smile appeared on Man Liao's face. He reached out with his left hand, and the magic energy surged, transforming into a chain that wrapped around Lu Chen. "You won't escape." Then, Lu Chen was pulled back. "Lu Chen? What the hell? There's such a skill?" Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Then he saw black flames on Man Liao's warhammer, which came crashing down heavily towards him. Lu Chen felt a sharp pain, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. "Ding, you have died. You will be able to enter the game again in 1 hour." In the next moment, Lu Chen was forcibly logged out of the game and returned to his room. He sat up abruptly, a look of lingering fear on his face, gasping for breath, with cold sweat pouring down his back. The pain of death he had just experienced felt so real that he almost thought he had truly died. After getting up, he touched his arms and cheeks, and once he confirmed that his body temperature was normal, he finally sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was just a death in the game. However, this also made Lu Chen a bit more alert. Dying in the game wasn't a big deal, he could respawn. But if he died in reality, there would be no way to come back. He needed to be more cautious in real life. Although his attributes were already terrifyingly high, with his equipment and skill enhancements, Lu Chen's stats exceeded those of an ordinary person by several times. In reality, he would definitely be considered a Superman. But he was not invincible. Various powerful firearms could still inflict damage on him. He had to remain vigilant. Lu Chen's thoughts were racing, and the fear brought by death slowly dissipated. He glanced at the panel, noticing that there was a half-hour countdown for entering the game. Since the time ratio between reality and the game was 1 to 2, half an hour in reality equated to an hour in the game world. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he might as well take a break. To destroy the little demon's lair, Lu Chen had fought continuously for several hours, including 2 extremely intense boss battles. He was feeling a bit mentally exhausted and indeed needed to relax. As Lu Chen took out his phone to scroll through some short videos and check out some pretty girls, he suddenly saw a text message. Son, Mom has finished paying off the debt and bought a ticket to Xianhai City. I'll be there tomorrow. Upon reading this message, Lu Chen broke into a smile. It had been a while since he last saw his mother. In previous years during the New Year, because their family owed too much money, visiting relatives for the New Year was always met with cold faces. So, the two of them decided not to visit relatives anymore and just spend the New Year simply together. Last year was the same, and now several months had passed. Time really flies, Lu Chen thought. If it weren't for the game, these past few months would have been ordinary and uneventful, with none of the things he wanted to do accomplished and none of his goals realized. Perhaps this is what an ordinary person's life is? Living a plain life where goals and dreams require not just belief but also various real-world conditions to support them. Lu Chen shook his head, deciding not to think too much. After all, that was his past life. His future would be completely different. Lu Chen replied, "Okay, be careful on the road." After sending the reply, he continued to watch videos of pretty girls, feeling quite pleased. After lying down for half an hour, Lu Chen finally re-entered the game. Once inside, he found that there were 2 options for respawning. One was the Little Demon's Lair, and the other was the Novice Village Square. After some thought, Lu Chen decided to respawn at the Little Demon's Lair. He planned to bring along priests from the 3 factions and give it another shot. If that didn't work, he would have to figure something out later. The respawn point at the Little Demon's Lair was outside the Barbarian Cave. The little demon monsters from before had not respawned yet. Lu Chen was not surprised at all. He opened the trading group and sent a message. Lu Chen, I need to fight a mid-tier boss and need some priests to help. Can anyone find a few for me? As soon as Lu Chen's message was sent, 3 people replied. Lin Yingying, foster father, I'll bring all the priests from the Player Management Bureau over. Lu Chang, our Tianyue guild currently has 14 priests, all equipped with green gear, and 2 have excellent gear. Is that enough, good son-in-law? If not, I can go to Silvermoon Village to ask. Wang Bing, we have a total of 21 priests in our Xian Niao army, and I brought them here, adoptive father. The 3 of them were incredibly proactive. After all, this was the first time Lu Chen had asked for their help. During this time, Lu Chen had provided them with immense assistance. Although they had paid, they all understood that green gear, fine gear, and even epic gear could not simply be bought with money. Were there no wealthy players in other novice villages? Why couldn't they even gather green gear by now? Wasn't it because they didn't have a player like Lu Chen who continuously sold green gear? It could be said that the reason their 3 factions had such a significant gap compared to others was entirely due to Lu Chen's equipment. They had always felt indebted to Lu Chen, and now that he needed help, they naturally felt obliged to assist. Lu Chen didn't expect them to be so proactive. He smiled, feeling quite popular. Huh? Lu Chen, how much health can a priest's healing spell restore? Wang Bing, with a full set of green gear, it takes 2 seconds to cast, and 1 healing spell restores about 100 health points. Lu Chen pondered, if it took 2 seconds, then the damage from the mid-tier lord would probably be around 7,000? Lu Chen, let's get 70 or 80 priests. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying, the 3 of them silently sent a series of question marks. Wang Bing, what the hell? 70 or 80 priests? With that many priests, they could restore 7 or 8,000 health in 2 seconds, right? What do you need so many priests for, adoptive father? Lu Chen, to restore health. Wang Bing, no. I know it's for health restoration, but can you really lose 7 or 8,000 health in 2 seconds? Is a mid-tier lord that outrageous? Lu Chen, about that, maybe even more. After all, he hasn't used any skills yet. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying, the 3 of them sent another series of question marks. 2. Lose 7 or 8,000 health without using skills? What would it be like if he used skills? Could it be any more outrageous? Wait. Wang Bing thought of something, and his expression became even stranger. Wait, adoptive father, do you have 7 or 8,000 health yourself? Otherwise, you wouldn't even last until the healing cast finishes. Lu Chen, oh, I have 15,000 health. The trading group fell into silence. It was as quiet as if they had died. Lu Chen, what's wrong? Why? Is no one talking? Lu Chang, good son-in-law, you have 15,000 health at level 10? Wang Bing, I'm level 7 now, with just over 600 health, haha. Lin Yingying, my health is not even half of adoptive father's, QVQ. Lu Chen, just keeping a low profile, I just have a bit more health, nothing impressive. Wang Bing, a bit more? Even the boss doesn't have as much health as you, right? Who's the boss? Here? Lu Chen looked at the shocked expressions of the others, feeling quite pleased. Daily showing off +1, if others didn't know how strong he was, it would be so boring. Being strong is all about showing off, right? Lu Chen, alright, let's bring the people over first. I'm currently in the little demon's lair. Lin Yingying, oh, I've already notified the player management bureau. Lu Chang, I'm on my way. We're also near the Cobalt mine and can get there in half an hour. Wang Bing, we're at the Murloc Lake. It might take a bit longer to get here. Lu Chen, no problem. Take your time. He only had this one boss left to defeat, so there was no rush. Lu Chen thought for a moment, walked out of the little demon's lair, and planned to grind some monsters outside while waiting for them. After all, just waiting wasn't a solution. With a 50% experience boost, he still needed to level up properly. The main issue was that leveling up was really slow now. Perhaps it was because there was a threshold for advancing from level 10 to 11, making the experience bar particularly long. Even though Lu Chen had cleared such a large little demon nest before, his experience bar was still not even halfway full. At this rate, to fill the level 10 experience bar, he would need to clear the little demon nest at least 2 or 3 more times. If the little demon nest couldn't be turned into a dungeon, then leveling up by grinding monsters would be even harder. This damn game, Lu Chen muttered to himself. Soon, he walked out of the mine and began grinding monsters in other cobalt caves. Just after he finished one cobalt cave, he saw Lin Yingying's message in the trading group. Foster father, we're here. Lu Chen replied. Okay, I'm coming back now. He exited the mine, riding his beloved demonic wolf, and headed towards the little demon nest. Before long, he spotted Lin Yingying and a few others outside the mine. Lin Yingying, with the big black tiger, was quite eye-catching, and beside her were more than 10 priests from the Player Management Bureau. When Lin Yingying saw Lu Chen, she waved and smiled. Foster father, over here. The other players all turned to look at him in unison. As Lu Chen rode over on his demonic wolf, he heard the priests from the Player Management Bureau shout in unison, hello, foster father. Lu Chen was taken aback, ? He looked at the priests who had shouted in perfect unison, feeling a wave of confusion. What was going on? Why did it feel increasingly cult-like? Lin Yingying proudly said, how about it, foster father? Don't they sound impressive? Lu Chen looked at Lin Yingying with a sigh. So it was you who taught them this? No wonder it felt increasingly off. He shot a glare at Lin Yingying. Don't teach them useless things, otherwise people might think I'm running some kind of cult. Lin Yingying immediately shouted, who dares to say foster father is a cult? I'll take care of him. As she spoke, she shook her fist fiercely. The other priests from the Player Management Bureau were equally indignant. Lu Chen felt numb. Anyone unaware of the situation would surely think it was a cult. By the way, why were these people so indignant? Did Lin Yingying actually brainwash them? Lu Chen helplessly said, can you all act normal? I'm a bit scared. Okay then, foster father, Lin Yingying said, sounding dejected. Lu Chen then noticed that perhaps due to the nature of the priest profession, most of the players playing priests were women. Out of a total of 26 priests, only 4 were male. It was a typical case of yin overpowering yang. Moreover, Lu Chen overheard these priests whispering among themselves. By the way, if foster father is really a god, does that make us like priestesses serving the deity? Serving? I suspect you're talking about that kind of serving. Can men serve too? Lu Chen? He felt that these people were discussing something absurd. With a headache, he decided to ignore them. It was all Lin Yingying's fault. What kind of nonsense was she instilling in them at the Player Management Bureau? Just then, Lu Chang arrived with more than 10 priests from the Player Management Bureau. Lu Chang smiled, good son-in-law, I'm here. I sent Li Mu to find some priests in Silver Moon Village, otherwise, the priests from our 3 factions might not be enough. Lu Chen smiled, thank you, Chang Gu. No need to be polite. Lu Chang waved his hand. For Lu Chang, if Lu Chen needed help, he was more than willing to assist. Not to mention Lu Chen's own formidable strength, being on good terms with him was highly beneficial. Besides, Lu Chen was his highly regarded son-in-law, so he had to help. After a while, Wang Bing arrived with about 20 priests from the Xianbird army. Along with Wang Bing were the priests led by Li Mu. The equipment of these priests clearly didn't match that of the players from the 3 factions. They likely came from other factions, or were simply casual players. However, their levels were not low, with the lowest being level 6. At this stage, they were definitely top-tier players. Upon seeing Lu Chen, these priest players were all excited as if they had met their idol. They kept calling him foster father. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the constant shouts. Lu Chang said, I still have some priest equipment on hand, which I originally planned to distribute to other members when the guild expands, so I'll lend it to them for now. Hearing this, the priest player's eyes widened in shock, gasping in disbelief. That was green equipment. They were actually going to lend it to them just like that? Director Lu, can we join the Tianyue Guild? However, it must be said that Lu Chang's gesture was quite heartwarming. Many high-level priests were already considering joining the Tianyue Guild. For Wang Bing, it didn't matter. After all, the Shinbird army was composed of military personnel and wouldn't expand outward, at least not for the time being. Wang Bing had also acquired quite a bit of equipment, but the surplus from their 7th team would be distributed to the brothers and sisters of other teams in the 3rd Legion, leaving nothing extra. Lin Yingying, similarly backed by the official side, didn't need to recruit players like the Tianyue group. In fact, among all the novice villages, the Player Management Bureau had the largest number of personnel. Just look at the number of priests they brought this time. The Player Management Bureau brought a full 26, all of whom were high-level priests at levels 6 and 7. Even the Shinbird army only brought 21. They also weren't short on personnel. The surplus equipment they had would also be given to the Player Management Bureau in other novice villages. Lu Chan couldn't do that. As a private guild, wherever he was, that was the headquarters. So far, the Tianyue Guild only had the novice village where Lu Chang was and the one where the Lu sisters were. They even had surplus equipment. Now that there was an opportunity to recruit players, Lu Chang certainly wouldn't let it slip by. With so many priests combined, there were about 80 of them. For Lu Chen, that was enough. Lu Chen thought for a moment and smiled. For the players who came to help this time, I promise to give each of you 3 pieces of green priest equipment plus 1 attribute stone each. Many people didn't even know what an attribute stone was, but they all understood the value of 3 pieces of green equipment. 1 piece of green equipment was worth nearly 10,000, so 3 pieces would be several tens of thousands. With so many people, giving each one something would amount to millions. The priests from the 3 major forces were fine, but the other priests who had been brought over were now wide-eyed and nearly dying of excitement. These people had originally paid a gold coin each as an appearance fee to the Tianyue group, and now Lu Chen was offering rewards? This was a huge profit. However, Lu Chang and the others were somewhat resistant. Lin Yingying blinked and said, Foster father, you've helped us so much during this time. Helping you defeat a boss is nothing. You don't need to pay for these things. Wang Bing also nodded seriously. Yes, foster father, your matters are our Shinbird army's matters. How can we accept something for helping you? Lu Chang also spoke up. Good son-in-law, you really don't need to give us rewards. Otherwise, how would we feel comfortable buying your things next time? The value of what you sell would be too low. To be honest, we've been taking advantage of you during this time. Yes, foster father, we really don't need it. Exactly, it's our honor to help foster father. The priests from the 3 forces all spoke up. Unlike the scattered priests, they had been enjoying the benefits brought by Lu Chen all along. Now, helping Lu Chen was something they felt didn't require any reward. Hearing them say this, the originally excited scattered priests were now on the verge of tears. Why are you all so high and mighty? Someone is willing to give so many good things, and you don't want them? If you don't want them, we do. They hadn't followed the 3 major forces before, so they certainly couldn't enjoy the benefits. Now that there was a chance to obtain treasures, of course, they wanted them. Seeing everyone say this, Lu Chen felt a bit moved inside, but he still shook his head. This matter is separate. Since you all came to help, I certainly can't be stingy. The hardest part is the debt of gratitude. For Lu Chen, this bit of equipment and money is trivial. What he fears is accumulating too many favors, which would be hard to repay. Seeing Lu Chen so resolute, Lu Chang and the others had no choice but to refrain from arguing further. Otherwise, it would seem disrespectful to Lu Chen. After signing the contract with everyone, Lu Chen planned to give out rewards tomorrow. After all, there were no elite monsters for him to farm today. He had sold all the green equipment he had obtained earlier. Once the little demon camp and the Silver Moon Tomb respawn tomorrow, Lu Chen would go and collect those rewards. After signing the contract, Lu Chen grouped everyone together. They all entered the mine behind them. Upon reaching the depths of the mine and seeing the grandeur of the little demon nest, each player widened their eyes in amazement. Lin Yingying and Li Mu had been there during a previous trade, so they were not too shaken. Soon, they delved into the central passage and walked deep into it. They saw the imposing figure of Man Liao on the throne, surrounded by swirling demonic energy, and everyone felt that this creature was not to be trifled with. They immediately cast their detection spells. After seeing Man Liao's attributes, the players were all stunned. What the hell? I seeing things? What kind of ridiculous attributes are these? 230,000 health, 900 attack. Is this thing even something a person can fight? The adoptive father actually wants to farm this thing? Can we really beat it? Its attack is 10 times higher than the bosses in the little demon camp. Not to mention the average players, even Lu Chang, Lin Yingying, and Wang Bing were left dumbfounded. Wang Bing swallowed hard, feeling dry in his throat. No, adoptive father, with such high attributes, can we really win? Lu Chen smiled. If it were you guys, you might not break its defenses, but with a priest around, I should have a chance to win. As he spoke, he checked the drop list. He was a bit worried that the drop choices from earlier had disappeared due to his death. Fortunately, he took a look and found that because of his death, the drop choices had indeed vanished. Lu Chen could only choose again. Luckily, the items in the drop list hadn't changed. Lu Chen's words left Wang Bing momentarily speechless. Not breaking defenses, then what's the point of fighting? Lin Yingying summoned Heizi, eager to help. Adoptive father, let Heizi help you fight. Lu Chen glanced at the roaring demonic tiger and nodded slightly. Alright. Then, he looked at the many priest players and reminded them, this boss might have area attack skills, so try to stand back a bit, just keep an eye on my health. Hearing this, they instinctively glanced at Lu Chen's health in the team. Upon seeing Lu Chen's health of over 15,000, all the priest players silently questioned in their minds. What the heck? Level 10, 15,000 health? Am I still asleep today? After healing for so long, it was the first time the many priest players had seen a player with such exaggerated health. Are you ready? Let me know when you're ready. Lu Chen confirmed again. The group of priest players finally snapped back to reality. They nodded repeatedly, looking at Lu Chen as if he were a deity. Level 10, 15,000 health, 20 times that of top players. Such numbers were no different from a god. After all, this game is tied to reality. If Lu Chen is powerful in the game, then he is equally powerful in reality. Okay. Adoptive father, don't worry. We will keep a close watch on your health bar. Adoptive father, go for it, we're all watching. Hearing the confirmation from the group of priest players, Lu Chen nodded slightly and charged towards Man Liao. As before, Lu Chen's charge was like a phantom, but Man Liao was still able to react. Eye in the eyes of other players, the great sword in Lu Chen's hands looked extremely heavy, but when swung, it resembled a curtain of black blades. This exaggerated attack speed made it impossible for them to see clearly. Yet, even with such speed, the Lord effortlessly blocked every strike. They could only hear the continuous clanging of metal against metal. One after another, numbers floated above Lu Chen and Man Liao's heads. Each number was something they could only dream of reaching. The lowest was in the hundreds, while the highest soared into the thousands. Wang Bing and the others were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this the strength of my adoptive father? This attack speed, even with titanium dog eyes, I can't see it clearly. Did you not see the damage my adoptive father dealt? That's a level 10 mid-tier lord. Just think about how strong its defense must be, and it was in a blocking state, yet my adoptive father managed to deal over 4,000 damage. This is simply outrageous. It's outrageous to the core. Don't say that. That lord is also incredibly impressive. With my adoptive father's attack speed, he managed to block every single hit, and even dodge. I'm seeing things in a whole new light. Yeah, it's too exaggerated. Their movement speed is completely different from ordinary people. Wang Bing stared blankly at Lu Chen's battle, swallowing hard. Before, watching my adoptive father fight so easily, I didn't feel much of a difference, but now I can finally see it. Lu Chang nodded slightly. Yeah, this son-in-law's strength is too exaggerated. At this speed, bullets wouldn't even hit him, right? Lin Yingying called for her summoned beast, Hey Z, to charge forward. Hey Z, go. Help my adoptive father fight the boss. Her summoned beast had some strength, unlike others who could only watch. At the very least, it could help a little. Whoa. Hey Z charged in with a wild roar. Lu Chen received a system prompt. His attack damage increased by 10%. His eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Hey Z had such a skill. A 10% damage boost was quite good for him. Lu Chen glanced at Hey Z with satisfaction. Not bad. In the next moment, Hey Z slammed a heavy paw against Man Liao's waist. -5 Lu Chen, ? Hey Z, owo? Lin Yingying? Lin Yingying's already large eyes widened even more. Hey Z's attack power was a full 100. Stronger than the vast majority of players at this stage. Such a powerful attack only dealt 5 points of damage? What the hell? Wang Bing and the others were equally filled with question marks. After switching to the Flame Great Sword, Wang Bing's attack attributes had already exceeded 100 points. The damage he dealt to monsters left him shocked. Although Hey Z's attack was not as strong as his, it wasn't far off. Such an attack could only deal single-digit damage? Looking at Man Liao's health of over 200,000, Wang Bing fell silent. What the hell is this? This broken game isn't meant for humans to play. Seemingly provoked, Man Liao glanced at Hey Z and roared, "Ant, get lost." He swung his warhammer, smashing it heavily onto Hey Z's head. Hey Z's body flew back like a cannonball. -8,342. A damage that Hey Z could not withstand floated above its head. By the time it hit the ground, it was already lifeless. Lin Yingying, Sigma, her eyes turned red. My Hey Z. Wang Bing, Lu Chang, and all the other players were now dumbfounded. They witnessed that terrifying damage, leaving them numb. Hey Z's defense was stronger than that of most top players. If it took such high damage, how many times would others die from a normal attack? What kind of terrifying monster is this? Initially, seeing Lu Chen and Man Liao exchanging blows, they couldn't fully grasp just how powerful Man Liao was. Now, they understood. This was a monster that thousands of ordinary players using a swarm tactic could not defeat, yet Lu Chen was able to exchange blows with such a monster, making him a terrifying creature in his own right. The death of Haizi was not in vain. When Man Liao attacked Haizi, Lu Chen's savage strike had just finished its cooldown. The battle sword, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, struck heavily upon Man Liao. The stun effect of the savage strike activated. Man Liao was stunned for a full second, unable to move at all. Lu Chen was satisfied, sparks seemed to fly from the battle sword in his hand as he swung it repeatedly. In that 1 second, he swung the battle sword to attack a total of 6 times. One high damage number after another floated up. In the stun state, Man Liao could neither block nor dodge, and each hit dealt extremely high damage. Among them was even a counterattack damage. Minus 36,273. Counterattack critical hit. Over 36,000 in damage floated up, leaving the players wide-eyed. What the hell? How much? Over 30,000 damage? My adoptive father dealt over 30,000 damage? Are we playing the same game? I deal over 30 damage, and my adoptive father deals over 30,000? How is this game even played? There must be something wrong. There's something wrong with this game, it's unplayable. The players were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such high damage in their lives. Compared to this, the damage output of those in my team can go play in the mud. Yeah, even players from the Xian Niao army looked at Wang Bing with confusion. How could there be such a huge gap among warriors? Wang Bing was left with a head full of question marks under the gaze of the Xian Niao army's priest. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? What's so interesting? He was just as dumbfounded. He wanted to deal over 30,000 damage too. But he was just a normal person, okay? The kind of feats that his adoptive father could achieve, could he possibly do that? If he could, he would be a god too, alright? What are you looking at? Keep an eye on my adoptive father's health. If anything goes wrong, I'll take you all down today. Wang Bing shouted angrily at the priests of the Xian Niao army. Upon hearing this, the other priests were also shaken. The health of their adoptive father was the most important. This was a mid-tier lord. Being able to participate in such a lord battle and fight alongside their adoptive father was a tremendous honor for them. It must be said that with the priest's healing, Lu Chen felt much more at ease. He no longer had to worry about his health being insufficient. Aside from keeping one bloodthirsty strike and one health enhancement skill for emergencies, in case the priests couldn't keep up with the healing, he could still protect himself. For all other skills, Lu Chen used them without a second thought. As soon as the counterattack cooldown was up, he would use it, dealing maximum damage each time. Even if blocked, he still dealt over 10,000 in output. Although the damage from other skills wasn't much, Lu Chen's attack speed was not slow, and he didn't have to worry about sustainability, resulting in considerable output. Moreover, after stacking the Soul's Lament to the max, he could deal 1,000 damage per second. The damage to Man Liao was also around 800, which was quite good for sustained output. Averaged out, Lu Chen could deal 5 to 6,000 damage per second. Based on this damage, even Man Liao's health wouldn't last a minute. Soon, Man Liao's health dropped to about 80%. He roared, "Mortal, let me show you true power." After the roar, flames of magic blazed fiercely atop his warhammer, rising several meters high. He raised the hammer and brought it down heavily towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen dodged to the side, however. When the hammer struck the ground, the entire cave shook, creating a deep pit about a meter wide, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. The black magic flames splattered out like a black tide. Even as Lu Chen dodged, he was still swept by the shockwave and the black flames. High damage numbers floated above Lu Chen's head. Minus 6,012. A large chunk of Lu Chen's health bar disappeared. This startled the priest. Players in the distance. What the hell? What kind of skill is this? Over 6,000 damage in one hit? That was over 6,000 damage from my adoptive father. For other players, it would be multiplied several times, right? Fortunately, these priest players were high-level players and their skills were quite good. They had already started to precast healing spells when Man Liao made his move. Soon, healing spells began to land on Lu Chen, and his lost health rapidly recovered. In no time, Lu Chen's health was completely restored. This made Lu Chen smile, feeling pleased. This was the benefit of having support behind him. If he were fighting alone, how could he withstand such damage? After using his skill, Man Liao returned to his original attacking state. For Lu Chen, this made things much easier. After a while, when Man Liao's health was down to about half, he suddenly stomped the ground, unleashing a violent aura. Lu Chen was stunned in place, unable to move at all. It felt terrible. While stunned, Man Liao's warhammer struck Lu Chen repeatedly, unable to dodge or block. The damage Lu Chen took increased significantly. In just 2 seconds, Lu Chen's health dropped by over 10,000. By the time he regained consciousness, even with the priests healing him, he was left with only about 3,000 health. This made Lu Chen's heart tremble. Fortunately, he had found priests to help. If he were alone, just this one skill would have been enough to take him down. While stunned, he couldn't do anything at all. Without the priest's healing, his health would have been depleted long ago. Lu Chen had thought he was quite well-rounded now, but it seemed there were still many shortcomings. At the very least, he couldn't break free from control effects. That was quite fatal. Lu Chen quickly used Bloodthirsty Strike to recover some health and then consumed a superior healing potion, bringing his health close to 6,000, which was considered a safe line. Next, relying on his own lifesteal and the priest's healing, Lu Chen gradually restored his health. After a while, when Manliao's health was down to the last 80,000, his expression twisted. Now, let me show you the potential of the little demon. A blue potion appeared in his hand at some point. Seeing this potion, Lu Chen's expression changed instantly. Wasn't this the potion that Kai Luoman used before? Thinking carefully, it made sense for Kai Luoman, as the shaman of the Black Tooth tribe, to give the potion to his chieftain. However, Lu Chen had a very deep impression of this skill. The little demon would significantly increase in power after growing larger. Watching Manliao inject the potion into his neck, Lu Chen's mouth twitched. The next moment, he saw Manliao's body grow larger, the black armor unable to support his form, bursting apart. Soon, Manliao transformed into a towering figure of 4 meters. Although not as tall as Kai Luoman, the aura emitted by the enlarged Manliao sent chills down Lu Chen's spine. Even Lu Chen felt a chill in his heart, let alone the other players. Each priest felt as if they were unarmed, facing a hungry tiger. That primal fear ingrained in human genes made their bodies tremble slightly. This fear came from the suppression of a higher predator over its prey. After enlarging, Manliao, who originally needed both hands to wield the long-handled warhammer, now swung it with one hand. The gusts of wind from the hammer's swings made Lu Chen feel a stinging sensation on his skin. The enlarged Manliao's strength had increased dramatically. Lu Chen dodged repeatedly, but when he couldn't escape, he managed to block a strike, sending him flying. The damage he took reached 3,000. However, like the previously enlarged Kai Luoman, the enlarged Manliao lacked agility, allowing Lu Chen to maneuver around him quickly, making it slightly easier to evade attacks. In fact, Lu Chen could even launch some counterattacks. He discovered that perhaps because the armor of Manliao had been stretched, his defensive capabilities seemed to have weakened significantly. The damage dealt by Lu Chen had increased, and even with a block, the full damage countered still amounted to 20,000. However, although Manlia's defense had weakened, its attack power had increased tremendously. Even with a health pool of 15,000, Lu Chen's health bar still fluctuated under such powerful attacks. The priests were all sweating profusely. They focused all their energy on Lu Chen's health bar, not daring to relax for a moment. They feared that if they let their guard down, Lu Chen's health would be completely depleted. Within a few seconds, Manlia's health dropped again, leaving only about 30,000. At this moment, Manlia's skin turned a deep red, and its attacks became increasingly frenzied. It had even given up on defense, seemingly wanting to tear Lu Chen apart in the most savage manner. Minus 3,857. Minus 3,466. One high damage after another floated above Lu Chen's head as he barely dodged the attacks, even unable to counterattack. He had even used health enhancement, otherwise he might have been killed by Manlia's terrifying assault. Time dragged on slowly. Knowing that Lu Chen's skills were on cooldown, a smile finally appeared on his face. Savage Strike. The frenzied Manlia had already abandoned its defensive blocks. Lu Chen's Savage Strike stunned it for a second. Then, Lu Chen swung his battle sword. Counterattack, sweep, heavy strike, normal attack. Waves of damage floated above Manlia's head. In its stun state, Manlia could neither dodge nor block, and one high damage after another appeared. By the time the stun effect wore off, its health had been completely depleted. Manlia's eyes widened, filled with bloodshot veins. This is impossible, a mere level 10 human. It roared in unwillingness, its massive body swaying, before it finally crashed to the ground. The entire cave trembled slightly as its enormous body fell. Manlia's corpse gradually shrank, returning to its original form. Lu Chen, drenched in sweat, revealed a smile. That was close. In the final moments, even after using health enhancement, he was left with just over 2,000 health points. This amount could only withstand one more hit from Manlia. If his skills hadn't cooled down just in time, he would have likely been finished. Other players were equally exhausted, gasping for breath. Some priests even disregarded their image and plopped down on the ground. Wang Bing, Lu Chang, and a few others, although unable to join the battle, were still shaken by the sight from afar, their nerves taut. Now that their minds had calmed, they too felt fatigued. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Holy crap! Look at the loot!" Numerous players turned their gaze to the corpse. From the body, 4 golden orbs floated up. All the players widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. Gold? What quality is that? Most players didn't even know what quality gold represented. They only knew that the loot this time must be incredibly good. Before they could say much more, a series of system notifications rang out. Orion Continent Regional Announcement, Ding, congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for leading players to kill the Little Demon Clan leader, destroying the Little Demon Nest, and contributing to the universe. Reward, real-world technology, controllable nuclear fusion and related technologies. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for leading players to kill the Black Tooth clan leader, destroying the Black Tooth tribe. His legend will be passed down in the Orion Continent. Legend degree +1. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for leading players to destroy the Black Tooth clan leader, annihilating the Black Tooth tribe. Reward, title, Little Demon Slayer. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for leading players to destroy the Black Tooth clan leader, annihilating the Black Tooth tribe. Demon attention +1. Initial favorability of indigenous people in the Orion Continent +10. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for leading the players to destroy the Black Tooth chieftain and annihilate the Black Tooth tribe. Rewards, player Lu Chen receives 1 epic treasure chest, other team members receive 1 legendary treasure chest each. All team members gain +1,500 reputation in Silvermoon Village, +500 in Dao City, and +50 in Xinghe City. A series of system announcements rang out, leaving Lu Chen and the others in stunned silence. Then, everyone erupted in exclamations. What the hell? What the hell? Am I on the news? It's actually a continent-wide announcement. Mom, I've made it. The rewards are so generous. A legendary treasure chest. I can't believe it. This is amazing. The players' faces flushed with excitement. Even Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying wore expressions of exhilaration. They all knew that there was a significant chance of obtaining legendary items from a legendary treasure chest. Those are legendary items. Just thinking about their value is enough to get anyone excited. How could they not be thrilled? Of course, the most excited was Lu Chen. Such a series of announcements hadn't happened since he leveled up to 10. He never expected it to happen again. He carefully examined the announcement details. The first announcement was the most shocking for Lu Chen. It actually rewarded him with technology from the real world. Moreover, it was controllable nuclear fusion and related technologies. The reward was in Lu Chen's backpack, appearing as a document-like item. When Lu Chen opened it, he saw a document materialize in his mind. Lu Chen wasn't a scientist and couldn't understand the specific content, but from the table of contents, it included various fields, such as basic physics, nuclear physics, material science, and more. Some of the topics he had never even heard of. After all, he wasn't very knowledgeable in this area. However, he knew this was a priceless treasure. Controllable nuclear fusion. Even though Lu Chen wasn't familiar with scientific research, he understood the preciousness of this thing. If he truly mastered controllable nuclear fusion, it would mean infinite energy for humanity. What does infinite energy mean? It means infinite possibilities. One could say this document would bring about earth-shattering changes to the world. Even though Lu Chen was already so powerful, he found it hard to believe for a moment. The cosmic game was truly terrifying. It even rewards real-world scientific technology? What else is there that the cosmic game can't achieve? Now it has only rewarded controllable nuclear fusion. Will it in the future reward something like spaceships or warp travel technology? If such rewards truly exist, humanity will enter the universe in no time. The era has truly changed. Lu Chen sighed again in his heart. As for how to handle this document, Lu Chen had nothing much to say. He wasn't a scientist and had no interest in starting a tech company. After living in this world for so many years, he had a good perception of the Great Xia. Since that was the case, he would certainly hand this over to the state. Only a power like Great Xia could truly unlock the value of this thing. Just as Lu Chen was making his decision, Wang Bing had already approached him. With a serious expression, he said, "Adoptive father, regarding the first reward, Great Xia wishes to trade with you." Previously, Wang Bing had always been smiling, and it was the first time Lu Chen saw him so serious. Although Wang Bing called Lu Chen adoptive father, he had never used such a respectful term before. Calling him adoptive father was mostly just a joke. One could imagine how solemn Wang Bing was now. However, Lu Chen could somewhat understand. After all, the value of this document was immense. It was likely that the powerful entity behind Wang Bing had already contacted him the moment the announcement was made. Lu Chen's guess was correct. As soon as the announcement came out, not only the Yuanqing humans but also the strong from the other 3 races were paying attention to it. Other announcements were something everyone could somewhat accept. After all, Lu Chen had been on the announcements more than once or twice, and they had developed a sort of immunity. But the first announcement was something no living being could face calmly. Rewarding real-world technology. This means that, at this moment, the cosmic game is completely linked to reality. Moreover, the reward is actually controllable nuclear fusion, a technology that could propel civilization forward significantly. At this moment, all beings from the 4 races are unable to remain calm. There's no need to mention the other races, just the representatives from various factions like Princess Alice of the Lionheart Kingdom, Adams from the Baron Empire, and others are all eager to contact Lu Chen as soon as possible. And Xia Yan is no exception. She immediately informed Wang Bing, hoping to stabilize Lu Chen and ensure that this technology is acquired. Even if they cannot buy this technology, it must not fall into the hands of hostile nations. This is a military order. Wang Bing naturally understands the seriousness of the situation and does not dare to be careless. Seeing Wang Bing's serious expression, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Why so tense? There's no need for a transaction." Upon hearing this, Wang Bing's face stiffened. "Are you planning to sell it to someone else, adoptive father?" Wang Bing felt a heaviness in his heart. If it harmed national interests, he truly could not imagine how their relationship would evolve from there. Personally, Wang Bing is both grateful and respectful towards Lu Chen. However, if Lu Chen were to sell such a thing to hostile forces, as a soldier of the Great Xia, he could not remain calm. He is a soldier of Great Xia, and his stance is, of course, that of Great Xia. Wang Bing does not want Lu Chen to take that step. Even if Lu Chen stays to start a company and make money, Wang Bing could accept that. Others silently watched the scene. Lu Chang did not speak. This matter was too significant. And even though the Lu family held an extraordinary status, he could not participate. Lin Ying blinked her big eyes. She actually leaned towards Great Xia in her heart. After all, her friends and family are all from Great Xia. And she does not think there is anything wrong with Great Xia. It is her motherland. But what if her adoptive father is unwilling? How troublesome. Lin Ying felt very distressed. The other priests and others were also quietly watching, trembling one by one. This matter was not something they could participate in as small figures. Just then, Lu Chen shook his head. "No need for a transaction. This thing is of no use to me. I'll just give it to Great Xia." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire void fell silent for a moment. Then everyone reacted, their eyes widening in shock. Give it away? Did the adoptive father say he would give it away? This is controllable nuclear fusion and related technology. Anyone knows that with this, one could easily create an unmatched energy empire. The whole world would have to look to him. Lu Chen actually just gave this thing away? Everyone was filled with questions, their scalps tingling. They had thought about Lu Chen collaborating with Great Xia, considered Lu Chen selling it for a good price, and imagined various possibilities. But they had never thought that Lu Chen would unconditionally give away this priceless treasure. Lu Chang, having seen many storms, was the first to come back to his senses. He looked at Lu Chen, astonished, and said, "Good son-in-law, do you know what you're saying? Are you really going to give it to Great Xia?" Lu Chen smiled and nodded. "Yes, this thing is of no use to me. Giving it to Great Xia can lead to research on controllable nuclear fusion, which will ultimately benefit the people." Wang Bing and Lin Ying also regained their composure. Lin Ying looked at Lu Chen with eyes nearly brimming with tears. Her adoptive father truly is someone with feelings for his motherland. She doesn't have to be too conflicted. Wang Bing was even more moved. He solemnly saluted Lu Chen with a military salute. "Adoptive father, you are righteous." The other priests from the Xin Bird army also solemnly saluted. "Adoptive father, you are righteous." They shouted in perfect unison. Even the other priests were infected, calling out, "Adoptive father, you are righteous." Lu Chen was left speechless, thinking, why are they calling out so uniformly? Please don't engage in cult-like behavior, alright? But soon, Wang Bing said, "Adoptive father, although you ought to give it to Great Xia, I think this thing is so precious that Great Xia must trade with you. Rest assured, I am currently communicating with Her Highness the Third Princess. She will definitely make a decision on this matter." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a sudden realization. So, the person behind Wang Bing was the third princess of the Great Xia royal family? The Great Xia royal family had always been very low-key, and Lu Chen was not clear on who the third princess was. However, since she was a member of the Great Xia royal family and responsible for the Xian Niao army, it was evident that she had the emperor's approval. Lu Chen had no reason to doubt the third princess's status. At that moment, Xia Yan also saw Wang Bing's report. Lu Chen actually wanted to give this technology directly to the Great Xia. This made Xia Yan momentarily lose her focus. Who didn't know the value of this thing? Lu Chen was actually willing to give it to the Great Xia for free? Although in reality, if Lu Chen wanted to use this technology, he would definitely expose himself, but given Lu Chen's displayed strength and talent, even if he exposed himself, to be honest, the Great Xia would not turn against him. After all, the value represented by Lu Chen was too great. Endless green equipment, blue equipment, and various treasures were the foundation for the Great Xia's rise. How could the Great Xia possibly do something as foolish as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? If Lu Chen was truly willing to use this technology to create an energy empire, the best choice for the Great Xia would be to cooperate with Lu Chen. The Great Xia would provide money, manpower, and resources, while Lu Chen would provide the technology. This would be a win-win situation. Xia Yan was even already contemplating cooperation plans. However, Wang Bing's report disrupted all her previous thoughts. She bit her lip, her gaze shifting, and said softly, "That guy doesn't play by the rules." After some thought, Xia Yan gave her reply. When Wang Bing saw the response, his pupils slightly dilated. He looked at Lu Chen and smiled. "Adoptive father, Her Highness the Third Princess has already replied. She said this matter is too significant, and she needs to discuss it with His Majesty." However, she assured you that no matter what, if you provide the controllable nuclear fusion technology, you will definitely receive a share of the profits. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was the technology of controllable nuclear fusion. The profits involved were unimaginable. If he really got a share, he could lie down and become the richest person in the world. He didn't expect this third princess to be quite bold. Lu Chen smiled. Alright, he certainly wouldn't refuse profits that came knocking at his door. After that, Lu Chen began to check other announcement rewards. Legendary points +1. This was the same as when Lu Chen leveled up to level 10 last time. He now had 2 points of legendary status, but he didn't know what this was useful for. Title: Little Demon Slayer. Lu Chen looked at the effects. Little Demon Slayer. 1. You have slaughtered a large number of little demons and destroyed a little demon clan. Your infamous name spreads among the little demons, causing all little demons to have their attributes reduced by 10% upon seeing you. 2. You have slaughtered a large number of little demons and destroyed a little demon clan. Your infamous name spreads among the little demons, increasing your hatred level among the little demon clan by +5,000. 3. Your damage to little demons is increased by 20%. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile. All little demons would have their attributes reduced by 10% upon seeing him. This attribute was quite good. It would make it easier for him to fight little demons in the future, even against little demon bosses. The third attribute was also good, increasing damage to little demons by 20%. However, the second attribute left Lu Chen somewhat speechless. Damn it, the hatred level was clearly not a good attribute. Why did they even need to specify something like this? Speechless. The next announcement was Demon Attention +1, Indigenous Peoples. Favorability +10. Demon attention, from the literal meaning, should indicate that he was being watched by demons. This was not good news. If he caught the attention of a powerful demon, wouldn't that be disastrous? As for the indigenous people's favorability +10, that was good. In addition to the 20 points of favorability from the title reward of the first new star of Orion, Lu Chen's initial favorability on Orion continent is now 30 points. This should make it easier for him to go out later. After all, going out relies on friends. High favorability means more friends, right? Finally, there are the normal rewards, which are shared among all team members. Previously, the rewards were all personal to him. Lu Chen speculated that it was because of his significant contribution in the demonic imp nest. After all, he had killed all the little demons by himself. The other members only contributed during the final battle against the Black Tooth Chief. Therefore, only the last announcement reward was shared by everyone. Even so, Lu Chen's reward was an epic treasure chest, while the other members received legendary treasure chests. The epic treasure chest is incredibly precious to Lu Chen. This means he will obtain another legendary item. For the others, receiving a legendary treasure chest is also something to be happy about. For Lu Chen now, legendary items might not be worth much anymore. After all, he is already covered in legendary items, with several epic ones as well. However, for the others, those items are like divine artifacts. At this moment, the players have already started discussing the legendary treasure chests. Some have even begun to open their chests, with exclamations ringing out. Wow! A legendary staff. I'm invincible. I got a legendary robe, a priest's robe. My healing output will be huge from now on. Most of the priests are women, but at this moment they are no longer reserved, exclaiming in excitement. One can imagine how thrilled they are. Lu Chen looked at Lu Chang and the others, who also received legendary treasure chests. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aren't you going to open a chest?" Wang Bing's expression was somewhat stiff. At the mention of opening a chest, he instinctively recalled his previous 2 experiences, which had given him a fear of opening chests. Lu Chang and Lin Yingying, however, had no such worries. The items they had opened before were quite good. The 2 of them opened their treasure chests in succession. Lu Chang saw what he had obtained and immediately beamed, sharing the item in the group. It was a purple legendary staff. He grinned and said, "My luck is pretty good." This legendary staff would significantly boost Lu Chang's combat power. Wang Bing looked on enviously, his eyes turning red. This made him a bit restless. Lin Yingying, however, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, I actually opened this item." Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lu Chen all looked over curiously. Lu Chen asked, "What did you get?" Lin Yingying shared the item in the group, proudly placing her hands on her hips and saying, "I told you I'm the destined adopted daughter. I always open skill books that my adoptive father can use." Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lu Chen, looking at the skill book introduction in the group, the 3 of them were filled with question marks. Goodness, Lin Yingying's luck is surprisingly good. She opened another skill book. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at the introduction of this legendary skill book, feeling a bit pleased. Iron Will, legendary, passive skill. When you are affected by negative states such as stun or slow, the effects of negative states are reduced up to a maximum of 10%. Learning conditions, warrior. Class. Lu Chen vividly remembered the stun skill when facing the barbarian Liao. If it weren't for so many priests around, he would have definitely been taken out in an instant. One can imagine how significant the Impact of negative states is on combat. Iron Will can reduce the effects of negative states, making it an excellent skill in battle. At level 1, it reduces by 10%. At max level, who knows how strong it could be. Perhaps it could grant immunity to many negative states. Lin Yingying cheerfully said, "Adoptive father, this skill book is for you." Hearing Lin Yingying's words, Lu Chen was not surprised. He now understood Lin Yingying a bit more than before. She is not the type of woman who likes to take advantage of others. When Lu Chen gave her the summon demonized tiger skill, she was even willing to go into debt to buy it. Moreover, she was willing to pay extra. Now that there was a skill book, Lu Chen could guess that Lin Yingying would definitely give it to him. However, Lu Chen wouldn't take it for free. He smiled and said, "This skill is quite good, consider it as you using your debt to buy it." This time, Lin Yingying did not object. She nodded slightly and said with a grin, "Alright, then if my adoptive father encounters a skill suitable for me next time, you must sell it to me, okay?" Lu Chen nodded slightly, "Sure." Lin Yingying traded with Lu Chen, and he learned the skill. Then he used a skill stone to upgrade his Iron Will level. He still had quite a few minor skill stones and basic skill stones in hand. Unfortunately, he had run out of intermediate skill stones. After using several minor and basic skill stones, Lu Chen upgraded Iron Will to level 5. Iron Will, level 5 passive skill. When you are affected by negative states such as stun or slow, the effects of negative states are reduced up to a maximum of 50%. It reduced by a full 50%. This meant that if he was originally stunned for 2 seconds, he could now recover in just 1 second. This was extremely useful in battle. However, this was the maximum effect. Lu Chen speculated that the effectiveness of the skill should relate to the quality and tier of both his own skills and the opponent's skills, as well as the player's attributes and the opponent's level attributes. High-level lords and high-tier skills probably wouldn't have such a good effect as 50%. Nevertheless, even so, it was still a very strong skill. Lu Chen was quite satisfied and looked at Wang Bing, smiling. "Brother Wan, why aren't you opening the chest?" Wang Bing immediately fell silent. Lu Chang and Lin Yingying had both opened good items. If he opened something terrible, where would he put his face? Lu Chang chuckled. This kid must think his luck is bad and is afraid of getting something bad. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing jumped up. "Lu Chang, what are you talking about? How could I think that? I tell you, the last 2 times were just accidents. This time, I will definitely get something good." Lu Chang laughed. "Then go ahead and open it." Lin Yingying also said with a smile. "Wang Bing, you open it." Wang Bing felt underestimated. He was so angry that he sneered, "Then I'll show you." Saying that, he opened the treasure chest with a flourish. After seeing the items, Wang Bing's expression froze. Seeing him like this, Lu Chen had a strange expression. This guy, could it be that he really opened something terrible again? Lin Yingying curiously asked, "What did you get?" Wang Bing cleared his throat and changed the subject. "Nothing much." Lu Chang immediately understood. "So it really is bad again?" Wang Bing's face turned red, and he retorted, "Can opening a chest be considered bad? It's a matter of probability. Blue equipment is actually not bad, better than what I have on." Hearing Wang Bing's stubbornness, Lu Chen's mouth twitched. A legendary chest opened blue equipment, which was clearly bad luck. Lu Chang laughed. "It's fine, at least it's better than before, not like getting healing potions or something." Wang Bing immediately fell silent and didn't want to talk anymore. Lu Chen didn't say much either. He walked over to pick up the items dropped by Man Liao. There were a total of 4 items, all of which were epic level. Many players immediately turned their attention. They were extremely curious. Someone asked, "Adoptive father, what are these drops?" "Yeah, adoptive father, I've never seen a golden light orb before. Can adoptive father show us?" Lu Chang and the others also looked curious. Lu Chen didn't hide anything. He smiled and posted everything in the team channel. Epic level skills, advanced skill stones, epic level accessories, epic level scrolls. The various powerful attributes left many players dumbfounded. They gasped in amazement, contributing to the warming atmosphere. "What the? Epic level skills? This skill is too strong, right? Is it true? At just level 1, there's a 500% damage increase and a 50% slow effect, and the cooldown is only 10 seconds? With this skill, wouldn't that make you invincible right away? Don't even think about it. Didn't you see the requirements for this skill? Heavy Strike is a basic skill for warriors. The highest level warrior friend I know is only level 3. Who knows how long it will take to reach max level? Yeah, and there's another skill called Battle Intent. I've never even heard of that skill." Wang Bing, as a warrior, felt his eyes turn red at the sight of the Thunderstrike skill. But after seeing the learning requirements, he was completely dumbfounded. Is this skill really something a person can learn? Not to mention Battle Intent, Heavy Strike actually requires max level? Who can learn this skill without being at least level 30? Other players nodded slightly in agreement. Just then, everyone saw Lu Chen slap the skill book and learn the skill. Wang Bing, question mark. Other players, question mark. A question mark silently appeared in everyone's minds. What the heck? This ridiculous learning requirement, and his adoptive father actually met it. His Heavy Strike is already max level, and that Battle Intent skill, which no one else has even Heard of his adoptive father is already above level 3? Wait, why is there such a huge gap between players? Countless players were filled with question marks in their heads, mentally complaining. Seeing everyone in a daze, Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Wang Bing remained silent for a long time, unable to utter a word. Lu Chen looked at the players' stunned expressions and felt amused. Daily show-off. +1. Then, Lu Chen equipped the Heart of Frenzy, replacing the Song of Life. His attributes increased significantly once again. As for the Demon Whisper Scroll, Lu Chen put it in his backpack. This was a powerful weapon. Something he could use in the future. As for the high-level skill stone, Lu Chen directly used it on the Heart of the Warrior skill. Heart of the Warrior, level 5, passive skill. You have comprehended the essence of the Warrior's Path, increasing all attributes by 50%, damage dealt by 50%, movement speed by 25%, and reducing damage taken by 15%. The level 5 Heart of the Warrior skill brought a tremendous boost. Lu Chen's combat power increased significantly once again. After handling all of this, Lu Chen sold off various miscellaneous items. Even the Song of Life, after some thought, he decided to sell. After all, the Song of Life could restore 2000 health when taking fatal damage. However, the Heart of Frenzy added 40 stamina. Combined with Lu Chen's own attribute boosts, it was nearly 2000 health as well. Moreover, the cost-effectiveness of stamina is higher than health, not to mention the added bonuses to strength, attack attributes, and attack speed. One could say that the Heart of Frenzy was far more powerful than the Song of Life. However, the Song of Life is still a legendary piece of equipment, and being an accessory, it's the top choice for tank players. Although its level is slightly lower, the price is still high. In the end, it was snatched up by Lu Chang for 2000 gold coins. At that moment, Lin Yingying thought of something and said, "By the way, adoptive father, you haven't opened your epic treasure chest yet." Only then did Lu Chen remember that he still had an epic treasure chest. It was just the right time to open it. Lu Chen clicked on the drop list for the epic treasure chest. As expected, the first item was still an orange legendary item. Cloak of the Young Dragon's Fury, legendary, attack plus 237. Strength plus 80, stamina plus 84, Young Dragon's Fury. After use, gain the effect of Young Dragon's Fury, damage plus 50%, critical hit chance plus 12%, duration 20 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Equipment requirements, level 10, strength over 100 points, stamina over 100 points. Note, this legendary cloak is a testament to the fury of the young dragons of Dragon Island. Only being strong enough can use it. Drop rate, 0.00000000001%. Lu Chun gasped in shock. It truly is legendary equipment, far more powerful than his previous Berserker cloak. There's no need to elaborate on the attributes. The accompanying skill, Wrath of the Wormling, is also incredibly outrageous. It directly increases damage by 50% and adds a 12% critical hit chance. Coupled with Lu Chen's previous critical hit chance, it's safe to say that he would definitely land a critical hit with at least one of his two strikes, if not both. This equipment, indeed related to the Legend of Dragons, is simply extraordinary. Lu Chen decisively made his choice and then opened the treasure chest. Inside was a crimson cloak with a faint, dark golden silhouette of a young dragon roaring visible on it. It looked stunning. Lu Chen immediately equipped it and his attributes surged once again. With the previously equipped Heart of Frenzy accessory, Lu Chen's health was now nearing 20,000. This was without activating the health enhancement. If he did, his health would exceed 23,000. It was simply absurd. After equipping the gear, Lu Chen glanced at Lu Chang and the others, surprised, and said, "How did you know I got legendary equipment? Let me show you." Lu Chen shared the Wrath of the Wormling cloak in the group chat. Lin Yingying, Wang Bing, Lu Chang. The three of them were filled with question marks. When did they say anything? However, they still instinctively checked the equipment's effects. Upon seeing the terrifying attributes of the Wrath of the Wormling cloak, Wang Bing and the others' eyes turned red. The attributes added by this single piece of equipment were higher than all their combined gear. Was it really necessary to be this outrageous? Wang Bing looked at Lu Chen with a hint of grievance. "Father, please stop showing off. You're going to lose friends like this." Lu Chang sighed. "At our age, we still have to be stabbed in the heart by the young ones. Living is truly hard." Lin Yingying silently nodded, feeling a bit reluctant to speak. Seeing the three of them looking so aggrieved made Lu Chen feel good inside. Another +1 for showing off in front of others. Alright, that's enough for today. Everyone can head back now. With the death of the Black Tooth chieftain, the entire Black Tooth tribe had been completely destroyed and the threat from the little demon nest was naturally gone. Lu Chen still remembered that he had a task from the old village chief. The old village chief had asked him to help weaken the living forces of the little demon nest. Did he ever think that Lu Chen would directly clear the little demon nest? The rewards for this task were based on completion level. This must be the highest completion level, right? I wonder what he will be rewarded with. Lu Chen felt a sense of anticipation. After bidding farewell to Lu Chang and the others, Lu Chen used a return scroll and returned to Silver Moon Village. Just as he stepped out of the square, Lu Chen encountered a few Silver Moon natives. Previously, the Silver Moon natives would merely nod in acknowledgement upon seeing Lu Chen, but this time, these natives actually stood in place and bowed to Lu Chen. Respected Lord Lu Chen, good afternoon. Lu Chen was taken aback, feeling a bit dazed. What was going on with these natives? However, he quickly regained his composure and nodded to the natives. You all are well too. Upon receiving Lu Chen's response, the natives seemed to gain immense honor, their faces filled with excited smiles. Watching the departing natives, Lu Chen was filled with questions. Why was their attitude completely different from before? Then Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Could it be due to reputation? When Lu Chen destroyed the Black Tooth tribe, he earned a whopping 1,500 points of Silver Moon Village reputation. Plus, he had accumulated quite a bit of Silver Moon Village reputation before, so was that why the natives treated him with such respect? He hadn't expected the effects of reputation to be so apparent. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Not only was Lu Chen surprised, but the players nearby also witnessed this scene. They were equally astonished. What the hell? What did father do? The Silver Moon natives are treating him with such respect? Yeah, those natives were so proud and indifferent to us. Why do they look at father like he's their own dad? A group of players couldn't comprehend. Lu Chen continued to ride the demonic wild wolf towards the direction of the old village chief. Along the way, all the indigenous people of Silver Moon Village he encountered bowed and greeted him with great respect. This display of reverence left all the players dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. Upon arriving at the old village chief's small courtyard, Lu Chen walked in. The old village chief, who had been lounging in a chair soaking up the sun, immediately got up with a beaming smile upon seeing Lu Chen, enthusiastically saying, "Lu Chen, you're back." Lu Chen noticed that the old village chief's attitude was even warmer than before. Clearly, reputation not only affected the ordinary residents of Silver Moon Village but also had an impact on high-ranking figures like the village chief. However, as a lord, his standards for reputation were likely higher than those of the average resident. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Chief, I'm back." The old village chief nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. I heard the system announcement. You actually wiped out the entire little demon nest. It's truly unimaginable. The old village chief looked at Lu Chen in shock. A little demon nest usually has a small demon tribe, and there's definitely more than one lord among them. Even the weakest little demon nest has a mid-tier lord. I never expected you could defeat even a mid-tier lord. It's simply unbelievable. As a former high-level player, the old village chief understood demons far better than Lu Chen. He naturally knew how strong a little demon nest could be. This was a force that the entire Silver Moon Village would find hard to resist. To think that Lu Chen, a player who had just entered open beta 3 days ago, had wiped out a little demon nest. When he first heard the system announcement, the old village chief was completely stunned. Was this really a new player? Are new players this terrifying now? Lu Chen smiled and said, "Chief, you flatter me. Eliminating the little demon nest is beneficial for Silver Moon Village and for us ancient humans as well." The old village chief looked at Lu Chen, and for a moment, it was as if he saw his spirited son from years ago. He too had fought for the benefit of his tribe. Unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't protect his own people. The old village chief understood that it wasn't his fault, but he couldn't move on, otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled far to the central continent, hoping to find a way to revive the indigenous people in the universe. A hint of nostalgia gradually appeared on the old wrinkled face of the village chief as he sighed. With you ancient humans will surely have an extraordinary future. He then changed the subject. I originally just wanted you to weaken the living forces of the little demon nest, but I didn't expect you to completely destroy the entire little demon nest. Thanks to you, Silver Moon Village has become safer. You have perfectly completed this task. As soon as he said this, the task in Lu Chen's list to weaken the living forces of the little demon nest showed as completed. The massive experience reward pushed Lu Chen's experience bar to over half, reaching nearly 2/3. It's worth noting that after clearing the entire little demon nest, Lu Chen's experience bar had only increased by 1/3. One can imagine how generous the experience reward for perfectly completing this task was. Besides experience, there were various rewards. The rewards included a full 100 free attribute points, an additional 1,000 points of Silver Moon Village reputation, 1 legendary item, and 1 unknown fragment. The free attribute points were directly added to Lu Chen's panel, but since his base attributes had already reached the limit, he couldn't allocate them. Once he broke through to the first tier, he could use them, and as for the Silver Moon Village reputation, there was no need to elaborate. The important part was the last two. The legendary item was clearly a good thing, and the unknown fragment was likely also a good item. These two rewards would need to be given by the village chief. Just as Lu Chen was waiting for the village chief to present the rewards, the system suddenly announced. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding. Player Lu Chen has activated the Silver Moon Village instance, Blacktooth Little Demon Nest. Lu Chen was taken aback, somewhat astonished. After killing the Black Tooth clan leader, Lu Chen was also looking forward to whether a dungeon would be opened. However, after such a long time without a dungeon opening, he originally thought it was because this was the headquarters of the little demon nest and that a dungeon wouldn't be opened. It seems that's not the case. Perhaps it's because he hadn't completed the quest? After completing the quest, the dungeon for the Black Tooth little demon nest was opened. A flash of ecstatic joy crossed Lu Chen's eyes. How many bosses and high-level bosses were there inside the Black Tooth little demon? These were all resources. Not to mention there were 3 lords. One could say that the opening of this dungeon was like a goldmine for the players of Silvermoon Village. Even if ordinary players couldn't defeat the lords, as long as they could defeat some bosses and high-level bosses, they would be able to obtain quite a few good items. And these good items would allow all Silvermoon Village players to go further than players from other novice villages. This was not only a great resource for ordinary players but also for Lu Chen. The lords might drop high-level skill stones and epic equipment and items. This held immense value for Lu Chen. Meanwhile, in other regions of the Yuanqing, whether it was the Lionheart Kingdom, the Baron Empire, or the Karidos Kingdom, players' eyes were all red with envy. Damn! Silvermoon Village has opened a new dungeon again? Is it really that outrageous? This is the 3rd one, right? Yeah, a novice village with 3 dungeons. Can't we get one? Can they even handle it? Whoa, how do I change villages? I want to go to Silvermoon Village. To be honest, I want to immigrate to Daxia. With Lu Chen around, Daxia is bound to take off in the future. With the invasion of demonic energy coming, it's likely that all regions will be very dangerous. Daxia might be the safest place. Yeah, I think so too. I'll log off today and see how to immigrate. We are all open beta players, and in the era of demonic energy, we can be considered talents. Daxia shouldn't turn us away, right? At this moment, in the countries outside of Daxia, many players were already considering immigrating to Daxia. After all, Lu Chen was too strong. He had opened 3 dungeons just in one novice village. If he left the novice village, how many dungeons could he open? The bright future of Daxia was unimaginable. Of course, many players had no plans to immigrate. Some were deeply in love with their own countries. Others were deterred by Daxia's extremely strict player management system. Living in Daxia, although they were open beta players, they were still just ordinary civilians. But in their own countries? There, they were already extraordinary beings, the ruling class. Isn't it better to wield power in their own country than to be controlled by others? In the Yuanqing region, all players had different thoughts. Meanwhile, representatives from various major factions had already begun discussing with their national leadership how to deal with Lu Chen. Some national leaders believed that perhaps they could find a way to expose Lu Chen's flaws in reality and then use various means, including real-world threats, to force Lu Chen to join their country. If Lu Chen was unwilling, then assassination would be necessary. After all, Lu Chen's rise meant the rise of Daxia. For Daxia's opponents, this was certainly extremely unfavorable. This also included some small countries hoping to become stronger by controlling Lu Chen. There were also high-ranking officials who believed they could cooperate with Lu Chen in the game, gaining benefits through friendly collaboration. Of course, some high-ranking officials believed they could directly cooperate with Daxia, establish friendly relations, and form a joint defense community against the demonic energy invasion, gaining benefits through Daxia. Different countries showed different responses. The only consensus among many countries was that Lu Chen's repeated system announcements made him a figure who could truly influence the course of the entire era during the age of demonic energy invasion. While the outside world was in turmoil, Lu Chen continued to communicate with the village chief in the small courtyard of the village chief's residence in Silvermoon Village. After the village chief announced that Lu Chen had perfectly completed the quest, he smiled and said, "The legendary item I promised you before, I will give it to you now." He flipped his hand, and a scroll appeared in his grasp. Lu Chen was taken aback. He had originally thought it would be some legendary equipment. He didn't expect it to be a scroll, which left him a bit disappointed. However, Lu Chen quickly came to terms with it. A scroll could still be useful. After all, if used well, a scroll could have great effects. He took the scroll and began to examine it. Heavenly Crystal Guardian Scroll, legendary, upon use, grants a shield with 500,000 health. During the shield's existence, damage taken is reduced by 50%. Usage level, level 10. Lu Chen. What the hell? Is this really a legendary scroll? This is just absurd. Not only does it grant a shield of 500,000, but it also reduces damage by 50%? If he had the Heavenly Crystal Guardian Scroll earlier, he could have smashed the barbarian Liao. However, using this on a mere barbarian would be a waste. With this scroll, even facing high-level lords or even king-level monsters, Lu Chen would dare to fight. He smiled and said, "Thank you, old village chief. This is very useful." The old village chief nodded with a smile. "You should have heard from the battle axe about the advancement tasks, right? In the advancement tasks, you can use various items. With this scroll, you should have some hope of completing higher-level difficulties." Lu Chen nodded slightly. He indeed needed to gather various trump cards to prepare for the advancement tasks. The little demon nest had now opened its dungeon so he could change his equipment to all level 10 legendary or even epic gear. Additionally, he wanted to acquire some high-level skill stones to upgrade all his current skills to their maximum potential. If he could obtain some powerful scrolls, that would be even better. Thank you for the reminder, old village chief. I will. Be careful. The old village chief smiled and nodded. If you have hope, you should still challenge the high-difficulty advancement tasks. This will be very beneficial for your future path. I will. The old village chief hesitated for a moment, then spoke. You were able to destroy the little demon nest just 3 days into the public beta. Your talent is the highest I have ever seen. I have a collection here that might be useful to you. Lu Chen thought of the unknown fragment in the task rewards and curiously asked, what is it? The old village chief smiled slightly. It is one of the keys to an ancient relic. A key to an ancient relic? What kind of relic? Lu Chen asked in astonishment. The old village chief shook his head. I'm not sure what kind of relic it is. This was something I stumbled upon when we, the Silver Moon humans, had just perished in the universe and entered the game world. I am now just a wisp of a soul. This is of no use to me anymore. But you are different. Your talent is strong, and it may have significant effects for you. Saying this, the old village chief took out a triangular prism, which was pure white and emanated wisps of white mist, looking quite extraordinary. Lu Chen took the prism and checked its attributes. Unknown fragment, legendary. This fragment radiates pure light power and seems to be one of the keys to some ancient relic. Lu Chen showed a hint of surprise. Just a key, and it's a legendary item? What level is this relic? Lu Chen felt a mix of excitement and helplessness. He still had no idea where the other keys were. He was even more clueless about the information regarding the ancient relic. It was uncertain whether he could gather all the keys, let alone unlock the ancient relic. He decided to put it away for now. If it wasn't useful in the future, it would still be a nice collection. Lu Chen placed the key into his backpack. Then he looked at the old village chief and smiled. Chief, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The little demon nest has been destroyed, so there shouldn't be any major dangers for Silver Moon Village now. The old village chief nodded with a smile, then suddenly remembered something and called out to Lu Chen. Hey, wait a moment. Lu Chen was startled and looked at the old village chief. What's wrong? The old village chief looked at Lu Chen with a complex expression, then chuckled lightly. Seeing you reminds me of my son from years ago. Thinking about it, I haven't seen my son for several years now. I wonder how he is doing. If possible, I would like to entrust you with another task. A task? Lu Chen was instantly excited. Village chief, just say the word and I will definitely get it done for you. The old village chief smiled. With your talent, you will surely go to the central continent in the future. If you encounter my son and daughter-in-law there, I hope you can tell them that the Silver Moon humans have always been here, and even if we haven't found a way to revive them, no one will blame them. At this point, the old village chief paused, then spoke with some pain. Also tell them that this old man is useless and their child died under my care. Lu Chen fell silent. The son and daughter-in-law were far away, yet their child had died in his hometown under his watch. The old village chief must feel extremely guilty. However, Lu Chen thought the old village chief's son and daughter-in-law probably wouldn't be able to accept it either. Lu Chen recalled the soul bloom potion that the old village chief had asked the matchmaker to concoct. This potion was likely what the old village chief intended to use as a last resort to burn the last bit of his strength for the remnants of the Silver Moon humans. All beings suffer. Ding, task discovered. The village chief's request. Do you accept? Lu Chen silently chose yes. Task, the village chief's request. Unique description. The village chief of Silver Moon Village hopes you can go to the central continent to find his son Ming and daughter-in-law and tell them what the village chief said. Note, this task has no time limit. Rewards, experience points, 8,000 gold coins, holy level skill stones *3, holy level skill, Silver Moon battle body, Silver Moon human leader favorability plus 30, Silver Moon human favorability plus 50. Lu Chen's pupils dilated slightly, almost exclaiming, what the heck? Holy level skills? And holy level skill stones? Right now, Lu Chen found it hard to even obtain high-level skill stones, let alone holy-level skill stones. The rewards for this task were indeed incredibly generous. Lu Chen smiled and said, don't worry, village chief, I will find them. The old village chief nodded slightly, chuckling, then I'll trouble you, little one. After that, the old village chief said no more. Lu Chen left Silver Moon Village. At this time, the game time for the day was also about to end. Lu Chen was too lazy to leave the village. He planned to sit in the tavern for a while, pass the time, and look for the battle axe mentor to see if there were any new skills. After all, he was already level 10, and the only skill he had learned from the battle axe was charge. It was simply ridiculous. He had almost forgotten to ask the battle axe if there were any new skills. Now was just the right time to inquire. Arriving at the tavern, the battle axe was sitting in his usual spot, drinking. The table was littered with wine jars. Lu Chen walked over, and all the original residents of Silver Moon Village greeted him. Lord Lu Chen, how are you? Lord Lu Chen, thank you for eliminating the little demon tribe and saving Silver Moon Village. The battle axe, originally in a drunken haze, turned to look at the voices. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the drunkenness vanished, and he laughed heartily. Aha, look who has come. The savior of Silver Moon Village, the nemesis of the little demons. Lu Chen felt a black line on his forehead. When did he get such a strange nickname? But it sounded pretty good. At least, it was much better than what his adoptive father called him. The players nearby looked at Lu Chen with envy. Look at him, how glorious. Wherever he goes, the natives give him the highest respect. And what about them? Wherever they go, the natives roll their eyes. This gap could drive someone to depression. Lu Chen walked over and sat down opposite the battle axe, smiling. Hello, battle axe mentor. The battle axe looked Lu Chen up and down, making Lu Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Lu Chen, feeling the pressure, said, Mentor, why are you looking at me like that? I like women, thank you. Jianfu was taken aback, then said in silence, I see you want to see what makes you different. Just a few days into the public test, and you can already destroy a little demon lair. With your talent, you might be among the very best in the entire galaxy. Hiss. The warrior. Players nearby, hoping to gain skills or quests from Jianfu, all gasped in shock. Their eyes widened, expressions stunned. It's important to note that Yuanqing is an incredibly insignificant existence in the galaxy. Before the cosmic game, they were uncertain if there were other races in the galaxy. But now, even the Orion arm has at least 4 races, so one can imagine how many races exist in the galaxy. Among so many beings, the talent of their adoptive father is considered top-notch? This is not just an adoptive father, even a biological father wouldn't be this impressive, right? The group of warrior players wished they could directly cling to Lu Chen's leg. However, since Lu Chen was conversing with Jianfu, they didn't dare to do so, fearing offending the 2 big shots. Offending Jianfu would mean they couldn't learn skills, and offending Lu Chen would leave them with nowhere to cry. Without Lu Chen lifting a finger, the Shenbird Army, Tianyue Guild, and Player Management Bureau would throw them out. Especially the Player Management Bureau, who doesn't know that Lin Yingying is a fervent fan leader. Who knows what crazy things such a person might do for Lu Chen? Hearing Jianfu's words, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Jianfu mentor, are there many races in the galaxy? How strong are they? Jianfu smiled and said, not too many, there are dozens at least. Compared to other star systems, the galaxy is a remote area of the universe, relatively barren, with fewer beings. Lu Chen, 6. If a barren galaxy has dozens of races, how many races must the more powerful star systems have? The universe is truly vast. As for strength, Jianfu paused, then smiled. There are 3 most powerful races in the galaxy, all possessing god-level strength. They are the rulers of the galaxy and the main force against the invasion of demonic energy. You will encounter them in the central continent. In the future, Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp. Just in the galaxy, there are 3 races with god-level beings. How many gods must there be in the entire universe? Even such a powerful universe cannot completely eradicate the invasion of demonic energy. One can imagine how strong the demonic invasion is. Seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, Jianfu chuckled, you're still not at the first level, so consider the other races in the Orion continent. Those powerful races have existed in the online game for countless years. They don't need you to think about them now. Hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses. Indeed, he had only been in the public test for a few days. Given some time, he might not lose to the strong of other races. With this thought, the pressure in Lu Chen's heart eased a bit. He asked, by the way, mentor, I'm now level 10. Are there any new skills I can learn? Jianfu chuckled lightly, I thought you had forgotten. There is indeed a new skill you can learn. A panel appeared in front of Jianfu, displaying the skills available for learning. Cleave, level 1, swing your weapon to launch a powerful attack, dealing 120% damage to the 3 targets in front, cooldown time 4 seconds. Lu Chen decisively learned it. After learning the skill, Lu Chen used minor skill stones and primary skill stones to upgrade Cleave until he could no longer do so. Cleave. Level 8, swing your weapon to launch a powerful attack, dealing 190% damage to the 3 targets in front, cooldown time 4 seconds. Each level increases damage by 10%, which can only be said to be better than nothing. At the very least, it allows for an additional skill attack every 4 seconds, which is an improvement. Of course, this is for Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen possesses a more powerful area attack like Sweep. For other warrior players, Cleave might be their only area attack at level 10. Of course, it was a powerful skill. After learning the skill, Lu Chen felt quite satisfied. After bidding farewell to the battle axe, he logged out of the game directly in the tavern. Not long ago, inside the Great Xia Palace. After confirming with Wang Bing, Xia Yan left the game immediately. Dressed in a simple white long dress, she lay on the bed, her slender figure fully visible. After getting up from the bed, Xia Yan walked out of the bedroom. Outside the bedroom, 2 personal maids were waiting. As the 3rd princess, Xia Yan was already very favored within the palace. Her 2 personal maids had grown up with her since childhood. Although they were master and servant, they were as close as sisters. As the princess's personal maids, both of them were top-notch in terms of figure, appearance, and knowledge. Seeing Xia Yan come out, one of the maids, Wang Yaoyao, was somewhat surprised and said, "Your Highness, why are you out so soon? It shouldn't be time yet, right?" The other maid, named Lin Ming, also looked at Xia Yan with curiosity. Xia Yan hurriedly replied, "There's an urgent matter, I need to see father." Wang Yaoyao and Lin Ming exchanged glances. They rarely saw Xia Yan looking so anxious. The two quickly began to help Xia Yan get ready, and then she rushed out of the sleeping quarters with them. Outside Xia Yan's sleeping quarters, several female soldiers in Great Xia military uniforms were on duty. Upon seeing Xia Yan, they immediately saluted. "We greet the third princess." They all knew that Xia Yan was the only public tester in the royal family, highly valued by Emperor Xia and naturally respected her greatly. Moreover, they were sent by Emperor Xia to ensure Xia Yan's safety, just in case. Although Xia Yan wasn't particularly worried about her safety, she was no longer a defenseless woman. After becoming a player, her various attributes had improved, making her physique stronger than that of male special forces soldiers. Not to mention, as a mage, she had her own means of self-preservation and possessed extraordinary spells. However, since her father was concerned about her, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Xia Yan nodded and said, "I need to see father, please escort me there." Upon hearing this, the female soldiers exchanged glances and then all nodded. Emperor Xia had long given orders that Xia Yan's matters were to be prioritized. One of the female soldiers went to fetch a military vehicle. Xia Yan and her two maids got into the military vehicle together. The vehicle headed towards Emperor Xia's sleeping quarters. It was now close to 7 in the morning and the sky was still somewhat dim. Outside Emperor Xia's sleeping quarters, several soldiers were on guard. Upon seeing the military vehicle approach, the soldiers frowned. These soldiers were from the Xianbird army. They were on a rotating schedule, responsible for guarding Emperor Xia's safety. After all, with the invasion of demonic energy and the presence of assassins among the players, Emperor Xia, as an ordinary person, naturally needed higher-level protection. And the Xianbird army was clearly the most suitable choice. When the Xianbird soldiers saw Xia Yan, their previously furrowed brows immediately relaxed. They respectfully saluted. "We greet your highness." Xia Yan slightly nodded. "Is father inside?" The attendant who had been guarding outside quickly replied, "Replying to your highness, his majesty is resting." Xia Yan said, "Inform father that I have urgent matters to discuss with him." Now, the attendant was taken aback. However, the attendant quickly remembered Emperor Xia's instructions. As long as it was the third princess who wanted to meet, it had to be reported immediately. After all, everyone in the palace knew that the third princess was a public tester. Now, Emperor Xia's attitude towards the third princess made several princes envious. Rumors had even spread that Great Xia would soon have another empress. It should be noted that in the entire 3,000-year history of Great Xia, among dozens of emperors, only 3 empresses had appeared. For a woman to become an emperor was enough to prove her own strength. Now, the third princess Xia Yan might become the 4th empress of Great Xia. The attendant gritted their teeth and respectfully said, "Please wait a moment, your highness, I will go report to his majesty right away." After speaking, he turned and entered the inner palace. Just a minute later, a servant hurriedly came out and respectfully said to Xia Yan, "Your highness, his majesty requests your presence." Xia Yan nodded slightly and then walked into the inner palace. The servant closed the door behind her. The lights were already on in the inner palace, and Xia Yan saw the summer emperor dressed in pajamas, sitting on the bed with a hint of drowsiness on his face. As the emperor of the Great Xia, he was naturally busy, having gone to bed only at 2 in the morning. Being called up at this hour, one could imagine how tired he must be. However, even in his fatigue, the emperor still bore the dignity of his position. He looked at Xia Yan with a gentle smile. "Yener, why have you come to see your father so suddenly?" Upon seeing the summer emperor, a smile also appeared on Xia Yan's usually cold face. She first bowed and then said with a smile, "Father, I have something to report, and it's all good news." The emperor's expression changed, becoming serious. "Is it about the game?" Xia Yan nodded, "Yes." The emperor was already sitting on the edge of the bed and spoke. "Is it again related to that Lu Chen?" Xia Yan smiled. "Father, you are truly clever." The emperor shook his head and smiled wryly. "Every time something major happens, isn't it always because of him? It's a pity we can't find anyone else, otherwise, I would definitely treat him with national gifts." When Lu Chen reached level 10, the summer emperor naturally received the news. He was incredibly excited at the time. With an additional 50 million open beta slots, perhaps a few more strong individuals would emerge in the Great Xia. If the Xia family could produce a few more open beta players, that would be the best. As the emperor, he naturally hoped to become an open beta player himself. This way, in the future, he could better lead the people of Great Xia into a new era. Hearing this, Xia Yan couldn't help but chuckle. "Father, you might really have to treat him with national gifts." "Oh, how so?" The emperor looked at Xia Yan with some surprise. He understood Xia Yan. She always spoke with evidence and never exaggerated. This indicated that Lu Chen had accomplished something significant again. Xia Yan's expression turned serious as she said, Lu Chen has obtained controllable nuclear fusion and related technology through the game. What? Even the composed Summer Emperor widened his eyes and stood up abruptly. He breathed a little heavily and looked at Xia Yan again, asking, really? Xia Yan was not surprised at the Emperor's astonishment. She smiled. Father, how could I dare to deceive you? The Emperor clenched his hands and asked, then can you contact Lu Chen to trade this technology? Xia Yan chuckled lightly. Father, I haven't finished speaking yet. Lu Chen has given this technology to our great Xia for free. The Emperor? The Emperor's expression was one of utter shock. As the Emperor of Great Xia, although he was not a scientist, he had some understanding of controllable nuclear fusion. He knew that if it could truly be developed, humanity would possess unlimited energy at this stage. This could be considered a priceless treasure. Yet Lu Chen was willing to give this to Great Xia? What kind of magnanimity was this? The Emperor paced for a moment, unable to help but exclaim, Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, what kind of person is he, to give away such a priceless treasure so readily? Xia Yan deeply agreed. After all, as an open beta player, she understood Lu Chen better than the Emperor did. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration as she said, perhaps what father said before was not wrong. A person like him is indeed a remarkable figure of our time, a pioneer of humanity. The Emperor chuckled lightly, although I think so, I didn't expect him to give me such a big surprise so quickly. After a moment of silence, the Emperor's expression turned serious as he said, although Lu Chen said he has given us controllable nuclear fusion and related technology, we in Great Xia naturally cannot show no gratitude. Xia Yan nodded, I think so too. That's also the reason I came to find you, father. What should we do now? The Summer Emperor fell silent for a moment before speaking. Lu Chen is not lacking in money, and he seems to be indifferent to fame and fortune, but our Great Xia still needs to express our sincerity. He hesitated for a moment and slowly continued, Lu Chen is exceptionally talented, and in such a short time he has brought so many benefits to Great Xia. Now he is gifting us priceless treasures, serving the country and the people. He can be considered a pillar of the nation. He should be appointed as the Grand Minister and conferred a title of nobility. I will issue a decree immediately to appoint Lu Chen as the Grand Minister and the Prince of Talents. He will enjoy all the privileges of a noble and a Grand Minister. Yenner, what do you think? Although Xia Yan had thought that the Summer Emperor would offer Lu Chen quite a few things, including money and privileges, she never expected the Emperor to go this far. Grand Minister, Prince of Talents, a pillar of the nation and a prince named after the heavens. What kind of person could bear such a title? Xia Yan was momentarily stunned. However, she also felt that Lu Chen truly deserved it. She replied, everything is up to father. After a pause, she continued, but father, Lu Chen has never revealed his identity in reality. This decree might be difficult to write. The Summer Emperor had also thought of this. He waved his hand dismissively, no matter, isn't there a title of adoptive father being given to Lu Chen online? I don't even know who started it. The formal decree can be issued later. For now, we can use adoptive father as a substitute. Xia Yan's expression became somewhat strange. She had already thought of the content of the notice. Confer the title of adoptive father as Grand Minister and Prince of Talents. At this thought, even someone as cool and proud as Xia Yan felt goosebumps rising. She snorted lightly, it's all titles spread by Wang Bing, the kid from the Wang family? The Summer Emperor nodded thoughtfully, that kid is quite clever. The commander of the Xian Bird Army is you, Yenner, you might consider reusing him. Xia Yan nodded slightly, I understand, father. During this time, it has indeed been Wang Bing helping me connect with Lu Chen, but Lu Chen is already level 10, so he should be about to leave the novice village. Once I leave the novice village, I will go meet him. The Summer Emperor nodded slightly, meet him soon and have a chat. Don't let him be wooed away by people from other countries. At this point, the Summer Emperor paused and then said, but no matter what, Lu Chen's future is probably no longer with our Great Xia. With the talent and strength he has shown, we cannot hold on to him. It would be better to establish a good relationship. After all, he is one of our Great Xia people. With his character, he should not disappoint Great Xia in the future. Xia Yan nodded, I will listen to father. The Summer Emperor looked at Xia Yan's stunningly beautiful face, a light smile appearing on his face. Yenner, you are not young anymore, you can consider your lifelong matters. Lu Chen is a very good choice. If you two can be together, who among your brothers would dare to contest the throne with you in the future? Even Xia Yan felt her expression slightly redden upon hearing the Summer Emperor's words, not out of shyness, but rather embarrassment. She helplessly said, father, I haven't even met him yet. Please don't be like that Lu Chang from the Lu family, always trying to make him your son-in-law. The Summer Emperor was taken aback and raised an eyebrow. Lu Chang? No wonder he is from a business family, he has some foresight. He shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. Since that's the case, I won't say more. You may go. Xia Yan took her leave and turned to exit the Summer Emperor's palace. The Summer Emperor stood by the window, quietly watching Xia Yan leave in a military vehicle, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. His last words were not just casual remarks. This game involved too much. If Xia Yan could really be with Lu Chen, given Lu Chen's displayed talent and the understanding of his character by many experts, he would most likely help Xia Yan. If Xia Yan became stronger, then the Xia family would become stronger. And the Xia family represents the people of Great Xia. With this connection, the future Great Xia would likely far exceed its current state. Controlled nuclear fusion. I didn't expect that even real-world technology could be rewarded in the game. Emperor Xia sighed. If Xia Yan could really be with Lu Chen, then perhaps the Great Xia could become a powerful empire traversing the stars in the future. Emperor Xia shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He spoke, "Come here." He was about to issue a decree. After 8 o'clock, Lu Chen left the game and returned to reality. After getting up, Lu Chen stretched, his bones cracking all over. Because his basic attributes had reached the limit of a Yuan star human, Lu Chen's physique improved. Day by day. 8-pack abs, a V-shaped waist, defined obliques, and clear muscle lines on his chest. With a physique like this, if he posted it online, it would probably make many girls swoon. He glanced at his body and smiled with satisfaction. First, he ordered breakfast, then washed up. After washing up, breakfast delivery arrived. While eating, Lu Chen opened the official forum and started scrolling. Today's forum background had turned a solemn gold, and the homepage displayed only one interface. Emperor Xia's personal decree, foster father of Silver Moon Village as the Prime Minister, the King of Talents. Lu Chen? He choked on his food upon seeing this news, coughing repeatedly. Fortunately, his strength was formidable, and his body was tough enough, otherwise he would have suspected he might choke to death. What the heck? Prime Minister? King of Talents? Me? Lu Chen was shocked. Another king with a different surname, and now a Prime Minister? When did I become so impressive? Moreover, speaking of which, could they change the nickname for such a formal announcement? Damn it, using foster father in this news, are they trying to make me socially die on the spot? Little did Lu Chen know, it wasn't that the publicity department didn't want to change the title. After all, the nickname foster father was indeed a bit absurd. The main issue was that Lu Chen's information couldn't be queried, and in the minds of the vast Great Xia players, whenever Lu Chen was mentioned, the words foster father immediately came to mind. So, there was no choice but to use this nickname. Lu Chen clicked on the homepage, where the specific content of the decree was detailed. It stated that Lu Chen was exceptionally talented and had brought considerable benefits to the Great Xia citizens, such as various equipment, the attribute boosts from level 10, and enhancements to human potential, among others. Lu Chen felt a bit ashamed looking at it. Aside from the equipment, the other benefits weren't exclusive to Great Xia players but were rewards for the entire Yuan Star. And as for the equipment, to be honest, Lu Chen had also paid for it. It could be said that it was a straightforward transaction. It wasn't as selfless as the decree suggested. The decree went on to mention Lu Chen's martial prowess, stating that he single-handedly destroyed the little demon's lair. Ultimately, he gifted the acquired controlled nuclear fusion technology to Great Xia for the country and the people. Upon reading this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Emperor Xia to directly mention this matter. Although the announcement of Lu Chen obtaining this technology had been heard across the Yuan Star, players from other countries would definitely spread the news, and it wasn't a secret that Lu Chen had acquired this technology. However, that he gifted this technology to Great Xia was not widely known. It wouldn't have been difficult to keep it under wraps. But Emperor Xia had chosen to announce it directly. Lu Chen thought for a moment, speculating that it might be to attract the attention of various factions. After all, Great Xia was powerful, and even with controlled nuclear fusion, other countries could only negotiate with Great Xia through diplomatic means. But if Lu Chen alone possessed it, that would be different. Lu Chen also didn't believe that a country would only use surface-level tactics. This could be seen as a form of protection for him. Of course, this was just Lu Chen's speculation, as he wasn't Emperor Xia. How could he know the specific reasons? Ultimately, the title conferred upon Lu Chen also indicated that he could accept the decree at any time. The residences for the Prime Minister and the King of Talents had already begun preparations for Lu Chen, with various rewards for the Prime Minister and the King of Talents already, and various privileges available for use at any time. Lu Chen felt a bit tempted looking at it all. But in the end, Lu Chen still chose to play it safe for now about if he went to receive the Imperial Edict now, his identity would be exposed. Although with his current attributes and equipment, ordinary firearms should pose no threat to him, human weapons are not limited to just regular guns. There are also sniper rifles, various types of shells, and even nuclear bombs. If his identity were to leak out and some deranged individual decided to drop a nuclear bomb on him, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. It would be better to wait until he could withstand a nuclear bomb before considering it. Lu Chen felt that being cautious was never a bad idea. After all, he was living quite comfortably these days. He didn't have to go to work, and aside from playing games, he spent his time reading novels and watching short videos of girls dancing. The comments were disabled under the book, so there were no comments from the brothers in the forum. However, as soon as Lu Chen left the homepage, he quickly saw various discussion Threads about him being conferred the title of Grand Minister and the Heroic King. Curiosity piqued, Lu Chen clicked to take a look. Wow, my adoptive father is amazing. That's controllable nuclear fusion. He actually gave it directly to the Great Xia? You could say that. My adoptive father just gifted something more precious than a planet. Is controllable nuclear fusion really that impressive? What exactly is it? The person above must not have read any books, go search for it yourself. Wow. I searched it and I initially thought the Emperor's reward was too exaggerated, but now it seems quite reasonable. Yeah, that's something that could advance human civilization. Significantly, conferring a title of king is completely justified. I even think marrying a princess would be normal. Marrying a princess, 666. I also hope my adoptive father can become the prince consort of our Great Xia, that way he won't be taken away by others. What the person above said makes sense. During this time, with all the system announcements, who knows how many countries are envious of our adoptive father? After reaching level 10, many people will definitely come to tempt him. I heard from a friend that in the Lionheart Kingdom, the Lionheart King seems to want my adoptive father to become a prince, and the eldest princess doesn't seem to have explicitly opposed it. Wow. Damn it, foreign women are starting to make moves already? Of course, our Great Xia's princess is more appealing. Thus, the discussion veered off, debating which country's princess was more beautiful. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. It was as if they expected him to marry a princess. There were thousands of discussions, and most players agreed that Lu Chen deserved the reward. Of course, there were a few who thought he was unworthy, believing that it was only natural for the citizens of Great Xia to offer good things to their country, so why should the reward be so high? However, these people were mercilessly criticized. Some were also discussing who Lu Chen really was and whether he would go to receive the edict. Most believed he would go, but a small minority thought he wouldn't. They could only argue back and forth. Lu Chen, feeling amused, left a comment. I think he will definitely go. Such a high reward, if he doesn't go, that would be a loss. His comment received a few likes. Satisfied, he closed the thread and began to browse other posts. Most of the game website was filled with news from within the game. There were also reports about other novice villages where the Xianbird army found areas with all elite monsters resembling dungeons. There were also international news reports, such as the statistics of dungeons, appearing in various countries. The Baron Empire had only one, the Lionheart Kingdom had only one, while other countries had many, and some still didn't have a single dungeon. It was easy to imagine how exaggerated it was that Silvermoon Village had 3 dungeons. Lu Chen glanced at the discussion threads, all filled with "Praise my adoptive father." Looking at the uniform replies, he felt a headache coming on. Alright, so this is how we're playing it? They really treated him like some evil god, didn't they? Lu Chen thought to himself and echoed, "Praise my adoptive father." Soon, Lu Chen came across a post that made him furrow his brows. Qinglin Village has discovered traces of little demons, suspected signs of an invasion. This was the first time he had seen traces of little demons in other novice villages. Previously, the little demon in Silvermoon Village had come to destroy Silvermoon Village. Lu Chen understood at that time that other novice villages might also have little demons. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Before, players had low levels and could only access limited areas, so they hadn't discovered the existence of little demons. Now, most players were already level 5, starting to enter deeper areas and beginning to find traces of little demons. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Fortunately, he had informed Wang Bing and the others earlier, and they had spread the news of the demon invasion in novice villages through their respective channels. Now, all players in the Great Xia knew about the dangers posed by the demon invasion. Lu Chen opened the post to take a look and saw that players were expressing their concerns. They hoped that no demons would invade their novice villages. If they couldn't stop it, the novice village would be lost and leveling up would become extremely difficult. After reading, Lu Chen pondered, generally speaking, it would take a few days for the little demons to attack the city. In these few days, aside from the items he needed, he should farm some more equipment and scrolls. If any novice village was in danger, he could sell them to Wang Bing, who would send them to that village's Xianbird army. After breakfast, Lu Chen looked at the posts for a while longer. Once he finished reading the interesting posts, he opened the game, planning to play a few rounds. Time quickly approached noon, and just then, a grand voice suddenly echoed in the sky again. Humans of Yuansheng, the second batch of public test qualifications is now being distributed. Lu Chen was taken aback, then remembered that this was the reward he received for reaching level 10. Yuansheng would release 50 million public test slots. Were they starting to distribute them now? Sure enough, after a while, the grand voice sounded again. 50 million public test slots have all been distributed. It really was 50 million. Adding the previous 20 million, there were now 70 million public test slots in total for Yuansheng. However, compared to the more than 8 billion humans in Yuansheng, less than 1% were public testers. This ratio was actually not high. Now that the demonic energy invasion had begun, even the powerful human race of Silvermoon was perishing in the invasion. Lu Chen felt that the more players there were, the better. It would be best if everyone were a public tester. He wondered if there would be other ways to obtain public test slots. In the future? Lu Chen speculated that perhaps when he reached level 20 or 30, there would be more public test slot rewards? He shook his head, deciding not to think too much about it. There was no use in worrying about these things. Now, he just needed to focus on leveling up. Just then, Lu Chen's phone suddenly rang. He checked and found it was a text from his mother, Du Shu Fa. Son, I've arrived at the train station in Xianhai City. I'll be heading to your place soon. Lu Chen was taken aback, then remembered his mother had said she would come to Xianhai City today. He didn't expect her to arrive so quickly. He smiled slightly. Okay, be careful on the way. Alright, don't eat lunch yet, we'll go eat together later, Du Shu Fa replied, and Lu Chen responded with an okay. Lu Chen's current residence was on the outskirts of the city, not too far from the train station. As Lu Chen's mother, Du Shu Fa, certainly knew where he lived. In just half an hour, there was a knock on Lu Chen's room door. He walked over to open it, and standing outside was a middle-aged woman. The woman's features still showed signs of her youthful beauty, but due to fatigue, her complexion wasn't very good, and there were already some crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, with a few silver strands mixed in her black hair. This was Lu Chen's mother, Du Shu Fa. To be honest, Du Shu Fa was only in her 40s and shouldn't have had gray hair so soon, but the family's debts and the death of her husband had brought her immense hardship. It seemed that now everything was getting better. Lu Chen smiled and said, Mom, come in quickly. Du Shu Fa brought a suitcase, and Lu Chen quickly took it and pushed it inside. Du Shu Fa looked Lu Chen up and down and smiled. It's been a while since we last met. You seem to have lost a bit of weight, but you look more spirited than before. Lu Chen chuckled. It's all thanks to the game. My attributes are really high now, so of course I look more energetic. Previously, Lu Chen often worked overtime, exhausted every day. How could he look spirited? Now his attributes exceeded those of an ordinary person by more than 10 times, so he naturally appeared more vibrant. Then Lu Chen thought of something, looked at Du Shu Fa, and asked with some anticipation, by the way, Mom, didn't they just release new open beta slots? Did you get one? Du Shu Fa sighed and shook her head. I'm not lucky, I didn't get one. Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed but understood. After all, there was only a 1% chance of getting an open beta slot. The odds were indeed low. If Du Shu Fa could participate in the open beta, Lu Chen could support her with some good items, but it seemed she wouldn't be able to for a while. He comforted her. It's okay, Mom, after all, your son is an open beta tester now, and my strength isn't weak. We're not short on money, so when the demonic invasion happens, I'll protect you. Du Shu Fa looked at Lu Chen's radiant smile, and a hint of daze flashed in her eyes. She hadn't realized that her child had unknowingly grown into a responsible man. Seeing Du Shu Fa lost in thought, Lu Chen asked curiously, what's wrong? Du Shu Fa came back to her senses and smiled, shaking her head. It's nothing. Shall we go eat first? Aren't you hungry? Lu Chen nodded. Sure, let's go look at houses this afternoon. I earned another 20 million today, so we can buy a nicer place. Du Shu Fa widened her eyes in shock, looking at Lu Chen. Another 20 million? Her expression was a bit strange. When did money become so easy to earn? She had checked the official game forum and had never seen other players say that it was easy to make money in the game. What exactly had her son done in the game? Du Shu Fa was a bit curious. However, since Lu Chen didn't say anything, she naturally didn't ask further. Lu Chen smiled. There will be plenty every day from now on. In fact, Lu Chen had already earned over 10,000 gold coins today. This meant that his income today exceeded 100 million. However, Lu Chen only withdrew 20 million, leaving the rest of the gold coins in the game. After all, in reality, 20 million a day was enough. Although he couldn't use the gold coins in the game right now, they might have other uses in the future. The game was what he should focus on the most. Originally, Du Shu Fa was thinking of advising Lu Chen to save a bit, but seeing him say this, she thought for a moment and nodded. She chuckled. Alright, then let's go take a look later. Lu Chen said, Mom, we'll buy it under your name. I can't use my ID to buy a house because of the game. Du Shu Fa was taken aback. Although she didn't understand why Lu Chen couldn't use his ID to buy a house, she still nodded. Okay. In her view, her son had grown up, and if she could help, she certainly would. The two of them walked out of the small building and went to the mall to eat. While eating, they were already discussing the house hunting. After more than an hour of selection, they finally chose a 6-bedroom luxury flat in the city center, Jinting Garden. It was over 500 square meters, 1 unit per floor, with 2 private elevators. Each bedroom had a separate bathroom with dry and wet separation. Having such a large flat in the city center, especially in Xianhai City, was definitely considered luxurious. The price was also high, over 200,000 per square meter, totaling just over 100 million. This made Du Shu Fa repeatedly refuse, saying the house was too extravagant. After all, even when their family hadn't encountered any issues, they couldn't afford such a luxury home. However, Lu Chen ultimately decided to buy this one. Although this house is quite luxurious for Lu Chen at the moment, he really has no other place to spend his money. Since he can earn money, he might as well enjoy it a bit, right? He is a normal person, not a monk. With few desires, what's the point of having money if he doesn't enjoy it? Although he doesn't have enough money right now, he has 3 dungeons to run every day, so making a small profit of 50 million shouldn't be a problem. If he sells more gold tomorrow, the money will be enough. The main thing is that Lu Chen can earn so much gold every day, even if he leaves most of it in the game, he doesn't know how to spend the remaining gold when he converts it to cash. Seeing Lu Chen's insistence, Du Shuefei felt a bit helpless. In the end, she chose to agree. One good thing about this house is that it has already been beautifully renovated, so he can just move in with his bags, which is convenient and easy. Since he would only have the money to buy it outright tomorrow, Lu Chen didn't plan to go house hunting today. As for Du Shuefei, she planned to spend the night at a hotel today. After all, Lu Chen's small apartment only has 1 bed. After finishing lunch, Du Shuefei followed Lu Chen back to the small apartment, naturally helping him tidy up his dirty clothes in the room. While cleaning, she turned to Lu Chen with a smile and said, "Now our family doesn't owe any money, you can earn money yourself, and you're doing well in the game, which is quite appealing these days. You should also think about your lifelong matters." Lu Chen, here it comes. He knew that once his mom came here, she wouldn't let it go, and sure enough, it started already, right? He smiled helplessly and said, "I'm just getting started in the game, how can I have the heart to date?" Du Shuefei rolled her eyes and teased, "You, my child, have already quit your job, and you have nothing to do during the day. Why are you just lying at home? Isn't it better to go out and date some girls?" The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched as he defended, "I'm not working, but the girls have to work." Du Shuefei snorted lightly, as if they don't have weekends off. Lu Chen scratched his head helplessly. Dating is not something that can be rushed, it has to happen naturally. He decided that he absolutely could not tell his mother about the game. If she found out about his identity in the game, she would probably find him hundreds of beautiful women to choose from. Seeing Lu Chen say this, Du Shuefei felt helpless too. She knew a little about Lu Chen's romantic history and was aware of his breakup with his ex-girlfriend. However, she didn't plan to bring up old matters. That would only make Lu Chen uncomfortable. She just hoped he could look forward and live better. "You handle it as you see fit." Du Shuefei shook her head and continued tidying up. After finishing the room for Lu Chen, it was already close to evening. Lu Chen and Du Shuefei went out for dinner, and afterward he took her to the hotel they had booked earlier. Watching Du Shuefei go upstairs, Lu Chen returned to his small apartment. In the apartment, he browsed through some girls and lay down until 8 in the evening before entering the game again. Lu Chen's location was still the tavern where he logged off. The first thing he did upon logging in was to put his gold up for sale. After all, he still needed to make money to buy a house. Of course, Lu Chen kept over 1,000 gold for emergencies. After doing all this, Lu Chen sent a message in the trading group. 3 dungeons in a row, come trade equipment. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, I'm all ready. Waiting outside the little demon camp. Wang Bing, I'm here too, adoptive father. Lin Ying, adoptive father, I now have a black one, and I can also run the little demon camp. I need to take my little brothers to run the little demon camp. I've already asked Fong Chi to wait for you at the entrance. Lu Chen wasn't surprised by Lin Ying's words. After all, if Lin Ying runs a dungeon once, with so many bosses in the little demon camp, she could drop some green equipment, and if luck is good, maybe even some blue equipment. Plus, with so many elites, there would definitely be some gains. These gains are separate and don't need to compete with Lu Chang and Wang Bing. As one of the leaders of the Player Management Bureau, Lin Ying also needed to contribute to the bureau. Lu Chang and Wang Bing looked at Lin Ying's message with envy. They still hadn't cleared the little demon camp. With the increase in their equipment levels, they had managed to defeat the earlier bosses, but the last 2 had remained elusive. They never expected that Lin Ying, thanks to the skill book given by Lu Chen, would actually get ahead of them. How could Lu Chang and Wang Bing not be envious? Lu Chen, alright, I'll head to the little demon camp now. Lu Chen left the tavern, mounted his beloved demonic wolf, and ran towards the little demon camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Lu Chen joined Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Fong Chi, who were waiting at the entrance, and they entered the little demon camp together. Just like before, they swept through the place effortlessly, and in less than half an hour, Lu Chen had cleared the little demon camp. Even the final boss, Maglon, was taken down in an instant by Lu Chen. He designated all the dropped equipment from the dungeon as priest gear. He hadn't forgotten the promise he made yesterday to help the priests, ensuring each would receive 3 pieces of green equipment. In total, there were over 200 pieces. Each little demon elite dropped twice, and aside from attribute stones and skill stones, Lu Chen chose all the equipment. The green equipment dropped from a single dungeon exceeded 200 pieces, more than enough to distribute. Lu Chen traded the priest equipment to the 3 of them, allowing them to allocate it among themselves. As for the scattered priests, he traded those to Fong Chi, asking him to contact Lin Ying for distribution. After all, the relationship between the Player Management Bureau and the scattered players was quite good. It was then that Lu Chen realized that several priests had chosen to join the Tianyue Guild after they finished the dungeon yesterday. The strength of the Tianyue Guild had also increased somewhat. Exiting the dungeon, Lu Chen glanced at the leaderboard beside him. Lin Ying still hadn't come out. When Lu Chen had just logged into the game, Lin Ying had already led a team to tackle it. After running around for half an hour and Factoring in the time spent in the dungeon, it had been over an hour and Lin Yingying was still not out. One could only imagine how fast Lu Chen had been. Just then, the leaderboard fluctuated, revealing the second team. It was, indeed, the team led by Lin Yingying. At the same time, the regional announcement for Silvermoon Village rang out. Silvermoon Village regional announcement. Ding, congratulations to player Qin Xiaoxiao, formerly known as 4. Successfully clearing the Little Demon Camp dungeon with the team, rewarded with 10 gold coins, 2 free attribute points, a fine treasure chest *1, and Silvermoon Village reputation plus 50. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lin Yingying's name was missing? But soon he remembered that Lin Yingying had cleared it alongside him. This reward could obviously only be claimed once. Shortly after, Lin Yingying's team emerged from the dungeon. All the members of the Player Management Bureau had flushed faces filled with excitement. Especially Lin Yingying, who, with her black companion, strutted forward with an air of triumph, her expression brimming with joy. She was the second to clear the dungeon, right behind her adoptive father. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Lin Yingying's eyes lit up and she ran over. She beamed, adoptive father, I cleared the dungeon too. Am I amazing? Seeing Lin Yingying's eager expression for praise, Lu Chen gave a perfunctory nod. Oh, you really are amazing. Lin Yingying was overjoyed. She turned to Feng Qi, quickly disband the team. I want to go with my adoptive father to tackle another dungeon. Feng Qi? He looked completely innocent. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Wait, he hadn't said anything, and now he was being asked to disband the team? He had just started enjoying the rapid experience gained from following Lu Chen. But there was nothing he could do. After all, she was his superior. Feng Qi let out a resigned "oh" and then left the team. Lu Chen added Lin Yingying to the group. Lin Yingying turned to look at the sullen Lu Chang and Wang Bing, blinking her eyes. Why aren't you talking? Are you naturally not fond of speaking? Lu Chang, Wang Bing, the two were incredibly frustrated. Isn't that obvious? The three of them were clearly hanging out with Lu Chen, yet this guy had secretly taken off. Who could be happy about that? Lu Chen didn't expect Lin Yingying to have truly mastered his show-off skills. He nodded to himself. Not bad. Not bad. He said, alright, let's go to the Silver Moon Tomb. I'll head over first, you can take your time. The Silver Moon Tomb was no different from before, easily cleared. Along with the dungeon and the Little Demon Camp, Lu Chen sold all the various equipment and blueprints he obtained, totaling over 5,000 gold coins. Not too shabby. The remaining Little Demon Nest turned out to be a team dungeon for 200 players. This made Lu Chen's eyes widen, he just realized. However, this also made Lu Chen's eyes light up. A 200-player team dungeon, clearing it for the first time meant rewards for 200 people. Isn't this fantastic? Since there were so many slots available, Lu Chen naturally planned to fill them all. After all, the rewards for clearing a dungeon for the first time were quite good. Besides himself, he had Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying each arrange for their people to come in. All were priests and warriors. After all, with good equipment for priests and warriors, they could carry others through the dungeon. Each of the three factions provided 66 players. Besides Lu Chen, there was one extra slot, and the three of them rolled dice. The faction with the highest number got one more person. As a result, Wang Bing rolled a 3 and immediately fell silent. Lu Chang rolled a 78, while Lin Yingying rolled a 98. I have to say, Lu Chang had decent luck, but Lin Yingying was truly a lucky star. Lu Chen didn't expect her to be so lucky with the dice. No wonder she always got good stuff from treasure chests. In the end, the Player Management Bureau had one more slot, making it 67. Lu Chen waited outside the Little Demon Nest dungeon. Soon, a large group from the three factions came rushing over. Whether they had previously cleared the Silver Moon Tomb with Lu Chen or not, their expressions were all very excited, enthusiastically calling him foster father as they arrived. After all, they were going with Lu Chen to clear a level 10 dungeon. Who wouldn't be happy with rewards on the line? Lu Chen grouped everyone into a team and then led them into the dungeon. Upon seeing the black iron gate outside, the two small demon formations and the giant small demon guarding the entrance, they all gasped. What the hell? We just entered the dungeon, and there are already 4 bosses? So many elite monsters. This dungeon is outrageous, right? No wonder this dungeon requires 200 people. There are so many elite monsters in one formation. Plus a boss. If there were fewer people, we'd be crushed in no time. The players exclaimed in surprise, discussing among themselves. They were all top players from the three factions and had experienced the trials of the Little Demon Camp. In the Little Demon Camp, they had already faced death countless times, but now they realized that the Little Demon Camp was probably the easiest batch of dungeons. The 200-player team dungeon was the real outrageous one. Soon, they witnessed something even more outrageous. After Lu Chen selected the drops, he charged forward, then swept through, taking down half of the small demon formation in an instant. It was faster than mowing grass. Then they watched as Lu Chen killed all the small demons with one sword after another. Even the boss was taken down by Lu Chen in just 2 strikes. One after another, damage numbers of 7 or 8,000, even over. 10,000 left the high-end players of the three factions with their heads full of question marks. They were starting to doubt their lives. Wait, they all clearly participated in the open beta together, so why was the highest damage they dealt only in the hundreds while their foster father could deal over 10,000? This level of absurdity was just too ridiculous. Outside the black iron door, there were so many monsters that Lu Chen finished them off in just a few minutes. Looking at the various green and blue orbs floating above the corpses, those players who had already experienced the Silver Moon tomb were fine, but those who hadn't thought they were dreaming. The drop rate in this broken game was absurdly low. Even for elite monsters, the chance of dropping green equipment was very low, mostly yielding just 2 white items, and if luck was particularly bad, they might even drop gray items. Dropping 2 green items each time? They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. It was simply outrageous. After killing all the little demons, Lu Chen picked up the items and traded with Lin Yingying, Wang Bing, and Lu Chang on the spot. Just from this wave, Lu Chen earned over 1,000 gold coins. Lu Chang let out a slight sigh and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I don't know what's going on today. The amount of gold being sold on the platform is much higher than usual, and I managed to grab quite a bit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to buy much from this little demon nest." Wang Bing nodded in agreement. "I thought I was the only one who managed to grab some." "I didn't expect you, Director Lu, to get some too." Lin Yingying giggled. "I got some too. I wonder what's going on today. Did the gold farmers all agree to sell gold together?" Lu Chen listened to their conversation with a strange expression. This gold might have been sold by him, right? After all, he did sell quite a bit today. But thinking about how this gold was now flowing back into his pocket from Lu Chang and the others made Lu Chen's expression even more peculiar. He didn't say much. Efficiency was key. Then Lu Chen led the group deeper into the dungeon. The number of little demon soldiers around the lava hall was also enormous. However, Lu Chen was highly efficient, taking just over 10 minutes to kill all the little demon soldiers. A good portion of that time was spent selecting his drops. Fortunately, Lu Chen was now getting the hang of it, otherwise, it would have taken even longer. The final high-level boss was Flame Furnace Blacktooth. With a charge, Lu Chen unleashed a series of attacks: Savage Strike, Thunderous Strike, Sweep, Heavy Strike, Cleaving Slash, Bloodthirsty Strike, and a normal attack combo. One high damage number after another popped up. Damage in the 4,000 to 5,000 range kept appearing. Then all the players saw the terrifying health bar of Flame Furnace, which had a whopping 18,000 health points, drop to 0. Instant kill. A true instant kill of a high-level boss. All the players following Lu Chen were now numb. The power Lu Chen displayed was so overwhelming that they couldn't help but feel dazed. They looked at Lu Chen as if he were a deity. 18,000 health points. If it were them, they estimated they could last a few minutes. But for Lu Chen, 1 second was enough. They were left speechless, except for a wow. Many female players looked at Lu Chen with admiration. Most women were drawn to strength, and Lu Chen was so strong that it was incomprehensible. This naturally inspired admiration. Fortunately, as a high-level boss, Flame Furnace's drop list included a mid-level skill stone, which Lu Chen naturally selected right away. He casually used it on Cleaving Slash, leveling it up to level 9, increasing the damage by 200%, which was decent enough. After that, Lu Chen led the players down the path where General Blacktooth had been slaughtered. Along the way, Lu Chen continued to take down one little demon after another, whether they were bosses or high-level bosses, all falling to his might. The green and blue items Lu Chen selected included attribute stones and skill stones, as well as some potentially useful scrolls, like strength scrolls and stamina scrolls. The rest were all set items. As for the scrolls, Lu Chen planned to keep them for future use if a novice village was attacked by little demons. The equipment, of course, would be sold. He intended to keep the attribute stones and skill stones for himself to use later. Soon, Lu Chen and the group of players reached the end of the passage and witnessed the slaughter. After nearly an hour, Lu Chen cleared the little demons from the training ground. He sold the various items that dropped, earning over 3,000 gold coins. Adding to that, even before finishing the little demon lair, Lu Chen had already collected around 5,000 gold coins. If he completed the little demon lair, earning 7 or 8,000 gold coins should be no problem. This little demon lair was practically a treasure for Lu Chen, a treasure that continuously produced gold coins. Arriving at the slaughter, when he saw General Blacktooth's exaggerated health and attack, the players who had never encountered the Blacktooth Lord were dumbfounded. Is this for real? Over 120,000 health, more than 500 attack. Can a human even fight this? If this thing hits me once, I might just die on the spot. The warrior players, who were the main tanks of the team, were all discussing among themselves. Meanwhile, the priest players who had previously encountered the Blacktooth Lord showed disdain, feeling somewhat superior. What's all the fuss about? This is just a low-tier lord. Wait until you see the Blacktooth chief before you cheer. Exactly, that's a mid-tier lord. Over 230,000 health, 900 attack. This general will have you crying for your mothers. What will you do when you meet the chief? Right. You all are warriors like the adoptive father. Can't you stop embarrassing him? This kind of thing, the adoptive father can solo. Just look at yourselves. What a disgrace. The priests were infuriated at the thought of having to heal these warriors. Look at their adoptive father who can withstand a mid-tier lord. What about them? Even fighting a level 7 boss felt like it was taking their lives. How could there be such a huge gap among warriors? Hearing this, the warrior players felt frustrated. Could they even compare to Lu Chen? Especially when they heard that Lu Chen could solo such a terrifying boss, the way they looked at him was no different from how they would look at a deity. This was simply divine. Lu Chen wore a modest smile and said, "Everyone, let's keep it low-key. It was still quite difficult for me to solo it. As long as you all work hard, you can be like me in the future." Seeing Lu Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Wang Bing's eyes turned green with envy. He felt so sour. As a fellow warrior, he also wanted to be that nonchalant. After that, Lu Chen didn't say much more and charged directly at the slaughter. The first time he fought the slaughter, Lu Chen hadn't even advanced his class and his equipment was far inferior to now. Back then, he barely managed to win with a few scrolls. Now, with his greatly enhanced strength, fighting the slaughter was naturally not much of a challenge. Hundreds and thousands of damage numbers floated above the slaughter's head. In contrast, the damage the slaughter dealt to Lu Chen was less than before. Once the damage he received was sufficient, Lu Chen retaliated. Over 20,000 high damage numbers floated above the slaughter's head, leaving the players in shock. This was a level 10 low-tier lord. Regular players could barely break its defenses. Even with attributes like Hazy, the damage dealt was only in double digits. But Lu Chen? He directly dealt 5-digit damage. How could they not be stunned? In the end, Lu Chen easily emptied the slaughter's health in less than a minute. As for the drops, Lu Chen had naturally checked the drop list beforehand. As before, once it became a dungeon, the drop list for the slaughter had significantly worsened. It was mostly legendary items, with only one epic item, which was a high-level skill stone. Of course, Lu Chen chose the high-level skill stone. As for the rest, since Lu Chen himself had a full set of 6 pieces of the Black Tooth Elite set, which was a legendary set, he wouldn't change it unless he encountered epic-level equipment. For other parts, Lu Chen mostly had legendary and epic gear. To change, he would either need to find level 10 legendary equipment or epic gear, and the room for improvement was not very large. Therefore, Lu Chen himself had little need for anything else. That he chose 2 pieces of the Black Tooth Elite set and a scroll. Demonic Shock, legendary. After use, it strikes the target with demonic energy, dealing 20,000 points of damage. This thing is a damage supplement scroll. In fact, for Lu Chen, the damage might not even be as good as a counterattack from him. However, considering that he was about to prepare for an advancement task, having a few more trump cards would certainly be better. Lu Chen also selected this item, planning to use it during the advancement task later. After picking up the dropped items, Lu Chen first used a high-level skill stone. Of course, it was still used on Warrior's Heart, raising it to level 6. Warrior's Heart, level 6, passive skill. You have comprehended the essence of the warrior's path, increasing all attributes by 60%, damage dealt by 60%, movement speed by 30%, and reducing damage taken by 18%. Warrior's Heart is indeed an epic level skill and the most powerful core skill for the warrior class. The boost from level 6 is simply terrifying. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this. If every lord dropped high-level skill stones from now on, Lu Chen could further upgrade Warrior's Heart, thus increasing his chances of succeeding in the god-level advancement task. As for Demonic Shock, Lu Chen naturally saved it for later. The remaining pieces of the Black Tooth Elite set were shared in the trading group. Legendary set, perhaps? Upon seeing the descriptions of these 2 pieces of equipment, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying all widened their eyes, shock evident in their expressions. Lu Chen chose a cloth armor set. Mainly, Lu Chen had a bit of selfishness. He realized that he couldn't solo all monsters. And if there was a powerful equipped priest to heal, it would certainly make fighting some high-level bosses much easier. Thus, if it wasn't for his own use, the cloth armor set was clearly the most suitable choice. Legendary set. It's actually a legendary set? This equipment is too strong, right? Wang Bing muttered to himself, his eyes filled with envy. Unfortunately, it wasn't chainmail. Otherwise, he would have sold himself to buy this set. However, he had no need for it. Princess San had a need. Wang Bing immediately forwarded this equipment to Princess San. Just as Wang Bing thought, Princess San replied right away, "I want it. No matter the price." Because Lu Chen had mentioned the level 10 advancement task, this made Xia Yan extremely focused on level 10 equipment. Legendary equipment at level 10, especially a set, would be enough for players to perform well in the advancement task. From Lu Chen's words, it was clear that the advancement task was a crucial part of the game, affecting one's future. Such matters were definitely worth competing for. Lu Chang shared the same thoughts as Xia Yan, but he was competing for his daughter. Lu Yuexin was a priest class. Although Lin Yingying wanted to compete, she also understood that while she had a bit of money, she wasn't a rich woman. Her monthly salary was only around 100,000. How could she compete for this? Even selling herself wouldn't be enough. If she had to sell, it would definitely be to her adoptive father. But her adoptive father wouldn't accept it. Thinking of this, Lin Yingying couldn't help but pout.
This was quite frustrating. The atmosphere fell silent, and Lu Chang said seriously, "Good son-in-law, 10,000 gold for both pieces."
Lin Ying?
She was dumbfounded. This was what a wealthy person looked like.
2 pieces of equipment for 100 million. Who could withstand this? Not to mention Lin Ying, even Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. Isn't this price a bit excessive?
Although this was level 10 legendary equipment and a set, it
was far too high compared to the legendary equipment sold before. 2 pieces for 100 million.
This entire set had 6 pieces.
Wouldn't that be 300 million?
Goodness, he previously thought that buying a large flat of over 500 square meters was already luxurious enough, costing over 100 million. This set of equipment could buy him 2 large flats and still have some left.
Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Who understands this? Among family?
This is a bit exaggerated. Wang Bing smiled bitterly and said, "Adoptive father, you also said that the advancement task is very important.
This legendary set must be very useful during the advancement task, right?"
Lu Chang nodded and replied, "It's extremely important. We have to fight for it. For people at their level, spending a few 100 million to buy a better future is completely worth it.
Especially since this future involves the development of the era, it is even more worthwhile.
After all, level 10 equipment isn't something that can only be used once, it can be kept as a family heirloom.
When someone in the family reaches level 10 later, it can also be used for advancement."
Hearing their words, Lu Chen suddenly understood. So that was the reason. Lu Chen pondered. Wang Bing and Lu Chang were indeed correct.
Level 10 equipment, after all, relates to the advancement task, and the price will obviously be much higher than that of equipment at other levels.
Thinking about the advancement issue, Lu Chen suddenly had an idea. The game's equipment isn't bound like in some other games where once equipped, it cannot be traded.
Of course, there might be bound equipment, but Lu Chen hadn't encountered any yet. At least not at the moment. This means that top-tier equipment can be worn by many people in turn.
And advancement tasks are
incredibly important. Most players must hope to complete high-level advancement tasks to have a better future.
However, most players simply cannot possess level 10 top-tier equipment. As a result, they lose the opportunity to change their future. There are many ordinary people, and Lu Chen cannot change that. After all, he can't possibly give everyone a set of top-tier equipment.
He doesn't even have that many himself.
But if a genius with a soul talent, to this reason, has to choose a low difficulty advancement task, that would be quite a pity. Lu Chen's idea is to establish an organization similar to a foundation, storing top-tier equipment for advancement within it.
Then, geniuses in need of advancement can apply. If the application is approved, they can borrow the equipment for advancement. After completing the advancement task, they return the equipment.
This way, the vast majority of geniuses won't
be forced to choose low-difficulty advancement tasks due to equipment issues.
Of course, there are clearly challenges involved, such as what the application criteria would be, and what if the other party refuses to return the
equipment? What if someone abuses their power for personal gain? Various regulations are not yet perfect. This is just Lu Chen's idea. But for Lu Chen, having such an idea is already enough.
He doesn't need to establish such a
foundation himself. Can't the great Xia do it well?
Lu Chen only needs to be responsible for providing suitable top-tier equipment.
Even if it doesn't make a profit, Lu Chen doesn't mind. He truly doesn't lack money right now. At
level 10, he has to earn over 100 million every day with tears in his eyes, and he himself is a bit confused, not knowing how to spend it wisely. Once his level is higher, he doesn't even know how much he will have to earn
daily with tears. Family, who understands this feeling?
Watching money increase rapidly every day but not knowing how to spend it is truly frustrating.
He does this entirely in hopes that more geniuses will emerge in Great Xia. If
possible, perhaps in the future, it could spread throughout the entire Yuan star. After all, the invasion of demonic energy affects the entire Yuan star. Lu Chen understands the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are
cold. Humanity on Yuan star must unite like the Silver Moon people to resist the invasion of demonic energy together.
Of course, this is just Lu Chen's one-sided thought for now. Who knows what people from other countries think? What he can do now is to take care of Great Xia first. After all, Great Xia is his homeland. Seeing Lu Chen lost in thought, Wang Bing and Lu Chang exchanged glances, both looking somewhat bewildered.
Especially Wang Bing, who looked completely confused. Did he say something wrong just now? It shouldn't be, right? Why does the adoptive father have a frown, looking deep in thought? Lin Ying couldn't help but ask, "Adoptive father, what are you thinking about?"
Lu Chen came back to his senses. He chuckled lightly. "I have an idea I want to share with you."
Go ahead, adoptive father." Lin Ying blinked and nodded eagerly.
Lu Chang and Wang Bing also looked at Lu Chen, waiting for him to express his thoughts.
"I think we shouldn't sell this equipment."
Ha! The three of them widened their eyes in shock. Wang Bing wanted to say something, but Lu Chen quickly waved his hand. "Wait, let me
finish."
Only then did Wang Bing manage to suppress his emotions and looked at Lu Chen.
If they couldn't buy it, wouldn't the third princess skin him alive?
Wang Bing was already starting to feel scared.
Lu Chen continued, "My idea is to establish a fund organization. I will contribute the top-tier equipment, and then Dacia will set up reasonable rules and an application mechanism.
Eligible players can apply for the top-tier equipment, specifically for
advancement tasks.
This way, there won't be such fierce competition over advancement equipment. Of course, I can provide this equipment free of charge, but I hope to ensure that this application system is fair, giving all suitable
players the same opportunity. The three of them fell silent, their expressions momentarily blank. Seeing that they weren't speaking, Luchan felt a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? He thought for a moment, and he hadn't said anything wrong, right? He was offering top-tier equipment for free, wasn't that enough?
The three of them came back to their senses.
Luchan looked at Luchan, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He sighed, good son-in-law, His Majesty indeed has a sharp eye. You truly deserve to be called a pillar of the nation, a king among men. In fact, Lu Chang believed that with Luchan's broad-mindedness and consideration for Dacia, along with his powerful abilities, he would be more than capable of being the leader of Dacia. However, such words were too rebellious, and Lu Chang wouldn't say them out loud. Looking at Luchan's handsome appearance, Lu Chang suddenly felt that even if both of his precious daughters married Lu Chen, it wouldn't be a loss for them. Such a remarkable person would surely lead Dacia to greater heights in the future. He just worried that his two precious daughters might not be able to hold on to Lu Chen. For a moment, Lu Chang even felt a bit insecure about his daughters. Fortunately, his daughters were twins, and their looks were stunning. As a man himself, Lu Chang understood men's thoughts, right? For his daughters, this was a tremendous advantage. Wang Bing, on the other hand, spoke seriously. Adoptive father, I've passed the message to the third princess. She has already gone to speak with His Majesty about this matter, so it should be fine. Lin Yingying looked at Lu Chen, her eyes sparkling like stars, almost turning pink. How could her adoptive father be so handsome? She was already feeling a bit restless, wanting to leap forward and hug him directly. Luckily, she still had some rationality left, otherwise, without Wang Bing saying anything, Lu Chang would have knocked her out. Plus, there were so many eyes watching them. Even without turning around, Lin Yingying, as a woman, could keenly sense how those priestess girls were looking at her adoptive father. Not to mention, just beside Lu Chang, Li Mu looked like she wanted to pounce on her adoptive father. Her adoptive father's chastity was in danger. No, her adoptive father's chastity would be protected by her, his own daughter. Lin Yingying inexplicably developed a strange sense of mission. Seeing that Lu Chang and the others seemed to agree, Lu Chen smiled. In that case, we won't compete for this equipment, let's put it into the foundation when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang and Wang Bing exchanged glances and stopped competing. For Lin Yingying, of course, she was the most excited. This meant she had hope of obtaining the right to use the equipment. After all, with her soul talent plus the current black piece, she was definitely a perfect template for Dacia's genius. Right? Besides her adoptive father, there was no one else capable. By the time she advanced, she would surely be even stronger. Wouldn't she be able to team up with her adoptive father to do some small tasks together? Then what kind of developments would follow? Just as Lin Yingying was lost in her fantasies, a somewhat disdainful voice from Wang Bing broke the silence. Lin Yingying, what are you thinking? Can you stop looking at your adoptive father with such a lewd smile? Lu Chang glared at Lin Yingying, furious. This little girl probably only had those few thoughts in her head. Lu Chen's expression was also a bit strange. Lin Yingying's smile just now was indeed a bit lewd, and he felt a little scared. What on earth was she thinking? Lin Yingying cleared her throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. I was just thinking about applying for equipment later. Wang Bing, don't slander me, or I'll let Heisey bite you. Heisey, standing nearby, cooperatively let out a bark. The corner of Wang Bing's mouth twitched. To be honest, he felt a bit intimidated facing Heisey. After all, he couldn't match in skills or attributes, and on top of that, Lin Yingying was a mage. 2 against 1, how could he play? Lu Chen smiled. Alright, let's go to the second passage. He was still thinking about finishing this dungeon quickly. Looking at his experience bar, if he finished this dungeon, he should be at full experience. By then, he should be able to see the situation regarding his advancement. Lu Chen led the group of players to continue grinding monsters, and soon they arrived in front of the Black Tooth Witch Doctor, Kai Ruman. Just like the previous slaughter, the Black Tooth Witch Doctor also had only one high-level skill stone as an epic item, while the rest were all legendary items. Lu Chen also chose the cloth armor set of the Black Tooth Elite, and in addition, there was another drop location, so Lu Chen chose a legendary scroll. Blood Rage Scroll, legendary. After use, strength increases by 40%, stamina increases by 40%, damage increases by 20%. Duration 30 seconds. This item would also be Lu Chen's trump card for completing the advancement task next. The Black Tooth Witch Doctor, facing Lu Chen, who was much stronger than before, was naturally no match. In less than a minute, the Black Tooth Witch Doctor was killed by Lu Chen. However, the giant form of the Black Tooth Witch Doctor still startled the group of players. That giant little demon looked too exaggerated. In the end, Lu Chen led everyone to the final boss, the Black Tooth Chieftain. There were many priests here, and Lu Chen only needed to fight the boss just like the first time. It's worth mentioning that the Black Tooth Lord, as a mid-tier lord,
dropped better items compared to the low-tier Lord Slaughter and Kairuman. Besides the high-level skill stone, there was actually an epic piece of equipment. Ring of the Black-Tooth Chieftain, epic, strength plus 40, stamina plus 50. Critical hit chance plus 10%, damage taken reduced by 120 points. Required level, 10 drop rate, 0.0000000001%. This made Lu Chen extremely excited. The dual attributes increased by this ring were powerful enough, and it also added critical hit chance while reducing damage taken. One could say it had both offensive and defensive capabilities, quite comprehensive. Lu Chen's other ring was the epic Slaughter ring, dropped from the Slaughter. Now with this ring of the Black-Tooth Chieftain, both of Lu Chen's rings were epic. This made Lu Chen feel a bit thrilled. It seemed that the Black-Tooth Chieftain dropped 2 epic items each time. If that were the case, if he played a few more times, he might be able to equip himself entirely with epic gear. One must know that the attributes of epic equipment were far superior to legendary ones. Even if legendary equipment had set effects, it couldn't compare. If Lu Chen really had a full set of epic equipment, then he would definitely have more hope for the advancement tasks ahead. After selecting the 2 epic items, the remaining 2 pieces were naturally still the legendary cloth armor set. Just like the first time, Lu Chen effortlessly killed Manliao and collected all the drops. For the high-level skill stone, Lu Chen used it on the Heart of the Warrior, just like the one dropped by Kairuman before, upgrading the Heart of the Warrior to level 8. Warrior's Heart, level 8, passive skill, you have grasped the essence of the warrior's path, increasing all attributes by 80%, damage dealt by 80%, movement speed by 40%, and reducing damage taken by 24%. Just 2 more levels, and Warrior's Heart will reach its maximum level. Lu Chen is looking forward to what the max level effect of Warrior's Heart will be. After all, this is an epic skill, and the max level effect should be quite powerful. He directly equipped the Black-Tooth Clan leader's ring. As for the legendary cloth armor set, Lu Chen just happened to have gathered a complete set. As for the other items dropped by monsters, Lu Chen sold all of them. The total income from the Little Demon Lair was nearly 10,000 gold coins, which was even more than Lu Chen had imagined. Adding in the previous Little Demon Camp and Silver Moon Tomb dungeons, Lu Chen's income for the day was close to 20,000. Earning money is really easy. Silver Moon Village Area Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to players Lu Chen, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying for being the first to clear the Black-Tooth Little Demon Lair dungeon, rewarded with 50 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, a fine treasure chest *1, and Silver Moon Village reputation plus 300. At this moment, the system announcement rang out, and the rewards surprised Lu Chen a bit. This was much better than the first clear rewards from the previous 2 dungeons. The free attributes had increased by a full 10 points, and the gold coins had also increased. Unfortunately, the treasure chest was still of the fine level. If it had been legendary, he could have obtained an additional epic item. A fine treasure chest could at most yield 1 legendary item, which wasn't very useful. Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed. However, while Lu Chen was somewhat disappointed, the other players were overjoyed. For Lu Chen, these rewards weren't much, but for the other players, they were incredibly generous. 50 gold coins, that's a whopping 500,000 in currency. And 10 free attribute points, that's pure profit, more than what a piece of green equipment would add. Even though they were the top players in Silver Moon Village, their gear was mostly green, with at most 1 or 2 blue items. Those 1 or 2 blue items were mostly obtained by following Lu Chen and clearing the dungeons twice with him. The other fine equipment was bought from Lu Chen by Lu Chang and the others, and then distributed. But even so, it was impossible for the fine equipment to fully equip nearly 200 of them. Getting 1 or 2 pieces per person was already a lot. As for the fine treasure chest, that was basically free loot, with a good chance of yielding blue equipment, which was also nice. Because of this, all the players were extremely excited. Thank you, adoptive father. It's great to follow the adoptive father. We've gotten so many rewards for free, it's amazing. Even Lu Chang and the others were smiling. They didn't feel much about the fine treasure chest since they already had fine equipment. The main thing was the 10 free attribute points, which were also a nice reward for them. Then everyone started to open their chests. Wang Bing did not disappoint Lu Chen's expectations and opened a piece of green equipment, his expression falling as he looked utterly disheartened. Could it be that I'm really a non-lucky player? It shouldn't be. I'm so handsome, how could I possibly be a non-lucky player? Wang Bing couldn't understand. Lu Chen patted Wang Bing on the shoulder. Brother Wang, accept your fate. Wang Bing was furious. My fate is in my hands, not in the heavens. I refuse to believe I can't get a good item even once. Then Wang Bing looked at Lu Chang and Lin Yingying. What did you get? His expression was hopeful. It couldn't be that these 2 guys always got good items, right? Absolutely impossible. Lu Chang smiled. Just accept your fate. He revealed what he had opened, a blue magic ring, which, while not particularly outstanding, was still decent, at least usable for Lu Chang himself. Rings are extremely rare, even Lu Chen hadn't obtained many. Wang Bing? He was skeptical and turned to Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying's small face turned red with excitement as she chuckled. I got something good. This made Lu Chang's heart skip a beat. Could this little girl be having another stroke of luck? Lin Yingying shared the item in the group. It turned out to be another skill book, and it was a mage skill book, the kind that Lu Chang and Wang Bing were both very familiar with. Cold Wind Strike. It was exactly the cold wind attack that Lu Chen had previously obtained from the small demon camp. Who would have thought Lin Yingying would get it? At that time, due to limited gold, Cold Wind Strike was only sold for 600 gold. If sold now, it would probably fetch over 1,000 or even 2,000 gold without any issues. Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Could it be that luck was contagious? This guy's luck was just too good. Lu Chang's eyes turned green with jealousy. He was also a mage. He was desperately hoping that Lu Chen could pull out another Cold Wind Strike. But unexpectedly, it was Lin Yingying who opened the treasure chest and got it. Is there no justice in this world? As for Wang Bing, he had already shut down. Damn, I really am a non-lucky player. Just then, Wang Bing's private message chimed. He took a glance and quickly perked up, looking at Lu Chen. Foster father, the third princess has replied to me. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and asked Wang Bing, what did she say? Wang Bing looked at the private message and said, it's like this. The third princess has already discussed it with His Majesty. Both His Majesty and the princess think your suggestion is very reasonable and have decided to establish the Qianlong Foundation with His Majesty personally serving as the president and the third princess as the vice president, responsible for the foundation's procedural development. At the same time, His Majesty hopes you can serve as the honorary president to oversee the foundation's development in the game. What do you think, foster father? Lu Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect the Summer Emperor to make him the honorary president. This was clearly a high-ranking position. He had been just a commoner before, with no experience. Even when he was conferred the title of minister and the Tianzhou king, he hadn't accepted the imperial edict. This was not something he wanted to get involved in. Lu Chen hesitated and asked, what does the honorary president do? Wang Bing replied, foster father, wait a moment, I'll ask. The third princess. Lu Chen nodded and didn't rush him. Soon, Wang Bing smiled and said, the princess said that the honorary president has no specific obligations. You can choose to participate in management or not. Hearing this, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't like getting involved in such matters. While power was nice, times had changed. If one had enough strength, power wasn't as useful anymore. As long as Lu Chen focused all his energy on the game, his strength would one day surpass power. There was no need to tire himself out for a bit of authority. Since he didn't need to manage anything, he had no objections. It was just an extra title anyway. He already had the titles of minister and Tianzhou king. What was one more? And with the title of honorary president, if the foundation really encountered problems, he could rightfully step in. Lu Chen smiled and said, then I have no objections. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing immediately smiled and nodded. Great, then I'll reply to the princess. Then Wang Bing continued, by the way, the princess also mentioned that although foster father you said you'd provide top-tier equipment for free, this is ultimately for the talents of the Great Xia, for the benefit of the Great Xia nation. No matter what, Great Xia cannot take advantage of you, so the princess said that for the top-tier equipment, Great Xia still hopes to pay for it. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. He had already said it would be free, yet the Summer Emperor was still so enthusiastic. How embarrassing. Lu Chen thought for a moment and symbolically offered a number, then a complete set of legendary equipment for 10,000 gold. I just happened to have a set. As soon as he said this, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying were all stunned. Ha! He already gathered a complete set so quickly? 3 boss monsters, each dropping 2 pieces? The 3 of them were a bit dazed. This game, could it be that Lu Chen's family owns it? Where can you just drop whatever you want? However, Wang Bing quickly regained his composure and hurriedly said, I'll talk to His Highness. Soon, Wang Bing continued, His Highness just asked me to trade with you. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Alright, let's trade directly. Wang Bing nodded. He sighed inwardly, thankful that he had bought a large amount of gold today. Otherwise, after purchasing so much equipment, spending money on a set of legendary gear would have left him broke. However, after buying the legendary equipment, Wang Bing also found himself short on cash. After the trade, Lu Chen was quite satisfied, while Lu Chang felt a bit disappointed. This was a legendary set. If he could buy it, it would definitely enhance the leveling efficiency of his precious daughter. What a pity. After that, Lu Chen opened the exquisite treasure chest himself. The legendary item from the chest was a legendary shield. This item was of no use to Lu Chen, so he casually traded it to Wang Bing to be used in the foundation. The price was 3,000 gold coins. Lu Chen had earned 30,000 gold coins in just one day, a full 300 million. After the trade, Lu Chen said with a smile, alright, that's it for today, let's wrap it up. He then bid farewell to the many players, used a return scroll, and left the little demon's lair, returning to Silver Moon Village. Lu Chen entered the tavern, found a spot to sit down, and eagerly opened his panel. His experience bar was full after finishing the last barbarian battle. Once the experience bar was full, Lu Chen received a system prompt. He had now reached the upper limit of the apprentice stage and could only gain experience by leveling up. Additionally, a new option for leveling up appeared on the panel. Lu Chen clicked on it, and the leveling options split into several choices. Please select the difficulty of the advancement task 1, Normal 2, Elite 3, Boss 4, Lord 5, King 6, Emperor 7, Saint 8, Demigod 9, Divine 1 0, Super Divine. There were a total of 10 options, which meant there were 10 different difficulties. The improvements brought by each difficulty advancement task were clearly different. Lu Chen noticed that these difficulties were somewhat similar to the quality of monsters. At the very least, the earlier ones, Elite, Boss, Lord, were all monster qualities he had encountered before. It seemed that the later ones were similar as well. Did this mean that completing an advancement task at this difficulty would set the template for the quality in the subsequent levels? For example, if he completed the normal difficulty advancement task and broke through to the first tier, the template would still be a first tier normal one. But if he completed the Lord level difficulty, wouldn't that mean that after breaking through to the first tier, he would have a first tier Lord template? If that were the case, how exaggerated would the first tier Divine and Super Divine templates be? Lu Chen found it hard to imagine. He felt a mix of shock and excitement. However, he also felt a bit worried. He hadn't expected there to be so many levels of advancement difficulty. Could he really complete the highest difficulty? That was Super Divine. Even the Divine level was only second to last. One can imagine how outrageous the Super Divine difficulty would be. However, Lu Chen hesitated for only a moment before quickly deciding not to hesitate any longer. Since he had already made up his mind earlier, he had to give it a try. After all, he had 3 chances. Even if he really couldn't pass, he could always settle for a lesser option. At most, he would just waste a bit of time. In comparison, his future was definitely more important. Lu Chen exhaled a breath of stale air and closed the selection interface. He wasn't fully prepared yet, so he definitely wouldn't start the advancement task. He planned to continue collecting things that could make him stronger. At the very least, he should level up his skills to the maximum first, right? Now that the dungeons were all cleared, Lu Chen thought he might as well try to find some wild bosses. If there were Lord bosses in the wild, he could obtain new high-level skill stones. If not, then he could only wait for the daily instance resets and obtain the corresponding items from the dungeons. With this thought, Lu Chen left the tavern. He first went to find the old village chief and the matchmaker, asking them if there were any places to obtain better treasures. However, they had no good suggestions. Lu Chen understood. After all, this was just a novice village. Where could he find so many treasures? Even the bosses, under normal circumstances, the novice village only had high-level mini-bosses. The appearance of the Lord was entirely due to the invasion of the little demons. Lu Chen, feeling helpless, could only look for high-level mini-bosses first. If he was lucky enough to obtain some legendary scrolls or something, it would at least give him a bit more leverage, right? So, Lu Chen mounted his beloved demonic wolf and left the village. At the same time, he also asked Lu Chang and the others in the trading group to keep an eye out for any high-level bosses or similar things. Lu Chang and the others naturally agreed enthusiastically. Soon, the day's gaming time passed as Lu Chen searched. A whole day went by without much gain. Lu Chen had anticipated this, so he wasn't too disappointed. After leaving the game, Lu Chen relaxed and called his mother. Today was the day to buy a house. Hey, Mom, are you up? I'm coming over to find you now. It's already past 8. How could I still be asleep? You can come over now. Du Shuefei's voice came from the other end of the line. Confirming that his mother was awake, Lu Chen washed up and left the small apartment. After arriving at the hotel, Lu Chen and Du Shuefei went to have breakfast first. During the meal, Lu Chen transferred another 100 million to Du Shuefei. Fortunately, all the banks and financial institutions around the world were now managed by the Cosmic Server connected to the Cosmic Bank. Otherwise, such a large amount of money transfer would definitely attract attention. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Chen dared to transfer so much money without worry. Seeing Lu Chen transfer such a large sum again, Du Shuefei's eyes widened. She looked at Lu Chen in astonishment. This, so much? Du Shuefei had once run a company and seen some money, but this was the first time she had ever seen 100 million in cash, especially since this money was transferred from her own son. For a moment, Du Shuefei was somewhat dazed. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Yeah, this is the money I earned in the past couple of days, just enough to buy that apartment." Du Shuefei nodded slightly. Originally, she had thought about persuading Lu Chen to reconsider. After all, that large flat was too extravagant. Earning money wasn't easy, and Du Shuefei didn't want Lu Chen to be too extravagant. Although he could earn some now, what if he couldn't earn later? Developing such a luxurious habit wasn't good. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. However, seeing that Lu Chen could directly take out 100 million, Du Shuefei realized that she seemed to have underestimated her son. So, she didn't voice her concerns. After breakfast, the two took a taxi to Jinting Garden. As a top-tier community, the sales staff were naturally very well-mannered and adept at reading people. Although Lu Chen and Du Shuefei weren't wearing any designer brands, the sales staff still patiently answered all of Du Shuefei's inquiries. For Lu Chen, it was just a matter of buying directly, but perhaps because she was a woman, Du Shuefei was clearly more meticulous, paying great attention to various details. She asked about everything from the safety of the house to the property management, leaving no stone unturned. Since houses in Dasha didn't have shared areas, 500 square meters was just 500 square meters, so there was no need to inquire further. Lu Chen guessed that his mother had been doing her homework since last night. However, he didn't say much. Anyway, he was quite free, so he just sat there and daydreamed. After asking a few questions, Du Shuefei was clearly satisfied. She smiled and said, "Little girl, please take us to see the house." The saleswoman was a beautiful, tall woman. She nodded repeatedly and smiled. "Sure, Ms. Du, shall we go right now?" Du Shuefei nodded slightly. Once they entered Jinting Garden, the three quickly arrived at the house they intended to buy. The house was on the 9th floor, and since it was a single unit per floor, the entire floor belonged to them. The saleswoman enthusiastically introduced the house to Du Shuefei. From the style designed by a famous architect to the materials used and the appliances, she covered every detail. After a tour, Lu Chen was very satisfied. After all, this top-tier flat was undoubtedly the best in terms of design and materials. Aside from the high price, there were no drawbacks. Du Shuefei was also very pleased. She nodded slightly and said, "Let's go back and sign the contract." The saleswoman's eyes lit up with surprise. Although she could tell that Du Shuefei and Lu Chen seemed quite confident and likely had the means to buy a house, she initially thought she would have to work hard to close the deal, possibly taking months. However, she never expected them to be so straightforward. The saleswoman quickly replied, "All right, Ms. Du, rest assured, choosing Jinting Garden is definitely the right choice. Let's head back. By the way, Ms. Du, we have several housing loan options here. Would you like me to explain them to you in detail?" As she spoke, the saleswoman went to press the elevator button for Lu Chen and Du Shuefei. Du Shuefei smiled, "No need, we're paying in full." "Ah," the saleswoman was taken aback, her eyes widening. Full payment? She felt a bit dazed. This large flat cost over 120 million. Paying in full meant they could directly take out over 100 million in cash. That's cash flow. What kind of family could afford that? They must have a fortune exceeding 10 billion, right? She never expected the wealthy to be so low-key, dressed in ordinary clothes, yet buying a luxury home without batting an eye. The saleswoman thought to herself, relieved that her attitude had been good and her explanations thorough. She managed to close this big deal so smoothly. Thinking about the commission she would earn, the saleswoman felt even happier, her smile becoming more genuine. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and she quickly bowed. "Please, you two go ahead." Back at the sales office, the saleswoman took out the contract, and Du Shuefei signed it on the spot, paying with her card. This drew the attention of other saleswomen nearby, who looked at the woman beside them with envy and jealousy. What incredible luck to encounter such a wealthy client. Many of the women's gazes fell on Lu Chen, who was clearly her son. With Du Shuefei being so rich, Lu Chen was undoubtedly a super-rich second generation. Plus, he was so handsome and charismatic. A man like that was practically a golden son-in-law. Many were already thinking about how to get Lu Chen's contact information. As they left the sales office, the saleswoman escorted them out. "Ms. Du, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me anytime. I will help you." "Okay, I understand," Du Shuefei nodded, signaling the saleswoman to return. Before heading back, the saleswoman took one last reluctant glance at Lu Chen. Watching the saleswoman walk away, Du Shuefei smiled and said, "My son is so handsome that those young girls are practically drooling." Lu Chen chuckled, "Now you know your son won't have trouble finding a wife, right? If I want to find one, it's easy. Just wave my hand and a bunch of people will come over." Lu Chen was speaking the truth. If he announced he wanted to date in the game, the crowded Silver Moon village would probably overflow. Du Shuefei rolled her eyes and, not in the best of moods, gave Lu Chen's shoulder a light slap. "Look at you, so pleased with yourself. You still need to put in more effort. Find a nice girl, and let me take a look." Du Shuefei hoped Lu Chen would date, also wishing he could move on from the influence of his ex. "Don't worry, Mom, I know." Lu Chen smiled wryly. "As long as you know, that's good. Let's go buy some daily necessities. Then head back to tidy up. Let's aim to move in today." Who would have thought that I, Du Shuefei, would one day live in such a luxurious place? Du Shuefei's face was filled with a happy smile. Did she not want to live well? Of course not, she just felt sorry for Lu Chen. It wasn't easy for him to earn money, and she didn't want him to struggle. Now that they had bought the place, Du Shuefei naturally felt relieved. Seeing the smile on Du Shuefei's face, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile back. Ever since the debt, his mother's smile had been somewhat forced. But after paying off the debt, seeing her again, her smile had become much happier. As long as she was happy, that was what mattered. With him around, her life would only get better from now on. Alright, Mom, you decide. Luchan smiled nonchalantly. After a flurry of activity, Luchan and Du Shuefei finally moved into their new home around 9 in the evening. Too tired to cook, Du Shuefei ordered takeout instead. The two had a simple meal, treating it as a celebration of their move. In the past, Du Shuefei would have invited relatives and friends to celebrate. After all, her son had achieved so much and she wanted to show off a little. But since falling into debt, Du Shuefei had seen the true colors of those relatives and felt somewhat disheartened. She had lost the desire to keep in touch with them. After finishing their moving in meal, Lu Chen returned to his room. Du Shuefei gave the master bedroom to Lu Chen, saying he was now the head of the family and should stay in the master bedroom. Once back in his room, he took a shower and lay down on the bed, re-entering the game. 5 days later, inside the little demon nest, Lu Chen wanted to use the high-level skill stone dropped by the barbarian on Thunderstrike, but the next moment, the system prompted him that he needed a higher-level skill stone to upgrade. Lu Chen sighed slightly. There was no way to upgrade. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Lu Chen race, Galactic Humanoid class, Crimson Envoy level, 10 strength. 120 plus 696 stamina, 120 plus 828 agility, 120 intelligence, 120 legendary degree, 2 demon attention level, 1 free attribute points, 110 skills, heavy strike, max level, launch a powerful attack dealing 220% damage with a 30% increased critical hit chance for heavy strike. Basic regeneration, max level, passive skill, restores 0.5% of maximum health per second. Battle intent, max level, passive skill, increases all attributes by 100%, damage by 20%, critical hit chance by 20%, and movement speed by 10%. Sweep, max level, swing your weapon to attack all enemies in front, dealing 350% damage. After dealing damage, there is a 1% chance to reset the cooldown. Cooldown, 10 seconds charge, max level, the warrior. Charges at the enemy, approaching at high speed, stunning the enemy for 1 second, with the next 3 attacks dealing 20% more damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Greatsword Mastery, max level, passive skill, you can use the greatsword more proficiently. And when using a greatsword as a weapon, damage dealt increases by 120% and damage taken while blocking is reduced by 20%. Heart of the Warrior, level 8, passive skill, you have grasped the essence of the warrior's path, increasing all attributes by 80%, damage dealt by 80%, movement speed by 40%, and reducing damage taken by 24%. Brutal Strike, max level, unleash a brutal blow, dealing 300% damage with a 100% chance to stun the target for 1 second. If it's a critical hit, damage increases by 100%. Cooldown time is 15 seconds. Copper Skin, Iron Bones, max level, passive skill, stamina plus 100, strength plus 100, damage taken reduced by 100 points. Counterattack, level 8. When taking damage, you can counterattack the target, dealing high damage. When taking 8,000 points of damage, it reaches its maximum, capable of dealing 4,000% damage. Cooldown time is 10 seconds. Bloodthirst, level 9, passive skill, gain 18% lifesteal effect, damage dealt increases by 45%. Intermediate Stamina. Enhancement, level 9, passive skill, increases stamina by 180 points. Bloodthirsty Strike, level 9, unleash a bloody attack, dealing 330% damage. 90% of the damage dealt will be converted into your own health. Cooldown time is 10 seconds. Vitality Enhancement, level 9, for a short time, enhance life through Vitality Enhancement, increasing health by 45%, duration is 10 seconds, cooldown time is 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Iron Will, level 9, passive skill, when you are affected by negative states such as stun or slow, the effects of negative states are reduced, up to 90%. Thunderous Fury, level 7, unleash a thunderous strike dealing 1700% damage, and paralyzing the target for 11 seconds, reducing movement speed by 50%, cooldown time is 10 seconds. Cleave, max level, swing your weapon to launch a powerful attack dealing 400% damage to the 6 targets in front, cooldown time is 3 seconds. Equipment, Skull of the Barbarian Liao, Epic Chainmail Helmet. Defense plus 721, Strength plus 40, Stamina plus 42, Critical damage plus 15%, Stamina plus 40. Equipment requirement, level 10. Furious Beast Battle Boots, Epic, Chainmail Boots, Defense plus 801, Strength plus 42, Stamina plus 42, Damage plus 20%, Physical Lifesteal plus 8%, Equipment requirement, level 10. Moonlight Bracers, Legendary, Chainmail Bracers, Defense plus 322, Strength plus 20, Stamina plus 22, attacks have a certain chance to summon a beam of moonlight to strike the opponent, dealing 1,200 points of damage, required level 10. Titan Waste of the Flame Furnace, Legendary, Chainmail Belt, Defense 299, Strength plus 20, Stamina plus 16, damage dealt has a certain chance to gain Strength plus 30, duration 20 seconds. Required level 10. Glock's Novice Battle Sword, Legendary, Great.
Sword, attack plus 447, strength plus 88, stamina plus 92, critical hit chance plus 20%, strength plus 85. Equipment requirement, level 10, battle intent level 4.
Note, this legendary weapon was used by the blood god Glock of the Milky Way when he was still a novice, and only the most devoted warriors can earn the sword's recognition. Blacktooth Elite Chestplate, Legendary, Chainmail Chestplate, Defense plus 437, Strength plus 22, Stamina plus 23, Defense plus 500, Required level, 10 Blacktooth Elite Set, 2/6 damage taken. Reduced by 50 Blacktooth Elite Set, 4/6 10% Lifesteal Blacktooth Elite Pauldrons, Legendary, Chainmail Pauldrons, Defense plus 401, Strength plus 20, Stamina plus 22, Defense plus 400, Required level, 10 Blacktooth Elite Leggings, Legendary, Chainmail Leggings, Defense plus 402, Strength plus 22, Stamina plus 20, Stamina plus 22, Required level, 10 Blacktooth Elite Gauntlets, Legendary, Chainmail Gauntlets, Defense plus 256, Strength plus 20, Stamina plus 20, Attack Speed plus 10%, Required level, 10 Young Dragon's Fury Cloak. Legendary, Cloak, Attack plus 237, Strength plus 80, Stamina plus 84, Young Dragon's Fury. After use, gain the effect of Young Dragon's Fury, damage plus 50%, critical hit chance plus 12%, duration 20 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes.
Equipment requirement, level 10, strength over 100 points, stamina over 100 points.
Note, legend has it that this cloak is a testament to the fury of the young dragons of Dragon Island, and only beings with sufficient strength can wield it.
Bloodthirsty Necklace, Legendary.
Necklace, Strength plus 12, Stamina plus 8, Physical Lifesteal plus 10%, Required level, 7 Heart of Frenzy, Epic, Accessory, Strength plus 40, Stamina plus 40, Attack plus 100, Attack Speed plus 20%, Equipment requirement, Level 10 Wailing Souls, Epic, Accessory, each attack will ensnare the target with Wailing Souls, dealing 50 points of death damage per second, lasting 1 minute, stacking up to 20 layers. Required level, 10 Ring of Slaughter, Epic, Ring, Strength plus 45, Stamina plus 45, Critical damage plus 15%, Attack plus 150. Required level, 10 Blacktooth Chieftain's Ring, Epic, Ring, Strength plus 40, Stamina plus 50, Critical hit chance plus 10%, damage taken reduced by 120 points. Required level, 10 Talent, Designated Drop. Garble. You can see the drop list of monsters and
designate items from the drop list. Rules, click to view details. This is all of Lu Chen's current attributes. Among them, the base attributes are all 120 points.
The bonus attributes for strength and stamina are provided by equipment and skills. Additionally, with Lu Chen's Battle Intent, Warrior's Heart, and various title bonuses, his stamina has now exceeded 2,700 points, which means Lu Chen's health now exceeds 27,000. Even Lu Chen's own strength attribute has surpassed 2,000. One can imagine how strong Lu Chen's attributes are now. Among the equipment, Lu Chen has obtained 2 pieces of suitable epic gear while farming the small demon lair boss over the past few days, so he dismantled the
6-piece Blacktooth Elite set.
With the 6-piece set attributes gone, only the 4-piece set remains. Fortunately, the most important lifesteal effect of the set is still intact.
Lu Chen actually wanted to replace the Bloodthirsty Necklace since it is only a level 7 piece of equipment and the added attributes are not impressive.
However, the problem is that the 10% lifesteal from the Bloodthirsty Necklace is really significant. Lu Chen has yet to find a suitable necklace to replace it.
Even if
he were to switch to an epic level necklace, the maximum added attributes would not exceed 50 points, which, in Lu Chen's view, is not as good as the lifesteal attribute.
In the end, Lu Chen can only reluctantly continue using it. The other equipment
is all level 10 gear, some legendary, some epic, and 2 pieces are legendary equipment. It can be said that Lu Chen's current equipment far exceeds that of all players in Yuanqing.
Just looking at Lu Chen's current attributes makes that clear. In
the past few days he had continuously farmed skill stones and all the skills that could be upgraded were maxed out. After leveling up the sweeping skill to its maximum, Lu Chen found its effect to be quite powerful, although there was only a 1% chance
to reset the cooldown. This was a group attack skill.
The damage caused by a single skill could be dozens of hits, so that 1% chance, magnified by dozens of times, was actually quite high.
With this max level effect, Lu Chen could confidently say he no longer had to worry about the sea of people tactic. He could directly perform infinite sweeps.
The Greatsword Mastery was also leveled up to its maximum, and the affected max level was impressive. The damage increased from 100% to 120%, and, most importantly, the damage taken from blocking was reduced by 20%. This effect, combined with Lu Chen's Warrior Heart damage reduction, titles, and equipment damage mitigation, undoubtedly made Lu Chen much tougher. This effect was very practical. There was some regret with the Warrior Heart. After level 8, upgrades required top-tier skill stones. Even the bosses only dropped high-level skill stones, so where could Lu Chen find top-tier skill stones now? He could only helplessly choose to give up. If he could level up the Warrior Heart to its maximum, Lu Chen felt it would definitely lead to a significant improvement. It was a pity. The counterattack skill was also leveled up to level 8, and after that, it also required top-tier skill stones.
to upgrade. However, a 4,000% damage increase was already absurd enough. Lu Chen was very satisfied. As for all the exclusive skills of the Crimson Envoy, Lu Chen had leveled them all to level 9. One had to admit the skills of the Crimson Envoy were indeed powerful. Bloodthirst provided a full 18% lifesteal effect, and combined with Lu Chen's equipment lifesteal enhancement, his current lifesteal effect had reached 46%. The damage dealt could recover nearly half of his health. Just thinking about it was quite exaggerated. The lifesteal effect of Bloodthirst Strike reached 90%, and combined with Lu Chen's own lifesteal effect, it reached 136%. This meant that the damage Lu Chen dealt with Bloodthirst Strike allowed him to recover more health than the damage dealt. It was quite ridiculous. The intermediate stamina enhancement and health strengthening also brought significant improvements, especially the health strengthening, which could temporarily increase Lu Chen's health by over 10,000, allowing him more margin for error in battle. Iron Will also leveled up to level 9, with negative effect reduction reaching up to 90%. This meant that when facing monsters that weren't particularly high level, Lu Chen would almost never be controlled, remaining in a state of invulnerability. Thunderous Strike, as a powerful epic skill, was leveled up to 7 with high-level skill stones. The damage dealt was a staggering 1,700%. This was not a counterattack, it didn't require taking damage to use. This was a normal skill damage increase. One could imagine how significant the enhancement from an epic attack skill was. Not only was the damage increase high, but it also reduced the target's movement speed by 50%, lasting a full 11 seconds. Coupled with Lu Chen's own movement speed enhancement and his lifesteal effect, Lu Chen felt his kite-flying ability had become even more powerful. Finally, there was the basic warrior skill, Cleave, learned at level 10. The max level Cleave also brought decent improvements. It originally only dealt damage to 3 targets, but at max level, it directly changed to 6 targets. Although this was far inferior to the sweeping skill, the important thing was that the damage increase also improved, reaching 300%. The cooldown time was only 3 seconds. Even if it wasn't used as a group attack skill, as a normal output skill, it was still quite good. One could say that Lu Chen's current panel attributes were so exaggerated that it was hard to believe. He was only level 10. However, even with such panel attributes, Lu Chen still felt a bit heavy-hearted, because he realized that, seemingly, these attributes were still not enough. Even after his basic attributes were enhanced by skills, he only had a little over 2,000 in strength and endurance, and his agility and intelligence were even worse, falling far behind. Such attributes were even inferior to the basic 4-dimensional attribute limits of divine-level races. He certainly didn't believe that divine-level races wouldn't wear equipment or use skills. Their equipment and skills would only be stronger. It seemed that, compared to divine-level races at the same tier, Lu Chen's attributes still had a considerable gap. This gap, he feared, could not be bridged through divine-level advancement tasks, let alone super divine-level ones. How could this make Lu Chen happy? Even though he had accumulated quite a few scrolls as trump cards aside from his panel attributes, including several legendary and epic level scrolls, he still lacked confidence in completing the super divine level advancement task. While Lu Chen was silently staring at his panel, Lin Yingying's curious voice broke the silence. "Foster father, what's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind?" Lu Chen came back to his senses and noticed that Lin Yingying, Lu Chang, and Wang Bing were all looking at him. Aside from the first time when he filled a team of 200 people to claim the first completion reward, he usually only took these 3 along to grind dungeons, as long as someone got the equipment. He smiled and said, "It's nothing, just thinking about the advancement task." Lin Yingying and the others looked a bit dazed. They all knew that Lu Chen had filled his experience bar days ago. The reason he hadn't advanced yet was that he wanted to complete a higher level advancement task. However, even though 5 days had passed, Lin Yingying and the others still hadn't reached level 10. Without a doubt, the fastest level up was Lin Yingying, who already had a summon like Heisei. Later, she learned a group attack skill called Cold Wind Impact, allowing her to level up quickly on her own. In just 5 days, Lin Yingying was already close to level 10. As for her summon Heisei, she had also upgraded its skill to level 2, and with her own level 9, Heisei's attributes had significantly improved. Now Lin Yingying could lead a team to clear the Silver Moon Tomb. As for Lu Chang and Wang Bing, their strength was considerably lacking compared to Lin Yingying. They still hadn't reached level 9, and the gap in combat power was enormous. Lu Chang and Wang Bing had expressed their envy and jealousy more than once. It could only be said that there was a significant difference between players with soul talents and those without. Of course, it might also be due to Lin Yingying's exceptionally strong soul talent. However, even so, it would still take the fastest level up Lin Yingying a day or 2 to reach level 10, let alone maxing out her experience. The other 2 were even further behind. They certainly couldn't provide any advice to Lu Chen regarding the advancement task. Lin Yingying looked at Lu Chen seriously and said, "I believe foster father is the best." Lu Chen smiled. "Alright, that's enough for today, let's head back." Suddenly, Lu Chen had an idea. While Lin Yingying and the others couldn't provide advice, he could seek out those with such experiences. For example, the old village chief and the others.
They had all been high-level players in their lifetimes. Surely, they would have considerable experience regarding advancement tasks and could offer Lu Chun some reliable life advice. Upon returning to Silver Moon Village, he would go ask the old village chief. Using a return scroll, Lu Chun arrived back at Silver Moon Village. He headed straight for the old village chief's small courtyard. The old village chief was leisurely watering flowers. Since the threat of the little demons had been eliminated in its cradle by Lu Chen, there was no danger in Silver Moon Village now, allowing the old village chief to relax. Seeing Lu Chen rush in, the old village chief looked puzzled. Lu Chen, what's wrong? Why the rush? Lu Chen got straight to the point. Village chief, I want to ask you about something. The old village chief raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled. Is it about the advancement task? Lu Chen was taken aback. You guessed it. Old village chief? The old village chief smiled and said, with your talent, if you wanted to advance quickly, you would have already completed the advancement task. The reason you haven't advanced yet is that you're preparing for the advancement task, right? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, but there isn't much room for improvement now. Lu Chen's skills had already reached the current limit of enhancement, and while there was still some room for improvement in his equipment, the randomness of equipment drops was too great. He really didn't know how long it would take to replace all his gear with epic items. Lu Chen didn't plan to wait any longer. The old village chief nodded slightly. So you plan to advance today? Lu Chen smiled, as expected of the old village chief. You guessed my thoughts right away. It's just that there are so many options for the advancement task's difficulty that I can't decide which one to choose. The old village chief nodded in understanding. That's normal. When we, Silver Moon humans, advanced for the first time, we also didn't know how to choose. Who wouldn't want to complete a higher level advancement and have better potential? So tell me, what difficulty do you hope for? Lu Chen's expression turned serious. Super God. The old village chief? He looked at Lu Chen with a strange expression. Super God? His mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. You really dare to dream? Just give it up. Lu Chen frowned. Why? The old village chief sighed. It's not that I look down on you. Your talent is much stronger than my son's back in the day, and you should be able to complete a higher level advancement. But the super god difficulty, let me put it this way, my son was young and ambitious, and he chose the god level difficulty for his first attempt. Do you know what his advancement task was? Lu Chen was a bit curious. What was it? The old village chief looked at Lu Chen with a half smile. He had to kill a newly born divine beast, with attributes around 4,000 in all dimensions, and it came with divine skills right from birth. Lu Chen, 6, he was stunned. His strongest endurance attribute couldn't even compare to a newly born divine beast. The other attributes were even further behind. And the divine beast had divine skills? How was this supposed to be played? If even the god level advancement difficulty was this hard, what about the super god level? Lu Chen's heart sank. He couldn't help but frown. If that's the case, who can pass the god level difficulty? Wouldn't that mean weaker races would never have a chance to rise? You can't say it like that. The old village chief shook his head. Every 10 levels is a tier, meaning every 10 levels requires completing an advancement task. When players are at lower levels, they have fewer skills and means, so completing higher level advancement tasks is naturally difficult. However, with each advancement, the upper limit of their attributes increases, and their equipment and skills become stronger, allowing them to gradually complete higher level advancement tasks. Of course, this is for geniuses. For ordinary players, even choosing a low difficulty for each advancement task is very hard to complete. Take a Silver Moon humans, for example. At that time, the vast majority of players didn't exceed the 5th tier, and after 3 failed advancement tasks, they couldn't progress anymore. Hearing the old village chief's words, Lu Chen pondered. It made sense. He was currently unable to upgrade powerful skills like Warrior's Heart due to a lack of top-tier skill stones, so his combat power couldn't reach its strongest state. Once he leveled up a bit more, he could obtain more and stronger resources, including skills, skill stones, equipment, and so on. In that case, he would indeed have stronger combat power and should be able to pass more difficult advancement tasks. For instance, if Lu Chen could solo a lord now, perhaps when he was at the 1st tier, with various means of enhancement, he could solo monsters above the lord level, right? Thinking this way, Lu Chen felt a sudden clarity in his heart. Seeing Lu Chen's expression gradually clear up, the old village chief chuckled. The path of advancement is an extremely long road, especially for geniuses. It requires taking one step at a time. As long as you solidify your foundation at each stage, the future will be incredibly bright. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen also relaxed his mindset. If he considered the future, he believed his talent should be exceptionally strong. No matter how rare the resources were, in his view, as long as they existed, he could definitely make them drop. After easing his mindset, Lu Chen no longer felt conflicted. He looked at the old village chief and asked, Chief, what difficulty did your son pass back then? The old village chief smiled, lost in memories, and softly said, that kid was always unwilling to back down, challenging from the top down. In the end, he only passed the boss level advancement difficulty. Even so, he was one of the strongest geniuses among the Silver Moon humans back then. Boss level is one of the strongest geniuses? Lu Chen thought to himself. The geniuses of the Silver Moon humans don't seem to be worth much, huh? However, Lu Chen thought for a moment if the difficulty was linked to the monster tier, the old village chief's son could also solo a boss at that time. Such strength was already not weak. Among the Yuanqing humans, those who could achieve this were probably very few. Hearing the old village chief's words, Lu Chen had a general understanding of the difficulty of the advancement task. With his current strength, even without using various scrolls and trump cards, soloing a lord would be no problem. This meant that Lu Chen could at least pass the lord level advancement task. So, his first attempt at the advancement task would definitely be above the lord difficulty. There was no need to consider the super god and god levels. The remaining task difficulties were only king level, emperor level, saint level, and demigod level. Lu Chen had 3 opportunities and could choose 3 times. For the first time, Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to choose saint level. After all, demigod has the word god in it, and Lu Chen felt that might be pushing it. The saint level might be a bit easier. He had quite a few trump cards in hand, and combined with his own strength, Lu Chen felt there might be hope to pass this difficulty. Just as Lu Chen's gaze gradually became resolute, the old village chief chuckled. It seems you already have your own idea? What difficulty are you planning to choose? Lu Chen smiled. I plan to try the saint level. The old village chief? His mind was filled with question marks. Saint level? And you're just trying the waters? Are you this brave? Does your family know? The old village chief's mouth twitched slightly. For your first advancement, you choose saint level? The basic attribute limit of the Yuanqing humans isn't strong, right? Isn't this a bit too risky? Lu Chen chuckled. I'm just trying it out. If it doesn't work, I can always choose a lower level. Lu Chen had already thought it through. If he could pass the saint level, he would then try for demigod. If he couldn't, he would choose emperor level. Seeing Lu Chen's determined expression, the old village chief understood that he had made his choice and that he could no longer persuade him. The old village chief sighed. It's fine, after all, there are 3 opportunities. It's good to try it out first. In the old village chief's view, Lu Chen would definitely not be able to pass the saint level advancement task. But after all, he was a genius and he surely had his pride. Letting him face a little setback might be beneficial for his future. Lu Chen nodded. After saying that, Lu Chen no longer hesitated. He directly opened the advancement interface and selected the saint level advancement difficulty. Ding, player Lu Chen has initiated the advancement task, difficulty set to saint level. Confirm? Confirm. Lu Chen was not the kind of person who would hesitate after making a decision. Since he had made up his mind, he would go for it wholeheartedly. Lu Chen confirmed the task difficulty. Suddenly, the space twisted and a crimson light gate appeared in the old village chief's courtyard. Upon seeing this crimson light gate, the old village chief's expression became somewhat complex for a moment. The quality represented by red is saint level of this kid truly embodies the saying, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, actually choosing the saint level difficulty. The old village chief looked at Lu Chen and said, if you fail the advancement task, you will randomly lose attributes, skills, or equipment. However, since this is a first-tier advancement task, the loss will be minimal, so you don't need to worry too much. Since you've chosen this, just go ahead and do your best. Good luck. It was the first time the old village chief had seen a player with such powerful talent as Lu Chen, especially after Lu Chen helped Silver Moon Village deal with the invasion of the little demons. Deep down, the old village chief hoped Lu Chen could succeed in the task. But rationality reminded him that for an ordinary race to attempt a saint-level difficulty on the first try was almost a fool's dream. Lu Chen nodded slightly and smiled at the old village chief. Thank you, old village chief, I'm going in. Lu Chen turned and stepped into the light gate. The next moment, a crimson glow enveloped Lu Chen. When the light before his eyes faded, he found himself inside a city. This was an ancient city, built from black rocks, looking extremely weathered, bearing the marks of time. The interior of the city was relatively prosperous, with pedestrians everywhere on both sides of the streets. All these pedestrians appeared to be human, but unlike the humans of Yuanqing, these humans had dark red skin, with a ring of black patterns around their eyes, resembling natural tattoos. The yellow-skinned, black-haired appearance of Yuanqing humans seemed out of place among them. The nearby passers-by indeed regarded Lu Chen with strange looks. Lu Chen's expression remained calm, but he was very alert inside. He still didn't know what the task was. He cast a detection spell directly. Old phantoms of the Clark humans, these are the phantoms of the residents of Clark Planet before its destruction. Lu Chen was taken aback, feeling somewhat astonished. These seemingly living humans were actually not real? They were all phantoms? Moreover, these phantoms seemed to be able to see him and react to his presence? This advancement task's map was too absurd. However, Lu Chen thought to himself that this was, after all, a cosmic game, so he felt relieved. It was normal for a game played by powerful races across the universe to be exaggerated. Lu Chen continued to use the detection spell. Everything around him was the old phantoms of the Clark humans. There were no other existences. This made Lu Chen furrow his brows. So what was this advancement task asking him to do? It couldn't be to prevent the destruction of Clark Planet, could it? If that were the case, he might as well give up the task. Even if Lu Chen was strong now, he couldn't possibly be powerful enough to fight against beings capable of destroying planets. Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly erupted in the distance. Flames and black smoke raged, and Lu Chen saw many residents fleeing in panic, screams echoing everywhere. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He finally received a system prompt. Ding! The Blade Demon Army has invaded Anno City. Please assist Prince Anno in repelling the Blade Demon Army. On the panel, the advancement task changed to assisting Prince Anno in repelling the Blade Demon Army. Lu Chen immediately ran towards the area where the sounds of battle were coming from. With his agility attribute boosted by the warrior's heart and battle intent, it exceeded 300 points, far surpassing that of an ordinary human. His body turned into an afterimage, soaring into the air, leaping onto a rooftop over 10 meters high. The ground was packed with chaotic Clark residents, making it impossible for Lu Chen to pass through. Although these were just phantoms, with Lu Chen's current strength, he could easily crash through them and turn them into mist. But Lu Chen couldn't get past this mental barrier. He jumped between rooftops at high speed, the fierce wind howling in his ears. From his elevated position, Lu Chen saw one area after another erupting into battle, the rumbling sounds incessant. He headed towards the area where the fighting was most intense. In that area, the nearby buildings had already collapsed, and the wind raged as if missiles were falling. As he approached, Lu Chen discovered the devastation of the area. Ruins were everywhere, and on the ground lay the remains of the Clark humans. Many of the demons, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with slender bodies and menacing barbs, wielding dark blades on their arms, were slaughtering the Clark humans. Among these Clark humans, there seemed to be players who were struggling to resist. Meanwhile, the civilians were like cattle and sheep, utterly powerless against the blades of the demons. Lu Chen's expression was calm, but a storm was brewing in his heart. He seemed to glimpse the future of Yuanqing. If Yuanqing's strength was not sufficient, then when the demon army invaded, the fate of Yuanqing's humans would likely be the same as that of the Clark humans. Like ants, wherever the demon army passed, it was a hell on earth. Such a thing, Lu Chen would not allow to happen. Despicable demons! You will never succeed. An incredibly furious roar erupted. Lu Chen saw a tall Clark man in the center of the ruins, dressed in a deep purple robe, surrounded by crackling thunder. Opposite him stood a blade demon clad in black leather armor, with blood-red blades. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. Old Phantom of Prince Anhwa, low-tier Holy Spirit, level 1 health, 2,700,000 attack, 9,800 description, a genius warrior. Of the Clark clan, the Old Phantom of the first Prince Anhwa, who dedicated his life to protecting the Clark humans and their people. Old Phantom of the Blood Blade, mid-tier Holy Spirit, level 1 health, 3,550,000 attack, 11,500 description. The Blood Blade is the executioner and vanguard general of the Blade Demon clan. His blades turned blood red from absorbing too much blood of living beings. Lu Chen? What is this thing? A level 1 monster with over 2 million and 3 million health? This is a Holy Spirit? Normally, a Holy Spirit's endurance shouldn't be much higher than his. Since the endurance isn't much higher, it means the health bonus from endurance far exceeds Lu Chen's. Not only that, but these two guys probably possess extremely powerful skills. Lu Chen speculated that these two Holy Spirits were likely very high level in the real world. It was only because this was Lu Chen's task world that they appeared as level 1. The reason they were level 1, Lu Chen guessed, might be related to his own race. Lu Chen had heard the old village chief mention before that the difficulty of advancement tasks was also related to race. If Lu Chen's race was relatively strong, with a higher base attribute limit, then what he faced might not be level 1 Holy Spirits, but level 10 or even higher level Holy Spirits. Of course, all of this was just Lu Chen's speculation. He didn't know the specifics, and now was not the time to ponder these issues. Just a level 1 Holy Spirit had such exaggerated health and terrifying attack. How could he possibly fight that? It would be a miracle if he could win. No wonder the old village chief's son could only deal with boss-level monsters. The attribute differences of higher quality monsters were truly worlds apart. Lu Chen felt an immense weight in his heart, and his confidence had dwindled. However, since he was already here, Lu Chen naturally wanted to give it a try. At this moment, Prince Anhwa and the Blood Blade had not noticed Lu Chen. They were in a standoff, and there were no players or blade demons around them. Perhaps it was because their strength was too overwhelming. The Clark human players and blade demons dared not linger nearby for fear of being caught up in the conflict. Lu Chen hid behind a wall of ruins and quietly took out a scroll. Demon Whispering Scroll, Epic, reduces target's attributes by 40%, duration 30 minutes. Note, target level cannot exceed 20, and the effect on kings is halved. This was a scroll Lu Chen obtained from a minor demon's lair. He currently had 3 scrolls in hand, which were among his strongest trump cards aside from the legendary Heavenly Crystal Guardian Scroll. Since there was only one Heavenly Crystal Guardian Scroll, Lu Chen didn't dare to use it just yet. If he used the Heavenly Crystal Guardian Scroll and still couldn't complete the task, it would be a huge waste. Lu Chen planned to first test the waters with the Demon Whisper Scroll. The scroll displayed a king-level effect halved, and in front of him was a Holy Spirit, making Lu Chen feel a bit uneasy. However, considering that this Holy Spirit was only level 1, he had a tiny glimmer of hope. What if it worked? With that thought, Lu Chen activated the scroll. In the next moment, a black light fell upon the distant blood blade. A system prompt echoed in Lu Chen's ears. Ding! The ancient phantom of the blood blade is affected by the demon whisper scroll, all attributes reduced by 2%, duration 10 seconds. Lu Chen? His expression changed instantly. It only reduced by 2%. What difference did that make? What a joke. The next moment, Lu Chen's face turned pale. Because he had used the demon whisper scroll, it drew the attention of both parties. The Bloodblade and Prince Anno turned to look at Lu Chen simultaneously. A cold killing intent flickered in the Bloodblade's eyes, and a disdainful voice rang out, "Ant, you dare to ambush me." In the next moment, his body vanished from sight. Prince Anno's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Be careful." Lu Chen only saw a flash of crimson light. A high damage number appeared above his head. -48,233. Lu Chen's health was instantly depleted. Before dying, Lu Chen saw Prince Anno surrounded by surging thunder, a furious lightning spear shooting towards the Bloodblade. In the next moment, Lu Chen was enveloped in a scarlet glow, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the old village chief's courtyard. Lu Chen gasped for breath, still filled with lingering fear. So strong. Even a level 1 Holy Spirit was far beyond his capabilities. Lu Chen had thought that his current strength was already powerful enough. Even if he wasn't a match for the Holy Spirit, he could at least hold his own. But he realized he had overestimated himself. Even if the basic attribute differences weren't significant, Lu Chen discovered that beings of different tiers had completely different attribute bonuses. He couldn't believe that a level 1 Holy Spirit could have much higher stamina than him. Yet its life force was so much greater. Not only that, its speed was absurdly fast, likely exceeding the speed of sound by a considerable margin. This must be the result of different attribute bonuses. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat unwilling. But he also understood that with his current strength, he probably had no chance of completing the holy level advancement task. Just then, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Player Lu Chen's advancement failed, strength attribute reduced by 10 points. Cannot accept advancement tasks for 3 hours. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. As expected, the penalty for failing the first advancement was quite low. Just 10 points of strength attribute. Lu Chen used 10 strength attribute stones and got it back. At that moment, the old village chief's voice came from the side. Failed? Now you know how powerful the Holy Spirit is, right? The old village chief showed no surprise at Lu Chen's failure. He smiled gently at Lu Chen. Lu Chen came to his senses and smiled wryly. It really is strong. The old village chief nodded and said, I think, with your strength, you should have a good chance of completing the Lord level difficulty. For the remaining 2 attempts, I think you can try the Lord level. Don't aim too high. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately spoke up. I plan to choose the Emperor level difficulty. Lu Chen felt that even without various trump cards, he could pass the Lord level. After all, with his current strength, soloing a Lord wasn't too difficult. The only issue was the King and Emperor levels. He had thought it through, whether it was the Demon Whisper Scroll or other scrolls, as long as they were of epic quality, they could affect King quality monsters. With the legendary level Celestial Crystal Guardian Scroll added, Lu Chen felt that dealing with the King should be quite stable. The current problem was how to handle the Emperor. If he could deal with the Emperor, he would naturally choose the Emperor difficulty. If not, he would settle for a lesser option. The old village chief raised an eyebrow, ? This kid, still not satisfied? Although the Emperor was indeed much weaker compared to the Holy Spirit, it was still not something an ordinary race with a base attribute cap of only 120 points could challenge. The old village chief expressed some concern. Are you sure? If you fail this time, you'll only have 1 chance left. Lu Chen nodded, I'm sure. If successful, he would complete the Emperor difficulty on his first advancement. That would definitely be a great benefit for his future path. It was worth a try. Seeing Lu Chen's determined expression, the old village chief sighed. This kid's temperament was just like his son's. He probably wouldn't compromise until the last moment. The old village chief stopped trying to persuade him further. Lu Chen waited for 3 hours. Soon, the second advancement task was activated. This time, the light gate that appeared was not crimson but orange. This color symbolized the legendary level. Lu Chen stepped into the orange light gate. The next moment, he found himself in a desolate plain. The plain was covered with gray-brown rocks and soil, while the sky was shrouded in gloomy clouds, with cold winds howling continuously. Just then, a rumbling sound came from the ground. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a black tide rushing towards him from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was not a black tide but a dense swarm of demons. These demons had crimson skin, a spiraled horn on their heads, and extremely fierce appearances. Old Phantom of the Horned Crimson Demon. Elite, level, 10 health, 1010 attack, 60 description. This is the old phantom of a soldier from the Horned Crimson Demon army of your. Among these demons, those standing around 1.8 meters tall are elite Horned Crimson Demons, and their numbers are boundless, probably reaching tens of millions.
Those over 2 meters tall are the chief-level horned crimson demons. The number of these chief-level horned crimson demons is also in the hundreds of thousands, and those exceeding 3 meters are all Lord-level horned crimson demons. All chief-level horned crimson demons are level 10, but the Lord-level ones are level 8. There are also thousands of these horned crimson demon lords. Above the lords, there are 10 king-level horned crimson demons, each over 5 meters tall. Old Phantom of the Horned Crimson Demon King, Low-Tier King, Level 4 Health, 504,000 Attack, 1200 Description. This is the Old Phantom of a king from the Horned Crimson Demon Army of Yer. These 10 kings are the destroyers of the Link Star. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Lu Chen's ears. Ding! The Horned Crimson Demon Army is about to cross the Black Wilderness. Please destroy this army, player. Lu Chen, 6. Although this advancement task was not meant for dealing with Emperor-level monsters, this was a freaking army of millions of demons. Asking a player to destroy all these demons? Is that something a person can do? However, Lu Chen felt a glimmer of excitement in his heart. For an average player, dealing with so many demons might be impossible. After all, there were 10 kings among them, over 1,000 lords, tens of thousands of chiefs, plus millions of elites. How could a single player handle that? If it were a mage, even if their mana ran out, they probably wouldn't be able to kill that many demons. If it were a warrior class, they would have been overwhelmed and killed long ago. But for Lu Chen, there was hope. Lu Chen's sweeping skill effect had a 1% chance to reset the skill cooldown. Coupled with his powerful lifesteal attribute, this gave Lu Chen the potential to mow down enemies effortlessly. Level 10 chiefs could hardly deal any damage to Lu Chen now. What Lu Chen needed to focus on were the thousands of lords and those 10 kings. As long as he could withstand the attacks from these high-ranking unicorn red demons, he was sure he could destroy the entire demon army. Although this would take a considerable amount of time, but as long as there was hope, it was worth a try. Lu Chen took a deep breath and charged towards the demon army. He noticed one problem: these demons did not have a drop list. This meant that these demons would not drop anything. Lu Chen speculated that it might be because this was an advanced quest. After all, the Bloodblade's Old Phantom he encountered during the Holy Level quest also did not have a drop list. It could also be that only this type of monster, the Old Phantom, did not drop items. Lu Chen felt a bit regretful. If they could drop items, what good things would he get from killing king-level monsters? Lu Chen stopped thinking too much. At this moment, the demon army had already approached him. Every few hundred meters ahead, there was a lord leading the charge. One of the lords roared, "Crush this ant." The next moment, all the unicorn red demons howled and charged towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression was calm as he charged directly at the lord-level unicorn red demon. All the surrounding unicorn red demons launched attacks at Lu Chen. -0, -0. Numbers of 0 damage floated up one after another. These elite monsters and boss-level monsters could not break through Lu Chen's defenses at all. The level 8 unicorn red demon lord let out a low growl, swinging its serrated giant blade towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen blocked with his great sword. Clang! -101. An extremely low damage number floated above Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen's current equipment was mostly epic gear, combined with various skill enhancements, and a 20% damage reduction from greatsword mastery blocking. One could imagine how tough Lu Chen was now. Even the lord posed very little threat to him. Lu Chen swung his battle sword repeatedly. One high damage number after another floated above the lord's head. Each one was around 8 or 9,000, even exceeding 10,000. Among them, the sweeping skill was unleashed, and a flash of black sword light swept through, tearing apart dozens of unicorn red demons ahead. These unicorn red demons did not leave corpses like other monsters. Instead, they turned to ashes and disappeared. This might be due to the special nature of the Old Phantom. At the same time, Lu Chen's sweeping skill reset. His eyes lit up. Sure enough, the max level effect of the sweeping skill was indeed powerful. The area cleared by the sweep was quickly filled by other unicorn red demons. There were so many unicorn red demons here that the dozens Lu Chen had killed seemed like a drop in the ocean. In just a few breaths, Lu Chen directly killed the unicorn red demon lord in front of him. Lu Chen's expression showed no surprise. After all, there were still thousands of such lords. Meanwhile, within the unicorn red demon army, the closest king-level unicorn red demon to Lu Chen also noticed his presence. The unicorn red demon king roared, "Kill him!" Nearby, the lord-level unicorn red demons immediately pushed aside the surrounding army and charged towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen also turned his gaze towards the unicorn red demon king. He had a thought. The threat posed by the unicorn red demon lords seemed to be minimal to him. But the unicorn red demon king was different. It would definitely deal him significant damage. Now, the surrounding unicorn red demons were completely a blood bank for Lu Chen. After all, although his sweeping skill did not deal as much damage as his counterattack, there were too many monsters here, and the total damage would far exceed that of a counterattack. One could say that Lu Chen's single sweep caused damage exceeding 100,000. With Lu Chen's current lifesteal attribute, as long as he didn't die, one sweep could fully restore his health. This meant that Lu Chen could now attempt to directly deal with
the king-level Unicorn Red Demon. If his health ran low, he could recover through the sweeping skill. This way, Lu Chen's margin for error was very high. The more Lu Chen thought, the brighter his eyes became. This idea is clearly feasible. He swept through, charging towards the Unicorn Red Demon King who had issued the command. The Unicorn Red Demon King, seeing that Lu Chen dared to approach him, immediately revealed a cold, sinister smile. A mere ant dares to challenge me? With a stomp on the ground, he charged through the army like a bulldozer, directly pushing aside the surrounding Unicorn Red Demons. Soon, this Unicorn Red Demon King stood before Lu Chen. He was a Unicorn Red Demon wielding a battle axe. He let out a low growl. "Ant, I will grant your wish and let you die by my hand." With both hands gripping the battle axe, he swung it down fiercely at Lu Chen. His massive body stood 5 meters tall, and the battle axe in his hands was over 4 meters long, incredibly huge. Such a fierce attack naturally brought immense pressure. The strong wind howled, causing Lu Chen's black hair to dance. However, his expression remained calm. He did not evade but instead raised his sword to block. He wanted to see just how strong a king-level monster really was. This would give him a sense of whether he could handle such a level of monster. Minus 3,233. A high damage value floated above Lu Chen's head, and his health dropped significantly. However, this damage made Lu Chen's eyes light up. It was only a little over 3,000. He still had various trump cards in hand, and with so many health potions around, he had every hope of dealing with these kings. A cold smile appeared on his face, and he directly swung his battle sword, attacking the Unicorn Red Demon King. Minus 6,898. Thunderstrike, minus 4,309. Brutal critical hit, minus 2,783. Sweep critical hit, minus 1,275. Heavy critical hit, minus 1,244. Cleave, minus 832. Normal attack critical hit. It must be said that the Unicorn Red Demon King truly lived up to its status as a king-level monster with extremely powerful defenses. The damage Lu Chen dealt was far less than what he had inflicted on the Lord monsters before. Nevertheless, after a round of attacks, Lu Chen still managed to deal over 15,000 in damage. It should be noted that a king's health is only a little over 500,000, so such damage was already quite strong. The damage Lu Chen dealt made the Unicorn Red Demon King feel immense pain. He let out an angry roar and swung his battle axe, attempting to counterattack. Lu Chen and the Unicorn Red Demon King dodged each other's attacks while retaliating. The clash of the battle axe and battle sword rang out incessantly. The Unicorn Red Demon King's attack speed was extremely fast, and Lu Chen's health continuously dropped. However, Lu Chen only needed to use sweep counterattack and bloodthirsty strike to instantly restore his health to full. In just a few minutes, the Unicorn Red Demon King's health was reduced to half. He roared in anger, and a scarlet light radiated from his horn. The next moment, a beam of light shot towards Lu Chen. This beam moved at incredible speed, and Lu Chen couldn't even dodge. It slammed hard into his chest. The terrifying force sent Lu Chen's body flying, crashing into and killing numerous unicorn demons. A high damage value also floated above Lu Chen's head. Minus 14,432. Lu Chen's pupils slightly dilated, feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had used sweep before the skill, restoring his health to full. If his health had been insufficient, that hit would have been very dangerous. Lu Chen flipped his hand and took out various scrolls to use, including the Lava Armor Scroll, Wild Roar Scroll, Enhanced Life Scroll, and other scrolls that boosted his abilities. Lu Chen used them one by one. These scrolls were all obtained from 3 dungeons prepared specifically for today's mission. Now was the time to use them. As for the Celestial Guardian Scroll, and some powerful scrolls with shorter durations, Lu Chen did not use them immediately. After all, these were his greatest trump cards. If he used them right away and something unexpected happened later, he might not be able to withstand it. Even so, Lu Chen's life at this moment still exceeded 30,000, and his damage had increased by more than 30%. At this moment, Lu Chen felt an unprecedented strength. Perhaps he had hope of completing the Emperor-level task. As Lu Chen's damage continued to rise, the health of the uniquely horned Red Demon King plummeted like a blood collapse. In just a short while, his health was down to about the last 20%. At this moment, the uniquely horned Red Demon King was already battered and bruised under Lu Chen's battle sword, covered in blood. Just then, the uniquely horned Red Demon King let out a low roar. "Help me, my brothers!" Then, one magic circle after another appeared around the uniquely horned Red Demon King. These magic circles were entirely crimson, adorned with intricate and profound patterns. In the next moment, one after another, uniquely horned Red Demon Kings emerged from them. They exuded a powerful aura, staring intently at Lu Chen in the distance. They were the other 9 uniquely horned Red Demon Kings from the army. They had been summoned by the uniquely horned Red Demon King before them. Lu Chen? He had a MMP in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. Lu Chen's original plan was to defeat these uniquely horned Red Demon Kings one by one. After all, the previous battle had given him some insight. Dealing with the uniquely horned Red Demon King was manageable if it was just one. If there were 2, he could use some trump cards to handle them. If there were 3, he would have to use the Celestial Crystal Guardian Scroll, or he might not stand a chance. If there were more than 5 or 6, he felt that nothing he used would be effective. Who would have thought that these uniquely horned red demon kings would be so unscrupulous? You guys are kings. How could you gang up on an ordinary player like me? Is there no conscience left? No wonder there are no emperor-level monsters in this army. It turns out that 10 kings are fighting against me. Coupled with such a large army, this level of difficulty must be extremely high even in emperor-level tasks, right? As soon as these uniquely horned red demon kings appeared, red light flickered on their horns. In the next moment, beams of light shot towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen barely dodged a few, but the remaining beams struck him. Thousands of damage numbers floated above Lu Chen's head, causing his health to drop to 0. As Lu Chen was enveloped in orange light, a hint of bitterness filled his heart. Such a killing move, even if he used the Celestial Crystal Guardian Scroll, he wouldn't be able to withstand much. Terrifying. Even Emperor-level monsters would probably not dare to take such an attack head-on and could only rely on speed to evade. As for Holy Spirit-level monsters, don't be fooled by the high damage this skill dealt to Lu Chen. It was uncertain how much damage it would inflict on a Holy Spirit. However, Lu Chen did gain something this time. That is, in this advancement task, all the monsters he encountered were of the king level. He had gained enough understanding of the strength of kings. To be honest, with his current strength, even without using various scrolls, he might still have a chance to defeat king-level monsters. If he used various powerful scrolls, it would be incredibly easy. Lu Chen's heart was completely at ease. He understood that passing the king-level difficulty was definitely within his reach. As the orange light dissipated, Lu Chen reappeared in the old village chief's yard. The old village chief smiled and asked, "How was it? Do you understand how formidable it is now?" Lu Chen nodded and sighed. The emperor-level difficulty is indeed very challenging. Of course, the cosmic game is not that simple. The old village chief also sighed. In fact, in our galaxy, very few players can pass the lord-level difficulty on their first advancement. So, Lu Chen, your talent is considered top-notch in our galaxy. Next, prepare well. With your strength, passing the lord-level difficulty is still possible. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Village chief, I plan to try the king-level difficulty next." The old village chief, he was momentarily stunned, then looked at Lu Chen in shock, a bit anxiously saying, "Lu Chen, this is your last chance. If you fail this time, you won't be able to advance. Are you sure you want to take the risk?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "This time, I am confident." If the previous attempts at the Saint and Emperor levels were just trials for Lu Chen, he had complete confidence in the king level. Hearing this, the old village chief fell silent for a moment. With a serious expression, he said, "Lu Chen, this is a matter concerning your future. If you can't advance, with your talent, it would be such a waste. Are you really not going to reconsider?" As a human player with the same attribute limit of 120 points, the old village chief understood all too well how difficult it was to advance through the king level for the first time. Hadn't he seen his son so spirited before, even daring to choose the god-level difficulty for his first attempt, only to eventually face reality and choose the boss-level advancement task? Lu Chen had already failed twice. If he failed again, there would be no future. The old village chief truly couldn't bear to see Lu Chen waste such a great talent. Lu Chen chuckled, "No need to reconsider, I know what I'm doing, village chief." Seeing Lu Chen so resolute, the old village chief sighed, "Alas, I hope you won't regret your decision." Lu Chen nodded slightly. This time, the penalty was a reduction of 10 points in stamina attributes. He used the stamina attribute points to replenish that attribute. After waiting for another 3 hours, Lu Chen was able to advance again. This time, he chose the difficulty of king level. A golden portal appeared before Lu Chen. He stepped inside, and when the golden light faded, he could see the area he was in. It was an arena. Opposite him stood a tall, handsome man dressed in a deep red robe. The man had long, fiery red hair that danced like flames, snow-white skin, and a flame mark on his forehead. Lu Chen cast a detection spell. Old Phantom of Yanming, King, level 2 health, 450000 attack, 1120 description. This is the old phantom of the flame god Yanming during his apprenticeship in the Milky Way. Lu Chen's eyes widened slightly at the description before him. This guy was actually the old phantom of the flame god. At just level 2, Yanming was already a terrifying powerhouse at the king level. Is this what the deities of the Milky Way are like? Indeed powerful. This guy's racial potential probably far exceeds that of the Yuan star. Humans. Ding. Please defeat the old phantom of Yanming, player Lu Chen. At that moment, the system prompt sounded, and Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a smile. As expected, the difficulty of the king level wasn't that high. The old phantom of Yanming also turned his gaze towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen had already noticed that the old phantom had consciousness. Yanming scrutinized Lu Chen, a smirk appearing on his lips. "Oh? Yuan star human, with only 27,000 health, you have the courage to challenge a king? I can only say your bravery is commendable." Lu Chen grinned, took out the Celestial Crystal Guardian Scroll and used it. Instantly, a dazzling crystal shield appeared around him.
The charming smile on Yenming's face froze.
The air fell silent for a moment as Lu Chen and Yenming stared at each other.
After a brief silence, Yenming couldn't help but say, "Celestial Crystal Guardian? A legendary scroll? You little brat, what a rich kid." Lu Chen smiled slightly. The task doesn't restrict the use of scrolls. Saying this, Lu Chen took out another scroll emanating dark energy and used it again. The Demon Whisper scroll was activated, reducing Yenming's attributes by 20% for 30 minutes. Yenming? His expression became even more rigid.
That wasn't the end. Lu Chen continued to use one scroll after another. Lava Armor Scroll, Wild Roar Scroll, Enhanced Life Scroll, Blood Frenzy Scroll, and so on.
Watching the beams of light rising from Lu Chen's body, and feeling his increasingly powerful aura, Yenming was completely numbed. Damn it, who fights using so many high-level scrolls? Can't they afford it? Yenming was dumbfounded. It's just a duel, is it really necessary? Lu Chen nodded seriously, of course it is. No kidding, this was his last chance to advance. Lu Chen wouldn't take even the slightest risk, even though the legendary scrolls were extremely precious. But if he were to fail this time, it would be the end for him. Therefore, Lu Chen didn't hold back on using this legendary scroll and various other scrolls.
At this moment, after using various scrolls, Lu Chen's attributes had significantly increased. Coupled with the 500,000 shield and 50% damage reduction from the Heavenly Crystal Guardian, if he couldn't defeat a level 2 king, he might as well find a tofu to crash into. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yenming had nothing to say. One could only say that having money allows for recklessness.
Yenming's expression turned serious as he waved his staff, and in the next moment, a layer of flame shield appeared around him. He looked at Lu Chen with a solemn expression and said, "No matter how thick the shield is, it's just a turtle shell. I am Yenming. The thing I fear the least is a turtle shell."
Just as Yenming finished speaking, Lu Chen charged forward. His charge had been leveled up to the max, and he moved at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen was in front of Yenming. The battle sword in his hand flickered. With arcs of lightning, thunder strike, boom. The sound of thunder roared as Lu Chen's battle sword, infused with the might of thunder, came crashing down. Yenming's face was filled with shock. He didn't have time to dodge and could only raise his staff to block.
Minus 18,382.
Thunder strike critical hit. Just one strike caused over 18,000 damage. This was not only due to the critical hit but also because Lu Chen had previously used the Demon Whisper scroll, which reduced Yenming's
overall attributes, including defense. Moreover, Yenming was only level 2, even weaker than the Emperor difficulty's uniquely red Demon King. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Chen could deal such high damage. After the thunder strike, arcs of lightning flickered around Yenming. His body felt somewhat numb and his movement speed drastically decreased. As an epic level skill, Thunder Strike could deal full effects against a king level target. Originally, Yenming's attributes had already been reduced by 20% due to the Demon Whisper, and now his movement speed was further reduced by 50%. At this moment, Yenming was practically moving at a turtle's pace. Yenming himself noticed this situation. His pupils dilated slightly in disbelief. Thunder Strike? What on earth is this guy?
Clearly, he only had 27,000 health, which meant his race was quite ordinary. A player like this shouldn't possibly have mastered epic level skills. Even he, being king level, had only mastered a mere 4 epic level skills. Moreover, the damage from this Thunder Strike was outrageous. The skill level must be quite high. This was simply unreasonable. Yenming had no time to think further,
because Lu Chen's battle sword was already coming
down again. He gritted his teeth and directly used his blink skill. This was one of his very few life-saving skills at this stage. Just at the beginning, he was forced to use it. This was hard for Yenming to accept, but he knew that if he didn't use it now, in his current state, he would only continue to be beaten down. Lu Chen's savage strike missed because Yenming used blink, the battle sword slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Lu Chen could only say that this guy was indeed king level. At just level 2, he had already mastered a skill like blink. How could the mages of their Yuan Star humans compete with that? Lu Chen complained in his heart, but his actions didn't slow down at all. He continued to charge towards Yenming. Lu Chen's movement speed was not slow. The warrior's heart and title increased his movement speed, and with his agility not being low, he left after images on the arena, chasing after the distant Yenming. Seeing Lu Chen getting closer, Yenming's expression tightened, and he waved his staff. In the next moment, fireballs appeared in the air, numbering in the dozens. The dense rain of fireballs fell like a fiery storm, crashing down fiercely towards Lu Chen. These fireballs carried intense heat, causing even Lu Chen to feel a slight sting on his skin. Boom! 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 Lu Chen dodged with his speed, but there were too many fireballs for him to evade them all. One after another, fireballs struck against the celestial crystal shield. Minus 1,234. Minus 1,269. 5 high damage numbers floated up, surprising Lu Chen. Truly, a mage, and a king level 1 at that. Just from this, his health had dropped by around 6,000. This was still due to the fact that this guy's attributes were weakened and he managed to dodge some, otherwise, the damage would have been even higher. However, this damage was all taken by the Celestial Crystal Shield, which had no effect on Lu Chen at all. The Celestial Crystal Shield boasted a health of 500,000, let them hit. Just as Lu Chen approached Yen Ming let out a low growl, and the next moment, a crimson gold fire ring spread from Yen Ming's body, crashing heavily into Lu Chen. It felt as if he had been hit by a train, his body flying backward. Minus 4,399. Another high damage number floated up. Lu Chen was somewhat astonished. After all, this was the old phantom of the Crimson Flame Spirit during his apprenticeship, and its methods were truly diverse. This guy was only level 2, yet his strength was already so formidable. Fortunately, he had used the Celestial Crystal Shield. Otherwise, it would have been even harder to deal with. Lu Chen continued to charge towards Yen Ming. In a battle between a warrior and a mage, one naturally had to close the distance. First, after using the fire ring, Yen Ming's expression changed slightly as he saw Lu Chen continue to rush forward. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. This guy's defense was simply outrageous. Even with the Celestial Crystal Shield, the damage he dealt was still too low. This meant that the defense of this guy in front of him was terrifyingly high. Seeing Lu Chen charge again, Yen Ming wanted to retreat, but the paralysis effect of Thunder Fury Strike didn't wear off that quickly. Coupled with the weakness from Devil's Whisper, as soon as he took a step, Yen Ming gave up. The speed difference was just too great. Yen Ming had no choice but to use fireballs one by one to attack Lu Chen, trying to stop his advance. However, this was not the same as the previous rain of fireballs. Lu Chen either dodged them or shattered them with his battle sword. Lu Chen quickly closed in on Yen Ming. Yen Ming waved his staff, unleashing a crimson dragon breath aimed at Lu Chen's face. Minus 3,432. The dragon breath carried a sulfuric smell, and Lu Chen felt his eyes struggle to open. This was the negative effect of the dragon breath. However, in less than a second, this effect disappeared. Lu Chen's iron will was already at level 9. Although he couldn't completely immunize against negative states, it was enough to allow him to recover quickly. Yen Ming never expected Lu Chen to recover so fast. What? He had no time to think. Further, as Lu Chen launched another attack. Minus 79,934. Counterattack critical hit, minus 7,083. Sweep critical hit, minus 4,475. Heavy hit critical hit, minus 3,044. Cleave, minus 1,002. Normal attack. A series of high damage numbers floated above Yen Ming's head. The most exaggerated was the damage from the counterattack. The damage Lu Chen had taken had already exceeded 8,000. And the counterattack skill had reached a maximum of 4,000% damage increase. Coupled with critical hits, he dealt nearly 80,000 terrifying damage. This blow left Yen Ming dazed. His health was only around 450,000, and with the previous damage taken, this wave had directly reduced his health by more than a fifth. What kind of turtle shell was this? It was simply a brute beast. Yen Ming felt the pain coursing through him, his eyes turning red. Yen Ming's situation was dire at this moment. The paralysis effect of Thunder Fury Strike prevented him from escaping Lu Chen's attack range. Although his defense had increased somewhat due to the flame shield, Lu Chen's attacks were too ferocious. This was something Yen Ming had never anticipated. Faced with Lu Chen's battle sword, Yen Ming could only dodge as much as possible and then use his staff to block the attacks. At such close range, he could hardly counterattack. Yen Ming's thought was to hold on until the paralysis effect of Thunder Strike ended. Perhaps he would have a chance to escape. However, 5 seconds passed and the paralysis effect still hadn't ended. Yen Ming's heart felt heavy. After 10 seconds, when Lu Chen used Thunder Strike again, Yen Ming's heart completely sank. This left Yen Ming in shock. Thunder Strike, this skill, he knew it was an epic skill of warriors. At lower levels, the paralysis time was very short. Seemingly only 1 or 2 seconds? Now the paralysis time even exceeded the cooldown of the skill. This guy had cultivated Thunder Strike to such a high level. Clearly, this guy was just an ordinary apprentice player. How could he have cultivated an epic skill to this extent? Even as a king, he hadn't cultivated an epic skill to such a degree. Where on earth did this guy come from? Yen Ming had no time to think further. At this moment, his situation was dire. After Lu Chen's skill cooldown was restored, he dealt high damage to him again. When Lu Chen finished his second wave of skills, Yen Ming's health was down to less than 300,000. It had only been a little over 10 seconds since the battle began. His blink skill hadn't even cooled down yet. What left Yen Ming speechless was that this guy in front of him still had a thick heavenly crystal guardian shield. Without this shield, Yen Ming felt he might not have lost. But with the shield, how could he fight? After struggling to hold on for a moment, Yen Ming finally waited for his blink skill to recover. He used the blink skill to escape Lu Chen's attack range. However, before Yen Ming could catch his breath, Lu Chen charged right into his face. Yen Ming, he shouted angrily, "Damn it, if you have the ability, don't use high-level scrolls." Lu Chen rolled his eyes. "If you have the ability, stand there and let me hit you. Do you think I'm a fool?" Yen Ming was even angrier. Lu Chen retorted, "Then, do I look like a fool?" Seeing that they couldn't come to an agreement, Yen Ming used Fire Ring, Dragon Breath, and continued to gather fireballs to counterattack as much as possible. However, his counterattack seemed very feeble in Lu Chen's eyes. He couldn't even break the heavenly crystal shield. Just like that, Lu Chen chased Yen Ming down. In less than a minute, he drained the last bit of Yen Ming's health. In a furious roar, Yen Ming ultimately turned to ashes and vanished. At this moment, Lu Chen's heavenly crystal shield still had about 400,000 health left. Once the battle ended, the heavenly crystal shield gradually dissipated. Lu Chen felt a bit pained. If he had known he wouldn't need this thing, even without using the heavenly crystal shield, defeating Yen Ming wouldn't have been a big problem. After all, his lifesteal ability was strong enough. Although Yen Ming's damage was high, as long as he survived the burst, he could completely rely on his powerful attack ability to regain health. But Lu Chen thought for a moment and felt he couldn't say that. After all, this was his last chance. If he failed, he would have no possibility of advancing. Although the heavenly crystal guardian scroll was precious, ensuring his advancement was the most important thing. Just then, a golden light enveloped Lu Chen. When the light disappeared, Lu Chen found himself in the small courtyard of the old village chief. As soon as he appeared, various system notification sounds rang out. Hunting Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for completing the advancement task and becoming the first Tier 1 player. His performance will become an epic tale in the Hunting Continent. Legendary Degree +3, Reward Epic Treasure Chest *1, Class Skill Treasure Chest *1, Initial Favorability of Indigenous People in the Hunting Continent +20. Reputation in Dada City +500, Reputation in Xinghe City +200. Hunting Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the player Lu Chen from Yuanqing for completing the advancement task and becoming the first Tier 1 player. His performance will become an epic tale of the Orion Continent. Within 7 days, Yuanqing players will receive +50% experience, a 300% increase in drop rates, and +10% to all attributes. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to Yuanqing player Lu Chen for completing the advancement task and becoming the first Tier 1 player. His performance will become an epic tale of the Orion Continent. Reward, real-world technology anti-gravity device and related technologies. Orion Continent Regional Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to Yuanqing player Lu Chen for completing the King-level advancement task. Reward, title, Young King. A series of system announcements left Lu Chen wide-eyed. Goodness, such generous rewards again? As expected, the first to advance really does get good stuff. It was indeed the right choice not to continue grinding dungeons and wait for new equipment. Besides the system announcements, Lu Chen also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations player Lu Chen for passing the King level advancement task. Your template has transformed into King, and your base attribute cap has reached 1800. Ding! Congratulations player Lu Chen for passing the King level advancement task. Your template has transformed into King. Life cap *15, damage dealt +150%, defense +150%, damage taken reduced by 5%. These two messages made Lu Chen's eyes widen in astonishment, his heart filled with joy. Indeed, the enhancements brought by different templates are not the same. Previously, Lu Chen's life bonus was 1 point of stamina equaling 10 points of life. Now, with the King template, it directly increased by a whopping 15 times. It's worth noting that Lu Chen's original life was nearly 30,000. Now, with this life boost, his life directly approaches 450,000. This is the terrifying change brought by the King template. If he had such attributes before, fighting a King-level monster would not require using the Heavenly Crystal Guardian Scroll at all. He could take the hits head-on. Not to mention, the 150% increase in damage dealt, 150% increase in defense, and 5% damage reduction from the King template. This is even greater than the enhancements brought by max-level battle intent. No wonder King-level monsters are so powerful. Now, with such a template, Lu Chen understands that with his own strength he can easily defeat King-level monsters. Moreover, if his equipment is good enough and his skills powerful enough, he might even stand a chance against Emperor-level monsters. This is still considering that Lu Chen's current attributes have not yet reached their cap. Through the King-level advancement task, his attribute cap has reached as high as 1800 points. Although it still doesn't compare to the apprentice-level divine beings, it is certainly much stronger than his previous self. It's important to note that ordinary players, even at the divine being level, may not be able to reach their attribute cap. Lu Chen was able to reach the cap because his drops were good enough to obtain a large number of attribute stones. Others do not have such an advantage. Lu Chen's attribute cap is not just a simple cap, it is a tangible level he can actually achieve. If his attributes reach the cap, then just this 1,800 points of stamina would allow Lu Chen's life to reach 270,000. This does not even account for equipment or skills. If those are included, Lu Chen feels that having a life of over 1 million at level 20 should be a piece of cake. This is completely akin to a boss template. Lu Chen was immensely thrilled. However, this was not all the surprises. He hadn't even checked the rewards from the system announcement yet. Lu Chen began to look at the rewards given by the system announcement. Among them, he set aside the legendary
points, as he still didn't know their use. Now, his legendary points had already reached 5. The epic treasure chest and the professional skill treasure chest had already excited Lu Chen greatly. The epic treasure chest means there are legendary items inside, and his current profession is Crimson Envoy, which belongs to the epic class. Such a professional skill treasure chest must contain extremely powerful skills. Right, Lu Chen was about to open the chest when he heard a somewhat shocked voice from the side. Lu Chen, I never expected you to actually complete the king level advancement task. Lu Chen was taken aback and looked in the direction of the voice. He found the old village chief staring at him with wide eyes, a face full of disbelief. It dawned on Lu Chen that he had been so excited about checking the various prompts from the system that he had completely forgotten he was in the old village chief's small courtyard. Lu Chen smiled and said, I got lucky and barely passed. The old village chief had a strange expression, exclaiming repeatedly, incredible. For a race with a basic attribute limit of only 120 points, to actually pass the king level task on the first advancement is truly astonishing. Although I always thought your talent was exceptional and you would definitely have a bright future, I never imagined you could pass the king level advancement task so quickly. He sighed, to pass the king level task on your first advancement, I can hardly imagine your future. After all, his son had only passed the boss level difficulty on his first attempt and eventually reached the demigod level. Lu Chen's first attempt was 2 levels higher than his son's, so the future was clear. He might even become a deity. A deity. That is a true powerhouse. The old village chief even felt that this should not be Lu Chen's limit. The reason Lu Chen passed the king level advancement task instead of a higher one was due to the limited resources in the novice village. This was the best he could achieve here. If he were on a larger stage, Lu Chen would likely have even better development. Just thinking about this left the old village chief even more shocked. This human from the Yuan star might, in the distant future, become a significant figure traversing the universe. Lu Chen was unaware of the old village chief's thoughts. He smiled and said, Then I will borrow your good words, village chief, and hope for a bright future. Eager to open the chest, he bid farewell to the old village chief. Thank you for telling me about the advancement task. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. The old village chief came back to his senses and nodded. Go ahead. Lu Chen left the old village chief's small courtyard, momentarily unsure of where to open the chest. He couldn't help but complain that the game was so realistic, yet there were no hotels or houses. If only he could have his own house in this game, that would be great. Lu Chen shook his head, deciding not to think too much about it. He simply opened the chest right outside the old village chief's courtyard. The first one he opened was an epic chest. Lu Chen clicked on the drop list. The first item, as expected, was a legendary item. Moreover, this item looked somewhat familiar to Lu Chen. It was a white triangular prism surrounded by floating white mist. Unknown fragment, legendary. This fragment emanates pure light power and seems to be one of the keys to an ancient relic. Lu Chen? This description. His expression changed slightly as he looked at his backpack. Inside his backpack there was a similar item. This was one of the relic key fragments that the village chief had given him earlier. He never expected to see this item again in the chest. Naturally, Lu Chen quickly made his choice and selected this item. Although it didn't provide any immediate benefits to him, the fact that even the fragment was a legendary item clearly indicated that if the relic's key were complete, it could be a holy artifact. If the key was a holy artifact, then what level would the relic be? At the very least, it should be at the holy level, right? A holy level relic, if he could really gather all the keys, would be a great opportunity. Anyway, now that Lu Chen had transformed into the king template, his strength had significantly increased. He didn't need anything else to boost his power for the time being. After making his choice, the white triangular prism entered Lu Chen's backpack. It directly fused with another triangular prism in his backpack, ultimately forming a larger relic key fragment. Lu Chen looked at this combination and felt that there should be one more fragment missing. If he could gather them all, he should be able to obtain the complete key. Unfortunately, he didn't know where the last fragment was. Lu Chen didn't think too much about it. He decided to go with the flow. He turned his gaze to another treasure chest, the skill chest for his profession. Lu Chen clicked to open the drop list. The red glow at the top was so dazzling that it made Lu Chen's eyes widen. Holy level. The first one was actually a holy level skill. Lu Chen quickly began to check it out. Crimson Battle Body, Holy Level, activate the Battle Body, all attributes plus 100%, damage dealt plus 100%, defense plus 100%, lifesteal plus 10%, movement speed plus 20%, damage taken minus 10%, duration determined by Crimson Battle Chi. Learning requirements. Crimson Messenger Profession, Level 20, Heart of the Warrior Level 8, Crimson Battle Chi Level 3. Lu Chen, once activated, attributes double, damage doubles, defense doubles, lifesteal, movement speed, and damage reduction all increase. How strong? Would it be at max level if it's already this powerful at level 1? Lu Chen couldn't imagine. This is truly a holy level skill. However, the learning conditions for this skill were also absurdly high. Leaving aside the profession requirement, level 20 was understandable since it was a holy level skill, but the Heart of the Warrior actually required level 8. This was an epic level skill, and it needed level 8 as a prerequisite to learn the Crimson Battle Body. There was also a skill called Crimson Battle Chi, and Lu Chen had no idea what that skill was. This skill also required level 3 to learn. This meant that even if Lu Chen chose the Crimson Battle Body skill, he couldn't learn it, because he hadn't learned Crimson Battle Chi. Crimson Battle Chi. Lu Chen looked at the two characters Crimson in front of him and guessed that this might also be a core skill of the Crimson Messenger profession. He looked further down. Sure enough, he found the Crimson Battle Chi skill in the fourth drop option. This skill also made Lu Chen's eyes light up. Crimson Battle Chi, Legendary, Passive Effect, all attributes plus 20%, Lifesteal plus 2%. Active activation, attack range plus 100%, damage dealt plus 30%, defense plus 30%. Consumes 1 point of Battle Chi per minute when activated. Battle Chi amount, 10 points, recovers 1 point per hour. Learning requirements, Crimson Messenger Profession, level 11, Heart of the Warrior level 5. Although this Crimson Battle Chi is a legendary skill and not as powerful as the Crimson Battle Body Holy level skill, as a prerequisite skill for the Holy level skill, Crimson Battle Chi is also extremely powerful. The passive effect adds 20% to all attributes at level 1, which is even greater than the increase provided by the Heart of the Warrior. Plus, it adds a 2% lifesteal effect. Although the lifesteal effect isn't very strong, it's only at level 1, it surely won't be lacking at max level. Most importantly, after activation, this skill can actually increase attack range. One must know that attack range has always been the biggest pain point for warriors. Who can understand the suffering of being short-handed? This Crimson Battle Chi is clearly designed to address this pain point. The increase in attack range at level 1 isn't much, but what about at max level? Just ask if you're afraid of a 40-meter great sword. Any mage who sees it would probably be scared to death. Lu Chen looked at the other skills of the Crimson Messenger and found that several legendary skills required Crimson Battle Chi to use. This surprised Lu Chen. It seemed that Crimson Battle Chi should be one of the core skills of the Crimson Messenger. Moreover, it was also a prerequisite skill for holy level skills. Lu Chen naturally had no choice. He could only choose the Crimson Battle Chi skill. After learning the Crimson Battle Chi skill, Lu Chen's strength increased once again. Unfortunately, Lu Chen currently didn't have any high-level skill stones, so he couldn't upgrade his skills. He tried using a mid-level skill stone, but the system prompted that the skill stone's level was too low. One could only say that it truly deserved to be a legendary skill. Even at level 1, it required high-level skill stones to upgrade. After opening the 2 treasure chests, Lu Chen began to check the other rewards. The favorability of the natives increased by 20 points. This allowed Lu Chen to gain the trust of the natives more quickly. His initial favorability had already reached 50 points, which made him quite pleased. As for reputation, Lu Chen's was also quite high. The reward from the second system announcement was aimed at all Yuanqing humans. This was similar to the reward he received when he leveled up to level 10. The previous level 10 reward hadn't even ended yet, and now it was extended by another 7 days. Could these rewards stack? If they could, that would be amazing. Checking his panel, Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that they indeed stacked. This meant that all Yuanqing players would now receive double experience. The drop rate increased 6-fold, and even all attributes were boosted by 20%. This was great news for all Yuanqing players. Unfortunately, the level 10 reward would expire in just over a day. The third regional announcement caught Lu Chen's attention. It was about real-world technology. And this time, the technology even seemed a bit sci-fi. Anti-gravity devices, such things didn't exist in reality, did they? You could only see these things in various sci-fi movies. With this, it seemed possible to create spaceships? Not to mention spaceships, at the very least, hovering vehicles would definitely be feasible. Coupled with the previously acquired controllable nuclear fusion technology, this wave of advancements might propel Yuanqing technology forward by 100 years. However, Lu Chen didn't plan to use this technology himself. Just like with the controllable nuclear fusion, it would be simpler to hand it over to Daxia. Otherwise, if he had to deal with it himself, he didn't know how much effort it would take. He had no intention of doing that. Lu Chen felt a bit strange. After giving controllable nuclear fusion to Daxia, the Emperor of Xia directly made him a king and a pillar of the state. This time, if he gave this technology to Daxia, he wondered what title the Emperor would bestow upon him. To be honest, Lu Chen wasn't particularly concerned. After going through the advancement tasks, he understood that even an entire civilization was insignificant in the face of absolute power. In both his holy level and emperor level tasks, there was a civilization destroyed by demons. Wasn't it because the demons were powerful enough? If his strength was sufficient, civilizations would also be trivial. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of a question. He wondered if the players who died on Clark Star and Linka Star would also become natives in the game. He recalled the Prince Anua he had seen before. Perhaps he could encounter him in the game? The final system announcement was a title reward. Lu Chen looked at the description, raised an eyebrow, and revealed a look of surprise.
Young King, 1, as the Young King of Orion, your reputation in Orion has soared, granting plus 500 reputation in all
native cities. 2. Your all attributes plus 20%, speed plus 15%, critical damage plus 30%. 3. Experience gained plus 20%. This title is quite practical.
The reputation speaks for itself, and the attributes granted are very precious. Whether it's the increase in all
attributes, speed, or critical damage, it's all quite good, especially the boosts to speed and critical damage.
Lu Chen's speed was already very fast, and with an additional 15%, even king-level monsters of the same level might not be as quick as him. If it were before, Lu Chen wouldn't have been able to kite effectively, but now he had learned the Crimson Battle Chi. Once the level of the Crimson Battle Chi increased and the attack range extended, he could kite without taking damage.
This was good news.
As for critical damage, Lu Chen's critical hit rate was already quite high. Against targets of the same level, he could almost land a critical hit with every 2 strikes. Increasing critical damage essentially meant a significant boost to Lu
Chen's output. What surprised Lu Chen the most was still the third point: increased experience gain. It should be noted that leveling up in this game was quite difficult, even he had spent so much time just to reach level 10. Other players, needless to say, there were hardly any who had reached level 9 yet. This increase of 20% in experience gain can save Lu Chen a lot of time in leveling up, allowing him to become stronger more quickly. This is certainly good news. By now, Lu Chen had finished tallying all his gains from this trip. After processing all his rewards, he opened the chat interface, intending to discuss the anti-gravity device with Wang Bing. As soon as he opened the chat interface, Lu Chen saw a flood of messages. He wasn't surprised at all. Just a moment ago, when he received the system notification, his private message alerts had been beeping continuously for quite a while. Upon checking, he found that these messages were all congratulating him on his advancement. There were also inquiries about the difficulty of advancing to the king level. Among them, Lin Yingying did not disappoint Lu Chen's expectations, consistently outpacing his other friends in the volume of messages. Lu Chen replied briefly, then thought for a moment, and decided to share some of his experiences regarding the advancement tasks in the group. Advancement tasks are crucial as they relate to a player's potential and strength. After the incidents on Clark Star and Link Star, Lu Chen's mood wasn't particularly good. The demons were too strong, and Lu Chen naturally hoped that the players from Yuan Star would become stronger. Otherwise, relying solely on himself was a heavy burden. Therefore, Lu Chen also wished for the Yuan Star players to tackle higher difficulty advancement tasks. He didn't mind sharing his experiences. Lu Chen, from what you all are saying, it seems like you're quite concerned about the advancement tasks. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now. I'll answer whatever I can. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Lin Yingying jumped in. Lin Yingying, you're so nice. Foster father love you. Foster father Lu Chen ? This guy was becoming less discreet. So, she was indeed after his body? Ha, women. Lu Chang, someone should pay attention to their image. This is a trading group. Lu Chang was quite displeased. Lin Yingying was really being too forward. Fortunately, the good son-in-law would soon be leaving the novice village, and after that, his 2 precious daughters would be able to see him. Thinking of this, Lu Chang's mood improved a bit. He curiously asked, I do have some questions, good son-in-law. Is the difficulty of advancing to the king level high? What are the specific details? Wang Bing, yeah, foster father, how difficult are the advancement tasks? I'm curious too, what do we need to prepare? Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, the specific content of the advancement tasks is random, everyone's task content is different. However, I can tell you about the difficulty. I have tried 3 levels of difficulty: King, Emperor, and Saint. I suspect that the combat power required for each difficulty is related to your level. In other words, to complete the King level advancement task, you must at least have King level strength, which means you need to be able to solo a King boss. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, Lin Yingying, the 3 of them silently typed a string of question marks. They didn't know what to say. Soloing a King level boss? What a joke, they couldn't even solo a boss level enemy. How could they solo a King level boss? Only Lin Yingying felt a bit better. With the Black Child, if she could borrow a legendary set, then soloing a boss was still quite hopeful. This meant she could tackle the boss level difficulty. But the difference between a boss and a king was so vast. Lin Yingying thought that if she could team up with her foster father, it would only be at the boss level difficulty. How could she keep up with her foster father? Wang Bing, then doesn't that mean we can only go through the elite difficulty? Lu Chang, yeah, good son-in-law, what should we do? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, in the advancement tasks, using scrolls and potions is not prohibited. If you can borrow a legendary set, along with scrolls and potions, you should have a chance to get through the boss difficulty. Lu Chen was clear about the strength of the bosses. Back when he didn't have legendary equipment, he was still able to solo a boss. Now these guys have it much better than he did back then, with legendary gear in hand, plus various consumables.
To be honest, getting through the boss level difficulty is really not a big deal.
Wang Bing, what you say, adoptive father, seems to make sense.
If we can really apply for legendary gear along with various scrolls and potions, there might really be hope to get through the boss level difficulty.
Lu Chang, Wang Bing, don't be too optimistic.
Right now, there are only 2 sets of each type of legendary gear, and the application difficulty is so high, who knows how long it will take to apply. In these past few days, the framework for the Tianjiao Foundation has already been set up. Since this involves the cosmic game and concerns the future of the Great Xia, the Emperor of Xia is most focused on the foundation. With the third princess also keeping an eye on it, the efficiency is certainly very high.
Because high-quality equipment
is precious and rare, the conditions for applying for equipment are, of course, very strict.
The most basic requirement is to register one's real identity. In addition, the application requirement is that players who have reached the advancement threshold must apply first.
Players with soul talents have priority. Furthermore, the applicant's real-life background also needs to be assessed. It can be said that those who can successfully apply are all from reputable families with high talents, at the very least having a fast leveling speed among the Great Xia players.
During the assessment period, players must stay in the designated room of the Tianjiao Foundation until they return the equipment.
Besides that, there are various restrictions.
Because level 10 legendary equipment is too precious.
Even with Lu Chen around, there have only been 6 sets over so many days. Naturally, Lu Chen cannot stay in the novice village farming for legendary gear. His own strength is the most important thing for the Great Xia. Now that Lu Chen has completed his advancement, he probably won't stay in the novice village any longer. This means that there are only these 10 pieces of level 10 gear.
As for the players applying, not to mention many,
there are definitely at least hundreds or thousands, making the competition extremely fierce.
For this, both Lu Chang and Wang Bing feel heavy-hearted and under great pressure. The later it gets, the harder it is to apply. Fortunately, their own strength is quite good, and having been taken through so many dungeons by Lu Chen, their levels are among the top of the Great Xia players. This gives them an advantage. The one least worried is Lin Yingying. She is expected to be among the first few in the entire Great Xia to reach the advancement threshold. Plus, with her powerful soul talent, she will definitely be prioritized. Thinking of these legendary pieces of equipment, Lin Yingying's eyes sparkled, and after a moment of thought, she asked, "Adoptive father, what level of lord is the lord level difficulty? Do you think I can pass?" Concerned about the future, Lin Yingying, possessing a powerful soul talent, naturally does not want to settle for just passing the boss level advancement task. If possible, she hopes to complete the lord level task. Upon hearing Lin Yingying's words, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Lord level, this girl has quite the ambition, huh? However, considering the talents of the Great Xia players with soul talents, he hesitated for a moment and then said, "I have some skill stones here that can enhance skill levels and attribute stones that can boost attributes. I plan to sell some of these. If you don't have money, you can owe me." The specific strength of the Lord is also random and related to the task, so I can't answer that for you. Even for a talent like Lin Yingying, passing the king level difficulty is definitely unrealistic. To be honest, if it weren't for the Guardian Crystal Scroll, Lu Chen himself would feel some pressure getting through the king level difficulty, let alone others. However, considering the talents of the players, along with the legendary gear, the Lord level might not be impossible to succeed. Right now, he has a small number of basic skill stones, with thousands of minor skill stones and hundreds of basic skill stones, and he still has over 100 intermediate skill stones. These can be provided to talented players to help them challenge higher advancement difficulties. The old village chief's son had only reached the boss level to become a demigod. If the players of Daxia could reach the lord level, could they possibly achieve divinity in the future? Just thinking about this made Lu Chen a bit excited. At that time, Daxia would have more than one deity. Even if the demon army invaded, they would probably be held down and beaten. Upon seeing Lu Chen's message, the trading group fell silent. Who among Lin Yingying and the others didn't know the preciousness of skill stones and attribute stones? It could be said that skill stones could significantly reduce the time players spent improving their skills. As for attribute stones, they raised the players' limits. However, Lu Chen had a personal need for these items, so they didn't ask if he would sell them. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen was now willing to sell. Wang Bing, Dad, you are my real dad. I want to buy. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, I want to buy too. My precious daughter and I both need them. Lin Yingying, foster father, I want skill stones. I want to upgrade Haizi. I have no money, can I offer myself instead? Lu Chun, this guy thinks about these things all day, doesn't he? Lu Chen, I don't have many skill stones and attribute stones on hand. I will prioritize players with soul talents. Wanggu and Shanggu, I can sell to you too as well, but for others, it will depend on the talent applications. The reason for prioritizing players with soul talents is that generally high-end players, even without skill stones and attribute stones, as long as they have legendary sets and various consumables, still have a chance to pass the boss level difficulty. Skill stones and attribute stones are meant for players with talents to sprint through the lord level difficulty.
To give them to ordinary players, to be honest, isn't very useful. Wang Bing and Lu Chang were moved upon hearing this. Lu Chen was truly good to them. Lu Chang silently began to speak. Well, of Lu Chen in the small group with the Lu sisters. Where could they find such a good son-in-law? No matter what, they had to make sure their two precious daughters secured him. Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing were both overjoyed to hear that Lu Chen was selling skill stones and attribute stones. They both had soul talents, which allowed them to apply for legendary equipment first. With skill stones and attribute stones, they would have the opportunity to complete the advancement tasks for the Lord level difficulty. How could they not be happy? The two exchanged glances. Lu Yueqing smiled and said, "That guy may be a bit of a flirt and a scoundrel, but he's still a good person, right?" Lu Yueqing was still thinking about Lu Chen wanting to have both sisters. She had some objections about that. Lu Yuexin smiled gently. The genius Wang can even give precious scientific materials like controllable nuclear fusion to Daxia, so one can imagine his broad-mindedness and sense of righteousness. He is certainly a good person. Lu Yuexin looked at Lu Yuexin with some suspicion. Wait, sis, if you say he's so good, you don't have feelings for him, do you? He's not a good person, you know. Lu Yuexin smiled and said, I don't. Don't worry, little sister. Lu Yuexin nodded slightly. That's good. Wait, what am I worried about? I'm worried about you, sister, afraid you'll be deceived. I'm saying you're worried about me. Oh, fine. Lu Yuexing blinked and quietly changed the subject. If we have skill stones and attribute stones, we might also be able to pass the Lord level difficulty. Although we can't compare to that guy Lu Chen, it would still be pretty good. Lu Yuexin smiled and nodded. Yes, we need to work hard. On the other side, Wang Bing naturally passed the news to Xia Yan. Xia Yan looked at the information, slightly pursing her red lips, her gaze flashing with determination. Skill stones and attribute stones. I must pass the Lord level difficulty. Unable to surpass Lu Chen, at the very least, she had to chase after him and not fall behind. At this moment, Xia Yan was completely convinced by Lu Chen. She understood that she probably couldn't compare to him. Soloing the king-level boss, just thinking about it was already outrageous. She simply couldn't compete. However, even if she couldn't compare to Lu Chen, she couldn't fall too far behind either. This was the pride of the de Xia royal family. It was also the pride of Xia Yan herself. After thinking for a moment, she replied, how about this? You tell Lu Chen that the skill stones and attribute stones will be purchased by us from de Xia, and these skill stones and attribute stones will be added to the Tianjiao plan. Players who meet the conditions can apply for these resources. For players, both skill stones and attribute stones were extremely valuable resources, and they were part of what made a de Xia Tianjiao player. Joining the Tianjiao Foundation was reasonable. When Wang Bing saw Xia Yan's message, he agreed. Wang Bing mentioned it in the trading group. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. After thinking for a moment, he said, no problem, I can trade a portion of the skill stones and attribute stones. De Xia would select the users themselves, so he wouldn't have to worry about it. That was certainly good. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, if that's the case, our share might not be enough. We've been regular customers, can we buy some ourselves? Lu Chang was a bit anxious. If all these attribute stones and skill stones went to the Tianjiao Foundation, then he and his two precious daughters would need to apply to the foundation for skill stones and attribute stones. It was hard to say how much they would get. The best way, of course, was to trade directly with Lu Chen. Lu Chen, no problem, anyone in our group can trade with me. How about this? For convenience, a tiny skill stone is 10 gold coins, a primary skill stone is 500 gold coins, and a medium skill stone is 10,000 gold coins each. This price was actually quite cheap. Especially for tiny skill stones, 10 gold coins was equivalent to 100,000, but it could upgrade skills. Leveling up a skill permanently enhances a player's strength, which is much more cost-effective than a piece of green equipment. Primary skill stones are also useful for enhancing advanced skills, and most importantly, basic skills can be upgraded to high levels or even max level using primary skill stones. The price, of course, is higher. As for medium skill stones, these are treasures that can only be dropped by high-level bosses or even lords, making them priceless. Lu Chen wouldn't sell too many either. As for attribute stones, I only have tiny attribute stones, 1 gold coin each. Lu Chen had more attribute stones than skill stones. After all, the chance of attribute stones appearing in the drop list was higher than that of skill stones. Lu Chen had considered collecting attribute stones before, intending to use them after leveling up, so he had naturally accumulated quite a few by now. However, he still needed to level up, and he wasn't in a hurry to boost all his basic attributes right away. With his current strength, leveling up and fighting monsters was more than enough. In the next battles, he could obtain more attribute stones, and selling some wouldn't be a problem. Since tiny attribute stones could only enhance attributes by 1 point, the price Lu Chen offered was relatively lower. It was equivalent to the price of a piece of green equipment. Although green equipment provided a greater boost, these attribute stones offered permanent enhancements and were much rarer than green equipment. This price was not high. Not to mention that Lu Chen thought so. Even Lu Chang and the others felt the price was very low. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, I'll buy 150 tiny skill stones. 15 primary skill stones, and 3 medium skill stones. As for tiny attribute stones, 200 for intelligence, 100 for agility, and 300 for stamina. Lu Chang was indeed from a wealthy family. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was filled with the scent of money. 150 tiny skill stones cost a whopping 1,500 gold coins. 15 primary skill stones cost 7,500 gold coins, and 3 medium skill stones would cost a full 30,000 gold coins. As for the attribute stones, adding them up to 600 would require 600 gold coins. The total amount reached a terrifying 39,600 gold coins, close to 400 million. The joy of the rich was nothing compared to this. Lin Yingying and Wang Bing both had envious eyes. That turned red. Lu Chang was determined to elevate both himself and his sister Lu Chang. With such attributes, they could raise their main attributes to a relatively high level and upgrade 1 or 2 skills to max level. Plus, with the legendary set, there was a good chance they could tackle the Lord difficulty. Lu Chen said, "There are too many attribute stones, you 3 can each have a maximum of 50 of each type." He still needed to keep some attribute stones for himself. Lu Chang replied, "Alright then, give me 100 intelligence stones, 50 agility stones, and 150 endurance stones." Lin Yingying, filled with envy, asked, "Foster father, can I owe you the money?" Since she couldn't offer herself in return, Lin Yingying could only write an IOU. Lu Chen wasn't surprised. After all, this guy really didn't have much money. In Lu Chen's mind, Lin Yingying had decent credit, especially since this guy had good luck, often drawing skill books that he could use. Plus, Lin Yingying had no complaints about him, so naturally, Lu Chen wouldn't deny her the chance to go into debt. Lu Chen said, "Sure, you'd better upgrade the quality of your black stone first, that way, you have a good chance of completing the Lord level advancement quest." Lu Chen was quite optimistic about Lin Yingying. After all, her talent was indeed strong, and combined with the quality of the black stone, she might be able to face the Lord head-on. Lin Yingying exclaimed, I want 30 minor skill stones, 10 beginner skill stones, and 1 intermediate skill stone. For attribute stones, I need 50 each of intelligence and endurance." Lu Chun calculated, "That totals 15,400,000 gold coins, I'll keep track of it." Lin Yingying exclaimed, picking up trash to make money. JPG tears streamed down her face. She had unknowingly gone into debt for over 100 million, worth less than selling herself. Her foster father was indeed the best, letting her owe so much for such good things. But just thinking about the potential upgrades she might get from these good items made her heart race with excitement. Wang Bing needed to purchase the most for the Tianjiao Foundation. He bought a full 500 minor skill stones, 200 beginner skill stones, and 20 intermediate skill stones. As for attribute stones, he bought 400 of each of the 4 basic attributes. These would be the foundation for the foundation later. The prices were naturally quite high. Altogether, it amounted to over 300,000 gold coins. That's equivalent to over 3 billion daxia currency. Lu Chen said, "Alright, let's do it this way. I'm currently in Silver Moon Village. When will you come to trade with me? Once we finish trading, I'll be leaving the novice village." Lu Chang replied, "I'll be there right away." Lin Yingying said, "Foster father, wait for me, I'm coming over now." Wang Bing added, "I'll be there soon." Lu Chen found a spot in the tavern to wait and used some of the excess attribute stones himself. During this time, Lu Chen had accumulated quite a few attribute stones. Even after selling so many, he still had about 200 of each type of attribute stone left. Lu Chen allocated all of them to max out his points. As a result, all of Lu Chen's base attributes exceeded 300, and he also had an additional 110 free attribute points from previous rewards. After considering it, he ultimately allocated all of them to strength. The health bonus from the king template was too strong. Lu Chen's total health now exceeded 550,000. This amount of health was more than the old Phantom of Yen Ming, comparable to a king-level boss of the same tier. With his current health, not to mention king-level, even saint-level opponents would likely struggle to take him down in one hit. What he needed to do now was enhance his attack capability. Only then could he maximize his lifesteal effect. As long as he wasn't one-shot, the stronger his attack, the higher his lifesteal would be, allowing him to stand and fight. It was like a perpetual motion machine. After adding the free attributes, Lu Chen's base strength attribute also exceeded 450 points. This didn't even account for various equipment and attribute bonuses. One can imagine how exaggerated Lu Chen's strength was now. Before long, Lu Chang and the others arrived, and Lu Chen traded the items to them. After the transaction, Lu Chen now had over 400,000 gold coins in his hands. This included the gold coins he had earned previously. He then planned to leave the novice village. As for how to leave, Lu Chen wasn't quite sure, but the old village chief definitely knew. He made his way back to the old village chief's small courtyard, intending to ask about the situation. "Oh, little one, are you leaving Silver Moon Village?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's intention, the old village chief raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit reluctant. To be honest, seeing Lu Chen was like seeing his own son from his youth. Moreover, Lu Chen had helped Silver Moon Village deal with the little demon nest, which made the old village chief feel grateful. Therefore, he had a very good impression of Lu Chen. Now that he heard Lu Chen was leaving, the old village chief couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Well, you little one, with such amazing talent, you should go see a bigger world. The old village chief sighed. And then said, leaving Silver Moon Village is simple. There is a teleportation array in the village that goes to Daw City. It only costs 10 gold coins to take the teleportation array directly to Daw City. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Goodness, it actually costs 10 gold coins to leave the novice village. That's 100,000. Is this broken game really that money-grabbing? Although 10 gold coins wasn't much for Lu Chen, for an average player, it was an astronomical figure. He curiously asked, what if I don't have 10 gold coins? The old village chief laughed. Then you can wait for the merchant caravan in the village to set off and go with them. It will take longer on the road. So, do you want to go with the caravan? Lu Chen shook his head. I'll just take the teleportation array. If it saves time, why make things more troublesome? The old village chief nodded slightly. I'll take you to the teleportation array. Thank you, village chief. Lu Chen followed the old village chief out of the small courtyard and arrived at a building not far from it. There were 2 guards from Silver Moon Village standing guard outside the building. Upon seeing the village chief, they both bowed. When they saw Lu Chen, their eyes were filled with respect, and they also bowed. This was the benefit of the high reputation of Silver Moon Village. All the original residents of Silver Moon Village looked at Lu Chen as if he were a hero. The old village chief said to Lu Chen, Shinui Village is one of the countless novice villages in Orion. Above the novice villages are the regional cities. The regional city above our Silver Moon Village is called Dada City, and that's where you're headed. Inside Dada City, apart from the original residents composed of the remnants of the destroyed civilization of Orion, there are also the players from this new public test. You are the first to enter Dada City, and there are many opportunities inside. It all depends on how you seize them. Hearing the old village chief's introduction, Lu Chen nodded. Okay, I'll be careful. Thank you, village chief. The old village chief nodded and shared some more information with Lu Chen. For example, the original residents of Silver Moon Village also had descendants who went to Daw City, and besides Silver Moon Village, many other novice village residents. Descendants would leave the village to venture into the outside world. Additionally, since Silver Moon Village was just a novice village with scarce resources, Daw City, as a regional city, had plenty of nearby resources. There were various mines, pastures, and many other areas. Occupying these places would yield considerable profits, and so on. Listening to the old village chief's introduction, Lu Chen nodded repeatedly, taking notes seriously. After entering the gate, Lu Chen saw the teleportation array. It was a circular stone platform about 10 meters in diameter. Various strange runes were carved on the stone platform. Beside the platform stood an old man with white hair. The old village chief chatted with the white-haired old man for a few moments before letting Lu Chen hand over the teleportation fee to the old man. After the old man took the 10 gold coins, he instructed Lu Chen to stand on the stone platform. Lu Chen complied and stood on it. The old village chief smiled from below. Little one, do your best out there. I hope you can become a powerful figure known far and wide. Lu Chen nodded, then thought of something and asked with a smile, Village chief, can I come back after I leave Silver Moon Village? I'll come back to see you when I have time. The old village chief was taken aback, his expression momentarily complex. He chuckled lightly. Of course you can come back, after all, we're all on the Orion continent. However, this teleportation array is one way. If you want to return, you'll have to make the journey yourself, and that's quite a distance. Lu Chen smiled. As long as I can come back, I'll visit you when I have the chance. The old village chief laughed heartily, then seemed to remember something. By the way, remember to look for my son and daughter-in-law. Lu Chen smiled. Don't worry, I won't forget. As the two were talking, the runes on the stone platform began to flicker with white light. Soon, the white light enveloped all the runes. After that, Lu Chen was completely surrounded by the white light and vanished from the stone platform. The old village chief looked at the disappearing stone platform, feeling a bit emotional. Little guy, you need to work hard in the future. It would be best if the people of Silver Moon Village could hear your great name too. The old village chief shook his head and turned to leave. As the white light dissipated, Lu Chen found himself on another stone platform. This platform was different from the one in Silver Moon Village. It was located in a vast square. Surrounding the square were many pedestrians, most of whom were now sizing up Lu Chen with expressions of surprise. Lu Chen's attributes were already quite strong at this point, and he could hear the low murmurs of the people in the distance. How long has the public beta been open? And someone's already made it to Dada City? What a talented guy. It should be that Lu Chen, right? That guy is a regular in the announcements. Didn't he just pass the advancement quest? Is it him? It should only be him. Yeah, he actually passed the king level quest difficulty on his first advancement. A future seed of divinity. This Yuanqing, I hadn't heard much about it before. I wonder which remote place it came from to produce such a terrifying genius. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the natives of Dada City had heard of his name. But upon reflection, he understood. After all, his reputation in Dada City had already reached over 1,000. His name had appeared in various announcements, so it was normal for the natives to recognize him. The natives of Daw City had a variety of appearances. They were mostly humanoid but with different hair colors. Some even had no hair at all. Others had scales on their bodies. Lu Chun noticed that many of these natives were even wearing equipment and carrying weapons. Their weapons were diverse. Besides the common great swords and staves, there were also floating guns and cannons. Lu Chen even saw a strange native who was half human, half machine, carrying a massive cannon that was nearly 2 meters tall on his back, looking like a futuristic warrior. This left Lu Chen bewildered. What profession is this? However, Lu Chen wasn't too surprised. After all, warriors and mages were just basic professions. There must be other professions beyond the basics. For instance, the Crimson Envoy was one of the advanced professions. He wasn't surprised to see professions wielding guns and cannons. After observing the natives, Lu Chen began to look around at other places. The entire Dava city was predominantly white, and the square was made of unique white marble. Outside the square was a dense cluster of buildings. These buildings varied in height, and Lu Chen could see many oddly shaped mounts running around on the streets. What left him even more stunned was that he even saw sports cars and hovering vehicles. It was like a combination of the classical and the futuristic. But since there were already gun and cannon professions, seeing sports cars and hovering vehicles wasn't that surprising. The architectural style of Daw City leaned towards elegance, with specific styles differing and resembling those of various countries on Yuanqing. Overall, it was quite in line with Lu Chen's aesthetic. After a brief observation of Daw City, Lu Chen had a general understanding of the place. As the old village chief said, Daw City is a place made up of many successors of destroyed civilizations, with various professions present, and quite a number of people. Lu Chen muttered to himself and quietly left the square. There were many things he needed to do next. First, he had to understand the specific situation inside Daw City, then learn about the distribution of monsters outside. After that, he needed to look for quests. The thought of quests suddenly reminded Lu Chen of something. He glanced at his backpack. Pale Church emblem, legendary, proof of membership in the Pale Church. Present it to the guards of Daw City to receive a reward. Mudu's badge, unique. Mudu is a wanted criminal in Daw City. If you can obtain his badge, you can claim a reward in Daw City. This was dropped by the final boss in the Silver Moon Tomb, Mudu. Since both of these items could only be used in Daw City, Lu Chen had kept them in his backpack gathering dust. Now was the time to use them. Plans changed. He would first look for the guards of Daw City. Just as Lu Chen was walking down the road, he suddenly received a private message. He took a glance. It was from Wang Bing. Wang Bing, by the way, adoptive father, are you planning to trade that anti-gravity technology? Wang Bing had been preoccupied with the matter of attribute stones and skill stones, and for a moment he completely forgot about the anti-gravity technology. It wasn't until the third princess reminded him that he remembered. He immediately sent a private message to Lu Chen. Lu Chen slapped his forehead. He had been so eager to get to Daw City that he had forgotten about this. Lu Chen, it's the same as the controllable nuclear fusion before. I'm giving it to Dasha. After a while, Wang Bing had not replied. Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, Wang Bing sent another message. Wang Bing, adoptive father, you are simply a deity. Such a precious item, just giving it away. I just spoke with Her Highness the Third Princess. She said she would go to His Majesty about this matter right away. Additionally, Her Highness said that the controllable nuclear fusion and anti-gravity technologies will be traded with you in person when she arrives in Daw City. Regarding the trade of controllable nuclear fusion, Lu Chen had already arranged it with Xia Yan to be conducted upon entering Daw City. After all, this item was too precious. Xia Yan would only feel at ease if she obtained it herself. Now, with the addition of the anti-gravity technology, it would be the same. Lu Chen had no objections, no problem. At this moment, Lu Chen had already walked out of the square, and the streets were bustling with activity. Strange beasts and hovering vehicles danced together, while pedestrians passed orderly on both sides, flanked by various shops. Lu Chen observed carefully. There were potion shops, armor shops, cloth armor shops, scroll shops, blacksmiths, and so on. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly spotted a very peculiar shop. Green Shore Equipment Refinement Shop. Equipment Refinement? What is this? Lu Chen felt a bit curious. There was no such thing in the novice village. He stepped inside. Inside the shop, a short goblin was standing in front of a strange device. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, he quickly displayed a warm smile. Ah, welcome, esteemed guest. You must be the first player of Orion, Mr. Lu Chen, right? I am the owner of this shop, Green Shore. Lu Chen, 6, I have to say, this goblin speaks quite nicely. It's just that his little eyes keep darting around, making him seem a bit lecherous. Lu Chen smiled and said, hello, shopkeeper, what does equipment refinement mean? Good question, Mr. Lu Chen. As you know, this broken game was created by the Cosmic Will, and the game equipment essentially possesses the power of the cosmic origin. The so-called equipment refinement is to decompose the equipment you don't use, extract the essence of the origin from it, and then use this essence to enhance the equipment you currently have on.
Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This sense of familiarity, isn't it just equipment enhancement? However, for Lu Chen, this was good news. He had a lot of equipment in his hands. If he could decompose the unwanted gear into essence and then refine the equipment he was wearing, wouldn't his strength become even greater? Lu Chen was somewhat interested and asked, how exactly does this refining work? Oh, esteemed Mr. Lu Chen, it's hard to define precisely, as each piece of equipment has different qualities and levels. However, the higher the quality of the equipment, the more times it can be refined. And the higher the quality of the essence, the greater the success rate of the refinement, as well as the more significant the improvements after a successful refinement, Green Shore said with a smile, rubbing his hands together. Of course, the refining process requires effort and labor, so I do need to charge a small handling fee. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. How much is the handling fee? For equipment from level 10 to level 20. The price for one refinement is 10 silver coins, Green Shore said cheerfully. That's a very fair price, no deception here. Lu Chen? From what? This guy was saying, refining, like strengthening, had a success rate and a piece of equipment could be refined more than once, each time costing 10 silver coins added up to quite a bit. This game really costs money, Lu Chen thought to himself. However, Lu Chen felt that now he was already at the first tier. The materials obtained from monster hunting should be worth more when sold to the shop, and humanoid monsters should drop more gold coins. Thinking this way, 10 silver coins didn't seem particularly high. Lu Chen wasn't sure about the average player, but for him, it wasn't much. Mr. Lu Chen, would you like to try it once? Lu Chen looked at his backpack. He had sold all the equipment he had previously dropped. With nothing to decompose, he naturally couldn't refine anything. Lu Chen shook his head. Maybe next time. Green Shore shrugged. Alright, as you say. He knew that with Lu Chen's strength, he would eventually come to refine equipment. Green Shore wasn't in a hurry. Lu Chen nodded, then thought of something and asked, by the way, do you know where the guard officer of Great Marshall City is? Green Shore was taken aback, looking at Lu Chen with some confusion. Mr. Lu Chen, why are you looking for the guard officer? The guard officer is very busy and doesn't meet with commoners. Lu Chen took out the pale church insignia. I need to show this to the guard officer. Upon seeing the insignia, Green Shore jumped up, looking at Lu Chen's insignia with a face full of terror. This is the insignia of the pale church? Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. Why are you so afraid? Green Shore slowly calmed himself down and then spoke. Of course I'm afraid. The pale church represents death, esteemed Mr. Lu Chen. Wherever the pale church appears, there are corpses, there are undead, there is endless torment and suffering. Many villages near Great Marshall City have been attacked by the pale church, and even within the city, there are cultists roaming around. This insignia is certainly frightening. Lu Chen was taken aback by this. He didn't expect the pale church to be so powerful in Great Marshall City. Green Shore continued, not long ago, in the Mage District, a grand mage was secretly researching corpses, studying death, worshipping the god of death. When they finally surrounded him, dozens of twisted corpses were found in his mage tower. Lu Chen was even more surprised. Grand mages were generally high-level figures, right? Even such a person had joined the pale church? What happened next? Did that grand mage die? Lu Chen was curious. Green Shore shook his head. No, he ran away. Besides him, one of his apprentices who also worshipped death ran away too. Their wanted posters are still hanging in the Adventurers Guild and various taverns. That grand mage is called Ankos, and the apprentice is called. Oh, it seems to be called Mudu. They are both incredibly cruel madmen, not much better than demons. No, it's said that the pale church colludes with demons. They are in cahoots. Lu Chen? Mudu, isn't he the one he killed? Lu Chen recalled the introduction of Mudu's emblem, which seemed to say that Mudu was a wanted criminal in Dawu City. So that guy was wanted for this reason? But why did Mudu go to Silver Moon Village alone to advance? His mentor, that guy named Nkusi, was nowhere to be found either. This question might be worth asking the guard officer. Lu Chen interrupted Luan's incessant chatter and said, I have the pale church emblem. Can I see the guard officer? Luan came back to his senses, and there was a hint of awe in his eyes as he looked at Lu Chen. Of course, esteemed Mr. Lu Chen, you've already killed the villains of the pale church before entering Dawu City. I'd say you're bound to achieve great things in the future. The more he talked, the better. Lu Chen felt pleased and smiled. Then, can you tell me where the guard officer is? He usually works in the central guard hall of Dawu City. As long as you have the pale church emblem, the guards will definitely let you see him, Luan replied. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. Thank you. I'll come by to support your business next time. Hearing this, Luan's face lit up with a smile. Alright, esteemed Mr. Lu Chen, you are always welcome to visit again. After leaving Luan's equipment refining shop, Lu Chen followed the direction pointed out by Luan towards the guard hall. On the way, Lu Chen browsed a few more shops, including equipment stores, potion shops, and so on. The goods in these shops were all above level 10. Back in Silver Moon Village, the highest quality items were only white. But Dawu City was different. The highest quality items were already green. This meant that as long as one came to Dawu City, they could buy green equipment if they had the money.
This was undoubtedly good news for ordinary players. For Lu Chen, however, it didn't make much of a difference. After all, the prices of green items in the shops were indeed high, mostly starting from 5 gold coins. If Lu Chen sold them himself, the prices would be a bit lower. However, Lu Chen wouldn't sell everything. He planned to keep some for refining. His own strength was still more important. Besides these shops, there were also scroll shops. The scrolls inside included temporary boosts to one's 4-dimensional attributes, damage-increasing scrolls, and shield scrolls. The variety was limited and the quality was mostly white, with almost no green ones. However, Dawu City also sold return scrolls. Return scrolls have a range limitation. For example, the return scrolls from Silver Moon Village can only be used within the village's range. The return scrolls from Dawu City can be used in Dawu City and some nearby small villages. The range is definitely much larger than that of Silver Moon Village. Each return scroll costs a hefty 3 gold coins, which is simply outrageous. Nevertheless, Lu Chen still bought 50 of them. This amount of money was nothing to Lu Chen. Efficiency was what mattered most. Lu Chen strolled around and soon arrived at the central area of Dawu City, the guard hall that Luan had pointed out earlier. It was a white-domed building, quite spacious, with 3 floors. At the entrance of the hall, 2 Dawu City Guard soldiers were on duty. The Dawu City Guard soldiers wore blue battle armor and held swords and shields, looking spirited. Lu Chen walked towards the main door, and the 2 soldiers immediately turned to look at him. "Halt! This is the guard hall, and it is not open to the public. Please leave." The entrance area, one of the soldiers said slowly. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. His reputation in Dawu City was already over 1,000, which wasn't low. He didn't expect to be unable to enter the guard hall. It seemed that Dawu City was indeed different from Silver Moon Village. He smiled slightly and took out the Pale Church emblem. "I killed a member of the Pale Church and wish to present the emblem to the guard officer." The 2 guard soldiers' expressions changed slightly upon seeing the emblem. One of the soldiers said, "Please follow me." He turned and led Lu Chen into the interior of the hall. The gate of the grand hall stood at least 5 or 6 meters high. One might think it was meant for giants. Upon entering, there was a large hall, with guard soldiers stationed on both sides, and some soldiers who seemed to be on break walking around. The soldiers led Lu Chen up the stairs on one side, and soon they arrived at the 3rd floor. At the deepest part of the 3rd floor corridor, a soldier knocked on a room door. "Lord Rocco, someone has killed a member of the Pale Church." A somewhat heavy voice came from inside the room. "Come in." The soldier opened the door and gestured to Lu Chen. Lu Chen softly said, "Thank you," and walked in. Inside was an office. Sitting behind the desk was a tall man with short dark blue hair and slightly light blue skin. Lu Chen curiously used the detection spell. "Guard Officer Rocco. King, level, health, attack, description, goodness, all question marks. This guy's level is not low. Moreover, he's a king template, a big shot." Lu Chen silently complained, while Rocco had already lifted his head from the documents on the desk. His deep blue eyes looked at Lu Chen, calmly saying, "Little one, it's impolite to secretly use detection spells on others." Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback, then felt a bit embarrassed. This guy's level was too high. Did he notice the detection spell? Lu Chen awkwardly said, "Sorry, I was a bit curious. It's my fault." After all, the guard officer was not a hostile monster, and secretly using detection spells was not very good, especially since he had been caught. Rocco nodded, not angry. He scrutinized Lu Chen, his eyes holding a hint of strange color. "You are Lu Chen? Your name has been appearing frequently in the system announcements lately. Quite a good talent. You completed the king-level advancement task on your first promotion." Lu Chen smiled. "You flatter me, Lord Rocco. I heard you killed a follower of the Pale Church?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, besides the Pale Follower's mark, there's another badge." Lu Chen took out the badge of Mudu as well. Upon seeing this badge, Rocco was taken aback and raised an eyebrow slightly. "You killed Mudu?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, I happened to encounter this necromancer advancing while I was in Silver Moon Village." "Is that so?" Rocco seemed to be pondering, though it was unclear what he was thinking. But soon, Rocco snapped back to reality. He spoke, "Killing members of the Pale Church and obtaining the Pale Church mark comes with rewards. The higher the quality of the mark, the better the reward. Hand the mark to me." Lu Chen handed the mark to Rocco. The next moment, the system chimed with notifications. "Ding, you have received 50 gold coins. Ding, your reputation in Dawu City has increased by 50 points. Ding, you have gained 5 points of merit in Dawu City." Lu Chen looked at the system notifications, somewhat surprised. "Lord Rocco, what is the use of reputation and merit points in Dawu City?" Rocco explained, "Once your reputation is sufficient, you can purchase property in Dawu City and you can be promoted to a noble of Dawu City, enjoying some noble privileges. As for merit points, they can be exchanged for treasures from the Dawu City treasury." Upon hearing that he could actually purchase property in the game, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He had previously mentioned that there was no territory of his own in the game. How many points of reputation are needed to purchase property? You can purchase property with 1,000 points of reputation. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. With the 50 points of reputation he just gained, his reputation reached 2010 points.
That was already enough to buy property. Perhaps he could go buy a house soon. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then curiously asked, what about being promoted to nobility? How many points of reputation are needed? 5,000 points of reputation are required to be promoted to a low-level noble. Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed. It was still early. He then shifted his focus back to the merit points. Lord Rocco, what can merit points be exchanged for? Luoka waved his hand, and a panel appeared in front of him. You can take a look. Lu Chen stepped forward to take a look, and the more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. There were all kinds of items. In addition to basic equipment and potions, there were skill books, equipment blueprints, potion recipes, and so on, all available for exchange. Lu Chen even saw various mounts, including floating flying cars, fire steeds, and more. These mounts looked like they would run faster than his demonic wild wolf mount. As for quality, the highest was actually a relic. Silver Radiance Holy Sword, relic? It was still a great sword. Lu Chen's eyes turned red. He really wanted this. A relic-level great sword. Wasn't this just perfect for him? Unfortunately, Lu Chen might not be able to see the specific attributes due to insufficient permissions. However, since it was a relic, one could imagine how powerful it was. Luoka noticed Lu Chen staring at the Silver Radiance Holy Sword without blinking and was not surprised. After all, this was a relic-level great sword. Which warrior could resist such temptation? He himself wanted it, and he had been working hard to accumulate merit points for it. He said, this is the holy sword that the lord of the city brought from the central continent. If you want it, you'll have to work hard to earn merit points. Lu Chen glanced at the merit points and felt numb. 1 million. A legendary level Pale Church insignia only gave him 5 points. How long would it take to earn 1 million? Was it even affordable? Lu Chen wore an awkward yet polite smile. With so many merit points, I'm afraid I can't save up that much. However, Lu Chen still kept this matter in mind. If he could obtain suitable relic equipment next, that would be the best. If not, he could indeed consider exchanging for it. Right now, the 5 merit points in Lu Chen's hands could only be exchanged for a piece of blue equipment around level 10 or a few scrolls or similar consumables. Naturally, he had no use for these at the moment. He chose not to exchange. Besides relics, the list also included items like skill books and top-tier skill stones, which were useful to Lu Chen as well. However, high-level skill books and skill stones required a considerable amount of merit points, at least several thousand. Lu Chen couldn't exchange for anything right now. He stopped looking further. Luoka retracted the exchange panel and smiled. If you earn more insignias in the future, you can directly go to the military supply officer on the first floor of the governance hall to exchange for reputation and merit points. Similarly, you can also exchange for what you need there. Lu Chen nodded, noting this down. Luoka continued, as for the bounty on Mudu, because Archmage and Kusi's actions in Daewoo City were extremely cruel, causing a very bad influence, the bounty on Mudu, as in Kusi's apprentice, is also quite high. Hand me the insignia. Lu Chen handed the Mudu insignia to Luoku. Then, the system sent a series of notifications. It was the bounty reward. It included 100 points of Daewoo City reputation, 2 high-level skill stones, 100 gold coins, and a large amount of experience. As the experience was credited, Lu Chen leveled up directly. He was already at level 10 with full experience, but since he hadn't completed the advancement task at that time, he couldn't level up to 11. Now that the advancement task was completed, he naturally wouldn't be stuck at the experience bar anymore. After reaching level 10, Lu Chen saw the system notification and was somewhat surprised to discover that perhaps because he had completed the advancement with a king-level template, combined with having reached the first tier, this level up brought him a significant boost in attributes. Each of the 4 basic attributes increased by 15 points, while the free attribute points directly gave him 30 points. Just by leveling up once, he gained 90 points in attributes. This was comparable to the attribute boost provided by a level 10 epic equipment. Indeed, the enhancements brought by high-level templates were comprehensive. However, for ordinary players with king-level templates, such an attribute boost was immensely beneficial, but for Lu Chen, it merely saved him some time. After all, he could continuously obtain attribute stones, and he would definitely be able to raise his 4-dimensional base attributes to their limits. Therefore, the benefits of leveling up for Lu Chen weren't that significant. However, reaching the limit faster was still a good thing. Lu Chen felt happy inside. He casually allocated all 30 points of free attributes to strength. As for the advanced skill stones, Lu Chen's other skills already required top-tier skill stones for upgrades, while advanced skill stones could only be used on Crimson Battle Chi. Crimson Battle Chi, level 3, passive effect, all attributes plus 60%, lifesteal plus 6%. Active activation, attack range plus 300%, damage dealt plus 90%, defense plus 90%. Consumes 1 point of battle chi per minute when activated. Battle chi. Amount, 30 points, recovers 3 points per hour. The boost from level 3 Crimson Battle Chi surprised Lu Chen.
The passive attributes were comparable to level 6 battle intent plus an additional 6% lifesteal.
Most importantly, after
activation, Lu Chen's own damage and defense nearly doubled. The increase in combat power was far more than just double. On top of that, there was a full 3 times increase in attack range.
He couldn't even imagine how strong he would be after activating Crimson Battle Chi.
This reward was really nice. It saved him time grinding for advanced skill stones.
Lu Chen felt quite pleased and joked to Loco, "Thank you for the reward, Lord Loco." Loco smiled slightly. "You deserve it."
After a pause, Loco continued, "By the way, there is also a bounty mission for the Great Mage Ankus in Dahu City. Unfortunately, no one has been able to find Ankus so far.
If you can kill him, there will be even greater rewards." Ding, mission discovered, bounty on the undead mage Ankus. Do you accept? The mission just came, didn't it?
Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly accepted.
Mission, bounty on the undead mage Ankus. Description: former great mage Ankus was researching the power of death in Dahu City, causing a disastrous incident that drew public outrage. Now Dahu City is offering a bounty for him, and the guard officer Loco hopes you can help find Ankus, dead or alive. Note, this mission is extremely difficult. It's best to bring your companions. Rewards: experience points, 500 gold, Dahu City reputation plus 600, 2000 merit points, 1 epic weapon of the same level. Lu Chen accepted the mission and looked at Loco, asking, "Do you have any clues about Ankus?"
Loco thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps you can start investigating in the areas where undead have recently appeared."
Speaking of which, I have another mission for you. There have been traces of the Pale Church deep in the Azure Blue Mountains near Dahu City.
I dispatched a team of guards to investigate, but they lost contact.
I need someone to help me find out what happened. As
she said this, Loco revealed a slight smile. "I originally planned to send another group, but since you're here, you can go instead. For us natives, dying really means death, but you players are different. You can resurrect after
dying. This kind of dangerous mission is more suitable for you, Lu Chen."
Although that was true, it felt like they were saying players were like a suicide squad.
However, listening to Loco, even Lu Chen himself felt that
players who could resurrect after dying were indeed quite useful.
Even if there was danger, they wouldn't truly die.
Lu Chen was still happy. He had just arrived and was already receiving 2 missions.
Mission: investigate the Azure Blue Mountains. Description: there have been signs of Pale Church activity in the Azure Blue Mountains recently, and the guards sent to investigate from Dahu City have also gone silent. Guard officer Loco hopes you can investigate what happened there. Rewards: experience points, 30 gold, 60 merit points, 1 blue equipment of the same level.
This mission seemed quite simple. The rewards weren't high, but Lu Chen wasn't picky. He wasn't sure where to level up
next. It just so happened that he could do a quest over there.
Moreover, in places with the Pale Church, he was sure he could obtain the Pale Church insignia, so it was just right for him to farm for the insignia.
Perhaps he could even find clues about Ankus.
After accepting the quest, Lu Chen was about to leave when Rocco spoke up. "If there's nothing else, I should get to work." Just as Lu Chen was about to take his leave, he suddenly thought of something
and asked, "By the way, Lord Rocco, do you know if there's a profession mentor for the Scarlet Envoy over there?"
Upon hearing this, Rocco was taken aback and looked up at Lu Chen with wide eyes. His eyes had a hint of green.
"You're a Scarlet Envoy? An epic level profession, the Scarlet Envoy?" Lu Chen didn't expect Rocco to be so excited. He nodded in confusion. "What's wrong, Lord Rocco? What's wrong?" Rocco was practically dying of envy and jealousy. Inside,
he was already at the 3rd tier, and he was still just a legendary profession. He had dreamed of finding a legacy for an epic level profession, but he had never had any luck. He never expected that this kid, who had just
advanced to the 1st tier, was already an epic level profession. Comparing people like this was infuriating. Rocco also began to understand why Lu Chen was able to complete a king-level difficulty quest on his first advancement.
That was an epic-level profession. If he had some other trump cards, he really had a chance to complete a king-level difficulty quest. Unlike him, who only completed a boss-level difficulty quest on his first try.
Rocco's mind was racing, but he quickly calmed down. "It's nothing, just a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to be a Scarlet Envoy."
You might be disappointed, though. As far as I know, there shouldn't be any Scarlet Envoys in Great Marshall City.
Perhaps there might be one in Star River City.
Of course, you could also ask the City Lord. Maybe the City Lord knows something.
Seeing that Rocco didn't know, Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed. However, Rocco had pointed him in a direction. "Go find the City Lord. Maybe the City Lord would know." "Can I meet the City Lord?" Previously, even meeting Rocco required the Pale Church insignia. The requirements to meet the City Lord would surely be higher, right? Rocco thought for a moment and said, "I'll write you a letter of introduction. You can go to the governing hall and give it to the guards. They will take you to see the City Lord." If it were someone else, Rocco wouldn't have done this.
But Lu Chen was already an epic profession at the 1st tier, with extraordinary potential, and his reputation in Great Marshall City was not low, so Rocco treated him differently.
Lu Chen smiled in surprise. "Thank you very much, Lord Rocco."
Rocco waved his hand, quickly wrote a brief letter of introduction, and handed it to Lu Chen.
"Go ahead, the City Lord is in the governing hall."
Lu Chen nodded, turned to leave, and just then, he thought of something else. He asked, by the way, where should I go to purchase property? He had been thinking about buying property. You can go to the Civil Affairs Office, which is right next to the governing hall, Rocco patiently replied. Lu Chen then happily bid farewell to Rocco and left his office. The governing hall and the guard hall were both in the central area, only about 100 meters apart. Next to the governing hall was the Civil Affairs Office. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to check out the Civil Affairs Office for properties first. As a regular institution in Great Marshall City, the Civil Affairs Office had no guards. Everyone could come and go freely. Lu Chen saw many locals entering and exiting through the main door. He followed them inside. Behind the door was a huge hall, and on one side of the corridor was a sign indicating various service areas. These services included renting houses, buying houses, processing documents, finding jobs, hiring people, and so on. The range of services was vast. Lu Chen even saw a strange service for hiring male and female servants. However, upon reflection, Great Marshall City was not Yuan Star, where there were basically no female servants left. But Great Marshall City even had nobles, so having male and female servants was quite normal. Lu Chen was actually a bit curious about the maids in Dada City. If he could find a maid to clean the house, that wouldn't be too bad, right? But that would have to wait until he found a place to live. Aside from that, the thought of finding a job and renting a shop made Lu Chen consider something. Perhaps he could think about opening a store himself? Previously, all of Lu Chen's transactions were with Lu Chang and the other two. That was because Silver Moon Village was very small, and they were the only ones with any strength. Now that he was no longer in the novice village, it meant that, if not the entire Yuan Star, at least many capable people throughout the Great Xia could trade with him. If he opened a shop, perhaps trading would be more convenient? However, Lu Chen only had this idea, the specifics could wait for later. Right now, he was the only player in all of Dada City, so what was the use of thinking about these things? Lu Chen headed directly towards the area for renting and buying houses. The rental and purchase area was on the second floor of Dada City. There were several counters for handling business. In the waiting area, many locals were sitting and waiting. It seemed like they had to queue. However, the staff in the game were very efficient, and soon it was Lu Chen's turn. He approached the counter, and the staff behind it looked a bit surprised upon seeing him. Hello, you must be the first player, Mr. Lu Chen? Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Yes, I would like to find a place to live. The staff immediately opened a panel. Here are all the available houses in Dada City. Are you planning to buy or rent? The prices are listed above, you can take a look. Lu Chen examined the panel carefully. He had to admit, this game was indeed high-end. When he clicked on a house in the list, it was as if he could see the entire room's condition. The prices were directly marked below. The prices varied by area. The commercial and central districts had the highest prices, with a house of about 100 square meters renting for at least 100 gold coins a year. This house was rented annually. If purchased, the prices were all in the tens of thousands. One could imagine how outrageous the housing prices were in this area. The staff also introduced while Lu Chen was looking at the houses. These are the best houses for commoners. If you find one you like, please let me know. Hearing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. The best houses for commoners? Aren't the noble houses different? The staff nodded. Yes, sir. Nobles can purchase villas, and the higher the rank of the noble, the larger the area of the house they can buy. High-ranking nobles can purchase estates in Dada City. Lu Chen gasped. So class differentiation exists everywhere, right? Even buying a house is divided by class? However, Lu Chen thought about it. Commoners probably couldn't afford villas or anything like that. With such high prices, how could commoners buy them? Lu Chen didn't feel the need to buy an extravagant house. He just hoped for a place to settle down. He said, I'll take this one. Lu Chen pointed to a 150 square meter suite located in the residential area near the ruling hall, making it more convenient for him to find Luo Ku or the military supply officer later. Of course, the price of this house was also quite high. The annual rent was 200 gold coins. In reality, that would be 2 million a year. Absolutely outrageous. Let's rent it for a year. Lu Chen had no plans to buy. After all, he definitely couldn't stay in Dada City forever. Dada City was just a large regional city. There were even bigger cities above it. Renting for a year would be about enough. No problem. Lu Chen paid, and the staff handed him the key directly. She said, once you have your own house, you can set the destination coordinates of the return scroll directly in your room, which will be more convenient. Lu Chen was taken aback and smiled. There was such a benefit? That was nice. After fighting monsters and getting tired, he could come back to rest directly. After renting the house, Lu Chen went to check the announcement for hiring maids. He discovered that the price of the recruited maids varied depending on their race, attributes, and looks. A typical maid, sturdy and robust, was just an ordinary person, costing 3 gold coins a month. The more attractive the maid, the higher the price, and there were even native extraordinary beings, akin to player classes. Those came at a steep price, with monthly hiring fees reaching several hundred gold coins. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against hiring one. After all, he usually spent his time out fighting monsters and leveling up. To be honest, he wouldn't be in his room for long. It didn't seem necessary to hire a maid. If there were cheaper options, he might consider it, but the cheaper ones were quite unappealing, while the attractive ones were too expensive. There was no need to spend that money. He would think about it later. After settling the house matters, Lu Chen entered the governing hall. After handing over Rocco's letter of introduction to the guard promptly led Lu Chen into the hall's interior. The governing hall was 5 stories high. The city lord's office was on the top floor. When Lu Chen entered the office and saw the city lord, he couldn't help but be taken aback. The city lord was actually a woman. Moreover, she was an extremely beautiful woman. This female city lord was different from the Yuanqing humans and the Silver Moon humans. She had a silver horn on her forehead, silver long hair, and golden vertical pupils. She wore a white robe, sitting quietly, exuding a cold and mature elegance. The female city lord glanced at Lu Chen, her expression calm. You are Lu Chen? There have been quite a few system announcements about you recently. I didn't expect a genius like you to appear in such a small place as Orion. It's truly rare. I am the city lord of Daw City, Silver Moon Han. Lu Chen smiled slightly. You flatter me, city lord. Silver Moon Han looked at the letter of introduction in her hand and said, Your class is Crimson Envoy? Lu Chen nodded and smiled. Yes, I wonder if the city lord knows where I can find a mentor for the Crimson Envoy class? Silver Moon Han hesitated for a moment before speaking. I do know someone, but his temper isn't good, and he may not be willing to teach you. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Whether his temper was good or not didn't matter, having someone was enough. Lu Chen quickly said, I can go try. Seeing Lu Chen's determined expression, Silver Moon Han said, Since you insist, very well. He lives in the eastern part of Dada City, in a town called Yueshi. You can look for someone named Bloodhand there. Alright, thank you, City Lord. Silver Moon Han looked at Lu Chen and said, By the way, your strength is quite impressive. I have a task for you, would you be willing? Lu Chen was taken aback, somewhat surprised. It was one thing for Rocco to have a task. After all, he was looking for him with the Pale Church's insignia and the Mudu's badge. It was normal to receive tasks related to the Pale Church. But he didn't expect the City Lord to give him a task as well? Lu Chen curiously asked, City Lord, could you tell me what the task is? Silver Moon Han smiled slightly. With the influx of players approaching, we in Dada City need to prepare a large quantity of potions and equipment for the players. As a result, the stock that was originally sufficient for the extraordinary beings of Dada City is now a bit lacking. We need more herbs and ores to produce more potions and equipment. However, many of these resource areas have already been occupied. I hope you can go to the Western Iron Jade Mountain Range, which is a rich area of iron jade mines, but currently, that area is occupied by goblins. It is a large goblin tribe, and I hope you can deal with the Goblin King and other high-ranking goblins. Lu Chen suddenly realized this was about seizing a mine, huh? He couldn't help but complain. Internally, goblins, as semi-intelligent beings born from the cosmic game, really had it tough. They were controlled by invading little demons in Silver Moon Village, and now they were quietly mining in Daub City, only to be targeted. Again. Huh? Am I the one supposed to deal with them? Well, that's fine then. Don't worry, City Lord, I will definitely complete the task. The King of Gnolls. I wonder if it's a king-level gnoll. If it is, that would be great. A king-level monster should drop legendary items during a raid, right? Lu Chen felt a bit excited. Quest, slay the high-ranking gnolls. Description. The gnolls in the Iron Jade Mountains have occupied a large iron jade mine. The Lord of Daw City, Inua Han, hopes you can go and assassinate the high-ranking gnolls, driving them out of the mining area. Note, this quest is extremely difficult. It's best to bring your companions. Rewards, experience points. 200 gold, Dada City reputation plus 150, 800 merit points, scroll, Moon's Edge, legendary. Lu Chen decisively chose to accept the quest. Inua Han nodded. Good, I hope you can do it quickly. After all, you players from Yuanqing should be able to enter the city one after another soon. We don't have much time. Not a problem. After that, Lu Chen bid farewell to Inua Han and left the governing hall. He first went to check on the room he had rented, then planned to leave the city. Lu Chen intended to find the mentor of the Crimson Envoy first to see if he could learn some skills. Thus, Lu Chen set off towards the east gate. To the east of the central area, he needed to pass through the commercial district. Lu Chen saw an enormous building in the commercial district. The building was resplendent and looked quite extravagant. Many natives were coming in and out through the tall entrance. Above the entrance was a plaque, and the words on the plaque made Lu Chen raise an eyebrow. The Daw City Auction House, an auction house? Lu Chen had thought there were no auction houses in this game. After all, there wasn't one in Inu Village. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that there were none, but rather that Inu Village was too small for one to exist. Sure enough, in a big city, there was an auction house? Lu Chen thought for a moment and walked inside to take a look. The auction house could be said to be a very important building in the game. After all, players need a channel to sell the good things they obtain. The auction house is a great channel. Not only does it cater to all players, but the competition among numerous players can drive up the prices of good items.
Lu Chen walked in to understand the situation.
He soon discovered that the auction house was just as he imagined. After taking items to auction, they would be displayed on the auction list, and all players could bid. Even more surprisingly, not only players but even natives could place bids. This was something Lu Chen hadn't expected. In Dada City, Lu Chen had seen all kinds of extraordinary beings. He found that the biggest difference between extraordinary beings and players was that one was a living entity in reality, while the other could only exist in the game. Extraordinary beings needed to cultivate to progress, while players could level up by defeating monsters. As for other aspects, the differences were really not that significant. Even the auction house could be used. How absurd. This meant that for some good items, players would have to compete with the natives. In addition to regular auctions, the auction house held a larger auction event on the first of every month. The items auctioned there were of legendary quality or even higher. According to the staff, there had been several instances of legendary items appearing. Unfortunately, sacred artifacts had never shown up. After understanding the situation, Lu Chen planned to attend the auction next month to see what items would be up for bid. Leaving the auction house, Lu Chen made his way out of the commercial district and soon arrived at the city wall area of Dada City. The city walls of Dada City were several dozen meters high, and the city gates were quite large. Many equipped natives and extraordinary beings were coming in and out. Lu Chen rode his beloved demonic wolf and also intended to exit through the city gate. On the way, Lu Chen inquired about the location of Yueshi town, which he had already marked on the map, so he didn't have to worry about getting lost. Just then, Lu Chen's system suddenly sent a notification. The game time for today was almost up. Lu Chen was taken aback, then recalled that after finishing 3 dungeons today, he had also completed 3 advancement tasks, which took quite a bit of time. Plus, he had spent a considerable amount of time wandering around Dawu City, so it was indeed about time. Lu Chen had originally planned to head to Yueshi town today, but it seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. Just as Lu Chen was about to log off, a private message notification suddenly rang out. He opened it to find a message from Wang Bing. Wang Bing, adoptive father. There's a demon invasion event happening in the novice village. Lu Chen was startled and frowned. A demon invasion event, so it has finally come? Ever since he learned about the reasons behind the little demon invasions, Lu Chen understood that other novice villages would surely experience demon invasions as well. If Lu Chen hadn't intervened back then, the little demons would have invaded Silver Moon Village within a day or two. Now, calculating the invasion times for other novice villages, it was probably about the same. Lu Chen knew just how strong the little demons were. Although he fought them with ease, what were his attributes and equipment? Other players didn't have attributes and equipment like his. The little demon invasion's lord-level boss was something other players simply couldn't handle, let alone the lord. Even the minions, there probably weren't many player teams that could deal with them right now. Ultimately, to fend off the little demon invasion, they would need to rely on the strength of the native residents of the novice village. If something happened to the natives, and the novice village was destroyed, then all the players in the novice village would likely lose their supplies, and leveling up would become very slow. This would be a tremendous loss. Lu Chen decided not to log off. What's the situation? Wang Bing, our Xianyao army has received news that there are currently 3 novice villages experiencing little demon invasions: Linshur Village, Lunkai Village, and Muyun Village. The invasion has just begun. Just as Wang Bing's message came through, the system announced, Yuanqing region announcement. Ding, Linshur Village is currently under attack by a horde of little demons. Players, please actively resist the demon invasion. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding, Lunkai Village is currently under attack by a horde of little demons. Players, please actively resist the demon invasion. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding, Muyun Village is currently under attack by a horde of little demons. Players, please actively resist the demon invasion. The system announcements rang out in succession, the authoritative voice cold and cruel, and the content made Lu Chen frown. He immediately sent a message to Wang Bing. I have some scrolls and potions here, I'll send them to you. If any village needs them, just take them over. These scrolls were ones Lu Chen had deliberately chosen while grinding monsters. Most of the scrolls he selected were those that could weaken target attributes, defenses, or movement speeds. These scrolls were actually useless against small monsters, but they would be very effective against bosses. Perhaps they could help the players in other novice villages get through the crisis. Among them were even scrolls Lu Chen had intended to use as trump cards for completing advancement tasks, but he no longer needed them now. As for the potions, some were also attribute enhancing, while others increased attack power, and so on. Unfortunately, all the scrolls sold in the scroll shop in Dawu City required level 11 to use. Otherwise, Lu Chen could have purchased a batch of scrolls from Dawu City to send to Wang Bing. Wang Bing, thank you, adoptive father. I'll thank you on behalf of the players in these 3 novice villages. Don't worry, we have people from the Xianyao army in every novice village. I will coordinate. Lu Chen nodded, pondering the situation. Besides this, what else could he do? Suddenly, Lu Chen thought of something and said, by the way, if there are level 10 players in the Tianjiao Foundation, we can lend them some equipment. Wang Bing,
Adoptive father, how could we possibly reach level 10 so quickly?
Lu Chen thought about it and felt helpless as well. Lin Yingying, who was leveling up quite quickly, spent the entire day grinding monsters.
Even while clearing dungeons,
she was still a bit short of reaching level 10, despite gaining 80% of the experience. For other players, it was likely even harder.
Lu Chen shook his head.
There was nothing to be done about it. If there was a level 10 player, equipped with legendary gear, they should be able to face the boss. Even if their strength wasn't enough, along with the native residents of the novice village, they could still defend against this invasion without much trouble.
It could only
be said that players were leveling up too slowly.
Just then, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea.
Since it was possible to run back to Silver Moon Village from Dada City, could it also be possible to run back to other novice villages? After arriving at Dada City, Lu Chen had checked the large map. The distance between Silver Moon Village and Dada City was quite far.
Lu Chen calculated that, based on the map he had opened in Silver Moon Village, it would take about 2 days to ride a demonic wolf back to the novice village. But that was Silver Moon Village. What if there was a novice village closer to Dada City? If that were the case, could he reach the invaded novice village?
With this thought, Lu Chen immediately messaged Wang Bing, "Send me the map coordinates of those 3 novice villages." Wang Bing directly asked the head of the Shenbird army for the coordinates of the 3 novice villages and then sent them
to Lu Chen. Adoptive father, what do you need the coordinates for?
Lu Chen didn't answer. He opened the map to take a look. Soon, Lu Chen felt frustrated.
These 3 novice villages, like Silver Moon Village, were all far from Dao City. Lu Chen was somewhat speechless, wondering if it was because novice villages were generally located far from the main city. None of them were close.
The nearest was Blue Card Village, which would still take nearly 2 days to reach.
This meant that Lu Chen couldn't provide support. Just then, a series of system announcements rang out. 5 more novice villages had been invaded by little demons.
This made Lu Chen furrow his brows, his expression growing even darker. He hadn't expected so many novice villages to be invaded by demons. He wondered if he had enough scrolls. Lu Chen didn't have time to think too much. He first went back to use the mailbox and sent all the scrolls to Wang Bing. At the same time, Lu Chen asked Wang Bing to continue sending coordinates. What if there was one that was closer? In that case, he could help out.
Unfortunately, these novice villages still weren't any closer to Dada City. By this time, Lu Chen's game time was almost up.
Fortunately, in addition to the normal game time, there was also advanced time.
Advanced time was determined by the player's level and attributes.
With Lu Chen's exaggerated attributes and level, his advanced time had reached a full week. This meant that Lu Chen could stay in the game for a week without logging out, equivalent to half a month's game time.
So Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry to log out. In fact, not only Lu Chen but Wang Bing also used advanced time.
Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "If possible, your 17 could lend equipment to the Shenbird army players from the invaded novice villages. This way, their chances of winning should be higher." After all, Wang Bing's team had the best equipment because Lu Chen was nearby, making it easier for them to obtain good gear.
Each person had several pieces of blue equipment.
Plus, they had opened legendary chests, and some even
had legendary gear.
If this equipment could be lent out, the invaded novice villages would have a better chance. However, Lu Chen's equipment was all level 10, which others couldn't use, otherwise he could have signed a contract in the
game to lend out his gear.
After all, the stakes involved in this demon invasion were too high.
If a novice village were destroyed, thousands of players would suffer. Wang Bing replied, "We've already lent it out." I also discussed it with Lu Chang and Lin Yingying, hoping that the Tianyue Guild and the Player Management Bureau would lend theirs as well. They've agreed. Lu Chen nodded slightly. That's good.
At the same time, there was a message in the trading group. "Lu Chang, I'm reaching out to some partners to discuss donating some gold coins to the invaded novice village so they can buy potions and the most basic white gear. This way, their combat power can be a bit stronger."
Lin
Yingying, I'm mobilizing in the village through the Player Management Bureau, hoping that players with green gear or above can sign a contract to lend out their equipment, with the costs covered by the Player Management Bureau.
Lu Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "I'll donate 10,000 gold coins as well." Lu Chang, good son-in-law, that's noble.
Unfortunately, I have too few gold coins on hand. How about this, good son-in-law, you place an order now, and after our transaction, I'll also donate 10,000 gold coins.
Lu Chen, no problem. Lin Yingying, foster father, we want to do the same.
Funds have already been allocated from above, and we will also donate 10,000
gold coins. Wang Bing, us too. Lu Chen, great.
Just from this wave alone, a total of 40,000 gold coins were donated. According to the prices in the novice village, this 40,000 gold coins, along with donations from
other players, would definitely be enough.
The problem is, even with gold coins, it cannot be converted into powerful combat strength. Whether they can hold their ground is still a big question.
Lin Yingying, Xiao told me that many
players outside have voluntarily signed contracts to lend out green and blue gear, and the Player Management Bureau is collecting them all. Now, with the increase in player levels, there are already quite a few teams that can break
through the little demon camp.
This means that obtaining green gear is no longer as difficult as before, and there is even hope for blue gear, though the chances are low. Looking at the messages from Lin Yingying and Lu Chang, Lu Chen felt quite emotional. In history, the Great Xia has also faced great disasters. But every time a major disaster occurs, all the citizens of Great Xia unite as one to overcome it together. The saying when one side is in trouble, support comes from all sides is exactly this meaning. Just then, a series of system announcements rang out. More than 10 novice villages had been invaded by demons. The trading group fell silent for a moment. Lu Chang, I didn't expect so many novice villages to be invaded. This is just the beginning, and it's already this difficult. The demons are too strong, right? Lin Yingying, yeah, thanks to foster father, otherwise our Silver Moon village would also be one of the invaded novice villages. Both Lu Chang and Wang Bing nodded. Without Lu Chen, Silver Moon village might not hold out. In fact, many of the green and blue gear, etc., were obtained by Lu Chen. Without him, the combat power of players in other novice villages would also drop significantly, making it even harder to defend the novice village. Lu Chen, Wang Bing, keep sending me the coordinates. Although Lin Yingying was speaking the truth, Lu Chen didn't feel too proud. He was just doing what he was supposed to do. Wang Bing quickly sent one coordinate after another to Lu Chen. After checking the map, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He discovered a relatively nearby novice village. If he rode the demonized wild wolf, he could reach it in about 14 or 15 hours. This was already considered the closest novice village. 14 or 15 hours, it should hold up, right? After all, the natives are not to be underestimated. Lu Chen made a decisive decision and ran towards the novice village called Anka Village. Lu Chen's demonized wild wolf mount was twice as fast as a player's own movement speed, and with Lu Chen's high agility, his movement speed was already fast. The demonized wild wolf's speed was naturally even faster. All the way, he sped along, quickly breaking out of the area near Great Marshall City. The monster distribution around Great Marshall City was similar to that of the novice village. The closer to Great Marshall City, the lower the monster levels, only around 10 or so. The aggro range of level 10 monsters isn't too high, and since Lu Chen was taking the main road, he didn't attract the attention of any monsters along the way. However, as they continued to move away from Da City, the level of monsters increased, with even some monsters reaching around level 20. Moreover, in order to reach the novice village as quickly as possible, Lu Chen chose to go directly over the mountains, taking a straight line. This meant he had to pass through areas teeming with monsters. Thus, the situation arose where Lu Chen rode his demonic wild wolf ahead, while a horde of various wild monsters chased after him. However, Lu Chen was a king template, with high agility and speed, plus he was riding a demonic wild wolf. Even the level 20 monsters could only eat dust behind him. He ran for about 10 hours. More than half an hour ago, the system sent another notification that several novice villages had been attacked. This meant that the demon invasion was not happening simultaneously, but rather with some time differences. Lu Chen had Wang Bing continue to relay the coordinates of the novice villages to him. He wanted to see if there were any closer ones, and if so, he would change direction to the nearer novice village. Unfortunately, Anka village was still the closest. Meanwhile, Wang Bing, Lu Chang, and Lin Yingying were continuously reporting the situation of various novice villages to Lu Chen in the trading group. Since Lu Chen informed the officials about the possible signs of a demon invasion, the Shenbird Army and the Player Management Bureau in each novice village had been actively looking for signs of the invasion. They also encouraged ordinary players to help search or report any signs of demon invasion they discovered in a timely manner. This was crucial for the fate of the entire novice village, so even ordinary players were very proactive. However, the mainstream player level in the novice village was only around level 6. Even among high-end players, those who reached level 8 were already rare, and those who reached level 9 were even more so. This led to these players being unable to explore the entire novice village area. At the very least, they found it difficult to investigate the area with level 10 monsters. Although the novice villages that had already been notified had discovered signs of demon invasion, the number of novice villages that could find demon nests was actually very few. The main reason was that the locations of these demon nests were all in areas with level 10 monsters. This meant that lower-level players had almost no role in searching for demon nests. Generally, level 6 or 7 players going into the area of level 10 monsters were essentially seeking death. Those who could search for demon nests were mostly level 8 or even 9 players. This meant that only a few players could search such a vast area of level 10 in the novice village. They even needed to painstakingly clear out level 10 monsters, which made the difficulty of finding demon nests evident. If they couldn't find the location of the demon nests, then dealing with them was out of the question. All novice village players relied on the defensive structures of their respective villages for protection. Novice villages that found the location of demon nests could implement targeted defenses, which would ease the defensive pressure somewhat. However, for those novice villages that hadn't even found the demon nests, the difficulty of defense increased significantly. After all, they didn't even know which direction to defend, and if they Defended in all directions, it was clear that resources and distribution of combat power would be insufficient. They could only wait until the minor demon invasion began to hurriedly relocate.
As a result, the situation regarding defense was naturally not optimistic.
In these past 10 hours, there were very few novice villages that could still be considered optimistic.
Other novice villages even experienced the deaths of native residents.
The battles were incredibly fierce. While players wouldn't die directly upon death, there was still a resurrection time. This meant that players couldn't rely on infinite respawns to execute a human wave tactic. Dead players could only exit the game and wait outside for the battle situation. Fortunately, Lu Chen and Wang Bing had previously provided various equipment, scrolls, and other items. Otherwise, it was likely that some novice villages would have already been breached.
According to
Wang Bing, it wasn't just the novice villages in Daxia that were invaded by demons. Novice villages in other countries were also facing demon invasions. Some weak countries' novice villages lack strength and now facing the demon tide. They are utterly powerless to resist. Almost all of them rely on the indigenous people. Some novice villages have already been breached, with all the natives slaughtered, and the players naturally have perished as well.
By the time the
players respawn, the entire novice village will likely be nothing but ruins,
and there may even be demons patrolling. At that point, even normal leveling will become extremely difficult. This news weighed heavily not only on Wang Bing and the others but even on Lu Chen. It turns out that the invasion of demonic energy is not just targeting reality. Even in the game, they are being targeted. It is easy to imagine how difficult the path will be for those players who
have lost their novice villages. This also made the Great Xia more concerned about the situation in the Great Xia novice village. After more than 10 hours of trekking, Lu Chen pressed on without rest, and thanks to his powerful attributes, he felt no fatigue at all. Soon, he noticed that the monster levels were gradually decreasing.
As Lu Chen continued to approach the novice village, the monster levels dropped to over 10. When Lu Chen reached the top of a mountain,
he saw wisps of black demonic energy spreading across a large area in the distance. Even the sky had turned gray.
The demons are invading.
Lu Chen continued to move closer, and soon the monster levels in his area dropped to single digits. With his keen hearing, he could already hear the roars and clashes coming from afar. The concentration of demonic energy was also continuously rising. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes.
Anka village was almost here. Anka village, north of the village.
Behind the temporarily constructed defensive fortifications, mages and archer players were desperately attacking.
Their expressions were all exhausted. They had been fighting for
over 10 hours, and the pressure of such combat had left them mentally strained and extremely fatigued. In front of them was the frontline defense composed of players who were warriors and assassins, along with the
indigenous guards.
In front of this defense team made up of warriors, assassins, and natives were swarms of small demons. The sheer number was overwhelming. However, because there were priests healing behind the players and natives, along with various defensive structures, they managed to hold on despite the dense swarm of demons.
Players and natives with low health would retreat immediately to let others take their place. As for the
priests, they were constantly using blue potions.
Even the mages' blue potions had to be prioritized for the priests. If the priests ran out of mana, the front line would collapse and they wouldn't be able to fight at all.
The situation seemed somewhat stable, but standing atop the fortifications, observing the overall battle situation, Li Yunwei, the captain of the 3rd Legion's 2nd team of the Xin Niao army, along with the village chief of Anka and several elders, all wore worried expressions.
Li Yunwei looked at his deputy beside him and asked, "Old Zhang, how's the situation? How many potions are left?" Zhang Wang's expression was
somewhat bitter. "Not much, at most we can hold on for another 2 hours.
The village chief of Anka's face also changed. "Only 2 more hours? Another elder shook his head. "That's under the premise that there are no high-level bosses or lords attacking.
If they launch an attack, we might not hold on much longer." In fact, there had already been one instance where a lord led several high-level bosses in an attack.
That time, caught
off guard, a large number of players were directly killed. The indigenous soldiers, being level 10, fared a bit better, but some still died. It was only with the village chief leading several professional mentors from Anka village that they managed to kill that lord. Even so, both players and natives suffered significant losses, and after killing that lord, there had been no further attacks from other lords.
Li Yunwei and the village chief understood that this was not because the demon lord was afraid.
Rather, these demons hoped to exhaust the players and natives through the sheer number of small demons, leaving them unable to fight back. At that
moment, when the other demon lords made their move, they could easily take down Anka village.
Li Yunwei was initially unaware of this, but the village chief, as a former veteran player, naturally understood demons.
The hierarchy among demons is very clear.
The imp race is the lowest tier within the entire demon population, serving as cannon fodder.
Within the imp race, ordinary elite imps are also akin to cannon fodder. Their purpose is to deplete the enemy's living forces. Just then, a roar echoed.
Following that, a robust and tall imp charged out from the ranks of the imp army. Wielding a massive battle sword, he charged towards a player, and in the next moment, the sword swung
Thousands of high damage numbers floated above the players' heads. Nearby, both players and natives were killed in a single blow. Charge in, the tall imp growled, commanding the imps to rush into the fortifications. It's the Lord. The village chief immediately rushed towards the tall imp. Li Yunwei quickly reacted, block them, seal the gap. The players who were still resting and recovering had no time to think and rushed towards the breach. Along with the tall imp came several high-ranking imp leaders. Their strength was equally formidable, and all the players who charged forward were forced to retreat, unable to withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, high-ranking leaders among the natives, such as professional mentors, soon stepped up to block the advancing imp army. Just then, an angry roar filled with pain rang out, damn demons. Everyone's expression changed. It was the village chief's voice. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the village chief. They then saw a small imp, whose origin was unknown, suddenly appear and stab 2 daggers into the village chief's back. The village chief's health plummeted instantly. Another lord. Facing the assault of 2 lords, the village chief was forced to retreat repeatedly. Li Yunwei hurriedly shouted, heal the village chief. However, in the next moment, one after another, imps appeared beside the priest players in the back. High amounts of damage from stealth attacks floated off these priest players. They were immediately killed. This turn of events left Li Yunwei's face frozen. There was actually a team of stealth units among the imps. Indeed, since there were lords capable of stealth, it was only natural for such a team to exist under their command. Li Yunwei secretly cursed his carelessness. Continuous hours of intense battle had left him mentally strained and exhausted, unable to focus on the problem. A large number of priests died, causing many frontline players to be unable to recover their health, leading to a surge in player deaths. This resulted in more and more imps breaking through the front line, charging towards the mages and archers who had dealt them damage. Mages and archers are fragile. Facing a horde of experience-hungry imps, they stood no chance. Soon, players and natives had to pull back their lines, hoping to stabilize the situation. Even Li Yunwei joined the fight. The players of the Xianbird army were equipped with decent green and blue gear previously supported by other Xianbird army players. They could handle the level 10 elite imps. However, the number of Xianbird army players was still relatively small compared to the overall player count. They could only temporarily halt the advance but could not completely stop the imps. Moreover, with the strongest village chief being besieged by 2 lords, the situation became dire. A bitter expression surfaced on Li Yunwei's face. With the front line collapsing, holding the line became difficult. Just then, a figure dashed in from the back of the novice village like a shadow. This figure crashed violently into the small imp lord. Boom! The massive difference in power sent the small imp lord flying. It was Lu Chen. Lu Chen hadn't expected to arrive at such a perfect moment. Just as the front line was collapsing, if this continued, they would have to engage in street fighting with the little demons. In that case, it would be quite troublesome for Lu Chen to handle it himself. Lu Chen's appearance stunned both the village chief and the large little demon beside him. The village chief widened his eyes at the little demon lord that had been knocked away, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief. What a powerful force! Are you a player? The village chief then seemed to guess something, exclaiming in surprise, you are Lu Chen? Among the players, only Lu Chen, who had completed the advancement quest and obtained the king template, possessed the power to charge and knock away a lord. Truly the young king, the village chief marveled. Hearing this title, Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed, thinking it sounded somewhat juvenile. But was it indeed his title? Lu Chen kicked another large little demon away. He smiled at the village chief. Hello, I'm here to help you. The village chief nodded with a smile. Thank you for your help, Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned to the 2 lords, using his high attributes to quickly select items from the drop list. Sure enough, as the first kill, both lords had good loot. The small little demon was a mid-tier lord, dropping 3 epic items. The large little demon only dropped 1. Naturally, Lu Chen selected them all. After choosing the drops, Lu Chen swung his battle sword, delivering a thunderous strike to the small little demon lord that had charged back up. Minus 329,484. Thunderous strike critical hit, over 300,000. Damage caused the small little demon lord's health bar to drop from full to empty in an instant. The small little demon stared wide-eyed, still in shock, and slowly fell to the ground. Not only was this little demon stunned, but the village chief, the players behind him, and the indigenous people all wore expressions of disbelief. What just happened? What was that? Such a large lord just disappeared? What kind of damage is this? 320,000? Can players really deal that much damage now? And against a level 10 lord? Other players had tried attacking, and the highest damage they could deal was only single digits, with some players unable to break through the defenses at all. Why, when we are all players, is your damage over 10,000 times greater than ours? The indigenous people were equally bewildered. The village chief's eyes widened, still trying to process it. The king template. Is it really that strong? As the former player of Anka village, the village chief had seen a lot. However, in his memory, even with the king template, it shouldn't be possible to instantly kill a lower level lord like that. to deal 320,000 damage at just level 11. What kind of monster is this? Is this really from the king template? Not just the village chief of Anka village, even Lu Chen himself was a bit stunned. This small little demon was a mid-tier lord with health just over 200,000. Did he really just one-shot it? Back when he hadn't advanced. Yet in fought against the Black Tooth clan leader, he had died the first time. The difference seemed a bit too large, right? But as Lu Chen thought carefully, the damage increase from the king template was a full 150%, plus the newly acquired Crimson Battle Chi boosted all attributes by 60%. And his current base attributes had more than doubled compared to before, along with various other enhancements, and considering Lu Chen was using the epic skill Thunderous Strike, which had a damage increase of 1700%, the final output was indeed critical damage. With this damage, it seemed quite normal. With this thought, Lu Chen began to accept it. The large little demon, being a low-tier lord, was horrified to see its leader fall. After all, this little demon was not a monster created by the Universe Games constructed instance. It still possessed some intelligence, however. As a demon, he did not flee. Instead, he charged towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen countered with a brutal strike. Duong. The brutal strike happened to land a critical hit, and the effect of a max-level brutal strike is that after a critical hit, the damage doubles. As a low-tier lord, this guy's defense was even worse than that of a small demon. This hit dealt over 100,000 damage, while his health was just over 100,000. Moreover, after the previous battle with the village chief, he wasn't even at full health. This blow directly killed the high-sized little demon. 2 lords, 2 attacks, all sent to the afterlife. This not only killed the 2 demon lords but also left all the natives and players present in stunned silence. What kind of monster is this? From the corpse of the little demon lord, 4 light orbs floated out, 4 golden and 4 purple. Such an exaggerated drop left the natives and players speechless once again. A lord level monster can drop epic items? The village chief muttered in disbelief, already starting to question his life. He had fought so many lords in his lifetime and had never seen an epic item drop before. Lu Chen spoke up. Village chief, is it okay if I take these dropped items? The village chief came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Of course, no problem. If it weren't for you, our Anka village probably wouldn't have held out. However, the village chief looked at Lu Chen with a very strange expression. After all, with such terrifying strength and such exaggerated drops, even though the village chief had seen so many players, it was still the first time he encountered someone like this. Lu Chen nodded, happily stepping forward to collect everything. The stealthy little demon chief dropped a demon tooth dagger, a leather armor chest piece, and a high-level skill stone. Aside from the high-level skill stone, Lu Chen had no use for the other items. He wasn't disappointed, though. After all, that guy was originally an assassin class. After fighting for so long, Lu Chen had already figured out the situation. The best drops from a type of monster are always of the same type. As for the epic item dropped by the high-sized demon, it was for warriors, and it just so happened to be something Lu Chen could use. Blackheart waistband, epic, chainmail belt, defense plus 555, strength plus 40, stamina plus 39, damage plus 10%, strength plus 40. Equipment requirement, level 10. Lu Chen's original belt was still the legendary Inferno's tight waistband, so it was just the right time to switch. After equipping it, Lu Chen's attributes increased once again. To be honest, the increase in attributes wasn't much for him at this point, but the equipment effect of the epic gear was very suitable for Lu Chen. It increased damage by 10%. Given Lu Chen's current damage, 10% was already exaggerated. As for the others, they were all legendary level 10 equipment. Lu Chen planned to put all these epic and legendary items into the Tianjiao Foundation. Since Lu Chen had dealt with the 2 lords, the village chief could now step in. As a lord-level being, dealing with high-tier bosses was naturally a piece of cake. By the time Lu Chen picked up the equipment, he had already taken care of the few high-tier bosses that had rushed over. With the village chief holding the fort, the little demons that charged into the gap were quickly cleared, and the defense line was stabilized once again. Lu Chen also casually killed a high-tier boss next to him, dropping 3 more purple items. All the natives expressed their inability to comprehend. What kind of drop rate is this? Just a casual hit yields such good items? Were they not playing the same game before? With the defense line stabilized, Li Yunwei and Vice Captain Zhang Wang stepped out. Both looked at Lu Chen with admiration and awe. They were not from the same novice village as Lu Chen. However, they often heard Wang Bing talk about Lu Chen's strength. Initially, they didn't feel it much, but after witnessing Lu Chen one-shot a mid-tier lord, they finally felt it. So powerful. Incomprehensibly powerful. The 2 men saluted Lu Chen solemnly. Li Yunwei smiled and said, Lord Zhuguo, thanks to you, if it weren't for you, our novice village would have been in trouble. Lu Chen chuckled, you were lucky. If you had been a bit farther away, I might not have made it in time. Li Yunwei laughed heartily. I heard that kid Wang Bing mentioned it. Thank you for coming all this way, Lord Zhuguo. Lu Chen shook his head. It's just within my capabilities. He
looked at the numerous little demons still lurking outside the defense line, some of them restless.
With so many little demons, wouldn't it be exhilarating to unleash a wave of scarlet battle energy and sweep them all away? However, after thinking it over, Lu Chen shook his head. As long as there was no threat at the Lord level, the novice village could definitely hold its ground. These little demons were just experience and equipment for the players. Even if he unleashed scarlet battle energy, he couldn't possibly choose the drops from every monster. That would be too troublesome and a waste of time. Lu Chen decided to leave it to the original players of this novice village. He spoke up, "I'll go see if there are any other lords." Although he had already killed the little demon's chieftain, Lu Chen wasn't sure if there were other demon lords hiding around. If there were, he would take care of them. If not, he would have to consider going to other nearby novice villages. Upon hearing this, Li Yunwei and Zhang Wang were taken aback. Then the two nodded gratefully. Then we'll trouble you, Lord Zhuguo. They understood that Lu Chen was looking for lords out of concern for their novice village. Lu Chen smiled. If there are no lords, the remaining little demons should be easy for the village chief to handle. It won't be a problem for you. In fact, it's a good thing. You can focus on leveling up and fighting monsters. Just in time, there's an experience boost now. The 2 experience boosts Lu Chen had received earlier had not yet worn off. All right. Li Yunwei and Zhang Wang stood straight as if listening to a leader's lecture. The village chief of Anka village beside them smiled and said, "If there are no lords, these demons are indeed not to be feared." The village chief had the right to say this. After all, the gap between a lord's strength and a chieftain's strength was quite significant. Especially since the village chief had people to heal him, he was completely unafraid of being surrounded. Lu Chen smiled at the village chief. "Village chief, I'll go take a look deeper into the army." The village chief nodded and said seriously, "Be careful." Lu Chen nodded and stepped through the defense line. Some little demons that hadn't surrounded him yet saw Lu Chen and immediately pounced on him like wolves that had been starved for 3 days, their eyes bloodshot. However, all the damage from these little demons was zero. Even high-level chieftains couldn't break through his defenses. Seeing this scene, Li Yunwei and Zhang Wang, who had been somewhat worried, were once again stunned. If even high-level chieftains couldn't break through his defenses, it was absurd. Li Yunwei sighed. If Lord Zhuguo wanted to, he could probably kill all the little demon army by himself, right? Zhang Wang was somewhat shocked. "I didn't expect Lord Zhuguo to be this powerful. Just how high are his attributes? When he charged over just now, I didn't even see clearly." The village chief beside them laughed. "That's the power of a king. Of course, it's formidable. Moreover, your Lord Zhuguo belongs to the top tier, even among kings." At this point, the village chief's expression became somewhat complex. He completed a king-level task on his first advancement, and to have such terrifying strength right after advancing. You humans of Yuanqing are truly fortunate. This one has a great chance of becoming a deity. Under his protection, you Yuanqing humans might just escape a calamity during the invasion of demonic energy. Deity. Li Yunwei and Zhang Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. Although they had heard of deities in the game, they were still taken aback. However, when they heard that Lu Chen had the potential to become a deity, they were still somewhat shocked. The two exchanged glances. "The Prime Minister, is he really that powerful?" Zhang Wang said slowly. Li Yunwei hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, "No, this matter is too significant. Old Zhang, you need to log off now and inform the higher-ups." Zhang Wang nodded repeatedly. All right. Now that the Lord had been dealt with and the demon invasion wasn't too troublesome, he could leave. At this moment, Lu Chen was already enduring the attacks of all the little demons, deep within the enemy ranks. He wandered around the little demon army. Every little demon he passed seemed provoked, attacking him frantically. However, unfortunately for them, they were completely unable to break through his defenses. Even scratching him didn't count. Unless Lu Chen encountered a leader, he would casually deal with it, designate a drop, and pick up some items. He didn't bother with the other monsters. Before long, Lu Chen returned from the army. "There are no more lords," Lu Chen smiled. Although they had already recognized Lu Chen's strength, seeing him in the little demon army as if he were strolling in his own garden left the village chief and Li Yunwei speechless. Comparing people can be infuriating. However, Lu Chen's news also reassured the village chief. "Thank you, Lu Chen." Lu Chen shook his head. "I still need to help other novice villages, so I'll be leaving now." He summoned a demonic wolf and left Anka village, heading towards a novice village relatively close to Anka. Although Lu Chen was there to help, it must be said that the rewards were quite good. After running for more than 10 hours, he had obtained 4 epic items. Who wouldn't run for that? Previously, he could only clear a little demon nest once a day, and the dungeon drops were even lower. It would have been better if the invaded novice villages were a bit closer, as that would have increased his efficiency. Lu Chen thought helplessly. The demon invasion event lasted a full 3 days. During those 3 days, there were constant system announcements, and throughout the Great Xia region, dozens of novice villages encountered demon invasion events. Due to his limited speed, Lu Chen only managed to visit 5 novice villages in those 3 days.
From these 5 novice villages, Lu Chen collected a total of 18 epic items. Among them were 8 high-level skill stones, 8 pieces of epic equipment, 1 epic skill book, and 1 epic scroll. Naturally, Lu Chen used all the high-level skill stones himself. Among the epic equipment, there was actually 1 epic-level chainmail chest piece. However, Lu Chen chose not to switch it out because his current chest piece was one of the 4 pieces of the Black Tooth Artisan set. If he replaced it, he would lose the lifesteal attribute from the set. For Lu Chen at this moment, the bonuses from the epic equipment were far less significant than the benefits from the lifesteal effect. Unless he encountered more suitable equipment, Lu Chen would not consider switching. He also planned to store the 8 pieces of epic equipment in the Tianjiao Foundation. As for the skill book, it was a skill book for priests. Brilliant Holy Light, Epic, deals 500% holy damage to hostile targets or provides 600% healing effect to friendly targets. Learning requirements: Light System Profession, Max Level Healing Spell, Level 3 Light Will. It must be said that this skill truly deserves its epic status with high damage and high healing effects. However, the requirements are equally stringent. Light Will should be something similar to a warrior's battle will. As for max level healing spells, one can imagine how difficult it is to level up. However, if a player masters the Light Will skill, Lu Chen could provide some skill stones to help them learn this epic skill. Mastering such a powerful healing skill, this priest would definitely not be weak. Perhaps he would even need help from others to tackle some bosses in the future. Even though Lu Chen was already quite strong now, he wouldn't consider himself invincible just yet. Cultivating a suitable priest was indeed a good thing. Lu Chen kept this matter in mind. As for the epic level scroll, it was the Demon Whisper scroll he had obtained earlier. How should he put it? This thing was powerful, but it wasn't particularly useful for Lu Chen at this moment. After all, this scroll could only be used on targets below level 20, and its effectiveness against kings was halved. With Lu Chen's current attributes, he felt that fighting a king below level 20 might not even require this item. However, after some thought, Lu Chen decided to keep it for potential future use, just in case it came in handy. These were just epic level items. Naturally, there were more legendary level items. Even though Lu Chen had mostly only fought a few lords and high-level bosses, his backpack was nearly full. The items in his backpack were all at least legendary quality. If other players saw Lu Chen's backpack, they would probably be envious to death. During these 3 days, aside from the 5 novice villages that Lu Chen had rescued being securely held, many of the other dozens of novice villages had used the scrolls Lu Chen had previously provided to weaken the lords, teaming up with the village chief to kill the lords and defend their villages. However, there were also 3 novice villages that, despite having various resources, could not hold their ground. The main reason was that the players in those 3 novice villages were too weak. Most of the other novice villages had top players with talents, but those 3 novice villages had very few players with talents. Even a top player with talent could provide some help in a lord battle. For example, when Lu Chen fought against the barbarian Liao, Lin Yingying, although she couldn't provide much help, had her black pawn boost Lu Chen's attack significantly. Otherwise, the fight would have been even more difficult. At that time, Lin Yingying's level was relatively low. Now, the top players with talents generally had reached level 8, with some even reaching level 9. Coupled with the supportive equipment they had, their strength was certainly enough to join in lord-level battles. Perhaps it was this little bit of help that allowed the village chief to defeat the lord. But the 3 novice villages without such top players could only watch helplessly as their village chief fell in battle, leading to the entire novice village's downfall. All players were slaughtered by the demons. During this time, Lu Chen had been utilizing his pre-allocated time and had not left the dungeon. However, he still heard from Wang Bing and the others that the players from those 3 novice villages were going crazy on the forums. Without a novice village and without supplies, it was easy to imagine how difficult their future paths would be. And there was nothing Lu Chen could do to help. After all, he couldn't just conjure up a novice village, could he? The entire forum had fallen into a slump due to the fall of the 3 novice villages. All players were under immense pressure at this moment. The game had been in open beta for a few days, but the real-world demon invasion was not severe and there was no real threat in the game. Thus, players' attitudes towards the demonic invasion had shifted from initial tension to increasing ease. However, this time's demon invasion struck all players like a wake-up call. The destruction of the novice villages would significantly slow down players' power growth, and a slowdown in power growth would make it difficult to resist the real-world demonic invasion. This chain reaction made everyone tremble inside. Almost all players chose to level up quickly after the demon invasion. At the very least, they had to reach the main city. The main city couldn't possibly be destroyed by a demon invasion, right? In the trading group, Wang Bing and the others were discussing real-world intelligence with Lu Chen. Wang Bing said, "Our great Xia has suffered the least damage. Some small countries have reported that all their novice villages have been destroyed. All players are displaced." Lu Chen frowned upon seeing this news. This was too exaggerated.
a country, and not a single novice village survived, then their players must be slow to improve their strength, right? Lin Ying, I've heard that too. The Player Management Bureau has also passed down news saying that even the Baron Empire and the Lionheart Kingdom have suffered heavy losses. The Baron Empire has lost a full 23 novice villages, and the Lionheart Kingdom is about the same number. The novice villages they lost are almost half of all the novice villages. It's terrifying. Lu Chang, thanks to our good son-in-law, if it weren't for the various scrolls he provided and all the high-level equipment he brought out, our losses wouldn't be any less than theirs. Lin Ying, my adoptive father is amazing, hee hee. Wang Bing, adoptive father is awesome. Lu Chen laughed, since you all praise me so much, I'll show you something good. Lu Chang and the others' eyes immediately lit up. They all knew that Lu Chen had killed several lords during this time, and the drops must be good stuff. They had been looking forward to Lu Chen bringing out something good. They didn't expect him to hold back so much and not reveal anything to them. For a moment, Lu Chang and the others felt a bit unaccustomed. Was this still the Lu Chen who never showed off? It turned out he was just waiting until now to reveal it. Soon, they saw a series of messages pop up in the trading group. They were all introductions to various items. A full 9 golden items, along with dozens of purple items, made Lu Chang and the others' eyes widen in shock. Wang Bing, what the hell? What the hell? 9 epic items, and so many legendary items? This is too much, right? Wang Bing finally understood why Lu Chen waited until now to bring them out. He wanted to make a big splash. At this moment, Lu Chang didn't reply, he was staring at that healing skill book, his eyes turning red. Priest skill. And it was of epic quality. This was meant for his precious daughter. Lu Chang, good son-in-law, you must sell me this glorious holy light skill book. My precious daughter can definitely use it. Lu Chen was taken aback when he saw Lu Chang's message. Can she use it? The learning conditions are not low. Lu Chen, does she meet the learning conditions? Has your daughter mastered the will of light? Lu Chang, yes. My daughter's soul talent is very strong. The priest mentor in their novice village gave her a unique quest, and after completing it, she was rewarded with the will of light. Plus, didn't you sell us some skill stones before? My precious daughter has already maxed out her healing spell, and the will of light is at level 3. Lu Chen realized. It seems that he wasn't the only one who could receive better quests. Other players probably had their own opportunities as well. Thinking about it, players with soul talents surely wouldn't be weak. Lu Chen found that he had underestimated others a bit. Lu Chen, no problem, I'll sell it to you. But if I need help fighting monsters later, I hope your daughter can assist me. Lu Chang, do I even need to say that? I could have her be your wife if you want. Smoking and laughing.jpg, Lu Chen. Lin Ying, Wang Bing, thumbs up.jpg. Considering that Lu Chen didn't lack money now, and having a powerful acquaintance as a priest would also be helpful for him, Lu Chen didn't ask for too high a price. 10,000 gold coins. Lu Chang, deal. This price was practically a steal. After all, this was an epic skill. Among all the players in the Yuan Star, besides Lu Chen himself, there was probably only this one. Lu Chang had already thought about how to praise Lu Chen to his precious daughter in the group. Such a rare and powerful skill book, selling for only 10,000 gold coins, was definitely because of his daughter's face. Lu Chang happily agreed. As for the other various equipment, Lu Chen put them all into the Tianjiao Foundation.